Chapter 1 Marriage Matching with a 100-Ton King? Beauty Talent Fusion System? This is a world of martial arts where alien races rise and everyone possesses superpowers. Dragon Kingdom. School district housing near Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Gong Yunze was sweating profusely in his room, his sportswear was already soaked, and his slightly thin figure was reflected in the full-length mirror. As he lay in bed after showering, drowsiness washed over him, but he was still muttering to himself. Tomorrow I'll be an adult and get a wife, and the day after I'll awaken my superpower. Putting aside whether my wife is good or bad, my current physique is only C grade. What if I awaken a useless superpower? Before losing consciousness, he turned over, put the pillow under his head, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the urging voice of her mother, Lu Ruoying, penetrated through the door. Yunze, we need to get an appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau early. Gong Yunze rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, I know. I can go by myself. After washing up, Gong Yunze casually touched his hair. Lu Ruoying sighed beside him. Such a handsome young man, I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to have him. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gong Yunze handed his ID card to the staff member, who looked regretful and said, Hey, young man, a difference of just one number can lead to a world of difference. Gong Yunze looked utterly bewildered, thinking to himself. What's going on? What do you mean by a difference of just one number, yet worlds apart? This is my first time turning 18, don't mess with me. As he was wondering, a figure appeared in front of him. A girl with a figure as strong as an iron tower rang out, and when she spoke in a hoarse voice, Gong Yunze felt his eardrums vibrate violently. Hello, my name is Xiao Rongyu, and I'm your legal wife. Gong Yunze was struck dumb upon hearing this rough voice, thinking to himself. What? This 100-ton king in front of me is my wife? I can't believe it. Upon seeing this, Gong Yunze's emotions nearly collapsed. He pulled a staff member to a corner and complained. What I'm saying is, can I get a different one? She doesn't have to be pretty, but even someone with a good figure would be fine. Upon hearing this, the staff member said apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. Marriage matching is a mandatory national regulation, and once matched, it cannot be changed at will. You're a step too late. The girl you met before was absolutely stunning, you were just one number short. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze said with a sorrowful heart. The sky has fallen. Heavens! Are you just playing with me like this? Although he was in a state of extreme despair, he could not change the fact that he had been matched with a wife, so Gong Yunze appeared very amiable on the surface. After all, the Dragon Kingdom does not allow men to initiate divorces. As long as she wants to stay by his side, it's a lifelong commitment. Miss Xiao, I think you are just too beautiful. I feel a little unworthy of you. Why don't you choose someone else? Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Xiao Rongyu's lips. She walked straight to Gong Yunze's side, hooked her thick arm around his wrist, and said in her usual hoarse voice. Honey, she's already yours, let's go home together. Gong Yunze sighed inwardly and said. Sigh, what's meant to be will be, so just accept it. But when Gong Yunze looked at Xiao Rongyu's face, he was utterly astonished. Looking at her features up close, she seems quite pretty, she might be a hidden gem. With this in mind, Gong Yunze quickly signed the marriage certificate with Xiao Rongyu. Just as they were about to receive their marriage certificate, a sweet system voice echoed in Gong Yunze's mind. Host has successfully married. Congratulations on binding with the Beauty Talent Fusion System. This system can fuse the supernatural abilities of the host's confidants with its own. The stronger the confidant, the stronger the host. The more confidants the host has, the stronger the host becomes. Host's concubine detection complete. Name, Xiao Rongyu. Favorability rating, 90-10 originally like the host. Relationship with host, wife beyond confidant. If the favorability reaches 80 or above, the host's fusion ability strength will double. Age, 18. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Superpower, not yet awakened. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze was overjoyed. Is this the legendary system? It can actually fuse with superpowers. I didn't expect her physical attributes to be SSS level, no wonder she's called the 100-ton king. Seeing the text following the favorability rating, Gong Yunze wondered. I've never seen her before. She used to like me? Sigh, being handsome is a sin. Seeing the delighted look on Gong Yunze's face, Xiao Rongyu asked in surprise. Gong Yunza, won't you mind? After all, I'm so fat. Gong Yunza thought to himself, damn, even with 6 pieces of green armor, I'm still not as tanky as you. Sister Yu is even more powerful than you. But on the surface, Gong Yunza shook his head and said with righteous indignation and deep affection, you are my legal wife. Whether in poverty or wealth, beauty or ugliness, I will treat you well. For the rest of my life, please take good care of me. Xiao Ronyu was deeply moved upon hearing this. She never expected that her current unsightly state would not arouse Gong Yunza's disgust in the slightest. I feel disgusted just looking at myself like this, and he doesn't seem to mind at all. He even said he wanted to be nice to me. Thinking of this, Xiao Rongyu, who had originally intended to tease Gong Yunza, felt somewhat guilty and ashamed. So Xiao Rongyu asked Gong Yunza to say softly, husband, turn around, I'll do a magic trick for you. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza turned his back. Xiao Rongyu took out a pill from her pocket and swallowed it, thus deactivating her transformation. Honey, you can turn your head now. Gong Yunza turned his head and was dumbfounded when he saw Xiao Rongyu, who had returned to normal. Before him stood Xiao Rongyu, whose breasts were full yet understated, their curves gently undulating against her slender waist. Her perfect 9-head figure, coupled with her aloof and stunningly beautiful face, made her breathtakingly beautiful. You're Xiao Rongyu from the elite class with superpowers. The legendary aloof school beauty. What? You don't like me now that I've turned back? Or maybe you prefer my old version? Thinking of this, Xiao Rongyu immediately took 2 steps back and looked at Gong Yunza with disdain. Just as Gong Yunza was in a daze, Xiao Rongyu's phone suddenly rang, and a dignified and unquestionable voice came from the phone. Rongyu, how did the wedding go? Your grandfather said he really wants to meet you and your grandson-in-law. Bring him over when you have time. Xiao Rongyu glanced at Gong Yunza, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Okay. I'll take him home right now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Rongyu said to Gong Yunza with a face full of joy. Grandpa said he wants to see you, but he hasn't been feeling well lately, so you should be careful what you say and not upset him. Gong Yunza asked curiously. Your grandfather? What kind of person was he? Xiao Rongyu smiled and corrected. It's our grandfather. Gong Yunza scratched the back of his head and laughed. Yes. Our grandpa. Xiao Rongyu nodded in satisfaction and continued. The god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, do you know him? Of course. Xiao Zhantian, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. His fame is renowned throughout the world, who doesn't know him? At this point, Gong Yunza suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wait. You mean Grandpa? The god of war of the Dragon Kingdom? Could it be? Yes, I am Xiao Zhantian's granddaughter. Xiao Rongyu said with a smile. Gong Yunza was utterly shocked, thinking to himself. Then wouldn't I be the grandson-in-law of the Dragon Kingdom's military god? Holy crap! Isn't this like I've accidentally married a rich and beautiful woman? Thinking of this, Gong Yunza felt somewhat elated. Coming to his senses, Gong Yunza asked. Ahem, isn't it a bit too rushed for us to meet the parents so soon? I haven't even had time to buy a gift yet, it's not appropriate to go empty-handed. Xiao Rongyu smiled gently and said. Don't worry, I've prepared everything in advance, it's in the trunk, you can carry it up yourself in a bit. Gong Yunza was surprised that Xiao Rongyu was so thoughtful, even preparing a gift for their first visit. Along the way, the two chatted intermittently, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle, but not awkward. Half an hour later, Xiao Rongyu patted the somewhat drowsy Gong Yunza and pointed out the car window, saying, Honey, we've arrived. Gong Yunza followed Xiao Rongyu's slender fingers and looked outside. Upon seeing the private courtyard before him, resembling a park, and the magnificent Chinese-style courtyard, Gong Yunza was filled with emotion. This is outrageously extravagant. Dozens of people had gathered outside Xiao Zhantian's room. These people all looked imposing and extraordinary, clearly not ordinary people. They greeted Xiao Rongyu warmly, but when Gong Yunza passed by them, suddenly, a strong sense of oppression and inexplicable contempt flashed in their eyes. These scrutinizing gazes, as if examining an ant, made Gong Yunza extremely uncomfortable. He thought to himself with displeasure. Wow, that look, is this what they mean by looking down on people? Finally, the two made their way through the crowd to the door of the God of War's room. Xiao Rongyu gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. A voice, aged yet still authoritative, responded from within. Enter. Upon hearing this voice, Gong Yunze felt a sudden surge of tension, thinking, I just got the cheat code but haven't had a chance to use it yet. Will the god of war look down on his grandson-in-law, who only has a C-level physique? I am a dividing line. Please add this to your bookshelf. Investing in it will definitely be a worthwhile investment. Please, everyone, Daniel Wu and Li Fei. Chapter 2, Getting a Divorce So Soon After Getting Married? Please add to bookshelf. The moment the heavy, carved wooden door was pushed open, the aroma of medicine mixed with a faint scent of mugwort wafted out. The old man lying on the bed had white hair and beard, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. When that gaze fell on Gong Yunze, he suddenly felt as if he had been stripped naked, as if all his secrets had been exposed. Grandpa! Look! I've brought my grandson-in-law to you. Upon hearing Xiao Rongyu's voice, Xiao Zhantian's eyes softened instantly. Little fish, you're here. Let Grandpa see you. Xiao Zhantian forced himself to sit up and looked at Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yunze with a peaceful expression. Xiao Rongyu's father, Xiao Li, who was taking care of her, said anxiously, Dad. The doctor said you shouldn't move around. Why are you sitting up? Xiao Zhantian waved his hand and said, I'm very happy to see Xiaoyer and my grandson-in-law. Then Xiao Zhantian waved warmly to Gong Yunze and said, Grandson-in-law, come here, let me take a good look at you. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze immediately walked to Xiao Zhantian's side and respectfully said, Hello, Grandpa. My name is Gong Yunze, and I am Xiaoyer's husband. Xiao Zhantian looked at Gong Yunze's handsome face and nodded. Your appearance is a good match for our little fish. May I examine your constitution? Gong Yunze felt a little nervous upon hearing this, thinking to himself, the Dragon Kingdom's military genius is actually going to personally examine my physique. Thinking of this, Gong Yunze was very excited, but he still refused. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa. You should rest first. It's not too late to help me investigate after you've recovered. Xiao Li nodded secretly upon hearing this, thinking to himself, at least he knows what's important. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhantian waved his hand and laughed. It's all right, I know my own body. Extend your right hand, and I'll examine it for you. Seeing that Xiao Zhantian insisted on investigating for him, Gong Yunze quickly looked at Xiao Rongyu beside him and pleaded with his eyes. What do we do now? Xiao Rongyu returned a sharp look, as if to say, if you dare agree, you're dead. However, before Gong Yunze could react, Xiao Zhantian grabbed Gong Yunze's right hand and began to examine it on his own. Seeing that Xiao Zhantian had taken the initiative to investigate for Gong Yunze, Xiao Rongyu and Xiao Li didn't say much. As Xiao Zhantian continued his investigation, his brows furrowed involuntarily, followed by a look of surprise. After the investigation was completed, Xiao Zhantian sighed. Yunze, your physique is rather weak, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to bear high-level superpowers. As the son-in-law of my Xiao family, you can't be too weak. So I will give you a great opportunity. As he spoke, Xiao Zhantian pulled up Gong Yunze's right hand again, and at the same time injected streams of scorching flames into Gong Yunze's body. He groaned, feeling his meridians expand inch by inch as if they were being forged by a raging fire. Flames traveled along his limbs and bones, causing Gong Yunze to almost faint from the pain. When that force subsided, Gong Yunze was drenched in sweat, yet he felt a lightness in his limbs that he had never experienced before. Xiao Zhantian looked at Gong Yunze with satisfaction and said, although you are physically weak, you have a strong will. I hope you can take good care of Xiaoyer in the future. Gong Yunze said solemnly, don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely take good care of Xiaoyer from now on. Xiao Zhantian nodded, slipped a black jade ring off his finger, and placed it in Gong Yunze's hand. This is my gift to you. Inside are a few old companions that fought alongside me against alien races back in the day. Now it's time for them to change owners. I hope that one day you can do what you can to help the Dragon Kingdom defend against foreign invasions. Gong Yunze glanced at Xiao Li's gaze, which seemed poised to strike, and quickly refused. No, no, no. Grandpa, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Gong Yunze declined, but met the old man's sudden, sharp gaze. Grandpa told you to take it, so you take it. I'd like to see who dares to say a word against it. After saying that, Xiao Zhantian glanced meaningfully at Xiao Li and then put the ring back into Gong Yunze's hand. All right, Yunze, Xiaoyer, you can both go out now. Grandpa has something to say to your father. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu left Xiao Zhantian's room. After the two left, Xiao Zhantian collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon. Upon seeing this, Xiaoli was shocked and exclaimed, "Dad." Xiao Zhantian waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Just ask me what you need to know. My time is running out." "Your body is all ready. Why did you burn your life essence to help that kid forge his meridians, and even give him the black jade ring that symbolizes the head of the Xiao family?" Xiao Zhantian seemed to have already guessed what Xiaoli was going to ask, and said solemnly, "This is what I owe him, and I even used divination to tell his fortune, but I never expected. I couldn't see through this young man's destiny." Xiaoli was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Even father couldn't see through it. Doesn't that mean? That's right, his destiny is higher than mine, and he will surely achieve something extraordinary in the future. He is currently in the stage of a dragon lying in shallow waters, and for the Xiao family to lend him a hand now is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. One day, when the dragon gets water, it will surely make the Yangtze River flow backward. This is the first time I've ever heard my father praise a young person like this. Xiaoli thought to himself. Ali, after I leave, all the affairs of the Xiao family will depend on you. Yunza's matter is a secret of heaven and cannot be revealed casually. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Yes, son remembers. After saying this, Xiao Zhantian passed away suddenly, his soul returning to the heavens. Xiaoli slowly closed his eyes, tears silently sliding down his cheeks, his clenched fists trembling inside his sleeves. Father, rest in peace. The glory of the Xiao family will never be tarnished in my hands. The dragon kingdom in this world does not have customs such as the seventh day after death. On that day, Xiao Zhantian's funeral was held secretly at the Xiao family cemetery. Black banners hung down, and half of the military and political officials of the dragon kingdom came dressed in plain clothes, but no one dared to make a sound. Xiao Rongyu cried her heart out, broken sobs escaping her throat, each gasp as if she were tearing her internal organs apart. Gong Yunza saw her weeping, her face streaked with tears, her lips pale with grief. For a moment, I didn't know how to comfort her, so I just sat quietly beside her, keeping her company in silence. Xiao Rongyu, her eyes still blurry from crying, saw Gong Yunza sitting beside her and couldn't help but complain. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for Grandpa tempering your meridians." She choked back sobs, tears welling up in her eyes again. "He clearly said he'd wait until I awakened my powers." Before she finished speaking, her slender fists rained down on Gong Yunza's chest, each strike carrying the burning pain of losing a loved one. Gong Yunza remained unmoved, letting her pound on him. As the girl's fists gradually lost their strength, he gently pulled her into his arms, his voice low and steady. "Life's journey is long, and we'll meet again someday. Cry if you want to. If you're still not satisfied, keep hitting until you've calmed down." Xiao Rongyu nestled in his arms, like a drifting boat entering a safe harbor. She stopped her willful tantrums and simply nestled quietly in Gong Yunza's arms, her tears soaking through his linen robe, burning his heart. Warm memories of her time with Xiao Zhantian flashed through Xiao Rongyu's mind like a revolving lantern. Xiao Rongyu slowly opened her eyes, her tear-streaked eyelashes trembling slightly, and thought to herself. If I hadn't listened to Grandpa today and hadn't married him, would Grandpa still be alive? At least he could have stayed with me a little longer. After calming down, Xiao Rongyu broke free from Gong Yunza's embrace, her expression both sorrowful and indifferent. "Gong Yunza, I want a divorce." Chapter 3: Xiao Rongyu's decision. An important matter for mother? Please add to your bookshelf. Upon hearing that Xiao Rongyu wanted a divorce, Gong Yunza felt as if his blood had instantly frozen. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he was about to speak to persuade her to stay when he saw Xiao Rongyu, her face as cold as ice, tear off the hempen robe he was wearing and pointed towards the direction of the Xiao family's courtyard gate. "Go away, I don't want to see you again." Gong Yunza knew in his heart that Xiao Zhantian's sudden death was inextricably linked to the fact that he had refined his meridians with fire. If time could turn back, he would definitely do everything in his power to refuse the old general's help. But there's no going back in this world, and everyone has to pay the price for their choices. He gazed intently at Xiao Rongyu, his eyes brimming with unyielding sorrow and remorse. He took a deep breath, wanting to say something to persuade him to stay, but all the words stuck in his throat, and in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. Gong Yunza bowed solemnly in the direction of Xiao Zhantian's burial. This bow was filled with the utmost respect for General Xiao, and also concealed an unspeakable sense of guilt. Xiao Zhantian spent his life on the battlefield, dedicating himself to protecting the Dragon Kingdom in order to resist the invasion of foreign races. He not only wrote the legend of the Dragon Kingdom's undefeated record of thousands of victories, but also made foreign races tremble with fear and dare not invade the Dragon Kingdom even an inch. These are Gong Yunza's profound respect for Xiao Zhantian. Gong Yunze felt guilty for not being able to fulfill Xiao Zhantian's dying wish to take good care of Xiao Rongyu. Straightening up, Gong Yunze carefully took the black jade ring from his jacket pocket and handed it back to Xiao Rongyu, saying, "I haven't touched anything inside. I'll leave it for you as a memento." As Xiao Rongyu looked at the black jade ring, tears welled up in her eyes once again. Xiao Rongyu carefully took the ring from Gong Yunze and whispered, "Thanks." Gong Yunze did not take this opportunity to try to keep Xiao Rongyu. He knew that Xiao Zhantian was Xiao Rongyu's most respected relative, and doing so would be tantamount to threatening her, which would only make her hate him more. For now, the only option is to leave quietly. At least we haven't really reached the point of divorce yet. Perhaps once Xiao Rongyu calms down, everything can return to normal. Gong Yunze originally wanted to say goodbye to Xiaoli before leaving, but seeing that he was in charge of the funeral, he did not go up to disturb him. Xiaoli had already heard the commotion between the young couple. He originally thought it was just Xiao Rongyu saying something in anger because she was too heartbroken, and that it would pass once it was said. But unexpectedly, Gong Yunze handed over the black jade ring, truly intending to leave the Xiao family. At this moment, the funeral was taking place at an auspicious time, the most important moment. He couldn't get away to stop Gong Yunze, leaving Xiaoli as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, only able to lament in the center. "My little Rongyu. Don't you dare drive my good son-in-law away. Your grandfather gave his last breath for this grandson-in-law." Xiaoli genuinely hoped that Xiao Rongyu could go and persuade Gong Yunze to stay, but Xiao Rongyu just stood there clutching the ring, watching helplessly as Gong Yunze's figure disappeared around the corner of the courtyard gate. Seeing Gong Yunze gradually disappear from his sight, Xiaoli almost coughed up blood in anger. Sigh. What is destined to be yours will be yours, and what is not, you can't force. Let's take it one step at a time. I'll talk to Rongyu alone later. After leaving the Xiao family, Gong Yunze walked home somewhat forlornly, thinking to himself. Sigh. I never thought I would marry Xiao Rongyu, nor did I expect her grandfather to be a military god. And I never expected that the military god would be like a dream because of me. With the passing of the god of war, if those alien races suppressed outside the borders of the Dragon Kingdom were to learn of this news, they would likely become restless again. Back home, Gong Yunze turned on the tap and kept splashing cold water on his face, trying to calm his restless mind. Stimulated by the cold water, Gong Yunze's thoughts gradually returned to reason. System. Please check Xiao Rongyu's level of affection for me. Okay. Checking Xiao Rongyu's favorability rating for the host. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Affection level, 0 dislikes the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, not yet awakened. Upon seeing Xiao Rongyu's improved favorability, Gong Yunze's mood suddenly plummeted. I almost forgot, she's already asking for a divorce, our relationship is practically over now. Thinking of this, Gong Yunze asked. System, what will happen if Xiao Rongyu really divorces me? Xiao Rongyu's physical attributes are SSS level, and she has a high chance of awakening an SSS level superpower. If you divorce her, you will lose the opportunity to merge with Xiao Rongyu's superpower. Of course, the system will send a consolation gift pack, containing some small gifts to comfort you, some of which can even heat up automatically. Just as Gong Yunze was wondering what to do next, there was a knock on his door from the outside. Knock knock. Yunze, is it convenient for you to come in? Lu Ruoying asked softly. Gong Yunze got up and opened the door, where he saw Lu Ruoying looking at him with a smile. Mom, you don't need to knock before coming into my room, that's too kind of you. That one tea do. This is basic courtesy and respect. You're just like your dad, you don't care about anything and you always make things easier for others at your own expense. That is not good, it breaks my heart to see you like that. Okay, Mom. Did you need something? Lu Ruoying pretended to be angry and said. What? Can't Mom come see you if there's nothing wrong? No, you rarely come to my room. It's just that it seems a bit unusual today. Lu Ruoying spoke gently, then changed the subject. Son, why didn't you bring your wife home to meet us today? I cooked for 3 people, but you were the only one who came home. Tell me what happened. Gong Yunze was speechless upon hearing this, unsure of where to begin. Seeing that Gong Yunze didn't want to talk about it, Lu Ruoying didn't press him, and instead guessed to herself. Don't you like that girl? Gong Yunze shook his head. Is it that girl didn't like you? Lu Ruoying looked somewhat surprised as she said this. Gong Yunze shook his head again. Or is it that her family is not satisfied with you? Or dissatisfied with our family's circumstances? Gong Yunza shook his head again. Seeing Gong Yunza shaking his head like a rattle drum, Lu Ruoying sighed and said, "Sigh. Yunza, if you don't say anything, how can Mom help you?" "Mom, this matter involves many things and cannot be explained in just a few words." "I cannot tell you for the time being." Lu Ruoying was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "In that case, Mom won't ask any more questions. Actually, there's something very important I want to tell you." Chapter 4, Father's Birthday Gift, Mother Dragging Me to the Xiao Family? Please add to bookshelf. As she spoke, Lu Ruoying took out a delicate little sandalwood box from her bosom, her fingertips lightly twisting the clasp. There was a click sound. A pill the size of a soybean, translucent like a pigeon's blood gem, came into view. Gong Yunza stared at the pill, vaguely feeling that he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall the name for a moment. Lu Ruoying gently placed the wooden box on the table, her smile radiating a soft glow. "Yunza, this is a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill. Taking it will improve your physique and benefit your awakening tomorrow." "This is a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill." Gong Yunza's pupils shrank sharply. Even low-grade and mid-grade qi and blood pills are in short supply, and high-grade ones are extremely expensive. How could our family possibly afford top-grade qi and blood pills? Mom, is our family rich? Am I actually a second-generation rich kid? Lu Ruoying shook her head, her fingertips tracing the edge of the wooden box, as if she had made a great decision. "Yunza, haven't you always wanted to know about your father? Today is your coming-of-age day, and it's time for you to know the truth." Gong Yunza's impression of his father has always been that of a 7-year-old when he was just starting elementary school. In Gong Yunza's memory, his father was a soldier with a hearty laugh and a mature and stylish demeanor. He always remembered that his father bought him 12 birthday gifts before he left, saying that he would open them in order every year on his birthday. At that time, Gong Yunza was as happy as an embryo, only knowing that his father had bought him many gifts. As time went by, Gong Yunza, who hadn't seen his father for many years, inevitably felt confused. "Whenever I asked my mother about my father, she would always avoid the topic and make all sorts of excuses." He only vaguely remembered the last time his father said goodbye to him and his mother, the father's reluctant look and his mother's tearful embrace. Lu Ruoying's slightly proud words pulled Gong Yunza back to reality from his reverie. "This top-grade qi and blood tempering pill is the 12th birthday gift your father gave you. It was also a special award from the military region for his great contributions on the front lines back then. Isn't that amazing?" Gong Yunza nodded vigorously, his voice filled with shock. "I never imagined my father was so powerful. What kind of military merit would it take to obtain such a top-grade qi and blood pill? The textbooks say that this pill is priceless and has no market. At the last auction in Kyoto, it was bought by a wealthy businessman from Kyoto for 1 billion RMB. Lu Ruoying took a deep breath, as if trying to dispel the gloom that had accumulated over the years, and said, "Yunza, your father, Gong Huijin, was the former commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command. In fact, when you were 7 years old, he had already sacrificed himself on the battlefield against the alien race." Gong Yunza was struck dumb upon hearing this. He had heard his mother say that his father was on a very important mission outside and therefore could not come home. He had believed this for many years because he received letters from his father every month from the front lines. These letters not only contained letters written to him, but also a thick wad of cash inside the envelopes. Even after being told by his mother that his father had died, Gong Yunza still asked incredulously, "Then what about the letters and money I received from my father before?" Lu Ruoying responded with a wry smile, "The letter was written when I asked the military region commander to distribute the monthly death benefits to family members." Seeing that Gong Yunza's eyes were glazed over, Lu Ruoying stepped forward and embraced him, stroking his head to comfort him. "Yunza, I know you're the kind of person who gets to the bottom of things. Perhaps I should wait until your awakening ceremony is over before telling you, but I can't deceive you about the true origin of this pill. Because it is your father's honor, I don't want it to be tainted in the slightest, not even by a white lie." Gong Yunza slapped his face with both hands, trying to calm himself down. His face grew redder with each slap, but the emotion called sorrow was like a flood breaking through a dam, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. His father's blurry smiling face flickered before his eyes, and Gong Yunza's nose twitched involuntarily. His fists clenched tightly, and hatred for the alien race filled his entire chest. "Which alien race killed my father? I will avenge him." "Yunza, calm down. Lu Ruoying hugged him tightly. You're all I have left. I only ask that you be safe. Mom, I received an immense favor today. Before he passed away, he entrusted me with two things. I messed up the first one, but the second is to do my best to help resist the alien race. I must do it. And I must do it well. Lu Ruoying was filled with doubt and anxiety, and asked worriedly. Son, what favor did you receive from them? You weren't scammed, were you? My meridians have been reforged. Gong Yunzi said solemnly. Before, I had a C-grade physique, now it's at least S-grade. What? Lu Ruoying was shocked. She immediately grabbed Gong Yunzi's right hand and used a gentle force to probe it. After a careful examination, her pupils trembled violently, her eyes filled with turbulent emotions. This is actually the fire refining body tempering technique. This is a technique possessed only by top-tier fire-type ability users. In the Dragon Kingdom, I can only think of one person who possesses such a heaven-defying technique. Xiao Zhantian. Gong Yunzi looked at his mother in shock, never expecting that she could immediately guess that it was Xiao Zhantian who forged his meridians. Having guessed who was behind it all, Lu Ruoying immediately began to deduce the situation in her mind. To verify her hypothesis, Lu Ruoying's first question terrified Gong Yunzi. If I'm not mistaken, your marriage partner should be Xiao Junshin's granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi stared at his mother in disbelief, and exclaimed in shock. Mom, you didn't follow me today, did you? Your mother isn't that bored. Lu Ruoying's eyes sharpened. Tell me. Did something happen after the god of war trained your body? Is it because of the passing of the late master of war that you had a falling out with the Xiao family, and that's why you didn't bring your wife home today? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi felt a cold sweat break out on his back, even though the indoor temperature was a cool 27 degrees Celsius. He simply couldn't believe that his mother had guessed almost everything that had happened today based on the clues he had inadvertently revealed. Yes, Gong Yunzi lowered his head and replied softly. Lu Ruoying seemed to be thinking about something, and quickly took Gong Yunzi's hand and said, Let's go. Come with me to the Xiao family. Gong Yunzi was somewhat resistant to the idea and asked, why would we go to their house? They didn't invite us. Wouldn't it be very impolite to come uninvited? In this Dragon Kingdom, there's no place your mother can't go. Come on. Mom will take you to find your wife and make up with her. Gong Yunzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Mom, how did you know? Stop asking, come with Mom. The Xiao family has treated you well, and I've taken a liking to them as in-laws. Chapter 5 Misunderstanding cleared up. The promise with Xiao Rongyu. Please add to your bookshelf. Meanwhile, inside the Xiao family manor. Xiao Rongyu covered her ears and said impatiently. I've already made up my mind about this, so please don't try to persuade me anymore. Xiao Li's voice was earnest as he said. Rongyu, listen to your father's advice. The fact that he returned the ring to us shows that he is of good character. You should cherish it. But he killed my grandfather. Xiao Rongyu suddenly looked up, her bloodshot eyes churning with pain. She then turned and locked herself in the room. Xiao Li chased after Xiao Rongyu to her door and explained through the door. Your grandfather wasn't killed by him. The commotion inside the door abruptly ceased, and Xiao Rongyu's voice, tinged with surprise and doubt, rang out. You're willing to tolerate the person who killed my grandfather just so I can get married and have children as soon as possible to continue the Xiao family line? Xiao Li's expression darkened upon hearing this, but he suppressed his emotions. Your grandfather was actually cursed with death by the Shadow Demon clan 11 years ago. The reason he's in such a hurry for you to register your marriage today is because his time is almost up. He wants to personally see his grandson-in-law's character and qualifications. With a click, Xiao Rongyu's door was pushed open from the inside. Her eyes were already swollen from crying, and she said in disbelief. Really? Is that really true? You're not lying to me, or I'll hate you too. I swear on the honor of the Xiao family that everything I have said is true. Xiao Li's eyes were sharp and solemn. Xiao Rongyu knew that her father valued the reputation of the Xiao family most, and seeing that Xiao Li had sworn an oath on the reputation of the Xiao family, she had no choice but to believe what her father said. She suddenly remembered Gong Yunzi's words from this morning, I will be good to you for the rest of my life, and her own response, please take care of me for the rest of my life. A strong sense of guilt surged into her heart. It wasn't that she was unreasonable, it was just that her grandfather's sudden passing had left her momentarily disoriented. Now, the truth, like sunlight breaking through the ice, has allowed her to see clearly the obsession she had been driven by emotions. She has now thought it through and knows what she should do in the future. Father, I know I wronged him. She wiped away her tears, her eyes gradually hardening. But I still decided to get a divorce. I must become strong enough to avenge my grandfather with my own hands. Only then will I consider my personal matters. Looking at his daughter's resolute expression, Xiaoli sighed deeply. Fine, since you've made your decision, I'll talk to the child's family. Thank you, Dad. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu was filled with inner turmoil and pain. She wasn't sure if she would regret her decision. Just then, Lu Ruoying, along with Gong Yunze, rang the visitor video doorbell at the Xiao family's gate. Ding dong ding dong. The Xiao family's butler connected the video call, intending to directly persuade Lu Ruoying and Gong Yunze to leave. The woman at the head of the group had an elegant demeanor, and the young man beside her looked somewhat familiar. It's already dark. May I ask what brings you two to the Xiao family? I am Gong Yunze's mother, and I have come to visit my in-laws. Lu Ruoying's tone was gentle yet carried an air of authority. Upon hearing this, the butler suddenly remembered that Gong Yunze was indeed his young lady's husband. Thinking of this, the steward quickly and respectfully replied. Please wait a moment, I will inform the head of the family immediately. Half a minute later, the housekeeper transferred the video call to Xiaoli. Upon seeing Gong Yunze behind Lu Ruoying, Xiaoli instantly understood what was going on. You must be Yunze's mother? Xiaoli asked. Lu Ruoying nodded and replied, yes, won't you invite us in for a seat? Xiaoli was taken aback upon hearing this, then said loudly, I'll have the butler come to pick you up. The butler politely led Lu Ruoying and Gong Yunze into Xiaoli's reception room. Xiaoli was somewhat surprised when he saw Lu Ruoying, as if he had seen her somewhere before. I am Xiaoli, Xiao Rongyu's father. I have not yet asked for my mother-in-law's name. Lu Ruoying. Upon hearing Gong Yunze's mother's surname, Xiaoli's suspicions reached a new level, but he couldn't ask directly, so he said. Yunze is a good boy, but my Rongyu has some misunderstandings about him. What I mean is that I don't want to hold Yunze back. Lu Ruoying understood the underlying meaning of persuasion in his words and slowly said. I've heard about this matter, as everyone knows. It's not Yunze's fault, so I want to have a good talk with my daughter-in-law. Xiaoli suddenly raised his voice towards the wall and said, Come out. Stop eavesdropping behind the wall. Embarrassed that her little scheme had been exposed, Xiao Rongyu emerged from behind the wall. Dad, how did you find out about my... If I can't even find you here, then I might as well resign myself as the head of the Xiao family. Since both sides are here, speak up about your thoughts and we can discuss it together. When Xiao Rongyu's eyes met Gong Yunze's, her heart skipped a beat. She had never imagined that Gong Yunze would turn back. But Gong Yunze spoke first, his voice free and easy. To end a marriage so hastily right after it started is a bit too frivolous. If word gets out, it will definitely damage both of our reputations. I do not agree to a divorce. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's breath hitched. After a moment of calm and thought, she said. I'm sorry, Yunze, I know that Grandpa's death is not your fault, but I don't plan to think about personal matters until I avenge Grandpa. Gong Yunze stepped forward. Who is my enemy? My grandfather was kind to me. His enemy is my enemy. The enemy is too powerful. Xiao Rongyu shook her head, her eyes dimming. You have a C-level physique. Even if Grandpa tempers your body, you will never awaken an SSS-level ability. What if I told you I could awaken an SSS-level superpower? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu suddenly looked up. She saw an undeniable determination in his eyes, and her tone softened. All right. In that case, as long as you can awaken your SSS-level ability at tomorrow's awakening ceremony, I will still be your wife. As long as you can help me get revenge, I will do whatever you say. Gong Yunze hesitated upon hearing this, knowing that he could continuously grow stronger through the system. But expecting him to awaken an SSS-level superpower by tomorrow was like trying to climb to the sky with bare hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoying suddenly stood up, her tone resolute. Okay. It's a deal. It's getting late, so we won't disturb your rest any longer. As he reached the door, Gong Yunze suddenly turned back, his gaze intense as he asked. As long as it can help you get revenge, is anyone willing to become your husband? Xiao Rongyu shook her head and firmly denied it. No, if that person isn't you, I'd rather grow old alone. So, in other words, as long as I can help you get revenge, that's fine, right? Xiao Rongyu didn't understand what Gong Yunze meant by those words, but she still nodded gently. Gong Yunze nodded solemnly, his voice filled with strength as he said, "Tomorrow, I will awaken my SSS-level superpower, and I will make you, and everyone else, tremble with awe at my talent." Chapter 6, The Long-Hidden Phone Call, Lu Ruoying's Compromise? Please add to your bookshelf. Hearing Gong Yunze's promise, Xiao Rongyu's heart stirred with emotion, and she pondered. Yunze, it's enough that you have the heart, but avenging Grandpa is too dangerous. Unless you have enough ability, I will never let you take the risk. On the way back, a system notification suddenly sounded in Gong Yunze's mind. Congratulations, host, you have increased Xiao Rongyu's favorability. Keep up the good work. Check Xiao Rongyu's favorability. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Affection level, 40. The host is beginning to trust the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, not yet awakened. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu's affection for him had skyrocketed, Gong Yunze felt a little secretly pleased. If I perform well tomorrow, my favorability rating will definitely increase even more. As soon as she entered the house, Lu Ruoying took out the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill from the sandalwood box. After taking this pill, breaking through to the SS level in your physique will be no problem, and there's even a small chance that your physique will be directly upgraded to the SSS level. Without hesitation, Gong Yunze took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill entered his stomach, but the extremely painful refining scene he had imagined did not occur. The pill first spread slowly throughout Gong Yunze's body, and then its power seemed to adjust automatically, adjusting the speed of release according to Gong Yunze's tolerance. 6 hours later, Gong Yunze absorbed all the medicinal power of the supreme blood tempering pill. Gong Yunze let out a long sigh of relief, probably because Xiao Zhantian had helped him temper his meridians. His body was almost free of impurities, which allowed the medicine to work to its fullest potential. Due to some deficiencies in his innate physique, although he ultimately stopped at the SS level, he was only one step away from the SSS level. Seeing this, Lu Ruoying, who was standing guard to the side, frowned slightly and thought to herself. Still can't do it. Fine. At worst, I'll go back to that home and ask Zaire for one. Gong Yunze felt a qualitative leap in his physique and immediately asked the system. System, what level of physique do I have now? Host panel. Name, Gong Yunze. Age, 18. Physical fitness, SS plus level, just one step away from SSS level. Superpower, not yet awakened. Gong Yunze was extremely satisfied with his SS plus physique, but he was unsure whether he could awaken an SSS level ability. Given his current SS plus physique, if he were to awaken an SSS level superpower, he might not be able to withstand the frenzied energy of the superpower entering his body, leading to a failed awakening. If that's the case, then I'll become a useless person, and everything will be over. Thinking of this, Gong Yunze's heart clenched. He encouraged himself. Gong Yunze, you can definitely do it. Now get some rest. Get yourself into top condition for the awakening ceremony. As he spoke, Gong Yunze drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Lu Ruoying tucked him in. Seeing Gong Yunze fast asleep, Lu Ruoying closed the door to Gong Yunze's room, took out her phone, her fingertips trembling slightly, and dialed a number hidden deep in her contacts that she hadn't been able to reach for over a decade. The call was answered immediately after it was dialed, but the other end remained silent. Hey, father, how have you been? After running away from home for so many years, you finally decided to call home? Father, your grandson is going to awaken his superpowers tomorrow. I would like to ask you for a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill to help him. Upon hearing on the phone that Lu Ruoying wasn't missing her family but was instead asking for something, the man flew into a rage. Humph. Don't call me father. My Lu family has no daughter like you. You and your bastard child, get as far away from me as possible. Even though Lu Ruoying is very strong, her heart skipped a beat when she heard her father say such hurtful words. Father, I don't ask for your forgiveness, but, for the sake of our blood ties, please help me this one time. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, someone sighed and said, Sigh. Ying, come home. Your mother misses you very much. Hearing the gentle voice on the other end of the phone, Lu Ruoying's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, Okay, I miss you all very much too. Send me your address, and I'll have someone deliver the things to you tomorrow. Remember to go home and visit your mother when you have time. Father, can you send it now? I'm afraid it won't make it in time if we do it tomorrow. Alright, then I'll deliver it now. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you point to any place on the map of China, my people will be there within half an hour. Thank you, Dad. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruoying sent the address of the courier station downstairs to the other party and waited in front of the courier station for the person from the Lu family who was delivering the pills. About 20 minutes later, 10 men in suits, looking menacing, walked towards Lu Ruoying. Lu Ruoying could sense the aura emanating from these people. Even the weakest among them were at least S-level superhumans. Young miss, the old patriarch has asked us to invite you back. Where is what I asked for? The man in the suit who was in the lead held up his suitcase and said, the stuff is inside. Lu Ruoying reached out to take the suitcase, but the leading man in the suit pulled the suitcase back, avoiding Lu Ruoying's hand. Seeing that the man in the suit seemed to be toying with her, Lu Ruoying narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "What does this mean? You dare to mock me?" "I wouldn't dare, but I was just following the old patriarch's orders." Lu Ruoying frowned slightly and asked, "Does my father have any further instructions?" "He told us to take you back, Mississippi." Lu Ruoying's face immediately turned ugly. She turned around and tried to run away, but was surrounded by 10 men in suits. The leading man took out his phone and opened a picture of Gong Yunza sleeping soundly in his room, saying coldly, "Miss, our hometown wants us to take you back unharmed. We hope you will come with us willingly, otherwise we will take your precious son with us." When Lu Ruoying heard that they were going to attack Gong Yunza, her eyes instantly turned icy cold. "If you dare to harm my son, I will immediately sever my own meridians." The man in the suit at the head of the group shook his head and said, "Young miss, don't worry. The old patriarch only instructed us to bring you back to the capital. So as long as you obediently come with us, your child will be safe, and we will leave him the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoying finally felt relieved and said, "I need to go home to explain something, is that alright?" "Can't. Then I can write a letter, right? If he suddenly can't find me, I'm afraid he won't be able to concentrate on awakening his superpower." Soon, the man in the suit bought paper and pen from a nearby convenience store and handed them to Lu Ruoying. After finishing the letter, Lu Ruoying, under the watchful eye of the man in the suit, placed the letter and the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill on Gong Yunza's desk. Before leaving, Lu Ruoying took one last deep look at Gong Yunza's sleeping face, trying to etch his image into her mind. She knew that this separation might last a long time, or she might never see her son again. After Lu Ruoying was taken away by a group of men in suits, a small, snow-white fox, drawn by the fragrance of the pills, quietly climbed in through Gong Yunza's window. Chapter 7: Stealing Food? Taking in a pet? Please add to your bookshelf. After Lu Ruoying was led away by a group of men in suits, the night was as dark as ink. A small, pure white fox, following the scent of cinnabar, nimbly slipped in through the slightly ajar window of Gong Yunza. Its pink nose twitched incessantly, and its fluffy tail curled up behind it like a question mark. Following the intoxicating scent of medicine, she leaped onto the desk with the lightness of a snowflake, her obsidian-like pupils locking onto the gilded pill box on the desk. The aroma is so strong even through the box. It would be so wonderful to open it and eat it. Without hesitation, the little white fox braced its two front paws against the lower half of the pillbox and used its teeth to pry open the clasp. The moment the box was opened, the little white fox was almost stunned by the refreshing fragrance. Wow! It smells so good. It swallowed hard, its whiskers trembling slightly with excitement. Just as it was about to open its mouth, the fur on the back of its neck suddenly bristled. Just then, the little white fox suddenly sensed a strange movement behind it, and it was so startled that it quickly looked toward the source of the sound. In the corner, a man was fast asleep on the bed. The moonlight shone evenly on his handsome face, captivating the little white fox. It took the little white fox a while to come to its senses. Lust can cloud judgment. It shook its head, its gaze refocusing on the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill that was emitting a rich fragrance. Licking the saliva that was about to overflow from the corner of its mouth, the little white fox no longer hesitated and swallowed Gong Yunza's top-grade qi and blood tempering pill in one gulp. After swallowing the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill, a violent medicinal force surged through the little white fox's limbs and bones. In just a moment, the little white fox felt as if a balloon was about to burst through its meridians, and the intense pain made it roll uncontrollably on the desk. Rolling and rolling, it crashed to the ground with a plop. Its last sight was the swirling starlight on the ceiling. Before its consciousness sank into darkness, only one thought remained. If only I had inspected the goods first. Meanwhile, in the Liu family study, a middle-aged man held a cigar between his fingers, admiring the stunning river view of Yangzhou through the floor-to-ceiling window. How did it go? Did you get what I specifically asked you to do? Lu Rui's voice was hoarse with a sickly tone, and the scarlet flame of his cigar flickered in the twilight. The man in the suit said respectfully, "Don't worry, patriarch. I've already had someone put a deadly poison in that pill. As long as that bastard takes it, he'll surely explode and die." Upon hearing this, Lu Rui's lips curled slightly, but he couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. The man in the suit quickly stepped forward to help him up, looking worried. "Master, are you all right?" Cough. "Even if it costs me half my life." Lu Rui wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with a stubborn light. "I will never let that bastard lay a finger on the Lu family's business." The thought of his father taking Lu Ruoying and Gong Yunze back to the Lu family made Lu Rui begin to frantically mutter to himself. Why does that old bastard father insist on bringing them back? What does he mean by this? Is my son, Lu Rui's son, not even worth as much as the offspring of a lowly commoner? He grabbed the medicine bowl on the table and drank it all in one gulp. The bitter liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, leaving dark stains on his clothes. Once that bastard is dead, who can stand in Xiaofeng's way? My dear sister, if you hadn't run away from your arranged marriage and insisted on marrying a lowly commoner, you wouldn't be in this mess with your family destroyed. At this point, he suddenly chuckled softly, a laugh tinged with a morbid pleasure. The river breeze outside the window carried moisture, scattering that sinister smile into the night. Early morning, inside Gong Yunze's room. Gong Yunze woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and stretched his waist. Looking out the window, I could see the small print on the billboard a kilometer away clearly, and even my hearing seemed to have improved several times over. Gong Yunze couldn't help but sigh. With the breakthrough to SS+level in physique, the five senses have improved significantly. No wonder everyone cares so much about improving their physique. Gong Yunze prepared to get out of bed to wash up, and habitually reached for his slippers on the floor. Unwittingly, Gong Yunze's foot touched something soft and furry. Gong Yunze looked curiously at his feet. Suddenly, I saw a small white fox with snow-white fur lying motionless on one of my slippers. He quickly picked up the little white fox and checked on it. Feeling the little white fox's body temperature and the rise and fall of its abdomen, Gong Yunze finally felt relieved. Phew, it was just sleeping. I thought it had died because it wasn't moving at all. You're the one who's ridiculous. A sweet female voice suddenly rang out, startling Gong Yunze so much that he instinctively took 2 steps back. He quickly looked around but didn't see anyone, which made Gong Yunze frown. Stop looking around, I'm right here in your arms, the little white fox said coquettishly. Gong Yunze stared at the little white fox in disbelief, and asked uncertainly. Was that you speaking? If it's not me, then who is it? The little white fox retorted. Gong Yunze exclaimed in surprise, what? The fox spoke? Human. I'm very weak right now, so I'll reluctantly take you as my pet. Quickly, help me find some antidote. Having figured out what was going on, Gong Yunze said with a look of disgust. You're a demon, aren't you? The little white fox raised her proud little head and said. That's right, I am from the noble fox demon clan. How about it? Human, feel honored to be my pet. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze immediately threw the little white fox to the ground and coldly said. I have nothing to say to the demon race. Good luck to you. Also, this is my home. Please leave immediately. Seeing that this human was so rude to her, the little white fox said angrily. I saved your life, and this is how you talk to your savior? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze chuckled and said. I was sleeping soundly in bed, what kind of disaster could there be? I didn't see the ceiling collapse. The little white fox weakly stretched out its paw and pointed to the desk, saying. Look at the letter on the table, and you'll understand. Gong Yunze quickly followed the fox's paw to the desk and saw a letter on it. Seeing that it was indeed his mother's handwriting, he immediately picked it up and began to read it carefully. After reading the letter, Gong Yunze was very confused. Why did you go back to your parents' house? You said you wouldn't be back for a long time and told me to take good care of myself. You also told me to apply to the Fog City Superpower University. Wait. The letter said there was a top-grade qi and blood-tempering pill on the table, where did it go? Gong Yunze looked at the little white fox with a suspicious expression, as if to say. Could it be that you stole my pills? The little white fox felt ashamed when it saw Gong Yunza looking at it, then said angrily. Human! This princess was seriously injured because I ate that poison pill on your table. If it weren't for this princess taking the fall for you, you would be kicking the bucket today. Let me make this clear, you need both the 9-leaf ginseng and the 3-tailed snow lotus. I won't serve you if either is missing. Gong Yunza looked at the little white fox speechlessly and said. You little thief fox, how can you be so self-righteous about stealing other people's things? Besides, how do I know if you actually ate the poison in my pills? What 9-leaf ginseng and 3-tailed snow lotus? I still need you to compensate me with a top-grade qi and blood tempering pill. Chapter 8 The Promise with the Little White Fox. The awakening ceremony is imminent. Please add to your bookshelf. The little white fox didn't know how to explain for a moment, and its fur stood on end in anxiety, its tail tip trembling as it said. I really didn't lie to you. Not only that, your mother didn't leave on her own, she was taken away by 10 people. What? My mother has been taken away? Gong Yunza was shocked and immediately picked up the phone to call Lu Ruoying. After making several unanswered calls, Gong Yunza became anxious and prepared to run outside to call the police. Seeing that Gong Yunza was about to go out to find his mother, the little fox, fearing that he would leave it in the house, immediately added. I heard those people call her miss, so your mother must have been taken back to her parents' home by them. Gong Yunza paused, frowning in confusion, and asked. What young lady? Although my mother has never talked to me about my family, I have a feeling you're trying to fool me? Human, your mother will definitely be alright. Please save me first, for the sake of this princess who tested the poison for you, or I'll be in big trouble. The little white fox suddenly curled up into a ball of snow, pressing its front paws against the bluish-black lines spreading across its chest, looking extremely pained. Seeing that its pained expression seemed genuine, Gong Yunza still shook his head. Humans and demons are irreconcilable enemies, I will not save you. Besides, I only have 2 digits in my bank account, how can I afford the antidote? Upon hearing this, the little white fox became extremely anxious. If it were an ordinary poison, it could neutralize it on its own. However, the poison in that pill was extremely insidious, requiring specific antidotes to neutralize it. Now that it is completely immobile, Gong Yunza is its last lifeline. It could sense that if it didn't take the antidote within half an hour, it would surely die. Thinking of this, the little white fox went all out and said, Human! I'll tell you my real name, and will you save my life? The little fox's voice trembled as if it were on vibrate mode. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza felt utterly bewildered. You think you're some kind of powerful figure? You think you can just freeload off someone just because you registered? The little white fox said shyly. Do you know that we fox demons, once we tell someone our real name, we have to be with that person who knows our name? Gong Yunza showed little interest upon hearing this. I'm human, and you're a demon. Even if we were together, we couldn't do anything. Am I supposed to just hug you and pet your fur all day? That sounds pretty good. The little white fox was somewhat speechless upon hearing this, but the situation was urgent, so it hurriedly asked. Man, have you agreed? If you have, this princess will reluctantly tell you my name. Gong Yunza pondered for a moment and said, Alright, but you have to promise me that I saved you, and you will never hurt humans again. Seeing the little white fox nod in agreement, Gong Yunza took out the 5-year awakening, 3-year simulation book from his school bag and put the little white fox inside. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, please stay in the bag for a while. Human, I haven't told you my name yet, the little white fox reminded him. Gong Yunza waved his hand casually and said. I would never take advantage of a fox's misfortune like that. Since the name is so important to you, you should save it and tell the fox you truly like. The little white fox was somewhat dazed after hearing Gong Yunza's words, thinking to itself. This human, he's different from what my mother described. Why does he seem to be glowing to me? Actually, looking closer, he's really handsome. After packing his ID card, examination admission ticket, and his mother's bank card, Gong Yunza slung the backpack containing the little white fox over his shoulder and left the house. 15 minutes later, Gong Yunza ran to all the pharmacies and medicine shops near his home, but none of them were open because it was early morning. As for hospitals, those are definitely out of the question. If they discover Tu Shanming's demon identity, not only is Tu Shanming's life in danger, but Tu Shanming herself may also be accused of colluding with the demon race. Seeing Gong Yunza covered in sweat from running, the little fox was deeply moved and offered him words of comfort. You have already tried your best, I won't blame you. Just as Gong Yunza was frowning in worry, a luxury car stopped in front of him. As the rear seat window rolled down, a clear, cool female voice said, "Instead of resting and preparing for the awakening ceremony, what are you doing wandering around the alleys so early in the morning? My driver almost got confused by you." Gong Yunza looked into the car window and, upon seeing the person speaking, immediately beamed with joy. "Rongyu, do you have any herbs or pills that can help with detoxification?" When Xiao Rongyu heard Gong Yunza call her Rongyu, she was first embarrassed, then asked anxiously, "Yes, you've been poisoned?" Gong Yunza shook his head and said, "No, it's this little fox that's been poisoned." Gong Yunza then took the little white fox out of his bag and showed it to Xiao Rongyu. Seeing the little white fox's listless appearance, Xiao Rongyu knew its condition was serious. Seeing that it was Gong Yunza's request, Xiao Rongyu didn't hesitate and took out a pill from her storage ring, handing it to Gong Yunza, saying, "This is a detoxifying pill. It has a very strong detoxifying effect." After thanking him, Gong Yunza took the pill and fed it directly to the little white fox. The effects of the elixir spread rapidly within the little white fox's body, accelerating the dissolution of the toxins within it. 5 minutes later, the little white fox was pleasantly surprised to find that it was almost completely healed. It didn't speak, but excitedly rubbed its head against Gong Yunza's chest. Seeing that the little white fox had recovered, Gong Yunza put it on the ground and laughed heartily. "Little fox, you'd better go home quickly, or your family will worry about you." The little white fox didn't leave. Instead, it climbed up Gong Yunza's pants, onto his shoulder, and plopped down on its bottom. When they were climbing up the trouser legs, if Gong Yunza hadn't been quick enough to pull the trousers down, they would have almost ripped them off as well. The little white fox whispered in Gong Yunza's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You've successfully caught my attention. I've taken a liking to you. Congratulations, host, for significantly increasing Tu Shanmeng's favorability. Keep up the good work." Name, Tu Shanmeng Little Fangirl. Age, 18. Favorability rating, 80. Super fond of the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, growth type S rank. Superpower Fox Spirit Clone can be upgraded to SSS rank. Fox Spirit Clone, currently, you can summon 3 clones, each with 60% of your own strength, to fight alongside you. Tu Shanmeng's favorability has reached 80 points. After the host awakens their special ability, they can fuse with her ability. Upon hearing the system notification, Gong Yunza was both delighted and somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, "So this little fox is called Tu Shanmeng. She's been taken a liking to by a fox. What kind of nonsense is this? I might consider it if she could transform into human form." As Gong Yunza was pondering, Xiao Rongyu looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "Why do I hear that fox next to you talking?" Gong Yunza pretended not to hear and replied with a blank look, "No, I didn't hear anything." Xiao Rongyu frowned slightly, puzzled. "That's not right. I clearly heard a girl talking just now. It must be people talking in the nearby houses. After all, your hearing is so good that it's normal for you to hear things from a distance." Xiao Rongyu looked at the little white fox with suspicion, but nodded and said, "Indeed, having excellent hearing can sometimes be a problem." The two didn't dwell too much on Tu Shanmeng's words, and Xiao Rongyu invited Gong Yunza to get in the car and go to the awakening ceremony venue together. "Gong Yunza, if you really awaken an SSS-level superpower, are you really confident that you can withstand the energy of an SSS-level superpower?" Xiao Rongyu asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanmeng thought to herself, "So his name is Gong Yunza. What a nice name. I'm about 50% sure. It's a bit risky, but if we succeed, all the risks will be worth it," Gong Yunza said with a determined look in his eyes. Seeing Gong Yunza's resolute gaze, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but be moved. "Yunza, if you can't withstand the energy from the power infusion, remember to call your teacher to help stop the awakening, okay?" "Yes, I will do what I can." Hearing Gong Yunza's words, Xiao Rongyu finally felt somewhat relieved. She was afraid that Gong Yunza would risk his body exploding and dying in order to awaken his SSS-level superpower, which was not what she wanted to see. Watching Xiao Rongyu's concerned gaze towards Gong Yunza, Tu Shanmeng couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, thinking to herself, "Even if you give me the pills, I won't easily give up brother Yunza to you." Thinking this, Tu Shanmeng jumped off Gong Yunza's shoulder, lay down across the middle of their seats, and looked at Xiao Rongyu with a provocative gaze. Xiao Rongyu naturally didn't notice Tu Shanmeng's gaze. Although she was looking straight ahead, she would occasionally glance at Gong Yunza out of the corner of her eye, silently observing his every move. Soon, the luxury car stopped at the entrance of the awakening ceremony venue. Xiao Rongyu glanced at her phone. Let's go, the awakening ceremony will start in half an hour. Let's go see the awakening platform that has given birth to countless powerful individuals first, Xiao Rongyu suggested. Chapter 9 The Wrath of the Weak. Please add to your bookshelf. At this moment, Gong Yunza's thoughts were in turmoil. First there was the promise she made to Xiao Rongyu, then there was Tu Shanmeng, who inexplicably declared herself a princess, and then there was the matter of her mother suddenly returning to her parents' home. Gong Yunza had never faced such a difficult situation before. Almost all the troubles he hadn't encountered in his previous 18 years had suddenly erupted in the past 2 days. He rubbed his throbbing temples and muttered to himself. You have to eat one bite at a time, and do things one step at a time. Let's get through this awakening first. As Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu entered the venue for the supernatural awakening ceremony, Gong Yunza gazed at the solemn and sacred awakening platform from afar. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Today is a major turning point in my life. If I fail to awaken my SSS-level superpower, it will mean that my promise to Xiao Rongyu will fall through and she will leave me. Do you know? Xiao Rongyu suddenly stopped, her eyes shimmering with a subtle light. Know what? Gong Yunza looked back at her, his gaze meeting her clear, stream-like eyes. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Rongyu's words caught in her throat, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. And nothing. Seeing her strange expression, Gong Yunza didn't delve into it. Instead, he lowered his eyes and said softly. Actually, I also have something I want to say to you. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and 18 little scenarios instantly played out in her mind. What does he want to say to me? If he says he doesn't want a divorce or something, should I agree? But I still need to avenge my grandfather, but I don't really want to be separated from him either. I shouldn't have forced him to awaken his SSS-level superpower. While Xiao Rongyu was lost in thought, Gong Yunza also felt a surge of emotion, thinking. I'm a total straight man, I don't know any sweet talk at all. But I really like Xiao Rongyu. How could I easily give up my top-tier beauty wife with SSS-level talent? You blockhead. Quickly think of some sweet talk for me. After a moment of silence, Gong Yunza finally uttered a love confession that even he wasn't sure if it was a love confession. Today, I will prove to you that I have the ability to protect you. That I am worthy to be your husband. I want to be with you forever. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's brain momentarily froze for 2 seconds. Coming to her senses, Xiao Rongyu stammered nervously. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Before he finished speaking, Gong Yunza had already gently taken her left hand. The cool touch of her fingertips against the warmth of his palm startled Xiao Rongyu, who tried to pull her hand away, and scolded him playfully. Gong Yunza. What are you doing? How could you? Xiao Rongyu verbally resisted, but her hands remained perfectly still. Whether it was nervousness or something else, her fingers unconsciously clenched, even tightening slightly due to tension. So this is what holding hands feels like. It's so warm. My heart is beating so fast. As Xiao Rongyu thought to herself, a blush had already spread across her cheeks. Gong Yunza felt the delicate touch beneath his palm and secretly marveled. Her hands were so soft, her skin so supple and smooth, I just wanted to hold them and walk together forever. Tu Shanmeng, hiding in the backpack, witnessed this scene through the zipper gap, and jealousy instantly overwhelmed her reason. It thrashed about inside the bag, causing the fabric to tremble, but could only suppress its resentment as a silent protest. Gong Yunza thought it was just dozing off and turning over, completely unaware that Tu Shanmeng was experiencing a collapse of her emotional world. At this moment, the world where only Tu Shanmeng was injured was achieved. Congratulations, host, you have increased Xiao Rongyu's favorability. Keep up the good work. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Affection level, 60 likes the host and wants to be with the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, not yet awakened. The two walk side by side along the awakening platform, attracting the attention of many people. Wow! Look! Isn't that Xiao, the school beauty from the elite class? She's holding hands with a boy? I know that boy. His name is Gong Yunza, and he's the worst student in the regular class. He barely got a C grade in the physical fitness test a couple of days ago. What? This trash can hold hands with campus belle Xiao? With my B-grade physique, I could probably do that too? TCH. Give me a break. Even though he's a useless superpower, his face is still at least SSS rank. Your looks are an insult to Z rank. The crowd stood by, pointing and whispering among themselves about Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu blushed and said shyly, Yunza, a lot of people are watching. Don't you want to hold my hand? Gong Yunza asked in return. She silently buried her face even lower, but did not pull her hand away. Gong Yunza understood immediately and gently stroked the back of her hand with his fingertips. Xiao Rongyu felt a sense of security as she sensed the power emanating from Gong Yunza's hand. Gong Yunza raised his eyes and looked at the crowd of onlookers, his voice suddenly turning cold as he said, You can talk about me all you want. But if anyone dares to talk about my wife, Xiao Rongyu, I'll fight them to the death. Gong Yunza's words shocked everyone present. They were not shocked by Gong Yunza's outrageous words. In their eyes, Gong Yunza was as weak as an ant. The anger of the weak will only be met with disdain by the strong. To their astonishment, Xiao Rongyu was actually his wife. Many boys who secretly admired Xiao Rongyu were immediately overwhelmed upon hearing the news, and began to mock and insult Gong Yunza. What a waste of a beautiful flower on cow dung. Exactly. How dare a good-for-nothing like him try to get his hands on Xiao, the school beauty? Get a divorce right now. You, Gong Yunza, don't deserve Xiao Xiao, the school beauty. Gong Yunza, I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you have to divorce me immediately. Suddenly, the jeers rose sharply, becoming even more jarring than the previous whispers. As Gong Yunza listened to the sarcastic remarks around him, a cold smile began to rise in his heart. That's how people are. When you're weak, they'll trample you into the mud. When you're on equal footing, they'll be consumed by jealousy. Only by being 100 times stronger than them can you silence these noisy people and make them look up to you in awe. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Just wait, when I awaken, I'll know who the clowns are. Xiao Rongyu's eyebrows furrowed, her clear, cold voice piercing through the noise. If anyone dares to speak rudely to my husband again, I'll make sure they regret it. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent, and no one dared to utter another word. Only whispered complaints rose and fell in the minds of many. What merits does Gong Yunza possess? How could he possibly win the favor of school beauty Xiao? I knew he was being tough, all of a sudden turns out he's a gigolo. Pa! What kind of man hides behind women all the time? Chapter 10 Awakening. Death? Seeing Xiao Rongyu's cold and aloof face, no one dared to utter a single word. Time quickly passed to the eve of the awakening ceremony. Next, let us warmly welcome Wen Junquan, director of the Yangzhou Municipal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, Wu Guangming, principal of Yangzhou No. 1 High School, and professors of supernatural abilities from top universities. Please welcome Comrade Wen Junquan, director of the Yangzhou Municipal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, to speak to the students. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a refined demeanor, dressed in a dark blue suit, walked onto the stage. Dear colleagues, professors, and fellow aspiring awakeners present, good afternoon. I am Wen Junquan. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. The power awakening ritual can only be performed once in a lifetime. So its importance is self-evident. What I want to tell everyone is that the strength of awakened superpowers does not represent everything. I've seen many awakened A-level or even S-level or higher abilities, but they were arrogant and neglected their training, ultimately being defeated by B-level or even C-level awakened individuals in the Ability College entrance examination. Upon hearing this, hope shone in the eyes of the middle school students in the audience. When Junquan continued his speech. Therefore, please do not become complacent because you have awakened a high-level ability, nor be discouraged because you have awakened a low-level ability. Overcoming the superior with the inferior is the true romance that belongs to the awakened. Finally, I wish everyone can awaken the greatest superpowers. Wen Junquan's brief speech greatly inspired the students' awakening and confidence. Thunderous applause erupted. It was deafening. After brief remarks from the leaders, the host took the microphone and formally introduced. Today is a crucial turning point in the lives of all of you preparing for awakening. Your ability levels, from highest to lowest, are SSS to F. Awakening a superpower of B grade or higher greatly increases the chances of getting into a superpower university. If your superpower is below B grade, don't be discouraged. As long as you train diligently, you may still get into a superpower university. Superpowers come in all shapes and sizes. After awakening, the awakened person can develop the potential of their superpower on their own. Some seemingly insignificant superpowers may, with development, become top-tier superpowers. The level of a superpower is determined by the level of the superpower value of the awakened individual. The higher the superpower value, the higher the level. SSS level corresponds to 100 points or more, SS level to 90 points, S level to 80 points, and so on. Therefore, the minimum ability value threshold for entering the superpower university is 60 points. I hereby announce: the awakening ceremony for supernatural abilities has officially begun. Students from the regular classes, please begin your awakenings. Gong Yunza was struck dumb upon hearing this news. Oh no! If the regular classes awaken first, won't I be unable to fuse with Rongyu's superpower when I awaken? Thinking of this, Gong Yunza immediately went to the class teacher and made a request. Teacher, my stomach hurts, can I go to the toilet? The teacher looked at Gong Yunza with an impatient expression and said, "What a lazy bum. You're not allowed to go. The awakening ceremony is sacred and cannot be insulted. The toilets have been sealed off by the school. If you want to go, go home. But I can't guarantee that your awakening qualification won't be revoked." Seeing that he could not buy any more time, Gong Yunza had no choice but to sit back down in his seat. Sigh. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. On the awakening platform, a man with an ethereal air was the first to ascend the awakening platform, prompting the crowd to speculate about his identity. Hey! Isn't that Huang Xiang from class 1 of the regular class? He has an A-level physique. He's not much weaker than the students in the elite class, he's practically the ceiling of the regular class. That's right. An A-level physique would at least qualify someone for the elite class in other schools. It's because our school has a deep foundation, a long history, and gathers the top talents from all over the country. S-level and SS-level are commonplace. We even have 2 of the legendary SSS-level. Look! Huang Xiang is about to awaken. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately turned towards the awakening platform. Huang Xiang walked to the center of the awakening platform, closed his eyes, held his breath and concentrated. Then a huge array appeared beneath his feet. This formation is the unique awakening formation of the awakening platform, which can communicate with heaven and earth and bestow all kinds of superpowers upon the awakener. Normally, after the formation is activated, the awakened one must undergo a baptism of energy from the extraordinary forces of heaven and earth. The baptism process can cause intense pain. Therefore, the stronger one's physique, the longer one can endure the baptism, the more supernatural energy one gains, and the higher the level and intensity of the supernatural power bestowed upon one. After Huang Xiang activated the formation, a massive amount of energy from heaven and earth began to impact his body. He had trained his physique diligently for many years, all for this moment of awakening. It's all or nothing. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Everyone silently counted the number of seconds Huang Xiang would endure in their minds. Generally speaking, holding the position for 1 second corresponds to 1 point of special ability value. The longer you persist, the more pain you will have to endure. In the later stages of awakening, the pain almost doubles. 60 seconds have passed. He's qualified to enter the superpower university. Huang Xiang has an A-level physique. He needs to last at least 70 seconds to avoid wasting his talent. 66 seconds. 67 seconds. 68 seconds. At the 68th second, Huang Xiang was in so much pain that he almost fainted, but he stubbornly fought against the energy with his strong willpower. Huang Xiang mentally cheered himself on. Only 2 seconds left. You have to hold on. Suddenly, a muffled boom was heard. Huang Xiang could no longer withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he collapsed stiffly onto the stage. At the same time, the cleansing of the energy of heaven and earth also stopped instantly. But in the end, he still collapsed at 69 seconds. When the teacher went to check on his injuries, he was shocked to find that Huang Xiang had already died. The teacher examining the injuries couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. I didn't expect the first one to die. He could have saved his life if he had given up just a second ago. What a pity. For a moment, the area below the awakening platform was deathly silent. 2 medical staff members carried a stretcher and lifted Huang Xiang directly onto it. Without any rescue measures, they simply covered him with a white sheet and hurriedly left the stage. The bigwigs standing around were already used to this. Every person who went on stage to awaken was considered to have signed a life or death waiver. On the awakening platform, one bears the responsibility for life and death. This is an unwritten rule of the awakening ceremony. It is also the nightmare of countless awakened ones. Countless young prodigies perished on the awakening platform because of their arrogance and conceit. But many others rise from the ashes in dire straits, awakening extraordinary abilities and rising to the top, dominating the world. Chapter 11. A proud provoke. Forced into a divorce? Upon seeing Huang Xiang, not only did he fail to awaken his powers, but he also lost his life due to overexertion. Many people inevitably started to have second thoughts. Huang Xiang consistently achieves an A-level performance in every physical test. It's surprising that he couldn't break the 70-second barrier. It's truly regrettable. Huang Xiang was among the top students in his class during the physical fitness test, and even someone as strong as him couldn't withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Doesn't that mean those of us who are not as good as him are in danger? Huang Xiang's death caused quite a commotion at the scene. The students who next awakened were all more or less influenced by Huang Xiang. Although nothing serious happened, none of them performed to their usual standard. Many students with B-level physiques are prevented from progressing to C-level abilities due to excessive fear of death, thus missing out on attending a university specializing in superpowers. Seeing this, the teachers immediately sensed something was wrong and frowned, saying, "Oh no! Huang Xiang's death has caused panic among the students. We must send a few confident students out to quell the unrest." With this in mind, the teachers began to whisper among themselves and discuss it. The discussion results came out quickly. The host received a notification from the ceremony organizing committee and enthusiastically began speaking. "Next, please welcome Yang Tianjie, a student from the elite class with an SSS-level physique, to awaken his powers." The students in the audience exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. "I didn't expect Yang Tianjie to appear so early. I wonder if Xiao Rongyu will be next. They're said to be a perfect match." "Bro, did you just connect to the internet? Don't you know that Xiao Rongyu has already married a good-for-nothing?" "What? Who the hell is this?" "His name is Gong Yunze. I'll point him out to you when he goes on stage in a bit, so you can see how he embarrasses himself in front of his wife." "Ha ha, I didn't expect there to be any fun today. I've already prepared my sarcastic remarks, and I'm really looking forward to it. Wow! Look! It's Yang Tianjie. He's so handsome. Brother, take me." "Pfft, what's so handsome about him? He's not even as good looking as me. You in front. You disgust me. Just seeing your back makes me feel full. My brother works so hard, what makes you think you can compare to him?" "What? Yang Tianjie from the elite class is awakening ahead of schedule? Shouldn't he and Xiao Rongyu, both SSS-level students, be the grand finale of the awakening ceremony? How come they're awakening ahead of schedule?" The group chatted amongst themselves, discussing all sorts of strange and unusual things about Yang Tianjie, and the conversation drifted further and further off topic. The host cleared his throat twice and addressed the students in the audience. "Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Yang Tianjie, one of our school's twin stars, is about to undergo an awakening. Please do not make any noise so as not to disturb Yang's awakening." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. However, Yang Tianjie did not walk directly to the center of the awakening platform. Instead, he walked to the edge of the awakening platform closest to the crowd, looked down from above, and loudly proclaimed, "Gong Yunze! Watch closely. See how I, Yang Tianjie, awaken my SSS-level superpower. I'll show you, you piece of trash, the difference between you and me. You'll never be worthy of my Rongyu sister. Here's a piece of advice for you. Divorce my sister Rongyu immediately, and before that, you're not allowed to touch her again. Otherwise, you're going against me, Yang Tianjie." These words caused an uproar in the audience. My god! Who is Gong Yunze? He actually married Goddess Xiao? That kid's got some nerve. He actually dared to steal Yang Tianjie's girlfriend. He's dead meat this time. Who says otherwise? If you ask me, Gong Yunze only has one way out: divorce Xiao Rongyu. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died. Hearing the murmurs from the audience all in his favor, Yang Tianjie couldn't help but let a smug smile spread across his face. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Yang Tianjie raised his hands and gestured for everyone to be quiet. The The students below the stage fell silent upon seeing this, watching as Yang Tianjie turned and walked toward the center of the awakening platform. However, just as Yang Tianjie was about to stand in the center of the awakening platform to begin his awakening, a cold voice rang out. Yang Tianjie, remember this arrogant look of yours. Gong Yunzi stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife. You'll soon understand who's truly worthy of standing beside Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She looked at Gong Yunzi's tall and straight back, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and worry. The thrill came from the fact that Gong Yunzi had actually challenged the arrogant Yang Tianjie for her sake. The concern is that if Gong Yunzi forcibly awakens his SSS-level superpower, something unexpected might happen. As for Yang Tianjie, Xiao Rongyu had never been fond of him. Even though Yang Tianjie was a fellow SSS-level prodigy, Xiao Rongyu found his arrogant and womanizing nature disgusting. The Yang family had visited the Xiao family several times to propose a marriage alliance, but Xiao Zhantian resolutely refused each time. The reason for the refusal was simple. Xiao Zhantian believed that neither the Yang family nor Yang Tianjie were good enough for her granddaughter. Although Yang Tianjie is exceptionally talented, he has an ordinary destiny and is definitely not Xiao Rongyu's destined person. He once divined for Xiao Rongyu, and the divination showed that Xiao Rongyu was going to marry a man of extraordinary talent who could traverse the past and present. When the Yang family's marriage proposal failed, they resorted to underhanded tactics, bribing the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau in an attempt to arrange a marriage between Yang Tianjie and Xiao Rongyu. Fortunately, Xiao Zhantian discovered it in time and dismissed the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau, thus saving Xiao Rongyu from Yang Tianjie's clutches. Otherwise, if he were to succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Xiao Rongyu looked at Yang Tianjie with even more disgust. Seeing that Gong Yunzi had actually stood up for Xiao Rongyu, Tu Shanmeng couldn't help but feel envious of Xiao Rongyu. Sigh. I wish brother Yunzi could be this good to me. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi's classmates all looked at him as if he were a fool, and mocked him. Gong Yunzi, I think you should just honestly divorce Xiao Xiao. Why bother offending Yang Tianjie? A wise man submits to circumstances. Young Master Gong Yunzi is giving you a lot of face. Don't push your luck. Exactly. If you hadn't interfered with young Master Yang's marriage, would someone with your trashy physique even be worthy of speaking to him? How dare a piece of trash brazenly challenge the prodigy Yang Tianjie? Who gave you the guts? Lin Chong? Chapter 12, 99 seconds? Awakening to SSS rank failed? Please add to your bookshelf. On the awakening platform, Yang Tianjie heard Gong Yunzi's provocative words, lowered his eyes and glanced down at the audience, his eyes and brows filled with icy contempt. A mere C-grade physique dares to challenge me? You're nothing but a clown. After saying that, Yang Tianjie turned around and continued walking towards the center of the awakening platform. The crowd below echoed this sentiment. Does Gong Yunzi, with his meager abilities, dare to challenge Yang Tianjie? Does he really think the awakening platform is his backyard stage? He didn't sit. This Gong Yunzi has no self-awareness whatsoever, daring to think he can be compared to Yang Tianjie? Does he even deserve it? Forget about that good-for-nothing. Look. Yang Tianjie is about to awaken. Seeing that Yang Tianjie was about to awaken, the audience fell silent again, afraid of disturbing Yang Tianjie's awakening and incurring his wrath. Yang Tianjie walked to the center of the awakening platform, and the central magic circle was activated once again. Soon, the energy of heaven and earth poured into Yang Tianjie's body all at once, constantly cleansing his meridians. 30 seconds. 60 seconds. 80 seconds. Yang Tianjie reached the 80-second mark with ease, which meant that he was at least able to awaken an S-level superpower. The students in the audience all revealed their envy of Yang Tianjie in their eyes. Yang Tianjie also looked at Gong Yunzi with an arrogant expression, his eyes revealing a hint of smugness and arrogance, as if he were saying to Gong Yunzi, "How about that? You piece of trash. With a casual move, I've reached a level you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life." Yang Tianjie's gaze locked onto Gong Yunzi, only to find him sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring his silent provocation. This completely disregarding attitude caused Yang Tianjie's pupils to shrink sharply, and his blood surged within him. He thought to himself, "How dare an ant disregard me? Fine. Then I'll show you what a true prodigy is." The awakening continued, and Yang Tianjie remained relaxed and confident until the 86th second. However, starting from the 87th second, Yang Tianjie's face showed obvious surprise. This isn't right. When I was tested at home, it took at least 95 seconds for me to feel pain. How could it start hurting after only 87 seconds? Something's not right. This awakening ceremony is extremely strange. With 89 seconds remaining in the awakening period, Yang Tianjie's facial expressions began to gradually spiral out of control. It's only been 89 seconds and it's already causing me so much pain. It will take at least 11 more seconds to awaken my SSS level ability. How am I supposed to endure this? Yang Tianjie was extremely anxious, and he had a huge question mark about whether he could survive those short 11 seconds. But now the die is cast, and if he calls a halt. With each passing second, the pain Yang Tianjie felt was several times greater than the previous second. The time has reached 94 seconds. At this moment, he was grimacing, a stark contrast to his previous relaxed and nonchalant demeanor. The students in the audience saw that his facial features looked like a twisted rope, and they wanted to laugh but dared not. The principal of Yangzhou No. 1 High School, standing to the side, frowned deeply, thinking to himself, I feel like Yang Tianjie is about to give up. Let's watch for 2 more seconds. If it doesn't work, we'll have to intervene and interrupt the awakening. After all, SS-level superpowers can run rampant in China. And he's that man's child. We absolutely can't let anything happen to him. At this moment, Yang Tianjie, who was undergoing a baptism of immense heaven and earth energy, inwardly groaned. 95 seconds left. Damn it! It hurts so much. Why is time moving so slowly? Why are there still 5 seconds left? I can't take it anymore. 96 seconds. At this moment, Yang Tianjie's eyes tilted slightly upwards, showing signs of rolling back. 97 seconds. Yang Tianjie was trembling all over, shaking uncontrollably as if he had been electrocuted. 98 seconds. Yang Tianjie's eyes were completely white, he had lost consciousness. Seeing this, the principal could no longer hold back and took action. 99 seconds. Yang Tianjie collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At 99 seconds, the awakening ceremony was interrupted by the principal. He quickly helped Yang Tianjie up from the ground and began checking his vital signs. After some investigation, Yang Tianjie breathed a sigh of relief and said, Luckily, I acted in time. If it had been a second later, and the SSS level energy had landed, I would have been finished. Sigh. I hope Tianjie won't blame me for interrupting his awakening. With this in mind, the principal personally escorted Yang Tianjie to a medical vehicle that had been prepared in advance for treatment. Those below the stage shook their heads and sighed when they saw that Yang Tianjie had only awakened an SS level ability. Sigh. I didn't expect that even Yang Tianjie couldn't awaken an SSS level ability. It seems that our school's hope for awakening SSS level abilities rests on Goddess Xiao. The school originally wanted Yang Tianjie to win a great victory to inspire the students who would be awakening on stage next. But unexpectedly, even Yang Tianjie encountered a problem. Although awakening an SS level ability is extremely difficult, for a prodigy like Yang Tianjie who possesses an SSS level physique, failing to awaken an SSS level superpower is a complete failure. What a waste of such a great physical talent. As a result, Yang Tianjie's awakening not only failed to have a positive impact on his classmates, but also made the students in the audience even more panicked. Gong Yunzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Luckily, Yang Tianjie didn't hold on until the last second. If he had awakened an SSS level ability, then he would have really fooled us. Xiao Rongyu was somewhat surprised that Yang Tianjie had not awakened an SSS level superpower, but she was mostly relieved. If Yang Tianjie were to awaken an SSS level ability, it would undoubtedly become a major problem for Gong Yunzi in the future. Now, as long as I successfully awaken my SSS level ability, even if Gong Yunzi doesn't awaken his SSS level ability, I will have enough power to protect him. Tu Shanmeng was overjoyed to see Yang Tianjie's awakening fail, and almost burst out laughing. Seeing that the students were disheartened after their awakening, the head teacher of the elite class reluctantly made another request to Xiao Rongyu. Rongyu, the school wants you to take the lead in awakening and boosting the morale of your fellow students. What do you think? Xiao Rongyu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said calmly. Good. Chapter 13 Xiao Rongyu awakens on stage. Strange phenomena abound. The teacher nodded solemnly, his gaze intense, and said, Rongyu, I'm counting on you from now on. Xiao Rongyu nodded slightly and stood up to walk onto the awakening platform. Soon, the host's voice, like a booming bell, resounded throughout the entire venue. Next, please welcome the genius girl from the elite class goddess Xiao Rongyu to the stage for her awakening. Before he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Wow, it's the Ice Queen Xiao Rongyu. Alas, what a pity, such a good cabbage has been eaten by a pig. Hopefully she can awaken her SSS-level talent, otherwise we at Yangzhou No. 1 High School will lose face. Although her physical test score is the same as Yang Tianjie's, she always performs better than Yang Tianjie. Awakening her SSS-level ability shouldn't be a problem. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes glued to Xiao Rongyu's figure, their words filled with anticipation for her. Gong Yunzi stared at Xiao Rongyu's retreating figure, then suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at her. Rongyu, you can do it. I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu turned to look at Gong Yunzi and smiled. Xiao Rongyu turned around upon hearing the sound, looked at Gong Yunzi, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. That smile, like the first melting of snow, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly captivated the hearts of the boys present. Such a beautiful smile. It's been 3 years. I always thought that Xiao, the school beauty, couldn't smile. I never knew that her smile was so captivating. If this beautiful smile were to bloom for me, I would gladly die right now. Following Xiao Rongyu's gaze, everyone saw Gong Yunzi. In an instant, countless envious gazes shot towards Gong Yunzi, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Gong Yunzi was unfazed by the countless hostile gazes directed at him from all sides. In fact, he secretly rejoiced. It's no use being envious, Rongyu is already mine. Gong Yunzi was very excited as he watched Xiao Rongyu on stage about to awaken her powers. Once she awakens, Gong Yunzi will be able to fuse with her supernatural abilities. But before Gong Yunzi could be happy for long, he suddenly remembered something. My affinity with Rongyu hasn't reached 80 yet. If I fuse with her prematurely, wouldn't I be missing out on the double reward effect? With this in mind, Gong Yunzi decided to postpone fusing Xiao Rongyu's superpowers. Standing on the awakening platform, Xiao Rongyu took a deep breath. As her jade-like feet touched the very center of the awakening platform, the awakening array slowly emerged from the platform once again. The moment the energy of heaven and earth flowed into Xiao Rongyu's body. Everyone nervously counted down the seconds for Xiao Rongyu in their minds. 60 seconds. 80 seconds. 90 seconds. 92 seconds into the awakening process, a strange expression flickered across Xiao Rongyu's face. It started at 92 seconds? I thought I could last at least 94 seconds. Looks like I overestimated myself. 96 seconds into the baptism, Xiao Rongyu involuntarily bit her lip, the excruciating pain beginning to sweep through her entire body. Time passed by, second by second. At 99 seconds, Xiao Rongyu's body began to tremble slightly, as if she would be crushed by the violent energy of heaven and earth at any moment. When the baptism time reached 100 seconds, the already surging energy of heaven and earth became even more violent, rushing into her body like a flood bursting its banks. Xiao Rongyu trembled violently, the pain feeling like countless steel needles piercing her body, almost shattering her mind. Fortunately, she managed to maintain her facial expression, preventing the Ice Queen image from collapsing. Seeing this, Gong Yunzi's heart leaped into his throat. Hang in there, Rongyu. If you can hold on for just a few more seconds, you'll experience a qualitative leap. 101 seconds. 102 seconds. Finally, at 103 seconds, Xiao Rongyu voluntarily ended the awakening ceremony. Just then, a golden light poured down from the sky and merged into her body. A few seconds later, the golden light dissipated, and Xiao Rongyu emerged from it, as if she had been reborn, radiating a completely new aura. Feeling the tremendous change in her strength after awakening, Xiao Rongyu was overjoyed. The students in the audience were all speechless at this strange sight. Xiao, the school beauty, is only 3 seconds behind the genius who suddenly appeared 19 years ago. The 106-second record remains unbroken. What skill has goddess Xiao awakened? I don't know, but such a celestial phenomenon must be an SSS-level superpower. Why doesn't the school just announce the awakened superpowers directly? Why insist on using time as the standard of measurement? Isn't that too troublesome? Hey! The college entrance exam for people with superpowers is in a month. Do you want everyone to know what your abilities are and then target you? Okay. I didn't think it through. When Junquan, the director of the Yangzhou Supernatural Abilities Bureau, watched this scene with a face full of satisfaction and exclaimed in admiration. This Xiao Rongyu is not only outstanding in appearance, but also in strength. She is truly a rare talent in the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Guangming, the principal of Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Director Wen, are you interested in recruiting me? This young girl is indeed incredibly talented. The line of people wanting to recruit her could probably stretch from Yangzhou all the way to the capital. In that case, after the awakening ceremony is over, you should go and ask her what she thinks. When Junquan nodded and smiled, that's exactly what I wanted. When Gong Yunzi saw Xiao Rongyu walk down the awakening platform looking radiant, the tension he had felt for her vanished instantly, replaced by genuine joy and blessings. Rongyu! Congratulations on awakening your SSS-level superpower. Xiao Rongyu smiled brightly, thank you. I'll cheer you on later too. Promise me you won't push yourself too hard. Gong Yunzi nodded emphatically, yes. Don't worry, I've already made sure I have a foolproof plan. After Xiao Rongyu successfully awakened her SSS-level superpower, the confidence of the other students in awakening their powers increased dramatically. But apart from Xiao Rongyu, almost everyone who went on stage after her scored a grade lower than in their usual tests. Seeing this, Wu Guangming frowned deeply, thinking to himself. So many students' awakening results are completely inconsistent with their physical condition. There seems to be some problem with the awakening platform. Wu Guangming reported the potential problems with the awakening platform to Wen Junquan, which immediately drew Wen Junshuan's attention. After the awakening intermission, the two began to check the abnormality of the awakening platform. They checked the platform 10 times but found no problems. They could only attribute the student's unusual awakening to a psychological issue. However, if a master of formations were present at this moment, it will inevitably be discovered that the array patterns on the awakening platform have been altered by someone using a very sophisticated and difficult to detect method. After the halftime break, the host's words once again resounded throughout the venue. The next awakened one is Gong Yunzi from the regular class. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi quickly zipped up his backpack and instructed Tu Shanmeng. Little fox, you stay put and don't come out. Understand? Tu Shanmeng nodded and said, adjust the angle for me, otherwise I won't be able to see what your awakening looks like. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi adjusted his backpack to a position where Tu Shanmeng could see the awakening platform. As he was about to get up and head to the awakening platform, Tu Shanmeng said somewhat shyly. Brother Yunzi, you have to do your best. Don't push yourself too hard. Gong Yunzi said softly. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with this. As Gong Yunzi walked to the edge of the awakening platform, a slightly anxious, clear, and cold female voice called out to him. Chapter 14, Breakthrough Level. The entire audience was shocked. Yunzi, even if you don't succeed, I will never leave you. So, promise me, don't force yourself. Gong Yunzi felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes flickered slightly. She has repeated these words several times. It seems she is truly worried about me. To avoid worrying Xiao Rongyu, he turned back and said, okay. But a fierce determination suddenly ignited in his eyes. Rongyu, watch me closely. I will not only awaken an SSS-level superpower, but also become the strongest awakener in history, bringing all the glory of this world to you. The audience below the stage looked at Xiao Rongyu's undisguised concern, and a torrent of complaints welled up inside them. Gong Yunzi is such a coward. His skills are terrible, but he's a master at manipulating people. He made all those boasts before, but now he's backing down with just a woman's words. Is that what you call a man? He didn't sit. Gong Yunzi, that gigolo. He's a disgrace to us men. If I were him, I would have smashed my head against the awakening platform long ago. This is bizarre. What kind of spell did he cast on Goddess Xiao? Our Ice Queen is actually going to such lengths to win her over? Comparison is the thief of joy. My fiancé is not only ugly, but also has a twisted personality. What did Gong Yunzi do to deserve such a perfect partner as Xiao Rongyu? Luckily, Gong Yunzi is a good for nothing, otherwise he would have gotten all the good things, and I might have had a stroke from anger. Once upon a time, Gong Yunzi was just an unknown nobody on campus. However, due to her entanglement with Xiao Rongyu, she became the focus of public opinion overnight. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on him. Everyone had only one expectation in their hearts, that he would awaken his trashy superpower and become the laughingstock of the whole school, so as to soothe their resentment at not being able to have Xiao Rongyu. The poisonous flames of jealousy spread among the people, amplifying the darker aspects of human nature. Gong Yunzi slowly stepped onto the awakening platform. Each step was taken with great steadiness, solemnity, and reverence. It was as if he had ascended not the platform of awakening, but the throne to rule the world. Those below the stage, seeing Gong Yunza's resolute gaze, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That stubborn look in his eyes, it's so convincing. Anyone who didn't know better would really think he was about to awaken an SSS-level superpower. Ah, this is hilarious. I'm going to take a picture of his smug expression, then composite it into a picture of the moment he fails to awaken, and then anonymously send the photo to Xiao Rongyu. Just thinking about Xiao Rongyu seeing him get humiliated makes me incredibly happy. Gong Yunza was walking to the center of the awakening platform at this moment. As the awakening array flashed once more, the energy of heaven and earth struck Gong Yunza's body directly. Feeling the energy of heaven and earth washing over his meridians, Gong Yunza was slightly startled. This baptism of heaven and earth energy feels exactly the same as when the god of war forged my meridians. Many people laughed when they saw Gong Yunza's shocked expression. Look! That loser is already about to give up after just 1 second. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha. I hereby officially declare Gong Yunza the #1 comedian of Yangzhou #1 High School. I thought he could at least last 50 seconds to get a C-level ability, but I didn't expect him to make such an expression in the very first second. He's not even as good as trash. Everyone thought that Gong Yunza was about to succumb to the energy surge. However, as time ticked by, the jeers from the crowd gradually became stuck in their throats. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Seeing that Gong Yunza could actually last for 50 seconds, everyone was somewhat surprised, but that was all. A time of 50 seconds isn't even enough to get into a university for people with superpowers. It just proves that Gong Yunza is just an ordinary good for nothing. However, when they saw Gong Yunza's subsequent results, they became somewhat uneasy. Holy crap! Gong Yunza broke the 60-second barrier. Am I seeing things? That's 60 seconds. That's enough time to awaken at least a B-level superpower. How could trash like him possibly get into a superpower university? My time is 64 seconds. I don't want to be in the same superpower university as this loser. Amidst a flurry of discussion among the students in the audience, Gong Yunza's time reached 70 seconds. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, and they all said in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he have broken through the 70-second barrier and awakened an A-level ability? Yes. This is definitely a shady deal. I want to report it. I want to file a complaint. I demand a thorough investigation into whether Gong Yunza secretly used banned substances. The students' noise attracted the attention of a group of powerful judges with special abilities. When Junquan, holding Gong Yunza's file, looked surprised and said, "This routine physical test report shows that Gong Yunza's physique is only grade C, so why is he now receiving grade A energy from heaven and earth as if nothing happened?" Wu Guangming, standing to the side, was also very puzzled. I don't know either. Nothing like this has ever happened before. The other professors at the university with superpowers were also whispering among themselves. A C-level physique withstanding a level heaven and earth energy is simply unbelievable. Is it possible that he received some kind of fortuitous encounter that strengthened his physical attributes? Upon hearing this, the professors all nodded in agreement. Yes. This is the only explanation that makes sense. But the leap from C-level to A-level is a bit too big. The information shows that he comes from an ordinary family. How could he have such heaven-defying methods? Just as everyone was amazed at how Gong Yunza had awakened an A-level talent with a C-level physique, one of the professors glanced casually at the awakening platform, and an incredulous voice suddenly rang out. Look! He's broken the 80-second barrier. My God! A C-level physique awakening an S-level talent? This is enough to make the national news headlines. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Gong Yunza's results once again astonished everyone present. Even the usually composed Wen Junquan suddenly jumped up from his seat, his voice trembling with excitement. 90 seconds. It's actually 90 seconds. It's an SS-level ability. My God. Am I dreaming? After saying that, he pinched Wu Guangming's arm, causing the principal to scream in pain. Brother One. Even if you're a high-ranking official, you can't kill him. I'm so sorry, Brother Wu, I'm just too excited. The surprise that Gong Yunza brought me is no less than the astonishment of Yang Tianjie awakening his SS-level talent. At this moment, a young man in the audience was clenching his fists, staring intently at Gong Yunza. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger, even a hint of murderous intent. Why? Why can he awaken an SS-level superpower? Why should this lowly commoner be on equal footing with me? Chapter 15, Fusion of Supernatural Abilities. Breakthrough after breakthrough. Please add to your bookshelf. Why? Why can he awaken an SS-level superpower? Why should this lowly commoner be on equal footing with me? The one who roared was none other than Yang Tianjie. After being seriously injured, he was rushed to the emergency room by Principal Wu Guangming. The school used the highest level of emergency medication and deployed top-notch healing-type awakened individuals to oversee the situation. In just a short while, Yang Tianjie, who had been on the verge of death, recovered 7 or 8/10 of his strength. The doctor in the emergency room advised him to go home and rest as soon as possible. He resolutely refused, dragging his still unrecovered body back to the audience, just to witness Gong Yunza's embarrassment. However, Gong Yunza's repeated breakthroughs had already shattered his worldview, and he even began to doubt the meaning of life. I was exceptionally talented from a young age, the pride of the Yang family. A peerless genius who crushed his contemporaries. Yet now I've achieved the same as an unknown commoner. I'm not reconciled. Thinking of this, Yang Tianjie gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a ferocity that seemed to want to devour Gong Yunza on the stage. At this moment, Gong Yunza on the stage has been receiving the baptism of heaven and earth energy for 92 seconds. When Yang Tianjie saw Gong Yunza's increasingly pained expression on the stage, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Gong Yunza. I lasted 99 seconds. Don't let me down. If you can't awaken your SSS-level ability, you'll never be able to surpass me. The baptism time has reached 93 seconds. Gong Yunza's expression grew increasingly pained, and even his breathing became rapid. Seeing Gong Yunza's pained expression, Xiao Rongyu's heart tightened, and she silently prayed. Yunza! Don't do anything reckless. SS-level ability is enough. Enough to fight alongside me. What Xiao Rongyu didn't know was that what Gong Yunza wanted was never to fight alongside her. Instead, it becomes a bulwark that shelters her from the wind and rain, a support for her when she is most helpless. Only those with SSS-level superpowers can bear this responsibility. Therefore, he must awaken an SSS-level superpower. Seeing Gong Yunza in extreme pain on the awakening platform, Tu Shanmeng anxiously paced back and forth in her backpack. It frantically scratched and clawed at Gong Yunza's school bag, trying to break free and help him. But in the end, its rationality prevailed. If we reveal our demon race identity now, it will only cause trouble for Yunza. We can only pray that he is safe. Thinking of this, Tu Shanmeng stood up, put her 2 front paws together, and kept praying. 94 seconds. Gong Yunza was already staggering, but he stood firm like a resilient blade of grass with his amazing willpower. 95 seconds. Gong Yunza's consciousness gradually faded, clearly indicating that he had reached his limit. If Gong Yunza does not give up on awakening at this point, he may very well follow in Huang Xiang's footsteps. Seeing that Gong Yunza was still stubbornly holding on the awakening platform, showing no intention of stopping the awakening process, Xiao Rongyu exclaimed in surprise. Yunza! No! Tu Shanmeng buried her head in her stomach in fear, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. Seeing that Gong Yunza was about to give up, Yang Tianjie's smug smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Just when everyone thought everything was about to settle down, Gong Yunza suddenly focused his mind and shouted in his heart. System! Integrate Tu Shanmeng's abilities into mine. The host has successfully fused with Tu Shanmeng's supernatural abilities. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an S-rank growth type ability Shadow Clone. Spirit Clone can summon 3 clones, each with 60% of the user's strength, to fight alongside them. The moment he heard that the fusion was successful, Gong Yunza immediately summoned a clone to share the energy of heaven and earth with him. The moment the clone was summoned, half of the energy of heaven and earth that Gong Yunza was receiving was diverted. He instantly felt much lighter. Just as the last straw broke the camel's back, the camel threw off half of its back of straw. Upon seeing 2 Gong Yunzas appear on the awakening platform, everyone present rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? How come there are 2 Gong Yunzas on the awakening platform? Hello, is this 110? I need to report a crime. Someone is blatantly cheating on the awakening platform. Hey you, go ahead and kill Bowie. The reporting hotline for the Supernatural Abilities Bureau is 10,086. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell, and even the teachers standing nearby looked astonished. There is absolutely no possibility of cheating on the awakening platform. Anyone who tries to cheat simply cannot trigger the awakening array. If he didn't cheat, then what about the other person who looks exactly the same? Perhaps he is a born superhuman. Upon hearing this, all the important figures were taken aback. A natural ability? How is that possible? You can't find a single person with a natural ability in the entire 1,000-year history of supernatural abilities in China. Yeah, Professor. You haven't been reading too many wish fulfillment novels, have you? But as things stand, Gong Yunzi did indeed use his superpower during the awakening process, which means he is very likely born with superpowers. My God! So this is Gong Yunzi's own power, and therefore the energy of heaven and earth did not reject it. If that's really the case, then he could possess two superpowers? That's absolutely terrifying. Just as the group of important figures were discussing, a cry of surprise pierced the sky. My God! 98 seconds have passed. Is Gong Yunzi really about to awaken an SSS-level superpower? Everyone gasped in shock at the sight, their eyes fixed on the awakening platform. My darling horse! I never expected Gong Yunzi to be so powerful. Oh my God! I was speaking too loudly earlier, I hope Boss Gong won't hold it against me. My goodness! You call these geniuses trash? What are we then? The fighter jets of trash? Don't panic. He hasn't achieved SSS-level superpowers yet. The gap between 99 and 100 seconds is insurmountable. Only those with an SSS-level physique can withstand it. I don't believe he can last 100 seconds. Yes. There's absolutely no way he could break 100 seconds. Absolutely not. Chapter 16: Breaking Through Limits. A second fusion. Please add to your bookshelf. 99 seconds. The ticking of time struck everyone's nerves like a hammer blow, and the entire audience collectively froze at that moment. Looking at the two Gong Yunzis on the stage, most people did not hope that Gong Yunzi could actually last more than 100 seconds. Many secretly hoped that he would give up in the 99th second, or even be annihilated in the surging energy of heaven and earth in the 100th second. On the awakening platform, Gong Yunzi suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. As he approached the final stage of awakening, his eyes sharpened, and he no longer held back, summoning his other two clones directly. Shadow clones, activate! Come out, all of you! No sooner had he finished speaking than two more Gong Yunzis appeared on the field. At this moment, there are a total of 4 Gong Yunzis on the field. The 4 of them divided the pressure of the energy of heaven and earth into 4 equal parts. As a result, the pressure on Gong Yunzi's body was reduced to a quarter, and a calm smile even appeared on his lips. The audience below was stunned by what they saw. What the hell is this? He can actually summon 3 clones that look exactly like him. Could he have a summoning ability? My God! Summoning abilities are on par with top-tier abilities like elemental magic and spatial abilities. Judging from Gong Yunzi's relaxed expression, breaking 100 is practically a done deal. Oh no! I mocked the wrong person this time. The clown is actually myself. At this moment, Yang Tianjie, sitting in the audience, was burning with jealousy and said resentfully. Why? Why can he last for 100 seconds? Why does he have a superpower even though he hasn't awakened it? This is unfair. Yang Tianjie now only hopes that Gong Yunzi will explode and die when the energy of heaven and earth descends at the 100th second, unable to withstand the enormous pressure. The thought of Gong Yunzi being burst apart by the energy of heaven and earth filled Yang Tianjie with immense joy and satisfaction. The outcome is still uncertain. Whether it's a dark horse or a dead horse remains to be seen. Gong Yunzi, I refuse to believe that I can't do something for you. Yang Tianjie thought to himself, looking on with amusement. The important figures on the stage were also watching Gong Yunzi's every move intently, even noticing his subtle expressions. Seeing Gong Yunzi's calm and composed expression, they all understood in their hearts it was a sure thing. At that very moment, the time reached 100 seconds. Boom! The energy of heaven and earth crashed down like a torrential downpour. Gong Yunzi sensed this turbulent power of heaven and earth, and his expression immediately turned somewhat pained. But it was only somewhat painful, far from reaching the limit that Gong Yunzi could endure. Seeing this, for some reason, a hot tear rolled down Xiao Rongyu's usually cool and aloof face. Yunzi, you really did it. I knew it. I didn't misjudge you. Congratulations, host, you have increased Xiao Rongyu's favorability. Keep up the good work. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Affection level, 80. I absolutely adore the host. I want to be close to the host. Physical fitness, SSS level. Superpower, SSS level superpower absolute domain. Absolute domain can expand into a circular domain with a radius of 20 meters. Within the domain, all of the user's attributes are increased by 50%. Those marked by the Lord within the domain have all their attributes reduced by 25%. Congratulations, host, you have achieved 80 points of favorability with Xiao Rongyu. You can now fuse with her abilities. When your favorability with Xiao Rongyu reaches 100 points, the beauty shop will be unlocked. Note, items in the shop are for use by your beauties only. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze was extremely excited. Just in time. I can feel my body being frantically tempered by the energy of heaven and earth. If I can hold out a little longer, all my attributes will reach an extremely terrifying level. It turns out that the energy of heaven and earth can not only help awaken supernatural abilities, but also bring powerful strength to the awakened one. When Junquan, Wu Guangming, and a group of university professors standing nearby were completely stunned. I can't believe he actually lasted 100 seconds. This kid achieved an SSS-level ability with a C-level physique. He's destined for fame. Not only that, his summoning ability combined with his newly awakened SSS-level ability makes him an unprecedented double SSS-level ability. My god. As long as he doesn't perish halfway, becoming the #1 awakened one in our Dragon Kingdom is just around the corner. The students below the stage also praised it highly. Look! He caught it. He actually caught the destructive energy of the heavens and earth that came with those 100 seconds. It seems that another outstanding talent has emerged from Yangzhou #1 High School. I am ashamed to admit my inferiority. I knew he could do it. No wonder Goddess Xiao has her eye on him, he truly is an exceptional man. Hey you! Have you no shame? Who was it that wanted to fight the great god of the palace one-on-one? Oh, this. Stop arguing. Look! Master Gong is still continuing. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yunze on the stage, only to see him still receiving the baptism of the violent energy of heaven and earth. At this point, the time has reached 102 seconds. Seeing that Gong Yunze's awakening of SSS-level superpower was a foregone conclusion, Yang Tianjie's face was now twisted and deformed. He cursed inwardly. Gong Yunze! How dare you, a mere commoner, climb over my head and act arrogantly? Fine. You just wait. So what if you have 2 SSS-level superpowers? As long as you haven't grown up, you're still just an ant that my father can crush with a flick of his wrist. Thinking of this, Yang Tianjie stormed off, knocking several students to the ground, but dared not speak out, cursing inwardly. Why are you taking your anger out on us when you can't beat Gong Yunze? I wanted to see others make fools of themselves, but I ended up becoming the clown myself. How utterly ridiculous. He's not as strong as them, no wonder his wife got stolen away. He deserves it. At this moment, Gong Yunze has been receiving the baptism of heaven and earth energy for 105 seconds. Gong Yunze once again felt that immense pressure squeezing his entire body. It feels like the air being sucked out of a plastic bottle, causing the bottle to deform. This feeling made Gong Yunze extremely uncomfortable. But he still persisted. The time has finally reached 106 seconds. My god. He broke the record set by that senior from 19 years ago. 106 seconds. Holy crap. This is a human, I'll eat it. This is an alien. Xiao Rongyu felt sorry for Gong Yunze when she saw his distressed expression. She wanted to go forward but stopped herself. Knowing that Gong Yunze had promised her he wouldn't do anything reckless, she clenched her fists tightly and quietly watched over him from below the stage, not daring to make a sound to disturb him. At this moment, Gong Yunze felt as if his body was about to be crushed. The other 3 clones were also on the verge of collapse. Thinking of this, Gong Yunze no longer hesitated, in order to absorb more energy from heaven and earth. Gong Yunze decides to fuse with Xiao Rongyu's superpowers. So Gong Yunze roared at the system in his mind. System! Fuse Xiao Rongyu's superpower with me. Now! Immediately! Right now! Chapter 17 Awakening SSS-level superpower? Please add to your bookshelf. Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing with Xiao Ronyu's supernatural abilities. Xiao Ronyu's favorability towards the host has been detected to be 80 points, meeting the requirement for double rewards. Congratulations, host, on awakening your superpower, SSS-level superpower Sacred Domain. Sacred Domain can expand into a circular domain with a radius of 40 meters. All attributes of the user within the domain are increased by 100%. Targets marked by the Lord within the domain have all attributes reduced by 50%. Sacred Realm, unfold. Gong Yunzi shouted in a deep voice, and in an instant a dazzling golden light burst forth, and the golden domain covered the entire awakening platform like a dome. The four figures were simultaneously enveloped by Gong Yunzi's divine domain. Gong Yunzi clearly felt the pressure in his limbs and bones recede like a tide. Everyone, including the important figures standing nearby, mistakenly believed that this was a celestial phenomenon caused by Gong Yunzi. 107 seconds. He broke the campus record. Wait. Look, he's still holding on. My God. He's still persisting. Is this really something a C-grade physique can do? Rank C? Looking at his relaxed expression, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he has the physique of SSS. Professors Wen Junquan and Wu Guangming were so shocked that their pupils contracted sharply. I almost had to prostrate myself in worship to witness this spectacular baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. It seems 107 seconds is far from his limit. If he can break the 109-second record that has stood for thousands of years in my Dragon Kingdom, I will immediately admit him to my Kyoto Superpower University without any entrance exam. Professor Wang, this is probably not appropriate. Although Beijing Yida University is the top of the 4 Yida universities, it should at least respect the students' opinions. That's right. Good talent shouldn't always be monopolized by Beijing International Studies University. No seats. You, Beijing Yida University, gave us the top spot last year and the year before. It's our turn this year. Professor Wang Yi of Beijing International Studies University made a surprising statement. In that case, I'll make the decision. The top 3 champions from the previous 3 years will be awarded to the 3 professors. And this year, Gong Yunzi will belong to our Beijing International Studies University. How about that? The professors were speechless, secretly cursing in their hearts. It seems that Kyoto Yida is not only the strongest among all the powerful, but its shamelessness is also truly astounding. Fine. So this is how you play it? Don't blame me for being ruthless when you snatch them away after the awakening ends. At this moment, Gong Yunzi's baptism lasted an astonishing 108 seconds. The pressure from the formation was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. It's no exaggeration to say that someone with an SS-level physique could extend a finger from the edge of the awakening platform into the formation. His fingers could very well explode in an instant, like a gun exploding. Gong Yunzi felt unprecedented pressure, and just as he was about to give up, suddenly, Gong Yunzi discovered a unit moving rapidly within the domain that could be marked by the domain. The mark wandered around the edge of the awakening platform, but never left it, as if it were moving according to some kind of pattern. When he looked at it, he saw nothing but the moving markers. This strange discovery puzzled Gong Yunzi greatly, so he had his clone, which was closest to the edge of the awakening platform, move to the edge of the platform despite the powerful energy of heaven and earth. The mark quickly moved in front of Gong Yunzi's clone. The mark moved very fast. Gong Yunzi's clone seized the opportunity and, with a certain degree of anticipation, kicked out fiercely. There was a loud bang. A crow that was originally invisible was kicked off the awakening platform and revealed its form. After the crow was kicked off the awakening platform by Gong Yunzi instantly felt the pressure of the energy of heaven and earth decrease by several times. What the hell is this thing? After kicking it away, the pressure actually decreased. This way, I can hold on for a few more seconds. The powerful figures standing nearby were dumbfounded upon seeing this. What is that? Why is there a crow on the awakening platform? This is a rare energy attracting raven. It can fly according to certain patterns, thereby attracting and gathering the energy of heaven and earth. It's an energy raven. Why is it on the awakening platform? And it seems to be invisible. That remains to be seen. The ability to make living beings invisible is quite rare. It's probably a method used by alien races. The leaders frowned deeply, though they didn't say it aloud. They were all thinking the same thing. Good heavens! We checked several times and couldn't find any clues about the awakening platform, but this kid found it. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, it's a great achievement. The time quickly reached 110 seconds, and by then everyone was completely stunned by Gong Yunza. If someone joked that Gong Yunza would ascend to immortality on the spot in the next second, some people would probably believe it. 110 seconds, what does that even mean? This doesn't seem to be mentioned in the superpower textbook. Oh, this. No one knew what to say anymore. Silence became the awakening platform this year. It could be said that the awakening platform had never been so quiet. No one dared to breathe. They are witnessing history. Witnessing a history that has never happened before, and may never happen again. Perhaps in the future, as long as they say they have witnessed Gong Yunza's awakening, they will be praised by everyone. When Gong Yunza broke through 110 seconds, everyone silently counted in their hearts. 111 seconds. 112 seconds. 113 seconds. 114 seconds. 115 seconds. Finally, at 115 seconds, Gong Yunza could no longer withstand the frenzied energy of heaven and earth and voluntarily ended the baptism. The time is stuck at 115 seconds. At the moment when the baptism of heaven and earth ended, the sky instantly burst into a dazzling display of 7-colored light. The rosy glow faded, followed by surging dark clouds that blotted out the sun. A bolt of lightning flashed by in an instant. A rumbling thunderclap approached like a tidal wave, followed by deafening explosions everywhere. Each bolt of lightning seemed to strike the very depths of everyone's soul, leaving all present utterly shocked. What kind of strange phenomenon is this? What a terrifying celestial phenomenon! Even when Goddess Xiao awakened her SSS-level superpower, there wasn't such a spectacular display. This is probably well beyond the scope of SSS-level superpowers. Am I really not dreaming? A generous gift of crabs. My goodness. Man. Just who is this Gong Yunza? Not only did the students in the audience exclaim awesome glass, but even the leaders and professors on the side knelt on the ground, looking at Gong Yunza with awe. This is simply a miracle. Since my awakening, I have never seen such a terrifying and astonishing phenomenon of heaven and earth. If he can grow up, the great revival of the Dragon Kingdom will be just around the corner. It's probably not just about revival. Once he grows up, I'd believe you if you said he would unify all races. Professors, what are you all doing kneeling? Professor Wang, aren't you kneeling too? Fortunately, there was a table to block the view, otherwise, it would have been very embarrassing if word got out that a group of professors had knelt down together. But at this moment, these professors actually hoped that this matter would spread. After all, being able to be associated with such historical fragments that are written into history books is a way of leaving one's mark in the long river of history. As the strange phenomena of heaven and earth dissipated, Gong Yunza stood in the center of the awakening platform like a king returning home, his sharp eyes flashing with lightning. Congratulations, host, on awakening your SSS-level superpower Purple Heaven Thunder Body. Gong Yunza was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to himself. Holy crap! Awesome! SSS-level superpower? What the hell is that? Before Gong Yunza could recover from his shock, an urgent voice rang out beside him. Yunza! Would you be interested in studying at my Kyoto Superpower University? I'll directly admit you to the Peak class. You'll enjoy twice the cultivation resources of the Peak class. What do you say? Chapter 18. After awakening my SSS-level superpower, a great Confucian scholar will debate with me. Please add to your bookshelf. Gong Yunza looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself. Kyoto University of Superpowers? The #1 university of superpowers in China. Sounds pretty good. Just as he was about to reply, a gentle voice rang out from the side. Professor Wang Yi, the awakening ceremony is not yet complete. Let's discuss the enrollment matter after everything is finished. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yi turned around, his previously furrowed brows instantly relaxing, and he burst into laughter. Ha, Director Wen is right, I am indeed eager to find talented people. With that, Wang Yi and Wen Junquan returned to the podium together. Seeing this, all the students in the audience looked at Gong Yunza with envy. Sigh. I wish I could be personally invited by Professor Jingyi. Let alone Kyoto University of Abilities, even if the Fog City University of Abilities, which is ranked at the bottom of the 4 universities of supernatural abilities, were to invite me, it would be a stroke of good luck. My awakened a level superpower doesn't require much. I just need to get into Yangzhou University, which is ranked third. If I awaken an S-class superpower, I'll at least have to go to the second best university in Shanghai. After Gong Yunzi stepped down, he noticed that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. Before he awakened his superpowers, everyone scorned him. After awakening their superpowers, it was as if everyone collectively lost their memory, forgetting Gong Yunzi's past misdeeds and only remembering his high spirits when he awakened his superpowers. He listened to the blessings along the way and saw everyone showing him seemingly genuine, friendly smiles. Gong Yunzi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. In the face of absolute power, dignity is worthless. Thinking of this, Gong Yunzi coldly ignored all the people who sent him their blessings. Some people, seeing that Gong Yunzi ignored them, immediately started cursing. So what if you awakened an SSS-level ability? What's so great about that? Upon hearing this, those around him not only did not join him in blaming Gong Yunzi, but instead refuted him one after another. Someone with a level talent like you dares to even get a second glance from Boss Gong? Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? Exactly. Barking before even getting a taste. Sour grapes. What a fool. If I awakened an SSS-level superpower, I'd be even more arrogant than him. Who do you think you are? Gong Yunzi sneered upon seeing this. Sure enough, after awakening my SSS-level superpower, no matter what I do, there will always be a great scholar to debate with me. The awakening ceremony is still ongoing. However, after witnessing Gong Yunzi's awakening, everyone lost interest in watching others awaken. Instead, they turned their attention to Gong Yunzi, who was walking towards the elite class. After stepping down, Gong Yunzi did not return to his seat, but went straight to the elite class to look for Xiao Rongyu. When Gong Yunzi walked to the elite class's reserved viewing seat, those once arrogant and disdainful elites in the class were now as nervous as mice before a cat. As for why they were so nervous, it was naturally because they had mocked Gong Yunzi when he awakened. At this moment, their faces felt as if they had been slapped countless times, and they felt inexplicably hot. Gong Yunzi naturally ignored these people. He quickly spotted a beautiful figure in the crowd. That beautiful figure was none other than Xiao Rongyu. She stood there, mesmerized, her captivating peach blossom eyes brimming with unyielding affection. Gong Yunzi strode towards Xiao Rongyu. The students in the elite class stood up one by one and moved aside, afraid of blocking Gong Yunzi's way and displeasing him. Gong Yunzi walked to Xiao Rongyu's side and smiled. Rongyu, I did it. Xiao Rongyu's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded emphatically. Yes. I knew my husband could do it. Those who witnessed the scene couldn't help but feel envious. They are truly a match made in heaven. Sigh. If only I could transform into senior sister Xiao. Hey buddy up ahead, are you a Sichuan opera performer? With a genius like Gong Yunzi protecting us, what does Sichuan opera matter? Holy crap, bro, you. Upon hearing this, everyone covered their buttocks and moved away from the speaker. All those mocking words directed at Gong Yunzi vanished like smoke, disappearing without a trace. All that remains is envy and blessings for the two talented and beautiful couple, Gong Yunzi and Xiao Rongyu. The little fox, seeing Gong Yunzi go to find Xiao Rongyu, stamped its feet anxiously and said, Gong Yunzi, you bastard. How dare you leave me, the princess, to go and see that woman? I'm so angry. Humph. Fine. I'll forgive you this time since you survived. Gong Yunzi. Why aren't you back yet? I want to be close to you too. Looks like I'll have to show you what I'm capable of tonight. The awakening ceremony concluded as dusk fell. Yangzhou No. 1 High School is brimming with talent this year. More than 300 people have awakened B-level superpowers, more than 100 people have awakened A-level superpowers, 11 people have awakened S-level superpowers, 5 people have awakened SS-level superpowers, and 2 people have awakened SSS-level superpowers. Such a brilliant achievement is a once-in-a-century event, even in a place like Yangzhou No. 1 High School where elites gather. Principal Wu Guangming delivered a speech. The awakening ceremony has finally come to an end. Just as Director Wen said before, the level of superpower is not the most important thing. Admittedly, the higher the level of one's superpower, the faster one can cultivate, but diligence and talent are equally important. Otherwise, one will become a tragic figure in the world of superpowers. Here, I wish all students the best of luck in achieving excellent results in the college entrance examination for students with supernatural abilities in a month. As soon as the awakening ceremony ended, when Jun Quan and the professors from the 4 extraordinary universities of the Dragon Kingdom sought out Gong Yunzi immediately, When Junquan smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations to Gong for awakening an SSS-level superpower. Your future is limitless. Upon hearing this, the four professors stepped forward and echoed their agreement. Yes, yes. No seat, no seat. 1,000 words of flattery omitted here. Gong Yunzi smiled and said, "Thank you all for your kind words. May I ask what brings you here to see me?" Seeing that Gong Yunzi asked the question directly, Wen Junquan also answered directly. "I came to ask you if you'd be interested in joining the Superpowers Bureau?" Upon hearing this, the four professors were all taken aback, thinking to themselves. The requirements for joining the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities are extremely stringent. Many S-level university graduates do not meet the recruitment criteria. I never expected that Director Wen would make an exception and recruit a high school student who had just awakened his superpowers into the Superpower Bureau. This is like rising to the top in one step. The director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau personally extended an invitation. This is terrible. It seems we won't be able to recruit such an outstanding student. However, Gong Yunzi's response shocked everyone. I am honored by Director Wen's kind words. The Superpower Bureau is a pillar of the nation, and I naturally yearn for it. However, the Superpower Bureau is full of experts, and my strength and level are insufficient. Joining the Superpower Bureau in this way may cause controversy. Wen Junquan nodded and smiled. Ha, not bad, not bad. You're already considering this before even joining the Superpower Bureau. So, am I being politely rejected? Chapter 19, determined to participate in the Supernatural Ability College entrance examination and spends one night with Xiao Rongyu? Please add to bookshelf. Gong Yunzi clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said in a somewhat solemn tone, "It's not that I can refuse, but my current strength is not enough for me to establish myself in the Superpower Bureau. I hope to study at the Superpower University before joining the Superpower Bureau." Upon hearing this, the four professors from the university with superpowers next to him immediately beamed with joy, their smiles almost impossible to hide. As long as Gong Yunzi doesn't directly join the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, they will have a chance to recruit him into their school. If we could recruit a student with extraordinary talent like Gong Yunzi for the school, promotions and raises would be easier than drinking water. When Junquan listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, his tone full of approval. There aren't many young people like you these days who are so humble and composed. So be it. I'll come pick you up personally after you graduate from the University of Superpowers. Thank you for your kind words, Director Wen. Gong Yunzi bowed in gratitude. When Junquan handed over a gold-embossed business card. This is my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Until we meet again. Having said that, when Junquan lightly touched the ground with his toes, he disappeared as if he had merged into the void. Watching Wen Junquan leave, Gong Yunzi was utterly shocked. Is this a spatial ability? This kind of spatial teleportation is terrifying. After Wen Junquan left, the four professors immediately surrounded Gong Yunzi and eagerly began to introduce him. I am Professor Wang Yi from Kyoto University of Supernatural Abilities, the top university among the 4 supernatural ability universities. I have already spoken with student Gong before. What do you think of the previous conditions? Wang Yi's tone was confident, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Yunzi, don't listen to him. A professor dressed in brocade robes quickly interjected, I am Professor Han Fei from Yangzhou University of Supernatural Abilities. You are from Yangzhou, so naturally you should come to our Yangzhou University of Supernatural Abilities. Stop arguing, everyone. A professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his lenses, his tone tinged with arrogance. The most important thing for awakened ones is cultivation resources. No matter what conditions they offer, Shanghai University is willing to pay double. These words immediately angered Professor Wang from Kyoto. His eyes narrowed, and his tone was threatening. What, Shanghai University wants to compete with us in terms of financial resources? I'll put this out there. This year, Kyoto University isn't admitting any new students. All the resources for the entire grade are being poured into them. These bold words startled Gong Yunzi, while the professors from Yangzhou and Shanghai were speechless for a moment. As for Professor Wodu Yida, who was ranked last, he didn't even have a chance to interject. But Gong Yunzi made a surprising statement. I'm sorry, professors, but I still want to take the normal college entrance exam for people with special abilities and fill out my application based on my scores. Upon hearing this, Professor Wu Dui, who had previously been unable to get a word in edgewise, suddenly brightened up. I never expected this kid to give up the special admission. This gives me another chance to talk to him. If we can recruit such a talent, Chongqing University's ranking will definitely rise a lot. The other professors, upon hearing this, also looked at Gong Yunze with considerable surprise, thinking to themselves, I never expected that someone would refuse the generous invitation from the four top universities. Young people are indeed too arrogant, but they certainly have the right to do so. The professors from Kyoto, Shanghai, and Yangzhou were about to offer further advice when Professor Sukai from Chongqing University spoke up at the opportune moment. Yunze, Wudu Yida respects your decision and welcomes you to apply to our Wudu Yida. He paused, his tone extremely solemn. As long as you apply to Wudu Yida University, you will receive its full support. As long as you don't kill innocent people indiscriminately, we'll cover for you no matter what happens. We'll even risk everything we have. Gong Yunze was moved by these words. Other schools had only made concessions in terms of resources. But Wudu Yida truly treats him like his own son. It's obvious who's stronger. Gong Yunze had initially suspected that his mother's letter urging him to apply to Wudu University was written under duress. Only then did he begin to make a certain judgment about the authenticity of the letter on the table. Thank you all for your kind offer. I will consider it carefully. Seeing that Gong Yunze did not make a decision on the spot, the professors present couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If Gong Yunze makes a decision now, and fails to get into his school, the professors won't know how to explain it to the principal. Gong Yunze's decision not to choose now is actually the best choice at present. This gave everyone enough room for maneuver. After saying goodbye to the professors, they immediately headed toward Xiao Rongyu. However, Xiao Rongyu's answer left the four professors speechless. A wife follows her husband's lead. Wherever my husband goes, I go. The four professors looked puzzled and asked, May I ask who Rongyu's husband is? But Xiao Rongyu pointed her jade-like hand, and the four professors' gazes once again focused on Gong Yunze. The moment the four professors saw Gong Yunze, their eyes lit up. Those intense gazes were like water to a thirsty person in the desert, making Gong Yunze's skin crawl. Seeing this situation, the four professors each made the same decision. Buy one get one free? I absolutely have to get Gong Yunze. Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu bid farewell to the four professors and returned to their seats, slinging their backpacks back over their shoulders. At this moment, Gong Yunze could clearly feel a chilling aura emanating from the backpack. It's like a ton of high explosives that could detonate at any moment. A luxury car was already waiting in the plaza outside the Awakening Arena. As Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu walked out of the Awakening Arena, a luxury car slowly drove up in front of them. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in formal attire, got out of the passenger seat. This man was none other than the Xiao family's steward. He walked up to Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu and bowed respectfully, saying, Young miss. Young master. You've worked hard. Please come in. Before the butler could finish speaking, his personal cell phone, reserved for the head of the household, suddenly rang. This phone is specifically used by the housekeeper to answer Xiao Li's calls. Upon hearing that it was Xiao Li calling, the butler immediately answered the phone and said respectfully, Master, what are your orders? After a brief conversation, the butler glanced furtively at Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu, and replied in a low voice, Rest assured, master. I will definitely handle it well. After hanging up the phone, the butler looked apologetic at Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yunze. Young miss, young master. The head of the family said that the water pipes in the house burst and the rooms are flooded. He asked you to stay at the young master's house first. I'll go back and tidy up the house. Goodbye. After saying that, the butler quickly got into the passenger seat, and the Maybach in front of him disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu were dumbfounded and stood there at a loss. Gong Yunze remained silent. What a cliché. A mischievous smile then crept across his lips. Fine, since that's the case, I'll just go with the flow. He turned to Xiao Rongyu, his tone laced with a hint of cunning. Rongyu, your house is flooded. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? Chapter 20 A sudden phone call. Xiao Rongyu wants to take a bath at my house? Please add to your bookshelf. Great. A glint of light flashed in Xiao Rongyu's eyes, her tone filled with barely concealed anticipation. Ha! Gong Yunze's pupils dilated slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Holy crap, she didn't refuse? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Xiao Rongyu smiled and raised her eyebrows. We're already married, what's so strange about me spending the night at your place? These words were like a thunderbolt splitting the chaos, causing Gong Yunza's mind to explode. Damn! Xiao Rongyu, that ice queen I never dared to even dream of, is now coming home with me for the night? While he was lost in thought, a slender index finger gently poked his cheek. What are you thinking about, honey? Xiao Rongyu said softly. No. I wasn't thinking about anything, I was just calling a car on my phone, Gong Yunza replied. Oh. Xiao Rongyu didn't ask any further questions. The car came to a stop in front of the apartment building. With a click, the door opened, and Gong Yunza turned to the side and smiled. Please come in. Xiao Rongyu stepped into the entryway, her gaze sweeping over the gleaming floor. The house is so tidy, even the handles of the water cups are all facing the same direction. My mom has obsessive-compulsive disorder and is very clean. She does everything neatly and efficiently, striving for perfection. By the way, where is Mom? Xiao Rongyu asked. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza's expression darkened slightly, and he said, She went back to her parents' home and won't be back for a long time, but I always feel something is wrong. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. The moment he saw the caller ID, a light flashed in Gong Yunza's eyes. Mom! Why didn't you answer my phone earlier? I was so worried. But then came a hurried question from the other end of the phone. Yunza! Did you eat the top-grade qi and blood tempering pill that was on your desk? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza was furious, remembering that Tu Shanmeng had stolen his top-grade pills. Mom! This really makes me angry. I woke up this morning and happened to see a fox stealing and eating that elixir. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoying finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Thinking about the big argument he had just had with his younger brother Lu Rue. Lu Rue said that Gong Yunza was dead, and she immediately called Gong Yunza. Has the fox shown any symptoms? Lu Ruoying asked. The fox's chest was black, as if it had been poisoned, but fortunately Rongyu saved it. Upon hearing Gong Yunza's words, Lu Ruoying's eyes narrowed slightly, a barely suppressed anger flashing in them. She thought to herself. You, Lu Rue. You actually went to such extremes. Back then, she bewitched my father and forced me to marry that playboy from the Young family in Kyoto. Now she dares to poison my son's medicine. Ha, you want to play with poison with me? I'll make sure you die. With this in mind, Lu Ruoying continued to say to Gong Yunza. Okay. Mom understands. You need to take good care of that little fox and move as soon as possible. Mom won't be able to contact you for a long time, so please take good care of yourself. Mom! Why did you come back to your parents' house? Tell me where you are so I can come find you. Yunza, listen to your mother, I'm safe at my parents' home. I'll tell you everything when you're strong enough to stand above everyone else. Until then, you're not allowed to come looking for me or call me. Do you understand? Gong Yunza knew his mother wouldn't joke with him, and said seriously. Great. Mom, I successfully awakened my SSS-level talent today. I believe I'll be able to come see you soon. Gong Yunza did not tell Lu Ruoying about his SSS awakening. The main concern is that Lu Ruoying's current environment is quite complicated, and there are worries that her phone may be being tapped. If someone with ulterior motives were to overhear such a terrifying story as SSS-level superpowers, then he and even Lu Ruoying would be in big trouble. Lu Ruoying was very pleased to hear this. Good. He's truly my son. Alright, Mom has some things to attend to, I'll stop here for now. Before Gong Yunza could finish speaking, the phone went dead. After putting down his phone, Gong Yunza finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself. Although my mom let me know she was safe, I still feel like we've gotten ourselves into a huge vortex. Forget it, I'll focus on improving my strength first. I'll go find my mom when I'm strong enough. Seeing that Gong Yunza had ended the call, Xiao Rongyu asked softly. Yunza, is Mom in some kind of trouble? Gong Yunza shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but my mom wants me to move as soon as possible, so there must be some minor trouble. Why don't you move into my house? I don't believe anyone would dare to cause trouble in my Xiao family. Xiao Rongyu said seriously. Gong Yunza pondered for a moment and said. Okay, then I'll stay at your place for a month first, and after the college entrance exam for people with superpowers is over, I'll move to the school. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu asked. Yunza, have you decided which university to apply to? The conditions offered to me by the Fog City Superpower University may not have been the best, but they were the most dedicated. Well, then I'll reluctantly go to Chongqing University with you. Hee, my wife is so good. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing this. Where is the bathroom? I sweated a lot when I woke up today, and I want to take a shower first. Gong Yunza stood up and said, come with me. Although Gong Yunza's house is not as big as Xiao Rongyu's, it is still a large single-level house, with a total area of 180 square meters. We're here. This is it. Did you bring a change of clothes? Xiao Rongyu nodded, and with a gentle wave of her right hand, a JK uniform appeared in her hand. I have more than a dozen sets of clothes in my storage ring. Gong Yunza said enviously, it's so good to be rich. I've been wanting to ask before, how much does this storage ring cost? I want to get one someday. I don't know, Grandpa gave it to me. Her voice trailed off, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Gong Yunza quickly changed the subject. Put the clothes you took off in the basket by the door, I'll take them to the washing machine to wash them for you later. Should I take it off at the door? This is how it is in our family. Xiao Ronya's cheeks flushed, and she pinched the hem of her clothes with her fingertips, saying shyly. Then you turn around first. Oh. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza immediately turned his back, and the demon in his heart suddenly surfaced. The beautiful Xiao is taking off her clothes right behind me, so why don't I just turn around and feast my eyes? We're married anyway, she'll be mine sooner or later. Chapter 21 Secret Technique. Top-tier lung passing technique. Suddenly, the angel in Gong Yunza's mind delivered a flying kick, knocking the demon to the ground, his voice sharp as ice. Absolutely not. Gong Yunza, you're a gentleman. How could you do such a filthy and despicable thing? Even if she's your wife, and she didn't ask you to see her, you still have to hold back. What if you lose her favor? The demon roared in pain, listen to me. The angel leaped forward, his fists raining down on the demon like a storm, listen to me. Two ideas were locked in a fierce struggle in my mind, neither willing to yield like trapped beasts. While Gong Yunza was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, Xiao Ronyu had already taken off her clothes and put them into the dirty laundry basket. She glanced back at Gong Yunza, who was still standing with his back turned, a sly smile playing on her lips, thinking to herself. Fool. Before Gong Yunza could make a decision, the bathroom door slammed shut. Upon hearing the sound, Gong Yunza immediately turned his head to look, only to see that the beautiful figure had already disappeared behind the door. Sigh, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, never mind, let's wash her clothes first. With this in mind, Gong Yunza walked to the door and hugged the dirty laundry basket to his chest. When my gaze fell upon Xiao Rongyu's undergarments in the basket, my heart pounded. So fragrant. It's exactly the same as the light jasmine scent she carries. Just a light sniff is enough to conjure up her image in my mind. The clothes in this basket are like bound fish, ready for me to pick. Gong Yunza cautiously glanced back at the bathroom, and seeing no movement inside, he picked up one of Xiao Rongyu's shirts. As the distance between his nostrils and the shirt shortened, a rich fragrance wafted over him. Touching the slightly damp shirt in his hand, he no longer hesitated. Secret technique. Ultimate skill, top-tier lung passing technique. Heave-ho. Ah. Xiao Rongyu's body fragrance traveled straight into Gong Yunza's lungs through his nostrils. The intoxicating scent of jasmine made Gong Yunza's eyes glaze over, as if he were in a state of perfect harmony with Xiao Rongyu. What are you doing? Xiao Rongyu stood at the bathroom door wrapped in a bathrobe. When she saw him put his shirt over his head, she covered her mouth in shock. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza's body stiffened instantly, and he slowly turned his head like a frozen machine. Seeing Xiao Rongyu's shocked expression, Gong Yunza didn't know how to explain and could only stand there awkwardly. Xiao Rongyu spoke first. Gong Yunza, you wouldn't. Gong Yunza's heart tightened. He thought, it's over, it's really over now. She'll definitely think I'm a pervert. You wouldn't like wearing women's clothes, would you? Ah. Seeing Gong Yunza's panicked expression, Xiao Rongyu became even more certain of her suspicions. How about I get you a bigger one? No. No need. Gong Yunza cried out in shame and indignation. I just thought you smelled really good, that's why. Gong Yunza thought, rather than being mistaken by Xiao Rongyu for a cross-dressing master, I should honestly confess my crimes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she said shyly. Huh, really? Really? Gong Yunzi said with certainty. Then, smell it again, but don't smell the black stockings at the bottom of the frame. That might smell a little strange. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi froze on the spot, his mind instantly filled with 1,000 thoughts of grass mud horses. Holy crap! This girl's thought process is off the charts. Shouldn't she have stopped me and called me a pervert or something? She actually told me to keep smelling it? After a brief silence, Gong Yunzi quickly changed the subject. Rongyu, you're done washing up so quickly? No. I wanted to tell you that the shower head isn't producing hot water. Gong Yunzi quickly replied, I'll go check if the water heater is broken. With that, Gong Yunzi walked straight into the bathroom. He glanced at the water heater. I found the plug was a little loose, so I tightened it and then turned on the shower to test the water temperature. Okay, you can go wash now. Looking at the rising steam, Xiao Rongyu smiled radiantly. Thank you, honey. Gong Yunzi laughed and said, It's no big deal, go wash up. Xiao Rongyu smiled and nodded, then walked straight into the bathroom, gently closing the door without locking it. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Gong Yunzi also put Xiao Rongyu's clothes into the washing machine. Soon, Xiao Rongyu came out of the bathroom dressed and said happily, It feels so good after the shower. Honey, why don't you take one too? Gong Yunzi waved his hand and said, It's okay, I'll wash it before I go to bed tonight. He handed the neatly folded clothes to Xiao Rongyu, saying, The clothes are dry now, let's go. Xiao Rongyu smiled and said, Thank you, honey, you folded it so neatly. Then she picked up her phone from the cabinet. I'll have someone come pick us up. Soon, the Xiao family's butler arrived at Gong Yunzi's building in a van with his entourage. After placing Gong Yunzi's 2 suitcases into the trunk, the butler smiled and said, When the head of the family learned that you, son-in-law, were coming tonight, he specially invited a Michelin 3-star chef to the house to welcome you. Gong Yunzi said with some surprise, Father-in-law, you've gone to so much trouble. I'll have to offer him a couple more drinks later. The butler smiled and nodded, inviting Gong Yunzi and Xiao Rongyu to the back seat before taking the passenger seat himself. Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yunzi sitting beside her with eyes full of tenderness. She took Gong Yunzi's arm and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Feeling the sudden fragrance and soft touch on his shoulder, Gong Yunzi was somewhat at a loss. He tried putting his arm around Xiao Rongyu's shoulder, and seeing that Xiao Rongyu did not reject him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The housekeeper glanced at the sweet scene of the young couple in the rearview mirror and felt a pang of emotion. It's so good to be young. Meanwhile, in the study of the Liu family residence in Kyoto. Master, we have just received news that 2 students at Yangzhou No. 1 High School have awakened SSS-level superpowers. Lu Rui said casually, It's just Xiao Rongyu and that young Tianjie. Don't bother me with this kind of well-known news in the future. No, Patriarch Yang Tianjie has not awakened an SSS-level superpower, the subordinate replied. Lu Rui raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, somewhat surprised, and said, Oh? None of the Yang family's prodigies have awakened SSS-level abilities? Then which family's prodigy has awakened an SSS-level ability? It's our Liu family. Our Liu family? Could it be Fenger? No. Fenger isn't a student at Yangzhou No. 1 High School, so who is he? It's the young lady's son, Gong Yunzi. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui looked utterly incredulous and said, What did you say? He's not dead? He didn't take that pill? The subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and tentatively asked, Master, if you don't want him to continue living then. As he spoke, his subordinate made a throat-slitting gesture. Chapter 22 No Intolerance for Silence. Lu Rui's secret room? Please add to bookshelf. Lu Rui pondered for a moment, his gaze turning deep as he said, No, I can't take action directly. The matter of the pills was already a risky move. If the old man finds out about it, it will be troublesome. So we're just going to let that bastard go like this? The subordinate asked. Lu Rui said with a sinister look in his eyes. Li De, you've been with me for 10 years. You know I can't tolerate any nonsense. Cough, cough, cough. After saying that, Lu Rui began to cough incessantly, each cough sounding as if it were tearing his lungs apart. Li De hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, and when the handkerchief he handed to his lips was already stained with a little scarlet blood. Master! Are you alright? Quickly take this lung-nourishing pill. After taking the lung-nourishing pill, Lu Rui, having recovered in half a minute, withdrew his hand from Li Da's support and waved it off, saying, "It's an old problem. If I'm not around anymore, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Fenger." These words caused Li Da's eyes to suddenly redden. "Patriarch, there's definitely a way to cure your lung disease. Xiao Feng still needs your personal guidance. The Lu family also needs your presence to ensure that its position as the leading family in Kyoto isn't coveted by other families." Cough cough cough, Lu Rui covered his lips with a handkerchief, a sinister glint appearing between his fingers. "That bastard will most likely choose Kyoto University. Go and inform the principal to follow the old rules. No matter what SSS-level ability he has, as long as he gets in Lu Rui's way, he's doomed." Li De nodded worriedly and said, "What if he chooses Yangzhou University or Shanghai University?" Apart from Wodu Yida, the leadership of the other 3 Yida companies have all received favors from my Lu family to varying degrees, so there's not much of a problem. What if he joins the Fog City Extraordinary University? Li Di continued to press. Lu Rui let out a cold laugh. Absolutely impossible. Although Fog City's Extraordinary University was once glorious, it is now ranked at the bottom among the 4 extraordinary universities. Its teaching staff and resources are like an insurmountable chasm compared to the other 3. No SSS-level student with a brain would jump into the fire pit. That's true. I was overthinking it, Li De said with shame. Go ahead and do it, I need to rest. Yes. After Li De accepted the order and left, Lu Rui gazed at the stunning scenery outside the window and suddenly sighed softly. "Sister, please don't blame me for being heartless. If you hadn't run away from the marriage back then, you would have been carrying the Yang family's child, the heir of the Yang family. Why would you have suffered this calamity? The one who was wrong is not me, but you, my dear sister." Knock knock knock, the study door was knocked on and pushed open before Lu Rui could respond. A young man, about 1.75 meters tall, swaggered in, his school uniform tie hanging loosely around his neck. "Dad, I'm home." Today's awakening ceremony was exhausting. Seeing the beads of sweat still wet on his son Lu Feng's forehead, Lu Rui's eyes instantly warmed. "Fenger, how is it? What level of superpower have you awakened?" Lu Feng puffed out his chest, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense, and said, "Dad, let me tell you, I performed exceptionally well today. Guess what level of superpower I awakened?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rui stroked his chin, his tone filled with barely concealed anticipation. SSS rank? No. Dad, you think too highly of me. The SS rank? That's not right either. The young man waved his hand again, and the light in Lu Rui's eyes dimmed slightly, but he still patiently said, "That's S rank?" Lu Feng shook his head again, "No. That must be a level A ability, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rui began to feel a little nervous. Lu Feng continued to shake his head. "You guessed wrong. Dad, you think too highly of me. Let me just tell you straight. I've awakened a C-level ability. It's much stronger than the D-level ability I had during my usual physical test." Upon hearing this, Lu Rui's anxiety finally subsided. But he still smiled and encouraged him, "Fenger, you're great. You did exceptionally well today. How about I reward you with a Lamborghini sports car?" Lu Feng nodded and smiled, quite satisfied. "Dad, you only rewarded me with a Lamborghini after I awakened a C-level superpower. To be honest, I've got my eye on a helicopter. Can you buy me a helicopter too? It'll be so cool to fly a helicopter to Kyoto." "Okay, then buy them all. Have your uncle to go with you to pick them out, and once you've chosen, just swipe this card." As he spoke, Lu Rui took out a black gold card from his bag and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng excitedly grabbed the black gold card, his face beaming with excitement. "Woohoo! Long live Daddy." Looking at the elated Lu Feng, Lu Rui couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Seeing Lu Feng turn to leave the study, Lu Rui tried to persuade him to stay. "Fenger, would you like to chat with Dad for a while?" Lu Feng waved his hand impatiently in refusal. "Oh dear, Dad, I'm so tired from waking up today, I'm going back to my room to rest." "Oh right. Your health is the most important thing. You should go and get some rest." Lu Rui urged Lu Feng to leave, but a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Bang! As the study door closed again, only a lonely figure remained in the room. After locking the door, Lu Rui walked to the bookshelf in the study, took out a thick book, and a mechanism button appeared in front of him. Lu Rui reached out and pressed the mechanism, and the bookshelf suddenly moved slowly to one side. As the bookshelf stopped moving, a dark, secret room appeared before Lu Rui's eyes. Lu Rui skillfully reached out and turned on the switch in the dark room. Bright chandeliers illuminated the secret chamber, where numerous gold and silver treasures were displayed in every corner. In the innermost center of the secret room, there is a table and a memorial tablet, with a small incense burner and candle holder in front of the tablet. Lu Rui lit 2 candles and 3 incense sticks, placing them on the candle holder and the small incense burner respectively, and said with a nostalgic expression, "Nana, Fonger awakened his C-level superpower today. Aren't you happy for him? My health is deteriorating, and I'm afraid I won't live to see the day he inherits the family business." After speaking with the memorial tablet for a while, Lu Rui moved the large box containing valuables in the southwest corner of the secret room, then lifted up several floor tiles underneath it. A box made of Phoebe Jinan wood was taken out from the space under the floor tiles. Lu Rui carefully opened it. Looking at the radiant pill inside the box, Lu Rui murmured, "Fomer, now that you have successfully awakened, this Nirvana pill can help you awaken a second time. As long as you awaken in a level or higher ability, I will pass the position of family head to you and no one will dare to gossip." At this moment, Lu Feng was lying in his bed, sending a message to Chu Huairou, the school beauty of Kyoto No. 1 High School. "Huairou, I successfully awakened my C-level superpower today. You said you would agree to be with me as long as I could awaken my C-level superpower." Lu Feng excitedly clicked the send button, his heart filled with anticipation. "Huairou, now I can finally be with you." Chapter 23, Getting More Timid with Age? Lu Feng waited for a long time, but Chu Huairou's chat box remained as silent as still water. As the young master of Kyoto's most prominent family, all his messages were replied to instantly, and he was always surrounded by socialites and noble women who flocked to him, no matter where he was. However, Chu Huairou was completely indifferent to him. This rare sense of detachment captivated Lu Feng's curiosity like a magnet. He tirelessly pursued and entangled with Chu Huairou, treating the conquest of Chu Huairou's indifference as a fun game. Just as Lu Feng's patience was about to reach its limit, Chu Huairou responded to his message at the opportune moment. Lu Feng was incredibly excited upon receiving the reply, thinking that Chu Huairou was going to keep her promise. Unexpectedly, the other person's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on him, instantly extinguishing his enthusiasm. On the phone, in the conversation with Chu Huairou, the reply was, "Really? Congratulations on awakening your C-level ability, but I think you must have misremembered. I said I would be with you once you awakened your A-level ability." Lu Feng immediately replied, "Impossible. There's absolutely no way I could have misheard. I have a recording to prove it." As he spoke, Lu Feng sent the recording of Chu Huairou's promise to the other party. After the recording was sent, Lu Feng was very pleased with himself, thinking to himself, "Ha! Trying to play tricks on me? You're still a long way off. In the end, you'll have to obediently become my little girlfriend, kneeling down and singing Conquer for me." Ha 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 ha. Chu Huairou clicked to play the recording, a helpless smile creeping onto her face. "Lu Feng, if your hearing isn't good, you can have your family get you a hearing aid. The voice that says C grade isn't mine at all." Upon seeing Chu Huairou's reply, Lu Feng thought angrily. "Chu Huairou, you can deny the facts even when they're right in front of you? Do you really think I, Lu Feng, wouldn't dare to touch you?" With this in mind, Lu Feng listened to the recording again with some skepticism. However, this time he quickly discovered the problem. From the start of the recording until the grade C was mentioned, Chu Huairou was the one speaking. But when the words C-level were mentioned, the voices were clearly not from the same person. At the same time, Chu Huairou can indeed be heard saying in the recording that he wants to reach level A. After figuring out what had happened, Lu Feng's face instantly turned red. "Damn it! Who was that bastard who interrupted me? How dare they embarrass me in front of my goddess? I'll kill them." Overwhelmed with shame and indignation, Lu Feng decided to lay his cards on the table. "Chu Huairou, I'll be frank with you, I love you. As long as you marry me, once I become the head of the Lu family, you can use all the family resources at your disposal." If any other woman heard these words, she would probably be in Lu Feng's bed tonight. However, Chu Huairou's family background was in no way inferior to the Lu family's. Although the Chu family's overall strength is not as great as the Lu family's, their influence in the capital is comparable to that of the Lu family. The Chu family controls an intelligence network that spans the entire country. They are always the first to know about any disturbances within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. This invisible information network allowed the Chu family to forge alliances with many top families, and even a powerful family like the Lu family dared not provoke them easily. Chu Huairou knew that Lu Feng was the young master of the Lu family, and usually only forced a smile when she greeted him politely. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family and an SS-level talent awakener, Chu Huairou had no need to be subservient to others, and he always maintained only superficial politeness in the face of Lu Feng's pursuit. To her utter surprise, Lu Feng shamelessly proposed to her. At that moment, she felt as disgusted as if she had swallowed a bedbug. Due to family ties, it was inconvenient to completely break off relations, so Chu Huairou could only retreat and reply. Lu Feng, as I said, as long as you awaken a superpower of a grade or above, I can try to be with you. This response completely ignited the powder keg in Lu Feng's heart. Lu Feng slammed his phone down on the marble floor, the screen shattering with a cracking sound as he cursed angrily. You bitch! I've been giving you too much credit. You know I've only awakened to C rank, yet you're still trying to fool me with a rank. You think you can make a fool of me? After saying that, Lu Feng angrily yanked open the door and ran towards Lu Rue's study. At this moment, Lu Rue also came out of the secret room. He was holding a box containing the Nirvana pill and slowly sat down in the chair in the study. Suddenly, his door was turned open from the outside again, but it was locked and could not be pushed open. Hearing that someone dared to pull on his door, Lu Rue frowned deeply and said sternly, "Who's outside?" "Dad, it's me." Upon hearing Lu Feng's voice, Lu Rue's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It's Fenger. Wait for me a moment, I'll open the door for you." Snap! Lu Rue unlocked and opened the door, and immediately saw Lu Feng looking depressed. He asked with concern, "What's wrong, Fenger? Who's been so blind as to anger my son? Tell me, and I'll wipe out their entire family." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. "Really?" Lu Rue said with an arrogant expression. "How could it be false? Throughout this Dragon Kingdom, no one dares to contradict the Lu family. Tell your father, and he will seek justice for you." Immediately afterwards, Lu Rue picked up a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Seeing his father pat his chest and guarantee it, Lu Feng immediately blurted out, "Dad! Let me tell you, that eldest daughter of the Chu family in Kyoto, Chu Huairou, is simply too much. Go and wipe out her family. Then bring her back to me as my wife." Put! The Biluokun tea he had just tasted suddenly sprayed out, and Lu Rue choked, his eyes reddening. Cough cough cough. You say it again? Which one? The Chu family of Kyoto. Lu Feng blurted out. Did the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Kyoto offend you, or did you offend the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Kyoto? Lu Rue asked solemnly. She must have offended me. Lu Feng said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue felt more confident and pressed on, asking, "Tell Dad what exactly happened. If the eldest daughter of the Chu family really bullied you, I will definitely get justice for you." Lu Feng explained the whole story in the chat logs to Lu Rue. As Lu Rue listened to his son's embellished account, his expression changed from astonishment to ashen. "Dad! Go and wipe out the Chu family right now. I want to teach the two-faced Chu Huairou a lesson in the might of the Lu family. You unfilial son! Kneel down!" Cough 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 cough. When Lu Feng saw his father suddenly fly into a rage, he was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground, looking at Lu Rue's murderous gaze with terror in his eyes. Lu Rue, angered by Lu Feng, coughed uncontrollably, his face flushed, and continued. "What does this have to do with Miss Chu? You're clearly just making trouble. Do you know the consequences of offending the Chu family?" Lu Feng, however, stubbornly kept his neck straight and whispered. "The Chu family is just a small family that gathers intelligence. Our Lu family can wipe them out easily. What's there to be afraid of? I think you're getting more and more cowardly as you get older, father." Chapter 24 Second Awakening? I'm not a waste. Please add to your bookshelf. Lu Feng, however, stubbornly kept his neck straight and whispered. "The Chu family is just a small family that gathers intelligence. We can wipe them out with a flick of our wrist. What's there to be afraid of?" I think you're getting more and more cowardly as you get older, father. These words were like a sharp knife piercing Lu Rue's heart. He coughed violently as he cursed. Cough, cough, cough. You unfilial son. Although the Chu family is not good at direct confrontation, it has deep roots in various major forces. If anyone dares to touch the Chu family in the slightest, they will be making an enemy of more than 10 top families in the capital at the same time. Lu Feng said with a look of dissatisfaction. Since the Chu family is so powerful, what makes our Lu family the number one family? Why don't we just hand over the title of number one family to the Chu family? Lu Rue felt a rush of blood to his head, almost fainting. He roared furiously. How could I have raised such a dull and incompetent thing as you? From this moment on, go to the solitary confinement room for 3 days to face the wall. If you dare to bother the Chu family's young lady again, I will not let you off easily. Seeing that his father was truly angry, Lu Feng dared not act rashly in the slightest and walked familiarly toward the solitary confinement cell that he was already quite familiar with. Lu Feng lay listlessly on the bed. An exquisite box was thrown in through the lookout window of the iron gate. Snap! With a soft thud as the object hit the ground, Lu Rue's booming voice rang out. Fonger, this is the Nirvana pill. After taking it, it will help you reshape your physique and unlock your second awakening. The words second awakening struck Lu Feng like a lightning bolt, instantly igniting a fierce light in his eyes. He quickly picked up the box, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Thank you, Dad. I knew you'd find a way. Snort! Lu Rue snorted and left the confinement room, while Li De was assigned by Lu Rue to stay outside the confinement room to guard Lu Feng. Upon opening the pill box, Lu Feng exclaimed excitedly. With this pill, as long as I awaken my A-level talent, wouldn't Chu Huairou obediently throw herself into my arms? Upon thinking of this, Lu Feng could no longer contain his excitement and swallowed the pill in one gulp. When Lu Feng swallowed the Nirvana pill, a powerful phoenix force surged within his body. Soon his bones crackled and popped as if they were being reforged in a raging fire. The excruciating pain that went straight to his bone followed, causing Lu Feng to writhe wildly on the ground. Li Din, standing outside the door, felt a pang of pity seeing Lu Feng's pained expression, but knowing it was a normal reaction to the drug's effects, he did not intervene. 10 minutes later, the violent effects of the drug gradually wore off. Although Lu Feng was on the verge of fainting, he stubbornly held on thanks to his obsession with Chu Huairou, still muttering to himself. Huairou, once I awaken my A-level ability, will you finally look at me? I truly love you. Lu Feng completely absorbed the medicinal power of the Nirvana pill, and his physique jumped from C-level to SS level. Feeling his body brimming with unprecedented power, Lu Feng roared to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Young master, I've succeeded. Just then, a huge array pattern suddenly appeared on the floor of the confinement room, which greatly surprised Lu Feng. These array patterns seemed so familiar. Oh. That's right. These are awakening array patterns. Am I about to undergo a second awakening? If I awaken in the confinement room, wouldn't the energy of heaven and earth be unable to directly harm me? Thinking of this, Lu Feng was overjoyed. In that case, awakening my SS level or even SSS level superpower would be a piece of cake. Boom! The energy of heaven and earth rapidly converged above the confinement room, cascading down towards the roof like a waterfall. However, the confinement room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible protective shield, absorbing all the violent energy and transforming it into a gentle force that flowed into Lu Feng's body. Seeing this, Lu Feng was extremely excited. So there's such a way to awaken. Why didn't Dad use it on me sooner? Otherwise, I would have taken Chu Huairou home and given her a good beating. But it's not too late now. Once I awaken my SSS level superpower, let's see who dares to look down on me. Let's see who dares to disobey my words. With the continuous infusion of energy from heaven and earth, Lu Feng's meridians became more stable, and his physique became increasingly powerful. 70 seconds passed very quickly. At this moment, Lu Feng had reached the threshold of the A-level superpower he had always dreamed of. This was a scene he never dared to imagine in his wildest dreams. 75 seconds. 78 seconds. 79 seconds. 80 seconds. My God! I've actually awakened an S-class ability. Is this really not a dream? 82 seconds. 84 seconds. 86 seconds. 88 seconds. The time is gradually approaching 90 seconds. This is a qualitative leap from S-class to SS class. At this point, the protective shield outside the confinement room was gradually becoming unable to withstand the impact of the energy from heaven and earth. At the 89th second, with a loud rip, the protective shield of the confinement cell collapsed instantly. The roof of the entire confinement cell was pierced directly by powerful energy from heaven and earth. The moment the energy of heaven and earth came into contact with Lu Feng's body, Lu Feng felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. That unbearable pressure swept over his entire body once again. This feeling is exactly the same as when I awakened my sea-level ability. Is this the end? I'm not reconciled. I must awaken my SSS-level superpower. I want Huiro to look at me with new eyes. I want her to see all the effort I've put into her. Thinking of this, Lu Feng once again unleashed an astonishing burst of willpower. His intense obsession transformed into an astonishing willpower, sustaining him to continue. He desperately wanted to prove himself. After enduring humiliation and hardship for many years, he finally had a chance to turn his life around. He told himself in his heart no matter what, he must persevere. Soon, 90 seconds had passed. 90 seconds. I did it. I really did it. Dad. Mom. Huiro. Did you see that? I'm not a loser anymore. 91 seconds. At this moment, Lu Feng felt unprecedented pressure. The intense sense of oppression caused Lu Feng's consciousness to begin to waver. Just as he was about to muster his strength, something unexpected happened. His veins bulged all over his body, like giant wriggling earthworms. The moment his veins bulged, his skin began to rapidly change from yellowish white to purplish black. Seeing this, Li De, who was guarding Lu Feng, secretly thought that something was wrong. Oh no! Young master is showing signs of poisoning. We must stop the awakening. He acted decisively and broke the formation. However, the SS-level anomaly that should have appeared the instant the formation stopped did not materialize. Instead, a black hole the size of a pinhole appeared in the sky, so small that it was almost invisible unless you looked closely. However, the energy of heaven and earth that Lu Feng absorbed into his body was being continuously devoured by this black hole. Li De was horrified when he saw this. This is a heavenly punishment black hole specifically designed to punish those who awaken using external forces. After figuring out what was in front of him, Li De exclaimed in fear. Young master, run! Don't let the black hole suck you in. Chapter 25 Life-Saving Medicine? Killing two birds with one stone. Please add to your bookshelf. However, the black hole of divine punishment was hanging directly above Lu Feng's head. It frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth within his body, along with the surrounding objects and even sounds. Lu Feng failed to hear Li Da's shouts and instead mistook the black hole for a phenomenon that occurred when he awakened his SS-level superpower. Ha 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 ha. I never imagined that I, Lu Feng, would awaken such a heaven-defying power that can devour everything. I will surely be invincible under heaven. Seeing that Lu Feng wouldn't listen to his advice and was acting like a madman, Li De shouted anxiously. Young master! What are you standing there for? Run! Once the black hole has devoured all the energy in your body, you'll be sucked in and ground to dust. Li De called out repeatedly to no avail, so he gritted his teeth and said, Young master! I've come to save you. Li De forcibly broke into the awakening array and used a rare spatial teleportation scroll to snatch the unsuspecting Lu Feng back from the black hole's grasp. The spatial teleportation scroll is a spatial teleportation device created by top-tier spatial array masters with immense effort. Creating a spatial teleportation scroll requires 3 months of work to establish a precise spatial teleportation channel, making it extremely rare and precious. This teleportation scroll was originally Lu Rui's trump card for Li De to use during a special mission to save his life. Now that it's being used on Lu Feng, Li De feels it's making the best use of the resources. Young master! Are you all right? Li De looked at Lu Feng, who had a furious expression, and asked with concern. But these words took on a different meaning when they reached Lu Feng's ears, who was unaware of the truth. Li De! How dare you! You actually interrupted my awakening and even destroyed the celestial phenomena. When I get back, I will definitely expose your actions to my father. Young master, please let me explain. Li De said, feeling wronged. I won't listen. You! Li De! Effective immediately, you are expelled from the Lu family in the name of Lu Feng, the future head of the family. Lu Feng interrupted sharply. Upon hearing this, Li De hurriedly said, "Young master, it's not what you think." Lu Feng had no interest in listening to Li Da's excuses. Suddenly, he realized that his physique was even weaker than before his second awakening. Sensing something amiss, Lu Feng was instantly enraged and pointed at Li De, saying angrily, "Li Da, you're dead. You've ruined my life. Tell me, who sent you as a spy? My Lu family has treated you well, why did you betray me?" At this point, he suddenly remembered something and let out a piercing scream. "It's over. My SS level ability is gone. Huiro. My Huiro. No. BGM, snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling." Li De shook his head helplessly and offered words of comfort. "Young master, I will report your matter to the head of the family. I hope you can calm down first." Before Li De could finish speaking, Lu Feng interrupted him directly. "Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? You've completely ruined me. How can I possibly become the head of the Lu family in this wretched state?" Without pausing, Lu Feng continued hysterically. "Do you really think I'm cynical? Do you really think I don't care about anything? I'm telling you. I know this better than any of you. I know perfectly well that I'm a good for nothing. I know perfectly well that nobody has any hope for me. Even my father looks down on me. If I weren't his only son, he probably would have kicked me out of the house long ago." Li Da's expression froze, and he shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Young master, the patriarch has always valued you highly. Do you know what the nirvana pill you took today was originally intended for? This is a divine pill that my father specially prepared for me to awaken my SSS-level superpower." Lu Feng blurted out. Seeing that Lu Feng was completely unaware of Lu Rui's good intentions, Li De hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind and saying, "No, this pill was originally prepared by the patriarch as a life-saving medicine for himself." Lu Feng was struck dumb and said in astonishment, "What? This pill is my dad's life-saving medicine? Are you kidding me? My dad said it was just a common cough." "Young master, how can a normal cough cause blood to come out?" Li De said helplessly. "Dad coughed up blood? Wasn't he just coughing dryly? I've never seen him cough up blood before." "Young master, when the patriarch was young, he accidentally wandered into the territory of a foreign race while training abroad. His right lung was punctured by them. Although he survived, this lung disease has plagued him for the rest of his life, and now his condition is getting worse." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his face was filled with remorse. "I never realized Dad had done so much for me, but I always thought it was something he could give me casually." Thinking of this, Lu Feng hurriedly asked, "Are there any more nirvana pills left?" Li De slowly shook his head. "It took 10 years to gather all the ingredients to make the nirvana pill, and the master alchemist has already passed away. There is no second one now." Lu Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he broke down, saying, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I took my father's life-saving medicine, but ended up becoming a cripple?" At this point, Lu Feng even laughed at himself. "Ha ha 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 ha. Lu Feng, Lu Feng. You've been spoiled and arrogant since you were little, relying on your family's power to cause trouble everywhere, and now you're even trying to kill your own father. You're a complete and utter piece of trash. Ha 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 ha." After saying that, everything went black and he fainted. In a hidden corner, Lu Ruoying coldly observed everything, muttering to herself, "My dear brother, if you dare to harm my son, I'll make sure your son tastes poison too." Out of consideration for being from the same Lu family, she didn't kill him. They simply tampered with the elixir, causing the heavenly punishment black hole to destroy Lu Feng's supernatural abilities. Soon after, Li De led Lu Feng to Lu Rui's study. Seeing the two men looking travel-worn and unusually pale, Lu Rui's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition welled up inside him. "What happened to you guys? Why are you all in such a mess?" Li De then recounted the entire process of Lu Feng's awakening from the beginning. "Young master has awakened an SS-level superpower." When Lu Rui heard that Lu Feng had awakened an SS-level superpower, he excitedly interrupted. "Good. Good. Good. I never expected my son to be so promising. He certainly hasn't disappointed me. I'm going to throw a month-long feast." But Li Da's words the next second made Lu Rui feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Later, at the very last moment of the young master's awakening, a black hole of divine punishment appeared, sucking all the energy of heaven and earth within the young master's body. The young master's ability level instantly plummeted to. What level have you fallen to? Tell me. Lu Rui asked anxiously. D grade, Li De said guiltily. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui felt the world spin, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Master of the house. Master of the house. Seeing Lu Rui collapse, Li De hurriedly abandoned Lu Feng and rushed forward to check on him, only to find Lu Rui's breathing weak. He could only shout for help. Help! The patriarch has fainted. Chapter 26, Torture and Forced Confessions. Please add to your bookshelf. Upon hearing Li Da's cries for help, the Lu family servants assembled within a minute. This included Dr. Watto, the family therapist for the Lu family. After quickly checking on Lu Rui and his son, upon hearing the news, Lu Guokong, the patriarch of the Lu family, and other direct relatives of the Lu family arrived shortly afterward. Seeing his son and grandson both fall to the ground, Lu Guokong's eyes were filled with anxiety. He urgently asked Hua Tuo. Elder Hua, how are they? Watto said solemnly. Reporting to the old patriarch, he was just overwhelmed with anger. I have already used a healing spell, and he should wake up soon. Lu Guokong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then immediately asked. And how is my grandson? Watto's eyes flickered slightly, but he finally admitted it. Your grandson's situation is extremely complicated. I'm at a loss. How could this be? Lu Guokong asked anxiously. If even Elder Hua cannot cure it, who else in the Dragon Kingdom can? Hua Tu shook his head helplessly. Young master has been poisoned by a strange poison. Although it's not fatal, it slowly erodes his meridians. In addition, it seems that young master's meridians have been breached by powerful energy, and he is now no different from an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Lu Guokong's legs went weak, and he involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. Fortunately, someone helped him up, preventing him from falling to the ground. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Elder Hua, you must find a way to help Fenger. If he becomes a cripple, our Lu family will be finished. Watto shook his head and said helplessly, Young master's injuries are too severe. Please forgive my lack of skill. Upon hearing this, Lu Guokong took a deep breath and slowly closed his wrinkled eyes. Investigate. Who poisoned Fenger? I'll make sure his family is ruined. Upon hearing this, Li Da's face showed worry. I was with the young master throughout the entire process of his poisoning, and I didn't find anything wrong. Who could it be? However, Lu Guokong keenly noticed the worry in Li Da's expression and questioned him sternly. Li Da. What exactly happened? When Li Da heard Lu Guokong ask him a serious question, he explained the whole story in detail. Lu Guokong looked puzzled and asked. According to you, no one interfered with the whole thing, and Fenger became like this on his own? Li Da replied somewhat awkwardly. Yes, that's how it is. At this moment, Lu Ruoying, who was standing to the side, sneered. Li Da, are you treating the Lu family like fools? If no one else had harmed him, how could Fenger have ended up like this? Lu Ruoying did not name names as the person who murdered Lu Feng, but everyone who heard Lu Ruoying's words subconsciously turned their attention to Li Da. Lu Ruoying's second uncle, Lu Jianye, stated frankly. Li Di, as long as you honestly confess who the mastermind is, my Lu family will spare your life out of consideration for our years of master-servant relationship. Upon hearing this, Li Di was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. It really wasn't me. My loyalty to the Lu family is as clear as day. Still denying it even when you're about to die? Guards, tie him up and whip him. Beat him until he confesses. Lu Jianye roared. Li Da's eyes widened in disbelief. No. No. Don't. I'm loyal to the Lu family, you can't do this to me. Ah. 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 As screams filled the air, Li Da remained silent, for he had nothing to say. Soon, Li Da was beaten half to death and fainted on the spot from the pain. Lu Jianye gave him no chance to catch his breath and even ordered someone to pour alcohol onto Li Da's wound. Li Da, who had just fainted, was jolted awake again by the intense pain from his wounds, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. I didn't betray you. I didn't. Li Da cried out his innocence with all his might, but no one believed a single word he uttered. Upon seeing this, Lu Guokong felt a surge of admiration and said, I don't know what benefits they gave you that made you so devoted to them. After another round of fire whipping, due to the effects of alcohol, Li De was scorched by the flames while enduring excruciating pain, and was beaten until his flesh was a bloody mess. But he remained silent. He could have easily said that a family was diverting the trouble, but he didn't do so for the sake of the Lu family. If he starts attacking recklessly, what should have been a situation where only he would die will turn into a bloody battle between the two families. If the truth eventually comes out, the Lu family's power and prestige will be damaged. He would rather die than drag the Lu family down with him. Just as Li De was on the verge of death, Lu Rui happened to wake up. Upon seeing Li Da's miserable state, he immediately shouted sternly, "Stop! Cough, cough." Upon hearing that it was Lu Rui who spoke, the executioner immediately stopped what he was doing and respectfully said, "Master, you're finally awake." This Li De plotted to harm the young master. The old master ordered me to torture him to make him confess who was behind it. Lu Rui frowned and asked, "Did he confess?" "He's incredibly stubborn, he wouldn't confess even after being beaten to death." Lu Rui kicked the executioner and roared. Li De would never betray the Lu family. He'd rather die than confess, I believe him. Untie him and send him to the best hospital in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, the executioner clutched his stomach in pain, stood up, and said meekly, "Yes, Master." Soon, Li De was taken to Kyoto Hospital by several servants of the Lu family. Watching Li De being carried away, Lu Rui sighed deeply. Sigh. Is the Lu family going to be ruined by my lineage? At the same time, Gong Yunze was enjoying a Michelin 3-star chef's meal at the Xiao family's banquet. Xiao Li raised his wineglass and said happily, "Yunze, Rongyu. Congratulations on successfully awakening your SSS-level abilities. I never thought my Xiao family would produce two peerless geniuses one day. Cheers! Cheers!" Everyone's faces were filled with relaxed and happy expressions. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, Xiao Li asked with concern, "Yunze, which university are you planning to attend?" "Rongyu and I have decided to go to Wudu Yida." "What? You're going to Wudu E University? I heard that Wudu E University is almost squeezed out of the top 4 universities. Are you really sure about this?" "Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse," Gong Yunze said. "Even though it is weak now, it is still a top-notch academy for supernatural abilities. Now that it is facing the risk of being replaced, it will definitely do its best to cultivate me and Rongyu as its 2 lifelines." Xiao Li nodded and said, "That makes sense, but Kyoto University is still the best choice, with top-notch faculty and resources." "Dad, we've already made up our minds, so please don't try to persuade us anymore," Xiao Rongyu interrupted. "All right. It's good that young people have their own ideas. If you really want to go to the Fog City, I only have one thing to say to you." After a pause, Xiao Li continued. "Next year is the Quadrennial National College Ability Competition. You must represent Fog City Ability University and achieve a top 4 finish. The higher your ranking, the more resources you will receive. Conversely, the resources allocated to Fog City Ability University will be significantly reduced." Chapter 27 skipped. Gong Yunze nodded and said, "It's starting next year? Looks like we need to get serious about our training." Xiao Li said earnestly. "The absorption rate of SSS-level energy by the universe equals the absorption rate of SS-level energy 1.5. SS-class speed equals S-class speed 1.5. S-class speed equals A-class speed 1.5. Class A speed equals Class B speed 1.5. And so on." Gong Yunze was very interested in this knowledge and asked, "Dad, could you tell me more about cultivation?" Upon hearing the word dad, Xiao Li laughed heartily, his eyes radiating warmth. "Of course. Before high school, you are learning how to awaken advanced talents. This kind of cultivation knowledge will be taught in college." Xiao Li cleared his throat and continued. "Your awakened abilities are equivalent to your talents. The higher the level of your awakened abilities, the stronger your abilities and the greater your talent for cultivation. As I said before, SSS-level abilities have a cultivation speed that is 350% faster than F-level abilities, and the strength and attributes of SSS-level and F-level abilities are also worlds apart. For example, even though they are both fire-type abilities, the power of an SSS-level fire-type ability is several times greater than that of an F-level fire-type ability. There are currently 9 known major realms in the cultivation of supernatural abilities, and each major realm has 9 minor realms, which are as follows. First tier Awakening Realm. Second tier Extraordinary Disciple Realm. Third tier Extraordinary Realm. Fourth tier Extraordinary Master Realm. Fifth tier Extraordinary King Realm. Sixth tier Extraordinary Emperor Realm. Seventh tier Otherworldly Realm. Eighth tier Extraordinary Realm. Ninth order Extraordinary Saint Realm. He changed the subject. To win a top 4 finish in the National College Ability Competition, you need to reach at least the first level of a third tier ability user. Gong Yunza pressed further. How long did it take you to reach the third tier Extraordinary Realm back then? 2.5 years. A sharp glint flashed in Shaoli's eyes. It's a pity that a freak emerged from the Fog City's Extraordinary University, reaching the third tier Extraordinary Realm in just 1.5 years. Otherwise, I would be the record holder for the fastest breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza exclaimed in surprise. Your cultivation speed is so fast, you must also have an SSS-level ability. Of course. Your father-in-law is now a 5th tier alien king, just one step away from a 6th tier alien emperor. Shaoli said proudly. Shaoli continued his introduction. You should know that a 5th rank official can govern a province, and a 6th rank official can enter the capital's Great Hall to discuss matters of national importance. Your grandfather, a 6th rank extraordinary emperor at the 9th level, was known as the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. 7th tier heretical sects can even break the shackles of life. They possess a lifespan of at least 200 years. The realms above the 8th tier are beyond the reach of us mortals. Gong Yunza's mind raced through the information, but his brows gradually furrowed. With only 1 year left until the National College Superpower Competition, the fastest person to reach the 3rd level of superpower cultivation took 1.5 years. Thinking about this, Gong Yunza was somewhat troubled. If he went to one of the other 3 different schools, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. But he knew that Lu Ruoying had a deeper meaning in making him choose Chongqing Yida. After a fierce internal struggle, Gong Yunza ultimately chose Wudu Yida in his heart. Since the fastest time to break through to the 3rd tier alien realm is 1.5 years, then I, Gong Yunza, will achieve it in 1 year. Seeing the shocked look on Gong Yunza's face, Shaoli asked. Yunza, how is it? After hearing my explanation, you should have made up your mind, right? Gong Yunza nodded and said. Yes. I have made my choice. Shaoli was very satisfied upon hearing this, thinking to himself. Now you know which university to choose, Kyoto University. It's worth all the useful information I shared with you. In high spirits, Shaoli elegantly picked up his wineglass and drank the 1982 Lafite in one gulp. I've decided to choose Wudu Yida. Gong Yunza said firmly. Puff. Upon hearing Gong Yunza's words, Shaoli spat out the Lafite he was drinking and looked at Gong Yunza with disbelief. Wiping the Lafite from the corner of his mouth, Shaoli said seriously. Yunza, you'd better think this through. Once you join Wudu Yida, the treatment you receive if you change your mind and transfer later might not be as good as what they're offering now. Gong Yunza also said seriously, Dad, I've thought it through. I want to break through to the 3rd tier aberrant within 1 year. Shaoli was immediately displeased upon hearing Gong Yunza's words and said. What? Breaking through to the 3rd tier of an alien in just 1 year? Yunza, you're kidding me. Just stick to Kyoto Alien University, that's the right path. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least think about Rongyu. Left with no other choice, Gong Yunza had to tell Shaoli about Lu Ruoying. Upon hearing this, Shaoli's pupils contracted sharply, and after a long pause, he exclaimed in shock. I remember now. I knew your mother-in-law looked familiar. When I was young, I went with my father to the Yang family in Kyoto for a wedding. On the wedding day, the bride ran away on the spot, and the Lu and Yang families broke up because of this. Later, I saw your mother's photo on the wanted poster issued by the Lu family, and I still remember it vividly. At this point, Shaoli glanced at Gong Yunza in surprise, then said solemnly. It seems your mother was found and brought back to the Lu family. You don't need to worry. Now that you've married Rongyu, my Shao family will protect you. Even if Lu Guokong, a 6th level alien emperor at the 9th stage, comes in person, I will not hand you over. Gong Yunza was deeply moved upon hearing this and bowed deeply, saying. Thank you, Dad. When Shaoli helped him up, his tone already carried a hint of sighing. The Lu family wields immense power in the Dragon Kingdom. Your mother's decision to send you to the misty capital was indeed a last resort. Since that's the case, I won't try to persuade you any further. If you need resources, just tell your family. The foundation laid by your grandfather is enough for you and your wife to cultivate to the 5th-tier alien king. Dad, don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate. I will definitely break through to the 3rd-level alien within a year. Gong Yunzi said with burning eyes. Shaoli knew that reaching the 3rd level of a supernatural being in a year was incredibly difficult, but he didn't underestimate Gong Yunzi. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Go for it. The Shao family will always be your strong support. Gong Yunzi nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with gratitude, and said, yes. I will definitely cultivate to the 3rd level of an extraordinary being within a year. Seeing Gong Yunzi's serious expression, Xiao Rongyu raised her glass and said, as long as we work together, we will definitely succeed. Shaoli beckoned Gong Yunzi to his side and said, Yunzi, stand still. I want to see if you've skipped any segments after awakening. Gong Yunzi asked in confusion. What does skipping segments mean? Awakened individuals cultivate entirely by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. When they awaken their special abilities, a large amount of this energy enters their bodies. Awakened individuals who awaken S-level or higher special abilities will most likely directly reach the 2nd or 3rd stage of the 1st-tier awakening realm. This is called skipping a stage. Shaoli explained. Gong Yunzi suddenly realized, so that's how it is. After I awakened, I did feel that the energy in my body was much stronger than before. Upon hearing this, Shaoli's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said, That's most likely because you skipped a segment. Release your newly awakened ability and I'll see how many segments you skipped. Chapter 28, I'll sell everything I own to support your cultivation. A heart-shaped red mole? Please add to your bookshelf. As Gong Yunzi nodded, he immediately used his spirit shadow clone technique. In an instant, 4 figures appeared as if reflected in a mirror, surrounding Shaoli in the center. Although Shaoli had heard of Gong Yunzi's special abilities before, he was still a little surprised to see such a peculiar clone ability. Yunzi, is this a summoning ability? Judging from the overall energy fluctuations, you should currently be at the 5th stage of the 1st-level awakening realm. If you include the other 3 clones, your strength is comparable to an awakener at the 6th stage of awakening. Gong Yunzi said modestly, it seems that you have a good foundation. Seeing this, the Shao family members at the dinner table were utterly shocked. The highest jump record in the Dragon Kingdom is only the 3rd stage of the 1st tier, but Yunzi actually woke up at the 5th stage of the 1st tier? Reaching the 5th stage of the awakening realm right after awakening? Is this really an SSS-level ability? Poet, hold on. But at this moment, Shaoli's eyes suddenly turned cold. Yunzi, as far as I know, you have awakened 2 superpowers. What other trump cards are you hiding in front of me? Gong Yunzi smiled somewhat awkwardly upon hearing this. No, I'll release my 2nd ability right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yunzi immediately activated his divine domain. The domain rapidly expanded outwards in a circular pattern centered on Gong Yunzi. When the domain completely covered everyone, Shaoli's expression instantly changed from serious to surprised, and then to shocked. At this moment, Shaoli's eyes were filled with nothing but shock. Unparalleled shock. A storm raged within him, and he thought. What kind of domain is this? It's even more domineering than the absolute domain inherited from my Shao family bloodline. A domain cast by a 1st-tier awakened can weaken a 5th-tier awakened by half? This is too heaven-defying. The rest of the Shao family members felt the power of the domain and the significant weakening of their own strength, and were struck dumb. Is this right? Isn't this our Shao family's bloodline ability absolute domain? Why does he also have it? And it seems even more domineering than the Shao family's absolute domain. Poet, hold on. Seeing this, Shaoli swallowed hard, rubbed his hands together, and asked with a curious smile. Good son-in-law, can you tell me the effects of your superpower? When he asked this question, Shaoli's previously maintained dignified image vanished instantly, and his eyes were filled with only praise and satisfaction for his son-in-law. Before Gong Yunzi could speak, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but frown and say, Dad. The effects of superpowers are an unspeakable secret for every awakened one. How can you use your position to pry into other people's privacy? Shaoli blushed upon hearing this, but his gaze remained fixed on Gong Yunzi. Both are domain-based abilities, but the Xiao family's absolute domain can only be used against enemies one level higher than themselves. Gong Yunza's incredibly powerful cross-level weakening and its effect were simply a dimensional reduction attack on the Xiao family's domain. Now Xiaoli is only grateful that Gong Yunza is his son-in-law, otherwise, if such a powerful domain ability were to grow, it would surely overwhelm the Xiao family in the future. Thinking that Gong Yunza actually possessed such a heaven-defying domain, Xiaoli thought to himself. In this way, Yunza will not only have outstanding combat power, but he can also weaken the enemy's strength by half. Wouldn't this increase and decrease make him much stronger than his opponent? Perhaps he only needs to reach the 6th level of the second-tier alien disciple or even lower to lead the Fog City Alien University to the top 4 in the competition. Thinking of this, Xiaoli couldn't help but gasp and exclaim in surprise. A dual power awakener is truly extraordinary. Yunza, just focus on your cultivation. We'll support you even if we have to sell everything we own. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza stood up and offered a toast. Thank you, Dad. I'll drink it all, but please feel free to drink as you like. Then Gong Yunza downed his glass of red wine in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiaoli also downed his glass of wine in one go. Seeing Gong Yunza display such great talent, the other members of the Xiao family all stepped forward to offer him a toast. Yunza, you and Rongyu should get along well from now on and try to have a big, healthy son soon. Yes. You two SSS-level geniuses will definitely have an outstanding child. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza glanced at Xiao Rongyu sitting to the side out of the corner of his eye. Xiao Rongyu lowered her head, her face flushed, and her ears gradually turned red. She said coquettishly, "We haven't even graduated from university yet, it's too early to talk about this." Seeing that Xiao Rongyu was a little shy, Gong Yunza quickly took over the conversation. "There's plenty of time, it'll happen sooner or later." Amidst the hearty laughter of the Xiao family, the banquet gradually came to an end. Gong Yunza carried the drunk Xiao Rongyu on his back and, led by the butler Zhou, walked to Xiao Rongyu's room. "Young master, your room is here. Please get some rest. Call me anytime if you need anything." Gong Yunza nodded and thanked him. "Yes. Thank you, Uncle Fu." The moment he pushed open the door, he froze in shock. The room was decorated with large red characters and dragon and phoenix candlesticks, clearly indicating that it was set up as a wedding room. Could this be my and Xiao Rongyu's wedding room? Gong Yunza swallowed hard. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu on his back also began to get restless. She wrapped her arms tightly around Gong Yunza's neck, her burning cheeks pressed against his ear, and her hot breaths gently caressed his face. Gong Yunza softly called to Xiao Rongyu, who was lost in her drunken dream, trying to wake her. "Rongyu, wake up. You're holding on too tightly." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Rongyu's hands not only didn't loosen but tightened even more, and she murmured, "Yunza, I'm finally with you." Gong Yunza asked curiously, "Finally together? What does that mean?" But before he could think further, a strong feeling of suffocation forced him to first remove Xiao Rongyu from his body. After struggling for a while, Gong Yunza, panting heavily as if he had survived a disaster, said, "Huff, huff, huff, her arms are so thin, yet her strength is astonishing. If I weren't at the 5th level of the first rank, Xiao Rongyu would be living a life of widowhood when she wakes up tomorrow." At this moment, Xiao Rongyu lay on the bed with her eyes closed, laughing foolishly and talking nonsense. "Yunza is my husband, he he he, he he he." As she spoke, Xiao Rongyu rolled over. Because she was sleeping on the edge of the bed, Xiao Rongyu almost fell to the ground when she turned over. Gong Yunza hurriedly bent down to help, but Xiao Rongyu took the opportunity to hook her neck. With her eyes glazed over from drunkenness, Xiao Rongyu looked up at him, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Honey, let's sleep together. He he, he he he." That charming and innocent look, so different from her usual aloofness, sent a jolt through Gong Yunza's heart. He thought to himself, "Is this the legendary wife with a completely different personality? Once she opens her heart, she completely lets loose?" Shaking his head, Gong Yunza gently placed Xiao Rongyu on the bed. Just as Gong Yunza was covering her with a blanket, he suddenly noticed a barely noticeable heart-shaped red mole on Xiao Rongyu's shoulder. The heart-shaped red mole, faintly visible in the candlelight, perfectly overlapped with a mark deep in his memory. His fingertips trembled, and a blurry, fragmented image flashed through his mind. He said with some surprise, "She has the same mole in the same spot. Could it be? No, Rongyu couldn't possibly be her." He shook his head, trying to dispel the absurd speculation, but as he turned around, he heard a murmur behind him. Yunza, I miss you so much, Yunza. Chapter 29, Memories of the Past, Demanding Justice. Please add to your bookshelf. Thinking of this, Gong Yunza's thoughts suddenly drifted back to his childhood. When he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, a girl briefly entered his world, but she was deeply embedded in his memory. After school, the rain was fine and continuous. He was walking past the alleyway with his tattered plastic umbrella when he bumped into several towering senior students cornering a girl against a wall. The girl's backpack straps were scattered in the mud, and she curled up like a frightened fledgling. Gong Yunza's blood boiled instantly, and he rushed forward in righteous indignation, shouting, "Stop! What kind of skill is it for a group of people to bully a girl?" The group of older students glanced at him sideways, a contemptuous smile playing on their lips. "Mind your own business, kid. Go cool off somewhere else. If you meddle again, I'll beat you up too." Faced with the threat from the older students, Gong Yunza did not back down, but instead shouted loudly into the distance. "Principal Su! I'm here. Someone is bullying a female student." Before the words were even finished, those figures had already disappeared into the rain in a panic. When the girl looked up, there was mud on her forehead and water droplets on her eyelashes. Gong Yunza squatted down, extended his wet hands to her, and smiled. "Don't be afraid, I scared them away. Ha ha ha." The little girl's face was dirty from falling while being chased, obscuring her originally pretty features. Looking at Gong Yunza's cheerful smile and the hand he reached out to her helpless self, the little girl felt warmth from outside her family for the first time. She was introverted and didn't like to talk much since she was a child. As a result, he was ostracized by his classmates, and even the desks and chairs he liked to play pranks on were moved to a corner of the classroom. "I didn't make a single friend until the 3rd grade of elementary school." She hesitated, wiping her muddy hands on her skirt before carefully taking his fingertips in her hand. Gong Yunza asked, "Which class are you in? What's your name?" The little girl didn't speak, but just gripped Gong Yunza's fingers tightly. "Where do you live? I'll take you home." The little girl nodded and pointed in the opposite direction from Gong Yunza's house. Gong Yunza took the little girl's hand and, without saying a word, prepared to take her home. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The older students who had been scared away by him earlier returned menacingly, roaring at Gong Yunza from a distance. "You brat! How dare you lie to us? We'll beat you to death." Immediately, they charged straight towards Gong Yunza. Gong Yunza pulled the little girl along as they ran, their rain boots making frantic drumbeats on the cement road. However, after running for a short while, the little girl's strength gradually gave out. The distance between the two and the group of older students was also rapidly decreasing. Looking back at the senior students who were at least a head taller than him, Gong Yunza felt extremely troubled. He knew that if they continued running like this, they would be caught sooner or later, so he decisively let go of the little girl's hand and said, "You go first. I'll hold them off." The little girl didn't run away. Instead, she clenched her fists tighter, her eyes resolute as if to say, "I won't leave you behind and run away." Seeing the little girl's determined eyes, Gong Yunza had no choice but to abandon the idea of covering the rear alone, and then pulled the little girl along and ran forward with all his might. But he eventually ran out of energy and was overtaken by the older students. After the older students surrounded them, the senior student who was in charge was named Chen Tao. He pointed at Gong Yunza and said fiercely, "Run! Why did you stop running? Weren't you running so fast just now?" After saying that, he continued speaking to his two accomplices beside him. "Go find some sticks and break his legs. Let's see how he runs away then." Soon, the two students found a wooden stick as thick as an arm nearby. At this moment, Gong Yunza was being held firmly to the ground by 3 other students, unable to move. Seeing that the two had retrieved their weapons, Chen Tao picked up a wooden stick and walked towards Gong Yunza with a cold smile. He repeatedly tapped his left hand with the wooden stick in his right hand, and said with an arrogant expression, "Today, let your senior teach you a life lesson. Mind your own business." As he spoke, he struck Gong Yunza hard on the calf with the stick. The blow caused Gong Yunza to kick wildly, sending the 2 older students who were pinning his feet away. He then bit down hard on the student who was holding him down. The student winced in pain, and Gong Yunza took the opportunity to flip over and throw him off. Having regained his freedom, Gong Yunza limped towards the older student who was holding the little girl, roaring, "Let her go! Didn't your father teach you not to bully girls? The older student who was holding the little girl saw Gong Yunza rushing towards him. He immediately released the little girl and turned to kick Gong Yunza hard in the chest. Gong Yunza reacted extremely quickly, dodging the older student's sidekick with a simple sidestep. The older student, feeling ashamed and indignant after missing his kick, wanted to try again. However, Gong Yunza gave him no chance at all, shouting, "Take this QQ uninstall kick." He then kicked the student right in the crotch. Gong Yunza then used the same method to deal with the other students. The intense pain caused the older students to writhe on the ground, clutching their groins. Seeing that Gong Yunza had actually subdued several older students, the little girl stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Gong Yunza turned to look at the little girl, gave her a thumbs up, and laughed heartily. How about that? Impressive, right? While boasting, Gong Yunza thought to himself, the fighting techniques my dad taught me are so useful. However, before Gong Yunza could rejoice for long, the little girl unusually let out a worried cry. Watch out behind you. Before Gong Yunza could react, the wooden stick in Chen Tao's hand struck down like lightning. The wooden stick landed on Gong Yunza's back in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Gong Yunza let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground in pain. Looking at Gong Yunza writhing in pain on the ground, Chen Tao's lips curled into an evil smile. You've injured so many of my good brothers, today I'll show you what it means to have your head blown open. Without hesitation, Chen Tao raised the wooden stick and smashed it down hard on Gong Yunza's forehead. This blow was extremely powerful. If it had hit Gong Yunza's head, he would have been in the ICU at the very least. Just then, a small, thin figure suddenly rushed over and used his back to protect Gong Yunza's head. Ah! The little girl's back was struck hard by the wooden stick. Blood seeped through her white school uniform, spreading out in a shocking pattern in the rain. But she still held tightly to Gong Yunza's head with her body, ignoring everything else, and said, I won't allow you to bully him. Gong Yunza was deeply moved when he saw that the little girl had risked her life to shield him from the attack. It was at this moment that he noticed the heart-shaped red birthmark on the little girl's shoulder. Seeing that the little girl felt sorry for Gong Yunza, Chen Tao threatened her. If you come with me, I'll let him go. What do you say? The little girl was very conflicted upon hearing this. She knew in her heart that the place this older student was taking her to was definitely not good for her. But she also felt very sorry for the boy who stepped forward to protect her at the crucial moment. After hesitating for a moment, the little girl stood up and agreed. Okay. I agree to go with you, but you're not allowed to hurt him again. Chen Tao smiled and said, That's natural. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza, having recovered his strength, struggled to his feet again and shouted. No. You can't go with him. Seeing that Gong Yunza was not behaving himself, Chen Tao raised the wooden stick and struck Gong Yunza's arm heavily again without saying a word. Ah! Gong Yunza let out another hoarse scream and collapsed weakly to the ground. The other students who had been kicked in the groin recovered and surrounded Gong Yunza. The little girl was horrified when she saw this and said, What are you trying to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't hurt him? Chen Tao sneered. Ha, I only promised you I wouldn't hurt him, but I didn't promise them I wouldn't hurt him. Upon hearing this, the little girl angrily shouted, You're lying. You dead liar, and then rushed towards Gong Yunza to be with him. However, Chen Tao held her tightly, saying, Come with me, I promise you I'll leave him a breath. Just as the students were about to attack Gong Yunza, a thunderous female voice pierced the rain. Who dares to touch my son? Upon seeing Lu Ruoying arrive, Gong Yunza hurriedly called out. Mom! I'm here. Please save that little girl. After saying that, Gong Yunza seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength and fainted on the spot. When Lu Ruoying saw Gong Yunza being pinned to the ground by 4 people, his back and hands covered in wounds, she was instantly enraged. She didn't lay a hand on them, but instead approached, holding her phone up, the camera panning across every panicked face, before coldly saying, I am Gong Yunza's mother. Let me tell you parents, if you don't come to apologize to me today, the consequences will be very serious. Alright, all of you, get out. When the students saw Lu Ruoying walking towards them angrily, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, they were so frightened that they ran away as fast as they could. Lu Ruoying carried Gong Yunza on her back and rushed the little girl to the hospital for treatment. The little girl's injuries were minor, and she recovered completely after simple treatment by the doctors. Dong Yunza, having exhausted himself in the fierce battle with the senior students, will not wake up for a while and will need to stay in the hospital for a day. After clarifying the situation with the little girl, Lu Ruoying took her back to school and asked the teacher to contact her parents. She then sat at home waiting for Chen Tao and other students' parents to come and apologize. She sat at home, her face ashen, waiting silently, but only received a phone call. Hello? Is this a family member of Gong Yunza? The other party's tone was condescending and lacked any politeness whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoying narrowed her eyes slightly and replied calmly. Yes, who are you? After hearing Lu Ruoying's cold voice, the person on the other end remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. I am Chen Lang, the guild leader of the Wave Awakeners Guild. My son, Chen Tao, told me about your son's situation. Name your price. How much money are you trying to extort from me? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoying's eyes instantly turned icy cold as she said. You're the guild leader of Langtao, right? Let me tell you, many things can't be measured by money. Chen Lang scoffed. In this world, apart from life and death, there's nothing that money can't solve. 2 million renminbi, how about it? Lu Ruoying remained completely unmoved by Chen Lang's words, coldly replying. It's 8:36 p.m. now. If you don't come to my house to apologize in person by midnight today, you'll bear the consequences. Hearing Lu Ruoying's arrogant words, Chen Lang was extremely displeased. Are you determined to make things so awkward that neither of us can back down before you're satisfied? I just want justice for my son. I won't agree to any conditions other than a face-to-face apology. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang assumed Lu Ruoying was crazy and hung up the phone immediately, not taking the matter to heart. Lu Ruoying did not receive another phone call until after midnight, let alone anyone coming to apologize. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoying said with a frosty expression. None of you are coming, huh? Fine. Since you won't give me an explanation, then I'll get one myself. Chapter 30: A shocking mystery that shook the Dragon Kingdom? Please add to your bookshelf. Lu Ruoying sent the previously recorded video to a mysterious person, and then dialed a short code. The call was answered very quickly. Madam, what are your orders? Did you receive the video? I need all the information about their family within half an hour, the more detailed the better. Yes, madam. Just 10 minutes later, Lu Ruoying received a detailed document containing information about everyone in the video and their family members. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone in the video had their ancestry traced back to the 18th generation. The following day at noon, public opinion in the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. The sudden deaths of Chen Lang, the president of the well-known Awakened Guild, and 4 high-ranking members of the 3 major conglomerates in Yangzhou, erupted on the same day like an explosion. The method of the crime was exquisite and flawless. The local police station with supernatural abilities mobilized the entire police force of Yangzhou. 2 whole months were spent without finding the slightest clue. The case can only be listed as an unsolved case and investigated at a later time. It is widely speculated that these victims must have offended some powerful figure, which led to their being silenced. However, only those few students knew that this was very likely done by Gong Yunza's mother. But they kept it a secret and dared not reveal a word about it to anyone. Even on the day those 5 students turned 18, Lu Ruoying did not forget to send them a congratulatory gift. Years later, the same modus operandi reappeared in Yangzhou, but it didn't cause much of a stir. The Yangzhou Special Abilities Police Department believes this is a revenge killing. The perpetrator, whom even they cannot trace, must be a top-tier special abilities individual. If the situation does not escalate further, they will have no choice but to turn a blind eye. The deceased were all descendants of those 5 unsolved cases from many years ago. Although this incident was somewhat shocking, it also brought a sigh of relief to everyone. After all, this superpowered expert only kills his enemies and does not indiscriminately kill, so it's none of our business and everyone else naturally stays out of it. People would only discuss in their spare time what kind of hatred could make a superpowered expert keep thinking about them for so long. In reality, the reason why the Yangzhou police turned a blind eye to this case was there was another factor, and it was this factor that quickly suppressed the fervor surrounding the nationwide unsolved case. This factor is precisely the relationship within the little girl's family. After this incident, the little girl was arranged by her family to transfer to an elementary school in Kyoto to continue her studies. Therefore, Gong Yunza never encountered the little girl again after being discharged from the hospital. He often regretted not asking the little girl's name. Whenever I think of the little girl shielding me from the fatal blow to the head with her body, Gong Yunze always felt a warmth in his heart. Although the girl had an ordinary appearance, she had left a deep mark on Gong Yunze's heart. Even on the night before Gong Yunze's arranged marriage, he was still thinking about how wonderful it would be if his marriage partner were a little girl. After graduating from elementary school, the little girl completed junior high school in Kyoto. Her family had promised her that they would reveal the boy's true identity to her once she finished junior high school in Kyoto. After she learned the boy's identity from her family had originally planned for her to continue her studies at Kyoto No. 1 Middle School, the best middle school in China, but she resolutely refused. She resolutely returned to Yangzhou, not only because she missed her family, but also because she longed for the boy. At the opening ceremony of Yangzhou No. 1 High School, the little girl finally met the boy she had been longing for, the hero who had stood up for her in her time of need. Seeing that the boy she admired was now a super handsome guy, she was overjoyed. A high school girl is naturally very different from when she was a child. Now she possesses an angelic appearance and a succubus-like figure, dressed in a JK school uniform paired with black stockings and small leather shoes. She was the center of attention at school the moment she appeared. Her personality became more optimistic and outgoing after that incident, but she still maintained a cold and aloof demeanor towards others. With her good looks and talent, almost everyone wants to be her friend. After the opening ceremony, she specifically sought out Gong Yunze. Gong Yunze, however, failed to recognize the woman he had been longing for because her appearance had changed so drastically. She was somewhat disappointed, but she did not reveal her identity, instead hoping that Gong Yunze would discover it on his own. Her private meeting with Gong Yunze unexpectedly brought trouble to him. Many male classmates, upon learning that she had met with Gong Yunze alone, threatened Gong Yunze to stay away from her. After she found out about it, in order not to put Gong Yunze in a difficult position, she suppressed her emotions and quietly watched Gong Yunze's every move from a distance. An investigation revealed that Chen Lang and his associates were driven by the interests of a foreign race. He sent his son to the little girl's school, intending to abduct her and use her as leverage to force the Dragon Kingdom's military leader to withdraw his troops. Fortunately, Gong Yunze and Lu Ruoying discovered and stopped them in time, thus preventing the alien race's evil plan from succeeding. The little girl was none other than Xiao Rongyu, the aloof and beautiful school beauty of Yangzhou No. 1 High School. Xiao Zhantian, the military genius of the Dragon Kingdom, is an extremely proud man. The reason he risked his life to help Gong Yunze build up his meridians was precisely to repay this kindness. P.S. Chapters 29 and 30 are flashback-style side stories, and they weren't elaborated on in order to quickly return to the main plot. If you enjoyed this part of the story, please leave a comment here. I will write the side stories after the main story is finished. Chapter 31 You're so sexy. Please add to your bookshelf. His thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality. Gong Yunze gazed at the figure on the bed, a slight ripple stirring in his heart. I wonder how she's doing now. Perhaps she's already dressed in a wedding gown, someone else's bride. His gaze fell on Xiao Rongyu, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Her sleeping posture with her nose wrinkled was somewhat similar to that of the little girl in his memory. But when his gaze traced her flawless features, he secretly shook his head, dismissing the absurd conjecture. Suddenly, there was a thud sound, and the quilt that had just been put on was kicked to the ground. Gong Yunze chuckled to himself, thinking to himself, "Ah, I didn't expect Rongyu to kick off the blankets while sleeping." He gently covered her with the blanket again, then turned to his side, resting his chin on his hand, and quietly traced the outline of her sleeping figure with his eyes. Just as drowsiness was creeping in, a sweet, gentle voice, laced with anger, rang out from behind. "Man, don't you owe me an explanation?" Tu Shanmeng appeared by the bedside like a ghost, startling Gong Yunze so much that he almost fell off the bed. "What are you doing here? Get home right now. This is the home of the Dragon Kingdom's god of war. If your identity is discovered, you're dead." Tu Shanmeng raised her fluffy chin, her tone full of arrogance. "TCH. I'm not afraid at all. My people have been hiding their demonic aura among humans for years, so their skills are naturally unparalleled. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's god of war stood in front of me, he would only see me as an ordinary white fox." Seeing her confident demeanor, Gong Yunze, though still somewhat doubtful, believed her to some extent. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Gong Yunze's right arm. "Ouch! That hurts!" he gasped, only to see Tu Shanmeng biting his arm hard. Gong Yunze said angrily, "Tu Shanmeng, what are you doing? Humph! Who told you to leave this princess standing there for so long?" Tu Shanming's amber fox eyes were filled with grievance. After saying this, the little fox was first taken aback, then its fox eyes widened, and it looked at Gong Yunze with disbelief. Human! How do you know my name? Just as the little fox responded. The little white fox, who was originally all white, suddenly transformed into a little girl with snow-white skin, delicate and beautiful, and 1.6 meters tall. Her eyes and brows still held a touch of childish innocence, yet they also exuded a captivating charm. Gong Yunze was stunned, and it took him a long time to find his voice. You can really transform into a human? I was just saying it casually that day, I never expected it to come true. His gaze unconsciously swept up and down her, only to see Tu Shanming's cheeks flush red as she hurriedly covered herself. What are you looking at? Hurry up and find this princess some clothes. Gong Yunze hurriedly took off his coat and handed it to him, but Tu Shanming unexpectedly kicked him in the leg with her delicate foot and scolded him. Pervert! Lolicon! Gong Yunze was kicked over by Tu Shanming, and his coat fell to the ground. Tu Shanming turned around and walked to Xiao Rongyu's wardrobe to start picking out her favorite clothes. Gong Yunze rubbed his thighs, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Her actions just now, that completely exposed her. How can I, a barely adult, be allowed to see this? Tu Shanming deliberately chose a JK black stocking school uniform that Xiao Rongyu usually wore. Although it was a bit big, it didn't look out of place on her. So, who looks better in this outfit, me or Xiao Rongyu? She tilted her head, a sly glint in her eyes. Gong Yunze frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why are you wearing Rongyu's clothes? Unexpectedly, Tu Shanming suddenly threw herself into his arms, her fingertips tracing his collarbone, her tone seductive. That's more exciting. If Sister Rongyu knew that I was wearing her clothes and hugging her husband in her room while she was asleep, wouldn't she be so angry that she divorced you? Then wouldn't you belong to me alone? Gong Yunze's expression was meaningful, and he said with embarrassment. You're so sexy. Say what you will, we Tushan fox demons are naturally charming and beautiful, I'll take that as a compliment. Gong Yunze fell silent again upon hearing this, and after a moment said. Stop fooling around, hurry back to your Tushan, it's really dangerous here. Tu Shanming looked at Gong Yunze with a resentful expression. You know my name and you still want to drive me away? Are you trying to take advantage of me and then abandon me? You heartless man. Gong Yunze was dumbfounded. How did I become a heartless man? Tu Shanming pouted her pink lips, looking aggrieved, and said, You know my real name now, you must take responsibility for this princess. Gong Yunze had heard Tu Shanming mention the importance of names before, but he only called out Tu Shanming's name in a moment of panic. Thinking back to this, Gong Yunze regretted his actions and said. Sigh. Tell me, how am I supposed to take responsibility for you? Tu Shanming said excitedly. Human. Since you're going to take responsibility for this princess, from this moment on, I'll be your fox. You have to buy me lots of delicious food and a warm love nest. Gong Yunze's eyes widened as he exclaimed, But I already have a wife. Tu Shanming scoffed, TCH. You coward with a heart full of thieves but no guts. Even I, the princess, haven't looked down on you, how dare you look down on me? But I didn't do anything to you. You think I have to marry you just because you called your name? That doesn't make sense. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanming's face showed a sad expression, and she cried out. Why, you heartless man. You knew her name and then you didn't want her. Don't think I don't know your Dragon Kingdom's laws. Although you advocate monogamy, you don't prohibit having multiple wives to alleviate population pressure. Gong Yunze was speechless upon hearing this, saying, You know that too? I didn't even know. Of course. I also know. Just as Tu Shanming was speaking, Xiao Rongyu, who was fast asleep beside her, suddenly murmured. Yunze, Yunze. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanming was so frightened that she immediately hid behind him, her previous arrogance vanishing completely. Gong Yunze turned his head and saw that Xiao Rongyu was still fast asleep. Only when he murmured his own name in his dream did he breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Tu Shanming, who was hiding behind him, and said, Didn't you just boast that you weren't afraid of being discovered? Why are you hiding behind me now? The little fox stubbornly retorted, I'm only doing this for your sake. Aren't you afraid? Gong Yunze sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. Oh. I'm really scared of you. You'd better turn into a little fox. I can buy you delicious food and build you a warm little nest, But humans and demons are different. If you want me to marry a demon, I'm sorry, I really can't comply. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Tu Shanming's head. The light in her eyes instantly went out, and tears welled up in her eyes. Gong Yunza. You bastard. If you weren't going to marry me, why did you save me? Why were you so good to me? Why did you call my name? Mother was right. Human men are all heartless and ungrateful. Before she finished speaking, she had already transformed back into a white fox, leaped out of the window, and her snow-white figure disappeared into the deep night in an instant. Gong Yunza chased to the window, only to see an empty courtyard. That nimble, snow-white figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only a room full of melancholy that quietly permeated the silent night. Chapter 32 Capture. Colluding with alien races? Please add to your bookshelf. Seeing Tu Shanming leave in a huff, Gong Yunza recalled her aggrieved expression and a dry sigh rose in his throat. Oops. I think I went a bit too far just now. The thought had barely formed in his mind when he shook his head sharply and said firmly, humans and demons are destined to be different. Even if she can transform into a demon is still a demon. But in an instant, those fragmented memories of his time with Tu Shanming flooded back like a tide, and he thought to himself. She was frank and straightforward, completely different from the brutal and bloodthirsty characters described in textbooks. Just then, a roar suddenly rang out from downstairs from the Shao family guards. Help! I've captured a demon. Gong Yunza's heart sank suddenly, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes down his back. It can't be such a coincidence. If Tu Shanming really has been captured, and her demon identity is exposed, given the Shao family's hatred for other races, she has no chance of survival. If I go to rescue her, I'm very likely to be seen as a spy colluding with other races. What should I do? After a moment of contemplation, Gong Yunza felt a sense of despair. Humans and other races are irreconcilable enemies. This is a dead end. But he knew that if he did nothing, Tu Shanming would be doomed. I can't worry about that now. I can only take it one step at a time. Tu Shanming saved my life. I absolutely cannot just watch her die in front of me. Even if it's considered collusion with alien races, I'll accept it. Without time to think of a solution, he rushed toward the source of the sound. However, upon reaching the scene before him, his blood almost froze. Tu Shanming's fox form was being held firmly to the ground by two guards. The once tranquil Shao residence was now in complete chaos, filled with shouts and cries. Long before Gong Yunza arrived, the Shao family had already surrounded the place in layers, with Shaoli leading the way. Upon seeing Gong Yunza, Shaoli's face showed a hint of apology. Yunza, I'm so sorry. It's rare for you to be a guest at my home, and you've just been attacked by the demons at night. Don't worry, I'll handle things here. You should go back to your room and rest. Gong Yunza slowly shook his head, his voice firm and resolute. How can this be? Every demon has the right to kill them. How can I stand idly by? Shaoli laughed loudly upon hearing this and patted his shoulder heavily. Well said. You truly are a pillar of our dragon kingdom. Yunza, I suppose you haven't killed a demon before. Today, I'll hand this beast over to you to deal with. After saying that, he pointed to Tu Shanming, who was being held down by several people. Yunza, once you kill this fox demon and hand over the corpse to the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, you'll receive a hefty bounty. You can use that money as your allowance for college. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza felt his mind in turmoil, and he felt no joy whatsoever. Tu Shanming is in this predicament because of me. How could I possibly kill her? I must find a way to save her. Having made up his mind, Gong Yunza walked straight to the guard's side and said, Thank you both for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. The two guards looked up at Shaoli, and seeing that Shaoli nodded slightly, they handed a long sword to Gong Yunza. When Tu Shanming saw Gong Yunza slowly walking towards her with a long sword in his hand, she was first filled with utter terror, which then turned into a deathly despair. Tu Shanming slowly closed her eyes, a bitter self-mockery rising in her heart. As expected. I was too naive. I actually thought a human would come to save me. Gong Yunza, you saved me once. If I were to die at your hands, I, Tu Shanming, would accept it. Gong Yunza slowly walked to Tu Shanming, raising his longsword high, but froze just inches from the fox's body, never striking. The Shao family members around immediately began to whisper among themselves. What's the use of being a genius? When you see a demon, you'll still be frozen in fear. Sigh. I'm still too young. I need to gain more experience and broaden my horizons in the future. Why not just cleave it with one sword? Wouldn't it be better to go home and sleep afterward? Xiao Li's brows furrowed deeply as he asked in confusion. Yunze, what are you hesitating for? Draw your sword now. How can the sons of the Xiao family be so indecisive? Listening to the crowd's discussion, Gong Yunze simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Tu Shanmeng waited for about a minute, but she was unharmed. Curiosity compelled her to open her eyes again, only to see Gong Yunze slowly lowering the gleaming longsword. In an instant, ecstasy surged through her body like an electric current, and Tu Shanmeng screamed silently in her heart. I knew it. Brother Yunze would never hurt me. But in Xiao Li's eyes, this scene became unforgivable cowardice. He strode forward in uncontrollable rage. Yunze! You're such a coward? You've really disappointed me. Fine. Get out of my way, I'll do it myself. Before he finished speaking, he had already snatched the long sword from Gong Yunze's hand and thrust it straight at Tu Shanmeng's throat. Gong Yunze was shocked to see this and quickly shouted. Don't want! As he spoke, he leaped forward and gripped Xiao Li's right arm, which was holding the sword, tightly. Seeing that Gong Yunze was actually obstructing him for the sake of a demon, Xiao Li's eyes widened in anger, and he roared. Gong Yunze! What do you want to do? Do you intend to protect the heinous demon race? Do you know how many border guards of the Dragon Kingdom have perished in the jaws of demons? I know. But this fox demon is different. She promised me she would never harm humans. Gong Yunze said firmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li reacted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Yunze, don't you know that my Xiao family is a military family? I hate alien races the most. Among alien races, I especially hate the demon race. I didn't expect that you would know the demon race. Guards! Seize this wicked son-in-law who is connected with demons. Knowing he was in the wrong, Gong Yunze did not resist and was immediately pinned to the ground by the two guards. Seeing Gong Yunze captured by the Xiao family while protecting her, Tu Shanmeng felt a surge of warmth in her heart, silently thinking. Yunze, why are you so good to me yet you won't accept me back? Just then, Xiao Rongyu was awakened by the commotion outside and hurried over following the sound. Soon, she saw Gong Yunze being pinned to the ground by his family, looking as if he had committed a heinous crime. Seeing this, Xiao Rongyu hurriedly ran to Xiao Li's side and asked. Dad! What happened? Why did you have Gong Yunze arrested? Upon seeing Xiao Rongyu, Xiao Li was immediately enraged and said. Look at the good husband you chose. He's secretly colluding with the demon race. My Xiao family is full of loyal and righteous people. No matter how outstanding he is, we cannot tolerate such a disgraceful act. Tomorrow I will uphold justice and personally send him to the supernatural police station. Xiao Rongyu stamped her feet in frustration. Dad! He's your son-in-law. By sending him to the police station, are you expecting me to live a life of widowhood? What are you afraid of? Even if you lose your husband, Dad will support you for the rest of your life. But even if the entire Xiao family dies in battle, we absolutely cannot be branded with the crime of colluding with foreign races. That would make us a laughingstock for the rest of the nation. Hearing her father's resolute words, Xiao Rongyu knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Dad, please. Don't send Yunze to the police station yet. This must be a misunderstanding. Let's figure things out before making a decision, okay? Chapter 33 Tu Shanmeng has been rescued. After hearing Xiao Rongyu's words, Xiao Li's voice instantly turned as cold as ice. Just now, Gong Yunze personally admitted to colluding with the demon race, and everyone present can serve as a witness. There is no misunderstanding whatsoever. Dad! Xiao Rongyu called out urgently, but before she could finish speaking, Xiao Li interrupted her sharply. If you plead for this traitor of the Dragon Kingdom again, I will have you locked in the cultivation room immediately and forbid you from taking a single step out. Xiao Rongyu, however, showed no fear. She suddenly took out the black jade ring left by Xiao Zhantian, raised it high above her head, and loudly proclaimed to the crowd. Seeing this black jade ring is as if the head of the Xiao family is here in person. I order you to release Gong Yunze immediately. Upon seeing this, Xiao Li's face changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm. Rongyu! Do you know what you're doing? Harboring a foreign race and their accomplices is a capital offense that will implicate 9 generations of your family. Dad! Xiao Rongyu's eyes blazed, her words ringing with conviction. Grandpa personally handed this ring to Yunza back then. Don't you trust Grandpa's judgment? I trust Grandpa, and I trust Yunza's character even more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes immediately showed surprise and uncertainty, and the Xiao family members around him were in an uproar. What? The old patriarch actually gave a black jade ring to someone outside the clan? The old patriarch's divination skills are truly divine. He can predict good or bad fortune with a snap of his fingers. The person he has chosen should not be a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. Could there really be something hidden here? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Xiao Li's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He then looked directly at Gong Yunza, his tone still stern. Gong Yunza, I'm giving you one more chance. Did you collude with alien races and endanger the Dragon Kingdom? Gong Yunza, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, his voice resolute. I, Gong Yunza, have never colluded with foreign races. And I would never do anything to betray the Dragon Kingdom. Then why did you hesitate to kill this fox demon before? Xiao Li pressed. Because it saved my life. Gong Yunza straightened his back, his gaze open and honest. Although I hate other races, I also know how to repay kindness. To ask me to personally kill my savior, I cannot do it. Xiao Li let out a sneer upon hearing this. Gong Yunza. If you're going to lie, at least come up with a plausible excuse. Would a demon kindly save a complete stranger like a human? That's utterly absurd. The rest of the Xiao family members looked at him with disdain and said. Exactly, they can't even tell a lie that's believable. Sigh. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. The more you try to explain, the worse it gets. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Li's brows gradually relaxed a little. Seeing this, Gong Yunza simply told the whole story of how the fox demon stole the pill. After hearing these words, Xiao Li could only let out a long sigh. Alas! What a tragic fate. Fine, I'll believe you this time. But this fox demon must die today. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't save it. Before he finished speaking, he raised his long sword again, its cold light aimed directly at Tu Shanmeng. Gong Yunza hurriedly tried to stop him, but Xiao Li, who was already prepared, pushed him back, sending him flying several meters away. In a moment of desperation, Gong Yunza suddenly unleashed his sacred domain. Xiao Li's attributes were instantly halved, but his longsword still slashed towards Tu Shanmeng with a sharp whooshing sound. At the critical moment, Gong Yunza summoned 3 clones, who rushed forward like madmen to shield the fox demon. However, merely weakening his attributes was not enough to restrict Xiao Li's movements, and the longsword still slashed straight down towards Tu Shanmeng's body. In an instant, Gong Yunza summoned 3 clones, which pounced on Tu Shanmeng like madmen. Sizzle! The sharp sound of the blade tearing through flesh was ear-piercing and terrifying. The first clone was instantly cleaved in two. The other 2 clones, however, remained fearless and used their bodies to protect Tu Shanmeng. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Li's eyes. He swung his longsword repeatedly, and with 2 more crisp sounds, all 3 clones turned into flying smoke. The moment the last clone dissipated, Gong Yunza's main body had already rushed close. He held Tu Shanmeng tightly in his arms, his eyes resolute as iron. If you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Tu Shanmeng nestled in his arms, tears instantly blurring her vision, and choked out. Human, you're so kind, you're the best person to me besides my mother, just kill me, otherwise they'll never let you go. Gong Yunza had no time to pay attention to Tu Shanmeng's words. He was quickly thinking of a solution. Seeing that Gong Yunza still dared to protect Tu Shanmeng, Xiao Li was furious and said, You, Gong Yunza. Since you insist on protecting this monster, then I will kill you along with him. Seeing that Xiao Li didn't seem to be faking it, Xiao Rongyu immediately stepped in front of Gong Yunza without hesitation and said, Dad. If you want to kill Gong Yunza, kill your daughter first. Seeing Xiao Rongyu suddenly stand in front of Gong Yunza, Xiao Li hurriedly withdrew his strength and reversed the blade of his sword. The sharp sword grazed Xiao Rongyu's hair, causing a few strands to flutter down. He glared at Xiao Rongyu, his eyes as cold as ice. Rongyu. In your heart, is the reputation of my Xiao family less important than that of a traitor who colludes with foreign races? Xiao Rongyu simply straightened her back and said, word by word, I believe in Yunza. Xiao Li was so angry at her that he laughed, and suddenly threw his longsword to the ground. The blade struck the stone slab with a piercing, crisp sound. Gong Yunza, no matter what your reasons are, protecting a foreign race is tantamount to making an enemy of the Xiao family. Effective immediately, your marriage with Rongyu is off, and I will take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get a divorce. I will never divorce Yunza. Xiao Rongyu's voice was filled with unwavering determination. Fine, fine, fine. Xiaoli trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently. Then I'll banish you along with me. Before the words were finished, a sharp, tearing sound suddenly came from the sky, as if something was being forcibly ripped apart. Everyone looked up. A 3-meter-high wedge-shaped crack appeared in the sky 100 meters above the Xiao family's residence, with turbulent purple-black void currents churning within it. A figure slowly emerged from the crack, wearing a purple-gold crown and a crimson robe. Silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her face was more beautiful than jade. 9 fluffy fox tails swayed gently behind her, each hair shimmering with light. Xiao Li's pupils constricted sharply, and he cried out in alarm. Tearing through the void. Spatial displacement. 9 fox tails. You are the Empress of Tushan? How dare you trespass on the Dragon Kingdom's territory? Have you forgotten the agreement between the demon race and the strongest awakened humans? Empress Tushan only glanced at Xiao Li indifferently. Seeing that he was only at the peak of the 5th rank, she immediately looked away and her cold gaze fell on Tushan Meng in Gong Yunza's arms. Sensing that her daughter seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, she gently waved her hand, and Tushan Meng was instantly teleported into her arms. She fed her daughter a glistening healing pill, her voice filled with heartache. Little White, who hurt you? Seeing Tushan Meng remain silent, Tushan Xue said angrily. Little White, I told you long ago, a kind fox is always bullied. If you don't tell me who did it, I'll kill them all. Tushan Meng knew her mother's vindictive nature, and if she didn't tell the truth, everyone present would probably suffer. She raised her weak fox paw and pointed to 2 Xiao family guards not far away. It's those 2 guards. The Empress of Tushan looked in the direction she pointed, her brows furrowing slightly. The 2 disciples who injured his daughter, who was at the 3rd level of cultivation, were actually at the 2nd level. Your strength has already reached the 3rd level, and these 2 are no match for you. How could they have seriously injured you? I promised someone I would never harm a human being, so I didn't attack them, but they ambushed me instead. Tushan Meng explained in a low voice. Just then, the Tushan Queen's eyes flickered slightly as she sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching from 100 kilometers away, expected to arrive within 10 minutes. She gently stroked Tushan Meng's head and said helplessly, Little White, come home with me. I promise you I will never mention the marriage to the Silver Fox clan again. Tushan Meng looked down at Gong Yunza, her eyes filled with reluctance. She longed to stay by his side, but she knew even better that if she insisted on staying, it would only cause more trouble for both of them. Finally, she nodded gently. Yes, I'll go back with you. The Empress of Tushan looked at her usually unruly daughter with some surprise, thinking to herself. Although I suffered this time, I have become much more sensible. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Before leaving, she cast a cold glance at the 2 guards. The instant their eyes met Tushan Xue's icy gaze, the 2 men's eyes suddenly glazed over, and they began to fight each other like madmen, dying instantly. Having confirmed the guard's death, Empress Tushan was about to break through the void again when Tushan Meng tugged at her sleeve and whispered a request. Mother, please help, beat that person who was hugging me just now to a pulp. Chapter 34 Severely injured and died? System protects master. Please add to bookshelf. Mother, please strike the person who was holding me earlier and severely injure him. But please, do not damage his cultivation foundation. Upon hearing this, Tushan Xue raised an eyebrow, but without asking further questions, she merely glanced at Gong Yunza at her feet with amusement, thinking to herself. He is handsome, but his cultivation level is only at the 5th stage of the 1st rank. It's normal for a young girl like Bai to value appearance when she's just starting to experience romantic feelings. At the same time, seeing that Tushan Xue seemed about to leave, Xiao Li immediately stepped forward, leaped high into the air, and shouted angrily. Does my dragon kingdom exist where you can come and go as you please? Absolute territory. Unleash. Take this punch. Tushan Xue, who was scrutinizing Gong Yunza with a hint of maternal smile, heard Xiao Li challenge her, and a trace of displeasure flashed across her flawless face. Humph. Just in time. Before she finished speaking, Tushan Xue had already teleported to Xiao Li's side and slapped him in the chest. Although Xiao Li saw her movements clearly, his body had no time to react and he couldn't even set up a defense before being violently knocked away by this palm. Xiao Li flew out and crashed head-on into Gong Yunza. Gong Yunza tried to dodge, but the opponent was too fast. In desperation, he summoned 3 clones again to act as human cushions. Bang! With a loud sound, Gong Yunze and Xiaoli crashed heavily against the Xiao family's wall and instantly fell into a coma. Having completed the task assigned by her daughter, Tu Shanxue tore open the void and disappeared with Tu Shanmeng. Xiao Rongyu saw that her father and Gong Yunze were seriously injured and unconscious. They immediately summoned Niafeng, a 4th-tier healing-type awakened individual from their home, to provide emergency treatment for the two. After examining the injuries, Niafeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The patriarch's injuries aren't serious. It's thanks to this guard that he absorbed some of the impact. If it weren't for him cushioning the fall, the patriarch would probably have suffered more than just unconsciousness." Upon hearing that her father's injuries were not serious, Xiao Rongyu felt relieved and quickly asked, "What about my husband? How is he?" Niafeng's eyes widened as he pointed at the heavily injured Gong Yunze and asked, This is actually your husband, miss?" "Yes." "Uncle Nia, how is he?" Xiao Rongyu asked anxiously. The young master Niafeng hesitated, looking troubled, and refused to speak. "Tell me quickly. What happened to him?" "He seems to be a bit dead." Niafeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his voice trembled. Xiao Rongyu looked at Niafeng in disbelief, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What did you say?" He's dead?" Niafeng lowered his head and said with a helpless, bitter smile. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu collapsed to the ground like a punctured balloon, muttering to herself. "How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen?" Xiao Rongyu roared, utterly disbelieving that Gong Yunze would die so easily. She mustered her strength, rushed to Gong Yunze's side, knelt down, and shoved the motionless Gong Yunze lying on the ground. "Yunze, are you kidding me? If you keep playing dead, I'm not talking to you anymore." Seeing that Gong Yunze remained unresponsive, Xiao Rongyu's tone softened instantly. "Yunze, stop fooling around, okay? Open your eyes and look at me." At this point, Xiao Rongyu noticed that Gong Yunze still hadn't moved, and even the color in his lips had faded a bit. Upon seeing this, she could no longer hold back her tears, which poured out like a flood bursting its banks. "Wa'ada. Yunze, we promised to study at Wudu Yida together, are you lying to me? Yunze! Wake up! I'm begging you. Please wake up." She kept pleading, her cries heart-wrenching. She sobbed, clinging to Gong Yunze's chest, her hands pounding his shoulders, but Gong Yunze showed no signs of waking up. Hearing Xiao Rongyu's cries, Xiaoli slowly awoke from his unconsciousness. When he saw Xiao Rongyu throwing herself on Gong Yunze and crying bitterly, he instantly understood everything. Xiaoli raised his hand and patted her back, his voice hoarse as he comforted her. "Rongyu, it's all Dad's fault, he failed to protect Yunze." Xiao Rongyu abruptly shook off his hand, her eyes bloodshot as she roared. "What's the use of an apology? Will an apology give Yunze back to me? I told you long ago that Yunze is not a traitor. Why won't you believe me? If he were a traitor, why didn't he leave with the Tushan queen? With Tushan's power, wouldn't it be 1,000 times better to cultivate a talent like him than to keep him in our Xiao family?" Xiaoli was speechless when asked the question. He, who was usually eloquent, was now speechless, only silently repeating in his heart. "Rongyu was right, it's my fault that Yunze died." At the same time, a rapid alarm sounded in Gong Yunze's mind. "Warning, warning! The host is on the verge of death. This will consume all system energy to activate the Guardian mode. After activating Guardian mode, the system will temporarily enter a dormant state. During hibernation, the host retains their acquired superpowers, but cannot fuse new superpowers until the system recovers." Xiao Rongyu held Gong Yunze's gradually cooling hand in her own palm, trying to warm it up, as if doing so would wake him up. Seeing that Gong Yunze remained unconscious, a fairy tale suddenly flashed through Xiao Rongyu's mind, and she thought, "Maybe a kiss will wake him up?" The thought had barely formed in her mind when she leaned down and gently kissed Gong Yunze's pale lips. Warm lips gently touched Gong Yunze's lips, but Gong Yunze still showed no signs of waking up. Just as Xiao Rongyu was in utter despair, a faint blue light suddenly emanated from Gong Yunze's body. Before Xiao Rongyu could react, she saw that Gong Yunze's chest, which had been lifeless, began to rise and fall slightly. "Yunze?" Xiao Rongyu's crying stopped abruptly, her voice trembling as she checked his breath. A faint breeze brushed against her fingertips, causing her to burst into a wildly joyful scream. "He's breathing! Uncle Nye! He's alive!" Niafeng was shocked and rushed over to take his pulse. Gong Yunza's pulse was initially as weak as a thread, but it became strong within a few breaths, and his originally cold skin gradually warmed up. At this moment, Gong Yunza's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he finally slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were initially blank, then filled with intense pain. Ouch, it feels like I've been run over by a truck. Yunza! Xiao Rongyu suddenly hugged him, tears welling up again, but filled with immense joy. You scared me to death. I thought you. Knowing that Gong Yunza had used him as a scapegoat, Xiaoli hurriedly stepped forward to express his concern. Yunza, you're awake. Gong Yunza suddenly coughed violently, exhaling a breath of blood-tinged turbid air onto Xiao Rongyu's shoulder. Cough, cough, cough. His fingers suddenly curled up, and his fingertips unconsciously grabbed Xiao Rongyu's sleeve. Xiaoli hurriedly shouted, Niefeng, don't just stand there. Quickly treat him. Yes, master. Chapter 35 Losing both daughter and army? Please add to your bookshelf. Thanks to Niefeng's all-out treatment, Gong Yunza quickly recovered 70% of his injuries. Gong Yunza slowly sat up, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Rongyu, whose eyes were slightly red, by the bedside. A weak but gentle smile appeared on his lips. Rongyu, I'm fine. I'm sorry to have worried you. Xiao Rongyu quickly gripped his bandaged hand tightly. The temperature of his palm was shockingly cold. Yunza, it's good that you're awake. Rest well first and don't talk so much. Once you're healed, I want to chat with you until dawn every day. Xiaoli, who was standing to the side, suddenly coughed lightly, his tone revealing an undisguised unease. Yunza. I was narrow-minded before. Your selfless protection of me despite past grievances truly makes me ashamed. I misunderstood you. Gong Yunza didn't want to pay attention to Xiaoli, but turned around and continued talking to Xiao Rongyu. Rongyu, I'm planning to move out. While I'm gone, you must focus on your cultivation, okay? Xiao Rongyu nodded first, then shook her head vigorously, her voice filled with pleading. Is it okay if I don't leave? Gong Yunza shook his head and said, I'm still not used to this feeling of being dependent on others. How could that be? You are the son-in-law of the Xiao family is your home, how could you be living under someone else's roof? There's no place like home, even if it's a bit crude. I don't feel a sense of belonging in the Xiao family. All I feel are strict rules and the constraints of my elders. I yearn for freedom and don't like being restrained. Then I'll go with you. Gong Yunza was slightly taken aback, then said in a deep voice. Stay in the Xiao family and cultivate diligently. Even if you can be recommended to Wudui University, the competition within the school is extremely fierce. If your strength doesn't match the resources allocated by the school, those resources may be redistributed. But all I want is to be with you. Xiao Rongyu looked up at him, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Seeing that his daughter wanted to elope with Gong Yunza, Xiaoli quickly interjected. Yunza, why don't we not move? Dad is going on a business trip this month, so you and Rongyu can stay at home. Gong Yunza sneered inwardly. Could this be any more fake? You made things so difficult for me before, but this time I'm in control. I'll make you suffer like you're Japanese. Thinking of this, Gong Yunza cleared his throat and said to Xiaoli with a feigned helpless expression. Didn't you want Rongyu to divorce me before? Then I have no reason to live in the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's lips twitched violently, and he thought to himself. Didn't I apologize to you before? Why are you bringing this up again? Although somewhat dissatisfied, Xiaoli patiently and earnestly apologized. Everything before was a misunderstanding. I was too stubborn and misunderstood my son-in-law. I hope my son-in-law can forgive me. Xiaoli had held a high position for many years, and it was always others who apologized to him. It is truly rare to see someone so sincerely apologizing to a younger generation these days. But Gong Yunza didn't care about any of that. If everyone who offends me only needs to offer a verbal apology, without paying a heavy price, then others will follow suit, thus causing themselves even more harm. Therefore, when Gong Yunza faces harm from others, whether physically or mentally, when someone apologizes to him, he never smiles and says it's okay. Instead, they must seek retribution from the other party for the injustice they have suffered. Faced with Xiaoli's apology, Gong Yunza naturally didn't completely accept it, so he covered his chest with both hands and said with a pained expression. Your previous misunderstanding of me has broken my heart. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that words alone cannot comfort me. Xiaoli initially felt somewhat guilty, but upon hearing Gong Yunza's subsequent words, he was speechless, thinking to himself. So, after all this time, this kid not only wants me to apologize, but also wants me to pay my respects. Fine, he's really messed up his plans with his father-in-law. Having understood Gong Yunza's intention, Xiaoli immediately took out a black and gold card from his storage ring and said, Yunza, I was wrong before. This card is a black gold card from the exotic treasure auction house. There's an exotic treasure auction tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Just pick one item that catches your eye. Consider it my apology to you. Gong Yunza nodded and put the black gold card into his pants pocket, but his gaze fell on the ring on Xiaoli's finger, feigning surprise. Dad, your ring is quite unique. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli said with an arrogant expression. Of course. This storage ring of mine was forged by a master forger of the spatial element over a period of 49 days. Not only is its appearance exquisite, but it also has a storage space of 500 cubic meters. Seeing that Xiaoli didn't understand what he said, Gong Yunza said again with an envious look. Dad. Your ring is so beautiful. I really like it. Xiaoli understood this time. After struggling internally for a moment, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and thought to himself. You really? I'm going to cry. You'll really ask for anything? Sigh. Fine, considering you almost lost your life for me. Immediately, Xiaoli felt a pang of heartache, but outwardly he readily took off the ring and handed it to Gong Yunza, saying, Since my son-in-law likes it, then I'll give you this storage ring. Upon seeing this, Gong Yunza quickly took Xiaoli's storage ring with both hands and slipped it onto his right index finger, fearing that Xiaoli might change his mind at any moment. Seeing that Xiaoli seemed to have something to say, Gong Yunza immediately thanked Xiaoli. My dad is so generous. Not only did he give me such a precious ring, but he also gave me everything inside the ring. Dad is so good to me. Xiaoli's lips twitched violently upon hearing this, and he was inwardly furious. Fine. You've got me all pinned up and you're trying to shut me up so I can't get my things back from the ring, huh? What's wrong with this kid? Why is he taking everything? He's really not going to suffer any loss. Considering that the ring contained only ordinary items, Xiaoli did not ask for them back. Xiao Rongyu secretly rejoiced as she watched her father suffer repeated injustices at Gong Yunza's hands. Yunza is so naughty. I like him so much. If Xiaoli knew about this idea, he would definitely complain on the spot that his little darling was leaking air. Seeing Xiaoli compensate him so generously, Gong Yunza's anger towards Xiaoli subsided considerably, and he yawned, saying, Dad, Rongyu and I are going back to our room to sleep now. You should get some rest too. As he spoke, Gong Yunza took Xiao Rongyu's hand and walked towards her room. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Xiaoli sighed inwardly. Sigh. The ring is gone, and my precious daughter's heart has been stolen away too. It's like losing both my daughter and my army. In Xiao Rongyu's boudoir. As soon as Gong Yunza sat down, he was tightly embraced by a warm body. Honey? I mean, could you not hug me so tightly? Humph. Who told you to be so scary today? This is my punishment for you. After saying that, Xiao Rongyu hugged Gong Yunza tightly like a sloth, refusing to let go. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu wouldn't let go, Gong Yunza grinned mischievously. Okay. I'm going to take a shower now, you come with me. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed instantly, but she forced herself to keep her chin up. Let's team up. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 36 Xiao Rongyu's breakfast? An unexpected encounter with a love rival. Please add to bookshelf. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza's blood surged, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Rongyu's alluring figure, and a few low laughs escaped his throat. He, let's go then. Before he finished speaking, he had already picked up Xiao Rongyu around the waist and carried her to the bathroom. The girl suddenly panicked, her slender fingers pressing against his chest. Oh dear. I'm not mentally prepared. Besides, I'd like to go in a more romantic place. Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. I was just kidding. Were you thinking about? Shut up. Xiao Rongyu hurriedly covered his mouth, her fingertips touching his warm lips, and she suddenly remembered the hasty kiss just now. That was her first kiss. Her earlobes felt so hot they could fry an egg on them. She glared at him, a mixture of shame and indignation. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Seeing that Gong Yunza wisely shut his mouth, she withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, turned around and fled to the bedside. You go ahead and wash, I'm going to sleep now. Before he finished speaking, he had already crawled into bed, wrapping his head and body up like a silkworm cocoon. Gong Yunza looked at the trembling quilt and couldn't help but chuckle. So the aloof goddess is actually such an innocent girl at heart. 5 minutes later, Gong Yunza, having finished his bath, walked to the bedside. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu was still huddled under the covers, he reached out and lifted a corner of the blanket, whispering, "How old are you to be holding your breath like a child? If you keep doing that, you'll suffocate." Under the covers, the girl was already fast asleep, her breathing as light as the fluttering of a dragonfly's wings on a lotus leaf. Looking at Xiao Rongyu's exquisite sleeping face, Gong Yunza felt an inexplicable urge to kiss her. But suddenly, the petite figure of Tu Shanmeng flashed through his mind. Gong Yunza, who had initially intended to do something bad, immediately calmed down and thought to himself, I wonder how Tu Shanmeng is doing now. Thinking about what had happened in the past few days, Gong Yunza slowly lay down beside her and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, in Xiao Li's reception room, 2 elderly men sat upright. One of them was an elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed in a simple gray robe. His face was thin, his brows were furrowed, but a sharp light gleamed in his cloudy eyes as he asked in a deep voice, Xiao Li, where have the alien race gone? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li immediately responded respectfully, Gentlemen, how have you been? The visitor is Empress Tushan, who has already escaped through the void. The Empress of Tushan? The 2 old men's expressions changed simultaneously. The old man in plain clothes suddenly clenched his fist, and the veins that bulged out from where his sleeves had slipped down looked like coiled red snakes, and a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out in the air. I never expected that the Empress of Tushan would break the contract without permission and trespass into the Dragon Kingdom's divine land. The old man speaking was none other than Qin Song, the Flame Dragon Venerable, a highly respected 6th-tier peak supernatural emperor in the Dragon Kingdom's supernatural world. Xiao Li hurriedly explained. She came here to look for her lost daughter, and she did not cause any trouble. Another elderly man, draped in a black cloak with gilded patterns, was hunched over yet possessed an air of authority. His withered face was covered with dark brown spots, and his narrow eyes gleamed with a cold, hawk-like light. This man is named Nangon Lai, the head of the Nangon family, a renowned family of array formation masters in the Dragon Kingdom. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Even so, the rules cannot be broken. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's palms sweated with nervousness. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Seniors, this whole affair started because of me. Here's what happened. Xiao Li recounted to the 2 elders in detail how the guards had captured Tu Shanmeng. The 2 elderly men relaxed their furrowed brows slightly after hearing this. Nangon Lai nodded and said, It turns out that the Tushan queen was just protective of her daughter, so it's barely acceptable. Qin San looked at the blood clots at the corner of Xiao Li's mouth and said earnestly, Xiao Li, eliminating the demon race is justifiable, and you did the right thing. But the Tushan Empress's strength should not be underestimated. You will not gain anything by fighting her head-on. Remember not to act rashly in the future. I will remember your teachings, Xiao Li replied, bowing. Qin Song waved his hand slightly and smiled. Since the Tushan queen isn't here to cause trouble, let's leave it at that. Then, changing the subject, she asked, Xiao Li, I heard you married a rich man who not only has extraordinary abilities, but the phenomenal world when he awakened was earth-shattering, and he even broke the Dragon Kingdom's awakening record. Upon hearing this, Nangon Lai's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he asked curiously, Oh? Is that so? I'd like to meet this young man. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li respectfully replied, Yunze has already gone to sleep. I'll call him and ask him to come over. After saying that, Xiao Li took out his phone from his pocket to call Gong Yunza. Qin Song raised his hand to stop him. No need, it's late, so let's not disturb the young people's rest. We should take our leave now. As he spoke, Nangon Lai waved his hand, and a ring of extremely complex array patterns appeared on the ground. A moment later, the 2 disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Xiao Li sighed. Forming an array in an instant? Senior Nangon's mastery of array formations is truly astonishing. The next morning, Gong Yunza was awakened by a gentle shaking. Xiao Rongyu's voice carried the languidness of someone just waking up. Yunza, it's already 9 o'clock. The auction is about to start. We have to get there after breakfast. Gong Yunza rubbed his eyes, looked at Xiao Rongyu who was shaking him incessantly, and replied. Okay, I'll get dressed and come right away. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Gong Yunza was dumbfounded when he saw the somewhat dry-aged treasure porridge and a burnt egg in front of him, thinking to himself. This breakfast is rather unusual. This is my first time cooking. Xiao Rongyu nervously twisted her fingers. If it's not to your liking, shall we eat out? Upon hearing that Xiao Rongyu had personally prepared breakfast for him, Gong Yunza immediately grabbed his bowl and chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Delicious. This egg treasure porridge with eggs is a perfect combination. Seeing Gong Yunza enjoying his meal so much, Xiao Rongyu's eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. How could I let you go through all that trouble? Gong Yunza hurriedly swallowed the porridge in his mouth. Tomorrow, it'll be my turn to show off my skills. Xiao Rongyu exclaimed happily, great. I want to try my husband's cooking too. After the meal, Xiaoli drove Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu to the Yangzhou auction house. After passing through multiple security checks, the three entered the auction venue. The auction venue was luxuriously decorated, even the ordinary auction chairs were made of Wanwali wood. Not to mention the VIP boxes on the second floor. Led by the greeter, the three entered VIP room number 1 on the second floor. Gong Yunza leaned against the balcony railing and gazed into the distance. As my gaze swept across booth number 2 on the right, I spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Yang Tianjie? Gong Yunza thought to himself. Almost simultaneously, Yang Tianjie also noticed his gaze and turned to look. Their eyes met, and Yang Tianjie's eyes flashed with venomous fire as he coldly said, Gong Yunza? You lowly commoner, do you even deserve to attend such a high-profile auction? Security! Throw the scum who sneaked in out of here. Chapter 37 Pre-Match Trash Talk. A beautiful auctioneer? Before Gong Yunza could reply, Xiao Rongyu stepped forward and coldly rebuked him. Yang Tianjie! Watch your mouth. Gong Yunza is a member of the Xiao family. You dare to touch him? Yang Tianjie caught a glimpse of Xiao Rongyu, his gaze softening slightly for a moment, but he quickly turned to Gong Yunza, his face full of disgust and sarcasm. Gong Yunza, is that all you've got? All you know is to hide behind women and live off them? Gong Yunza showed no anger upon hearing this, but instead jokingly replied. So what if I'm a kept woman? Is it illegal? Go ahead and be one if you dare. Let me tell you, I'm not only going to be a kept woman, I'm going to force myself on her. Come here, my dear wife, give me a kiss. As he spoke, Gong Yunza pointed to his cheek. Although Xiao Rongyu looked embarrassed, she didn't want him to lose face. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Upon seeing this, Yang Tianjie's blood pressure spiked, and he felt dizzy. You adulterous couple. You deserve to die a horrible death. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, suddenly sharpened his gaze, stepped onto the terrace, and said coldly. Young Master Yang, I'll spare you this time for your father's sake. But if you dare to insult my daughter and son-in-law again, you'll regret it. Yang Tianjie was speechless when he saw Xiaoli supporting Gong Yunza. At the same time, a slow, disdainful voice came from behind Yang Tianjie. Commander Xiao, you're really showing off. I'd like to see how you're going to make my son suffer the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Yang Tianjie. The man wore round, gold-rimmed glasses, had squinted eyes, and appeared very gentle and refined. This person is none other than Yang Tianjie's father Yang Wei. He is the deputy director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Kyoto City. Xiaoli and Yang Wei only met a few times and were merely nodding acquaintances. Xiaoli had heard others speak of Yang Wei's character. Smiling tiger and ruthless are the labels that Xiaoli heard his colleagues gave him. But Xiaoli was not afraid of him. After all, his strength as a peak 5th level alien king was evident, which was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Wei's. Oh, Deputy Director Yang is busy with official business in Kyoto, how come you have time to come to Yangzhou to attend the auction today? Xiaoli said casually. Yang Wei's expression changed upon hearing this. He had skipped work to attend the auction today. Normally, no one can control him, so it's not a big deal. But now that Xiaoli is present, if his dereliction of duty is exposed, he will inevitably be punished. He quickly responded with a smile. With less than a month until the college entrance exam for those with supernatural abilities, I took a special leave of absence to select a special treasure for my son, Tianjie, to give him a helping hand. I see. Deputy Director Yang has really gone to great lengths for your son. Xiaoli changed the subject. I heard that your son has awakened an SS-level superpower. Congratulations! Yang Wei's face stiffened, then he forced a smile and said, SS-level superpower, if I cultivate it carefully, it will be enough to establish myself in the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as your son works hard enough, perhaps one day he can be an assistant to my son-in-law Yunze, who has an SSS-level superpower. Yang Wei's expression darkened, and he said meaningfully, having talent is a good thing, but if one cannot withstand trials, aren't there too many examples of geniuses falling prematurely? Hearing the blatant threat in Yang Wei's words, Xiaoli dropped his pretense and retorted sarcastically. I think Deputy Director Yang should hurry back to work. Instead of bidding for rare treasures here, he should take some time to go to the temple to burn incense and pray that his son won't run into my Yunze during the college entrance exam. Yang Wei, upon hearing this, gave a forced smile and said, SSS-level abilities are not invincible. If they are countered by an attribute, an S-level ability can take on an SSS-level one-on-one. We mustn't be caught off guard and suffer an unexpected defeat. Thinking of Gong Yunze's terrifying domain ability, Xiaoli scoffed. Let's see who comes out on the college entrance exam with superpowers. Just as Yang Wei was about to say something, a beautiful woman in a light blue cheongsam slowly rose from below the center of the auction stage. This beautiful woman is Lu Yanting, the chief auctioneer of Yangzhou Auction House. The moment Lu Yanting appeared on the auction stage, all the men in the room were instantly captivated by her alluring and seductive figure. My God! Today's auctioneer is Lu Yanting. Whenever she appears at an auction, rare and precious treasures are sure to appear. Lu Yanting, at only 20 years old, has become the most outstanding auctioneer in the entire Dragon Kingdom's auction industry. All the rare treasures she auctions sell for high prices, and not a single one goes unsold. Putting aside her auctioning skills, with her stunning looks and amazing figure, her entry into the entertainment industry would definitely set off a fan frenzy. Amidst the discussion, Lu Yanting gently tapped the microphone and softly said, Welcome to all the distinguished guests attending this Yangzhou auction. This is not only an honor for the Yangzhou auction house, but also for all of you. The final lot of today is exceptionally rare, a once-in-a-century find. Upon hearing this, some eager bidders asked curiously, What is the final item in today's auction? Lu Yanting smiled and said, This is a secret that cannot be told for the time being. Many people were captivated by Lu Yanting's smile, and many young people called her mom on the spot. Looking at the bewildered behavior of the crowd below, much like that of Washueti, Gong Yunze was speechless for a moment and said, These people must have never seen a beautiful woman before. Our Rongyu is 10 times prettier than this Lu Yanting. Her smile is 100 times more beautiful. What a bunch of ignorant fools. So that's how good my impression on Yunze is. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu felt as sweet as if a honey pot had been spilled. Yang Tianjie, standing to the side, also secretly grumbled to himself. This kind of trash dares to show off her sex appeal, her affected coquettishness disgusts me. She's a million miles worse than Rongyu. Thinking of this, Yang Tianjie felt even more disgusted with Gong Yunze, who had stolen his woman. Gong, go! I'll kill you sooner or later. And bring Rongyu back to my side. Yang Tianjie made up his mind. Chapter 38 Shouting? Insufficient balance? Please add to your bookshelf. Quiet down. Lu Yanting's lips parted slightly, her clear voice piercing through the noise. With a slight wave of her hand, the storage ring flashed with a faint light, and the first item was steadily placed in the center of the auction stage. First item up for auction, a top-grade, 3rd-tier Heaven and Earth Energy Crystal Core. She lightly touched the crystal core, which shimmered with a lustrous sheen, with her delicate fingers. This item can be directly absorbed by a 3rd-tier awakened individual, guaranteeing a promotion of 1 to 2 realms after refining. Starting bid is 2 million Dragon Citizens coins, or equivalent items for exchange, with each bid increment not less than 50,000. What? Gong Yunze sat bolt upright, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ordinary oxen and horses work themselves to the bone for a month and only earn 3,000 yuan a month, yet they dare to ask for 2 million for a 3rd-tier crystal core? Xiao Li's lips curled into a faint smile. 2 million is all. Yunze, today's budget for you is 100 million RMB. Just bid on whatever catches your eye, don't hold back. 100 million? Gong Yunze gasped, feeling as if the number was a dream. Dad, how much wealth do we actually have? Is it really okay to spend it like this? Xiao Li waved his hand casually. 100 million is just the Xiao family's monthly revenue. Gong Yunze shook his head with a wry smile. So cultivation is such an expensive thing. You said before that the wealth left by Grandpa was enough for us to cultivate to the 5th level of Alien King, wouldn't that require billions? Xiaoli shook his head and held up 5 fingers, saying, that's too narrow a scope. It's 50 billion. Seeing that Gong Yunze was completely stunned, Xiaoli added, 50 billion is just an estimate. Once you reach a higher level of cultivation, money has little purchasing power. High-level cultivation resources are mostly traded through barter. For example, these third-tier heaven and earth energy crystal cores can also be used as a form of currency. Gong Yunze nodded and said, I've heard that before. There's a saying, before the third rank, it's all about money, after the third rank, it's all about fate. Xiaoli praised, you know quite a lot. Do you know what the second half of the sentence, after the third level, it depends on fate, means? Gong Yunze replied without hesitation. The word fate here has a double meaning, it refers to both destiny and life. It means that advancement beyond the third rank not only depends on luck but may even require risking one's life for rare treasures. Xiaoli nodded in satisfaction, his tone suddenly becoming solemn. The path of cultivation for awakened beings is exceptionally cruel. It is commonplace to risk one's life for scarce resources. Since you and Ronyu have embarked on the path of awakened beings, you must be extremely cautious in the face of external temptations and distinguish truth from falsehood. This is the best course of action. I understand. I will be very careful when I go out with Ronyu to gain experience in the future. At this moment, the price of the top-grade Tier 3 Heaven and Earth Energy Crystal Core has reached an astonishing 8 million dragon coins. The bidder was Yang Wei, who glanced smugly at the private room where Xiaoli was. 8.5 million, Xiaoli said calmly, his tone revealing no emotion. Yang Wei immediately raised the price, with obvious provocation. 9 million. Xiaoli, 9.5 million. The bidders on the first floor felt their scalps tingle as they listened to the bidding from the VIP boxes on the second floor. These two upstairs raised the price by 500,000 in one go. How are we small players supposed to compete? 10 million. Yang Wei's voice was filled with an arrogant confidence. Xiaoli, too lazy to negotiate with Yang Wei over the price, simply shouted out. 15 million. Seeing that Xiaoli had directly added 5 million, Yang Wei immediately felt his momentum weaken, and then pressed on, saying, 20 million. At this moment, Xiaoli stopped bidding and said to Gong Yunze, this top-grade third-tier crystal core is only worth about 15 million. That idiot next door lost 5 million for the sake of saving face. Yunze and Rongyu, you should take this as a warning. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu laughed in unison. Yes. Finally, the gavel fell, and Yang Wei acquired the third-tier Heaven and Earth Energy Core for 20 million. Having just won the first bid, Yang Tianjie called out in a cheeky manner towards the private room where Gong Yunze was. Gong Yunze. How about it? Aren't you angry that you can't beat us? Gong Yunze picked up his teacup and took a sip, as long as you're happy. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Yang Tianjie, instead filled with suppressed anger, said to Yang Wei. Dad. If the Xiao family and that bastard surnamed Gong bid on anything again later, we'll beat them. We'll make sure they leave empty-handed. Yang Wei clapped his hands and laughed, as expected of my son, just what I wanted. Yang Wei accepted all the subsequent items offered, and almost all of them were purchased by him at high prices. Seeing this, Xiaoli laughed. After these rounds of bidding, that idiot Yang Wei has probably lost at least 50 million. So, many times, don't just focus on winning first place, but make the most accurate judgment that best serves your own interests, understand? The two people beside him nodded, but Gong Yunze asked with some puzzlement. Dad, didn't you say I could bid whatever I wanted? If we keep ripping off the Yang family, then I won't be able to bid on any rare treasures today. Xiao Rongyu chimed in. That's right, Dad. Didn't you say before that Yunze could choose whatever he wanted? Xiaoli nodded upon hearing this. Okay. As long as you like any of the items in the auction, no matter the price, Dad will buy them for you. As the wooden mallet struck again and again, Gong Yunze did not take a liking to the rare treasure. The Yang family father and son, on the other hand, acquired almost all the items in the auction. When Yang Wei used his black gold card to pay for the last item in the auction, the card reader displayed a message indicating insufficient balance. Seeing this, Yang Wei calmly took out another black gold card from his pocket and said, Scan this one. When the waiter swiped his card again, The card reader once again reminded him that his balance was insufficient. This puzzled Yang Wei, who asked, "How is this possible? This card has a full billion in it, how could the balance be insufficient?" However, when the waiter swiped the card again, it still showed insufficient balance. Embarrassed, Yang Wei looked at Yang Tianjie with a gloomy expression and said, "What did you do with the money in this card?" Yang Tianjie said guiltily, "Dad, I just use it to buy resources for my cultivation." Yang Wei didn't believe it, so he directly checked the bank card's usage records on his phone. After checking the accounts, Yang Wei was furious. He slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of him, smashing it to pieces, and demanded, "Who is this sexy little wildcat? You actually transferred 10 million to her? And who is this hot Beihai girl? You actually transferred 30 million to her? And these? He pointed to the densely packed transfer records on the screen and read out hundreds of usernames in one breath, his voice growing colder with each one. Under Yang Wei's almost murderous gaze, Yang Tianjie finally confessed. "I just felt sorry for these female streamers, so I gave them tips to get them to come out and have fun. It might have been a bit expensive." Seeing Yang Tianjie's aggrieved expression, Yang Wei couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "You unfilial son. Didn't I teach you that money is for women to see, not for them to use? What are you doing? Spending so much money just to have some fun? I really want to crack open your brain and see how many lewd worms are inside." Yang Tianjie tried his best to exonerate himself, arguing that, "Dad, I was under too much pressure, that's why I'm like this. If you had brought Xiaorongyu to me before, I wouldn't be in this situation." "Damn it!" Yang Wei kicked over a chair. "How could I have given birth to such a useless piece of trash who only thinks with his lower body? If you weren't my biological son, I'd crush your head right now." Yang Tianjie hurriedly covered his crotch, his face contorted with grief, and changed the subject. "Dad, let's figure out how to pay first. Divider line." Dear readers, this book has begun its verification process. If you enjoy it, please add it to your bookshelf. This is very important to the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39 Crazy Bidding. Please add to your bookshelf. Where do I have any money left? You spendthrift. You've squandered all the savings I've accumulated over the years. Yang Wei roared furiously. How could that be? I saw that you had more than 20 billion in your account the other day. Yang Tianjie retorted with certainty. Before the word 100 million was finished, Yang Wei's eyes narrowed suddenly, like a hawk eyeing its prey. He abruptly covered Yang Tianjie's mouth, lowering his voice to warn him sharply. That money isn't mine. It was placed here by some big shot. If you want your father to live a few more days, don't utter another word about it. Seeing Yang Tianjie nod repeatedly to indicate that he understood, Yang Wei finally released his mouth. Yang Wei had no choice but to take out the card containing 25 billion yuan as a temporary emergency measure. After the payment was successful, Yang Wei pulled Yang Tianjie to leave. Just then, auctioneer Lu Yanting's voice suddenly rose 2 pitches, carrying a passionate tone that resonated throughout the hall. Distinguished guests. Next up is the grand finale of this auction. The final item? Yang Wei paused, his curiosity piqued. I wonder what it is, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look. The thought had barely formed in his mind when he led Yang Tianjie back to their private room, his eyes fixed intently on the auction stage. As Lu Yanting finished speaking, a long and narrow wooden box, about 12 feet long and wrapped in a white tiger skin, slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Today's grand finale treasure is the tiger bone and fang spear, made from the bones and fangs of a 5th-tier White Tiger clan member, and rated as an A-level weapon. These words caused an uproar in the room. It looks just like an ordinary spear, but I never expected it to be a spear forged by a 5th-order White Tiger clan member. The difficulty of forging an A-grade weapon is no less than awakening an SSS-grade ability. This treasure, which made its grand finale appearance, is truly eye-catching. After the gasps from the audience subsided slightly, Lu Yanting continued her introduction. This spear was forged by 33 master craftsmen over 3 months. It can unleash the aura of a 5th-tier alien king to intimidate enemies, and its tip is incredibly sharp, making it unstoppable by any alien armor except for S rank or higher. The power of a weapon crafted by a 5th-tier Tiger clan member is not to be underestimated. If I can acquire this weapon, Tianjie's path to becoming the top scholar will be smooth sailing. Yang Wei thought to himself, while secretly rejoicing. Luckily, the auction was held in Yangzhou. If it had been held in the capital, even if those big shots didn't care about a grade weapons, it wouldn't have been my turn to bid. It's actually a grade A weapon. Xiao Li's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured. My greatsword, though only a B grade weapon, can already cut through iron like mud. The power of this A grade weapon must be even more domineering and extraordinary. Everyone present was extremely interested in this grade A spear. But they all knew that if the VIPs in the 2 private rooms upstairs made a move, they would have no chance. Soon, Lu Yanting's voice resounded throughout the venue once again. The grand finale item, a tiger bone and fang gun, has a starting price of 50 million renminbi. Each bid must be at least 500,000 renminbi higher. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the audience who had originally wanted to chime in and join in the fun were instantly dumbfounded. What? The starting price is 50 million? That's way too expensive. The starting price is 50 million, and the final auction price will likely be many times higher. I'd better just watch the show quietly. This kind of thing is not something ordinary people like us can get involved in. Just as everyone was speechless, Xiao Li broke the silence and said loudly, 100 million. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of bidding erupted again from the next private room. 200 million. Yang Wei retorted domineeringly, not to be outdone. Upon hearing Yang Wei's offer, everyone was stunned. The pressure of raising the price by 100 million at once is astonishing. I've lived most of my life and never seen a bid increase of 100 million in a single instance. Everyone was talking at once, discussing which of the 2 private rooms would win the final, most anticipated item. Upon hearing Yang Wei's offer, Xiao Li immediately lost his temper. 300 million. 400 million. Yang Wei followed closely behind, his tone firm and unwavering. 500 million. Xiao Li refused to back down, his voice tinged with gritted teeth. Yang Wei hesitated for a moment, then raised the price again. 600 million. Xiao Li glanced at Gong Yunzi beside him, his eyes suddenly hardening. 700 million. Seeing that the other party was pressing him relentlessly, Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion. What the hell? Is Yang Wei playing this crazy game? Does he have no sense of decency? Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly clenched his fists. But I promised Yunzi, how can I go back on my word? He took a deep breath and shouted, 1.2 billion. Yang Wei was surprised that the other party dared to bid against him, and a surge of anger rose in his heart, but he only coldly added 500,000. 1.2 billion and 500 million. Xiao Li stared at the price quote screen, pondering to himself. A grade B weapon is worth only 5 to 800 million, while a grade A weapon, though powerful, is capped at 12 billion. Dad, let it go. Gong Yunzi spoke up at the right time. I'm already very touched that you offered 1.2 billion for me. Let them have the gun. Looking at Gong Yunzi's sensible appearance, Xiao Li felt a surge of pride. Since I promised you, I will definitely get it for you, he then declared loudly. 1.25 billion. At this moment, large beads of sweat had already appeared on Yang Wei's forehead. The money in this card wasn't his own. If he squanders his money and is unable to make up for the shortfall, not only will his future be ruined, but he may even lose his life. But if Yang Tianjie can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for supernatural abilities because of this grade A spear, then things will take a huge turn for the better. Not only will Yang Tianjie receive national recognition, but the 4 top universities will also compete to admit him. If that's the case, then not to mention billions, any other deficit could be easily filled. 1.3 billion. Yang Wei waved his hand again to place his bet, his voice filled with a do-or-die spirit. Xiao Li frowned, pondering. This old guy added 500,000 first, and now he suddenly added another 50 million. What on earth is he up to? Xiao Li frowned, but still gritted his teeth and followed. 1.35 billion. 1.4 billion. Yang Wei raised the bid by another 50 million, stunning everyone present. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. I thought the second VIP room was completely out of options, but I didn't expect them to still have some left. I think box number 1 is running out of steam and is likely to lose to box number 2. I don't think so. The price has already reached 1.4 billion, while the average price of an A-grade weapon is around 1.2 billion. They should be considering whether raising the price is worthwhile. A-grade rare weapons are extremely rare and hard to come by. They are truly priceless. A mere 1.4 billion is nothing to worry about. Those standing nearby looked at the speaker as if he were an idiot and said, "Are you some kind of clown hired by the monkeys? Don't you have any idea what 1.4 billion means? That's enough to buy 100 of your lives." Upon hearing this, the boastful man was terrified and exclaimed, "What? How did he know my bounty was 14 million? Thinking of this, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He suddenly stood up, crouched down, and quickly slipped out of the auction. Seeing the silence in VIP room number 1, Lu Yanting called out, "Box number 2, a first time with 1.4 billion. Box number 2, 1.4 billion for the second time." Upon hearing the second offer, Yang Wei thought to himself, "It's safe." Yang Wei's tense nerves finally relaxed. Just as Lu Yanting was about to make her third bid, Xiaoli slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his eyes burning with a resolute flame. "It's just money. You can earn more. But I will never go back on my promise to you. Yunza, you better watch out." 1.45 billion. Chapter 40: A record-breaking sale, an unexpected phone call. Please add to your bookshelf. Gong Yunza was somewhat moved when he heard Xiaoli's offer and said, "Hey, old Denning. We won't unplug your oxygen tube anymore." Upon hearing Xiang Xiaoli's renewed offer, Yang Wei's composure vanished. "Xiaoli, is this how you want to play? I'll play along to the end." 1.5 billion. The offer of 1.5 billion shocked everyone present. "Thank you so much for the generous gift. Are the people in VIP room number 2 crazy? Boss is confused. If you spend 1.3 billion at the Kyoto auction and wait for a few months, you'll most likely be able to buy an A-grade weapon. Why waste 200 million more money? Sigh. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the rich. What we all know, do you think these big shots don't know?" Listening to the murmurs downstairs, Yang Wei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Heh, a bunch of idiots. In Kyoto, if they want something, it's not a matter of price anymore. If you dare to bid against those powerful figures, you're guaranteed to vanish into thin air within 5 minutes of leaving the auction house. That's why I traveled all the way from Kyoto. Xiao Li's lips twitched violently, and he forced himself to agree to the price. 1.55 billion. 1.6 billion. Yang Wei's voice followed closely behind, his eyes already bloodshot. At this moment, he had only one thought: no matter what, he had to help young Tianjie obtain this grade A weapon. When the price soared to 1.6 billion, Xiao Li's palms were already soaked with cold sweat, and his heart rate uncontrollably soared to 120. But to make amends to Gong Yunza, he took a deep breath and spoke again. 1.65 billion. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Wei's offer was already right there. 1.7 billion. At this moment, not only the audience below the stage, but even Lu Yanting on the auction stage, widened her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, 1.7 billion is already far beyond the estimated value of this grade A spear. The 2 VIPs in the second floor private room are probably ready to fight. I have to add fuel to the fire. That way, my commission might double again. Thinking of this, she lightly tapped the microphone, her tone seemingly admonishing but actually fanning the flames. We kindly request that the 2 VIPs on the second floor participate in the auction rationally. If you are experiencing cash flow problems, you may choose to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli felt a chill run down his spine. As expected of a top auctioneer. He used a feigned retreat to advance, seemingly giving me a way out, but in reality, he wanted me to withdraw at the most intense moment of the bidding. He wanted me to give in to that scoundrel Yang Wei? Absolutely not. In a flash, Xiaoli decided to end the battle by directly offering a high price, and said loudly, 2 billion. Seeing that her scheme had succeeded, a sly glint flashed in Lu Yanting's eyes, and she then raised her voice and passionately announced, Box 1 has bid 2 billion. That's an astonishing figure. They've taken this grade A weapon back into their hands. I wonder if anyone else is willing to raise the bid. Upon hearing Xiao Li's offer, Yang Wei broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that Xiao Li would go to such lengths for a grade A weapon. Not only did they spend a fortune to buy the supernatural weapon, but they also offended a high-ranking official from the Kyoto Supernatural Abilities Bureau. In Yang Wei's view, Xiao Li's actions were an extremely unwise choice. But Xiao Li's broadsword was already drawn, so Yang Wei had no choice but to take a risky approach. I will definitely fight for Tianjie to get this a grade weapon today. 2.5 billion. This move to raise the price by 500 million left the entire audience breathless once again. The audience stared wide-eyed at the direction of the second-floor private room, as if watching two crazed gods of wealth battling it out. Two lunatics. This is absolutely insane. Holy crap. Are they shouting for RMB? Anyone who didn't know better would think they were shouting for banknotes from the Bank of China. Xiao Li's heart trembled upon hearing this. Even he had to think twice before considering 2.5 billion renminbi. After all, this is equivalent to 2 years' income for the Xiao family. Xiao Li took out a handkerchief from his chest and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected Yang Wei to pay such a high price for this grade A exotic weapon spear. But for Xiao Li, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Just as Xiao Li stood up to bid, Gong Yunzi stopped him, saying, "Dad, forget it. Instead of spending 2.5 billion on an A-grade weapon, let's invest the money in cultivation resources. As long as I quickly improve my strength, the difference in weapons will be negligible." Xiao Li spoke up and decisively refused. "No. Yunzi, I have my principles. I said I'd get it for you, and I have to do it." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Li spoke again. 2.6 billion. Before Xiao Li could finish speaking his bid, another bid came from VIP room number 2. 2.8 billion. At this moment, Yang Wei had completely gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, and he sneered almost insanely. "Come on. You want to play with me? I have 25 billion. Anyway, that big shot won't need the money anytime soon, I can make up the difference slowly. I'm playing along to the end today." Xiao Li was momentarily overwhelmed by Yang Wei's unstoppable bidding, but he gritted his teeth and continued to call out. 2.81 billion. Seeing that Xiao Li was still relentlessly pursuing the issue, Yang Wei became completely desperate, thinking to himself, "You bastard. You're like a leech, I can't shake you off." They immediately offered another price. 3 billion. The moment the export value reached 3 billion, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone remained silent, simply watching the two deities on the second floor engage in a silent battle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's temper flared up as well. "You, Yang Wei. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? 3.1 billion. Yang Wei was stunned to see Xiao Li still bidding. "What? He's adding more? Okay, then I'll go all the way with him. 3.2 billion. Xiao Li was about to continue bidding when Gong Yunzi stopped him again. "Dad. That's enough. If you really spend 3.2 billion to buy this strange weapon, I'll feel guilty. Even if you give it to me, I won't take it." Xiao Ronyu also spoke up at the opportune moment. "That's right, Dad. This price far exceeds the value of an A-grade weapon. You could even buy an S-grade weapon for a little more money. It's really not worth it." Xiao Li was conflicted upon hearing this. He didn't want to break his promise. Gong Yunzi noticed his concerns and took the initiative to speak. "Dad. There's plenty of time. You can just order me an even more suitable weapon later." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li abandoned his idea of raising the price further and said, "Okay. Yunzi, don't worry, Dad will buy you even better ones in the future." Xiao Li then stopped bidding, and auctioneer Lu Yanting, seeing that there was no movement from box number 1 for a long time, began to call out bids. Box number 2 costs 3.2 billion per session. Box number 2, 3.2 billion twice. Box number 2, 3.2 billion, sold in 3 transactions. As the wooden mallet struck, a burst of applause erupted throughout the venue, all directed at the young father and son in box number 2. Many people exclaimed in admiration. The VIP in room number 2 is absolutely outrageously wealthy. They actually spent such a huge sum of money to purchase an A-grade weapon. Although grade A weapons are rare, one can be produced every few months. If it were me, I would definitely wait for the next one. You don't understand what I'm saying. Don't you know the principle of buy early, enjoy early? If this A-grade supernatural weapon were used in the college entrance examination for supernatural abilities, it would be a machine that harvests top scorers from all provinces. Sigh, the world of the rich is something we ordinary mortals can never truly understand. Yang Wei spent a hefty 3.2 billion yuan to acquire this grade A weapon. I felt no joy whatsoever. In fact, I began to regret it, thinking to myself. Spending 3.2 billion only to acquire an A-grade weapon. Sigh. For Tianjie's future, it's all worth it. Yang Wei quickly completed the transaction with the auction house staff. The moment the transaction was completed, Yang Wei's phone suddenly vibrated rapidly. When Yang Wei saw the note on the caller ID, his heart skipped a beat. He pressed the answer button with trembling hands, his voice filled with barely concealed panic. "Mayor Huang, what are your orders?" The other party's tone was urgent, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Have your people take all the money to the Kyoto auction house. I need it urgently." Chapter 41, Taking Advantage of a Crisis. Haggling. "Please add to your bookshelf." Upon hearing the mention of that sum of money, Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Why did they have to ask for money right after I successfully paid? Where am I supposed to find the money to make up for all that? But on his face was a timid, submissive smile. "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." "Okay, hurry up. I need to see the money within half an hour." The other party's tone was serious and brooked no argument. Before Yang Wei could say another word, the other party hung up the phone on their own. Not long after the auction ended, a thought flashed through Yang Wei's mind. He snatched the priceless grade A weapon from Yang Tianjia's hand and rushed towards Xiaoli's private room with the spear in his hand. At this moment, Xiaoli was leading Gong Yunzet and Xiao Rongyu out of the private room when they bumped into Yang Wei, who was carrying a gun. Seeing this, Xiaoli frowned slightly, immediately lowered his waist and assumed a fighting stance, and asked sharply, "Yang Wei, what do you want to do? If you make a move at the Yangzhou auction, even a 6th-tier expert might not be able to escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei quickly raised his hands to show that he meant no harm. He forced a smile that looked even worse than if he'd eaten shit. "Brother Xiao, what do you think of this grade A weapon?" Xiao Li's face darkened, filled with displeasure. "What are you doing? Trying to show off in front of me? Let me tell you, if my son-in-law hadn't stopped me, I would have fought you to the bitter end, even if it cost me all my savings." Seeing that Xiao Li had misunderstood, Yang Wei hurriedly waved his hand and explained. No. Brother Xiao, you misunderstand. I'm here mainly to discuss a deal with you. I have nothing to talk to you about." Before Yang Wei could speak, Xiao Li had already refused outright. A moment of displeasure flashed through Yang Wei's mind, but he quickly suppressed it, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. "Brother Xiao, I got carried away when I was bidding earlier, and I may have offended you. We are both people in the system, and we will see each other all the time. To express my apology, I am now willing to transfer this grade A weapon to you for 3 billion. What do you think, Brother Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's mind immediately went on high alert. Yang Wei is a ruthless man who eats people without spitting out the bones. Now that he's willing to bow down to me, there must be something fishy going on. Thinking of this, Xiao Li laughed heartily and said, "To be honest, Brother Yang, looking back now, I was a bit too carried away when I was bidding. Please forgive me." Seeing that Xiao Li didn't mention taking over the A-grade weapon at all, Yang Wei had no choice but to find another opportunity to speak. "Brother Xiao, you flatter me. This is a case of no fight, no friendship. This spear is exquisitely crafted and incomparably sharp. I think only a man of your stature, Brother Xiao, is worthy to be its master." Xiao Li waved his hand, continuing to pretend he didn't understand, and said, "Alas! I am used to using a sword, and I am really not used to using a spear. I heard that your son is proficient in spear fighting, so it would be most suitable for him to use it." Yang Wei didn't have time for idle chatter with Xiao Li, so he simply said, "Brother Xiao, I really want to be friends with you. How about this? I'm willing to transfer this grade A weapon to you for 2.5 billion. Xiao Li saw that Yang Wei had actually cut his own price. Although Yang Wei didn't mention anything about encountering trouble. But the difference in his attitude before and after the auction is enough to guess that he is now in trouble and urgently needs money. After thinking it through, a playful smile appeared on Xiao Li's lips. He touched his chin, feigning a troubled expression. "I appreciate Brother Yang's kindness, but I have suddenly encountered a situation where I urgently need money and may not have any spare cash." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately felt a surge of anxiety, thinking to himself, "If it weren't for you, would I have been able to spend so much money on an A-grade weapon? If I couldn't get the money to Mayor Huang within half an hour, forget about being promoted to bureau chief this year, I might not even be able to save my life. Currently, the only person capable of producing 3.2 billion in half an hour is Xiao Li, standing right in front of us." Helpless, Yang Wei had no choice but to lower the price of the exotic weapon once again. But his facial expressions were exceptional. He feigned great generosity and said to Xiao Li, "How about this, Brother Xiao, 2 billion. I don't mind losing a little, as long as Brother Xiao considers me a friend, it's all worth it. Xiao Li shook his head again upon hearing this. Alas! Brother Yang, I truly cannot help you. He had already lowered the price to 2 billion, but Xiao Li still wouldn't buy it. Although Yang Wei was seething with hatred inside, he outwardly maintained a respectful expression, saying, I understand Brother Zhao's difficulties. In that case, why don't you name a price? Xiao Li sneered inwardly upon hearing this. Little brat, where did your arrogance go when you were bidding earlier? Now you're begging me, so of course I'll take advantage of your weakness and finish you off. Clearing his throat, Xiao Li slowly said, Upgrade weapons usually cost around 1 billion. If Brother Yang can sell them to me at that price, I should be able to squeeze some money out of my pocket. Xiao Li's words were like a dragon-slaying sword, cleaving Yang Wei's lifeline. He cursed Xiao Li 1,000 times in his heart. You old bastard. I spent 3.2 billion to buy this and you think you can get it for 1 billion? You opportunistic scoundrel. Although he had mentally vented his anger at Xiao Li, Yang Wei still had to face reality. He said with a bitter face, Brother Xiao, you really have a bad memory. This grade A weapon is worth around 1.2 billion on the market. You can't buy such a good grade A weapon for 1 billion. Since you put it that way, brother, then I have no choice but to apologize. Xiao Li shook his head inside. Seeing that Xiao Li refused to budge, Yang Wei sighed deeply and said, Okay. 1 billion it is. Yang Wei handed the A-grade exotic weapon spear in his hand to Xiao Li and said, Brother Xiao, from now on, it's yours. After receiving the strange weapon, Xiao Li picked up his phone and transferred 1 billion to Yang Wei, then patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, Brother Yang is indeed a man of character. So generous and magnanimous. I, Xiao, will consider you a friend. Yang Wei forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and continued. I wonder if Brother Xiao is interested in the rare treasures I acquired earlier. I'll transfer them to you as well. Xiao Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he sighed. Hey! Brother Yang, you know my family urgently needs money. Those rare treasures you bought before must be worth at least 3 billion. I don't have that much money on hand. Yang Wei knew that Xiao Li wanted to bargain, but he was at Xiao Li's mercy and had no choice but to let Xiao Li take advantage of him. Brother Xiao, you're being too polite. Given our friendship, I must offer a 20% discount. How about 2.4 billion? Xiao Li hesitated, about to speak, when Yang Wei raised his hand and quickly answered. Brother Xiao. I understand. 2.2 billion. It really can't go any lower. Chapter 42, Utterly Devastated by Losses. Please add to your bookshelf. Yang Wei cut his own money by another 200 million, while Xiao Li still looked worried. Brother Yang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm really short on funds and have some cash flow problems. Yang Wei felt his teeth almost shatter from clenching, his heart aching terribly, yet he forced himself to speak. Brother Xiao, name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll reluctantly part with it today. Xiao Li waved his hand, feigning embarrassment, and said, This isn't a good idea. I'm afraid Brother Yang won't be able to accept the price I'm offering. Brother Xiao, you are mistaken. As long as you say so, I will accept any loss, no matter how great. Xiao Li said helplessly. All right then. I'll just give you a number. If you don't think it's appropriate, then ask someone else. Yang Wei, mentally prepared to be slaughtered, said in a deep voice. Brother Xiao, please speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li slowly extended his right hand and raised one finger. 1 billion, what do you say, brother? Upon hearing that Xiao Li was only willing to offer 1 billion to buy it, Yang Wei became somewhat distraught and said, Brother Xiao, are you joking with me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li shook his head and sighed. Brother Yang, as you know, my family urgently needs money, and I'm a bit short on cash. If you feel it's not suitable, you can find someone else. Yang Wei suppressed his anger and patiently discussed the matter. Brother Xiao, how about this, 1.8 billion? Besides the items at the auction, I'll also tell you some news worth at least 1 billion, how about that? Xiao Li remained unmoved upon hearing this and said, Brother Yang, now that I know such valuable information, I'm afraid I'll get myself into a lot of trouble. Brother Xiao. This is information about an S-level supernatural realm. If you agree to buy the extraordinary treasure in my possession for 2.2 billion, I will tell you the location of the supernatural realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li was startled and exclaimed. What? An S-class superpowered secret realm? Is this true? Yang Wei nodded, absolutely true. This supernatural realm was discovered by my men by chance. Its location is extremely well hidden. We'll join forces to explore it together. The spoils will be split 50-50. Xiaoli was very tempted upon hearing this, and began to consider. Although the probability of an S-class supernatural power realm appearing is not as high as that of SS-class and SSS-class supernatural power realms, the exotic herbs and beasts native to these realms are all highly valuable materials for alchemy and weapon crafting. The output value of an S-class realm is at least between 5 billion and 10 billion. Thinking of this, Xiaoli nodded and said, "All right. No need for formalities between friends. 2.2 billion it is. Here's the code. I'll scan it for you now." After completing the transaction and informing Xiaoli of the opening time of the supernatural realm, Yang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn that dog Xiao. How dare he take advantage of my misfortune. This time I've lost at least 3 billion dragon citizens RMB. And that doesn't even include the information about the secret realm and future dividends. Damn it. I've lost a fortune this time. At this moment, Yang Wei's phone vibrated violently again. Yang Wei glanced at the caller ID and answered immediately. The other party's voice carried a hint of anger as they questioned him. Yang Wei. Why haven't your men arrived yet? Mayor Huang, please be patient. I've already given the orders, they should arrive soon. Hurry him up. Yes, Mayor Huang. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wei transferred the newly raised 25 billion yuan to different accounts in batches. Finally, his trusted confidant Wang Kai took 30 mobile phones to the location designated by Huang Sheng to complete the transaction and make payment. After doing all this, Yang Wei collapsed to the ground like a withered flower. Damn it! How could this happen? My hard-earned savings of many years have vanished in an instant? I'm not reconciled. Xiao Go. I'll remember this grudge. I'll get everything I lost back from you one day. Before Yang Wei could catch his breath, another call came in, and the caller ID showed Huang Sheng's number again. Yang Wei assumed the other person was going to praise his efficiency, so he relaxed his brows and answered with a hint of pleasure. Unexpectedly, a torrent of fury erupted from the receiver. You surnamed Yang. Are you tired of living? You even dare to steal my money. Yang Wei looked completely bewildered. Mayor Huang. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Where are the people you sent? Why can't I get through on the phone? They were just turned off. Yang Wei's heart trembled violently, and he quickly comforted Huang Sheng. Don't worry. Let me call and find out what happened. This is your last chance. If you mess this up again, you know what I can do. The harsh words he uttered felt like ice picks piercing his heart, and Yang Wei's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. After hanging up, he tried calling his trusted confidant, but the phone remained switched off. Now that things have come to this, anyone can figure out the intricacies of the situation. His trusted confidant, Wang Kai, has absconded with the money. Unable to accept his suspicions, Yang Wei kept calling Wang Kai. However, all he received in response was a cold, impersonal shutdown notification. Hello, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Sorry. Realizing something was wrong, Yang Wei immediately had the balances of each account checked. When they learned that all the money had been transferred out, Yang Wei slammed the phone to the ground, stomped on it until it was smashed to pieces, and cursed angrily. Wang Kai. I trusted you so much. You betrayed me. Thinking of this, Yang Wei took out his spare phone from his pocket and called Huang Sheng to explain that the money had been stolen. But an unexpected exclamation came from the other end of the receiver. You're saying your men ran off with that money? It's my fault for misjudging people. Huang Sheng suddenly interrupted him, his tone filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster. Yang Wei, it's all thanks to you, my subordinate. The supervisory bureau suddenly barged into the transaction site just now, catching me completely off guard. Luckily, I didn't get the money in the transaction, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said, Mayor Huang, I've already sent people to find Wang Kai. I believe we'll be able to catch him soon. Good. I suspect this Wang Kai is a mole. We must catch him. Money is secondary, we need to find out who's behind him. Yes, Mayor Huang. After hanging up the phone again, Yang Wei felt his heart pounding like a roller coaster. Fortunately, I did not lose Huang Shang's trust, otherwise my career would have been in vain. With no time to spare for anything else, Yang Wei immediately set off back to Kyoto to oversee the search for Wang Kai. Watching his father's resolute departure, Yang Tianjia had no choice but to leave dejectedly as well. On the other hand, Gong Yunze and the other two were overjoyed. Xiaoli handed the A-grade weapon to Gong Yunze and said with a smile, "What's meant to be yours will eventually be yours. Here you go, good son-in-law, take this." As soon as Gong Yunze took the spear, he felt its weight in his hand. The chilling pressure emanating from the spear made his heart tighten, and he couldn't help but admire it. This gun is very handy, and the pressure emanating from it is truly awe-inspiring. I never expected an A-grade weapon to be so domineering. I can't even imagine how strong weapons above this level must be. Xiaoli smiled and said, "Weapons of grade B and above can resonate with special abilities. Yunze, why don't you give it a try?" Chapter 43, An Astounding Discovery, Inscribed in the Family Tree? Please add to your bookshelf. Psychic resonance? What is that? A hint of curiosity flashed in Gong Yunze's eyes. The so-called supernatural resonance refers to the resonance between the attributes of the supernatural weapon and the user's supernatural ability. Xiaoli explained in a deep voice. The power of the alien weapon after resonance can be increased by at least 20%, and at its limit, it can even double. Gong Yunze immediately became interested and, under Xiaoli's guidance, tried to establish a resonance with the spear. If you infuse your special power into the weapon and it resonates with your special power, then the resonance is successful. As Xiaoli finished speaking, Gong Yunze had a thought and first resonated his clone ability with the spear. Soon, a faint golden halo slowly appeared on the gun. A moment later, the spear suddenly hummed and trembled. The tip of the spear emitted a golden light that shared the same origin as his supernatural ability. The resonance was successful. Gong Yunze exclaimed in delight. "It's done!" In that moment of mixed joy and surprise, Gong Yunze. The spear split into two, then into four, just like a reflection in a mirror. Four gun shadows hovered side by side, their patterns on the gun bodies perfectly aligned. Gong Yunze stared at the four long spears in front of him and laughed loudly. "This perfectly solves the embarrassing situation of my clone having no weapon. Otherwise, if I have a weapon in my hand but my clone is empty-handed, wouldn't I be easily seen through? Wow! My husband is so amazing." Xiao Rongyu clapped her hands and laughed, her eyes full of admiration. With a thought, Gong Yunze tried to resonate his sacred domain with the spear. Having learned from his previous experience, Gong Yunze quickly achieved resonance. But he discovered that the resonance effect was exactly the same as before. Simply put, it was a case of resonating with nothing. He frowned slightly and turned to look at Xiaoli. "Dad, what exactly happened?" Xiaoli stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said with a darkening expression. "It seems you, like us, are trapped by the unique nature of domain abilities. While domain abilities are powerful, resonating with special weapons doesn't create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Instead, it's just 1 + 1 = 1. This is the biggest flaw of my Xiao family's domain abilities. The fact that resonance was successful shows that domain resonance is effective." Gong Yunze said thoughtfully, "Then why don't we try a different approach?" After saying that, Gong Yunze began to try it. Since the resonance was successful, all we need to do is throw the resonated weapon out. "Let's do it!" Gong Yunze hurled the tiger bone fang spear, which resonated with the divine domain's power, forward. In an instant, a semi-transparent light membrane bloomed around the gun, which was actually an energy field of the same nature as his sacred domain. Gong Yunze said to Xiaoli, "Dad, please try it at a distance of less than 40 meters from the tiger bone fang gun." Xiaoli walked towards the tiger bone fang spear with a puzzled look on his face. He stopped abruptly as soon as he stepped into the area of the light membrane, his pupils shrinking in surprise. "Yunze? What exactly is going on?" After Gong Yunze explained the principle to Xiaoli, Xiaoli was greatly shocked. "So that's how it is. It's because the resonance ranges overlap. This leads to a waste of effect. We've been kept in the dark by this for so many years." He gripped Gong Yunze's arm and shook it violently, his voice trembling. "You're a genius. How come we didn't think of this method?" In his ecstasy, a thought struck him like lightning, and Xiaoli's breathing suddenly quickened. Yunze, along with his clones and weapons, has a total of 8 domains. If deployed simultaneously, the battlefield coverage is enough to suppress an enemy battalion. In specific terrain, it could even suppress a regiment. This is practically a mobile meat grinder. He immediately took out his own greatsword, Iwu, and, following the same pattern, attached the absolute territory to the blade and threw it out. Sure enough, a domain barrier of the same origin as his instantly appeared around the blade. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoli clapped his hands and laughed. With this move, the strength of my Xiao family will surely rise to another level. Yunze, you are truly the lucky star of my Xiao family. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoli led the couple and the day's spoils back to the Xiao family. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Xiaoli immediately convened an emergency family meeting. At the meeting, Xiaoli delivered a passionate speech, recounting and demonstrating Gong Yunze's discovery. Upon seeing this, the members of the Xiao family immediately cast admiring glances at Gong Yunze and said, "How did Yunze get his brain working like that? Even Zhuge Liang himself wouldn't be this bad. Why didn't we old folks think of such a simple principle?" Actually, this can't be blamed on the Xiao family. Their weapons are mainly swords and knives. Once swords and other similar weapons are out of one's hands, it's as if one's arms have been severed, so no one dares to try them. In other words, Gong Yunze obtained the spear and made such a huge discovery by trying it out. Based on Gong Yunze's theoretical foundation, Xiao Rongyu conducted in-depth thinking and proposed, "Dad, could our Xiao family train some younger members to be archers?" Upon hearing Xiao Rongyu's words, Xiao Li's eyes lit up and he said, "That's right. If we make the arrows into be great exotic weapons, wouldn't it be possible to instantly cover the entire battlefield with a domain just by resonating with the arrows, thus weakening the enemy's overall strength? Wouldn't our Xiao family be able to recreate the glory that your grandfather brought to the Xiao family?" Xiao Li patted Gong Yunze's shoulder heavily and said, "Yunze, on behalf of the Xiao family, I solemnly thank you for discovering such a crucial method for using the resonance of extraordinary martial arts. If the Xiao family one day becomes one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom, I will certainly dedicate a separate page to your name and the Xiao family's genealogy." These words caused an uproar in the hall. Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members' expressions changed drastically. Xiao Li's younger brother, Xiao Su, objected. "A separate page for the family genealogy? This is the highest honor in the family. Yunze is an outsider, so this is probably not appropriate." Many members of the Xiao family nodded in agreement. That's right. Although Yunze did make contributions, such a big decision as to dedicate a separate page to the family genealogy should be discussed with everyone first. Xiao Li said coldly upon hearing this. "What? My words don't carry weight? You're all so capable, how come you haven't discovered such a wonderful use after using the domain for so many years? If any one of you had discovered it, I'd give you your own page." Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members fell silent, lowering their heads in shame and not daring to meet Xiao Li's gaze. As a peak 5th-tier alien king, Xiao Li's strength was unparalleled in the Xiao family, and no one dared to defy him to his face. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Su's clenched fists trembled slightly from the force of his grip, and he harbored deep resentment towards Xiao Li. "Why do you get all the good things? Not only are you the eldest son, but you've been groomed as the family's heir since childhood. Your wife is a beauty that's one in a million, and your daughter is not only beautiful but also has an SSS-level superpower. Now your son-in-law even gets a separate page in the family tree. Why? Why can't father ever see my efforts, Xiao Su? Even before he died, he only invited my eldest brother's family into his room. Why?" Thinking of this, Xiao Su became increasingly displeased, and an evil plan quietly sprouted in his mind. Chapter 44: Dual Cultivation? System Reactivation. Please add to your bookshelf. After the family meeting, Xiao Li spoke privately with Gong Yunze and his wife. "The supernatural realm that Yang Wei mentioned will open tomorrow. You will all come with me." "Okay," Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu said in unison. Xiao Li nodded and continued. "You all need to stick close to me then. Don't be fooled by Yang Wei's gentlemanly appearance. He's actually a ruthless character who hides a knife behind a smile. Be on guard at all times." Gong Yunze wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the two contrasting faces this person showed before and after the auction reveal his deep cunning. He's a difficult fellow to deal with. "Alright, you all get ready. I have something to do outside. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning." After saying that, Xiao Li left gracefully. After Xiao Li walked away, Gong Yunze suddenly looked at Xiao Rongyu. "Rongyu, how about we try dual cultivation?" Xiao Rongyu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. "Yunze, it's only 2 p.m., and..." Oh, it's alright. We'll just try it here. It'll be quick. Gong Yunza assured him, patting his chest. Xiao Rongyu glanced around shyly and said awkwardly, "This isn't a good idea. It would be so embarrassing if someone saw us." Gong Yunza, however, said in a serious tone, "How could that be? I not only want others to see it, but I also want to invite more people." Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's mind went blank. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, completely at a loss. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu didn't react, Gong Yunza gently took Xiao Rongyu's hand and said, "Rongyu, don't hesitate, quickly release your domain and see if our domains can stack." Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu finally understood the meaning of dual cultivation that Bai Yunza had mentioned. In an instant, her ears burned with embarrassment, and she thought awkwardly to herself, "Oh, so this is dual cultivation. Ha ha ha." After saying that, Xiao Rongyu called over a maid of the second rank, 5th stage, to be her test subject. Gong Yunza was the first to unleash his domain, and the maid was immediately filled with shock and disbelief. "What? All my attributes were instantly reduced by half?" She looked at Gong Yunza in surprise, her eyes filled with shock. Xiao Rongyu's domain unfolded simultaneously with Gong Yunza's, and the maid was once again surprised by the situation. "What? My power has been weakened by 3/4, the maid exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza's lips curled into a smile and he said, "It seems our domains can be used in combination." Xiao Rongyu's worldview was instantly shattered by the maid's words, and she exclaimed in shock, "What? Domains can actually stack to produce effects?" After a pause, Xiao Rongyu continued. "The Xiao family once tried layering domains, but no matter how many layers were layered, the effect was exactly the same. But Yunza, your domain can be layered with mine. If my dad knew about this, I don't know how shocked he would be." Upon hearing this, a thought suddenly came to Gong Yunza's mind. If I combine my own areas of expertise, will the effects be cumulative? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's eyes flashed with golden light, and she said expectantly, "Try it. If this trick works, you only need to release 2 domains and the opponent will instantly become an ordinary person with no power to even kill a chicken." Immediately, Gong Yunza resonated with the strange weapon in his hand, and then released his own domain. "Rongyu, you try standing in here." Xiao Rongyu stepped into Gong Yunza's territory. But she did not feel the weakness of having all her strength disappear. Xiao Rongyu shook her head and sighed softly. "So it still doesn't work. If effects from the same domain could be stacked, that would be terrifying." Gong Yunza then remembered the system and thought to himself, "Sigh, if the system could awaken, maybe it could really stack the effects of the domain." With this in mind, Gong Yunza attempted to activate the system within his mind. "System? Are you alright? How's the recovery going?" Immediately, a sweet female voice appeared in Gong Yunza's mind, albeit intermittently. "System, hibernation, requires, rare item, 4, repair." Upon hearing the system's reply, Gong Yunza immediately asked, "System, what kind of rare treasure do you need? I'll go find it for you right now." "A rare treasure containing the energy of heaven and earth, currently under repair, 0% progress." "Yunza? Yunza? What's wrong with you?" Xiao Rongyu patted Gong Yunza's shoulder and called out. Gong Yunza snapped out of his daze and looked at Xiao Rongyu's concerned expression, saying, "I'm fine. Rongyu, do we have a cultivation room at home? I'd like to try cultivating." "Of course. Follow me." A moment later, Xiao Rongyu led Gong Yunza into a quiet little pavilion. "Yunza, this is the Tranquility Pavilion that my Xiao family uses specifically for cultivation." Gong Yunza stepped into the tranquil pavilion and asked curiously, "The energy of heaven and earth here is so concentrated. It's more than 3 times stronger than usual." Xiao Rongyu said smugly, "Hee, I've heard my family mention that there's an A-grade ley line beneath this attic. That's why the energy of heaven and earth is extremely concentrated. Only the head of the Xiao family can use this." Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza immediately pulled back the foot he had just stepped inside, speechless. "I'm not the head of the Xiao family, why did you bring me here?" Xiao Rongyu said softly, "You'll get your own page in the Xiao family genealogy. You'll definitely be useful." "Alright, I'll only be here for a short while anyway, so I'll take my leave." "No rush, you can stay as long as you want," Xiao Rongyu said with a smile. "Okay, I'll go in first." After Gong Yunze entered the tranquil pavilion, Xiao Rongyu, having nothing better to do, sat outside the pavilion and began to cultivate. He glanced at the storage ring that Xiao Li had given him. Gong Yunze then took out all the rare treasures containing the energy of heaven and earth from the ring. He gazed upon the dazzling array of 6th-tier rare herbs, 5th-tier rare pills, and the remains of 5th-tier rare beasts, a vast collection of extraordinary treasures. He inwardly exclaimed in admiration. My father-in-law has quite a lot of treasures. With these things, repairing the system shouldn't be too difficult. Before Gong Yunze could react, all these extraordinary treasures transformed into the energy of heaven and earth and flowed into Gong Yunze's mind. System is absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Absorption complete, current repair progress 5%. Gong Yunze was greatly surprised upon seeing this and said, What? You only recovered 5% after eating so much of my food? System, you're really ripping me off. Suddenly, a sweet female voice rang out again. The system is drawing energy from heaven and earth. Why has it started absorbing again? Gong Yunze was puzzled, but he was also happy to see it happen. As long as it can revive, that's good. Half an hour later, the system surprisingly reverted to its original, sickeningly sweet voice. Absorption complete, repair progress 100%. System restarting. Congratulations, host. System restart successful. All functions restored. Increased favorability between Xiao Rongyu and the host detected. Name, Xiao Rongyu wife. Age, 18. Rank, First Tier Awakening Realm, Stage 3. Favorability, 100. Want to have babies with the host. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Superpower, SSS-level superpower, absolute territory. Congratulations, host, for achieving 100 points of favorability with Xiao Rongyu. The beauty shop is now unlocked. Reward, 10,000 beauty shop gold. Note, items redeemed in the beauty shop can only be used by your beloved. Current red beauty shop gold, 10,000. How to obtain funds? Let your consorts evoke various emotions for you. The higher the consort's rank and the stronger the emotion, the higher the fund returns. Just as they finished learning about the Red Beauty Mall, Xiao Rongyu's urgent shouts came from outside the attic. Yunze! Something terrible has happened. Chapter 45. Xiao Su and his dog are not allowed inside. Please add this to your bookshelf. Suddenly, Xiao Ronyu's urgent shouts came from outside the attic. Yunze! Something's wrong. The earth's veins seem to have dried up. Gong Yunze's heart sank suddenly. The originally dense and substantial energy of heaven and earth around him suddenly became as thin as a vacuum. The changes are happening so fast it's chilling. An ominous premonition gripped his spine like a bone-deep sore, and he cursed into the void. Holy crap! System! You didn't drain the earth's veins dry, did you? The system didn't respond, but Gong Yunze knew perfectly well that this guy was behind it. It only restored 5% of the progress after absorbing so many rare treasures. The progress bar is now advancing by leaps and bounds. There's no other possibility than draining the entire ley line dry. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Hey, at least give me a heads up before you take it, so I can be mentally prepared and figure out a countermeasure, right? Just then, the system's sweet electronic voice suddenly rang out. Sensing the strong unease in his wife Xiao Ronyu, the host is rewarded with 500 beauty gold. Balance, 15,000. System. What kind of time is this to be doing this? You've ruined my father-in-law's land veins. How am I supposed to face the Xiao family now? The S-rank earth vein is available for purchase in the system shop. It costs 100,000 beauty gold. 100,000? Where am I supposed to get 100,000 for you in such a short time? I can't possibly treat Rongyu like a Japanese person. Even so, I can't raise 100,000 in such a short time. The host can make many female acquaintances and quickly earn beauty coins. Don't give me that. Gong Yunze waved his hand impatiently. Either give me a 90% discount, or hand over the Xiao family's land vein. Or I'll find another family's land vein for you to squander. The system was silent for a moment, then the sweet voice sounded again, relenting. System recovery mega sale. First item 90% off for a limited time. Gong Yunze nodded in satisfaction and said, This is the system I love. Other systems just give you cheat codes, but yours is so complicated, with favorability ratings and golden confidants all over the place. Who knows what kind of trouble it will cause me in the future? The system remained silent, but quietly gave the S-grade ley lines in the shop a 10% discount. After sorting out his thoughts, Gong Yunze rushed out the door following Xiao Rongyu's voice. Seeing Xiao Rongyu's panicked expression, Gong Yunze, like a master of disguise, pretended to be completely unaware and said with a blank look. Rongyu. What happened? The Earth's veins. The Earth's veins seem to have dried up. Xiao Rongyu's voice trembled. I can't sense any fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth anymore. Gong Yunze feigned shock and widened his eyes. What? No wonder I felt the energy around me suddenly disappear. There's something wrong with the Earth's veins. Xiao Rongyu was somewhat at a loss regarding the depletion of the Earth's veins, and she looked to Gong Yunze for help. Yunze, this Earth vein is the foundation of my Xiao family's cultivation, but now it has suddenly dried up without any warning. What should we do? Gong Yunze patted Xiao Rongyu on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll definitely solve it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's mood immediately eased somewhat, and she said expectantly. Yunze, do you have a solution? Of course. I've read books about ley lines before, and they explained how to solve the problem of depleted ley lines. Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yunze with admiration and said. Wow. Yunze, you know so much. Detected Xiao Rongyu's admiration for the host, reward 500 beauty gold. Balance 11,000. At the same time, Xiao Su, sensing the abnormal changes in the energy of heaven and earth, hurriedly rushed towards the tranquil pavilion. Just as Gong Yunze was about to exchange for an S-grade earth vein, Xiao Su coldly asked. Gong Yunze? What are you doing here? What on earth is going on? Gong Yunze explained. It must be that the earth's veins have dried up. I'm trying to figure out a solution. Xiao Su was shocked and ignored Gong Yunze, barging straight into the tranquil pavilion. When he discovered that all the energy of heaven and earth in the tranquil pavilion had dissipated, he went into a berserk state. He roared at the top of his lungs. What exactly did you two do to the Earth's veins? These past 2 days have been crucial for my breakthrough to the 4th stage of the 4th rank. Now that the Earth's veins are depleted, how am I supposed to break through? Before Gong Yunze could continue explaining, Xiao Su glanced at Xiao Rongyu, then turned and pointed at Gong Yunze, saying sternly. Gong Yunze. You trespassed into the Xiao family's cultivation grounds, causing the Earth's veins to dry up. This is a particularly serious offense and you should be punished according to family rules. Kneel down immediately. Second uncle. Xiao Rongyu immediately stood in front of Gong Yunze. Yunze has only just awakened a first-level ability. How could he possibly drain the Earth's veins in half an hour? As an elder, you're going to use family discipline without even knowing the facts. I'm afraid that won't be convincing to the public. Xiao Su snorted coldly. If it wasn't him, why would the Earth's veins have dried up out of nowhere? And why did he happen to appear here when the Earth's veins dried up? Gong Yunze, too lazy to waste words, said directly. Don't worry about why the Earth's veins are dried up, uncle. You just need to know that I have a way to bring them back to life. Ha! Xiao Su said with a mocking expression. Gong Yunze, you don't actually think you're omnipotent just because you've awakened an SSS-level superpower, do you? To make the Earth's veins come back to life? Only an ignorant and arrogant son-in-law like you could spout such nonsense. Who are you calling alive and son-in-law? Gong Yunze's eyes suddenly turned cold. Heh, you want to have a separate page in my Xiao family genealogy, and you still say you're not a son-in-law? Xiao Su said sarcastically. All right. Since that's the case, what will you do if I restore the Xiao family's ley lines to life? Gong Yunze asked. If you can revive the Earth's veins, I will pretend this never happened and will not hold you responsible. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze thought to himself. He's definitely a cunning old fox, he doesn't play by the rules. Normally, shouldn't he have said something like, if I can do that, I'll wash my hair upside down? Seeing Xiao Su's cunning, Gong Yunze naturally couldn't back down, so he spoke in a righteous tone. Second uncle, you're really good at labeling people. This depletion of the spiritual vein has nothing to do with me. Why are you even questioning me? According to your logic, everyone in the Xiao family is a suspect, including you. Xiao Su concluded that Gong Yunze was incapable of repairing the Earth's veins and sneered. Then what do you want? Gong Yunze cleared his throat and said loudly. After I repair the ley lines, I will establish a rule in the Tranquility Pavilion. No one may disobey it. Xiao Su sneered and said. Oh? What are the rules? Xiao Su and dogs are not allowed inside. These words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Xiao Su's face instantly froze. Boy, how dare you humiliate me? Don't think I won't touch you just because you're Xiao Li's son-in-law. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold voice came from behind Xiao Su. Try moving one of these things? Xiao Su turned around and was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat and feeling his hair stand on end. Big brother, why are you back? Chapter 46, Restoring the Earth's Ley Lines. Please add to your bookshelf. Big brother, why are you back? Xiao Su's voice trembled, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with his rapid breathing. If I hadn't come back soon, my precious son-in-law would have been dealt with by you. Xiao Li's cold words carried a hint of sarcasm. A bead of cold sweat slid down Xiao Su's forehead, and he hurriedly explained. Brother, you've misunderstood. Yunza first destroyed the earth veins passed down from the Xiao family's ancestors. Then he spoke rudely to me, so I decided to teach him a lesson so he would know the rules of our Xiao family. It's not your place to lecture my son-in-law. Whatever mistakes he makes, I, as his father-in-law, will handle them myself. Xiao Li's eyes were sharp and brooked no doubt the authority of someone who had long held a high position was on full display at this moment. Xiao Su already feared this elder brother like the plague. At this moment, he dared not utter a sound and could only retreat awkwardly, preparing to make a hasty escape. Just as Xiao Su was about to slip away, Gong Yunzi called out to him. Second uncle, please wait. Our bet isn't over yet. How about we let the patriarch make a fair judgment? Although Xiao Su feared Xiao Li, he was not afraid of Gong Yunzi at all. Seeing that he was about to offer his face for him to slap, he stopped and said. All right. Since Yunzi wants to play, your second uncle will oblige. I only mentioned your stakes before, now it's my turn to state my terms. Of course, please go on, second uncle. All right. Then I'll make my conditions clear. If you fail to repair the ley lines, I want you to kneel down, apologize to me, and kowtow 3 times. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Su with an unfriendly expression. Xiao Su ignored him and stared intently at Gong Yunzi, asking. Yunzi, do you dare to accept this? What wouldn't I dare? Gong Yunzi sneered. If I win, you will never be allowed to set foot in Jingxin Pavilion again, nor will you be allowed to approach it under any pretext. A stone tablet will be erected at the entrance, inscribed with Xiao Su and dogs are not allowed to enter. Xiao Li's lips twitched upon hearing this. He had thought Xiao Su's conditions were harsh enough, but now he realized what it meant to be a small fry compared to a big fish. Xiao Li spoke up to remind Gong Yunzi and helped him out of the predicament. Yunzi, no one in history has ever been able to successfully repair the depleted earth veins. If you're joking, just apologize to your second uncle verbally. Gong Yunzi waved his hand, his tone resolute. I said I could fix it, and I will never go back on my word. I asked the head of the family to be my witness to the bet between me and my second uncle. Xiao Li naturally believed in Gong Yunzi. After all, too many miracles had happened to him. Even if you told him he could ascend to immortality right now, he would probably believe it to some extent. Very well. In that case, I will bear witness that whoever breaks the bet will be expelled from the Xiao family. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Su was overjoyed, thinking to himself. A mere first-tier awakened dares to presume to repair the earth's veins? Gong Yunzi, today you either kowtow and apologize to me, or get out of the Xiao family. Yunzi, are you really confident? Xiao Rongyu gripped his hand tightly, her fingertips glistening with sweat. Don't worry. I'm 100% confident. Seeing his calm gaze, Xiao Rongyu's anxiety eased slightly. He stepped into the tranquil pavilion and closed all the doors and windows behind him. Xiao Su stared at the tightly closed door and chuckled. Playing hard to get. Inside the pavilion, Gong Yunzi immediately called upon the system in his mind. System. Quickly exchange this for an S-grade ley line for me. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 10,000 beauty gold for an S-grade ley line. System, help me replace the Xiao family's depleted earth veins with the S-grade earth veins I've exchanged. S-grade ley line has been replaced. The ley line is rapidly forming. Please wait 5 minutes. With everything settled, Gong Yunzi pushed open the door and stepped out. Nailed it. Xiao Su laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Gong Yunzi, Gong Yunzi. I never expected you to play these childish tricks. You say it's fixed and you're done? I didn't sense any energy from heaven and earth at all. He turned to look at Shaoli, his face full of smugness. Brother, did you sense even the slightest bit of energy from heaven and earth? He's completely lying. Seeing Shaoli remain silent, Xiaosu became even more arrogant, relentlessly attacking Gong Yunze. If the eldest brother doesn't speak, is he going to use his position as the head of the family to favor his son-in-law and bully his own younger brother? Since his misunderstanding of Gong Yunze last time, Shaoli had learned his lesson. He asked with a serious expression. Yunze, what exactly happened? Why is there no fluctuation of heaven and earth energy even though the earth veins have been repaired? Wait 5 minutes, Gong Yunze said calmly. The outcome will be clear then. Xiaosu, however, felt that Gong Yunze was making a desperate struggle, and with the intention of kicking a dog when it's down, Xiaosu continued to mock him. Some people, relying on their talent and luck, are so arrogant that they don't even know their own name. They should know that there are always people more capable than themselves, and there is always something beyond their understanding. Gong Yunze chuckled, don't be in such a hurry, can't you even wait 5 minutes? Fine, I'll wait 5 minutes. Let's see what tricks you can pull in 5 minutes. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Shaoli's pupils contracted sharply, and an expression of disbelief and astonishment appeared on his face. I can feel the energy of heaven and earth, like a newborn being nurtured. The concentration of this energy is rapidly increasing. However, Xiaosu, a fourth-tier, third-stage awakened being, felt nothing at this moment, inwardly cursing. Shaoli, you're just bragging. You've even abandoned all shame to help your good son-in-law. However, the disdain on his face suddenly froze, and was then replaced by extreme horror. How is this possible? He actually has a way to repair the earth's veins? This is impossible. However, as time went on, Xiaosu had to face the fact that he had lost his gamble. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The immense energy of the S-grade earth vein swept through the entire Xiao family like a tsunami, and the area around the tranquil pavilion was so dense that it almost solidified. Shaoli, Xiaosu, and Xiao Rongyu all paled, their minds reeling. Shaoli felt the energy, several times more concentrated than that of the former great earth vein, and his voice trembled. Yunze! What on earth happened? How did you do that? Gong Yunze smiled mysteriously and said. This is a secret that can't be told. Seeing that Gong Yunze didn't say anything, Shaoli didn't press further, but instead said with delight. Based on the concentration of this kind of heaven and earth energy, this should be an S-grade earth vein. It's much stronger than our previous A-grade earth vein. With this earth vein, I can break through to the 6th rank in a short period of time. Xiaosu was also extremely shocked by the intense energy of heaven and earth he sensed. The thought that such a heaven-defying geological ley line couldn't be used by him immediately made him walk awkwardly to Gong Yunze's side. Nephew-in-law. I was wrong before. I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against me. I apologize to you, I only ask that you forgive me and let me use the Tranquility Pavilion to cultivate. Gong Yunze sneered, Ha! Do you think I would agree? Dad. Please have someone carve a stone tablet that says Xiaosu and dogs are not allowed to enter. Chapter 47 The Lament of the Interrogation Room. Please add to your bookshelf. Upon hearing this, Xiaosu felt a surge of murderous intent, wishing he could grind Gong Yunze to dust on the spot. However, with Shaoli present, he couldn't touch him at all, so he had to suppress his raging anger and put on a fawning expression, pleading desperately. Good nephew-in-law. Your second uncle was wrong. Your second uncle was blind and misunderstood you. Please be magnanimous and forgive your second uncle this time. Gong Yunze's eyes were icy cold as he said. Second uncle, remember this well, from now on, you are not allowed to step even half a foot into the tranquil pavilion. After speaking, Gong Yunze turned to Shaoli and said. Dad, please seal the earth's energy within the tranquility pavilion to prevent any Tom, Dick, or Harry from taking advantage of the chaos. Shaoli nodded upon hearing this. All right. Don't worry. From now on, you're in charge of the tranquil pavilion. Xiaosu was so anxious upon hearing this that he jumped up and down. Brother! Jingxin Pavilion is the foundation passed down from our Xiao family's ancestors. How can we allow outsiders to interfere? Yunze is the son-in-law of the Xiao family, how can he be considered an outsider? Shaoli's brows furrowed. Xiaosu, if you dare to break the bet and step into Jingxin Pavilion without permission, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Seeing that Xiaoli was determined to protect Gong Yunze, Xiao Su's eyes darted around, and he switched to playing the family card, forcing a sorrowful expression on Gong Yunze's face. Yunze, your second uncle is about to break through to the 4th stage of the 4th rank. At this critical juncture, without the support of the earth veins, he may find it difficult to make any further progress. We are all family, why be so ruthless? Gong Yunze sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Now you think we're family? When you were interrogating me earlier, why didn't you think of this past relationship? Enough said, goodbye. Looking into Gong Yunze's resolute eyes, and then catching a glimpse of Xiao Li's upright and incorruptible demeanor, Xiao Su suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed coldly. Fine. You win. I admit defeat. It's just an S-grade ley line. I, Xiao Su, wouldn't deign to use it. After saying this, Xiao Su flicked his sleeves and left, his figure quickly disappearing from the Xiao family mansion, his whereabouts unknown. Pleasure detected from Xiao Rongyu, reward 50 beauty gold. 1050 remaining. Watching Xiao Su leave, Xiaoli felt a mix of emotions and sighed silently. Sigh, he wasn't always like this, how did he become like this? Thinking that the Earth's veins had been revived, he became excited again and immediately led Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu into the tranquil pavilion to personally teach them cultivation methods and basic combat skills. Half an hour later, Xiaoli nodded in admiration. I only demonstrated the dragon body fist once, and you were able to master it. Such comprehension is truly rare. It's all thanks to Dad's good teaching. Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu smiled at each other and said in unison. A relieved smile spread across Xiao Li's face. Great. I'm getting more and more excited to see how you perform in the Superpower College entrance examination and the University Superpower competition. After saying that, Xiaoli continued to instruct the two in their training. Meanwhile, the Yang family of the capital. Yang Wei was pressing a middle-aged man's head into a water vat filled with water. No matter how much the other person struggled, he showed no intention of letting go. Only when the man's movements gradually slowed down did he suddenly pull him out of the water. The man, pulled from the water, coughed violently while greedily inhaling the air. Wang Kai, how dare you touch Mayor Huang's money? Yang Wei's eyes were as sinister as a snake. Are you tired of living? Before Wang Kai could catch his breath, Yang Wei shoved his head back into the water. Gurgle. Bubbles churned in the water tank. Wang Kai's lungs quickly ran out of oxygen, and his desperate struggles were in vain. Just as he was on the verge of suffocating, Yang Wei grabbed his hair and pulled him up. Tell me. Where did the money go? Who ordered you to steal my money? Yang Wei demanded with a sinister look on his face. After a full half-minute, Wang Kai finally spoke in a hoarse voice. No. No one instructed me, it was my own greed that made me, that's 25 billion. I wanted to use the money to buy medicine on the black market to cure my mother's illness. What does your mother's life or death have to do with me? Yang Wei interrupted sharply. I'm asking you where the money is? Wang Kai shook his head, looking pained, and said. I took the money to the black market and just bought a top-grade healing pill. Not long after, I was followed and kidnapped. They forced me to reveal the transfer key, then knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, you guys found me. Yang Wei said with an incredulous look. What did you say? Another group of people robbed the money? Wang Kai, if you dare to lie to me, you know what I'm capable of. Wang Kai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said. Director Yang, everything I said is true. There is not a single lie. Yang Wei asked with some doubt. Do you know who robbed the money? Wang Kai shook his head blankly, I don't know. Yang Wei snorted coldly and gave an order to his subordinates. Arrest his entire family. I refuse to believe he won't tell the truth. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai knelt down and begged for mercy. Director Yang. Please spare my family. I really didn't know anything. Yang Wei ignored Wang Kai's pleas for mercy, kicked him 3 meters away, and said in an icy tone. No rush. Once your family is all here, you might suddenly remember. Within just half an hour, 4 out of the 5 members of Yang Wei's family gathered in the Yang family's interrogation room. Yang Wei looked at Wang Kai's family and clicked his tongue in amazement. Wang Kai, I didn't expect your wife and daughter to be so beautiful. I don't think you would want anything to happen to them. Wang Kai's voice trembled as he pleaded repeatedly. Director Yang. Director Yang. I beg you. Let them go. I'm willing to find all the money for you. How are you going to look for them? Where are you going to look? Yang Wei retorted sharply. If I release them, who will release me? I don't know where to look, but please believe me. Just let them go. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei shook his head in disappointment, then grinned maliciously and gave the order. Tie up this traitor. Just spare his mother's breath, don't kill her. As for his wife and his just coming of age daughter. He glanced at his men and said, find a few more brothers and serve him well in front of him. Wang Kai was struck dumb and roared like a madman. No! Director Yang! Don't do this. I stole the money, please punish me alone. No! 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 Yang Wei left without looking back, leaving behind only wails and cries of anguish in the interrogation room. 3 hours later, everything fell into dead silence. Wang Kai stared at his mother, who was barely breathing from the beating, and at his wife and daughter, their clothes disheveled, sprawled on the ground like discarded trash. The anger in his eyes gradually died down, leaving only a deathly silence, like a walking corpse. They untied Wang Kai and locked the entire family of 4 in the interrogation room. Snap! The guard threw a short blade on the ground and then walked away. Looking at the short blade on the ground, he glanced again at his wife and daughter, who were huddled in the corner, convulsing. And the mother, still bound to the frame and covered in blood. Wang Kai slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already made his decision. He walked slowly toward his wife and daughters, who were already mentally broken and could no longer recognize Wang Kai in front of them. Wang Kai took one last deep look at them, then raised his hand and precisely plunged the dagger into their hearts. After tidying up his wife and daughter's clothes, he went to his mother. Seeing her extremely weak and painful state, unable even to groan. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai ultimately made the difficult decision to send her off on her final journey. Having done all this, he was about to raise his sword and commit suicide. Intermittent applause could be heard from outside the interrogation room. Chapter 48 Confession, heading to Zhenghuai City. Please add to your bookshelf. Wang Kai turned around abruptly and saw Yang Wei clapping his hands as he slowly walked towards him. The dull thud of leather shoes on the floor was particularly jarring in the empty interrogation room. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent ignited in Wang Kai's eyes, his eyes turning bloodshot as he stared intently at Yang Wei and roared. Yang Wei! I'm going to kill you! Before he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the short blade in his hand at Yang Wei. The moment the cold light pierced the air, Yang Wei calmly extended 2 fingers and precisely and steadily caught the oncoming short blade. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Wei brandished the short blade between his fingers, his tone mocking. Wang Kai, you brought all this on yourself. If you hadn't betrayed me, how could your family have ended up like this? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself. He's right. 25 billion stolen at a crucial moment. If I were him, I'd probably tear him to pieces by now. Thinking of this, Wang Kai inexplicably calmed down and asked in a deep voice. So, what do you want me to do with? Do you want me to find that 25 billion for you? Yang Wei shook his head with a smile and said. I want you to tell me directly who is behind this, otherwise I'll have someone else look for them, and the result will be the same. You know I won't tell, so why are you keeping me around? Wang Kai asked, puzzled. Wang Kai, after all these years with me, don't you know my habits? Wang Kai gave a bitter smile and sighed deeply. I see. He walked slowly to the iron railing and spoke indifferently to Yang Wei. Give it to me, and I'll take my own life. So, you'd rather have your whole family die than reveal the mastermind behind this? Yang Wei shook his head again, his tone suddenly turning stern. If you tell me, I might spare your life. I told you. I don't know anything. Wang Kai suddenly roared excitedly, his chest heaving violently and veins bulging on his forehead. Yang Wei nodded slowly, a strange smile curving his lips. Don't worry, I have a surprise for you. He then clapped his hands twice, and the interrogation room door opened in response. Soon, a pretty, tall girl was brought into the interrogation room with her hands tied behind her back and her hair disheveled. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai's pupils constricted sharply, and he roared in alarm. Shuoqing? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to go to Teacher Lu's place at Kyoto University? Wang Shuoqing had just stepped into the interrogation room and hadn't even had a chance to respond to Wang Kai's words when he shuddered at the sight of the mess and the stench of blood on the ground. Seeing the tragic state of her family, her face turned deathly pale, her body went limp, and she fainted on the spot. Yang Wei smiled upon hearing this. Wang Kai, you didn't expect this, did you? Li Ning is one of my people. Otherwise, she really would have escaped this disaster. Yang Wei, no. Director Yang. Wang Kai's face turned ashen, his voice pleading, please, let her go. Yang Wei's eyes were slightly closed, his speech was slow but every word was piercing. That depends on your performance. Your youngest daughter is so beautiful, and she has an SSS-level superpower. I'm almost reluctant to let my subordinates take care of her. How about I have my son take care of her himself? She's only 18 years old now, and if she has one child a year, she can give the Yang family at least 20 geniuses. Tears welled up in Wang Kai's eyes. He had already lost everything, and he could not afford to lose his last little daughter as well. His gaze finally softened, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a pleading and resignation. No. I'll talk. Yang Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately ordered his men to untie the unconscious Wang Zhuqing and place him on an iron bed. Alright, you can reveal who's behind this now. Wang Kai hesitated for a moment, then his eyes suddenly sharpened. You must swear to heaven and earth that you will release Zhuqing before I can tell you anything. Otherwise, even if you kill my daughter and me, I will not utter a single word. Yang Wei didn't care about anything else as long as he could find out who was behind it. He could grant Wang Kai's request, but he didn't like the feeling of being threatened, and immediately his eyes sharpened as he shouted. You think you have the right to bargain now? But I can promise you that your daughter will leave safely. Wang Kai closed his eyes helplessly, and when he opened them again, they were filled with despair. He slowly spoke. It's the Lu family from the capital. The Lu family of the capital? Yang Wei frowned, his face full of suspicion. The Lu family is so powerful, why would they be eyeing a mere 25 billion? They're not after the 25 billion, but they want to use it to make you lose Mayor Huang's trust and thus lose your position as Deputy Director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, so that our people can take your place. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze fixed on Wang Kai, as if trying to see through Wang Kai's thoughts. After a moment's thought, Yang Wei said coldly. Very well. So when did you betray me? I am a member of the Lu family. Yang Wei nodded, then waved. The subordinate beside him understood, drew a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, killed Wang Kai on the spot. The moment his head rolled off, Wang Kai's face showed a calm expression, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Looking at the unconscious Wang Zhuqing, Yang Wei instructed his subordinates. Find a mentally awakened individual, erase her memories of this period, and then tell her that Wang Kai was killed by the Lu family. I don't need to teach you how to fabricate evidence, right? Yes, second master. By the way, Yang Wei suddenly remembered something and asked, what has my older brother been busy with lately? The patriarch is busy preparing for Miss Yu Jie and young master Tian Jie's entry into the supernatural realm, the servant replied respectfully. What? Big brother is going to the supernatural realm tomorrow too? Yang Wei frowned. Yes, second master. The head of the family said he happens to be free tomorrow and would like to accompany the eldest young lady. What level of superpower did Yu Jie awaken? I heard it's an SSS-level fire-type ability. Yang Wei nodded, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him, a mixture of jealousy and relief. TSK. This little girl is quite lucky. It's a good thing she's a girl, otherwise Tianjie might not be able to compete with her for the position of head of the family in the future. I understand. Do as I instructed. Remember to clean this place up. Yang Wei waved his hand casually. After saying that, he strode out of the interrogation room, his face calm as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Yang Wei dialed Xiao Li's number, his tone warm. Brother Xiao. How are things going on your end? Should I come pick you up? Xiao Li said politely on the other end of the phone. Thank you so much, Brother Yang. Just send me the exact location, and we can teleport there from the teleportation station. Yang Wei frowned slightly upon hearing this, but still agreed. Okay. I'll send you the location right away. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wei sent Xiao Li the approximate destination. Upon seeing the location, Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. Zhenghuai City. I thought it was in Yangzhou. He put away his phone and immediately set off for the teleportation bureau with Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the teleportation station. Teleportation arrays are a convenient way for the Dragon Kingdom to travel long distances. It was jointly created by top-level array masters and high-level space-type awakeners. However, not everyone can use it, so a teleportation station or teleportation office is set up at each teleportation array. Small teleportation arrays are called teleportation stations, while large teleportation arrays are called teleportation bureaus. The teleportation distance and the number of people teleported at a time are far less than those of the teleportation bureau. Xiaoli took out his military officer's ID card from his pocket and showed it to the staff member. Upon seeing this, the staff member, who had been leisurely sitting with his legs crossed, he immediately stood up straight, his back ramrod straight, and saluted solemnly. "Good morning, sir." Xiaoli put away his military officer's ID card and waved his hand humbly, saying, "Don't be so formal. I need to be teleported to Jianghua City. Please let me know." After registering them, the staff respectfully led the three onto the magic array. This was Gong Yun's first time using a teleportation array. The moment the teleportation array was activated, its intricate and profound runes shimmered with purple light. Immediately following this was a sudden onslaught of weightlessness, 10 times stronger than when riding an elevator. He felt a sudden dizziness and couldn't help but close his eyes tightly. After about 10 seconds, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. Gong Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him was completely different. Before he could take a closer look at his surroundings, a dignified voice rang out from in front of the three of them. "Commander Xiao? What are you doing here?" Chapter 49. Yang Yujie makes her appearance. Together they break the barrier. "Please add to your bookshelf." Xiaoli looked up at the person who spoke, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Standing before me was a middle-aged man with a strong voice. His eyes were deep, and the few gray hairs at his temples were neatly combed. His face was resolute and confident. He wore a dark suit with a white shirt underneath, a neat tie, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. This man is Yang Han, the head of the Yang family, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. He is Yang Wei's older brother and Yang Tianjie's uncle. "Commander Yang, it's been a long time." Xiaoli spoke first. "It's been 9 years since we last fought side by side." "Yes." Yang Han sighed softly, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. "The brutality of that battle still sends chills down my spine when I think about it." After a brief pause, he changed the subject. "Commander Xiao, what brings you to Jianghua City today?" Xiaoli looked at Yang Wei and asked in confusion. "Brother Yang Wei, didn't you tell your elder brother about my situation?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei broke out in a cold sweat. He originally intended to secretly bring Xiaoli into the secret realm. Unexpectedly, Xiaoli moved so quickly that he ran right into his own main force. Yang Han followed Xiaoli's gaze to Yang Wei, his eyes suddenly becoming as sharp as knives, making Yang Wei's heart tremble. "Big brother." Yang Wei's cheeks flushed, and he stammered, "I was thinking that we might not be able to break through the barrier of the supernatural realm on our own. Calling Commander Xiao would increase our efficiency." "No need." Yang Han raised his hand to interrupt, then turned to Xiaoli and bowed apologetically. "Commander Xiao, my Yang family has made thorough preparations for this trip to the secret realm, and we do not need to rely on others. My younger brother invited me without my permission, which was my oversight. I will definitely come to apologize in person later, and I hope you will forgive me." Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Yang Wei. "I think it's best to discuss this face to face. What do you say, brother Yang Wei?" Yang Wei's anger flared up, and he thought to himself, "You scoundrel Xiaoli, how dare you trick me? With my elder brother here, do you think I'm afraid of you?" he said with a forced smile. "Brother Xiao, why don't you go back first? We can host a feast another day to apologize." Xiao Li's face turned ashen upon hearing this. "Yang Wei? Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Wei was afraid that Xiao Li would tell Yang Han what happened that day, and he didn't know what to do. Yang Han sensed the reluctance in Xiao Li's words, and realized that Yang Wei's request for help from Xiao Li was not a simple one. He thought to himself, Xiao Wei and Xiao Li may have reached an agreement, otherwise it would be impossible for them to appear in the same place at the same time by such a coincidence. Oh well, the elder brother pays the debt, so let's give Xiao Li some face. Thinking of this, Yang Han spoke enthusiastically. "Commander Xiao, now that we're here, let's break the barrier together and enter the secret realm. The treasures we find will depend entirely on fate. What do you say?" Xiao Li originally intended to force Yang Wei to honor the 50-50 profit-sharing agreement, but ultimately gave Yang Han some leeway. "Okay. It's settled then. Commander Xiao, please. Yang Han raised his hand cheerfully. Dad. A clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out. Why should outsiders get a share of the secret realm we found with such great difficulty? Yang Tianjie immediately chimed in, exactly. The Shao family and my Yang family are not related, so why should they share the benefits? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi sneered and rebuked. The elders have already agreed. What are you two doing, chattering away like this? Seeing that Gong Yunzi dared to talk back to her, Yang Yujie's eyebrows furrowed. Who do you think you are? You dare to talk back to me? Cousin, this is Gong Yunzi, the son-in-law of the Shao family. Yang Tianjie interrupted before Gong Yunzi could speak, his tone full of contempt. He is just a gigolo who lives off women. Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie's impression of Gong Yunzi worsened even further, and she said with disgust. A good-for-nothing who lives off women shouldn't be making a fool of himself like a clown. Do you think you're cool doing this? You think shouting a few words will make others look at you with respect? Actually, you're nothing. Gong Yunzi's eyes turned icy as he replied. I'll say the same thing back to you. You're nothing but a spendthrift woman who's arrogant and domineering just because her family has some power. You're neither pretty nor useful. These words pierced Yang Yujie's heart like needles. Yang Yujie considers herself to be at least a 9 out of 10 in terms of looks, if not a stunning beauty. Furthermore, she awakened an SSS-level superpower, making her strength incomparable to ordinary people. In the eyes of others, Yang Yujie is definitely a talented woman who has both strength and good looks. But in Gong Yunzi's words, she was described as someone who was neither good-looking nor useful. This enraged her, who had grown up surrounded by praise, and she angrily shouted. You shameless gigolo! I'll show you what I'm capable of. Having said that, Yang Yujie was about to charge at Gong Yunzi, but Yang Han stopped her, saying, Yujie! What did I tell you? You must maintain a ladylike image in public. Don't let people laugh at you. Upon hearing her father's voice, Yang Yujie instantly calmed down, stamping her foot in grievance and saying, Dad! You heard it too, that gigolo actually said I'm ugly and useless. How can I tolerate that? Although the Shao family isn't among the 4 great families, their prestige in the Dragon Kingdom is no less than that of my Yang family. Yang Han lowered his voice. Avoid making enemies, understand? Humph. You big shots are such a hassle. Always so hesitant and indecisive. You're never pleasant at all. Although Yang Yujie was unconvinced, she ultimately did not retaliate. Commander Shao, my daughter has been spoiled by me, she has been very rude. Yang Han turned to Shaoli with a smile. Shaoli also pulled Gong Yunzi, who had rolled up his sleeves, and waved his hand, saying, The younger generation's words are naturally a bit immature, they'll gain more experience in the future. Yang Han nodded upon hearing this, letting out a laugh reminiscent of soy sauce. Shaoli also let out a hearty laugh, typical of a high-ranking general. Immediately afterwards, Shaoli led Gong Yunzi, Xiao Rongyu, and a group of young family members to the location of the supernatural realm. Shaoli was filled with worry throughout the journey, secretly plotting. Except for those 2 juniors who are at level 1, the rest of the young family members are all at level 4 or above. Their gains from this trip to the secret realm will probably be greatly reduced. Gong Yunzi and Xiao Rongyu walked at the front of the group, always feeling as if 2 pairs of eyes were piercing their backs. When they turned around, they saw everyone walking around as usual, and nothing seemed amiss. Yang Wei, walking at the back of the group, had a gloomy face and was extremely displeased. I was originally supposed to be the leader for this expedition to the secret realm, but as soon as my brother came back, everything I arranged changed. Damn it! Upon arriving at the entrance to the supernatural realm, Gong Yunzi then saw an oval-shaped opening appear out of thin air, with stars seemingly flowing inside. The entrance was also enveloped in a pale golden protective barrier. Yang Han made the first move, and a ball of flame instantly enveloped the barrier, but only a sizzling sound was heard, and the barrier did not move at all. Yang Wei followed up with 2 attacks, and although the barrier rippled, it remained intact. Commander Shao, stop observing the battle. Yang Han's forehead was beaded with sweat. Let's attack together. Shaoli immediately unleashed his B-grade weapon and slashed at the golden barrier with all his might. There was a loud clang. The barrier cracked instantly, but it remained intact. Seeing this, Shaoli said to Yang Han and Yang Wei, You two, stop holding back. This barrier is about to collapse. Let's all use our full strength to shatter it in one blow. Yang Han said upon hearing this. It's not that I'm holding back, but I didn't expect this barrier to be so powerful. I'm going all out now. Before Yang Han could finish speaking, the fire in his palm flared up 3 more times. Yang Wei also unleashed his full power, and the two flames intertwined to form a net. Xiao Li also tried to deploy his own barrier to see if he could weaken its defensive power. Finally, under the combined impact of the 3 forces, the pale golden barrier shattered like glass. It's done! Yang Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Chapter 50, Entering the Secret Realm. The charming Yang Tianjie? Please add to your bookshelf. It's done! Yang Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The moment the barrier suddenly shattered, Yang Wei suddenly grabbed Yang Tianjie's wrist, and the two of them flashed to the entrance of the secret realm like ghosts. Eager to seize the initiative and fearing that the treasure would fall into the hands of Xiao Li and his group, he immediately buried his head and prepared to enter the secret realm. The moment his head touched the entrance to the secret realm, a crisp bang sound. A dull thud exploded, and Yang Wei's forehead felt as if it had hit an invisible wall of bronze and iron, sending him flying backward. Yang Tianjie, standing beside him, entered the entrance to the secret realm without any hindrance. Yang Han and Xiao Li both frowned. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Li's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "This supernatural realm actually restricts the level of entry." Yang Han nodded slightly upon hearing this. Commander Xiao is indeed very knowledgeable. What do you suggest we do? Judging from the aura that Junior exuded when he entered the secret realm, this should be a D-level supernatural ability secret realm. Although the level is low, it is still relatively safe, and the juniors can go in alone to train. Yang Han immediately summoned Yang Yujie to his side and solemnly instructed her. Be extremely careful once you enter the secret realm. Find Tianjie as soon as possible and avoid causing trouble. Focus on finding rare treasures. If you encounter a dangerous situation that you cannot defeat, escape immediately. Survival is the most important thing, don't worry about saving face. Yang Yujie nodded and said seriously, Yes. I will be careful. Just wait for my good news. Okay. Yang Han said with a smile, then watched Yang Yujie walk into the secret realm. Xiao Li patted Gong Yunze on the shoulder, his tone carrying an undeniable authority, and instructed him. Go inside and protect Rong Yu well. If even a single hair on her head is lost, I will hold you responsible. Don't worry, Lao Deng. I will definitely protect Rong Yu. Gong Yunze assured him. Xiao Li was very satisfied upon hearing this, and took out 2 pieces of warm, smooth jade from his storage bag, saying, These are fragments of the love jade. The 2 fragments will attract each other. If you get separated, you can use these to find each other. After saying that, Xiao Li handed the fragments of the love jade to Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu. In order not to delay the couple's treasure hunt, Xiao Li didn't say anything more and urged the young couple to enter the secret realm. Yang Tianjie traversed the spatial turbulence for a moment until his vision stabilized. A huge stone tablet stood prominently before us. The inscription on the stele had become mottled and blurred by the erosion of time. He stared intently for a long time, trying to decipher it, and murmured, You mountain sacred land? What kind of place is that? The surrounding area was lush with vegetation and blooming with flowers. The energy surging between heaven and earth was astonishingly concentrated, comparable to an A-grade ley line. Yang Tianjie looked around but couldn't see his father, so he called out, Dad! Where are you? However, the only responses he received were the chirping of birds in the trees and the chirping of insects among the flowers and grass. After waiting for a while without success, he decided to explore on his own. As I was admiring the idyllic scenery, I suddenly spotted a towering tree in front of me. As I approached, I saw several silver foxes staring intently at me before disappearing into the foliage. Damn! It's just a few foxes. They scared me half to death. I thought they were some kind of monster. Yang Tianjie breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking while grumbling. After walking about 100 meters further, Yang Tianjie was stunned by the sight before him. He rubbed his eyes, saying in disbelief, My goodness! Such a huge patch of strange grass. Am I dreaming? He slapped himself hard across the face, the burning pain clearly telling him that what he was seeing was real, not a dream. Yang Tianjie was overjoyed at the sight. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. These exotic herbs contain extremely rich spiritual energy. Only a small portion of them are high-level exotic herbs that I recognize. The vast majority are herbs I've never even seen before. They must be extremely precious. I've struck it rich this time. If we could get all these exotic herbs out of here, we could easily help hundreds of female live streamers. With this in mind, Yang Tianjie took out his spatial storage bag and prepared to collect all these exotic plants and flowers. The moment his fingertips touched the first exotic plant, a strange change occurred. The plant, which was originally only a foot tall, suddenly grew dozens of times larger, and its vines wrapped around his left arm like steel cables. Yang Tianjie hurriedly drew his long sword from his waist and slashed at the roots of the strange herb. With a crisp clang, the blade of the D-grade weapon was actually dented. Holy crap! Is this even a rare herb anymore? Seeing that he couldn't uproot the strange plant, he had no choice but to ruthlessly destroy it. He gathered raging flames in his right hand and roared. Blazing palm. Boom! Flames roared past, instantly engulfing the strange grass. After the exotic plant came into contact with Yang Tianjie's flames, it immediately withdrew the branches and leaves that were wrapped around its arm, just like a mimosa. Yang Tianjie shook his arm, which was red from being strangled, and cursed angrily. Damn it! How dare you, a mere exotic herb, act so arrogantly in front of me? I'll burn you to ashes. Flame slash. The long sword, wreathed in flames, swiftly slashed towards the strange herb that had previously entangled Yang Tianjie. Just then, a delicate shout rang out. A pretty, petite girl suddenly appeared before Yang Tianjie's eyes. He easily blocked Yang Tianjie's attack with just his hands. Yang Tianjie was shocked upon seeing this. Who are you? The girl's eyebrows stood on end. This is my territory. I haven't even asked who you are, and you're already asking me? Seeing that the girl before him possessed extraordinary strength and was also quite charming, Yang Tianjie licked his lips and said, Little sister, I am the young master of the Yang family in Kyoto. I see you are quite capable. Would you be interested in becoming my personal bodyguard? How about I offer you 5 million dragon citizens a month? The girl sneered upon hearing this. Ha! Me, a dignified fox princess, being asked to be your bodyguard? You think you're worthy? What? You're a fox princess? How is that possible? Yang Tianjie exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. The girl impatiently flicked her bushy fox tail and said coldly, This is my sacred land of Tushan. You're lucky to have met me. If you had encountered any other fox clan, you would have surely died. Get out of here before I change my mind. Yang Tianjie stared at the fluffy fox tail, his heart trembling, but suddenly a smug look appeared on his face. Ordinary demons would kill any human they see, but this little fox demon is far stronger than me, yet she wants to let me go. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Well, I am exceptionally handsome, and my looks can easily surpass those of K-pop idols. She must be captivated by my irresistible charm. Thinking of this, the fear on Yang Tianjie's face vanished, replaced by composure and a sweet smile. He flicked his side-swept bangs, styled with river hair shampoo, and struck a deeply affectionate pose. Little sister, I understand your feelings. I'm sure you're just as fascinated by me. Please put aside your shyness and quickly consummate your marriage with me. Divider. Dear readers who have made it this far, could you please give this a 5-star review? Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the author's heart was warmed. Chapter 51, Playing Hard to Get. Please add to your bookshelf. Upon hearing this, the fox princess could no longer contain herself. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she angrily rebuked. Fine. Fine. Since you've chosen to die, don't blame me. Yang Tianjie could tell that her anger was genuine. Her face seemed to want to devour him alive. Terrified, he scrambled to his feet and fled in panic. The fox princess watched Yang Tianjie's departing figure and sighed. Brother Yunza, I've kept my promise to you. I wonder how you're doing these days. Yang Yujie, who had just entered the secret realm, was randomly teleported to an ancient magic array. The moment her feet touched the ground, the array patterns on the magic circle shone brilliantly. Upon seeing this, her expression changed drastically, and she cried out in alarm. No way! Is this going to be an instant death upon landing? More than a dozen vines, each as thick as an arm, suddenly shot out from all around, coiling around her like serpents. Before she could react, her limbs were instantly and tightly bound by vines. She was instantly bound into a big shape, and no matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. She stared at the eerie vines, her brow furrowed, and she gritted her teeth inwardly. Damn it! I can't destroy these vines by myself. And they keep absorbing the energy of heaven and earth I release. I can't activate my superpowers at all. I can't believe Yang Yujie, am going to be trapped here to die? I'm not reconciled. Just as she was on the verge of despair, a mocking voice rang in her ears. Wow, this little outfit is quite unique. Miss Yang, what kind of weird and embarrassing play are you playing? Hearing someone nearby, Yang Yujie hurriedly called for help. Please help. But upon recognizing the person approaching, she immediately adopted a disdainful expression. TCH. I don't need a gigolo like you to save me. Get lost. Gong Yunza strolled closer, hands behind his head, and chuckled. Oh dear. I was originally thinking of saving you, but since you're so ungrateful, I'm leaving. Good luck. After saying that, he strode forward. TCH. Fine, I'll leave. My family will definitely send someone to rescue me. Who needs your help? How ridiculous. Yang Yujie said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza stopped and turned around, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh. So you're thinking of waiting for your family to come and rescue you? Well, I advise you to give up on that idea. Yang Yujie frowned and asked coldly. What do you mean by that? Literally, goodbye, I'm not going to keep you company any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yunza turned and left without lingering. Seeing this, Yang Yujie said anxiously. Hey. I'll give you money. How about you get me out of here? Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then waved his hand and said. Forget it. You're a prodigy of the Yang family, and even you're trapped. This thing must be extremely difficult to deal with. I'm not getting involved. With that, Gong Yunza sped away without looking back. Seeing that Gong Yunza was really about to leave, Yang Yujie angrily cursed. You spineless gigolo who just watched someone die. I curse you to fall into this trap too. No need for Miss to worry about that. Gong Yunza replied without turning his head. Yang Yujie gritted her teeth in anger, watching Gong Yunza's figure gradually disappear into the distance, and said angrily. Gong Yunza. You come back here. Gong Yunza seemed not to hear her and continued walking on his own, completely ignoring Yang Yujie. As Gong Yunza was about to turn right and disappear from sight, the vines absorbed energy at an even faster pace. Yang Yujie's body went weak, and she finally gave in. Gong Yunza. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a gigolo. I beg you. Please save me. I can't take it anymore. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza's lips curled into a faint smile, and he thought to himself. That's more like it. If you'd done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer. But even if you beg me, I'll still teach you a lesson. Yang Yujie grew increasingly weak, watching helplessly as Gong Yunza walked around the corner and disappeared completely from sight. At this moment, endless regret welled up in her heart, and she was filled with self-reproach. If I had been able to let go of my prejudices when we met, perhaps he would have rescued me long ago. Sigh. If time could turn back, I certainly wouldn't have spoken rudely to him. But it's all too late. Just as Yang Yujie closed her eyes in despair, she suddenly felt the restraints on her limbs vanish without a trace in an instant. When she opened her eyes, the person standing proudly in front of her, holding a long spear, was none other than Gong Yunza. Gong Yunza deliberately walked out of Yang Yujie's sight at that time. This was meant to let her experience what despair is like. It was Gong Yunza's little punishment for her. After all, the two had only exchanged a few words, and Gong Yunza wouldn't really stand by and watch someone die. System notification. Detected female contact information. Do you wish to view? Gong Yunza was overjoyed. Just as I thought. As long as I can make a woman develop feelings for me, I can bind her to the beauty system. Check the information about the beauty. Gong Yunza said in his mind. Name, Yang Yujie. Age, 18. Favorability, 20. Grateful to the host, intending to befriend them. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Superpower, SSS-level. Fire-type superpower. Blazing flames. Burning flames. The awakened one unleashes a cone-shaped stream of flames with a diameter of 1 meter from their palm, which can deal massive damage to the target. If it hits a biological target, it will directly cause the burning abnormal status. Burning inflicts continuous damage on the enemy. Approximately 5% of their total health, lasting 3 seconds. Upon release, a heatwave field forms within a 5-meter radius. Non-fire-based ability users entering this area will experience difficulty breathing and slowed movement speed reduced by 20%. When the favorability rating reaches 80, you confuse with Yang Yujie's special ability. Gong Yunze was secretly alarmed after reading Yang Yujie's supernatural abilities. This young lady of the Yang family is indeed exceptionally talented. Is this the kind of prodigy nurtured by a great family? While I was checking Yang Yujie's information through the system, a weak voice said, Thank you. Gong Yunze looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yang Yujie struggling to her feet and walking towards him. Suddenly she lost her footing and looked like she was about to fall to the ground. Gong Yunze strode forward and pulled her into his arms. Yang Yujie fell into Gong Yunze's arms, looking at Gong Yunze's exquisitely handsome profile with its sharp features as if she were seeing a god. She stared at Gong Yunze with a lovesick expression, thinking to herself, "My god. This gigolo is actually quite handsome." System notification: Yang Yujie's favorability has increased to 30. She seems to like the host a little. Gong Yunze was quite satisfied with the hint and secretly pleased himself. Sigh. I have such damn charm, please don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Lost in her own self-admiration, Yang Yujie spoke with a hint of shyness. Gong Yunze, can you let me go first? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze snapped out of his daze and quickly helped Yang Yujie to her feet, taking 2 steps back. You are quite weak right now, and this secret realm is rather strange. Why don't you leave the secret realm first? Yang Yujie shook her head and said, No way. The college entrance exam for people with superpowers is in 3 weeks. If I can't become the top scorer. Yang Yujie didn't continue speaking at this point, but changed the subject firmly. Therefore, I must rapidly increase my strength in the secret realm. Seeing that Yang Yujie was having some difficulty speaking, Gong Yunze said speechlessly, You're already as weak as Koan, and you still want to improve your strength? I have a reason why I must become stronger. Yang Yujie lowered her eyes and whispered, her voice revealing a hidden persistence. Chapter 52. A favor? Please give it a 5-star review. Gong Yunze looked at the weak girl in front of him. He sensed an indomitable fighting spirit emanating from her. This fighting spirit reminded him of when he lacked talent. He trained hard day and night, just to improve his insignificant physical condition. Thinking of this, Gong Yunze silently asked himself, System, the beauty shop doesn't have any medicine that can quickly restore stamina? Supreme Energy Gathering Pill quickly replenishes the energy consumed by awakened ones. Price, 50 gold coins. Hey! Sounds pretty good. Give me one. Host has successfully consumed 50 beauty gold. Successfully exchanged for 1 top-grade energy gathering pill. After the pill exchange was completed, Gong Yunze said to Yang Yujie, Your weakness will likely take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to recover. Do you have any way to help you recover quickly? No, Yang Yujie shook her head and said honestly. Gong Yunze nodded, tempting her. I have a way to help you recover quickly. Would you like to hear it? Yang Yujie's dim eyes suddenly lit up, as if ignited by a spark, and she exclaimed in surprise. Of course I want to. Gong Yunze took out an energy-gathering pill he had purchased from the system from his pocket and smiled. I have a top-grade pill here that can help you quickly replenish the energy of heaven and earth within your body. Looking at the golden pill in Gong Yunze's hand, Yang Yujie's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This must be an energy-gathering pill. Just from the aroma, I can tell it's at least a high-grade pill. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow. I can tell the grade of any pill I casually take out at a glance. Yang Yujie's cheeks flushed slightly as she twirled the end of her hair with her fingers and said, I usually enjoy reading books on alchemy, and I know a little about it. Gong Yunze suddenly noticed that since he saved her, the wariness in her eyes had lessened considerably. He decided to give her the pill to improve their relationship, so he handed it over and said, Take this and drink it quickly. You just gave it to me like that? Yang Yujie was so shocked that she took a half step back, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Otherwise what? Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow. Do you know how precious this top-grade energy-gathering pill is? She frowned, her tone full of vigilance. Why are you being so nice to me? What are your intentions? It's nothing. Gong Yunze shrugged casually. I just felt that someone as talented as you was working so hard, and I couldn't help but want to help you. A simple, ordinary sentence made Yang Yujie's heart race instantly. Yang Yujie thought to herself. So that's what he was thinking. It's such a wonderful thing to have your efforts recognized by others. Yang Yujie couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Everyone else praises my talent, but you only praise my hard work, Gong Yunze. Your way of praising people is quite unique. System notification: Yang Yujie's sensitivity level has increased to 50. She is full of curiosity about the host. Detected significant mood fluctuations in Yang Yujie. Reward: 100 beauty gold. Upon hearing the system notification, Gong Yunze ignored it and instead smiled at Yang Yujie, saying, "Hurry up and take the pills. This secret realm is vast, and we must improve ourselves as much as possible before it closes." Yang Yujie didn't stand on ceremony, accepted the pill from Gong Yunze's hand, and said gratefully, "Thank you. I owe you a favor." "Oh? What kind of favor? Any request is acceptable?" Gong Yunze deliberately dragged out his words, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Serious requests. I won't agree to unreasonable requests." She glared at him, but her ears turned red. "Okay, I'll tell you when I think of something." The pill melted instantly upon entering the throat, and a warm current swept through the limbs and bones in a flash. Yang Yujie straightened up, her energy mostly restored, and when she looked up at him, her voice was much clearer. "Gong Yunze. My name is Yang Yujie. You can just call me Yujie from now on." Oh, okay." Gong Yunze was a little confused about Yang Yujie's intentions. "Can I call you Yunze?" She looked up, and sunlight streamed through the interlacing leaves, making her eyes sparkle like shattered diamonds. Gong Yunze felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, scratched the tip of his nose, and looked away. "Whatever." Yang Yujie lightly tapped Gong Yunze's shoulder with her palm, and said somewhat angrily, "Ha! You deadbeat straight man." Yang Yujie's mood fluctuations detected. Reward: 5 beauty gold. After saying that, Yang Yujie walked quickly forward, leaving Gong Yunze standing there dumbfounded. After walking about 20 meters, seeing that Gong Yunze hadn't followed, Yang Yujie said coquettishly, "He didn't even consider coming with me? What an unpredictable fellow. Fine. Since he's not coming, I'll reluctantly invite him to travel with me." Thinking of this, Yang Yujie had only taken 2 steps back when she was suddenly startled again. "Yang Yujie. What are you doing? Do you want to travel with that gigolo? Have you fallen for a married man?" With that thought in mind, Yang Yujie turned around again, preparing to explore on her own. However, before she could walk far, her mind was still preoccupied with Gong Yunze's matter. She accidentally stepped into another trap. Ah! In the blink of an eye, Yang Yujie's limbs were once again entangled by vines. Helpless, Yang Yujie had no choice but to turn to Gong Yunze for help again, shouting, "Yunze! Help me!" Upon hearing Yang Yujie's cries for help, Gong Yunze was puzzled and thought, "Isn't this girl's SSS-level superpower supposed to be incredibly powerful? Why does she keep running into danger?" When Gong Yunze found Yang Yujie by following the sound, Yang Yujie looked completely drained. Without much thought, Gong Yunze once again saved Yang Yujie. After being rescued, Yang Yujie collapsed weakly into Gong Yunze's arms again, saying, Thank you." Gong Yunze covered his head and said helplessly, "Miss Yang, how can someone trip over the same stone twice?" Yang Yujie blurted out, "It's all because I'm thinking of you." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yujie regretted it and quickly explained, I was thinking about you saving me just now." "Yes. That's it." Gong Yunze looked at Yang Yujie with a suspicious expression and said, "You're not planning to get tangled in these vines on purpose, are you? If you wanted to come with me, you could have just told me. There's no need for all this trouble." Yang Yujie blushed upon hearing this and said, "Who wants to be with you? I just accidentally stepped into a trap." "Okay. Thank you for saving me again. Goodbye." Detected significant mood fluctuations in Yang Yujie. Reward: 10 beauty gold. Before Gong Yunze could respond, she had already run off, her face flushed, muttering to herself, "That damned Gong Yunze. I wanted to go with you, but you shouldn't have said it outright. You stupid straight man. No wonder you can't find a second wife." Yang Yujie grew increasingly ashamed and angry, and her pace quickened. However, due to exhaustion, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. When Gong Yunza caught up, he saw her clutching her knee, panting heavily, her face even paler than before. Without saying a word, he exchanged for a second energy-gathering pill and handed it to her. Eat quickly. When Yang Yujie saw Gong Yunza offer her the pills, she hesitated for a moment and shook her head in refusal. No. This pill is too precious. You've already given me one, I absolutely cannot take a second one. It's okay. I have another big bottle in my pocket, you can eat it like candy. Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in disbelief. Such a precious, top-grade energy-gathering pill, and you're saying you'll eat it like candy? You're not kidding me, are you? Chapter 53, The Gift of the Elixir. Please give it a 5-star review. Gong Yunza waved his hand, his tone as casual as if he were talking about an ordinary object. It's all right. I have a whole bottle of these pills left, you can have them like candy. Huh? Yang Yujie's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her pretty face filled with surprise. These energy-gathering pills are quite expensive, and you actually have a whole bottle? The Xiao family is so generous, giving you a bottle of high-grade energy-gathering pills? Upon hearing that Yang Yujie had mistakenly believed it was a gift from the Xiao family, Gong Yunza corrected her. No, this pill was not given by the Xiao family. Where did it come from? Yang Yujie frowned slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. You didn't steal it, did you? Upon hearing this, 3 black lines instantly appeared on Gong Yunza's forehead. He thought to himself. I can't exactly tell her that she got it from the system. In a flash, he cleared his throat and said in a deliberately deep voice. Ahem, to be honest, I've been obsessed with alchemy since I was a child, and I have some knowledge of this art. So you personally refined these top-grade energy-gathering pills? Yang Yujie's eyes were full of suspicion. Then who is your alchemy master? I don't have a master, I'm entirely self-taught. And what I just gave you were all top-grade energy-gathering pills. Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie's eyes lit up, and she excitedly put her arm around Gong Yunza's shoulder, saying, Yunza! You're actually an alchemist? Although this energy-gathering pill is only a first-grade pill, to be able to refine it to the highest grade without a mentor, your talent in alchemy is truly extraordinary. System notification, Yang Yujie's favorability has increased to 60. She has developed admiration for the host. I'm thrilled to have detected Yang Yujie. Reward, 100 beauty gold. Feeling a little embarrassed by her praise, Gong Yunza waved his hand with a hint of guilt. Oh, not at all. It was just luck. Yang Yujie suddenly looked up and humbly asked for advice. Yunza, I've actually tried refining energy-gathering pills, but I always fail at the pill-forming stage. I wonder what the reason is. These words left Gong Yunza, who had never been exposed to alchemy, completely dumbfounded. He frantically called upon the system in his mind. System. Are there any books on refining energy-gathering pills in the shop? The Beginner's Guide to Alchemy has been found in the beauty shop, priced at 300 beauty gold. Gong Yunza was overjoyed upon hearing this. Exchange. Exchange. Exchange right now. Congratulations, host, for spending 300 beauty gold to obtain the Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. Seeing that Gong Yunza ignored her for a long time, Yang Yujie thought that Gong Yunza was disgusted that she had to ask him for such basic knowledge. Thinking of this, Yang Yujie felt a pang of shame and thought to herself. It's normal for Yunza to look down on me, after all, he can already skillfully refine top-grade energy-gathering pills, while I can't even form a pill. Just as Yang Yujie was falling into self-doubt, Gong Yunza slowly spoke. Miss Yang, I have a pill refining guide here, which details the selection of ingredients and refining techniques for energy-gathering pills. You can take a look. Yang Yujie was displeased to hear Gong Yunza still address her as Miss Yang and said. I already told you, I'll call you Yunza, you can just call me Yujie. Gong Yunza didn't waste any time upon hearing this and directly called out. Yujie. You can borrow this book on alchemy. Yang Yujie accepted the elixir book from Gong Yunza with satisfaction after hearing him call her Yujie. As soon as she received Gong Yunza's alchemy manual, she carefully examined it as if it were a precious treasure. When she opened the alchemy book, the first page was about refining the energy-gathering pill. Looking at the powerful and imposing handwriting in the Beginner's Guide to Alchemy, and the lifelike illustrations of exotic herbs, Yang Yujie couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yunza, did you summarize all of this yourself? This technique is completely different from the conventional alchemy methods in the Dragon Kingdom, yet it is extremely exquisite. You truly are a genius in alchemy. Gong Yunze laughed heartily and said, "Keep it low key. This is my secret recipe. Even my wife hasn't seen it. Don't tell anyone. You've never even seen Xiaorongyu before?" Yang Yujie was both surprised and delighted, a sweet feeling welling up in her heart. So I'm actually that special to him? She carefully studied the alchemical text, memorizing the method for refining the energy-gathering pill, before reluctantly returning it with both hands. "Thank you, Yunze, for clearing up my doubts. Aren't you going to look at the rest of the book?" Gong Yunze asked, somewhat surprised as she handed the book back. Yan Yujie quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "No, I only asked about the energy-gathering pill. If I were to look at other content without permission, it would be suspected of stealing my knowledge." Gong Yunze smiled slightly upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect her to be so sensible. Oh well, since she likes it, I'll lend it to her for a while longer. I'll ask her for it back when I want to learn alchemy." Thinking of this, Gong Yunze simply shoved the beginner's alchemy guide that Yang Yujie had handed back into her hands, and generously said, "Take your time looking around, I'll lend it to you for a little longer." The moment her fingertips touched the pages, Yang Yujie felt a warm current flow through her entire body. She secretly felt annoyed. "Yang Yujie, how could you believe Tianjie's nonsense? How could such an outstanding man as Yunze be a gigolo? I spoke rudely to him before, yet he saved me twice, gave me medicine, and sent me messages. I repent. I am guilty. I'm suddenly a little envious of Xiaorongyu. She actually managed to find a perfect husband who was both handsome and talented." Thinking of this, an extremely absurd idea popped into Yang Yujie's mind. "I wish I were his wife." System notification: Yang Yujie's favorability has increased to 80. She now deeply admires and loves the host. Detected extreme admiration for Yang Yujie. Reward: 500 beauty gold. Upon hearing the system notification, Gong Yunze was overjoyed. The favorability rating has already reached 80 so quickly? It really is true that catering to someone's preferences is the key to strengthening a close relationship. Just then, a ragged young man approached from afar. The moment he saw Yang Yujie, his long-suppressed emotions completely collapsed, and he shouted in a voice trembling with sobs, "Cousin!" Yang Yujie turned around and looked at the person who had come, her heart sank, and she quickly stepped forward. You are Tianjie?" Yang Tianjie looked at Yang Yujie in surprise, and said in a slightly slurred and unclear way, "Cousin, you've forgotten everything, haven't you? Why don't you recognize me anymore?" Chapter 54: Forced Sex? Please add to your bookshelf and give a 5-star review. Yang Tianjie appeared before them with a bruised and swollen face, his clothes torn to shreds. Yang Yujie was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Tianjie? It really is you. What happened to you?" She hurriedly pulled out healing pills from her pocket, her fingertips trembling slightly with urgency, and carefully fed them to Yang Tianjie. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his throat, and a pale golden halo traveled along his meridians, causing the swollen wound to recede at a visible speed. Yang Tianjie finally caught his breath and roared in a tearful voice. "I saw a huge crystal core of celestial energy in the open space ahead. Just as I was about to put it in my pocket, hundreds of fist-sized hornets suddenly sprang out from the trees on both sides. They stung me so badly that my whole body swelled up, and it hurt like hell." Yang Yujie frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and asked, "So where have all those wasps gone?" Yang Tianjie scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't know. I was just focused on escaping, and after running a distance, they stopped chasing me." Suddenly, Yang Tianjie caught a glimpse of another figure out of the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, he met Gong Yunze's smiling gaze from behind Yang Yujie, and instantly flew into a rage, saying, "Gong Yunze! What are you doing here? Great! You've come at the perfect time. Let's settle all our old and new scores." As he spoke, Yang Tianjie prepared to take out his extraordinary weapon and fight Gong Yunze for 300 rounds. However, when he habitually reached for the hilt of the sword, he found himself touching nothing. Yang Tianjie frowned and looked at his waist, only to find that the sword hanging there was empty. The strange weapon that had accompanied him for many years had vanished without a trace. Before he could react, the incomparably sharp tip of the tiger bone fang spear was already pressed against his throat. You can't even get your hands on a weapon and you're planning to settle things with your fists? Gong Yunza's laughter carried a hint of mockery. Yang Tianjie shrank back slightly, but his tone remained ruthless. You dare touch me? My cousin is also an SSS-level ability user. You won't get the better of her. Oh? Really? Why don't you ask your cousin how many times I saved her just now? Gong Yunza still had a calm smile on his face. Yang Tianjie suddenly turned to look at Yang Yujie, his eyes filled with disbelief. Cousin. You're the top-ranked awakened one at Kyoto #1 high school. How could you possibly have been saved by this kid? Yang Yujie did not argue, but instead went to Gong Yunza's side and pleaded. Yunza, can you please release my cousin? I think there must be some misunderstanding between you. I can mediate between you. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza glanced at Yang Tianjie and slowly sheathed the tiger bone fang spear. I'll let you off this time for Yujie's sake. But if you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being merciless with my gun. After saying this, Gong Yunza took out a fragment of the acacia jade. Guided by the jade tablet, he turned and walked quickly in the same direction as the energy core that Yang Tianjie had mentioned earlier. Yang Tianjie spat as he watched Gong Yunza's retreating figure and muttered under his breath. Ha! Think you're so great just because you have an A-grade weapon. Without that gun, you're no match for me. I hope you get stung to death by those hornets. Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie slapped Yang Tianjie across the face. Slap! A crisp slap echoed through the woods. This slap completely stunned Yang Tianjie. He covered his burning cheek, looking at Yang Yujie in astonishment, and said, Cousin. You've hit the wrong person. I'm going to beat you up, you arrogant idiot. Yang Yujie said angrily. Yang Tianjie's temper flared instantly, and he questioned. Cousin. You actually hit me for an outsider? I'm saving you. Yang Yujie interrupted sharply. You're not allowed to provoke Yunza again, otherwise even if he tries to kill you, I won't save you. Yang Tianjie stared, speechless for a long time, his mind in turmoil. What kind of spell did Gong Yunza cast on my cousin? How could he make her side with outsiders? Yang Tianjie was displeased after being slapped by Yang Yujie. But Yang Yujie had long held a grudge against him, so he didn't dare to act rashly, only muttering a complaint in a low voice. Cousin. What did he give you that you're so protective of him? Could it be that you've fallen for him? Upon hearing this, Yang Yujie's face flushed bright red in an instant, and she retorted playfully. What did you say? How could I possibly like a married man? Yang Tianjie, oblivious to Yang Yujie's unease, nodded in agreement. Phew. That scared me to death. I thought that gigolo had fooled you too. He's not a gigolo. Yang Yujie said coldly, he's an outstanding person. In some aspects, he's even far superior to me. Yang Tianjie was shocked, thinking to himself. What? My cousin, who's always been the most outstanding among all the geniuses, actually said that Gongo is stronger than her? How is that possible? Cousin, stop joking. How could Gong Yunza possibly surpass you, a mere gigolo? Yang Yujie ignored Yang Tianjie and chased after Gong Yunza in the direction he had left. Yang Tianjie said in fear. Sis. Don't go. There are wasps there. Yang Yujie said as she ran, sounding somewhat impatient. I know. If you're scared, then don't come. Yang Tianjie knew that relying solely on his own strength, it would be extremely difficult to obtain any opportunities in this secret realm by fighting alone. So he had to catch up with Yang Yujie and call out. Sis. Wait for me. As the three walked away, a delicate figure in the distance was filled with excitement. Brother Yunza. Is it really you? Following the directions of the jade fragment, Gong Yunza traveled for 10 minutes. When they reached the edge of a thicket, the light from the jade fragments shone brightly. Gong Yunza looked around but couldn't see Xiao Rongyu anywhere. He wondered to himself. The love jade fragment is broken? Where is Rong Yuren? Just as Gong Yunza was deep in thought, the sound of metal clashing and fighting suddenly came from nearby. With a desire to watch the excitement, Gong Yunza followed the sounds of fighting, intending to observe secretly. Upon arriving near the battlefield, Gong Yunza hid behind a bush to observe the fighting. He discovered that a handsome humanoid young beast with silver hair and a silver tail was fighting against someone. The smoke from the battle was so thick that Gong Yunza couldn't see who he was fighting. Suddenly, the humanoid youth-like beast sneered at the smoke. Little beauty. If you submit to me, I guarantee you wealth and honor. Advancing in rank will be as easy as drinking water. But if you continue to resist, I will have no choice but to use my full strength and force myself on you. Oh ho, is this something I can watch without paying? Judging from its aura, this beast is at least at the 3rd rank. It's best not to meddle, Gong Yunzi said cautiously. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a soft, beautiful silhouette appeared faintly before Gong Yunzi's eyes. This figure looks familiar. Just then, the woman in the smoke spoke in a cold voice. I'm already married. Even if I weren't, I would never submit to a beast. You beast, take this. In an instant, a cold glint pierced through the thick smoke, and a beautiful figure followed, bursting out of the mist the instant they emerged. When Gong Yunzi saw the face of the woman fighting, he was immediately shocked. Holy crap! Romeu? Chapter 55. Something big has happened. Please add to your bookshelf. Upon seeing that the person fighting was Xiao Rongyu, Gong Yunzi immediately emerged from the bushes and shouted loudly. You son of a bitch! How dare you lay a finger on my wife? Take this shot! The Fox Clan youth, who was fending off Xiao Rongyu's fierce attacks, heard this and forced her back with a palm strike. Seeing Gong Yunzi attacking from behind, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. No wonder he refused to submit even at the cost of his life. His lover was nearby. In that case, I'll deal with him first, then I'll play with you slowly. Before he finished speaking, his 10 fingers suddenly extended sharp fox claws, each a foot long. With a muffled thud, Xiao Rongyu was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into an ancient tree more than 10 meters away and slid to the ground. He struggled several times but couldn't even lift himself up by his knees. Upon seeing that the person approaching was Gong Yunzi, a warmth had just begun to rise in her heart when it was overwhelmed by a torrent of regret. Yunzi risked his life to save me. And I can only stand here and watch. I can't help at all. I'm such a useless wife. With a sharp whistling sound, Gong Yunzi's tiger bone and fong spear pierced straight into the Fox Clan youth's back. The opponent merely shifted his shoulder slightly, deftly dodging the surprise attack, and then reached out and gripped the gun barrel. Gong Yunzi pulled back with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the spear didn't budge. The Fox Clan youth looked coldly at Gong Yunzi and sneered. Human, I've taken a fancy to your woman. Give her to me, and I'll spare your life, how about it? Gong Yunzi sneered, want to kill me? You? What are you? Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly puffed out his chest and proudly introduced himself. Listen up. I am Su Shang, the young master of the Silver Fox Clan. I reached the 3rd rank at the age of 21. I am invincible among my peers. What are you anyway? Who do I think I am? You'll find out after you fight me. Before Gong Yunzi could finish speaking, 3 identical clones appeared beside him. The 4 men occupied the 4 cardinal directions, with all 4 spears pointing at Su Shang, forming an encirclement. When Su Shang saw that Gong Yunzi had actually used the Tushan supernatural power, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Well done. I've been looking for a way to vent my anger. I'll show you, a mere first-tier ant, what the insurmountable gap in strength really is. Faced with gunfire coming from all directions. Far from being afraid, Su Shang suddenly gathered his strength and leaped forward the instant the 4 spears were about to strike his body. He leaped 3 zhang high, easily avoiding Gong Yunzi's encirclement. If that's all you've got, then die. Immediately, a flash of blood-red light appeared in his palm, and a blazing flame shot straight at Gong Yunzi's face. The flames were extremely hot, and even though Gong Yunzi reacted quickly and dodged to the side, the flames brushed past his left arm, but still burned his skin bright red. Hiss! What powerful flames! He gasped, but his grip on the gun tightened even more. Su Shang floated in the air, watching his disheveled appearance, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Persuade her to give in to me, and I'll not only let you go, but I'll also reward you with a 2nd-tier energy core. How about it? Gong Yunzi scoffed, his tone chilling. Humph. A 2nd-tier core? Keep it to make your own coffin. Seeing that Gong Yunzi was unmoved by reason, Su Shang sarcastically remarked. Your strength is mediocre, but your tone is arrogant. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sacred domain. Open. Gong Yunzi roared, and a pale golden halo suddenly erupted around him. The domain instantly enveloped Su Shang, causing his spiritual power to stagnate abruptly, filling him with shock and anger. What? What kind of superpower is this? It can suppress half of my strength? Taking advantage of his momentary shock, Gong Yunze and his 3 clones pounced like arrows released from a bow. By the time Su Shang came to his senses, 4 figures had already blocked all escape routes, and the cold glint of their spear tips intertwined into a net before his eyes. Su Shang chuckled lightly and said sarcastically, "Ha! I didn't expect to run into an idiot. I can dodge the same move the first time, and I can dodge it the second time too." After saying that, he bent his knees and was about to leap up again, but his whole body suddenly stiffened the moment he took off. The tiger bone and fang spears in Gong Yunze's and his clone's hands suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure. The overwhelming aura of the 5th-tier alien king descended like Mount Tai pressing down. Su Shang's legs went weak and he was forced to stand still, unable to even activate his supernatural defensive ability. "Now!" Gong Yunze shouted, and 4 spears simultaneously thrust toward Su Shang's heart. This spear was forged from a 5th-tier White Tiger clan tiger tooth, and with the added suppression of the domain, Su Shang's defense was as thin as paper under the spear tip. Su Shang, who had just entered the 3rd stage, was simply unable to resist with his physical body alone. Seeing that Gong Yunze's unstoppable shot was about to end his life. At this moment, Su Shang hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I don't want your wife anymore. I'll give you the treasure." Seeing that Gong Yunze remained unmoved, he roared again, his voice filled with bravado but his heart was filled with fear. "I am Su Shang, the young master of the Silver Fox clan. My father is a 6th-tier powerhouse." Put. 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 The 4 muffled thuds almost came together as 4 long spears precisely pierced Su Shang's heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. His eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, a hoarse sound rising in his throat, as he struggled to utter his last few words. "You dare to kill me, my father will not let you go." Gong Yunze drew his spear and sneered. "You dare to threaten to kill me after touching my woman? Don't even mention a 6th-tier alien emperor, even a 9th-tier alien saint couldn't save you today." The 4 guns were pulled away at the same time, and blood gushed from the 8 holes, splattering all over Su Shang. He fell straight to the ground and became completely silent. Gong Yunze still felt uneasy, so he fired several more shots into his chest and head, spitting out, "I'm afraid you're not quite dead yet, so I'll give you a few more blows. Otherwise, you might suddenly come back to life and scare the flowers and plants around you." Gong Yunze yanked the storage bag off Su Shang's waist and then turned and rushed towards Xiao Rongyu, who was standing to the side. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu had fallen into a coma, Gong Yunze quickly carried her to a nearby cave. At the same time, inside the Silver Fox clan's Hall of Longevity, a foxfire lamp suddenly went out. The Silver Fox guard rubbed his eyes and then pinched the tip of his tail hard. Upon confirming that it was indeed young Master Su Shang's natal foxfire, they were terrified out of their wits. My goodness, the young master was killed while proposing marriage in Tushan? This is likely to ignite a war between the 2 clans. I must inform the clan chief immediately. He staggered out, but stopped abruptly just as he crossed the threshold, pondering for a moment. The clan leader has a terrible temper. If I were to inform him that the young master died in Tushan, wouldn't he be furious and scatter my ashes to the ground? With this in mind, the guards immediately abandoned their armor and fled from the Silver Fox clan. Chapter 56: Fishing in Troubled Waters? Seeking small gifts and 5-star reviews. Deep inside the cave, the damp rock walls exuded a slight chill. Gong Yunze carefully leaned Xiao Rongyu against the stone wall. Her pale face made his heart tighten. He practically screamed as he spoke to the system in his mind. "System! Immediately find a cure for Rongyu in the shop. At all costs. Vitality signs of the Xiao Rong fish are being monitored. Xiao Rongyu suffers from multiple fractures and severe internal organ damage. The only cure, a top-grade healing pill. Price, 1200 red beauty gold. Exchange immediately." Gong Yunze didn't hesitate for a moment. This almost emptied his pockets of his red beauty gold. "Congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for a top-grade healing pill. 1200 beauty gold points consumed. 165 points remaining." Upon receiving the top-grade healing pill, Gong Yunze immediately gave it to Xiao Rongyu. The pale golden medicinal mist slowly dissipated within her body. After a short while, Xiao Rongyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she finally woke up from her coma. She opened her eyes groggily, recognized the familiar figure before her, and tears instantly streamed down her face. Yunza, I thought I would never see you again. She clung tightly to his waist, buried her face in his dusty clothes, and sobbed uncontrollably. Okay, sweetie, it's all right now. Gong Yunza gently stroked her sweaty forehead, his voice so tender it could melt hearts. It's all over now. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Xiao Rongyu's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and she fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Only when he heard her breathing become steady did Gong Yunza's heart finally settle down. The taut string suddenly relaxed, and a strong sense of weariness washed over me like a tide. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and just as his consciousness was about to fade, smack! A hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Gong Yunza remained motionless, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The person who was able to get close without him noticing must be far more powerful than himself. But the other party only patted his shoulder and did not make a move, so he obviously has no ill intentions. He didn't turn around, his voice calm and even. Senior, your presence is an honor to greet you. My name is Yang Tianjie. May I ask what guidance you may offer? But a sweet, gentle voice, tinged with reproach, came from behind. Brother Yunza, when did you change your name? That voice. Gong Yunza turned around immediately upon hearing the familiar voice. When he saw the person behind him clearly, his expression froze for a moment, then turned to surprise and delight. Tu Shanmeng? It's you? Tu Shanmeng tilted her head and smiled, her eyes crinkling. My clone discovered your whereabouts before, and I rushed here to see you as soon as I heard the news. Shouldn't you be in Tushan? How come you're here? Gong Yunza was full of doubt. Tu Shanmeng was also completely confused upon hearing this. Brother Yunza, this is Tu Shan. Gong Yunza was slightly surprised and muttered to himself in confusion. What? This is Tu Shan? But I clearly killed a young master of the Silver Fox clan. How could he be in Tushan? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanmeng's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly asked for confirmation. Brother Yunza, you said you killed who? The detection of the beauty Tu Shanmeng has greatly shocked us. A reward of 100 beauty gold has been given. Gong Yunza, stroking his chin, recalled. The young master of the Silver Fox clan is called Su. Su something. Right, Su Shang. Upon hearing the name Su Shang, Tu Shanmeng's face turned deathly pale. But then she suddenly remembered something and forced herself to remain calm, saying, Brother Yunza, you must have been deceived. Gong Yunza was puzzled by this. What do you mean? But I did see a silver tail behind him, that can't be faked. Tu Shanmeng explained. Su Shang's strength has reached the 3rd level, while you, Brother Yunza, are only at the 1st level. How could you possibly kill him? So you must have been deceived. That silver fox is not Su Shang at all. Seeing that Tu Shanmeng did not believe him, Gong Yunza took out Su Shang's storage bag and showed it to Tu Shanmeng. Look. This is his storage bag. I haven't had a chance to check what's inside yet. The moment Tu Shanmeng saw the storage bag in Gong Yunza's hand, she felt a chill run down her spine. Tu Shanmeng's hands trembled as she took the storage bag. When she saw the silver token engraved with the character Su inside, a chill ran through her body, and she grabbed Gong Yunza's wrist urgently, saying, Brother Yunza, you must quickly take Sister Rongyu and leave Tushan. Detected panic and anxiety in the beauty Tu Shanmeng 500 beauty gold coins awarded. What's there to be afraid of? Gong Yunza said dismissively. This place is deserted. Who would know if we killed him? Tu Shanmeng frowned and said, Brother Yunza, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can kill a 3rd level opponent while you're only at the 1st level. Although I also hate that Su Shang, I don't dare to even think about killing him. We in the Silver Fox clan have been constantly at odds over the secret struggle for the position of leader of the Fox clan. Now that Su Shang came to Tushan to propose marriage but was rejected, and has now died in Tushan, if the Silver Fox clan chief Supa finds out, the conflict between the two clans will definitely escalate exponentially. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Gong Yunza said in a deep voice. He tried to take Rongyu by force, how could I tolerate that? I killed him, it has nothing to do with Tushan. If Supa wants revenge, come at me. Tu Shanmeng shook her head inside. Normally, we wouldn't be afraid of the Silver Fox clan, but Mother is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 7th tier extraordinary sect. She absolutely cannot be disturbed now. At best, she will fail. At worst, her meridians will be completely severed. Then we have no choice but to strike first and wipe out the Silver Fox clan. Gong Yunza said coldly. Tu Shanmeng covered her mouth in fright. Brother Yunza, do you know what you're saying? Her Majesty the Empress is in seclusion, and the elders of Tushan are only at the 5th stage of the 6th rank. They are no match for Su Pa. The detection of the beauty Tu Shanmeng has greatly shocked us. A reward of 500 beauty gold has been given. What if we add the strong members of our human race? Gong Yunza said with a smirk. The Fox clan and the human clan are joining forces to attack the Fox clan? Brother Yunza, how could you even think of that? That's impossible. Tu Shanmeng looked utterly incredulous. The water is already muddy, so let us make it even muddier. A sly glint flashed in Gong Yunza's eyes. Since we can't join forces with the human race, let us drag all the surrounding forces of Tushan into this. Tu Shanmeng still looked completely bewildered. What should we do? Gong Yunza smiled mysteriously. This trick is underhanded, but it's absolutely effective. Having said that, Gong Yunza mentally called out to the system. System. Does the shop have any good items that can be repackaged? Assuming the host has completed the search, the following are the retrieved items. 1. Supreme Grade Divine Transformation Pill, can mimic the appearance, physique, and cultivation level of a designated target 500 beauty gold. 2. Supreme Shapeshifting Pill, can mimic the appearance and physique of a designated target 100 beauty gold. 3. Supreme Disguise Pill, can mimic the appearance of a designated target 50 beauty gold. That's it. Top Grade Divine Transformation Pill. System, give me one. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for one Supreme Grade Divine Ease Pill. Cost, 500 beauty gold. The moment the pill appeared in his palm, Gong Yunza's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He held the pill, which shimmered with a 7-colored halo, and chuckled softly. With this, we can completely stir up this pool of water. Chapter 57 The Truth-Telling Pill. Revealing one's true feelings. Seeking small gifts and 5-star reviews. Tu Shanmeng stared at the top-grade Divine Transformation Pill in Gong Yunza's hand and asked curiously. What is this? This one pill alone can get other races to join the siege of the Silver Fox clan? Absolutely. Gong Yunza said confidently, this is a top-grade Divine Transformation Pill. It allows me to imitate Su Shang's appearance, physique, and cultivation aura. Tu Shanmeng was shocked upon hearing this. Do you intend to impersonate Su Shang and become the young master of the Silver Fox clan? An earthquake was detected in the pupils of the beautiful Tushan maiden. A reward of 200 red beauty gold has been given. Tu Shanmeng suddenly started plotting something, and her smile almost stretched to her ears. If Brother Yunza is impersonating Su Shang, then I'll agree to Mother's request for a marriage alliance with the Silver Fox clan. Wouldn't that please Mother and allow me to become Brother Yunza's bride at the same time? Thinking of this, Tu Shanmeng was so happy that her tail almost wagged, and she strongly agreed. Brother Yunza. Let's do it. I support you. Detected that the beautiful Tu Shanmeng has turned into a silly roe deer reward, 500 red beauty gold. Gong Yunza was stunned after hearing Tu Shanmeng's words and the system's notification. What is this little girl thinking? She's so happy that I'm impersonating Su Shang? If I couldn't see your favorability rating towards me, I would really suspect that this little girl likes Su Shang. Thinking of this, Gong Yunza continued. Impersonating Su Shang to return to the Silver Fox clan? Are you crazy, or am I? I'm not doing something so foolish. So how do you plan to cause trouble? Tu Shanmeng had a look on her face that said, are you kidding me? Gong Yunza suddenly leaned close to Tu Shanmeng's ear and whispered like a thief. How many tribes are around Tushan? What is their strength? Do you have any unmarried princesses or young ladies? Tu Shanmeng, who had been deep in thought at first, frowned and said after hearing the following. Why are you asking this? Are you looking for a second wife? You're looking for someone else but not me, what does that mean? Tu Shanmeng glared at Gong Yunza as if she wanted to brace him. Detected that the beautiful Tushan maiden is flustered. Reward, 200 red beauty gold. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza quickly explained. No. I'm asking these questions because I plan to use Su Shang's appearance to flirt with the princesses of various nearby tribes. Then the Silver Fox clan will surely be besieged by all the tribes. Tu Shanmeng heard Gong Yunza's words. Tu Shanming's mind instantly conjured up images of Gong Yunza flirting with other women, and her face fell immediately. No. I don't agree. Gong Yunza looked utterly bewildered. So what brilliant idea do you have? It just won't work. Tu Shanming stubbornly insisted. I also think it won't work. Xiao Rongyu's weak voice suddenly drifted from behind the two of them. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu had woken up, Gong Yunza looked at her somewhat chapped lips. He quickly took out a bottle of water from his storage ring, unscrewed the cap, and carefully fed it to Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu took a few sips of water, rested for a moment, and slowly spoke. Yunza, this method is too dangerous. We just need to return to the Dragon Kingdom, and the Silver Fox clan will naturally not dare to come knocking on our door. Gong Yunza sighed and said. I know returning to the Dragon Kingdom is the best option, but if I just leave like this, wouldn't I be putting Tu Shan in a difficult position? I can't do that. Su Shang tried to kill me but was killed by me instead. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. That Silver Fox clan chief is probably no good either. Since I've done it, I have to nip it in the bud to prevent future troubles. Xiao Rongyu pondered for a moment upon hearing this and nodded, saying. All right. Yunza, I'll listen to you. But where are we going to find princesses from other tribes? At this moment, Tu Shanming, who was standing to the side, also nodded emphatically, feeling that what Gong Yunza said made a lot of sense. Having figured out the cause and effect, she suddenly raised her hand and volunteered. I know. There are 3 other tribes at the foot of Mount Tu, the Grey Wolf tribe, the Black Bear tribe, and the Python tribe. Although their fighting strength is not as great as the Silver Fox tribe, if we can unite with them, we will definitely make the Silver Fox tribe suffer a great loss. Xiao Rongyu looked up and gazed at the scene. Upon noticing a girl with delicate features and a slender figure standing behind Gong Yunza, he asked. Yunza, who is this? Gong Yunza looked at Tu Shanming and introduced her. She's the little fox we rescued back then. Tu Shanming greeted them with a smile. Sister Rongyu. We meet again. Her? The little fox? The little fox that was taken away by the Tushan queen that day? Xiao Rongyu's face darkened. Upon hearing the name of the Tushan queen, Gong Yunza's expression immediately turned ugly. Yes. Upon hearing Gong Yunza's admission, Xiao Rongyu turned to Tu Shanming with a livid expression and said. You ungrateful little vixen. Do you know that? Because of you. Yunza almost lost his life because of you. Tu Shanming was shocked upon hearing this. Xiao Rongyu's anger has been detected. 500 beauty gold coins awarded. How is that possible? He's only seriously injured at most, how could he possibly? Tu Shanming detected. Extremely shocked. Reward, 500 beauty gold. Xiao Rongyu sneered. Seriously injured? Ha! Don't think I didn't see it. That day, your mother deliberately adjusted the angle, sending my father hurtling towards Yunza. If Yunza hadn't been lucky, he would have been crushed to death. Tu Shanming's heart tightened, and she hurriedly explained. That's not true. That day, I only asked mother to severely injure Yunza, thinking that this would clear brother Yunza of the suspicion of colluding with foreign tribes. I never intended to kill him. Tu Shanming detected panic. Reward, 100 red beauty gold. Gong Yunza was well aware of Tu Shanming's feelings for him and believed her without the slightest doubt. But Xiao Rongyu simply didn't believe it. You didn't think about it? But you almost killed him. Tu Shanming was momentarily at a loss after being spoken to by Xiao Rongyu. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she looked aggrieved but couldn't say anything. Detected that Tu Shanming looked pitiful and wronged. Reward 100 red beauty gold. Gong Yunza looked at the scene before him, which resembled a battlefield, and felt a throbbing pain in his head. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly asked the system. System. Do you have any items that only allow you to tell the truth? Searching, please wait. A suitable product has been found for the host in the beauty shop. Truth pill. Truth-telling pill. After consumption, the user can only speak the truth for 10 minutes. Price, 100 beauty gold. Give me 2 right now. It's an emergency. Host has successfully exchanged 200 beauty gold for 2 true word pills. Notice, all available slots for purchasing mantra pills have been used up. Gong Yunza wondered to himself. What else can we do? Are we just going to say we won't buy the red beauty gold anymore? Certain items cannot be purchased indefinitely. To increase eligibility for purchasing, you must complete system-specified level tasks. Gong Yunza cursed inwardly upon hearing this. Fine, system, you're treating me like a Japanese person, aren't you? Never mind, I won't argue with you for now, business comes first. Having obtained the true word pill, Gong Yunza broke the almost frozen atmosphere by speaking. I have a solution. I have a pill here that can test whether what you're saying is true. Once everyone speaks frankly, the problem will be solved. Chapter 58, Having 10 Children? Seeking small gifts and 5-star reviews. As he spoke, Gong Yunza took out the true word pills he had just exchanged. This pill is called the truth-speaking pill. Within 10 minutes of taking it, everything you say will be from the bottom of your heart. Would you like to try it? Xiao Rongyu nodded upon hearing this. Okay. I'll give it a try first. Without hesitation, Xiao Rongyu put the pill into her mouth. She felt no discomfort after swallowing the pill, and looked up at Gong Yunza with a beaming smile. Yunza, ask away, I want to see just how effective this elixir is. Gong Yunza pretended to ponder for a moment, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. If I and your father fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? Save them all. What if we can only save one? I want to save them all. Gong Yunza nodded, not making things difficult for Xiao Rongyu, and continued to ask. How many children do you want to have for me? 10. Xiao Rongyu answered quickly and crisply, only snapping back to reality after the words had finished. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and even the roots of her ears turned a rosy color. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanming's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself. Oh. So this is what Sister Rongyu is like. But I also want to have 10 children with Brother Yunza. Thinking of this, Tu Shanming's cheeks even felt slightly hot. Upon hearing Xiao Rongyu's words, Gong Yunza felt as if he had opened Pandora's box, and quickly pressed for an answer. If? Before Gong Yunza could finish speaking, Xiao Rongyu blushed and quickly waved her hand to stop him. Stop. I know how powerful this pill is. Give it to her. Gong Yunza wanted to ask about something even more exciting, but since his wife had spoken, he decided to take care of business first. He then handed the pill to Tu Shanming. Tu Shanming followed suit, just like Xiao Rongyu, and swallowed the pill in one gulp. After finishing the pill, Tu Shanming looked at Gong Yunza expectantly and said, Brother Yunza. Ask away. Ask anything you want. Gong Yunza nodded, then turned to Xiao Rongyu and said, Rongyu, is there anything you want to ask? Ask now, let's be frank. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu stepped forward and asked, Little fox, how did you end up at Yunza's house the day you were poisoned? Tu Shanming frankly stated, Actually, I ran away from my wedding that day. Runaway bride? Xiao Rongyu asked in confusion. Yes, Su Shan, the young master of the Silver Fox clan, and I have been betrothed since childhood. My mother has always wanted me to marry Su Shan, but Su Shan goes in and out of the cave with more than a dozen female foxes every day, and I don't like his appearance at all. Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu exchanged a glance, both showing surprise. So? I killed your fiancé? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanming quickly shook her head and said, I refuse to acknowledge him as my fiancé. So what if I killed him? If I wasn't worried about the Silver Fox clan interfering with my mother's breakthrough, I would have killed him the moment he came to propose to me. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza gained a new understanding of Tu Shanming. This little fox looks harmless, but it actually has a ruthless and decisive nature. Xiao Rongyu, however, did not let go of the key question and continued to ask. Why did you have the Tu Shan queen severely injure Yunza the day you were arrested by the Xiao family? Were you trying to harm him? How could I possibly harm Brother Yunza? Tu Shanming's eyes reddened with anxiety. Seeing her sincerity, Xiao Rongyu nodded. It seems I was overthinking it. But Tu Shanming felt something was wrong the more she thought about it. As a peak 6th tier expert, Mother's control over power must be extremely precise. How could she possibly have accidentally brought Brother Yunza to the brink of death? There's only one possibility. Mother wanted to kill Yunza. Thinking of this, Tu Shanming's face turned pale, and a very unsettling thought suddenly came to her mind. Could it be that Mother wants to kill Yunza? So that I can marry Su Shang as soon as possible? The thought chilled her to the bone, making her face turn even paler. Seeing that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, Gong Yunza hurriedly suggested. Our top priority now is to implement the plan to divert the trouble eastward. Little Fox, please lead the way. Tu Shanmeng pouted when she heard Gong Yunza call her Little Fox. Don't call me Little Fox. Just call me Meng Meng when we're out. That's what my mother calls me at home. Gong Yunza smiled and said, okay. Then he turned to Xiao Rongyu and said, Rongyu, you stay in Tushan. It's relatively safe here for now. The little fox and I will be right back. Xiao Rongyu shook her head and said, I'll go with you. Gong Yunza waved his hand in refusal. The fewer people involved in this plan, the better, so as not to expose any flaws. Although Xiao Rongyu was reluctant, she finally nodded. Then you must be careful. Okay. Gong Yunza replied, then said to Tu Shanmeng, Meng Meng, let's go. Tu Shanmeng nodded excitedly, yes. Watching the two figures disappear from the cave, Xiao Rongyu felt a surge of complex emotions. It feels like my home has been raided right in front of me. But if Yunza really wants a second wife, at least Little Fox genuinely likes him, and she's quite good looking and has a great figure. Oh dear. Xiao Rongyu, what are you thinking? On the other side. Because it was to solve Tu Shanming's problem. Therefore, Gong Yunza's use of the divine transformation pill can also be considered as Tu Shanming's use. Gong Yunza took the divine transformation pill and instantly transformed into Su Shang. The aura and cultivation level emanating from him were exactly the same as Su Shang's, which made Tu Shanmeng feel a sense of physical disgust. Tu Shanmeng exclaimed in shock. Wow! Brother Yunza, your pill is amazing. It's exactly the same as Su Shang's. Even his own father, Supa, probably wouldn't recognize him. Gong Yunza smiled smugly. No seat. That's how top-notch it is. Soon, Tu Shanmeng led Gong Yunza to the edge of the Black Wolf clan's territory. She pointed to a cave in the distance and said, Yunza, that's the residence of Lan Linglong, the Black Wolf clan princess. She's my mortal enemy. Don't you dare take this too seriously. Gong Yunza patted his chest and assured him. Don't worry. I'll just linger outside. I definitely won't go in. I mean outside the cave. Tu Shanmeng reminded him. Be extremely careful. The Black Wolf King is a 6th tier, 7th stage expert. If he catches you, even if you survive because of Supa, you'll be severely injured. Gong Yunza swallowed hard, thinking to himself. Doing something bad and then running away, is that really that exciting? Gong Yunza spent 1500 beauty gold to exchange for 3 top-quality space teleportation scrolls from the beauty shop. Looking at the 3 top-grade spatial teleportation scrolls in his hand, he felt much more at ease. With this teleportation scroll, escaping unscathed will be no problem. After bidding farewell to Tu Shanmeng, Gong Yunza headed straight for the Black Wolf clan princess's boudoir. As Gong Yunza walked, he practiced Su Shang's lewd voice. Hee, little wolf, here I come. Hiss. This tone is wrong, the voice should be a little more lewd and a little more sultry. Gong Yunza judged himself. Hey. Little beautiful wolf, I'm here. Just as Gong Yunza was quite satisfied with his language talent. A clear, melodious female voice suddenly came from beside me, tinged with curiosity. Are you practicing your rapping in my backyard? Chapter 59, A Marriage Proposal? Seeking small gifts and 5-star reviews. Gong Yunza, who was practicing pronunciation, was slightly startled when he heard a voice beside him. Holy crap, who are you? My gaze met a pair of innocent, clear amber eyes. The girl stood before him, her fair skin framed by long, dark hair, and her black wolf ears trembled slightly. Her black skirt, damp with grass clippings, swayed gently in the wind, and the choker around her neck accentuated her slender neck. This blend of wildness and purity startled Gong Yunza. I am Lan Linglong, the princess of the Black Wolf clan. After introducing herself, Lan Linglong blinked her large, watery eyes at Gong Yunza and continued. How strange. You, a Fox clan member, are practicing rapping on my Black Wolf clan's territory? Is this your Fox clan's special courtship method? Upon hearing Lan Linglong introduce herself, Gong Yunza's eyes lit up, and he said in a lewd voice. No seats. I am Su Shang, the young master of the Silver Fox clan. I am here to win the favor of Princess Linglong. Having said that, Gong Yunza suddenly raised his voice. Come here and kiss me, or else. Before Gong Yunza could finish speaking, a warm touch landed on his cheek. Gong Yunze was so overwhelmed by the kiss that he was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Seeing this from afar, Tu Shanming stamped her feet anxiously, her teeth grinding together. Damn Lan Linglong! How dare she steal my man? I haven't even kissed her yet. Her voice was practically spitting fire. Tu Shanming's mentality has been detected as unstable. 500 red beauty gold have been awarded. Gong Yunze stared at Lan Linglong for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand to cover the spot where he had been kissed, his voice floating as if he were walking on clouds. You. Lan Linglong blinked her large, watery eyes, seeing that he couldn't speak for a long time. Thinking she hadn't kissed him hard enough, she leaned forward again, her nose almost touching his chin, and said earnestly, "Didn't we get a proper kiss?" "Let me do it again," she said, tilting her head back to lean closer. "Stop." Gong Yunze abruptly turned his head to dodge, his ear tips turning bright red as if they were about to bleed. "Who told you to fix it?" He stole a glance at Lan Linglong's bewildered expression, and the lewd thoughts in his mind suddenly stopped. Instead, he felt that what he had just said was like bullying a child. Lan Linglong, however, did not notice his strangeness. She simply tilted her head and smiled, revealing two sharp little wolf teeth. "Didn't you just tell me to kiss you? We Black Wolf Clan keep our word." As she spoke, she suddenly clapped her hands. "Oh. By the way, I thought your rapping just now was really funny, could you teach me?" Gong Yunze was stunned upon hearing this, and thought to himself, "What's wrong with this girl? Is she overly friendly? Or just naturally clueless? She just kissed me like that? And she even wants me to teach her rap?" Looking at Lan Linglong's eyes, which were filled with an endless longing for rap, Gong Yunze finally sighed. "All right. I'll teach you a short section then." Lan Linglong nodded emphatically. "Yes, master." Lan Linglong nodded emphatically, her black wolf ears standing up excitedly. "Ha? Master?" Gong Yunze exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah. You taught me how to rap, so I'll call you master. There is nothing wrong with that, right?" Lan Linglong tilted her head and asked. I'm speechless." Gong Yunze thought to himself, he inexplicably took on a disciple? Seeing that Gong Yunze hadn't started teaching her how to rap, Lan Linglong tugged at his sleeve and said softly, "Master, when do we start doing rap?" Gong Yunze snapped out of his reverie upon hearing this. "Oh. Right. The part one just sang was quite difficult, let me teach you an easier one first." Lan Linglong saw that Gong Yunze was going to teach her how to rap, so she pricked up her furry wolf ears to listen. "Ahem." Clearing his throat, Gong Yunze said seriously, "As the top MC in the world of shouting rap, you absolutely must learn this next part." Lan Linglong's eyes widened even more, her amber pupils filled with anticipation. Gong Yunze's voice suddenly rose in pitch, its momentum as powerful as crashing waves. Thunderclap. This heaven-shaking cultivation, the earth-shattering purple gold hammer. Purple lightning. This mysterious true flame heavenly nine profound sword, a world-shaking transformation. After she finished singing, Lan Linglong's eyes shone like stars. She clapped enthusiastically. "Master is amazing. I want to sing that powerfully too." Gong Yunze waved his hand, feigning modesty, but his eyes betrayed his smugness. Hee, your master knows a lot. How about I teach you another rap? An absolute classic among classics. Okay. Master, teach me quickly. Lan Linglong's tail swept happily across the ground behind her skirt. Ahem. Gong Yunze cleared his throat again and sang faster. "Just one more glance, and it'll boom, boom. A little closer, just a little closer, and I'll be completely consumed." Gong Yunze passionately performed his rap. Her shoulders began to tremble involuntarily as she turned away from Lan Linglong. As the song ended, Lan Linglong exclaimed in surprise. This is simply heavenly music. Even I can't help but sway to the rhythm. Master. You're so amazing. Linglong admires you so much. New female companion detected. Please check her attributes, host. View properties. Name, Lan Linglong. Age, 18. Favorability, 60. Admiration for the host. Physical fitness, F level. Superpower, rank F. Fiery eyes. Sharp eyes, able to see through all disguises. Gong Yunze was shocked when he saw Lan Linglong's supernatural abilities. Then Gong Yunzi tentatively asked. Linglong, my disciple, what is your special ability? Sharp eyes. Lan Linglong said with a smile. Then Gong Yunzi was speechless. I know you are human, and a handsome and interesting one at that. Lan Linglong said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Gong Yunzi sighed upon hearing this and said. I thought my disguise was so skillful that it was hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake, but I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance. Master, please don't say that. I genuinely want to learn rap and shouting from you. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi dropped his pretense and revealed his true form, asking Lan Linglong. Why didn't you expose me from the beginning? Because I can sense that you mean no harm, Lan Linglong changed the subject, asking. So, what's your purpose in coming here? You're not really here to practice your rapping, are you? Gong Yunzi put away his joking expression and said seriously. I would like to ask the Black Wolf clan to join forces with Tushan to fight against the Silver Fox clan. Lan Linglong nodded without hesitation upon hearing this. Okay. I'll just go and tell my father. Gong Yunzi said in disbelief. You agreed? What are you going to say? Lan Linglong said with a mischievous smile. I'll just say that Su Shang assaulted me, but you have to tell me something before I can agree. Gong Yunzi hurriedly asked, what is it? With her hands behind her back, Lan Linglong lightly leaped across the stone slabs laid out on the grass. She stopped when she jumped onto the third stone slab, tilted her head to look at Gong Yunzi, her eyes full of curiosity. Why do you have Xiaobai's aura on you? Chapter 60 First Stirrings of Love? Seeking small gifts and 5-star reviews. Why do you have Xiaobai's aura on you? Lan Linglong tilted her head, her eyes full of curiosity. She and I are good friends, Gong Yunzi said frankly. I see. Lan Linglong nodded gently, a hint of melancholy in her voice. If Xiaobai considers me a friend, I don't think she's a bad person. Actually, we used to be best friends, but unfortunately I lied to her, and she's still angry with me. What happened between you two? It's nothing serious, it's all in the past. Lan Linglong lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly, her fingertips unconsciously twisting her sleeve. Seeing that Lan Linglong was unwilling to bring it up, Gong Yunzi did not ask any further questions. I will speak to father about what you asked me to do. Lan Linglong looked up at him, her gaze suddenly becoming intense. So, can you tell me your real name? Gong Yunzi. He smiled and said, if you want to learn singing, dancing, and rapping, come to China anytime to find me. Lan Linglong's cheeks flushed, and she stammered as she spoke. If I missed you, no. No. If I wanted to learn from you, where in the Dragon Kingdom should I go to find you? Don't worry, it won't be long before my name resounds throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. You can easily find out where I am by asking around. After saying that, Gong Yunzi turned and left gracefully. Lan Linglong stared blankly at Gong Yunzi's departing figure. I instinctively raised my hand to my chest, feeling my heart pounding like a drum. My heart is beating so fast. This feeling is so strange. Detected that Lan Linglong is experiencing first love reward, 1,000 gold coins for her. Once Gong Yunzi had completely disappeared from sight, Lan Linglong tore her collar and cried out for help. Help! There's a flower thief. Upon hearing Lan Linglong's cry for help, a group of Black Wolf clan guards rushed into her boudoir. One of the young Black Wolf guards asked with concern. Princess! Are you all right? Where is the flower thief? At the same time, an urgent yet authoritative voice came from outside the cave. The voice was heard before the person was seen. Which lecherous scoundrel dares to harass my little princess? As they were speaking, the Black Wolf King, Lan Ling, strode in. Seeing Lan Linglong's disheveled appearance, his eyes widened in fury. Linglong! Who did this? I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Lan Linglong clutched her collar tightly with both hands, her eyes brimming with tears as she sobbed. The person who assaulted me was Su Shang, the young master of the Silver Fox clan. He has already escaped. Fine. Lan Ling laughed angrily, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Su Pa! Look at the fine son you've raised. You just wait. He turned abruptly and gave a stern order to his subordinates. Pass on my order, assemble the entire Black Wolf clan army. I will raze the Silver Fox clan to the ground. Yes. After leaving the Black Wolf clan's territory, Gong Yunzi quickly returned to Tu Shanming's side. Tu Shanmeng crossed her arms, glared at him angrily, and said in a sour tone, "Oh my, you finally decided to come back? You just met and someone else kissed you. If you had stayed any longer, you too would have been in the bridal chamber." Gong Yunzi said, embarrassed. "You saw all of this? I really didn't expect that little girl to just kiss me like that." Before he could finish speaking, Gong Yunzi changed the subject. "Right. The Black Wolf clan is already gathering a large army. Let's hurry up and find our next target." Tu Shanmeng crossed her arms, pouted, and hummed. "Humph. I'm not taking you with me. I'll go ask them for help myself." After saying that, Tu Shanmeng turned around and walked towards the Python clan's encampment. Gong Yunzi pulled Tu Shanmeng aside and said solemnly, "Mang Mang. Now is not the time to be stubborn. Being called away and going willingly are two completely different things. If you don't establish a common enemy, your four-race alliance will be nothing but a disorganized mess." After explaining the pros and cons, Gong Yunzi tempted him further. "Once this is over, how about I take you to the mall to buy some delicious food and new clothes?" Tu Shanming's lips curled slightly upon hearing this, but she still retorted sharply, "Sha, who wants to go shopping with you?" She stole a glance at Gong Yunzi's serious expression, and finally raised her chin arrogantly. "Fine. This princess will take pity on you and reluctantly agree." Not long after, Tu Shanmeng then led Gong Yunzi to the vicinity of the Python clan princess's residence, pointing to a giant tree in the distance that blocked out the sky. "See that big tree? The one living in the tree hollow is Princess Bai Qingqing of the Python clan." Gong Yunzi nodded and immediately bent down to sneak towards the tree hole. The closer you get to the giant tree, the more you can feel its majestic presence. When he reached the tree, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This tree is huge. Even 50 people holding hands couldn't wrap their arms around it. He silently climbed up the tree trunk, stood on a branch as thick as his thigh, and peered into the tree hole. When Gong Yunzi saw the scene inside the tree hole, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Inside the tree hollow were dozens of undigested human remains, a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. A giant python was opening its blood-red maw, about to swallow an adult whole. No matter how desperately the person begged for mercy, it only saw cold mockery in its eyes. The person being swallowed by the giant python was the last human remaining in the giant tree. As the last human was devoured, Gong Yunzi's eyes turned icy cold in his heart. He had already sentenced the python princess to death. System. Exchange for the divine transformation pill. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged 500 beauty gold for a divine transformation pill. Gong Yunzi transformed into Su Shang's appearance once more and leaped into the tree hole. The giant python, which had just swallowed a man, showed no wariness upon his appearance. Instead, it transformed into human form and coiled around him with seductive eyes. "Brother Su Shang, you haven't come to see Qingqing in so long, I miss you so much." She reached out and wrapped her arms around Gong Yunzi's neck, her breath sweet as orchids. "It's been months, have you forgotten the craziness of our coming-of-age ceremony? Tonight, please don't leave, okay?" "Of course I won't leave. I'll stay and keep you company." Gong Yunzi suppressed his discomfort and readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing couldn't contain her restlessness any longer and reached into Gong Yunzi's clothes. Gong Yunzi was disgusted to think that Su Shang and this python princess had such a special relationship. This Bai Qingqing just finished eating a person, and she's already preparing for a 300-round battle without even brushing her teeth? This is really hard to judge. Gong Yunzi suddenly grabbed Bai Qingqing's outstretched hand. His hands were very cold, almost icy. He suddenly changed the subject, smiling as he said, "You seem to have a good appetite lately. How does human taste?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing looked at Gong Yunzi with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Su Shang, you're the one who taught me to eat people, don't you know what it's like?" Gong Yunzi was furious upon hearing this, but on the surface he remained calm and composed, saying, "Every demon has different tastes, I'd like to hear your thoughts." "You've come to the right person." Bai Qingqing immediately became interested, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. "I recently discovered a secret. The poorer a person is, the more delicious they taste." "Oh? What do you mean?" Gong Yunzi asked, feigning curiosity. Chapter 61 The Sword Dance. The real intention is not in the wine. Seeking small gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. I recently discovered a secret. The poorer a person is, the more delicious they taste. Oh? What do you mean? Gong Yunza asked, feigning curiosity. Those pampered fellows are so fat and greasy, and they're always surrounded by expert protectors. They're a real pain to catch. Bai Qingqing pouted, her tone full of disgust, but then she became excited. But the poor are different. They have no one to protect them, they're easy targets, all lean and muscular, and they're a refreshing meal. Her indifference to life as she spoke so eloquently pierced Gong Yunza's heart like an icicle. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his brows furrowing into a knot. But Bai Qingqing was completely oblivious, still excitedly recounting her experiences of eating people. Gong Yunza finally lost his temper and interrupted. Qingqing, I got a treasure today, do you want to see it? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she said expectantly. Did Brother Su Shan prepare a gift for me? Not only that, Gong Yunza curled his lips, I've also recently acquired a new superpower. Would you like to see it together? A new superpower? Bai Qingqing frowned sharply, her tone full of surprise and doubt. How is this possible? Could it be that Brother Shang is a born superpower user? You just watch. Gong Yunza nodded in agreement. Before she finished speaking, a pale golden sacred domain suddenly unfolded, instantly enveloping Bai Qingqing within it. Feeling her internal energy rapidly draining away, Bai Qingqing's face flashed with surprise, which quickly replaced with a fawning smile. Brother Shang has actually mastered such a powerful ability. She leaned forward, her soft body almost pressed against Gong Yunza's, her voice sweet and seductive. Why don't you marry that unruly princess of Tushan instead? I'll take good care of you every day. Gong Yunza pretended to ponder for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll tell my family when I get back. Qingqing is the one who understands me best. She has a great figure and is good at martial arts. I don't even look at that Tushan princess. Bai Qingqing was overjoyed and grabbed his arm, pressing him for an answer. Brother Shang, are you telling the truth? Or are you just teasing me? Of course it's true. Gong Yunza looked into her eyes, his tone confident, but a wave of nausea washed over him. Although we are not husband and wife in name, we have long been husband and wife in reality. My feelings are as clear as the sun and moon. Bai Qingqing's heart fluttered at his words, and she hugged his waist tightly, pressing her cheek against his chest. After a moment, she suddenly remembered something, looked up and said. Oh right, that treasure you mentioned before, hurry up and let me see it. I'll show you now. Gong Yunza said, suddenly drawing out the tiger bone fang spear. The moment the spear appeared, a chilling pressure swept over them, and Bai Qingqing's expression changed slightly. This is the aura of a fifth-tier alien king of the White Tiger clan? Tu Shanming's extreme worry has been detected. Reward, 200 red beauty gold. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza thought to himself, it seems we need to speed things up. Thinking of this, Gong Yunza suddenly had a whimsical idea. I recently learned a new marksmanship technique. Qingqing, would you like to see it? Bai Qingqing was overjoyed upon hearing this, great. Brother Shang will look incredibly cool wielding a spear. Then I'm going to begin. After saying that, Gong Yunza swung the spear twice in the opposite direction from Bai Qingqing. Before Bai Qingqing could react, he suddenly launched a surprise attack. Bai Qingqing clapped for Gong Yunza with a beaming smile. Unexpectedly, a lightning-fast gunshot flashed past her sight. With her second tier, fifth stage cultivation, she could have completely avoided Gong Yunza's fatal sneak attack. However, she was within the area of Gong Yunza's sacred domain. Her reaction time and speed were both reduced by half, so she couldn't dodge in time. A loud sizzle was heard. Before Bai Qingqing's incredulous eyes, her brow was instantly pierced. In the last second before losing consciousness, a tear slid down Bai Qingqing's cheek. Why? Gong Yunza shook his head helplessly, used his foot to brace against Bai Qingqing's chest, and forcefully pulled the spear out of her head. Snap! Bai Qingqing collapsed to the ground instantly, her blood spreading across the floor like a jarring painting. She stared intently at Gong Yunza, her eyes wide open. Until the very last moment, she still couldn't understand why Su Shang wanted to kill her. Gong Yunza slipped the Silver Fox Clan token, engraved with Su Shang's name, under Bai Qingqing's bed. This location isn't very conspicuous, but you can find it if you look carefully. After doing all that, Gong Yunza set fire to Bai Qingqing's room before leaving. By the time the flames engulfed the entire giant tree, Gong Yunza had already vanished without a trace. When the python saw that Bai Qingqing's treehouse was on fire, all the pythons rushed out of their nests. After they brought the fire under control, Bai Qingqing's father, Bai Yudu, rushed into her room. Seeing his daughter burned beyond recognition, he was instantly filled with hatred, his eyes bloodshot as he roared as he held Bai Qingqing's charred body. "Who killed my daughter? I'll kill him." Bai Yudu wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and inadvertently discovered that light was reflecting off the charred bed frame. "Lu Zi, go check what's that light under the bed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zi quickly walked to the bedside and picked up Su Shang's token. Brushing away the dust from the token, Lu Zi exclaimed in surprise. "It's Su Shang's token, the young master of the Silver Fox clan." "What? Su Shang, the young master of the Silver Fox clan? It was him who did it. My Qingqing is so fond of him. She always tells me she wants to marry him. I never expected him to be so ruthless." Thinking of this, the Python King Bai Yudu angrily said, "Lu Zi, order the entire Python army to assemble. I swear to avenge Qingqing." "Understood." Meanwhile, Gong Yunze, who had successfully escaped, soon reunited with Tu Shanmeng. Seeing him return safely, Tu Shanmeng's heart finally settled down, but she couldn't help but glare at him. "Brother Yunze, why did you take so long? Did you really consummate your marriage with that vixen this time?" "No," Gong Yunze interrupted her. "I saw her eating people, and I was so angry that I killed her. It was also a way of avenging my compatriots." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanmeng clapped her hands and exclaimed in admiration. "Good riddance. That little vixen seduced married men from other tribes, partying every night in that tree hollow. She even used her power to kidnap innocent male demons from weaker tribes to satisfy her lust. Lately, she's even become obsessed with eating people." Tu Shanmeng chattered on, but Gong Yunze raised his hand to interrupt her. "The plan to wipe out the Silver Fox clan is just one piece away from completion. Let's hurry over to the Black Bear clan." Chapter 62, the final piece of the puzzle. Please give me a small gift. Please leave a 5-star review. Tu Shanmeng nodded and said, "Okay. I'll take you there right away." Before she finished speaking, she had already darted away like a bolt of lightning. He led Gong Yunze through layers of shadowy trees, and soon they arrived at the edge of the Black Bear clan's territory. Tu Shanmeng pointed to a forest and said, "Although it's been a long time, I can guarantee that Xiong Qingya is in there. That foodie goes to collect honey from the alien bees every day without fail. Look, these are her favorites." As he spoke, he poured a bunch of exquisitely packaged snacks out of his waist storage bag and stuffed them into Gong Yunze's arms without saying a word. "Remember, never say she's fat. Otherwise she'll go ballistic." Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze shoved the snacks back into Tu Shanmeng's hands and grinned mischievously. "In that case, there's no need for all that trouble. I'll be right back." Tu Shanmeng looked at Gong Yunze's departing figure with a puzzled expression and said, "Is this guy planning to directly insult Princess Black Bear? Oh well, he should be fine. He can even beat Su Shang, who is at the 3rd tier, and Princess Black Bear is only at the 3rd tier, 1st stage. He should be able to handle her." Despite saying that, Tu Shanmeng was still a little worried, so she followed. Gong Yunze traversed the dense forest for a while, but didn't even spot a bear. He thought to himself, could the little fox have remembered the wrong place? Thinking of this, Gong Yunze had just turned his head when. Then she saw a slender, elegant girl carrying a beehive slowly walking towards her. Gong Yunze was puzzled upon seeing this. Didn't Meng Meng say that Black Bear Princess was a big fat girl? This girl in front of us may be holding a beehive, but she's not fat at all. The girl, carrying the beehive, happened to walk up to Gong Yunze. She noticed him staring intently at her. She tossed the beehive she was holding aside, afraid that Gong Yunze would try to take her honey. Seeing this, Gong Yunze was speechless, thinking to himself, this dedication to honey, it seems like it's probably her. Little fatty, long time no see. Gong Yunze deliberately dragged out his words. Upon hearing this, the Black Bear clan princess frowned slightly and said impatiently, Su Shang, if you're so bored, go find your lovers. Don't come here and get in my way. Seeing that verbal attacks had little effect, Gong Yunze simply added fuel to the fire. Yaching, I haven't been able to sleep these past few nights. I just realized that you still hold a place in my heart. Why don't you become my wife? Xiong Yaching's face suddenly turned cold, and her voice was like ice. Su Shang, I admit you're somewhat handsome, but your usual behavior disgusts me. If you don't leave, don't blame me for hurting you. Seeing that she was truly angry, Gong Yun's smile grew even more wicked as he continued. Yaching, you finally slimmed down from being chubby to this slender figure. If you don't find a husband soon, what if you bounce back into a fatso one day? Wouldn't you miss out on my ideal husband? Su Shang. Shut up. I, Xiong Yaching, would rather marry a good-for-nothing than a playboy like you who seduce a dozen men a day. After saying that, Xiong Yaching picked up the beehive and prepared to go around Gong Yunza. Seeing that she was about to leave, Gong Yunza quickly blocked her way, grabbed her arm, and grinned mischievously. Yaching, I was just playing with you, why are you being so stingy? Who knows if you're having affairs with other demons in private? These words completely ignited Xiong Yaching's anger. She forcefully shook off Gong Yunza's grip, easily breaking free from his hold. Su Shang. You forced me to do this. After saying that, Xiong Yaching struck Gong Yunza directly in the chest with her palm. Seeing that things were not going well, Gong Yunza immediately dodged backward and used his divine domain. The moment Xiong Yaching was enveloped by the domain, a strange sense of powerlessness suddenly arose within her. The originally powerful and heavy blow suddenly became weak and powerless, and was easily dodged by Gong Yunza. Seeing that her first attack missed, Xiong Yaching frowned slightly. What kind of superpower is this? I remember you had fire-based superpowers? This is my newly awakened superpower. A natural superpower. Never heard of it before, have you? If you're scared, just surrender. You lecherous scoundrel. Take this punch. Xiong Yaching threw a punch at Gong Yunza's face. Gong Yunza raised his hand and held it horizontally in front of him in a defensive stance. The instant the fist landed, Gong Yunza instinctively felt a tremendous force travel from his arm throughout his body, making his arm numb. He thought to himself, damn. This little girl isn't very big, but she's surprisingly strong. Even after I weakened her by half, she still couldn't match me. Having witnessed the difference in strength between the two sides, Gong Yunza immediately summoned the tiger bone fong spear from his storage ring. Upon seeing the weapon in Gong Yunza's hand, Xiong Yaching narrowed her eyes and said with displeasure, Su Shang, it's been a long time. Have you forgotten the rules of battle among demons? Gong Yunza was taken aback upon hearing this, thinking to himself, there are rules in the battles between demons? When demons fight, they only rely on their own strength and cannot rely on external objects. Xiong Yaching explained, suppressing her anger. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza suddenly realized what was going on. But he is human, and in terms of physical strength alone, he has no chance of fighting against a demon beast. Seeing that Xiong Yaching had stopped, Gong Yunza didn't care about anything else. As long as he could win over this little girl and tease her a bit, his plan would be complete. So he took the tiger bone and fong spear and continued charging towards Xiong Yaching. Seeing this, Xiong Yaching became furious and said, You, Su Shan. How dare you disregard the rules of the demon race? I don't care about any of that. Only the winner has the final say. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gong Yunza, wielding the tiger bone fong spear, charged toward Xiong Yaching with unstoppable force. Xiong Yaching didn't hesitate either, immediately unleashing her superpower. Absolute defense. However, before Xiong Yaching could complete the construction of her defenses, a wave of pressure from a fifth-tier alien king struck Xiong Yaching's heart like a giant hammer. This caused Xiong Yaching an excruciating headache. Her defensive spells instantly crumbled. Gong Yunza seized the opportunity and struck decisively. Bang! The tiger bone fong spear slammed into Xiong Yaching's abdomen. Completely defenseless, Xiong Yaching groaned, curled up on the ground in pain, and fainted. System. Send me a rope to tie her up. Gong Yunza called out in his mind. A matching item has been found for the host, the king binding rope. Price, 2,000 beauty gold. King binding rope can be used to bind targets below tier 5 alien king. Gong Yunza was somewhat embarrassed after hearing the price. I mean, is there anything cheaper? The king binding rope is now the cheapest matching item in the shop. Fine. Give me one. Gong Yunza said reluctantly. The host has successfully exchanged 2,000 beauty gold for the king binding rope. Gong Yunza took out the binding rope and tied Xiong Yaching to the tree. Then I went to a nearby stream and got a spoonful of ice water. It splashed onto Xiong Yaching's face with a splash. The moment the ice water was splashed on her face, Xiong Yaching came to her senses. Seeing herself firmly bound, Xiong Yaqing frowned and said angrily, Su Shang, let me go. I'm going to tell my dad when we get back. I'll say you bullied me. Gong Yunze leaned down and pinched her chin, his smile wicked. He. Now that you're in my hands, you'd better serve me obediently. As long as you please me, I might even make you my main wife. Pa! You lecherous scoundrel! I'd rather die than let you succeed. That's unique. I like it. I love the process of conquering. As he spoke, Gong Yunze walked straight to Xiong Yaqing's side and ripped off her little leather shoes. He brought his nose close and then delivered an epic lung-like blow. Gong Yunze, disguised as Su Shang, deliberately spoke loudly to himself. Hiss this taste. How pleasant it would be to have a bite of this while cultivating. Xiong Yaqing was both ashamed and angry, her cheeks flushed bright red, but she still glared at him and scolded. You're shameless. Let me go. Don't rush. Your brother hasn't had enough fun yet. He. Gong Yunze chuckled wickedly. Chapter 63, A good show. Seeking gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Gong Yunze laughed out loud, his tone full of wild abandon. Ha. Shameless? I, Su Shang, am shameless. So what? What can I do about it? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and ripped off Xiong Yaqing's other shoe. Smell! A heavy gasp pierced the air, and Gong Yunze immediately shouted with wild joy. Ah! It smells so good! From now on, I'll cultivate by smelling this one on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and that one on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. As for the circulation of qi. As he spoke, his eyes darted around. He glanced maliciously at the black stockings that outlined the alluring curves of Xiong Yaqing's legs, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. He. I've got it. Before he could finish speaking, Gong Yunze strode forward and roughly ripped off the black stocking. Seeing this, Xiong Yaqing's already flushed cheeks burned even brighter, and she said with a mixture of shame and anger. Su Shang! What are you doing? You're not allowed to smell that. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze's excitement intensified, his facial expression instantly transforming into a lewd, comical expression as he said. You think I won't smell it just because you don't want me to? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Without saying a word, he immediately unleashed another legendary golden lung attack. Gong Yunze could clearly feel the lingering warmth of the black stockings that had just been removed from his hands. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a very faint, warm scent belonging to the skin. Like the thin, warm, sweet fragrance emanating from the skin of a ripe peach under the summer afternoon sun. Seeing Gong Yunze's blissful expression, Xiong Yaqing became even more certain. Su Shang is an absolutely invincible pervert. He actually dared to touch my stockings. Thinking of this, she struggled even harder, trying to break free from the ropes binding her. But the rope was very strange. The more she struggled, the tighter it became. Seeing that her struggles were futile, Gong Yunze became even more excited and said, Little lady. Stop struggling. Just submit to me. After saying that, Gong Yunze walked slowly toward Xiong Yaqing with an extremely lewd smile on his face. No. Xiong Yaqing shouted. Go ahead and shout. The more you shout, the more excited I get. I'll definitely show you what I'm capable of in a moment. Ha. Xiong Yaqing watched helplessly as Gong Yunze's hand reached towards her chest, a feeling of powerlessness instantly engulfing her entire body. Could it be that my first time is going to be taken by that scoundrel Su Shang? Just then, a voice full of righteous indignation suddenly came from behind Gong Yunze. Let go of that girl. Xiong Yaqing and Gong Yunze turned around at the same time. A dashing and devastatingly handsome young man slowly emerged from behind the tree. Upon seeing the person's face clearly, Xiong Yaqing cried out for help. Help! There's a pervert here trying to molest me. The newcomer was none other than Gong Yunze. Upon seeing his clone, Gong Yunze couldn't help but sigh. I really do find myself more and more pleasing to the eye. No wonder my drawer was stuffed with love letters when I was in high school. Coming to his senses, Gong Yunze, disguised as Su Shang, shouted. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Get out of here at once, or you'll suffer a beating. Gong Yunze's clone sneered, a mere third-tier demon beast dares to be so insolent in front of me? If you're not convinced, then let's have a go. Gong Yunze retorted defiantly. The clone, too lazy to waste words, flashed to Su Shang's feet and sent him flying into the dense forest with a single palm strike. After being knocked away, Su Shang landed and turned to flee, shouting threats as he did so. Damn it! You just wait and see. I'm going back to tell my father. I'll make him kill you with his own hands. Trying to run? Not so easy. Upon seeing this, Gong Yunze's clone immediately chased after him into the dense forest. Before Xiong Yaqing could even thank him, the figure in front of her had already disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. She gazed at the empty space ahead, a sudden tremor running through her heart. Wow, is this what they call a hero saving a damsel in distress? This kind of scene from a picture book is actually happening to me. This feeling is so wonderful. New female companion detected. Please check, host. When Gong Yunze's clone caught up with Su Shang, Su Shang's screams echoed throughout the dense forest. Upon hearing Su Shang's scream, Xiong Yaqing was immediately horrified. Oh no! My benefactor killed Su Shang to save me. What am I going to do? Detected Xiong Yaqing's concern, reward 200 beauty gold. Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this, thinking to himself. In this way, I can shift some of the blame for killing Su Shang onto the Black Bear clan. This is going to be interesting. Soon, Gong Yunze patted the dust off his shoulders and emerged from the dense forest. Seeing Gong Yunze turn back, Xiong Yaqing hurriedly asked. My benefactor. How did that happen? Third order ants, I'll wipe them out with a wave of my hand. Gong Yunze said domineeringly. Detected that Xiong Yaqing's heart was startled. Reward, 200 gold coins. Seeing Xiong Yaqing's worried expression, Gong Yunze deliberately asked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I saw he was going to force himself on you, so I stepped in to help. Did you deliberately let him tie you to the tree for a game? Xiong Yaqing shook her head. No. I'm very grateful to you for saving me. But you just killed Su Shang, the young master of the Silver Fox clan. His father is a 6th tier, 8th stage demon emperor. I'm worried you won't be able to handle him. Thinking of this, Xiong Yaqing steeled her heart and said. My benefactor, you must run away. I will tell my father that I killed Su Shang. It has nothing to do with you. Gong Yunze refused abruptly upon hearing this. No. I killed Su Shang. How can I let you bear such a heavy responsibility for me? Would I still be a man? Xiong Yaqing felt a warmth in her heart. Although the person before her was the most wicked person her father had ever spoken of. But he not only saved her, he also showed such responsibility. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a strange ripple stirred in her heart. Detected Xiong Yaqing's overflowing girlish heart, reward 500 beauty gold. Increased favorability towards the host detected. Please check the details at the hotel. Could you please let me down? It's a little strange to talk to you like this. Walking behind Xiong Yaqing, Gong Yunze easily untied the rope binding the emperor. Upon seeing this, Xiong Yaqing felt a pang of doubt, but she didn't dwell on it and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your help. Would you like to come back to our tribe to rest for a while? Gong Yunze waved his hand and said. No need, I have family waiting for me to get back, so I won't bother them. He seemed to suddenly remember something and continued. You can tell your family what happened truthfully. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After saying that, Gong Yunze turned to leave. Xiong Yaqing nodded, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, and suddenly called out to Gong Yunze, asking. Wait a moment. Gong Yunze turned around and looked at her with a puzzled expression. When Xiong Yaqing saw him turn around, she was overjoyed. But the words stuck in his throat, and he could only stammer. Be careful on the road. Chapter 64 Siege of the Silver Fox Clan. Seeking gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Xiong Yaqing felt a pang of panic, her fingers unconsciously twisting her clothes, her voice barely audible. Be careful on the road. Gong Yunze nodded and turned to leave. She gazed at the retreating figure that was about to disappear into the twilight, her lower lip bitten white by her teeth. The question, will we meet again, was like a scalding stone stuck in her throat, burning her tongue and preventing her from asking it. Even after that dashing figure shrank to a point in the distance, Xiong Yaqing remained standing there, mesmerized. A pebble thrown into a lake creates ripples that linger for a long time. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly, a resolute glint in her eyes, and immediately made a decision that defied her ancestors. My benefactor killed Su Shang to save me. I should bear the full responsibility for this crime. If we ever meet again. She gazed in the direction where Gong Yunza had disappeared, her voice as soft as a sigh. I must convey to him what's hidden in my heart. Only after that figure completely disappeared into the forest did Xiong Yaching leave the woods, turning back every few steps, and head towards the Black Bear clan. On the other side, when Gong Yunza returned along the original route, he happened to run into Tu Shanmeng, who was wandering around at the fork in the road. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips, and his fingertips twitched slightly. I spent 50 gold coins to exchange for a top-grade disguise pill. Xiao Bai. What are you doing here? Tu Shanming trembled with shock, turned around abruptly, and saw Tu Shanxue standing before her. Her voice trembled with guilt. Mother, weren't you in seclusion? How could you? Xiao Bai. Do you know your crime? Gong Yunza's voice suddenly turned cold, his tone sharp as ice. Tu Shanmeng lowered her head upon hearing this, her voice slightly hurried and flustered. Mother, I'm sorry, I've committed a terrible crime, I've caused you to go into seclusion. At this point, Tu Shanmeng looked at Tu Shanxue with a worried expression. Mother, did you successfully break through your cultivation barrier during your seclusion? Gong Yunza remained silent, while Tu Shanmeng grew even more anxious. Mother, have you failed your breakthrough? Are you all right? Seeing the little fox's eyes redden and tears welling up, Gong Yunza finally couldn't bear to tease it any longer. He raised his hand and brushed away the disguise from his face, revealing his original handsome features. Meng, it's me. Tu Shanmeng was taken aback at first, then reacted, lightly punching his shoulder with her small fist, and said angrily. Brother Yunza! How could you scare me like that? You're so mean. I'm sorry. Gong Yunza's eyes were filled with a smile, but his tone was full of sincerity. I won't do it again. Tu Shanmeng stole a glance at his apologetic expression, then arrogantly raised her chin. Humph. I'll forgive you this time. By the way, Gong Yunza said, his smile fading and his expression turning serious, the plan to divert trouble to the Black Wolf clan, Python clan, and Black Bear clan has succeeded. Now, we just need to sit back and watch them fight it out. Tu Shanming's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. It's done so quickly? I didn't even know the way. He was about to speak when he swallowed the words back down. Tu Shanmeng felt it was a bit embarrassing to admit she was lost, so she coughed twice and said, Ahem. As expected of Brother Yunza. If they start fighting, should Tushan provide support? Can you mobilize the army of Tushan? Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow. Of course. Tu Shanmeng puffed out her chest. I'm the future empress. Before my mother went into seclusion, she entrusted all the clan affairs to me. I underestimated you. Gong Yunza chuckled, then changed the subject. Since you can mobilize troops, why don't you have Tushan take the lead and unite with those three families to completely annihilate the Silver Fox clan? Tu Shanmeng hesitated upon hearing this. But the Silver Fox clan is, after all, a force belonging to our Fox clan. If I were to launch an attack, it would likely provoke criticism from other collateral branches. Gong Yunza smiled and said, Dead men can't talk. Tu Shanming's eyes darted around, and she suddenly clapped her hands and said, You mean Su Shang? She clapped her hands in surprise. Although I am Su Shang's fiancé, I am not his wife until we are officially married. So, the argument that Su Shang tried to force himself on me is barely tenable. Gong Yunza nodded and said, This child is teachable. At the same time, Xiong returned to the Black Bear clan and recounted the events of the first half of the day to her father, the Black Bear King Xiong Tu. Then he took the blame for Su Shang's death. Upon hearing this, Xiong Tu was initially furious, but then he seemed to have a headache and said, That Su Shang is a damned bastard. Yaqing, you were a bit impulsive. Although I am only at the 6th rank, 7th stage, the Silver Fox clan chief Supei is at the 6th rank, 8th stage. The difference in strength between a single realm can be as much as 20%. Moreover, I am a defensive type of ability, so if we really fight head-on, I'm afraid we won't gain the upper hand. Just as Xiong Tu was at a loss, a scout from the Black Bear clan rushed into Xiong Tu's palace from outside. Reporting to the Bear King. Two large armies, the Black Wolf clan and the Python clan, have been spotted gathering at the foot of the mountain and are marching rapidly towards the Silver Fox clan. Upon hearing this, Xiong-tu immediately grasped the key point. They're all heading towards the Silver Fox clan, which means that Su Shang, that Wanku, a spoiled brat, has also offended the Black Wolf and Python clans. Thinking of this, Xiong-tu made a decisive move, waving his hand with boundless pride and declaring, "The Black Bear clan army has assembled. They've set up camp 10 miles from the Silver Fox clan. I'll proceed with my next plan after I ascertain the situation. If what I say is true, the Silver Fox clan's good days are over." Yes. As soon as the order was given, the Black Bear King headed straight for the armies of the Black Wolf clan and the Python clan. The Black Wolf clan and the Python clan encountered each other during their rapid march. After discussing the matter, the Python King Baidu and the Wolf King Lan Ling hit it off immediately. The two armies instantly formed a massive army group. Soon after, the Black Bear King found the Python King Baidu and the Wolf King Lan Ling. After the Black Bear King understood the situation, the three sixth-tier demon kings from different races reached a historic consensus and cooperated. Thus, a super army composed of black wolves, giant pythons, and black bears was born. The three armies advanced unimpeded, surging towards the Silver Fox clan like a tidal wave, reaching within 10 miles of them. The Silver Fox clan scouts were terrified upon seeing this and scrambled back to the Silver Fox clan to report the news. Upon hearing this, Supa slammed his hand on the table, shattering it, and roared, "Damn it! What do those three clans mean by this? Do they want to wipe out my Silver Fox clan?" He then said to his trusted confidants, "Hurry to the mountaintop. Ask the Tushan clan for help. Once she arrives, those three idiots will naturally retreat." The confidant looked troubled. Fox King, have you forgotten that Empress Tushan is breaking through to the 7th rank?" Supa was shocked upon hearing this. "What? Of all times, at this critical juncture? It seems I have no choice but to deal with those three idiots myself." Despite saying that, Supo's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. He thought to himself, if it were just two people, that would be one thing. But these three were probably plotting this all along. Damn it! With the Tushan Queen gone, my Silver Fox clan is unlikely to withstand the siege of three clans. Supa composed himself and decided to personally go to the front lines to investigate the situation. Soon, Supa arrived at a place 50 meters away from the three races' encampment. Supa had just steadied himself when. Then he saw the Python King Baidu, the Wolf King Lan Ling, and the Black Bear King Xiong-tu walk out of the tent side by side, staring at him with piercing eyes. Supa suppressed his unease and spoke first. "What brings the three demon emperors here? I hope those who have read this far will give it a 5-star rating. This is a powerful motivation for the author to continue writing. Thank you everyone." Chapter 65: A Questioning and Retribution. Seeking small gifts and 5-star reviews. The Python King Baidu sensed the disdain hidden in Supo's greeting, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as anger surged within him. "Supa! Your good son broke into my daughter's boudoir, not only cruelly killing her but also burning her beyond recognition. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for destroying your Silver Fox clan." Wolf King Lan Ling, upon hearing this, was also filled with righteous indignation and said, "Supa! Su Shang is already engaged, yet he dared to commit such a shameful act against my Black Wolf clan princess. If the patrolling guards hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You must give my clan an explanation." Before Xiong Huang and Xiong-tu could speak, Supa frowned deeply, looking utterly bewildered, and said, "Absolutely impossible. My son Su Shang may be playful and active, but he would never commit such a heinous crime. Please wait a moment, everyone. I will bring my son here for a confrontation. There must be a huge misunderstanding here." Before he finished speaking, Supa had already transformed into a silver shadow and rushed back to the Silver Fox clan. However, his men searched the entire clan territory, but couldn't even find a trace of Su Shang's clothes. Strange. Where did Shanger go? Supa muttered to himself. "Fox King, we've searched the entire Silver Fox clan. Only the Hall of Longevity has been searched." The subordinate bowed and said, "The Hall of Longevity? Didn't I say that only fox spirits on duty are allowed to enter the Hall of Longevity?" "Yes, but the young master has always liked to hide in the Changxing Hall to sleep since he was a child. We dare not stop him." The subordinate's voice trailed off. Supa glanced at his subordinate and sighed, saying, "That's enough. I know Shanger's personality best, I don't blame you." His subordinates breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then followed Supa toward the Hall of Longevity. When Supa arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Longevity, he discovered that the fox on duty was not at his post. This infuriated Supa. Who's on duty at the Hall of Longevity this week? How dare they abandon their post? Go and execute their entire family. Fox, 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 emperor. The subordinate beside him trembled like a candle flickering in the wind. Supa frowned and turned around. Killing a few bastards, is it worth all this panic? After following me for so many years, you're still such a spineless coward. His throat bobbed, and he pointed tremblingly at Su Shan's personal fox lantern, cold sweat soaking his fur. Fox, Fox King, young master, he. What do you mean, him? Supa stamped his foot impatiently. Speak clearly. If you dare to stammer again, I'll kill you too. The subordinate swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Young master's foxfire has been extinguished. Supa's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He then looked up at Su Shan's fox lantern. Upon seeing this, Supa's mind erupted like a volcano. The foxfire that should have been burning brightly had long since died out, leaving only a wisp of smoke on the lamp base. Supa's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Who killed my beloved son? The young master is dead. How will we explain this to the three clans that are eyeing us covetously? The subordinate asked timidly. Explanation? I'll fucking explain. Shanger is dead. That's an explanation. Tell them to get as far away from me as possible. If they dare to cause any more trouble, don't blame me for fighting them to the death. When Supa returned to the front lines, the chilling aura surrounding him almost solidified into a tangible form. My son Su Shang is dead. Are you all satisfied now? If you are, then get out of here. Both the Python King Bayudu and the Wolf King Lan Ling looked puzzled upon hearing this. Bayudu sneered. Supa. You wouldn't be playing us on purpose to exonerate your son, would you? Believe it or not. I don't have time to waste words with you. My son is dead. What more do you want in return? If you still don't believe me, I'll personally lead you to my Fox Clan's Hall of Longevity for verification. Upon hearing this, the three demon emperors exchanged a smile, and Lan Ling laughed. Who cares if your son lives or dies? We're here to demand justice. Bayudu suddenly threw a token, which clattered to the ground. This token fell onto my daughter's bed. Su Shang not only defiled my daughter but also cruelly murdered her. Such behavior is intolerable. A father is to blame for his son's misdeeds. As his father, you must take responsibility for his actions. Seeing that the other two families were in such dire straits, Xiong Tu felt relieved and angrily berated Supa. That's right. Su Shang even forcibly tied my precious daughter to a tree, intending to do something immoral. If it weren't for the help of kind people, my princess's chastity would have been in danger. Supa, you are to blame. Upon hearing this, Supa felt his temples throbbing, and he wished he could smash the three faces in front of him with a single slap. But he was also well aware that he was only one minor realm stronger than the three opponents. If all three of them attack at once, I'm bound to come out worse off. With this in mind, Supa had no choice but to suppress his killing intent and compromise. All right. State your demands. As long as it's within my power, I will grant them. The three demon kings seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Lan Ling sneered. Supa. You think the three of us are here today to negotiate with you? Supa sneered upon hearing this. What else? Do you intend to kill me? Bayudu suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes full of mockery. As expected of the Silver Fox King. Congratulations on answering correctly. Upon hearing this, Supa inwardly sensed something was wrong, but outwardly remained calm and composed. Heh, you three shrimp soldiers and crab generals? I have Tu Shan backing me up. Who among you dares to touch the Silver Fox clan in the slightest? Lan Ling sneered repeatedly. Everyone knows that Empress Tu Shan is in seclusion to break through to the 7th level. You don't think you're the only one who knows, do you? Seeing that his act of feigning authority had been exposed, Supa's face immediately darkened as he said. If any of you dares to be the first to attack the Silver Fox clan, I will take him down with me. Upon hearing this, the three demon emperors immediately frowned. Everyone wants to reap the benefits, but no one wants to be the first to stick their neck out. If Supa were to fight back and devour me, wouldn't that just benefit someone else? Just as the three were deep in thought, a clear shout pierced the sky. The Tushan Fox clan has come to our aid. Upon hearing this, Supa was overjoyed and quickly looked towards the source of the voice, laughing. Little White, you've come at the right time. Let's join forces and wipe out these bastards. Seeing this, Xiong-tu couldn't help but think to himself. Although the Tushan Queen is not here to help, this battle will likely be extremely difficult. Lan Ling frowned deeply. Could it be that the Tushan Empress has emerged from seclusion? If she joins the battle, we are utterly outmatched. We're truly in a bind now. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Tu Shanmeng lead the mighty Tushan army to the rescue, and thought to himself. Damn it! Are we just going to let Qingqing's revenge go like this? Just as the three demon emperors were beginning to have second thoughts, Tu Shanmeng led her army to the three demon emperors and said, Su Shan launched a surprise attack on my palace last night. His crime is unforgivable. The Tushan Fox clan is willing to lead the attack on the Silver Fox clan. Chapter 66 Offering My Heart? Seeking gifts and 5-star reviews. Supo's joy froze instantly, as if struck by lightning, leaving him stunned on the spot. He stared at Tu Shanmeng in disbelief, his pupils suddenly contracting. Xiao Bai? You, what did you say? Tu Shanmeng's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes filled with icy anger, her voice clear yet chilling. Not only that, Su Shang is incredibly audacious. Last night he actually sneaked into the forbidden area of my Tushan clan and attempted to steal the clan's treasure, the nine-tailed demon lotus. Such a villain deserves to have his entire clan implicated. These words struck Supo's heart like a heavy hammer. He staggered back half a step, his throat tightening. Impossible, Shanger would never do such a thing. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still want to deny it? Tu Shanmeng waved her hand. A jade pendant imbued with the scent of the Silver Fox clan was tossed to Supo's feet. This is a token that fell from his person. Look for yourself. Supo looked down at the jade pendant, which was the protective item he had personally given to Su Shang, and Su Shang's faint aura still lingered on it. At that moment, he felt dizzy and disoriented. The grief over her son's death had not yet subsided when she was accused of stealing treasure, and even the only reinforcements she had become deadly weapons. Seeing this, Xiong-tu's previous intention to retreat vanished, and he patted his chest and laughed heartily. Excellent! Princess Tushan is truly righteous. My Black Bear clan is willing to fight alongside Tushan and wipe out this filthy Silver Fox clan. Lan Ling also breathed a sigh of relief, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. Black Wolf clan, advance. Today, the Silver Fox clan will pay the price. Bai Yu clenched his fists even tighter. His daughter's tragic death and Tu Shan's involvement made him fearless. The Python clan is willing to be the vanguard. We vow to wipe out the Silver Fox clan. In addition to the two mid-stage 6th-tier powerhouses brought by Tu Shanmeng, the combined aura of the 5 demon emperors instantly locked onto Supa, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze into ice. Seeing the tense situation before him, Supo's last shred of hope vanished completely. He knew that there was no turning back now, and the only option was to fight to the death. Ha ha ha! Supa suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly, his laughter filled with sorrow and determination. You want to annihilate my Silver Fox clan? Then pay with your blood. Pass down the order, prepare for war. Even if only one fox remains, we will show them the blood and guts of the Silver Fox clan. The Silver Fox soldiers knew the battle was dangerous, yet not one of them flinched. They bared their sharp claws and fangs, letting out deafening roars. Tu Shanming's eyes sharpened, and she raised her arms and shouted. Kill! In an instant, the armies of the 4 tribes collided like a tidal wave. The sounds of claws tearing flesh, bones shattering, and supernatural powers colliding intertwined to create a scene of purgatory. The silver light that Supa transformed into was like a sharp bolt of lightning, carrying endless grief and determination, rushing straight towards Tu Shanmeng. His body shone with silver light, and his cultivation at the late stage of the 6th rank exploded without reservation, tearing the air apart and emitting a piercing shriek. When Gong Yunzi, disguised as a member of the Tushan Fox clan, saw Supa charging towards Tu Shanmeng, he immediately unleashed his divine domain ability. As Supa charged forward, he suddenly felt his cultivation level plummet, with all his attributes being reduced by half. What kind of sorcery is this? How could my power be draining away so quickly? The moment Supa paused, the 5 demon emperors surrounded him. Xiong-tu laughed. Supa! Your opponents are us. Only your Silver Fox clan would do something so despicable as to attack a junior. When Supa saw that the 5 demon emperors had surrounded him, his eyes showed no fear at all, but instead flashed with a terrifying ferocity. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a chilling chuckle. 5 demon emperors attacking me alone? What a grand spectacle! Too bad you'll all die here today. The battle begins. The ghostly soldiers are summoned. Before he finished speaking, a thick black mist suddenly rose around Supa, within which countless silver fox shadows could be vaguely seen writhing and roaring. The moment those fox shadows touched the ground, they transformed into countless Silver Fox clan death soldiers wielding short blades, lunging fiercely at the 5 demon emperors. A mere trick! Xiongtu roared, slamming his fists into the ground. The ground instantly cracked open with spiderweb-like patterns, and a soaring, earthy yellow light shattered the approaching Yin soldiers. But even more ghostly soldiers emerged from the black mist, like an endless tide. Oh no! There's something wrong with this black mist. Lan Ling's voice was tinged with panic. He brandished his wolf claws, tearing apart the ghostly soldiers before him, only to see their corpses rapidly decompose in the black mist, transforming back into part of the mist itself. Supa laughed wildly within the black mist, his figure flickering like a ghost. Ha ha ha! This 10,000 foxes devouring soul formation is a killing formation that my Silver Fox clan has painstakingly crafted over 100 years. The stronger your cultivation, the more powerful this formation becomes. Today, I'll let you taste the bitterness of being devoured by your own power. A glint of greed flashed in by Yudu's eyes. If such evil arts could be used by my Python clan. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw a silver thread spreading along his arm, and wherever it passed, the power of heaven and earth within his body was rapidly dissipating. Be careful! This black mist will devour the energy of heaven and earth. Yudu exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly activating his supernatural power to resist. But the silver thread was like a stubborn sore that could not be dispelled at all. Supo's figure suddenly appeared behind Yudu, his sharp claws, carrying a biting cold wind, reaching for his back. I'll start with you, you old bastard. Go down and be buried with my son. At the critical moment, Xiongtu activated absolute defense to block a fatal blow for Yudu and forced back Supo's sneak attack. He glared angrily at Supa in the black mist. You actually used your dead clansmen to cultivate such sinister formations. Aren't you afraid they'll haunt you in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Supo's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. My Silver Fox clan has endured for 100 years, and we no longer believe in any divine will. Every fox in our clan is willing to sacrifice their heart for the Silver Fox clan. Tap tap. The authors simply couldn't hold back any longer. At the same time, Gong Yunzi suddenly sensed something was wrong. The light in his divine domain began to fluctuate violently. This black mist is encroaching on my territory. He hurriedly increased the output of the energy of heaven and earth, and the pale golden domain light collided with the black mist, emitting a sizzling burning sound. Just then, Supa suddenly let out a sharp, long howl towards the direction of the Silver Fox clan. The Silver Fox clan soldiers, who were originally fighting with the allied forces, suddenly turned around and rushed towards their own Supa formation. Oh no! He wants to sacrifice his entire clan. Lan Ling finally understood Supo's intention, and her face turned deathly pale instantly. The eyes of those Silver Fox soldiers gleamed with fanaticism. They had clearly been brainwashed by Supa and were willing to be sacrificed to him. Xiongtu slammed his fist into the ground, trying to stop the Silver Fox clan soldiers' actions. But her legs were suddenly entangled by a silver fox tail that emerged from the ground. Countless foxtails surged from the ground, like giant chains, firmly binding the 5 demon emperors. Supa stood in the center of the formation, arms outstretched, feeling the power surging into his body. His aura began to surge wildly. Ha ha ha! Feel this power. From this day forward, the entire universe will be ruled by me, Supa. Chapter 67. A last-minute request seeking a small gift and a 5-star review. Supo's body continued to expand under the impact of the force. Its silvery white fur bristled, and 6 enormous fox tails slowly sprouted from its back. With the support of the formation, the aura of the 6th Order 8th stage instantly broke through to the peak of the 6th Order, and is still climbing at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Supo's strength rapidly increasing, Tu Shanmeng said to everyone with a pale face, "We must stop him immediately. Otherwise, we will all perish here today." Before he finished speaking, the black mist surging around Supa suddenly solidified. It transformed into a six-tailed fox shadow that stretched across the heavens and earth, with ghostly blue foxfire dancing in its pupils, eerie and terrifying. He bit his right thumb and slammed it into the ground, instantly causing the entire array's patterns to glow with a scarlet light. The wails of the silver fox soldiers pierced through the black mist, condensing in mid-air into strings of blood-red runes, mournful as curses. Snap! The foxtails that bound the 5 demon emperors suddenly erupted with an extremely eerie black light. Even the Xiong too, which had deployed an absolute defense, had its proud defensive barrier shattered inch by inch in an instant. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, muttering incredulously. Wow, such powerful strength, I feel like he's already broken through to the 7th rank? The situation of Lan Tu, Bai Yudu, and the 2 elders of Tu Shan, whose defenses are relatively weak, is also not optimistic. Lan Ling's left arm was severed by the fox tail, and he screamed in agony as blood gushed out, clutching his broken limb. No need to sense it. This power has already surpassed the limit of the 6th rank. He really broke through to the 7th rank. By use one I was about to be cut in half by the fox tail. In a critical moment, it transformed into its true snake form and ruthlessly sacrificed half of its snake tail to survive. He stared at the severed tail wriggling on the ground, shaking his head bitterly. It's all over. I never expected Supa to have such an incredible trump card. We were careless. The 2 Tushan elders, whose cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Due to the vast difference in strength, it was instantly minced into a bloody pulp by the fox tail, and before it could even scream, it turned into dust and scattered. Seeing that his opponents, who had previously provoked him with their superior numbers, were all severely injured, a bloodthirsty pleasure surged within Supa, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of ants. Who else can stop me? Supo's laughter shook the valley, and the 6 foxtails in the void, carrying a world-destroying force, crashed down on Tu Shanmeng. How dare you betray me? Today I'll make you witness the destruction of Tushan. Tu Shanmeng looked at her dying clansman beside her, and for the first time, despair appeared in her eyes. The 7th tier barrier was like an insurmountable chasm, and the power that Supa gained by sacrificing the entire clan was something they simply could not contend with. Seeing that Supo's attack was aimed directly at Tu Shanmeng, Gong Yunzi suddenly grabbed her wrist and activated the top-grade space teleportation scroll. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures appeared several miles away. Tu Shanmeng felt the warmth of his palm, and was both surprised and delighted. If it weren't for Brother Yunzi, I'd probably be reporting to Fox Star by now. Tu Shanmeng's gratitude towards the host has been detected. 500 beauty gold coins awarded. Supo's attack missed its mark, a moment of surprise flashing in his eyes, before he locked onto Tu Shanmeng's location again and grinned maliciously. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge. Before he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a black shadow, and in just 10 breaths he caught up with Tu Shanmeng. Xiao Bai, do you know how heartbroken Shanger was when you rejected his marriage proposal? A twisted obsession flashed in Supo's eyes. Now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you marry Shanger, I'll let you go. How about it? Tu Shanmeng refused without the slightest hesitation. Su Shang is a complete and utter scumbag. I could never marry him. I'd never even consider a ghost marriage with him. Even if my soul is scattered to the winds, he will never hold the slightest place in my heart. You're courting death. Having his sore spot touched, Supo's rage instantly consumed his reason. Since that's how it is, then die. The void once again coalesced into a sky-covering fox tail, which slammed down fiercely towards the 2 of them. Gong Yunzi decisively used another spatial scroll to escape, but Supo's relentless pursuit quickly exhausted all the scrolls. When Gong Yunzi tried to redeem his items from the beauty shop, he discovered that he had already used up all his purchase attempts. The fox tail, carrying an aura of destruction, pressed down on them. Tu Shanmeng shouted urgently. Brother Yunzi, teleport me quickly. We've run out of teleportation scrolls. Gong Yunzi's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanmeng felt utterly devastated. Even though Supa had not reached the 7th level, she would still die today. She stopped struggling and simply nestled tightly in Gong Yunzi's arms, her clothes soaked with tears. Brother Yunzi. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Don't say that. Gong Yunzi gently stroked her long hair. This whole thing started because of me. If I hadn't killed Su Shang, it wouldn't have come to this. Brother Yunzi, Tu Shanmeng raised her tearful eyes, her voice filled with a final hope. Before I die, Meng Meng wants to make a request. Can you grant it to me? Just, let me be happy for a moment. Gong Yun's eyes sharpened, and he waved his hand, saying, Meng, don't say discouraging things. I still have a way. He was about to open the beauty shop to exchange for items when he found that the system was completely unresponsive, as if it had crashed. Damn system! It failed me at the crucial moment. Gong Yunza cursed inwardly. It's over. This time we're really in deep trouble. Seeing that there was no way to reverse the situation, Gong Yunza asked in return. Meng, what was your request before? I'll grant it. A brilliant light flashed in Tu Shanming's eyes. Meng has always wanted to be your bride. Can you call me wife? Looking into her tearful eyes, Gong Yunza's heart softened. Since I'm already a dying man, why should I betray her feelings? He gently stroked Tu Shanming's cheek and softly called out. My wife. Tu Shanming burst into tears instantly. She had heard those two words countless times in her dreams. The words that came out of his mouth at that moment were more moving than any heavenly music. She hugged Gong Yunza tightly, a smile of contentment spreading across her face. Gong Yunza's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape, but he couldn't find a solution. He could only drag Tu Shanming along as they desperately fled, but the foxtail blotted out the sky, and no matter how fast they went, they could not escape its reach. Just as the foxtail was about to crush the two of them, a female voice filled with boundless majesty suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. How arrogant! You dare to touch my daughter? From the depths of the forbidden land of Tushan, a golden light, more intense than the sun, shot into the sky. That was the sacred temple where the Tushan queen was in seclusion. At this moment, all the glazed tiles on the roof of the temple collapsed, and Tushan Shui, wearing a crimson robe, stepped into the air. She gently raised her jade-like hand, and a spatial rift hundreds of meters long swallowed the black foxtail that crashed down like a mountain. Su Po's maniacal laughter froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible! How could you break through to the 7th rank so quickly? You shallow-rooted clown, Tu Shanshua's voice was as cold as ice, you can die now. Chapter 68 Mutual Destruction? Seeking Gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Before she could finish speaking, Tu Shanshua lightly waved her vermilion sleeve. The spatial rift that had devoured the foxtail suddenly expanded, like a giant beast pouncing on Su Pa. The air was torn apart by a piercing shriek that made one's eardrums ache, and even the surrounding light was distorted into eerie arcs by the cracks. Su Po's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints, and the terrifying pressure from the crack, capable of annihilating everything, pressed down like Mount Tai. That was the true power of a 7th-tier expert, pure and refined, far superior to the superficial power he had generated by sacrificing his clansmen. He roared and channeled all the energy in his body, causing the 6 foxtails on his back to grow several times larger. The jet-black hair stood on end, transforming into 6 pitch-black demonic pillars, attempting to resist the spatial rift's devouring power. Boom! The moment the demon pillar collided with the crack, a thunderous roar seemed to resound throughout the world. The black demon pillar shattered into pieces like fragile glass, with countless black fragments being torn to dust by the cracks. Supa himself was so shocked that he staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, which instantly soaked through his clothes. No! I'm not reconciled. Supa seemed to have gone mad. He suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with azure foxfire. I sacrificed my entire clan for this power, how could I possibly lose to you like this? He formed a hand seal, and the array beneath him, already covered in blood-red runes, once again glowed with a blinding red light. The runes of the Silver Fox Clan soldiers that had been suspended in mid-air began to wail and crawl toward his body as if they were alive. With each rune incorporated, Su Po's aura surged by 1 point. But his skin shrank at a visible rate, and his originally silvery white hair began to turn yellow. Using remnant souls as a guide, and blood and bones as a sacrifice demon-god transformation. With a shrill roar, Su Po's body swelled up once more. Its head was twisted and deformed, with 3 vertical pupils growing out of its eyes, and fangs protruding from its mouth. The black mist swirling around its body transformed into faces struggling in pain, making it look extremely ferocious. At this moment, his aura actually briefly approached the 2nd stage of the 7th rank. That power was filled with destruction and violence, as if it could explode at any moment. Tu Shanshua frowned slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. You dare to call yourself a demon god after forcibly increasing your power with the remnants of your clan souls? The pride of the ancient demon race's bloodline has been tarnished by you. Today, I will cleanse the house on behalf of our ancestors. She brought her jade-like fingers together and made a sweeping motion in the air, and a golden fox shadow appeared behind her. The fox shadow had only one tail, but it was more solid than Supo's 6 tails. Its golden fur flowed with a sacred luster, and as its eyes opened and closed, there were phantom images of the sun, moon, and stars rotating. Tushan's extraordinary techniques. Heavenly fox devouring demon. The golden fox shadow let out a clear cry, instantly traversing space and opening its huge mouth to bite Supa. The black faces surrounding Supa melted away as quickly as ice and snow meeting the sun upon encountering the golden fox shadow, and the surging aura emanating from Supa plummeted as well. Ah! Supa let out a heart-wrenching scream. He could feel the borrowed power within him being frantically devoured by the golden fox shadow. Even the demon core was trembling violently in his chest cavity, as if it was about to be torn out of his body at any moment. Gong Yunza carried Tu Shanmeng to a distance and looked at the one-sided battle in the arena, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Tu Shanmeng nestled in his arms, gazing at her mother's retreating figure, tears glistening in her eyes. The Empress Dowager, she has truly broken through. Gong Yunza gently stroked her head, but in his mind he was thinking about the system's abnormality. The system's sudden failure at the critical moment of life and death was no accident. Just then, a resolute glint flashed in Supo's eyes. He suddenly looked at Gong Yunza and Tu Shanmeng, his 3 vertical pupils flashing with venomous light. Even if I die, I'll take you all with me. He deliberately detonated the remaining energy of heaven and earth within his body, and a huge black energy ball condensed in front of his chest, causing the surrounding space to collapse slightly under the pressure of this self-destruction. Tu Shanshue's expression changed. Not good. She tried to rush over to stop him, but the golden fox light bound Supo's broken body and she was also restrained by him, making it difficult for her to break free for a while. At the critical moment, Gong Yunza had no choice but to re-establish a connection with the system in his mind. Although the system interface remained grayed out, he subconsciously recited in his mind. System. Exchange for an item that can withstand Supo's self-destruction. However, the system did not respond to him at all. At the same time, Supo's self-destruction was about to engulf Gong Yunza and the other person. Just as Gong Yunza was filled with despair, a system notification suddenly rang out. Detection indicates that the host's affinity with Tu Shanmeng has exceeded the upper limit, achieving the life and death bond achievement. A matching item has been found for the host in the store. Beauty's Guardian can withstand 1 attack from any opponent. Price, 2,500 beauty gold. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 2,500 beauty gold for Beauty Guardian. Effective immediately. The moment the item was successfully redeemed, a pale pink light curtain instantly enveloped Gong Yunza and Tu Shanmeng. Boom! Supo's self-destruction exploded behind him, and the terrifying shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust, flattening several feet of the entire valley. When the smoke and dust cleared, the golden fox shadow had vanished, and Supo's figure was completely annihilated at the center of the explosion, leaving only a charred mess. Tu Shanshue landed solemnly in front of Gong Yunza and the other person. Looking at the intact pink light screen, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then her gaze softened slightly as she looked at Gong Yunza. Have we met before? Gong Yunza nodded, about to speak, when he saw Tu Shanshue raise her hand and press it against his brow. A gentle force surged in, instantly healing the injuries he sustained while fleeing. Thank you, Your Majesty. New concubine detected, Empress Tushan. Please check her favorability rating. Tu Shanshue didn't look at him, but instead pulled Tu Shanmeng up and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Silly child, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Tu Shanmeng threw herself into the arms of the Tushan queen, choking back tears. Mother, I thought I would never see you again. With your mother around, no one can hurt you. Tu Shanshue patted her back, then turned her gaze to the direction of the Tushan clan and several demon emperors in the distance. Please return, everyone. I need to attend to matters concerning my clan first. I will invite you all to the clan for a chat another day. Gong Yunza watched the mother and daughter embrace, then glanced at the system interface that had returned to normal, and sighed inwardly. So this is the world of the strong. A 7th-tier expert can move mountains and fill seas with the mere flick of their wrist. It seems I need to hurry up and cultivate. In the distance, the surviving Xiong Tu and the others looked at Tu Shanshue's back with expressions of awe. Just after the 3 demon emperors left, Tu Shanshue's usually icy face suddenly contorted with extreme pain. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from Tu Shanshue's mouth. Upon seeing this, Tu Shanming's heart clenched suddenly, and she cried out in alarm. Mother! What's wrong? Chapter 69. A familiar feeling? Seeking gifts and a 5-star review. Tu Shanxue forced herself to stand and waved her hand, saying, I'm fine, it's just a minor side effect of forcibly breaking through to the 7th rank. After saying that, Tu Shanxue spat out another mouthful of blood. Gong Yunza's heart tightened, and he subconsciously took a step forward. The divine power that Tu Shanxue displayed when fighting Supa was still fresh in my mind. At this moment, the 7th-tier Empress was so weak that she could barely stand. No matter how much he wiped, the blood that kept flowing from the corner of his lips could not be stopped. Your Majesty! Gong Yunza's voice was slightly deep as his gaze swept over Tu Shanxue's pale face, and he thought to himself. Forcing a breakthrough already damages one's foundation, and then he took the hit of Supo's self-destruction. How can this be explained by any side effect? Tu Shanming was already sobbing uncontrollably, clutching Tu Shanxue's sleeve tightly, her tears soaking the blood-stained hem of her clothes. Mother! Don't lie to me. I can feel your presence fading away. She placed her small hand on Tu Shanxue's back and could clearly feel that the originally vast and powerful energy of heaven and earth was becoming disordered, like a candle flame about to be extinguished. Tu Shanxue took a breath, raised her hand to press on her daughter's shoulder, and her gaze fell on Gong Yunza. Those eyes, which had once reflected the sun, moon, and stars, were now misty, yet still held a hint of scrutiny. You. Before he could finish speaking, a metallic taste rose in his throat again. She suddenly turned her head and spat out another mouthful of blood onto the bluestone ground, splashing up tiny blood flowers. The system interface flashed through Gong Yunza's mind instantly. He focused his mind and summoned the system. System. Detect Tu Shanxue's injuries. Ding. Target detected, Tu Shanxue Tier 7, Stage 1. Status, damaged origin forcibly tearing the realm barrier when breaking through to the 7th level, damaging the 9-tailed celestial fox's origin, internal organ tremors caused by the shockwave of Supo's self-destruction, chaotic spiritual energy backlash from the celestial fox devouring demon secret technique. Comprehensive diagnosis, critical. Without timely treatment, the source energy will completely dissipate within 3 days, causing a drop to the 6th rank, or even death. Gong Yunza's pupils suddenly contracted, and he thought to himself. It's gotten that serious? He looked at Tu Shanxue and saw that she was struggling to suppress her injuries by circulating the energy of heaven and earth, with fine beads of cold sweat seeping from her forehead. The illusory fox tail, which was originally shimmering with golden light, appeared and disappeared behind her, but it couldn't even solidify. Gong Yunza originally didn't want to save the Tushan queen, the fox demon who had almost killed him. But considering that she had saved him twice along the way, and out of respect for Tu Shanming, Gong Yunza asked in a deep voice in his mind. System, is there any way to save her? Ding. Exchangeable item detected, 9-turn spirit concentrating pill, which can temporarily stabilize one's origin, requires 1000 beauty gold. And Tu Shanxue's favorability has reached 30. Current Tu Shanxue's favorability, 25 points plus 20 due to protecting Tu Shanming, plus 5 due to facing Supa. System notification, insufficient affinity points, unable to redeem. 5 points short? Gong Yunza's heart sank, and his gaze turned to Tu Shanxue. Although the Empress had some approval of him, she was far from trusting him. How could he improve her favorability in a short period of time? Brother Yunza. Tu Shanming looked at him with teary eyes, her little hands tightly gripping his sleeve. You must have a way, right? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxue's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at Gong Yunza with a more probing gaze. She naturally remembered that pink light screen. It was definitely not a spell from any demon or human race. That pure protective power felt unfamiliar even to her. Gong Yunza took a deep breath and looked directly at Tu Shanxue. Your Majesty, I may be able to temporarily alleviate your injuries, but I need you to trust me this once. Tu Shanxue remained silent for a moment, the intense pain causing her vision to blur. She could feel her essence being stripped away little by little. If it was delayed any longer, she feared her soul would be scattered. She nodded slowly, her voice weak but clear. What are you up to? I'd like to borrow a drop of your essence, Gong Yunza said. My abilities require a medium dot. Tu Shanxue frowned. The essence blood was related to the origin of demon cultivators. How could she give it away so easily? But seeing that Gong Yunza's eyes were open and honest, and then glancing at his daughter in his arms who was crying her eyes out. With nowhere else to turn, Tu Shanxue finally gritted her teeth and bit her fingertip, from which a drop of blood with a pale golden luster floated out. Gong Yunze reached out and took it. The moment the drop of blood touched his palm, a system notification rang out. Ding! Obtained Tu Shan Shue's original essence blood, triggering temporary privileges. Tu Shan Shue's favorability +5 due to trust delivery, current favorability 30 points. Meets the redemption requirements. Would you like to redeem the 9-turn spirit condensation pill? Exchange. Gong Yunze said without hesitation. In an instant, a pure white pill with a faint pomelo fragrance appeared in Gong Yunze's hand. After the exchange was successful, he stepped forward and held the pill to Tu Shanxue's lips. Taking it will stabilize your original state. Tu Shanxue glanced at the pill, then looked at Gong Yunze with deep eyes, before finally opening her mouth and swallowing it. The pill melted instantly upon entering the throat, and a warm, nourishing spiritual energy flowed down the throat into the dantian. The previously chaotic spiritual energy actually calmed down a bit, and the tearing pain was also greatly reduced. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Gong Yunze softened considerably. This elixir has amazing effects and is no ordinary medicine. Just some unorthodox methods, Gong Yunze said vaguely, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that her mother's expression had softened slightly, Tu Shanmeng looked up at her with concern and said, "Mother, are you feeling better?" "Mum." Tu Shanxue gently stroked her daughter's head, then turned her gaze to Gong Yunze. "Tu Shan will remember your kindness. However, this elixir can only treat the symptoms. Completely restoring one's original essence is no easy task." At this moment, Tu Shanxue was able to see Gong Yunze's appearance up close. She suddenly recalled what had happened at the Shao family's house, and her face froze. How could it be him? Shouldn't he have died in the Shao family long ago? Chapter 70 Shouting. Injuries relapse. Requesting gifts. 5-star review. Looking at Gong Yunze in front of her, Tu Shanxue sighed softly in her heart. That day I deliberately tried to kill him, but not only did he appear before me unharmed, he also saved Mingming's life. Perhaps this is just fate playing tricks on us. She turned to look at Tu Shanmeng, her tone tinged with melancholy. Meng is such a lucky girl. She met the right person the first time she fell in love, much better than me back then. Thinking of this, Tu Shanxue's usually cold voice softened slightly as she asked, "What is your family background?" Although puzzled, Gong Yunze still answered, "I come from an ordinary family." Tu Shanxue frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Are there any 6th-tier experts among the elders of the clan?" Gong Yunze shook his head. "Never before has it." "What about the 5th rank?" Tu Shanxue frowned even more deeply. Gong Yunze shook his head again. "No, not at all. You have nothing. Your elders are all ordinary people. So what do you have to offer to marry my precious daughter?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Tu Shanling's eyes lit up. She silently gave Tu Shanxue a big thumbs up in her heart. "Mother! Well done. However, if it's to marry brother Yunze, we might as well contribute some rare treasures." Gong Yunze was taken aback upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Hey! When did I say I wanted to marry your daughter?" But on the surface, Gong Yunze respectfully said, "I already have a wife, Your Majesty, please don't tease me." Tu Shanxue raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and scoffed. "So what if you have a wife? Which of you human powerhouses doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines and countless children in order to produce peerless geniuses? Why are you the only one who's different?" Gong Yunze was speechless upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Are all human powerhouses this open-minded? I've never heard of such a thing before." He then responded politely, "Your Majesty, I am just an ordinary person and dare not hope to marry the princess. Besides, I already have a wife, and I would never allow the princess to be a concubine." Seeing this, Tu Shanmeng cried out in her heart in desperation, "Brother Yunze! I don't mind. I'll be your concubine. Mother, please agree. My lifelong happiness depends on you." Tu Shanxue Jian Gong Yunze rambled on and on, seemingly having no intention of marrying Tu Shanmeng at all. Thinking of this, Tu Shanxue's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and she thought to herself, "That's fine then. I was just afraid you would have designs on my precious princess. It seems I was just being presumptuous. But this also shows that he is not a promiscuous person." Thinking of this, Tu Shanxue nodded secretly. detected that Tu Shanshue's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. Alright, it seems I misunderstood. In that case, I'll send you a batch of gifts. Just as Gong Yunze was wondering, Tu Shanshue gently clapped her hands. Please invite everyone up. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 fox soldiers arrived before Gong Yunze, accompanied by 2 women and a man. Gong Yunze was taken aback when he saw the person who had arrived. The 3 people in front of them were none other than. It was Xiao Rongyu, Yang Yujie, and Yang Tianjie who entered the secret realm with Gong Yunze. The moment Xiao Rongyu saw Gong Yunze, she immediately ran and threw herself into his arms, pouting sweetly. Yunze! I'm so glad you're alright. Yes. I'm sorry to have worried you. Yang Yujie watched Xiao Rongyu snuggling in Gong Yunze's arms, and a pang of sadness welled up in her heart. Sigh, if only I had met Yunze sooner. Seeing this, Tu Shanmeng also looked on with envy. Even Tu Shanshue's heart was inexplicably stirred by a strange ripple. The joy of the beautiful Xiaorong fish has been detected. A reward of 500 beauty gold has been given. Tu Shanmeng and Yang Yujie's envy was detected. 1,000 beauty gold coins awarded. A trace of Tu Shanshue's longing for love has been detected. A reward of 1,500 beauty gold has been given. Gong Yunze was completely bewildered as he stared at the series of system notifications. The others are fine, but what's wrong with the Tushan Empress? Has the iron tree blossomed or something? Before he could think it through, Yang Tianjie suddenly pointed at him and shouted angrily. Gong Yunze! You actually colluded with the demon race. You're finished. After we get out, I will definitely report your despicable deeds to my father. Gong Yunze looked at Yang Tianjie with an expression as if he were looking at someone with a mental disability, inwardly speechless. This Yang Erlangzi, does he still not understand the situation, shouting like this on someone else's home turf? He's probably tired of living. However, just as Gong Yunze had predicted. Seeing that Yang Tianjie dared to act so presumptuously in front of her, Tu Shanshue immediately turned to look at Gong Yunze and said, Is this your friend? Gong Yunze shook his head decisively, no. Tu Shanshue nodded, and with a simple grab from a distance, an invisible force gripped Yang Tianjie's throat, lifting him abruptly into the air. Yang Yujie was shocked to see this and quickly begged for mercy from the Tushan queen. Senior, my younger brother is ignorant and did not mean to offend you. Please be magnanimous and let him off the hook. Tu Shanshue saw Yang Yujie pleading for Yang Tianjie, but remained unmoved, coldly saying, he insulted someone he shouldn't have. Even with his throat being choked, Yang Tianjie still shouted arrogantly, his face flushed red. Humph. You vixen. You dare try killing me? I am a member of the Yang family of the capital. If you dare kill me, you will be making an enemy of the Yang family of the capital. My uncle is a 6th-level alien emperor. Crushing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. Now release me at once. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanshue sneered, shoved Yang Tianjie to the ground, and said disdainfully, 6th rank? You dare call yourself a strong man in front of me? Back when I was at the 6th rank, I was virtually unbeatable among my peers. Now that I've reached the 7th rank, I'd like to see how your uncle crushes me. Upon hearing Tu Shanshue's words, Yang Tianjie's pupils shrank, his face drained of color, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. What? 7th rank? How is that possible? Even in the Dragon Kingdom, there are only a handful of 7th rank experts. How could you possibly be a 7th rank expert? If you don't believe me, let your uncle try it. I guarantee he'll die a quick and painless death. Yang Tianjie was so frightened that he instinctively braced himself on the ground and took 2 steps back. Seeing his cowardly and afraid to die appearance, Tu Shanshue put further pressure on him. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. But if you dare to gossip after you leave, I won't mind going to meet your proud uncle. Seeing that Yang Tianjie wanted to say something more, Yang Yujie quickly covered his mouth and answered for him. Lord of the demon sect, we promise you that we will never dare to speak recklessly after we get out. Please spare my brother and sister. Tu Shanshue did not answer. She slightly raised her jade-like hand, and a spatial rift appeared in front of the 2 siblings. This is a spatial rift leading to where you came from. You 2 can leave now. Seeing this, Yang Yujie dared not delay any longer. He hurriedly half-dragged, half-pulled Yang Tianjie, who was slumped on the ground, and walked into the crack without looking back. Yang Tianjie seemed to suddenly regain his voice only after being dragged out of the secret realm. But he only dared to let out a few suppressed sobs, and dared not be arrogant in the slightest. The intimidation of a 7th-tier expert was like a bucket of ice water, chilling all his arrogance to the bone. Seeing the two leave, Tu Shanxue turned her gaze to Xiao Rongyu. Seeing that although her face was streaked with tears, it could not hide her delicate and gentle beauty, and that there was a kind of tenacity between her brows similar to that of Gong Yunze, he couldn't help but nod in approval. You are a beautiful girl, a good match for him. Xiao Rongyu blushed instantly when she was called out by the powerful Fox Queen. She subconsciously shrank behind Gong Yunze, but hugged his arm even tighter. Gong Yunze felt a warmth in his heart as he sensed the dependence of the person in his arms. Just as he was about to say something more to express his gratitude, he saw Tu Shanxue take a delicate fox fur sachet from her waist and casually toss it over to him. Here are some rare herbs and 1st and 2nd tier energy crystals that you can use. Consider this my thank you for saving Meng Meng. No sooner had she finished speaking than Tu Shanxue coughed up blood again, her face turning deathly pale. System. What's going on? Red Beauty Tushan Snow's injuries have relapsed and worsened. Immediate treatment is required. Otherwise, she will die within 1 hour. Chapter 71 The Source Crossing Technique? Seeking Gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Tu Shanmeng felt a sudden pang in her heart as she watched the blood continuously flowing from Tu Shanshue's lips. Mother! Tu Shanmeng cried anxiously, throwing herself onto Tu Shanshue's lap. Don't scare me! Xiao Rongyu also gripped Gong Yunze's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. How did she get so badly injured? Yunze, when the Silver Fox clan surrounded me before, it was the Empress who saved me. Why don't we go out and call father and the others for help? Gong Yunze shook his head, his tone resolute. This is too risky. Even if she saved you, it's a pipe dream for old Deng, a general of the Dragon Kingdom, to help a demon. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom's foundation, he would only want to get rid of the seriously injured Tu Shanxue as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu felt a chill run down her spine, realizing just how dangerous her previous thoughts had been. Worry deepened as she frowned. Then we'll just have to watch her. Gong Yunze took a deep breath and suddenly squatted down to grab Tu Shanshue's wrist. Her skin was cool as jade, and her pulse was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, which made his heart tighten. What are you doing? Tu Shanxue frowned, trying to pull her hand back, but she barely had the strength left. She could only let his warm palms wrap around her wrists, and that warmth quietly crept up her veins. Don't move, I'm trying to save you. Tu Shanxue looked surprised upon hearing this. Perhaps because the pills had temporarily stabilized her injuries, she surprisingly did not refuse Gong Yunze's advances. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead 100 or 80 times by now. System, is there any way to stabilize her injuries immediately? Gong Yunze asked in his mind. A matching item has been found in the shop. The Essence Crossing Technique. Price, 3,000 beauty gold. Crossing Source Technique can temporarily borrow one's own original vital energy to prolong Tu Shanshue's life, but requires direct contact and will trigger a strong energy resonance. Zero distance entry? What does that mean? System, please explain. Gong Yunze wondered. We're all adults, why keep asking about this? Gong Yunze was speechless, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily twice as he looked at Tu Shanshue's pale lips. It was still stained with undried blood, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, exuding a broken beauty. Is it really necessary? Gong Yunze asked the system in a low voice. Host, the situation is urgent. Tu Shanshue's life force is rapidly fading. Every second that is delayed decreases her chances of survival at an alarming rate. The system's mechanical voice had a rare hint of urgency. Having thought this through, Gong Yunze no longer hesitated. I can't worry about anything else. System, redeem it for me. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging 3,000 beauty gold for the Origin Crossing Technique. Gong Yunze looked up at Tu Shanxue, his gaze intense. Your Majesty, I have a way to heal you. But I need a place where there will be absolutely no outsiders to disturb me. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanshue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, but feeling her life force rapidly fading away, she had no choice but to trust Gong Yunze one more time. With a flick of her sleeve, the surrounding scene transformed into a magnificently decorated palace. This is my palace, there are no outsiders here. Her voice was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Do it. Gong Yunze nodded upon hearing this. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry. Before Tu Shanxue could react, he had already bent down and slowly removed her clothes. He gently pressed his left hand against her back, while his right hand remained on her wrist. The moment their palms touched, Tu Shanxue froze, and the tips of her fox ears turned red uncontrollably. "You." She was about to rebuke him when she was interrupted by a warm, gentle current. Gong Yunza circulated his original qi and blood, which flowed into her body through his palm. Like melting snow in early spring, it soothed her frozen meridians, and the tearing pain was indeed relieved a little. "Bear with it." Gong Yunza's voice was right next to my ear, with a slight panting in it. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The loss of his vital energy had taken a heavy toll on him. But seeing her pale face gradually regain some color, I felt inexplicably relieved. Tu Shanxue could clearly sense his presence, mixed with a faint fragrance of grass and trees, which was nothing like the greasy human men she remembered. His palms were warm, and the pressure on her back was steady. Wherever that warm current passed, the original wound that even she herself was helpless against was actually slowly healing. Ugh! She couldn't help but groan. The energy resonance suddenly intensified, and her meridians felt as if they had been gently stung. She instinctively shrank back, but Gong Yunza gently pulled her back by pressing his hand on her back. "Don't move around, just cooperate with me, it'll be over soon." His fingertips brushed against the skin on the side of her neck, like a feather brushing against her heart, making her eyelashes tremble with a ticklish sensation. Gong Yunza's forehead touched the top of Tu Shanxue's hair, their breaths mingling, and a strange ambiguity filled the palace. Tu Shanxue's foxtail had quietly wrapped around Gong Yunza's waist, as if it were craving that rare warmth. An hour later, Gong Yunza abruptly withdrew his hand, staggered back half a step, and turned pale. Tu Shanxue was able to sit up straight. The blood on her lips had congealed, and although she was still weak, she was clearly no longer in a state of near death. She looked at Gong Yunza, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. The close contact just now, the touch of his warm breath brushing against her ear, and the vibrant warmth from his palm, all stirred ripples in her heart like never before. Gong Yunza waved his hand, panting, and laughed. "It seems, you are out of danger." Tu Shanxue suddenly raised her hand and gently touched his sweaty forehead with her fingertips. The movement was extremely light, like a petal falling, yet it startled both of them at the same time. "You've suffered a great loss." Her voice was low and hoarse, filled with concern she herself didn't realize. "Why did you save me?" "We're not related, or even she had even been hostile towards him before." Gong Yunza looked into her eyes, which were so close to his own. Those clear, cold eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of moisture, making them appear somewhat soft. He smiled and said, "Meng Meng can't live without her mother, and..." He paused. "I don't want to see you die." A strong dependence and emotional connection to the host has been detected in Tu Shanxue. Her favorability rating has increased to 90. The host has met the conditions for fusing with Tu Shanxue's abilities. Tu Shanxue abruptly withdrew her hand, her ears flushing red. She turned her face away and gave a soft hum, her tone much gentler. "Smooth-tongued. I'll take note." Looking at her flushed ears, Gong Yunza suddenly felt that the energy and blood he had just lost seemed worth it. Tu Shanxue took out a token from her storage ring, and the token was filled with strong spatial power. "This is my Fox Clan's teleportation token. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can use this token to teleport directly to Tushan. Remember, this token's teleportation function can only be used once. Thank you. Is this a token between us?" Gong Yunza asked jokingly. Tu Shanxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded almost imperceptibly, her voice barely audible. Chapter 72: A Parting Kiss. Seeking gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Holding the warm token, Gong Yunza felt a strange warmth welling up in his heart. He lowered his head to examine it closely, and saw that the token was carved from lustrous and translucent jade. As you turn it over, 3 elegant characters suddenly come into view: Tushan Shui, Tushan Snow. "This is your Majesty's personal token?" Gong Yunza looked up, his voice still filled with undisguised shock. Tu Shanxue's eyes sparkled, carrying a hint of coquettishness. "Just call me Shuer in private from now on. Keep the token safe and don't lose it." Just as he was about to say something more, Tu Shanming's tearful cry suddenly came from outside the palace. "Mother! Brother Yunza! Are you inside?" Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxue quickly straightened her clothes, and her previously reddish fox ears instantly returned to normal. But the lingering tenderness in her eyes betrayed her earlier loss of composure, and she raised her voice. "Come in. The palace door was gently pushed open, and Tu Shanmeng and Xiao Rongyu walked in together. Tu Shanmeng immediately saw Tu Shanxue sitting on the bed, her face still pale but no longer in mortal danger, and burst into tears of joy. "Mother! I'm so glad you're all right." She ran to the bedside and hugged Tu Shanxue's arm tightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Gong Yunze, whose lips were pale, and tilted her head to ask, "Brother Yunze, why do you look so pale? Are you exhausted?" Gong Yunze subconsciously touched his nose and laughed awkwardly. I did feel quite drained just now." Tu Shanmeng smiled and said gratefully, "Brother Yunze, thank you for saving Mother again. You look so tired, let me take you to rest." Xiao Rongyu waved her hand upon hearing this and said, "Our family is still waiting for us, so we won't bother them any longer." "Yes. We really should go, otherwise old Deng will worry about us," Gong Yunze agreed. Tu Shanmeng was somewhat disappointed, but she still agreed. "All right, come with me. The spatial rift that Mother opened earlier has not yet closed. I will take you there now." Gong Yunze bid farewell to Tu Shanxue, saying, "Your Majesty, I'm leaving. Please take good care of yourself." "I will," Tu Shanxue smiled faintly, "come visit Tu Shan often when you have time." With that, she flicked her fingertips, and a roll of sheepskin map flew past like a bird, landing steadily in Gong Yunze's hand. "This is a map of the sacred land of Tushan. Follow the directions on it to find the way to Tushan." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanming's eyes widened in shock, her heart filled with a storm of emotions. "Even I don't have a map of the Tushan Holy Land. My mother actually gave it to Brother Yunze. Could it be that the Empress has already agreed to my marriage with Brother Yunze?" Thinking of this, Tu Shanmeng looked at Tu Shanxue with excitement and gratitude, saying, "Mother! I knew you were the best to Meng Meng." At this time, Tu Shanxue had recovered 60% of her injuries and could walk normally, but Tu Shanmeng still advised her to rest well. But she insisted on seeing Gong Yunze and the other person off. Tu Shanmeng couldn't refuse, so she and her mother went together to the entrance of the spatial rift. After bidding farewell to Tu Shan and her daughter, Xiao Rongyu was the first to step into the crevice. Gong Yunze was about to follow when Tu Shanmeng suddenly grabbed his wrist. Immediately, Gong Yunze's lips covered Tu Shanmeng's warm lips. Gong Yunze froze, as if he had been frozen in place, his mind going completely blank. Tu Shanmeng's lips had a sweet, youthful quality, like a candied fruit just picked from a branch, so soft that he dared not move an inch. In a short while, Tu Shanmeng retreated abruptly like a startled rabbit. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed, and even the roots of her ears were tinged with a bright pink. She pursed her pink lips, her eyes darting away, avoiding Gong Yunze's gaze, her voice barely audible. "Brother Yunze, this is my gift of gratitude. Thank you for saving Mother." Gong Yunze raised his hand to his lips, his fingertips still seeming to retain that warm touch. He moved his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Tu Shanxue, who had been watching closely, had a complex smile flash across her eyes. She coughed lightly to break the awkward silence. "Meng Meng, don't be rude." Although the words were a reprimand, the tone was full of indulgence. Upon hearing her mother's words, Tu Shanmeng lowered her head even further, like a sunflower wilted by frost. Gong Yunze then came to his senses, cleared his throat, and his voice was slightly hoarse. I understand, thank you." He really didn't know how to respond, so he could only turn around and walk quickly toward the spatial rift, saying, "Then I'm leaving." "Brother Yunze, you must come again." Tu Shanmeng shouted, looking at his retreating figure. Gong Yunze paused, raised his hand and waved in agreement, then stepped into the shimmering crack. Inside the crack, light and shadow were distorted, and the whistling wind sounded in my ears, like countless tiny grains of sand brushing against them. Gong Yunze composed himself and soon spotted Xiao Rongyu's figure not far ahead. He quickly quickened his pace to catch up. "What just happened?" Xiao Rongyu noticed him approaching, turned her head and asked, her gaze lingering for a moment on his slightly reddened earlobe. Gong Yunze's face flushed, and he mumbled. "Meng Meng said something to me." Xiao Rongyu raised an eyebrow, but didn't press further. Instead, a knowing smile appeared on her lips. Outside the crack, Tu Shanmeng watched the gradually closing trace of light. Her hand was still in the same position as when she was pulling Gong Yunze, and the touch of his clothes seemed to linger on her fingertips. "Are you satisfied now?" Tu Shanxue stepped forward and gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Tu Shanmeng suddenly threw herself into her mother's arms, her voice trembling with tears. "Mother, I can't bear to leave. I want to go on adventures with brother Yunza. I want to laugh with him, cry with him, and experience things I've never experienced before. Once you reach the 5th level of cultivation, your mother will naturally let you go out to gain experience, but now is not the time. Tu Shanxue smiled and ruffled her hair, her gaze fixed on the direction where the spatial rift had disappeared, the tenderness in her eyes gradually settling into deep contemplation. The light and shadow within the spatial rift shifted faster and faster. Gong Yunza could feel the surrounding space constantly being squeezed and stretched, as if his body was being thrown into a tumbler and repeatedly kneaded. He gritted his teeth and steadied himself, but his mind couldn't help but recall the two completely different kisses from just moments before. The heat from the Tu Shan Shui token still felt like it was burning in my palm. The sweet taste on Tu Shanming's lips lingered on her tongue, and two different emotions intertwined in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar light finally appeared ahead. Gong Yunza knew that was where they had come from. He took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Xiao Rongyu, and walked side by side toward the light. The instant they stepped out of the spatial rift, the scene before them sent a chill down their spines. Xiaoli and Yang Han from the Yang family of the capital were locked in a fierce battle. Chapter 73 Framing? Seeking gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Watching Xiaoli and Yang Han locked in a fierce battle, a hint of doubt arose in Gong Yunza's heart. Could it be that bastard Yang Tianjie stirring up trouble behind our backs? Just as the thought crossed Yang Tianjie's mind, he happened to catch a glimpse of Gong Yunza and his companion emerging from the crack, and his eyes lit up. Uncle! Those two traitors who colluded with the alien race have come out. Yang Han and Xiaoli, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, stopped fighting on the spot when they saw Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu. Yang Han turned to Gong Yunza first, his tone questioning. Gong Yunza. Someone has reported that you colluded with alien races in the secret realm. Is this true? Gong Yunza glanced at Yang Tianjie, and instead of answering, asked a question. Who reported me? Is there any solid evidence? Yang Han snorted coldly and said. You just need to answer yes or no. Yang Han. Xiaoli suddenly interrupted, his tone turning icy. Show some respect when you speak to my son-in-law. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sparring with you again. Yunzai's question is valid, who reported him? What's the evidence? Yang Han glanced at Xiaoli and said firmly, my nephew Tianjie saw it with his own eyes. How could it be false? Put. Gong Yunza couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Yang Han's eyes widened in anger. How dare you? What are you laughing at? I laugh at you for being so easily swayed by others. You can't even produce a shred of evidence, yet you dare to falsely accuse others of colluding with other races. You're utterly brainless. You dare to insult me? Yang Han's face instantly darkened to the point of being dripping with gloom. So what if I insult you? Gong Yunza won't back down an inch. According to your logic, if I report Yang Tianjie for colluding with alien races, shouldn't you arrest and execute him on the spot? Yang Han angrily retorted, absurd. Who do you think you are? How much of what you say is believable? Heh, so you mean you'd readily believe those in high positions of power who call a deer a horse, while everything a poor scholar says is utter nonsense? I won't waste my breath arguing with you. I'll just ask you whether you've colluded with any alien races. Yang Han pressed on impatiently. No. Gong Yunza answered decisively. Upon seeing this, Yang Tianjie immediately jumped out and launched an attack. Gong Yunza. Stop pretending. I saw you chatting happily with the demons with my own eyes. How could an ordinary person be laughing and talking with demons? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza was immediately filled with righteous indignation. We didn't enter any secret realm at all, but the territory of the Tushan demon clan. At that time, they were fighting internally with the Silver Fox clan, and the four of us were only able to escape danger thanks to the Tushan Empress. On the contrary, Yang Tianjie spoke rudely to the Empress and talked back to her in every way. He was taught a lesson and must have held a grudge to bite her back. Upon hearing this, Yang Han turned to look at Yang Tianjie and questioned him. Tianjie, is what he said true? Yang Tianjie was speechless for a moment, stammering for a long time, unable to think of any rebuttal. Yang Yujie spoke up at the opportune moment. Everything Gong Yunza said is true. Not only that, he has saved me from danger several times. I don't believe he would collude with foreign races. Yang Han frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked in a deep voice. Yujie, why didn't you say so before? Yang Yujie said helplessly, I was just about to explain to you, but you rushed to the Xiao family to demand an explanation without saying a word. I only have a chance to speak now. Yang Han nodded, turned around and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Xiao Li, saying, I'm sorry, Commander Xiao. I was too hasty. You shouldn't apologize to me. Xiao Li said coldly. Yang Han hesitated for a moment, then finally turned to Gong Yunze, his tone softening. Gong, I misunderstood you. Thank you for saving Yujie. After saying that, he took out a piece of crimson crystal from his storage ring and handed it to Gong Yunze. This is a grade F fire attribute exotic stone, which can be inlaid into exotic weapons to increase fire attribute attack power. Please accept it. Seeing Yang Han take the initiative to apologize, Gong Yunze readily accepted the strange stone and smiled. Since it is the Yang family head's kind intention, then this lad will accept it without hesitation. Seeing that Gong Yunze had accepted the strange stone, Xiao Li's expression softened slightly, but he still maintained a stern face as he spoke to Yang Han. Yang Han, although today's matter has been clarified, you acted without asking any questions. This score is not yet settled. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yang Han's face as he cupped his hands and said, I was indeed rash in this matter. I will definitely bring a generous gift and visit you in person to apologize another day. Just then, Xiao Rongyu tugged at Xiao Li's sleeve and whispered, Dad, let's go back first. There are too many people around here. Xiao Li nodded, about to speak, when Yang Tianjie suddenly jumped out, pointing at Gong Yunze and saying, Uncle! We can't let this go. He's a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom who colludes with foreign races. Yang Han glanced coldly at Yang Tianjie and shouted angrily, Shut up! The matter is clear now, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Gong-san right now. Yang Tianjie's face flushed red, and he said stiffly, No! I did nothing wrong. You! Yang Han was so angry that he trembled all over and raised his hand to strike. Seeing this, Gong Yunze quickly stopped Yang Han and deliberately smoothed things over, saying, Master Yang, please calm down. Yang Tianjie is still young and doesn't know any better. Why bother arguing with him? Yang Han took a deep breath, lowered his hand, and said sternly to Yang Tianjie, Get out of the way. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Look at Yunze, he's still speaking up for you. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. If you keep causing trouble, I'll deal with you when we get back. Yang Tianjie glared at Gong Yunze, then reluctantly turned back to Yang Wei's side, thinking to himself, You bastard, Gong Yunze. Just you wait. If I run into you during the superpowered college entrance examination, I'll definitely kill you on the stage. Yang Han turned to Gong Yunze and Xiao Li, and apologized again. My nephew is usually spoiled, please forgive him. Xiao Li also waved his hand. Alright, now that things are cleared up, we should head back. After saying that, Xiao Li turned and left with Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu. Yang Han watched their retreating figures, his brows furrowed, thinking to himself, This matter is probably not that simple. Although Yang Tianjie is unruly, he would not slander someone out of thin air. There may be some hidden story behind it. Meanwhile, Gong Yunze, walking along the road, played with the crimson crystal in his hand and said to Xiao Li, Dad, why did you get into a fight with Yang Han? Xiao Li glanced at him. You are the son-in-law of the Xiao family. I naturally wouldn't stand for outsiders to slander you for colluding with the demon race, so I went to war with Yang Han. But you should also be careful. That kid Yang Tianjie probably inherited his father's vindictive nature. He suffered a loss this time, and he definitely won't let it go. Gong Yunze nodded, I understand, I will be careful. Xiao Rongyu also said worriedly, Yunze, you have to be more careful in the future. Yang Tianjie is cunning and has bullied his classmates quite a bit. Don't worry, Gong Yunze laughed, as long as he doesn't use his family's influence, he won't have the chance to make me suffer in his next life. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Gong Yunze couldn't wait to go to the tranquil pavilion. Upon seeing the stone tablet at the entrance that read No Xiao Su or dogs allowed, he nodded in satisfaction. Wow! Well built. It's truly a feast for the eyes. However, he came here not just to see the stone tablet, but to make the most of every minute to cultivate. Ever since he witnessed the clash between 7th-tier experts, his unparalleled power had deeply shocked him. Stepping into the Tranquility Pavilion. Feeling the rich energy of heaven and earth emanating from the S-grade earth vein, Gong Yunze felt a sense of relief. Then he asked himself, System, I have a lot of Tier 1 and Tier 2 energy crystals. If I absorb energy crystals to quickly increase my strength, will there be any problems? Chapter 74 Advanced. Seeking Gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. The system's sweet voice rang out in my mind again. While absorbing energy crystals can rapidly improve cultivation, even top-grade energy crystals contain impure and chaotic energy, which can easily cause blockages within the body. Absorbing too much will definitely lead to a weak foundation, and you will likely encounter insurmountable bottlenecks when breaking through to higher realms later. So that's how it is. Gong Yunzi suddenly realized. No wonder those young masters and ladies from prominent families could buy a lot of energy crystals, but their advancement speed was always mediocre. It was because of this reason. But why have I never heard of this saying before? Gong Yunzi asked the system in confusion. Energy crystals will not significantly hinder the advancement of awakened individuals with cultivation levels below the 3rd rank. For the vast majority of awakened individuals, the 3rd tier is already the limit their talent can reach. Moreover, energy crystals have enormous market value, so this inside information is naturally deliberately kept secret, and it's normal that ordinary people are unaware of it. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi poured all the 1st and 2nd tier energy crystals given to him by the Tushan Empress onto the ground. Looking at the pile of crystals in front of him, he sighed helplessly. Sigh, it seems I'll have to exchange these crystals for money. I should have asked Tu Shanxue for some high-grade energy crystals. A large quantity of Tier 1 pure primal crystals and a small quantity of Tier 2 pure primal crystals have been detected. The host may absorb the Tier 1 pure primal crystals first. The system notification suddenly sounded, and Gong Yunzi's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. No system, are you kidding me? You just said I couldn't absorb it, and now you're telling me to absorb it? Wait. You just said pure primordial crystals? What are those? Pure primal crystals are pure energy crystals naturally condensed from the energy of heaven and earth. They contain absolutely no impurities. 1st tier pure primal crystals are extremely rare, and 2nd tier pure primal crystals are also uncommon. Higher tier pure primal crystals are even rarer. Gong Yunzi was overjoyed upon hearing this and confirmed it again. Absorbing this shouldn't create a bottleneck for future advancement, right? Not only will it not create any bottlenecks. On the contrary, it will solidify the foundation, making the realm increasingly stable and solid. Gong Yunzi stared intently at the pile of pure raw crystals on the ground, which radiated a warm luster. My heart was pounding wildly, and the disappointment I felt earlier was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy, like rain after a long drought. He rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement, and immediately sat down cross-legged, picking up a 1st-tier pure primordial crystal. The moment my fingertips touched the crystal, an extremely comfortable warmth seeped into my entire body through my skin. Like the warm spring sun shining on you, it's gentle and comforting. This feeling is absolutely amazing, he exclaimed, and immediately began absorbing the pure primordial crystal. As the cultivation technique was activated, the energy within the pure primordial crystal flowed into his meridians like a stream with its sluice gates opened. This energy is extremely pure, without the slightest stagnation. Following the meridians, the journey was unimpeded, and the places that were originally narrow were quietly widened a little. Gong Yunzi could clearly feel that after the energy of the pure primordial crystal was integrated, the meridians throughout the body are constantly being tempered by the energy of heaven and earth, becoming increasingly solid. He simply gathered all the pure primordial crystals around him and picked up a 1st-tier pure primordial crystal with both hands at the same time. The energy absorbed by the 2 pure crystals simultaneously was even more immense, yet remained remarkably gentle. After the 2 streams of celestial and terrestrial energy surged into the body, they merged perfectly, like 2 tributaries converging into a great river, rushing towards all the meridians in the body. Boom! A muffled sound seemed to resound throughout his body's meridians. Under the continuous impact of 2 streams of pure energy, his meridians suddenly expanded, then abruptly contracted, becoming several times tighter than before. Gong Yunzi sank his consciousness into his body. To my astonishment, I discovered that the meridians within my body were faintly connected, forming a mysterious star map. There are 9 stars in total on the star map. 6 of them were already lit, emitting a soft white light. The other 3 unlit stars twinkled, like stars about to break through the night sky, as if they would be completely lit up in the next second. As he continued to absorb the 1st-order pure primordial crystal, Gong Yunzi's whole body suddenly trembled. A force several times stronger than before instantly spread to every part of his body. He examined the meridian star chart again and saw that all 9 stars had been lit up, dazzling and brilliant. The blockages in the meridians were completely cleared, and the 5 senses became several times more acute. System. Am I now a Tier 1, rank 9? How do I break through to Tier 2? Congratulations, host, you have reached the peak of the first tier. Please use a 2nd tier pure primordial crystal to begin your breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza immediately picked up the 2nd tier pure primordial crystal and began to absorb its pure energy from both sides. After absorbing all the remaining 2nd tier pure primordial crystals, Gong Yunza suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He raised his hand and slapped the training wooden stake next to him, which could withstand the power of a peak 2nd tier awakened being. There was a loud bang. The training wooden stake was actually cracked by Gong Yunza's palm strike. Is this the power of a 2nd tier cultivator? Gong Yunza clenched his fist, feeling the pure energy of heaven and earth surging within his body, and couldn't help but smile. It's even stronger than I imagined. And this foundation, it's as solid as if it's rooted in rock. By examining the meridian star chart internally, he discovered that the stars on the 2nd order star chart had turned into a light blue color, which was completely different from the white color of the 1st order star chart. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the 2nd tier, 1st stage. Due to absorbing pure primordial crystals to temper your physique, your foundation's stability has surpassed 99% of other cultivators at the same level. You are hereby rewarded with the passive ability Spiritual Affinity. Spiritual Affinity slightly increases the speed of absorbing energy from heaven and earth. The system's sweet notification sound carried a hint of excitement. Gong Yunza stood up, stretched his limbs, and his joints made a series of crisp sounds. Even against a mid-stage Tier 2 opponent, without any external assistance, he was confident that he could easily crush them with a single move. Tu Shanshue's gift is truly substantial. Looking at the pure primordial crystals that had turned to dust on the ground, he felt a mixture of gratitude and curiosity towards the mysterious Tushan Queen. I'll definitely thank her properly when I have the chance in the future. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his tall and straight figure. Gong Yunza took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. However, breaking through to the 2nd tier is just the beginning. My goal is the legendary 9th tier saint. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade. That being said, we still have to take things one step at a time. Right now, let's first become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination for people with superpowers. Let my name, Gong Yunza, resound throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 75 Marrying the Empress of Tushan? Seeking gifts. Seeking 5-star reviews. Right now, let's first become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination for people with superpowers. Let my name, Gong Yunza, resound throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. As dawn broke through the morning mist, the wooden door of the tranquil pavilion was gently pushed open. Gong Yunza had just taken 2 steps when he saw a slender figure leaning against the side of the door. Her jet black hair fell over her shoulders, and her head bobbed up and down with her breathing, clearly indicating that she was dozing off. Romeo? He was startled and approached quietly. The girl was clutching a thermal lunchbox tightly in her arms, the edges of which were warm from her body heat. A soft smile appeared on Gong Yunza's lips as he murmured, "Silly wife, you fell asleep here while delivering food." He tried to gently shake her shoulders, but Xiao Rongyu seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her eyelids too heavy to open. When his fingertips touched the lunchbox, Gong Yunza realized that it was already cold inside. The box contained not an ordinary breakfast, but a neatly arranged nutritious bento box, which must have been carefully prepared. Could she have been waiting here last night? The thought had barely formed in his mind when he took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, then carefully lifted her up in his arms. The girl's body was as light as a feather, and Gong Yunza walked very slowly toward their bridal chamber. They had only gone halfway when the person in his arms trembled slightly and slowly opened their eyes. Upon seeing who was holding her, Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed, and her eyes instantly lit up. "Yunza! You've finished your cultivation? You're awake?" Gong Yunza looked down at her, his voice filled with concern. You didn't wait here all night, did you?" Xiao Rongyu shook her head, a smile curving her lips. "No, not at all." Gong Yunza had just breathed a sigh of relief when she added, "It's 3 nights. What?" He stopped abruptly, his voice rising in shock. "I've actually been cultivating for so long? Who told you to work so hard?" Xiao Rongyu sighed softly, but her eyes gleamed with pride. It seems I also need to step up my game. Wait a minute. Gong Yunze was both amused and exasperated. You've been waiting outside the tranquil pavilion for 3 whole nights? Yeah, I was just killing time anyway, so I meditated and cultivated here. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. Xiao Rongyu spoke lightly, as if it were just a matter of waiting for a cup of tea. Gong Yunze scratched his head, feeling deeply apologetic. I'm sorry, I should have told you. Why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Rongyu reached out and pressed her hand to his lips, her eyes shining with an astonishing light. This is what an awakened one should be like. I've seen all your efforts. As long as we fight together, we'll avenge Grandpa sooner or later and make those alien races pay for their blood debts. Yes. Gong Yunze nodded emphatically, a fierce glint in his eyes. I will personally finish them off. A determined glint flashed in Xiao Rongyu's eyes, then she asked curiously. By the way, what level have you reached in your cultivation? Second stage, first level, officially entering the realm of extraordinary disciples. Second stage, first level? Xiao Rongyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hands around his neck tightened involuntarily, even her breath caught in her throat. She stared blankly at Gong Yunze, her voice trembling. The otherworldly realm? How is this possible? Xiao Rongyu quickly assessed the credibility of Gong Yunze's words in her mind. Normally, for an awakened individual to break through from the initial first-order awakening realm to the second-order extraordinary disciple realm, it typically requires at least 6 months of arduous training. Furthermore, half of the awakened individuals are eliminated during the process of advancing from the awakening realm to the extraordinary disciple realm. To become a second-tier awakener, one not only needs the support of a vast amount of natural energy, but also needs to achieve a qualitative leap in mental strength. But Yunze was only at the 5th stage of the first rank before he went into seclusion, and in just 3 days he actually advanced to the next rank? That's truly unbelievable. Before she could gather her thoughts, Gong Yunze had already put her down, took out several lustrous crystals from his pocket, and smiled. These are crystals given to me by the Queen of Tushan. You can use them. They'll help you improve your cultivation very quickly. The moment Xiao Rongyu saw the crystal clearly, her expression changed drastically, and she grabbed his wrist tightly. Yunze! How could you use an energy crystal to break through? You're ruining your future. Xiao Rongyu stamped her foot in frustration and hurriedly tried to pull Gong Yunze to find Xiaoli for help. Gong Yunze pulled Xiao Rongyu into his arms, pressed his index finger to her pink lips, and whispered. This is a pure primordial crystal. Its energy is extremely pure and rare in the world. Unlike ordinary energy crystals, it will not have any side effects. Pure primordial crystal? Xiao Rongyu breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes wide with surprise. Let me see this. This is a legendary item. Gong Yunze handed the pure crystal to Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu examined the pure crystal from top to bottom carefully and nodded, saying, the energy in this pure primordial crystal is extremely pure. It is exactly as described in the book. With a sudden thought, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but sigh. The Empress of Tushan is truly generous, giving you such a valuable gift. Could it be that? At this point, Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yunze with a suspicious expression. When Gong Yunze saw Xiao Rongyu's scrutinizing gaze, he recalled what had happened between him and Tu Shanxue. This instantly caused Gong Yunze's cheeks to turn bright red, like a boiled shrimp. His gaze was somewhat evasive, as he dared not look directly into Xiao Rongyu's clear yet inquisitive eyes. What are you thinking? Gong Yunze coughed twice, trying to hide his unease. The reason why the Queen of Tushan gave me such a valuable gift is because I risked my life to save her daughter, and that's why she's giving me such a generous gift. Although he said this with feigned firmness. But the image of Tu Shanxue in human form, captivating all beings, flashed uncontrollably through his mind. And the fragrance emanating from her as she whispered in his ear made his heart skip a beat. Seeing Gong Yunze's helpless expression, Xiao Rongyu's lips curled into a sly smile, and she deliberately dragged out her words. Oh? You saved someone's daughter? You wouldn't be thinking of marrying that little fox as a concubine, would you? Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow, turning the tables on him. What if I said I wanted to marry the Tushan queen as well? Xiao Rongyu took it as a joke, raised her chin, and casually replied. Great. If you can marry the Tushan queen, I'll be happy to have a 7th-tier sister too. It's a deal. No backing out? I, Xiao Rongyu, keep my word. But you'll have to have the ability to back it up. Knowing when to stop, Gong Yunze quickly changed the subject. Ahem, if you use these pure primordial crystals for cultivation, your breakthrough speed will be really fast. Xiao Rongyu gave a soft hum, but couldn't help blushing as she handed the pure primordial crystal back to him. You've just broken through to a higher realm and need to consolidate your cultivation. You should use it yourself. Gong Yunze pushed the crystal back, his tone firm. I've already broken through to the second tier, so these first tier crystals are no longer of much use to me. But you're still quite a distance from the second tier. With the help of these pure primordial crystals, you'll definitely be able to break through as soon as possible. He paused, then grasped Xiao Rongyu's hand, the warmth of his palm seeping through her skin. We agreed to work together, didn't we? Looking into his earnest eyes, Xiao Rongyu felt a warmth in her heart and stopped refusing. She carefully put the pure crystal into her inner pocket. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Once I break through to the second tier, you can rest assured and entrust your back to me. Okay, I'll wait. Gong Yunze smiled and ruffled her hair, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, during my 3 days of seclusion, has anything happened outside? It's nothing. Xiao Rongyu took his arm and walked alongside him toward the tranquil pavilion. However, yesterday afternoon, that annoying Yang Tianjie came to see you and said he wanted to challenge you to a duel. Chapter 76 demanding an explanation. Please give it a 5-star review. However, yesterday afternoon, that annoying Yang Tianjie came to see you and said he wanted to challenge you to a duel. He's come at just the right time. Gong Yunze's lips curled into a cold smile. I haven't had a chance to test my skills since my breakthrough, and he's delivered himself right to my doorstep, saving me the trouble of looking for him. Xiao Rongyu tiptoed and patted his arm, her tone slightly reproachful. You've just broken through to a higher realm, so you should consolidate your cultivation first. Yang Tianjie's abilities are nothing to fear, and there's no need to get angry over him. All right. Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow. Then let him off the hook for now, and settle things after the college entrance exam for those with superpowers. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shaoli, having finished his work, hurried back and headed straight for the tranquil pavilion, thinking to himself. After this encounter with Yang Han, it seems that my strength still needs further improvement. As soon as he arrived at the pavilion entrance, he saw Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yunze standing there. He quickly stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. Rongyu, Yunze, I didn't expect you two to be so diligent. Halfway through his sentence, Shaoli's smile suddenly froze, and he looked at Gong Yunze with surprise in his eyes. Yunze! How did you break through to the second tier aberrant apprentice in just 3 days? Did you use an energy crystal? Sit down. Before the impurities are completely fused, I'll help you disperse your cultivation. As she spoke, she reached out to pull Gong Yunze away, but he abruptly pulled her hand back. Gong Yunze said irritably. Old dang. I'm using pure primordial crystals for cultivation. Not ordinary energy crystals. Pure primal crystal? Shaoli stared in astonishment. How is this possible? Decades ago, it was manageable, money could buy it. But now, this resource is incredibly scarce. Even with money, you can't find it. Where did you get it? Gong Yunze only explained that the pure primal crystal was brought out from the secret realm. He explained that he had already mined out all the ore, thus thwarting Shaoli's idea of mining pure raw crystals. Xiao Rongyu took out the pure primordial crystal that Gong Yunze had given her at the right moment, and Shaoli breathed a sigh of relief after just one glance. It really is a pure raw crystal. You guys are so lucky. As he spoke, he glanced at the stone tablet beside him that read, "No stern men or dogs allowed," and thought to himself. Sigh. I haven't seen him for several days. I wonder where he went. He's not a kid anymore, why do I still have to worry about him every day? Then, Shaoli turned to Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu and said. Come with me, I'll show you the real cultivation place inside the Tranquil Mind Pavilion. Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu were both taken aback upon hearing this. Is the Tranquil Pavilion more than one floor? Gong Yunze asked. That's right. Shaoli nodded. The first floor is actually the top floor. There are 2 more floors below. The further down you go, the closer you are to the Earth's veins, and the denser the energy of heaven and earth becomes. Dad, why have you never mentioned this before? Xiao Rongyu's eyes widened, her tone full of surprise. Shaoli laughed awkwardly. I was so busy teaching you cultivation that I forgot about this. But it's not too late to tell you now. Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu then followed Shaoli into the Tranquil Pavilion. Xiaoli led the two to the center of the pavilion, gently flipped up a round stone slab, and then pressed the mechanism. Boom! A series of sounds, like the turning of mechanisms and the movement of giant rocks, slowly drifted out. Suddenly, the stone slab where the three were standing began to slowly move downwards, like an elevator. When the stone slab settles into the second basement level, closest to the Earth's veins, Xiaoli sensed the rich energy of the S-grade Earth vein and couldn't help but sigh. The energy of heaven and earth contained in an S-grade ley line is terrifying. I can't even imagine how fast one's cultivation speed would be if one cultivated in an SS grade or even SSS grade ley line. Gong Yunze looked around and found 2 rooms on the second basement level, then asked, "Old dang, how many people can cultivate on this second basement level?" If used simultaneously, 1 person on the first floor, 2 people on the first basement level, and 3 people on the second basement level is most suitable. If the number of people exceeds this, they will compete for the energy of heaven and earth, which will slow down the cultivation speed. Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. So, the 3 of us can fill up the entire second basement level? Exactly. Xiaoli nodded. The energy flow on the second basement level is the gentlest, which is perfect for helping you stabilize your cultivation level. The Romeu can absorb pure primordial crystals in conjunction with the Earth's veins, making it even more effective. Although Yunze has only just advanced to the second rank, his foundation is solid, and 3 days of cultivation here is equivalent to half a month outside. Xiao Rongyu nodded and said, "Yes." Then, pulling Gong Yunze along, they walked towards the smaller room, and he said excitedly, "Yunze, let's go inside and cultivate together." Gong Yunze grinned mischievously. "You really want to cultivate together with me? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared at him reproachfully. Xiaoli watched the 2 juniors bickering, shook his head with a smile, and walked straight to another room, thinking to himself, "I must break through to the 6th rank during this seclusion. Otherwise, I'll be letting down this S-grade ley line." He turned around and reminded them, "By the way, I'm going to try to break through to the 6th level. Don't call me when you're done cultivating." "Okay." "Got it," the couple replied in unison. They then went into their respective rooms and began their cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiaoli's younger brother, Xiao Su, was secretly arriving at the Yang family residence in the capital. Seeing that he was well dressed and came alone, the guard spoke to him with a slightly polite tone. "May I ask who you are? What brings you to the Yang family?" "I'm looking for Yang Wei, the second young master of the Yang family," Xiao Su said with a fawning smile. The guard nodded and continued to ask, "Do you have an appointment?" Xiao Su's smile froze, and he said awkwardly, "He is my business partner. Please inform him that Xiao Su of the Xiao family in Yangzhou requests an audience. He will definitely see me." Upon hearing that the visitor was from the Xiao family of Yangzhou, the guards immediately became respectful and said, "So you're a relative of General Xiao, the god of war. I once served under the general, my apologies for not recognizing you. I'll go and inform him right away." Shortly after, the guards trotted out of the Yang family compound. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Second master invites you to the back garden for a chat." Xiao Su bowed in thanks and followed the guards into the Yang family compound. After winding through an archway, we finally met Yang Wei in the pavilion in the garden. When Yang Wei saw him, he first frowned slightly, then put on a smile. "Brother Xiao, how have you been?" Xiao Su had no time for pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Brother Yang, we agreed before that Xiaoli would never return, but he's staying at the Xiao family's place right now. You need to give me an explanation for this." Chapter 77 Conspiracy. Xiao Su had no time for pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Brother Yang, we agreed before that Xiaoli would never return, but he's staying at the Xiao family's place right now. You need to give me an explanation for this." Yang Wei sensed the accusatory tone in his voice, and a hint of displeasure flashed through his heart, but he still maintained a polite smile on his face. "Brother Xiao, calm down, sit down, and let's talk slowly." Xiao Su took 2 steps forward and slammed heavily onto the stone bench with a gust of wind, causing the stone table to tremble slightly. "Then tell me, what exactly happened?" Yang Wei picked up his teacup, took a sip, and slowly explained. "This really happened suddenly. My older brother rushed back from the front lines overnight, and he was the one leading the team. Besides, there were some mishaps in the secret realm, and with so many people around, it was really difficult to take action." Xiao Su's brows furrowed, and his tone betrayed his unease. "Then when will you make your move next time?" Yang Wei looked troubled and said, This opportunity is once in a lifetime, and it will probably be hard to find another chance like this to take action against him. Then what do you mean by leaving? Don't you want the S-grade ley lines anymore? Xiao Su suddenly raised his voice and retorted. Hey, brother Xiao, don't be in such a hurry. Yang Wei put down his teacup, a sly glint in his eyes. I have a way that can help you get rid of Shaoli and also allow you to rightfully take the position of family head. Xiao Su immediately turned to the side and listened intently. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. My elder brother just sent back news from the front lines that the eastern coastal defense line is under a massive invasion by the merfolk. The situation on the front lines is critical, and reinforcements from the mainland are urgently needed. My elder brother's troops are ready to go. But what does this have to do with getting rid of my elder brother? Xiao Su asked, puzzled. Yang Wei thought to himself that Xiao Su was indeed dull-witted, but he still patiently explained on his face. The situation at the front is critical, and Xiao Li's troops are currently undergoing a rotation. If we can simply transfer his troops to the front, we'll have no trouble finding an opportunity to make our move. Xiao Su frowned, still puzzled, and asked. When you lead troops into battle, the general usually sits in the command post to oversee the overall situation. Unless the enemy general personally leads the charge, he will never appear on the front lines. So how can you make a move? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Yang Wei's lips, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then I'll just have to trouble you, brother Xiao. You're making me feel wronged? What do you mean? Xiao Su's heart skipped a beat. I will send someone to inform Shaoli that you have been kidnapped by the merfolk. He will definitely come to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible. He would never risk his life to save me. You're overthinking it. He'd rather I die sooner so he can have a share of his fortune later. Yang Wei sneered and tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table, producing a dull sound. Brother Xiao, you don't understand. Shaoli may seem cold and hard, but he values the Xiao family's reputation the most. You are his own brother. If news spreads that you were kidnapped by the merfolk, the entire army will be watching him. What face or right does a general who can abandon his own brother have to hold military power? Xiao Su's brows furrowed even more. Upon hearing the words mermaid race, his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, and his voice tightened. But what if those merfolk really do something to me? Don't worry. Yang Wei interrupted him, a ruthless glint in his eyes. I will have someone make arrangements so that you will not actually fall into the hands of the merfolk. All we need to do is stage a scene at the coastal outpost, let a few scouts witness your abduction, and then send the news back to Shaoli's camp. He leaned closer to Xiao Su, lowering his voice even further. Think about it, if Shaoli ignores it, public opinion will tear him apart. But if he comes, the coastal defense line is already in chaos, and the merfolk's sentries are scattered all over the reefs. We can easily arrange an accident, such as him being hit by a merfolk's poisoned harpoon, or being seriously injured and falling into the sea during the melee. Who can find out that we did it? Xiao Su's Adam's apple bobbed, and his palms were sweaty. He looked up at Yang Wei, whose unwavering gaze was like a steel needle quenched in fire, piercing his heart and making him shudder. But his personal guards aren't just sitting around doing nothing either. A bodyguard? Yang Wei scoffed, pulling a palm-sized porcelain bottle from his robes and pushing it towards him. This is bone-dissolving powder that my elder brother brought back from the front lines. It's colorless and odorless when mixed with water. Just a little bit is enough to make even the strongest man limp for 3 hours. Have your men infiltrate the water delivery team. You won't have to worry about dealing with those few guards. The porcelain bottle spun halfway around the stone table and stopped in front of Xiao Su. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves and fell on the white porcelain, giving it a cool, ethereal glow. Xiao Su stared at the bottle, as if he could see Shaoli struggling as he fell into the sea. He seemed to see himself sitting on the throne of the family head, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of the S-grade ley lines seemed to be lingering around his nose, making him feel a little dizzy. You'll have to suffer a bit to act in this scene, Yang Wei added slowly. For example, you'll get some realistic scratches and have the sea breeze make you choke on some salt water. But compared to the position of family head and the right to use an S-level ley line, what's a little hardship? Xiao Su clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. Then he suddenly grabbed the porcelain bottle, stuffed it into his clothes, and his voice trembled almost imperceptibly. When to make a move? A satisfied smile finally appeared on Yang Wei's face as he picked up the iced tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. 1 month later, on the night of the full moon. Merfolk are especially active on full moons, making it the perfect time for a performance. Looking at Xiaosu's tense profile, he added, by the way, remember to have your trusted men prepare a boat at Eagle's Beak Cliff in advance. After the mission is accomplished, I will send someone to pick you up and bring you back. Xiaosu stood up, the hem of his robe brushing against the stone table, stirring up a gust of wind. He didn't say anything more, turned around and strode out of the courtyard. His footsteps on the stone path were hurried and chaotic, as if he was fleeing from something, or as if he was rushing towards something. Yang Wei watched his figure disappear outside the moon gate, then picked up his empty teacup and tapped it gently. A figure dressed in black emerged from the shadows in the corner and knelt on one knee. Second Master. Investigate Xiao Li's rotation route. Yang Wei's voice returned to its usual indifference, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible pleasure. Furthermore, send a message to the spies at Eagle's Beak Cliff, on the night of the full moon, kill everyone, including Xiaosu. The man in black acknowledged the order and withdrew, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the back garden, like someone chuckling in the shadows. Yang Wei looked at the crow that had left with Xiaosu on the branch and sneered. I really don't understand how someone as shrewd as Xiao Li could have such a foolish younger brother. I truly feel sorry for him. In 2 weeks, the Xiao family will be completely crushed into the dust of history by me. This is the consequence of offending me, Yang Wei. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind swept through the courtyard, causing the empty teacup on the stone table to sway gently and make a soft, rustling sound. Chapter 78 Lunchbox? Please give it a 5-star review. Kyoto, the Lu family. Li De stood with his hands at his sides, a deep sorrow etched on his brow. Young Master's appetite has been getting worse and worse since his awakening failed. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything since he came back from outside 3 days ago. If this continues, he'll definitely develop some kind of health problems from hunger. Lu Rui let out a long sigh, his tone helpless. I know without you telling me, but no matter how I try to persuade him, Fenger just won't eat anything. If I force him to eat, he shouts that he wants to commit suicide. I don't know what to do. But the young Master's health, alas, Li De also sighed deeply. Then, as if remembering something, Li Da's eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light, and he said, Master. Young Master has been pursuing Chu Huairou, the daughter of the Chu family. Perhaps we could try inviting Miss Chu over. Lu Rui suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, which then dimmed again. Yes. It is indeed a good idea, but Fenger and Chu Huairou had some conflicts before, so I'm afraid she won't agree. Master, you're overthinking it. Li De quickly said. That's a grudge between the young master and Miss Chu. Let us go directly to Patriarch Chu. Given the relationship between the two families, Patriarch Chu might just give us face. Lu Rui stood up and paced around the hall twice, the carpet beneath his feet absorbing all the noise. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way but to try anything. He stopped and spoke resolutely. Prepare gifts and a carriage, let's go to the Chu family. The black Rolls-Royce illusion drove smoothly through the streets of Kyoto. Lu Rui gazed at the fleeting street scenes outside the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping the chair. He knew that the Chu family was no easy opponent, and the Chu family patriarch, Chu Jingfeng, was a cunning old fox. He was afraid that he would have to pay a price for this visit. The Chu family mansion is hidden deep in an ancient alley in the city center. The gray brick walls were covered with ivy, and the stone lions at the entrance always seemed to have a faint smile on their lips. Shortly after the announcement, Chu Jingfeng personally came out to greet him, his ruddy complexion accentuated by his navy blue tang suit. Brother Lu's presence is a great honor to my humble abode. The living room was filled with the aroma of tea, and Chu Jingfeng slowly and methodically stirred the tea cake with a tea needle. Brother Lu, you've come to visit today, surely not just to taste my pre-Qingming Longjing tea? Lu Rui put down his teacup and got straight to the point. Brother Chu, I have come here today to ask for your help. My son, Lu Feng, has been on a hunger strike for 3 days after his failed attempt to awaken himself, and he is now emaciated. I have heard that he has a deep affection for your daughter, Chu Huairou, and I would like to ask your daughter to visit the Lu family and persuade the boy. Chu Jingfeng slightly raised his eyelids, and the tea needle at his fingertips suddenly stopped. This matter is probably not easy to handle. Brother Lu, do you know that my daughter was publicly humiliated by Lu Feng a few days ago? His words were so vulgar that I am ashamed to even mention them. Li De hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Master Chu, it is inevitable that young people will speak carelessly when they are young and impetuous. My young master now regrets his words. Please forgive him. Chu Jingfeng suddenly laughed, the sound particularly clear in the quiet living room. I can let my daughter persuade them. Chu Jingfeng put down the tea needle, but I need the Lu family to promise that they will allow the Chu family to participate in the SSS-level exploration project. After the project is completed, my Chu family will need a permanent cultivation position. Lu Rui frowned deeply. The SSS-level exploration project was crucial to the family's survival. But thinking of Lu Feng, who was on a hunger strike, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." "Great." Chu Jingfeng clapped his hands. "I'll go and try to persuade Huairou. If she refuses, there's nothing I can do." When Chu Jingfeng turned to go to Chu Huairou's boudoir, she was adjusting her collar in front of the mirror reflecting her aloof and indifferent profile. Hearing familiar footsteps, she didn't even lift her eyelids. "Dad, the Lu family has left?" "Not yet." Chu Jingfeng stopped behind her. "Lu Feng has been on a hunger strike for 3 days. Can you go and persuade him for Dad?" The hand in the mirror suddenly paused. Chu Huairou turned around, her eyebrows raised in a clear sneer. "Try to persuade him? 3 days ago, he cornered me at a banquet, in front of so many people, saying that our Chu family is not even worth a finger of his Lu family, and that I am his woman, and anyone who dares to touch me will die." Can you believe he was speaking human language? The Lu family has agreed to let us participate in the SS Earth Vein project. Once it's successful, they'll give us a cultivation spot, and you'll have priority for that spot. How about it? Chu Jingfeng said in a consultative tone. Chu Huairou responded coldly. For the sake of a project, I have to appease someone who publicly humiliated me. She suddenly smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Didn't he fail to awaken and become a useless person? He might as well starve to death, so he won't be an eyesore. Huairou, this concerns the family's interests, and besides, it's just asking you to persuade him to have dinner. Chu Jingfeng emphasized. Chu Huairou slowly stood up, her light blue dress outlining her perfectly proportioned figure, like a proud lotus flower. Okay, but I only guarantee he'll eat. As for how to persuade him. She paused, a cold glint in her eyes. I won't give him a friendly look. In Lu Feng's bedroom at the Lu family mansion, the curtains were drawn tightly shut. Chu Huairou pushed open the door, and a sense of desolation rushed out, a smell that anyone who frequents deer knows well. Lu Feng huddled in the corner of the bed, and upon hearing any noise, he roared hoarsely. Get out! All of you, get out! Chu Huairou closed the door behind her, keeping her maidservants outside. She lightly covered her mouth and nose, frowned, and walked to the bedside, looking down at the person on the floor, her voice devoid of any warmth. Lu Feng, you're quite something, threatening your father with a hunger strike to make me come see you. Lu Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes deep set. When he saw it was her, a flash of panic crossed his eyes, followed by a burst of wild joy. Huairou! It really is you. Otherwise what? Chu Huairou tossed a paper packet from her sleeve, which landed in front of him with a thud. Your father came to my house begging for a project in exchange for me persuading you. Now, the deal begins. The paper package contains several compressed biscuits, as hard as rocks, enough to break your teeth. Chu Huairou stood with her arms crossed, her tone cold. Eat it, and then I'll leave. Lu Feng clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. Chu Huairou, I have been completely sincere to you, and this is how you treat me? Otherwise what? She bent down, her gaze level with his, the sarcasm in her voice almost overflowing. Do you expect me to grovel and beg you for food like those sluts of yours? Lu Feng, wake up. I, Chu Huairou, have never been someone you can covet. Not before, and certainly not now. She straightened up and adjusted her sleeves. I've kept the cookies. Eat them or not, it's up to you. You're the one who deserves to starve anyway. As she turned to leave, she seemed to remember something, bent down, and tossed a pair of white shoes from her delicate feet in front of Lu Feng, adding, By the way, didn't you always want to buy my shoes with money? I'm giving them to you now. You can use them for whatever you want, but please don't let your father come to my house to harass me again. The moment the door closed, Lu Feng grabbed the pair of high heels like a madman, his nose rubbing against the faint fragrance lingering on the shoes. He stared at the bag of cookies, his chest churning with a mixture of joy and shame, the two emotions tearing at him like venomous snakes. He grabbed the biscuit to throw it away, but a sudden stomach cramp struck, and his vision went black. Chu Huairou's words, they deserve to starve to death, pierced my heart like a needle. He ripped open the paper package, grabbed a cookie, and took a big bite, leaving crumbs all over himself. Looking at the high heels in his arms, still warm from Chu Huairo's body, a twisted obsession flashed in his eyes. He crushed the cookies and dumped them into the shoes. Outside the door, Chu Huairo heard rustling sounds inside and said coldly to the maid, "Tell Patriarch Lu that I persuaded him, and he ate the food." After saying that, she turned and left, her figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. From beginning to end, she never looked back at that bedroom again. For her, it was just a transaction completed. As for the boy who was wolfing down his high heels in the corner of the bed, he was never on her mind. Chapter 79 Revenge. Please give it a 5-star review. Upon hearing the good news that Lu Feng had started eating, Lu Rui's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for so long, finally settled down, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He turned to Li Di and gave him detailed instructions. Tell the kitchen staff to prepare food for Fenger in a gradual manner. He has been hungry for so long and his spleen and stomach are weak. If he eats too much at once, he may have problems. After leaving the Lu family, Chu Huairo returned to the Chu family in the Xiao family's Rolls-Royce illusion. Halfway there, she glanced around and caught a glimpse of a distraught figure on a street corner. "That's Shuoqing?" "Stop the car," she said to the driver in a low voice, the wind whipping up fallen leaves from the street as she pushed open the door. Chu Huairo, wearing boat socks, rushed towards Wang Shuoqing and asked, "Shuoqing, what are you doing here?" Wang Shuoqing turned his head numbly. Upon recognizing her best friend, Chu Huairo, the person who had just arrived snapped at her. She suddenly threw herself into Chu Huairo's arms, and the emotions that had been suppressed for so long surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. "Wa'ada. Huairo. I have no home anymore." Upon hearing this, Chu Huairo frowned and hurriedly asked, "Shuoqing, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? How come you don't have a home anymore?" Wang Shuoqing's cries were like shattered glass, squeezed out of her throat with sobs, her fingernails gripping Chu Huairo's clothes tightly, as if it were the only piece of driftwood she could hold onto. I have no home anymore." She gasped for breath, her chest heaving. Director Yang said, "It was the Lu family from the capital who did it. They killed my dad, my mom, my sister, and my grandma. They're all gone, all gone." At this point, she suddenly raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes swollen and red like walnuts, yet burning with a twisted hatred. They were so cruel. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw those men in black attack him, and I couldn't do anything. The altered images in my memory surged through my mind. Those bloody fragments implanted by the mentally awakened individuals have now become sharp blades that rip out one's heart. She wiped her face haphazardly, but the tears flowed even more fiercely. Director Yang said he would help me get revenge and let me stay at the Supernatural Abilities Bureau to train, but I'm scared. I don't even have a home anymore, Huairo, I really don't know where to go. Amidst the chaotic sobs, true and false memories were tangled together. The blank spaces left by the erased fragments are filled entirely with hatred and fear. She only remembered her father's tragic death and the name Lu family. I remember how I went from a young girl with a home to an orphan with no relatives or friends overnight. Chu Huairo frowned even more as she listened to the incoherent words. She had heard a little about the Lu family's way of doing things in the capital, and she would never use such a clumsy method to leave any evidence against them. But looking at the person in her arms who was crying so hard she was almost fainting, she finally suppressed her doubts. She gently patted Wang Shuoqing's back, her voice extremely soft. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Come back to the Chu family with me first, and we'll talk it over slowly. There's always a way." Wang Shuoqing, however, seemed not to hear, and continued to mutter repeatedly. "I want revenge. I will make the Lu family pay for their crimes in blood." The voice was soft, yet it carried a stubbornness laced with venom. When Chu Huairo helped Wang Shuoqing into the car, the girl's body was still trembling. The Rolls-Royce's leather seats were soft and comfortable, but they only made Wang Shuoqing's thin clothes look even more shabby. Her disheveled hair clung to her tear-stained cheeks, and she looked like a young grass ravaged by a storm, just a skeletal frame on the verge of collapse. "Drink some hot water first." Chu Huairo unscrewed her thermos and handed it over. Her fingertips touched Wang Shuoqing's hand, which was as cold as ice. Wang Shuoqing didn't answer, but remained curled up, her eyes fixed on the fleeting street scenes outside the car window, muttering to herself repeatedly. "They're all dead. Why would the Lu family do this?" Chu Huairo silently withdrew her hand, but the doubts in her heart grew bigger and bigger. She recalled that at the family gathering last month, her father had mentioned that Yang Wei had recently become very close to Mayor Huang, and that he seemed poised to replace the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The Liu family in the capital has never interfered in local affairs, so why would they suddenly be interested in the position of a deputy bureau chief? Moreover, given the Liu family's power, if they truly wanted to bring down Yang Wei, why would they resort to such a high-risk method as killing Wang Zhuqing's entire family? As the car drove into the gate of the Chu family villa, Wang Zhuqing finally showed a slight reaction. She looked up warily, surveying the vast estate, her eyes filled with the vigilance of a startled quail. "It's safe here, you can stay here first." Chu Huairou pulled her out of the car. "My mom made some bird's nest soup. Eat something, get some sleep. I'll be there for you no matter what happens." Wang Zhuqing was arranged to stay in a guest room on the second floor, and Chu Huairou personally wrung out a hot towel to wipe her face. When the warm towel touched her cheek, Wang Zhuqing suddenly flinched. As if burned, a blurry look of fear flashed in his eyes. That was the subconscious resistance left over from when his memories were altered by a psychic ability. "What's wrong?" Chu Huairou keenly noticed the unusual situation in that instant. "And nothing, it's nothing." Wang Zhuqing turned her face away in a panic. "I just remembered some bad things." Chu Huairou's heart stirred, and she tentatively asked, "You said you saw the men in black make a move? What were they wearing? Did they say anything unusual?" Wang Zhuqing's brows furrowed in pain. His memories were like a tangled ball of yarn. The harder he tried to think, the more chaotic they became. All she remembered was the blinding flash of blood, her father lying on the ground, and Yang Wei standing to the side with a cold smile. No, Yang Wei was clearly saving her at the time, so why was he smiling coldly? I can't remember." She clutched her head, shaking it in anguish. "Director Yang said I was so terrified at the time that I can't recall many details." Seeing her pained expression, Chu Huairou stopped asking questions and simply patted her back gently. "If you can't remember, then don't think about it anymore. Take a rest first." After Wang Zhuqing fell into a deep sleep, Chu Huairou immediately returned to her room and dialed an encrypted phone number. "Investigate 2 people for me," she said in a low voice into the phone. "One is Yang Wei from the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, and everyone he has recently been in contact with, especially someone named Li Neng. The other is Wang Kai's daughter, Wang Zhuqing. I need her recent activity records, including who has been in contact with her." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Young miss, investigating Yang Wei might alert the Huang family." "So what?" Chu Huairou's eyes were sharp. "As long as you do it cleanly and don't let him realize that someone is investigating him, that's fine. Also, help me verify the recent movements of the Liu family in the capital." After hanging up the phone, Chu Huairou walked to the window and looked at the sycamore tree in the courtyard swaying in the wind. She always felt that there was a huge loophole hidden in Wang Zhuqing's tearful account. The seemingly kind-hearted Director Yang was actually meticulously weaving a net, firmly grasping Wang Zhuqing, this sharp knife, in his own hand. At this moment, Wang Zhuqing in the guest room was not really asleep. With her eyes closed, Yang Wei's words kept replaying in her mind. "Stay with the Bureau of Superpowers, and I'll teach you how to master superpowers and take revenge yourself." Her fingernails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood, but she was oblivious to it. A fierce determination quietly rose in her eyes. Regardless of whether Yang Wei was genuinely helping her or not, she had to become stronger. Become stronger, and then kill the entire Liu family. This has become the only reason for her to live. Chapter 80: The Sharpest Knife. Please give it a 5-star review. Become stronger, and then kill the entire Liu family. This has become the only reason for Wang Zhuqing to live. With this in mind, she quietly left the Chu family home while Chu Huairou went to the kitchen to get some porridge. She hailed a taxi, gave the address of the Superpower Bureau, and her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. When Yang Wei saw Wang Zhuqing, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his usual composure. "Zhuqing, why did you suddenly come here?" Wang Zhuqing stood at the door of Yang Wei's office, his thin clothes fluttering in the wind, but he couldn't hide the ever-burning flame in his eyes. She met Yang Wei's probing gaze, her voice hoarse from a sleepless night, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. "Director Yang, I've thought it through." Yang Wei raised an eyebrow and stepped aside to let her into the house. He leaned back on the large sofa, crossed his legs, and asked casually, "Oh? You figured out what?" "I want to stay." Wang Zhuqing's tone was firm, his eyes resolute. "I'll stay at the Supernatural Abilities Bureau to learn skills and train my abilities. You said you would help me take revenge, and I want to start now." The blinds in the office weren't fully closed, letting in several rays of sunlight at an angle. The light shone on her pale yet stubborn face, making her still childish features appear somewhat fierce beyond her years. Looking at her like this, Yang Wei's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction, which was quickly replaced by an expression of utter heartache. Shuqing, revenge is no child's play. My method of rapidly increasing cultivation not only requires enduring hardship, but also carries the risk of qi deviation if one is not careful. You are still young, why bother? I had no other choice. Wang Zhuqing interrupted him, her voice trembling but each word clear. My whole family died at the hands of the Lu family. I'm alive to make them pay with their lives. I'll endure any hardship, even if it means going mad. If you don't help me, I'll find my own way. She was about to turn around when Yang Wei stood up, walked up to her, and patted her shoulder earnestly. Silly child, how could I not help you? I'm just afraid you'll act impulsively and ruin everything. The Lu family is powerful. A direct confrontation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. You must first learn to be patient and conceal your strength before you can deliver a fatal blow. Wang Zhuqing suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with a fierce flame of revenge. So you're willing to teach me? Teach? Yang Wei nodded, took a document from the drawer, and pushed it in front of her. This is the Supernatural Abilities Bureau's onboarding and confidentiality agreement. Sign it, and you're one of my people. I'll personally train you, teaching you how to control your powers, how to gather intelligence, and how to catch the enemy completely off guard. Wang Zhuqing picked up the pen, his fingertips trembling with excitement, but he signed his name at the end without hesitation. The ink fell onto the paper, spreading into tiny blobs, much like the swamp in her heart stained with hatred. Yang Wei put away the agreement, his tone becoming serious. From this moment forward, you are officially my direct subordinate. You will be my sharpest blade. Yes, Director Yang. Shuqing will be your sharpest blade. Yang Wei was filled with the thought that he had killed Wang Kai's entire family, and now his daughter was forced to work for him. He looked at Wang Zhuqing, a strange sense of pleasure welling up inside him, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Seeing Yang Wei's amused expression, Wang Zhuqing suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. A blurry image of blood flashed through my mind, and a person whose face I couldn't make out whispered in my ear. She shook her head, and the fragments disappeared again, leaving only Yang Wei's gentle voice. What's wrong? Didn't you get enough rest? It's okay. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her discomfort. I can manage. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Yang Wei's eyes, but a concerned smile remained on his lips. That's good. With your talent, getting into Kyoto University of the Supernatural won't be difficult. You can study there first, and come to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities on weekends. I will personally guide you. Remember, every step you take must be steady. Once you have enough power, I guarantee that the Lu family will repay you with interest what they owe you. No, the Lu family is in Kyoto. I'm afraid they might harm me. I plan to go to Wudu Yida. It might be safer there. Yang Wei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Alright, gold shines wherever it is. Now that there's a teleportation array, it'll be easy to come back. So you can go to Fog City University. I'll take care of the resources. Thank you, Director Yang. After I take revenge, Shuqing will definitely repay your kindness. Yang Wei waved his hand and said, I was just helping someone in need. Wang Zhuqing responded and turned to leave. As she walked through the corridor of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, she saw the training rooms through the reinforced glass on both sides. Some people were manipulating flames to leap, others were making metal twist in their palms and her eyes, those dazzling supernatural abilities all transformed into sharp blades aimed at the Lu family. She walked to the window, gazing at the flags fluttering atop the Bureau of Superpowers building, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Chu Huiro's gentleness is like a warm light, but what she needs now is not light. It was a fire that could burn everything, a raging fire that could reduce the Lu family to ashes. Just then, Wang Zhuqing's phone rang. It was Chu Huiro calling. Wang Zhuqing looked at the name flashing on the screen, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally pressed reject. She edited a text message and sent it. Huiro, thank you for taking me in, but I must avenge myself. Don't look for me, I'll come find you after I've settled everything. When the notification popped up that the message had been successfully sent, she turned off her phone and put it in her pocket, as if that would sever the last thread of connection. At this moment, Chu Huiro looked at the text message, her face as dark as if it were about to rain. She had just brought the porridge back to the guest room when she found it empty. The towel she used to wipe Wang Zhuqing's face was still on the windowsill, neatly folded, yet exuding a resolute chill. "Miss, we've found it." The encrypted phone rang again, and a deep voice reported from the other end. A few days ago, Yang Wei's family hired a mentally awakened individual, codenamed Dreamweaver, who specializes in altering people's memories. Also, before Wang Kai's incident, he had contact with the Lu family and was eventually taken away by Yang Wei. Wang Kai's entire family was captured by the Yang family and then disappeared without a trace. Chu Huairou's fingers tightened suddenly around her phone. Seeing Wang Zhuqing's previously dazed expression, she made a bold guess. Wang Zhuqing's memories may have been tampered with. And that seemingly compassionate Yang Wei is actually the hunter behind the scenes, using hatred as bait to turn Wang Zhuqing into a pawn in his fight against the Lu family. Continue investigating the whereabouts of the Dreamweaver and the specifics of the deal between Yang Wei and the Huang family, she ordered in a deep voice, her eyes as cold as ice. Also, continue tracking down Wang Zhuqing. After hanging up the phone, Chu Huairou looked out the window. The morning light pierced through the clouds, but it couldn't penetrate the wrinkles in people's hearts. She knew that a storm was brewing, and Wang Zhuqing, kept in the dark, was walking step by step into the trap carefully laid by Yang Wei. She must find Wang Zhuqing as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Wang Zhuqing truly confronts the Lu family, he will only end up shattered to pieces and doomed forever. Chapter 81. I'm powerless to help. Please give a 5-star review. Chu Huairou knew that she had to find Wang Zhuqing as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Wang Zhuqing truly confronts the Lu family, he will only end up being shattered to pieces and suffering eternal damnation. Just as her fingertip hovered over the screen, preparing to compose a text message to tell the other party the truth, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the 3 words Chu Jingfeng flashing on the screen, Chu Huairou felt a sudden tightness in her heart. Her father rarely called her personally, and this unusual behavior made her right eyelid twitch even more violently. "Dad, why did you suddenly think of calling me?" She pressed the answer button, deliberately using her usual coquettish tone. But a deep, somber voice came from the other end of the phone. "Huairou, did you use your family connections to investigate the Huang, Lu, and Yang families?" Chu Huairou's heart sank. She had long expected that she couldn't hide it from her father, but she hadn't anticipated that he would find out so quickly. She bit her lip and decided to admit it frankly. "Yes, but I did it for my friend." Sigh. Chu Jingfeng's sigh traveled through the electricity, carrying obvious weariness. "Huairou, you should know that the Chu family's foundation for survival lies in providing intelligence to various forces, not in directly intervening in conflicts. To have someone simultaneously investigate 3 of the 4 major families in the capital is far too reckless." "Dad, I know I was wrong." Chu Huairou's voice lowered as she explained urgently. "But I only did it in a moment of desperation. My best friend, Wang Zhuqing, you've met her. The Yang family not only almost wiped out her entire family, but they also altered her memories. I followed the Yang family's trail, which led me to the Huang and Lu families." "What?" Xu Jingfeng's voice suddenly changed, his tone instantly becoming as cold and heavy as ice. "Huairou, this is a power struggle among the top families of the Dragon Kingdom. A single move can have far-reaching consequences. Once you get involved, you will suffer a backlash and be doomed. You are not allowed to interfere in this matter anymore. As for Zhuqing, she is already deeply mired in this mess. You must immediately sever all ties with her and not have any further contact with her. Do you understand?" "But Dad." "No buts." Chu Jingfeng interrupted sharply, his tone icy and unyielding. "Do you know that because of your recklessness, the Huang, Yang, and Lu families have already called to question you? If you weren't my daughter, Chu Jingfeng, you would already be a corpse by now. How could it be so serious?" Chu Huairou subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes filled with shock, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. "Those 3 families only gave me a verbal warning out of respect for the Chu family." Xu Jingfeng's voice was extremely low, but every word was like a knife. "Keep what happened today a secret. If you dare to utter a single word about it, even I can't protect you." The busy tone on the other end of the phone was like a heavy hammer, pounding against Chu Huairou's eardrums. She froze on the spot, her fingers gripping her phone tightly. Her father's name was still on the screen, but the stern warning was like an ice-cold chain, tightly binding her limbs. "My right eyelid is still twitching, and it's twitching even more violently than before." Chu Huairou took a deep breath, the icy air making her throat tighten. She knew, of course, that her father never lied, especially on matters concerning the survival of the Chu family. But what about Wang Zhuqing? That girl who always smiled and ruffled her hair, saying she would take her to see all the beautiful scenery of the entire Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, they are walking step by step into the quagmire their father spoke of. And is she, the only one who knows the truth, just going to stand by and watch? No, she murmured to herself, her fingertips swiping across Wang Zhuqing's number on the phone screen, but she couldn't bring herself to press it. Her father's words still echoed in her ears. You're already a dead man. I can't save you now. This is not an exaggeration. The Chu family has been navigating between various powerful forces for many years and knows best how ruthless these families can be when they turn against you. After struggling for a long time, Xu Huairou finally pressed down hard with her fingertip and turned off the phone screen. Shuqing, forgive me for not being able to fight against those behemoths, for not being able to pull you out of this quagmire. Looking up at the leaden sky, she felt for the first time the suffocating feeling of being choked by power and powerless to resist. This also made her realize that the so-called status in the martial arts world is nothing but a mirage in the face of absolute power. In this world of martial arts where superpowers abound, only personal strength and powerful fists are the unshakable truth. Therefore, she made up her mind that she would no longer be obsessed with the Chu family's intelligence work. Instead, he decided to become a top-tier awakened one who could surpass all others. I will break this shackle that binds us because of our lack of strength. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a resolute determination. In the future, there will be no information I, Xu Huairou, dare not reveal, only information I don't want to disclose. Then let's start by becoming the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination for those with supernatural abilities, and embark on my path to becoming a powerful figure, Xu Huairou. After speaking, she turned and walked into her own cultivation room. The moment he closed the door, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him, and he began his relentless, day and night intensive training. Meanwhile, in the Yang family residence in the capital, in Yang Han's study. Yu Jia, how's your cultivation progress lately? Yang Han wiped his magical longsword and looked at his daughter standing opposite him. Yang Yujia could not hide her smugness. Dad, I've broken through to the 5th stage of the first tier. There are only 2 weeks left until the college entrance exam for people with superpowers. Breaking through to the 7th stage of the first tier before the exam is definitely not difficult. Upon hearing this, Yang Han's eyes lit up, and an undisguised look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Excellent. Excellent. This progress is comparable to mine back then. It seems that the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination for supernatural abilities is definitely yours. Dad, you flatter me. Yang Yujie gave a slight bow, but her tone couldn't hide her confidence. This year has seen quite a few prodigies awaken SSS-level abilities, a truly unprecedented phenomenon. My daughter is confident she can compete, but she wouldn't presume to claim she'll be the top student. Don't be arrogant or impatient, you already have the potential to be a top scholar. You'll be using that training room closest to the A-grade ley lines for the time being. Make sure to seize this last opportunity to sprint towards your goal. If I use it, what about my little brother Tianjie? Yang Yujie asked. He has only awakened an SS-level ability. Giving him a slightly inferior training room will be enough. I doubt he would dare to say anything, Yang Han said in a deep voice. Yang Yujie said no more and turned to walk quickly toward the cultivation room. With less than half a month until the National College Entrance Examination for students with special abilities, all the awakened beings in the Dragon Kingdom are making their final sprint, all for the sake of knocking on the door of the top superpower academy and embarking on the path to becoming even stronger. This war without gunfire has already quietly begun among the major powers of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 82. On the eve of the college entrance examination, breaking through to the 6th tier. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Gong Yunza slowly opened his eyes in the cultivation room. A sharp golden light flashed in his eyes, then disappeared into his gaze. Call. With a soft exhale, Gong Yunza felt the still incredibly abundant and rich energy of heaven and earth around him and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of an S-grade ley line. Not only is the cultivation speed fast, but the energy is also extremely pure. By visualizing the star map within his body, Gong Yunza discovered that he had already lit up 3 pale blue stars. This indicates that Gong Yunza has broken through to the 3rd stage of the 2nd tier extraordinary disciple. Gong Yunza slowly stood up and noticed that Xiao Ronyu was still cultivating with her eyes closed. He didn't disturb Xiao Ronyu, but went to the 1st floor of Jinxin Pavilion alone. He walked up to the wooden combat dummy, clenched his right fist slightly, and did not use any special abilities, but only used his physical strength to strike. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the first floor of the tranquil pavilion. The entire row of combat training posts next to them trembled 3 times in unison. Gong Yunza stared at the second-tier combat dummy beneath his fist. The surface of the thick, bowl-shaped pile was covered with deep, spiderweb-like cracks. An ordinary second-tier awakened person's full-force attack would only leave a shallow crater, but now it was cracked by his pure physical strength. With a slight twitch of his joints, Gong Yunza felt the surging power in his arms, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. 2 weeks ago, when he first entered the second tier, his pure physical strength was only 800 kilograms, but now his single punch has exceeded 1,000 kilograms. This is the miraculous effect of S-grade earth vein nourishment, which not only boosts cultivation but also tempers the foundation of the physical body. He didn't stop. His left palm rested lightly on the side of the wooden stake. With a thought, a vibrant purple supernatural power quietly flowed through him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an arc of lightning. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam for those with superpowers. It's time to test the power of this purple heaven thunder body. Gong Yunza took a deep breath, and his purple heaven thunder body suddenly activated, instantly responding to the meridian star map within his body. The violent power of lightning surged up his meridians and condensed into a dazzling purple gold ball of lightning on the surface of his right fist. Buzz! The lightning ball trembled, and countless fine lightning threads spread out from the center of the ball, jumping and entwining between his fingers, instantly filling the air with a pungent smell. He could clearly feel the destructive and domineering power that came with activating the purple heaven thunder body. Nourished by the S-grade earth veins, he not only broke through to the second stage, 3rd level, but also enhanced the strength of the purple heaven thunder body. Go! With a low shout, he slammed his right fist, carrying a purple ball of lightning, into the wooden stake. This time it was no longer a dull impact, but a sharp whistling sound of lightning tearing through the air. The lightning ball exploded the moment it touched the wooden stake, and the purple lightning, like a living snake, burrowed into the wood grain and spread wildly along the previous cracks. Boom! The entire second-tier wooden stake was blasted into dust by lightning. Wood chips mixed with sparks of electricity flew everywhere, landing on the bluestone ground a few feet away, scorching small black pits in the ground. Even more astonishingly, the 3 wooden stakes next to it were also affected by the overflowing lightning, with charred lightning patterns appearing on their surfaces, and they all groaned under the weight. Gong Yunza slowly withdrew his fist, a faint aftertaste of purple lightning still lingering on the surface. He moved his wrists, feeling the lightning flowing gently through his body, and a realization flashed in his eyes. The lightning unleashed by activating the purple heaven thunder body has such astonishing destructive power. As a trump card, it can achieve unexpected and miraculous effects. Thinking of this, Gong Yunza's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled. I'm getting more and more excited for tomorrow's college entrance exam with superpowers. Just then, Xiao Ronyu's voice came from behind Gong Yunza. Yunza! When did you come out? How is your cultivation progressing? Seeing Xiao Rongyu approach with a smile, Gong Yunza replied with a smile. I haven't been out for long, and I've already reached the 3rd stage of the second tier. What about you? Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yunza in surprise, her smug expression vanishing instantly. I've cultivated to the 2nd stage, 2nd level, and I thought I could catch up with your progress, but it seems I was overthinking it. Seeing Xiao Ronyu's disappointment, Gong Yunza comforted her. It's all right. I've cultivated for a few more days than you. If you had the same amount of time to cultivate, you could also break through to the 2nd stage, 3rd level. Xiao Rongyu shook her head and said helplessly. No. I just broke through to the 2nd stage of the 2nd tier. I think it will take at least another month to reach the 3rd stage. Yunza, you are indeed exceptionally talented. Gong Yunza was surprised to hear this. I didn't expect my cultivation speed to be so fast. Just as Gong Yunza was secretly shocked, a blue energy vortex suddenly surged in the sky above Jingxin Pavilion. The air that was flowing suddenly froze, and even the energy of heaven and earth rising from the S-level ley lines seemed to be held down by an invisible hand, its flow rate suddenly slowing down by 30%. This is Xiao Rongyu looked up at the top of the pavilion, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, then her eyes lit up with surprise. It's Father Sora. Before the words were finished, a powerful pressure surged into the sky from the 2nd basement level of the tranquil pavilion. Immediately following was a domain of power with a diameter of 1 kilometer. At a glance, Gong Yunza recognized that this domain was none other than the Xiao family's absolute domain. Within the area, the falling leaves slowed down, and the frequency of bird flapping decreased. Even the footsteps of the guards coming from afar sounded drawn out, with a sense of sluggishness. Dong Yun's pupils contracted slightly, and the purple heaven thunder body within his body inexplicably stirred. That's the natural suppression of lower-level awakened beings by higher-level awakened beings. Yet it possessed a peculiar inclusivity, not oppressing him and Xiao Rongyu, but instead making the surrounding energy field appear unusually orderly. A breakthrough has been achieved. Xiao Rongyu's voice trembled. She could clearly sense an unprecedented weight and control within that familiar aura. Father has reached the 6th level. At this moment, on the second basement floor of Jingxin Pavilion, Xiaoli slowly opened his eyes. On the jade platform where he sat cross-legged, ripples of azure energy were spreading outwards in circles, and even the energy flowing from his fingertips was several times more condensed than before. A 6th-tier alien emperor has been achieved. Dad! Did you see that? Xiaoli murmured to himself, raised his hand and made a grasping motion, and ripples suddenly appeared in the space within 10 feet around him. He could see a bat that had wandered into the area by mistake. The power of its wing beats and the hardness of its fangs were a full quarter weaker than those outside the area. This is his domain ability, which can reduce the overall strength of all hostile targets within the domain by 25%. Xiaoli, who has stepped into the realm of the alien emperor, originally had a domain with a diameter of only 500 meters, but now the diameter of the domain has jumped to 1,000 meters. After successfully breaking through, Xiaoli left the second basement level and encountered Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu on the first level. Xiaoli beamed with joy and said, Yunze! Rongyu, I've broken through to the 6th-tier alien emperor. Dad, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the alien emperor realm. Xiao Rongyu exclaimed excitedly. Gong Yunze also stepped forward, scratching his head and smiling as he cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, old Deng. Congratulations, old Deng. From now on, I can finally have the alien emperor as my backer. Xiaoli burst into laughter at the term old Deng, and patted him on the shoulder. You brat! With me here, go all out on the college entrance exam tomorrow. If anyone goes too far, don't hold back. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Chapter 83, The Superpowered College Entrance Examination begins. Please give it a 5-star review. The heavy drums pounded, their dull thuds like thunder rolling across the land, and the annual college entrance examination for those with supernatural abilities began amidst the deafening roar. Millions of first-time test takers across the country gathered in various examination areas, like rivers flowing into the sea. Although the examination venues were scattered throughout the area, the giant screen in the center of each venue lit up simultaneously. Fu Yong, dressed in a dark gray suit, sat upright, the silver strands at his temples gleaming coldly under the overhead light. Almost the instant the image stabilized, that deep, resonant male voice, like a fine vintage wine, echoed throughout the venue via the loudspeaker. Good morning, 3 million newly awakened beings nationwide. The voice of the director of the Kyoto Supernatural Ability Education Bureau carried an unquestionable authority. I am Fu Yong. Today will be a watershed moment in your lives. The top 500 students in the Superpower College Entrance Examination will receive admission tickets to the 4 top Superpower Academies. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted from the throng of people. The gasps crashed against the dome of the examination hall, then fell with an even more fervent anticipation, as if the air itself had been ignited. Fu Yong raised his hand and made a pressing motion. Although it was just an action in the video, the boiling crowd of voices subsided as quickly as the tide receded. While the spots at the top 4 universities are certainly precious, the significance of the college entrance exam for those with supernatural abilities goes far beyond that. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, and the image on the large screen instantly changed. Under the searchlights of the deep sea base, aquatic ability users manipulated the undercurrents, stitching together the cracks in the dam with the precision of embroidery. Amidst the ruins of the city, a yellow light emanating from the palm of an earth elemental awakened being spread across broken beams, and bricks and tiles miraculously returned to their original positions as if time had reversed. In the howling winds of the northern snowfields, high-level awakened beings conjured walls of ice, forcefully keeping the roaring beast tide at bay. What you are seeing is the responsibility of the awakened. Fu Yong's voice suddenly became solemn. The identity of the first awakened means that you are no longer ordinary people. Today's assessment is not only to select the strong, but also to select those who are responsible and can control their own power. He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen, landing on the face of each examinee. 3 assessment stages: strength test to assess foundation, ability intensity to assess potential, and combat practice to test character. Remember, the power of an awakened person is like a prairie fire, capable of burning down enemies, but also capable of burning down oneself. As soon as the words were spoken, the screen switched again, displaying the specific rules for the 3 assessment items. 1. The strength test requires 3 strikes to the force measuring column within 3 minutes. The highest score will be recorded, with a maximum score of 100. 2. The supernatural power intensity test will be rated based on energy intensity and stability, with a maximum score of 100. 3. Martial arts combat will randomly match you with an opponent. Defeating your opponent will earn you 10 points. You will not lose points if you voluntarily admit defeat, but you will be disqualified if you maliciously injure your opponent. Now, I declare. Fu Yong raised his hand to glance at his watch, a hint of excitement in his magnetic voice. The 188th National College Entrance Examination for persons with supernatural abilities has officially begun. The moment the words fell, the heavy drumbeats of examination halls across the country rang out again. This time, however, it carried a completely different rhythm. Its calm yet stirring tone was like a battle drumbeat for the newcomers about to embark on the battlefield. Inside the Kyoto Examination Center, Yang Yuje, who had been selected as one of the first group of candidates, had already reached the starting point of the strength test area. She wore the ice blue and pure white JK uniform of Kyoto No. 1 High School, and her beautiful red hair, perfect figure, and outstanding appearance drew praise from the students waiting in the audience. Isn't that Yang Yuje from the elite class? Her red hair and ice blue school uniform are absolutely stunning. I heard she awakened an SSS-level fire-type ability. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is top-notch. I'm so envious. Amid the murmurs, Yang Yuje raised her hand and tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate collarbone. The short-sleeved shirt was tied with a matching bow tie, and her slender calves were visible beneath the pleated skirt. White stockings encased her slender ankles, and her toes, nestled in black leather shoes, lightly touched the ground, exuding a youthful agility. Yet, when she looked up, the sharpness in her eyes overshadowed her naivety. She walked to the strength measuring column and stood there. The examiner in charge of the test, looking at her appearance which was completely unrelated to the sense of strength, couldn't help but give her an extra word of advice. Take the highest value from 3 strikes. Don't rush. Adjust your breathing. Yang Yuje nodded slightly, her fingertips lightly touching the cool metal surface of the pillar before she withdrew her hand and assumed a standard punching stance. Her pleated skirt swayed gently with her movement, and her red hair drew a bright arc in the air. The first punch. She didn't exert any force, her fist lightly touched the pillar, and then she twisted her wrist, creating a short, sharp gust of wind with what seemed like a casual strike. Bang! The fluorescent scale jumped to 820 kilograms instantly, and a gasp rippled through the audience. This level of power far exceeds the average level of ordinary beginners. As expected of an SSS-level physique, the strength is incredible. To be able to generate 820 kilograms of force, one has probably already broken through to the 8th level of the first rank. Yang Yuje seemed not to hear, and simply flicked her wrist, causing the wrinkles on the cuffs of her school uniform to unfold. With her second punch, she lowered her waist and twisted her hips, her arm muscles suddenly tensing, and her originally soft lines instantly became sharp. This time, the sound of the fist colliding with the pillar was much duller, and the pointer on the scale broke through 900 kilograms and stopped steadily at the 920 mark. Wow! 920 kilograms of force can be generated purely through physical strength? Her physical strength alone is this strong. If she were to combine it with her fire-based abilities, her destructive power would be unimaginable. She listened intently to the praise from the audience, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her red hair fell over her shoulders, creating a striking contrast with her ice blue school uniform. With her third punch, she took a deep breath, and flames suddenly erupted around her. It wasn't an explosion of superpowers, but rather a faint resonance between her physical strength pushed to its limit and her fire-type talent. Drink! With a soft shout, his fist slammed into the center of the pillar like a meteor. This time, the metal column emitted a buzzing sound, and the pointer of the fluorescent scale spun wildly, finally fixing itself firmly at the position of 1,020 kilograms. Her pleated skirt fluttered in the airflow, and her bow tie was slightly askew, but it did not diminish her imposing presence in the slightest. Yang Yuje withdrew her fist, looked at the numbers jumping on the pillar, raised her hand to tie her crooked bow tie, and moved with such elegance that it was as if she had just attended a tea party rather than tested her strength. As she turned and walked toward the waiting area, her red hair shone in the sunlight, and the hem of her ice blue school uniform swept across the ground, leaving a series of light footsteps that inexplicably added pressure to the candidates waiting behind her. After the 3 punches, a leaderboard suddenly appeared on the large screen. Yang Yujie's name instantly rose to the top spot. The screen displayed National Ranking, Top 1 Yang Yujie, 100 points. Yang Yujie glanced at the rankings. But she didn't seem to care about this result. Because in her mind, getting 100 points in the first round is just a necessary step for the top scorers in the National College Entrance Examination. At the same moment, on the other side of the test platform, Lu Feng stood unsteadily, his eyes unfocused as if he had drunk 3 kilograms of strong liquor. Lu Rui, who was clenching his fists and cheering him on from below the stage, was on tenterhooks. Chapter 84 Lu Rui's Disappointment. Please give it a 5-star review. Lu Feng, standing next to the force measuring column, shook his head as if his bones had been removed, unable to even stand steadily. Lu Rui watched from the audience, his heart clenching. He knew his son well. Even if his talent was low, just 2 weeks ago he could still punch 280 kilograms. How come he turned into this drunkard when it came to the real test? Xiaofeng, calm down. Think about the power generation method I taught you. Lu Rui's voice was deliberately hoarse, but the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He had never asked anyone for anything in his life, except for the hope that his son could use his supernatural abilities to prove himself in the college entrance examination. But the scene before him made his throat feel like it was blocked by a ball of burning red cotton. Lu Feng seemed not to hear, and mechanically raised his arm. That fist, which should have been full of power, was now as soft as a bloated bun, and it lightly tapped the force measuring column. Thump! The sound was muffled, like a mosquito's hum, and the fluorescent scale slowly climbed up and down, finally stopping at 120 kilograms. A burst of snickers immediately erupted from the audience. Is this guy just here to make up the numbers? My girl was stronger than this when she first awakened, ha. I just watched Yang Yujie's 1020, and then I watched this, TSK. Keep your voices down. He's the young master of the Lu family. Don't let his family hear you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Hearing the whispers around him, Lu Rui's face flushed red, then quickly turned pale. He stared intently at Lu Feng's retreating figure, the jade ring between his fingers cracking softly. 120 kilograms? That's not even half the passing grade. He recalled that in order to lay a solid foundation for Lu Feng, his family used 3,000-year-old snow lotuses to refine a body tempering pill. The medicinal materials alone were enough to bankrupt a medium-sized family. I recalled that I had specially invited a martial arts master who had been living in seclusion for 30 years to personally guide me. That old man, whom I couldn't even hire with money, came to the manor 3 times a week because of the Lu family's reputation. 3 months ago, Lu Feng stood before the ancestral tablets in the family ancestral hall, patting his chest and saying, "The exuberant spirit of Dad, once I become the top scorer in the college entrance exam with superpowers, I'll make sure the Lu family's flag flies high in every exam area across the country." Those hopes that had cost the family countless resources to build upon. Those high hopes placed under the prestigious title of China's #1 family. At this moment, they all turned into poison icicles, piercing deep into his lungs. The surrounding whispers pierced him like needles. Although no one dared to call the Lu family by name, the disdainful looks and deliberately suppressed sneers were more humiliating to him than being slapped in public. Lu Rui had been in charge of the Lu family for over 10 years, and no one had ever dared to show him the slightest disrespect. Now, however, he has to watch his son deliver such a disgraceful answer sheet on a nationally televised exam, bringing shame upon the entire family. Again! Lu Rui suddenly stood up from the crowd and shouted sharply. Lu Rui's voice trembled. It was less of encouragement and more of a command given through gritted teeth. Lu Feng seemed startled by the shout and clenched his fist tightly. Whether it was due to being too nervous or exerting the wrong force, his fist grazed the pillar by half an inch, only making a dull thud at the edge. The fluorescent scale wobbled and stopped at 180 kilograms. The examiner drew a red cross on the record sheet, his brow furrowed so deeply it could trap a mosquito. The last time. Lu Rui felt as if his internal organs were being squeezed, and the pain made him want to bend over. Looking at Lu Feng's absent-minded appearance, he suddenly remembered that Lu Feng seemed to have had a servant bring him 2 bottles of wine last night. At the time, he thought it was just relaxing before the exam, but now he realizes that the dark circles under his eyes were not from nervousness, but from staying up all night. Lu Feng! He finally couldn't help but shout, the disappointment in his voice exploding like ice shards. If you have any manly spirit left, pull yourself together and throw a proper punch. Lu Feng was startled, and his third punch was delivered with a bit of ferocity. But that force was like phlegm stuck in his throat, impossible to spit out. His fist struck the pillar, but only a light, weak echo bounced back. 310 kilograms. The highest weight he achieved was 310 kilograms, which translates to only 31 points. The leaderboard on the screen scrolled by, and Lu Feng's name was like a speck of dust, buried hundreds of thousands of places behind, with no specific ranking even displayed. Lu Feng walked off the stage with his head down. As he passed Lu Rue, he paused and hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. Lu Rue suddenly turned around and walked towards the exit with his back to him. The figure stood ramrod straight, yet there was an indescribable stiffness about it, only the tightly clenched cuffs trembled slightly. "Dad!" Lu Feng's voice was barely audible. Lu Rue didn't turn around, but a very low, cold laugh rolled down his throat, as if it had been chilled to the bone. "You've disappointed me so much." A gust of wind blew in through the ventilation openings of the examination room, causing Lu Feng's clothes to rustle. He watched his father's resolute back as he walked away, then suddenly squatted down and dug his hands deep into his hair. The successive blows had completely eroded Lu Feng's fighting spirit and ambition as an awakened one. He drank himself into oblivion last night, and now his limbs are unresponsive. The pain of unrequited love was deeply rooted in his heart. The rejection from his beloved before the exam was even more painful than being stabbed in the back with a sharp knife. But he couldn't bring himself to say these words to his father's retreating figure. Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked at himself and said with a self-deprecating smile, "There are millions of people in the world who are devoted to love, so why am I the one who is heartbroken?" In the distance, news of Yang Yujia's perfect score was still spreading among the crowd. All those cheers and jubilation sounded like a buzzing blank to Lu Feng. Lu Rue walked out of the regular audience seats and into the VIP room. He pointed with his right hand at the few people in the audience seats where he had been standing and said to Li De, "That fat guy in the blue jacket with a stubble, that guy with the ponytail who looks like he's asking for a beating, that one." Lu Rue pointed to more than a dozen people and instructed Li De. "They crippled their children in one day." Li De nodded, and then used his VIP phone, which was also located on the mountaintop, to take pictures of everyone Lu Rue pointed to. "Just kidding, this is an ad placement." After filming, Li De was about to leave to carry out orders when Lu Rue called out to him. "Ada, aren't you going to ask why?" "No need. Even if you asked me to commit suicide, I wouldn't hesitate," Li De said firmly. Lu Rue nodded in satisfaction and said to himself, "Even if Fonger is disappointing, only I can scold him. If anyone dares to say a word, I will show them the power of the Lu family." Meanwhile, in the Yangzhou examination area, Yang Tianjie stood smugly in front of the force measuring column, showing off his power to Gong Yunzi below the stage. "Gong Yunzi, just you wait. I'm now at the peak of the first tier, 9th stage awakening realm. What do you have to compare with me? Today, I, Yang Tianjie, will show you what a genius really is." Chapter 85, Genius or Fool? Please give it a 5-star review. Yang Tianjie took a deep breath, and his blood and chi surged suddenly. The aura of the first level, 9th stage, spread out like a wave. He twisted his waist and hips suddenly, his right arm muscles bulging like a dragon, and his fist, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, slammed hard into the force measuring column. Boom! A muffled thud made the exam room floor tremble slightly, and the fluorescent scale on the force measuring column spiked wildly. "First strike, 840 kilograms," the examiner announced loudly. He exhaled a breath of stale air, this time deliberately tensing the muscles in his right arm, the veins bulging slightly. Perhaps he found his rhythm with the first strike, because his movements became smoother, and his fists created a slight whistling sound as they sliced through the air. Bang! The force was significantly greater than the first strike, and a faint ripple of spiritual energy even appeared on the surface of the force measuring column. The numbers on the scale jumped even faster, 880, 900. And finally stopped at 910 kilograms. 910 kilograms. That's a significant improvement. A round of cheers erupted from the crowd. After all, for a beginner, this achievement was already quite remarkable. Yang Tianjie flicked his wrist and deliberately puffed out his chest in Gong Yunzi's direction. "See that? That's real strength. Some people probably can't even do half of that, right?" The third time, he put in all his effort, a ferocious look on his face. The energy of heaven and earth condensed into a faint flame on his fist, which was the maximum physical power he could mobilize at this stage. He twisted his body with almost all his might, and his fist slammed into the center of the pillar with a fierce force. Bang! The sound was more muffled than the previous 2 times, the force measuring column wobbled, and the pointer of the scale spun wildly. Finally, it stopped shakily at 940 kilograms. 940 kilograms. The highest weight reached 943 times, with a score of 94 points. The examiner made a heavy stroke on the record sheet. Yang Tianjie staggered, leaning against a pillar and panting heavily, but his face was full of a smug smile. He turned around and loudly mocked Gong Yunze. See that? 94 points. In the entire Yangzhou test area, there are only a handful of people in the first tier who can surpass me. Gong Yunze, do you dare to come up and try? I bet you can't even hit 600 kilograms. Gong Yunze leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, looking at Yang Tianjie's arrogant demeanor, a cold smile curving his lips. A mere 94 points is something to be so proud of? It seems your definition of genius is quite different from mine. What did you say? Yang Tianjie immediately bristled and was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by the examiner's stern rebuke. Next candidate, Xiao Rongyu. The crowd automatically parted to make way, and Xiao Rongyu, dressed in a plain white tracksuit, walked out slowly. She was slender with cool and aloof eyes, and everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to her when she stepped onto the stage. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no exaggerated power-building movements. Xiao Rongyu's fist fell as lightly as a falling leaf, but it exploded with a thunderous roar the moment it touched the force-measuring column. Buzz! The fluorescent scale rose rapidly. The moment the scale broke through 4 digits, the entire examination room fell into dead silence. Everyone watched in disbelief as the number jumped past 1,000, finally stopping at 1,100 kilograms, and the score column next to it flashed a bright red 100 points. 1,100 kilograms? A perfect score? The examiner's pen fell to the ground with a clatter, and he thought to himself. How is this possible? Awakening Realm cultivators from Yangzhou can actually achieve a perfect score in a single strike, just like those geniuses from the capital? The examiner, who had seen countless geniuses, quickly regained his composure and declared loudly. Xiao Rongyu. 100 points. No need for 2 more hits. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu scored a perfect score with a single strike, the audience below the stage exclaimed in surprise. My goodness! This fairy sister is amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also incredibly powerful. Sigh. If I had half her talent and beauty, I wouldn't have failed to catch up with the handsome guy in the next class. What are you all saying? She's the granddaughter of the Dragon Kingdom's military genius. Isn't a perfect score of 100 normal? I even think she has the potential to win first place. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu easily surpassed him with just 1 punch, Yang Tianjie's face turned ashen, and he stood there with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Xiao Rongyu gracefully withdrew her fist, not even glancing at the reactions around her, and walked straight off the stage. Yang Tianjie stood frozen in place, his back teeth grinding together. But he quickly forced a smile and strode up to Xiao Rongyu. Rongyu! Congratulations! You got a perfect score with just 1 punch. You're a role model for us all. Xiao Rongyu didn't even lift her eyelids and walked straight past him. Yang Tianjie's smile froze instantly, then his voice suddenly rose, and he said in a sarcastic tone. That drug addict Gong Yunze, who forcibly awakened his SSS-level superpower by taking drugs to improve his physique, must be having a hard time cultivating. Rongyu, his foundation is unstable and his cultivation path won't go far. Why don't you dump him and be with me? Hearing Yang Tianjie speak rudely to Gong Yunze, Xiao Rongyu felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She turned her head and said in an icy voice. If you dare to say another bad word about Yunze, I will personally cripple you in the 3rd stage of the competition. Yang Tianjie's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, his anger surging within him. You ungrateful bitch. Just wait and see your good-for-nothing husband embarrass himself in the exam hall. I'll record the whole thing and play it on a loop on the advertising screens of all the major shopping malls in Yangzhou. I want everyone to know that you, Xiao Rongyu, have a useless husband. However, he knew Xiao Rongyu's true nature and dared not truly provoke her. Watching Xiao Rongyu's departing figure, all her anger turned into resentment and hatred towards Gong Yunze. As Xiao Rongyu walked through the crowd, everyone instinctively stepped back. As if afraid of disturbing this powerful figure who had scored a perfect score with a single punch, a reverent silence filled the air. Only when she reached Gong Yunze did a hint of gentleness appear in her usually cold and aloof eyes, and she paused slightly in her steps. It's simpler than I expected, she said softly with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. After all, she's my wife. Watch my performance later. Gong Yunza's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a confident smile. Xiao Rongyu smiled and said, "Go for it, honey." Gong Yunza responded with a smile and immediately strode towards the force measuring pillar. As he walked towards the force measuring column, he looked up at the large screen hanging from the dome, displaying the national rankings. The large screen displayed the names of 2 students who scored full marks. Top 1 in the country, Kyoto Test Center, Yang Yujie scores 100. Top 2 in the country, Yangzhou Test Center, Xiao Rongyu scores 100. Gong Yunza nodded, pondering in his heart. It seems that the ranking is based on the order of scores. In that case, the third round must be won by speed. Otherwise, even if the scores are the same in the end, we will still miss the chance to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Just as he was deep in thought, the screen suddenly refreshed, and the name of another perfect scorer jumped into view. Top 3 in the country, Kyoto Test Center, Shu Huiro scores 100. Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, a hint of interest flashing in his mind. Shu Huiro is another awakened one from the Kyoto examination area. It seems that Kyoto is truly a place where geniuses gather. I really want to have a good competition with these top geniuses. Chapter 86 shocked the entire audience. Please give it a 5-star review. Gong Yunza walked to the force measuring column and stood still, and all eyes in the examination room instantly focused on him. Does anyone remember Yang Tianjie's taunts from earlier? Some people were curious about just how capable this young man was who could earn Xiao Rongyu's special attention. Many others, with a let's see what happens mentality, joined in, fueled by young Tianjie's encouragement. Gong Yunza was labeled by everyone as someone who awakened an SSS-level superpower by taking drugs. A series of rumors about Gong Yunza spread like wildfire through the audience. Seeing Gong Yunza finally enter the arena, Yang Tianjie immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. "Look everyone! This is Gong Yunza, the genius from our Yangzhou exam area. He's awakened an SSS-level superpower, he'll definitely get a perfect score today." As soon as this was said, some people immediately followed suit and started a trend. An SSS-level ability awakened through drugs is like building a skyscraper on a flat foundation. The foundation is unstable, and there's no future to speak of. Exactly. Even the worst F-rank talent, if cultivated diligently, is 100 times better than these crooked methods. Damn, so he got his SSS rank through drugs. I almost got knocked down last time. These words were extremely grating to Xiao Li's ears, and he thought to himself. These people are truly brainless, blindly following the crowd, lacking even the most basic ability to distinguish right from wrong. Making arbitrary judgments only invites ruthless slaps in the face. Just wait and see how my little dang will thoroughly slap you in the face. However, no one dared to make a loud noise around Xiao Rongyu. Everyone knows that if they were to discuss her husband to her face, they would surely incur the wrath of this powerful fighter who could deliver a perfect punch. No strong person in this world will tolerate others mocking those they care about, unless the person being mocked is truly so weak that they can be trampled on at will. Gong Yunza seemed not to hear the surrounding noise, and simply slowly raised his hand to pull his hands out of his pockets. His movements were unhurried, even somewhat nonchalant. But when his fingertips curled slightly, a ripple inexplicably appeared in the surrounding air. It was an energy fluctuation that was more subtle yet more powerful than when Xiao Rongyu threw a punch. The examiner observed the fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth surrounding Gong Yunza, and stared at him in disbelief, thinking angrily. Taking the college entrance exam in a different exam district is against the rules. This freak genius from Kyoto, who actually came to the Yangzhou exam district to fry fish? The examiner frowned as he flipped through Gong Yunza's file, and was immediately stunned, exclaiming in shock. Such a young second-tier ability user is actually an ordinary person with no background? Composing himself, the examiner coughed lightly and said to Gong Yunza. "Candidate Gong Yunza, you can begin once you're ready." Gong Yunza nodded, and unlike Yang Tianjie, he did not deliberately gather his strength, but simply raised his right arm casually. His fist was very steady, and you couldn't even see a single vein in his muscles, as if he were just about to touch a feather. Pretentious. Yang Tianjie sneered from the audience. I doubt he can even reach 600 kilograms. As he spoke, he took out his phone and turned on the video recording, waiting to capture the moment when Gong Yunza would embarrass himself. Before he finished speaking, Gong Yunza's fist had already landed on the force measuring column. There was no earth-shattering roar, not even a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, only a soft pop sound, as light as a sigh. But the moment his fist touched the pillar, the power erupted like a dormant volcano, bursting out along the pillar. The fluorescent scale that originally displayed the kilograms seemed to have been accelerated, soaring wildly from 0, 100, 300, 500. When the number skips to 4 digits. Before the gasps from the exam hall could even escape, they were choked back by an even more terrifying surge. 1,100. 1,200. 1,300. The hands of the dial were almost touching the edge of the dial, making a creaking sound as if they were about to shatter under the strain. Finally, the pointer abruptly stopped at 1,500 kilograms. How is this possible? The examiner's pupils suddenly contracted, and the hand holding the pen began to tremble uncontrollably. He had been proctoring exams for over a decade, and the most outstanding geniuses he had ever seen barely broke 1,200. But the numbers before him made him rub his eyes violently, wondering if he was hallucinating. When he removed his hand and looked at the scale again, the number 1,500 kilograms still hadn't disappeared, and the examiner could no longer control his facial expressions, exclaiming in surprise, "WDF? Man! Is this correct? Could the dial indicator be broken?" With this in mind, the examiner immediately conducted a careful inspection of the scale. The examination was checked 3 times, and with each check, the examiner was filled with wave after wave of shock. 1,500 kilograms. This is true. He actually broke the record that had stood for decades in China. He pinched his thigh hard, and the intense pain definitely reached his central nervous system. Only then did he believe that Gong Yunza's results were real and valid. Thinking of this, he could no longer suppress his excitement. He fumbled for his phone in his pocket, his hands trembling with excitement, yet they danced across the screen uncontrollably. At the same time, a line of bright red numbers popped up in the center of the scoreboard: 100 points. When 1,500 kilograms and 100 points appeared at the same time, the entire examination room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the number that far exceeded the perfect score, their minds blank. Yang Tianjia's sneer froze, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he didn't even realize that his back teeth were grinding to pieces. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze, erupting in a deafening uproar. 100 points? What's going on? Didn't he awaken with the help of pills? Is this force testing pillar broken? Which bastard barked that Gong Yunza ruined his foundation by taking drugs? What did Yang Tianjia just say? He couldn't even hit 600 kilograms? Gong Yunza not only hit it, but he hit more than double that. He even broke the record for the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination for supernatural abilities. This is simply a monster. Amidst the gasps of amazement from the crowd, Gong Yunza flicked his wrist, glanced at Yang Tianjia, whose face was ashen, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Who said they were going to record a video? How was the video? Isn't your brother Zhe handsome from every angle? Yang Tianjia trembled, suddenly feeling a tightness in his throat, unable to utter a single word. He finally realized how ridiculous his boasting had been. Like a wildcat showing off its claws in front of a real lion. "I'll say one more thing," Gong Yunza said to Yang Tianjia with a cold smile. "You're not even qualified to be my opponent now. You'd better pray you don't meet me in the 3rd match, otherwise, you know what I mean." Yang Tianjia was taken aback upon hearing this. "You're ruthless. Just you wait." He left with these harsh words and ran away as if fleeing. Suddenly, the giant screen on the dome started flashing violently, and the national rankings were being updated at a visible speed. National Top 1, Yangzhou Examination Area, Gong Yunza scores 100 points. Breaking the national record. Top 2 nationwide, Kyoto Test Center, Yang Yujie scores 100. Top 3 in the country, Yangzhou Test Center, Xiao Ronyu scores 100. Top 4 in the country, Kyoto Test Center, Xu Huairo scores 100. Chapter 87: An Unspeakable Problem. Please give it a 5-star review. The deathly silence in the examination room lasted only 3 seconds before erupting into a massive uproar. The candidates in the front row who had been the most vocal in their mockery were now flushed red, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Some of them didn't even meet the 300 kilogram standard, yet they just shamelessly belittled Gong Yunza's foundation. Drugs? With this kind of strength, you need drugs? I'd believe you if you told me he was a born war god who sprang from a rock. A bearded examinee slammed his fist into his thigh, the loud sound drowning out the surrounding chatter. The parents in the back row were in an uproar. A mother, her brow furrowed, gripped her son's hand tightly and pointed to the scoreboard, her voice trembling as she said, "See that? That's what you call genius. He weighs 1,500 kilograms, and you've got the nerve to show off your measly 800 kilograms? Get back to training right after the exam. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." A sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. Someone pointed at the national rankings on the giant screen in the dome, their voice trembling. "Look! Gong Yunza has actually risen to number 1 in the country. This is the first time I've ever seen a newcomer ranked number 1. You're kidding me. Gong Yunza is a monster who broke the national record. Didn't you see the examiners were practically trembling with excitement? If he doesn't get first place, who will? Holy crap! This guy is seriously awesome. This is the first time since the inception of the superpowered college entrance examination in China. He's shattered the record. This isn't just awesome, it's downright holy crap. Ruthless." Shaoli stood at the edge of the crowd, laughing heartily with his head thrown back, a truly unrestrained and exhilarating laugh. He pulled out his phone and started snapping photos of the astonished faces in the room, simultaneously recording and sending messages to the family group chat, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Look! Our Yunza weighed 1,500 kilograms in his first test. Breaking the Dragon Kingdom record." He slapped those idiots in the face. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Ronyu gazed at the composed young man on the stage, a ripple appearing in her clear, cold eyes. She raised her hand to tidy the strands of hair that had been blown about by the wind at her temples, and a very faint smile appeared on her lips, a smile even more genuine than when she herself got a perfect score. At this moment, the chief examiner in the Yangzhou examination area was trembling like a leaf. I swiped my finger 3 times on the phone screen before finally getting through to the director of the Yangzhou Municipal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. As soon as the call connected, he shouted into the receiver in a trembling voice. "Director Wen. Something terrible has happened. Yangzhou examination area. Gong Yunza. 1,500 kilograms. A record broken. The highest record since the Dragon Kingdom's Supernatural Ability College entrance examination began." There was a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the crisp sound of a glass falling to the ground. When Junquan, director of the Yangzhou Municipal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, spoke with disbelief. You say it again? How many kilograms? Which test center?" 1,500 kilograms. Yangzhou examination area. The candidate's name is Gong Yunza, and the information shows no background whatsoever. I just verified the force measuring column 3 times, and the result is absolutely genuine. The examiner read the information very quickly. The national rankings have been updated, and he is now firmly in first place, even surpassing Yang Yujie, the former number 1 in Kyoto. When Junquan originally planned to go to the Yangzhou examination hall to oversee the 3rd round of the supernatural ability competition. Upon hearing this, how could he possibly sit still? He immediately grabbed his briefcase and rushed out the door. He had a particularly deep impression of Gong Yunza when he awakened his supernatural abilities. But he never expected that Gong Yunza would break the historical record of 1,200 kilograms, and by a huge margin. He had always thought highly of Gong Yunza, but he never expected that Gong Yunza could actually overpower all the other geniuses in the capital and firmly hold the top spot. When Junquan has been in the position of director of the Yangzhou Municipal Bureau of Supernatural Abilities for almost 10 years, but has never had the opportunity to be promoted. Now, as long as Gong Yunza can represent Yangzhou and win the National College Entrance Examination for students with special abilities this year, he's very likely to be transferred directly to Kyoto. His career will then take another leap forward. At this moment, he could no longer contain his excitement and kept urging the driver on. Faster! Faster! In the restroom of the Kyoto Examination Center, Yang Yujie was preparing for the 2nd exam. Hearing the whispers of the other test takers, she turned around sharply and looked at the national ranking screen on the wall. When the words National Ranking Top 1 for Gong Yunza came into view, her eyes lit up instantly, as if they were filled with stars. So he's from Yangzhou. No wonder I couldn't find him anywhere in Kyoto. Yang Yujie murmured to herself, her tone a mixture of surprise, joy, and sudden realization. Chu Huiro, who was meditating cross-legged next to him, looked up when she heard the noise. Her gaze lingered on the screen for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes as she thought to herself. Gong Yunza. Yangzhou examination area. Interesting. Only a man as outstanding as him could catch my eye, Shu Huairou. She secretly memorized Gong Yunza's name, hoping to meet him in the third assessment. Shu Huairou looked at Yang Yuji and said, Yujia, your expression is really strange. Someone else took first place from you, and instead of being angry, you look all love-struck. This isn't like you at all. Yang Yujia's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She quickly composed herself and whispered, Huairou, you know him, he's the boy I told you about before. Shu Huairou raised an eyebrow slightly, a knowing glint in her eyes, and chuckled softly. Oh, so this Gong Yunza is the one you've been dreaming about? I was wondering which young master could have our Miss Yang so infatuated, but now that I see, they are indeed a good match. Yang Yujia's cheeks flushed instantly, as if painted with rouge. She twisted her fingers shyly and asked softly, Huairou, if I told you, he already has a wife, but I still want. I want to stay by his side, would you laugh at me? Upon hearing this, Shu Huairou's smile instantly froze. She immediately reached out and touched Yang Yujia's forehead, her face filled with disbelief. She doesn't have a fever. You're supposed to be the eldest daughter of the Yang family. How can you say such nonsense? Yang Yujia did not explain, but instead asked in return. Huairou, do you know who his wife is? Who? Shu Huairou was even more puzzled. It's Xiao Rongyu. Yang Yujia said softly. Upon hearing this, Shu Huairou immediately covered her cherry-like mouth in surprise, saying in disbelief. Are you talking about Xiao Rongyu, the one who always ranked first in both academics and physical fitness from elementary school to junior high school graduation? Yes. It's her. Yang Yujia nodded emphatically. Shu Huairou still wore an expression of disbelief, muttering. I used to be in the same class as her. When we graduated from junior high, so many rich kids from Kyoto lined up to confess their feelings to her, but she rejected them all with a cold face. She even said back then that she had someone she liked. Could it be this Gong Yunza? Yang Yujia nodded and replied. I met them in the secret realm before. When they stood together, they couldn't see anyone else. They looked so sweet. I think it must be him. Before she transferred here, I was first in the class. Since she came, I've been second forever. This boy is so outstanding, I never thought Xiao Rongyu would have such good taste in men. Shu Huairou said helplessly. Just as Shu Huairou was secretly sighing. A name suddenly popped up on the national ranking list, making her heart skip a beat. Top 5 nationwide, Kyoto Test Center, Wang Zhuqing scores 100. Chapter 88 Under the Spotlight. Please give it a 5-star review. Shu Huairou's gaze was drawn to the name Wang Zhuqing as if by a magnet. Zhuqing. She murmured the name, her voice trembling at the end. Since yesterday, Wang Zhuqing seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how hard Shu Huairou searched, he could not find any trace of Wang Zhuqing. She subtly inquired with several familiar examinees, who all said that the last time they saw Wang Zhuqing was at the entrance of the special ability testing area, after which she disappeared without a trace. Huairou? What's wrong? Yang Yujia caught up and saw that her face was pale, so she reached out and touched her arm. Shu Huairou snapped back to reality, grabbed her coat draped over the back of the chair, and rushed out, her voice tinged with a panic she herself didn't realize. I'll go find someone. She slammed the door open to the restroom, and a cool breeze carrying the noise of the test takers rushed in. Shu Huairou's gaze swept across the corridor like a radar. The candidates coming and going all looked hurried, but there was no familiar figure among them. Have you seen Wang Zhuqing? She's about 1.68 meters tall, a very pretty girl. She grabbed a boy who had just come out of the exam room and spoke as fast as a drumbeat. The boy was taken aback by her question and shook his head. I don't remember, there were too many people taking the strength test just now. Shu Huairou let go of his hand and turned to run towards the force measuring column area. She weaved through the throng of people, her gaze sweeping over every face. Some were nervous, some were excited, some were dejected, but none of them had those eyes that always carried a gentle smile. Zhuqing. Wang Zhuqing. She couldn't help but shout, her voice echoing in the empty hall. The examiner responsible for maintaining order walked over with a frown, his tone reprimanding. Students, no noise is allowed in the examination room. I'm sorry, I'm looking for someone, Wang Zhuqing, she's also a test taker. Shu Huairou's eyes reddened with anxiety, and her voice trembled slightly. The examiner flipped through the roster in his hand and shook his head. Her name is indeed on the exam list, but the candidates may have gone to the restroom after the exam. Go check over there. Shu Huiro thanked him and turned to run again. Her skirt swept across the green plants in the corner, bringing down a few tender leaves, but she was completely unaware. She ran through all 3 lounges, and even peeked through the crack in the door into the examiner's office. Every time she opened the door full of hope, she was met with disappointment. Finally, she stopped in front of the bulletin board. The national rankings were still scrolling slowly. Wang Zhuqing's name was comfortably listed in 5th place, and his score of 100 was quite eye-catching. But at this moment, these numbers felt like a thorn, pricking her heart and making her feel suffocated. She got a perfect score, which means she's in great shape, but why can't we contact her? Why can't we find her anywhere? Shu Huiro was in a state of utter confusion. A breeze blew from the end of the corridor, lifting her long hair. Shu Huiro stared at the empty corridor, feeling as if all the energy from her frantic run had been drained away. She slid down slowly against the cold wall. The phone in her hand was burning hot from gripping it so tightly, and the screen still showed the words "not connected." "Zhuqing, where are you?" She buried her face in her knees, her voice low like a sigh. Shu Huiro took a deep breath and forced herself to stand up. There was some dust on her skirt, and she patted it off, but she couldn't shake off the anxiety in her heart. "I'll go ask in the monitoring room again," she muttered to herself, her voice filled with a stubbornness that even she herself didn't believe, before turning and walking in another direction. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows and fell on her, casting a solitary shadow. The person she was worried about was still nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of a private club in Kyoto, dozens of high-ranking officials and dignitaries dressed in formal attire were chatting and laughing around a large screen. The laughter in the audience stopped abruptly the moment the national rankings were updated. "Who is that? Gong Yunza?" Finance Minister Zhao Wei took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his eyes. "Yangzhou examination area? Since when did local examination areas get the upper hand over Beijing?" Xin Zhenghua, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Military Region, who was sitting in the main seat, slammed his hand on the table, splashing most of the tea from his blue and white porcelain teacup. "Good lad. 1,500 kilograms. Even stronger than me in my prime. Investigate. Find out everything about this kid. If he's got a clean pedigree, send him straight to the Central Military Academy for supernatural abilities." Lin Wanshan, chairman of the Kyoto business tycoon Lin Group, paused slightly in his wine glass and whispered instructions to his assistant behind him. "Contact the Yangzhou branch immediately and do everything in our power to win over this Gong Yunza. Whether he wants resources or connections, just ask, and we'll give them to him." At the head of the table, several heads of long-established families were whispering among themselves. Old Master Chu is probably going to be restless now his daughter's record has been broken. It's not just the Chu family, the Yang family, the Lu family, and other major families will all have to get involved. If such a genius falls into the hands of our enemies, it will be a huge problem in the future. I think Gong Yunza is going to be a sensation. It might not be long before things change dramatically in Kyoto. Such heaven-defying strength is unprecedented. If he hadn't perished, it's no exaggeration to say that he would very likely have become a 9th-tier extraordinary saint. In the corridor outside the banquet hall, the Chu family patriarch leaned on his cane. He stared at the 3 large characters Gong Yunza on the screen, a sharp glint flashing in his cloudy eyes. "Interesting. This is really interesting." When Lu Rue, who was sitting next to Qin Zhenghua, saw the glaring name Gong Yunza, his face immediately turned ashen. Gong Yunza emerged out of nowhere, not only pushing the top talents of Kyoto to a new position, but also shattering the record with a score of 1,500 kilograms. In contrast, his precious son Lu Feng's result of 310 kilograms made him lose face in front of these powerful figures. At this moment, he didn't even dare to speak too loudly, for fear of attracting the attention of others and being subjected to their lukewarm teasing. "Useless," Lu Rue muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet filled with a bitter disappointment. He stared at Gong Yunza's name on the screen, then recalled Lu Feng's usual carefree and irresponsible demeanor. Anger and disappointment surged within me, making me feel suffocated. They both have the Lu family bloodline, so how come there's such a huge difference? Lu Rue has been a powerful figure for half his life, how come he raised such an incompetent son? Time slipped away quietly in the anxious wait. 2 hours passed, and Shu Huiro's footsteps covered almost every inch of the examination hall, but she still couldn't find any trace of Wang Zhuqing. Just then, a deafening drumbeat suddenly resounded in the examination hall. Knock knock knock. As the heavy drumbeats resounded throughout the venue once again, Fu Yong, the director of the Kyoto Supernatural Ability Education Bureau, followed closely behind. Dear examinees, the first strength test has concluded. Let's give a warm round of applause to the top 10 examinees on the national rankings. Especially the top one, Gong Yunza. He broke the highest record in the first test of the Dragon Kingdom. Fu Yong paused, waiting for the thunderous applause in the audience to gradually subside before continuing, his voice carrying an inspiring power. There are 2 more exams coming up, and each one could be your chance to turn the tide. Please take a short break. The second exam will begin in 15 minutes. Chapter 89, A Poor Performance? Please give it a 5-star review. During the 15-minute break, the discussions in the examination room never ceased. Some people gathered around the force measuring pillar to review the strength test they had just taken, while others gathered in the rest area to adjust their superpowers. Many more people's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted toward Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu. The shock of the first match between Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu had not yet faded from the audience's minds. Everyone is speculating what surprises these 2 dark horses from the Yangzhou test area will bring in the second round. Hiding behind the crowd, Yang Tianjie looked at Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu with resentment, thinking to himself. Power, strength and stability are my forte. Gong Yunza, so what if you're strong? Watch how I overtake you this round. But when he saw Gong Yunza leaning casually against the wall, even chatting and laughing quietly with Xiao Rongyu, a strange anger surged up again. Stop pretending to be calm. Let's see how you'll laugh when you don't get a high score later. When the heavy drumbeats sounded again, the equipment in the center of the examination room had already been quietly changed. The original force measuring column was removed and replaced with a crystal platform about half a person's height. The surface of the table was covered with spiderweb-like energy veins, and a fist-sized transparent crystal was suspended at the top. This is a specially made energy measuring crystal for the college entrance examination, which can visualize the intensity and stability of supernatural abilities as visible light. Fu Yong's voice echoed throughout the venue once again. The second round is a test of supernatural ability strength. The rules are as follows. When a candidate releases their special ability, the energy measuring crystal senses this ability and displays different colors depending on the energy intensity. Gold, red, orange, purple, dark blue, light blue, white, and pale white correspond to intensities from high to low. The stability of the light is also used to determine the level of stability. The more intense the flickering, the worse the stability. The final score is based on a combination of both factors. 100 points is SSS grade, 95-99 points is SS grade, 90-94 points is S grade, 80-89 points is A grade, 70-79 points is B grade, 60-69 points is C grade, 50-59 points is D grade, and 40-49 points is F grade. As soon as he finished speaking, the first candidate eagerly stepped forward. He took a deep breath, placed his right hand on the crystal platform, and a pale red flame rose around him. Fire-type abilities are a common attribute, but their strength and stability are extremely difficult to control. The energy measuring crystal immediately lit up with a purple light. Upon seeing this, the examinee exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and delight, "Ha ha! Purple! It's purple intensity!" As soon as he finished speaking, the energy measuring crystal began to flicker violently, like a candle flame swaying in a storm. Intensity, purple grade A. Stability, F grade. Overall score, C grade 60 points, the examiner announced the score in a loud voice. The candidate stomped his foot in frustration, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the result. Damn it! Only 60 points. If I could control the flames better, I might have gotten into one of the top 4 universities. Damn it! Several candidates took the stage in succession, and the best result they achieved was only light blue C grade, B grade stable, with a score of 69 points for C grade. A commotion broke out in the arena when Yang Tianjie entered the game. After all, he was at the 9th level of the first rank. Even if he couldn't beat Gong Yunza in the strength test, his basic abilities wouldn't be too bad. Yang Tianjie took a deep breath and concentrated his SS-level fire-type ability in his palm. His fire-based ability was dark red and carried a scorching aura. The moment it hit the crystal platform, the energy measuring crystal immediately lit up with an orange-red light. The audience below the stage, seeing that his superpower had reached the orange level, immediately cast envious glances at him. Many people even started applauding Yang Tianjie. Upon seeing that his superpower intensity was only orange-red, Yang Tianjie's face instantly darkened. Damn it! How is this possible? Shouldn't my SS rank ability be red or even gold? Why is it only this damn orange-red? The light remained stable for about 5 seconds before it began to flicker and gradually become unstable. Strength, orange-red S rank. Stability, a rank overall rating, SS rank 90 points. When Yang Tianjie heard his final score and rating, his face instantly turned a deep purplish red. This result was even lower than he expected. He didn't perform at his normal level at all. He suddenly looked up at Gong Yunzi, his eyes filled with such venom that they almost overflowed. If this damn guy hadn't disrupted my rhythm, I would never have performed so poorly. Just then, Xiao Rongyu slowly walked onto the stage. She walked gracefully to the front of the stage and stood there, her fingertips lightly touching the surface. In an instant, she unleashed her domain ability. The next second, a collective gasp filled the arena. The energy measuring crystal also instantly lit up with a dazzling red light. That was a top-tier intensity, second only to gold. Even more astonishingly, the light remained as steady as a rock from beginning to end, without the slightest tremor, as if it weren't the flow of celestial energy, but rather that it had been fixed in place. Strength, SS level. Stability, SSS level. Overall score, SS level, 99 points. The examiner's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Xiao Rongyu is the only candidate to receive an SS level score so far, and the closest to the perfect SSS level score of 100. The audience erupted in cheers upon hearing this. My God! Red level strength. This is a level that only top geniuses can reach. And her stability is SSS level. This means her ability to control her powers is already at a very high level, right? No wonder he got a perfect score on the strength test. His foundation in supernatural abilities is something we can't even begin to compare to. Xiao Rongyu stepped off the stage and returned to Gong Yunzi's side, a hint of expectation in her cool eyes. It's your turn. Gong Yunzi smiled and nodded, then stepped toward the energy measuring crystal platform. This time, even in the monitoring room of the Kyoto examination area, several elderly men with white hair sat up straight without prior arrangement. At this moment, they were all thinking. A monster who can break records in strength tests, would the strength and stability of his superpowers be his weaknesses? Chapter 90 Strange Phenomena Arise. Please give it a 5-star review. Gong Yunzi stood still, his aura contained and unyielding. As he slowly activated his supernatural power, a gentle yet awe-inspiring golden aura rippled out from within his body. The moment the domain unfolded, pale golden light spread like a tide. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cleansed until it was clear and bright, yet it also carried a heavy, profound feeling. That divine pressure, falling upon people's hearts, strangely combined with a reassuring power. What kind of superpower is this? It has such a solemn aura, yet it's also filled with warmth. I've never seen this attribute before. Could it be a rare light type attribute? What do you know? This is a domain ability. It can be used for both offense and defense, and it's an extremely rare ability. The murmurs from the audience grew louder and louder. Even Fu Yon, in Kyoto, frowned, staring intently at the screen showing Gong Yunzi from the Yangzhou examination area. Domain ability. This ability is extremely rare in China. Although its stability is good, its strength is often low. It usually appears on the battlefield in a support role. Can this boy really bring me a surprise? Before he finished speaking, Gong Yunzi's sacred domain had already quietly touched the energy measuring crystal. In an instant, the crystal burst forth with dazzling golden light. The light was so dazzling it almost burned one's vision, leaving everyone watching speechless and their minds blank. Even more awe-inspiring was that the golden light remained as steady as the sun suspended in the air. Not a flicker, not even the slightest ripple appeared. The energy channels surrounding the crystal platform were activated by this extremely pure power. The faint golden dragon pattern meanders and lights up, reflecting the golden light of the crystal, as if a real dragon is breaking through the wall and leaping in the light. This strange phenomenon caused the entire audience to gasp in shock, almost forgetting to breathe. Qin Zhenghua, commander-in-chief of the northern military region, stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. A dragon coiled around a crystal platform? Only the most powerful of the most powerful abilities could produce such a phenomenon. It's a once-in-a-century event. Strength. Strength, Gold SSS grade. Stability, SSS grade. Overall rating, SSS, 100 points. The examiner's voice trembled, and the record board in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. This is only the third time in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's superpower testing that an SSS-level gold tier talent has appeared. The last time was 19 years ago. And the time before that was 200 years ago. Everyone stared intently at the energy measuring crystal bathed in golden light, their eyes filled with disbelief. When the old master of the Chu family saw Gong Yunze get a perfect score again, his goatee stood on end in surprise, but he still refused to admit defeat. What? Another perfect score? My Huiro hasn't even played yet, she'll definitely get a perfect score too. Sitting in the main seat, Xin Zhenwei joked. Old Master Chu, getting a perfect score in this second exam is extremely difficult. I was the top scorer in the college entrance exam that year, and even I only got 98 points. Getting a perfect score is a once-in-a-century achievement. Yang Han, who was standing to the side, also nodded in approval. What does SSS gold level strength mean? It means that Gong Yunze's superpower is not only highly powerful, but he can also control it at will. To be able to integrate superpowers with oneself at such a young age, this talent can no longer be described as genius, it can only be called monstrous. 100 points, another perfect score, someone murmured to themselves, their voice trembling with disbelief. I told you the drug thing was a rumor. How could someone reach SSS-level gold strength by taking drugs? This is a natural-born top-tier superhuman. Yang Tianjie just said he was going to crush him? Now let's see who the real clown is. Gong Yunze withdrew his domain, and the pale golden halo quietly dissipated, as if it had never existed. He looked at the stunned crowd below the stage, his gaze finally settling on Xiao Rongyu, a faint smile playing on his lips. Looks like your grades were pretty good, you didn't let me down. A gentle smile appeared in Xiao Rongyu's eyes, and she nodded lightly, yes. My husband is so amazing. At this moment, the large screen on the dome refreshed again, and the rankings of the superpower strength test were prominently displayed. National top 1 in superpower strength, Yangzhou examination area, Gong Yunze 100 points gold level strength, SSS level stability. Top 2 in national superpower strength, Yangzhou examination area, Xiao Rongyu 99 points red level strength, SSS level stability. Fu Yong stared at the words gold level strength on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He suddenly picked up his phone, dialed a number, and gave a stern order into the phone. Get Gong Yunze's ability awakening report. I need to know his ability attribute, awakening time, and every detail. Immediately. A hurried reply came from the other end of the phone, but Fu Yong's brows remained furrowed. Gold level strength, SSS level stability, plus record-breaking strength testing. This suddenly appearing teenager will likely completely change the landscape of this year's college entrance examination for those with supernatural abilities. In a corner of the examination room, Yang Tianjie slumped to the ground, staring at the glaring rankings on the big screen, finally despairing completely. He knew that he had not only lost this exam, but also his future. Compared to geniuses like Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu, his talent was not even worthy of being used as a foil. Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu stood side by side outside the crowd, their eyes both fixed on the distant arena. That will be the final battle to determine the final rankings. Meanwhile, at the examination center in Kyoto. When Yang Yujie stood on the energy testing platform, the temperature in the entire examination room seemed to rise suddenly. She tied her long red hair into a high ponytail, and her body was surrounded by faint flame patterns, a sign that her SSS-level fire-type ability was about to erupt. Candidate Yang Yujie, please begin your exam. The examiner's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. As a top contender in the Kyoto examination area, her performance directly impacts whether Kyoto can surpass Yangzhou in the overall rankings. Yang Yujie nodded slightly and slowly raised her right hand. In an instant, raging flames erupted from her palm, yet showed no sign of spiraling out of control. Instead, it coalesced into a lifelike fiery dragon, which circled around her 3 times before obediently swooping down and striking the energy measuring crystal. Buzz! The energy measuring crystal was instantly engulfed by the intense red light. Although the light was not as dazzling as Gong Yunze's golden radiance, it carried an overbearing pressure capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. The energy channels around the crystal platform were scorched and glowed with a reddish gold light, with flames burning fiercely, but the energy measuring crystal remained completely undisturbed from beginning to end. Strength, peak SS red rank. Stability, SSS rank. Overall rating, 99 points. The examiner announced loudly, his voice filled with amazement, just 1 point away from a perfect score. Yang Yujie's fire-based abilities have reached a state of perfection. The audience erupted in thunderous applause upon seeing Yang Yujie's outstanding performance. 99 points, this is the best score in the Kyoto test area so far. Although it is not as good as Gong Yun's perfect score, it has far exceeded the average level of previous years. Yang Yujie withdrew her supernatural power, and the flames retreated into her palm like a dragon sucking water. She looked up at the live broadcast screen in the Yangzhou examination area, a defiant smile playing on her lips. Yunze, you've become so powerful, the difference between 99 and 100 is only 1 point, but as a test taker, I know better than anyone that 1 point represents a chasm of ability, an insurmountable gap. You truly deserve to be the man I've chosen. Shu Huairou, who followed closely behind, instantly made the atmosphere subtle. Her gentle and refined temperament contrasted sharply with Yang Yujie's fiery passion. When she pressed her slender fingers on the energy measuring crystal, no dazzling light emanated from her body. Instead, a faint silver mist quietly filled her eyes. "This is a special ability called eye magic," someone exclaimed in a low voice. Although Chu Huairou's SS-level pupil technique is rare, its strength is difficult to quantify, often resulting in low scores in tests. Chapter 91 is all set? Please give it a 5-star review. The examiner stared at the hazy white light on the energy measuring crystal, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he were considering his score. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying throughout the venue through the amplification equipment. Strength, SS red level. Stability, SSS level. Overall score, 95 points. The moment the scores were announced, a murmur of discussion arose in the examination room. A score of 95 would have been considered one of the top scores in the country in previous years. But today, with Gong Yun's perfect score of 100 as a precedent, and Xiao Rongyu and Yang Yujie's scores of 99 as a benchmark, this disparity made Chu Huairou's grade seem somewhat mediocre. The old master of the Chu family sat in the audience, his face turning pale and then flushed. He had previously boasted that his granddaughter would get a perfect score, but now he could only grip his cane tightly and grumble in a muffled voice. These examiners know nothing. How could this broken crystal possibly measure the power of eye techniques? On the battlefield, Huairou can see through the enemy's weaknesses with a single glance and predict traps and mechanisms. 10 fire-type ability users can't match that. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhanghua, who was standing beside him, calmly advised. "Old Master Chu, please calm down. Supernatural abilities are all specialized. The third practical assessment is about to begin, and Huairou's abilities will truly prove their worth in that arena. Let's wait and see." Chu Huairou herself appeared calm. She withdrew her fingers from the crystal, the silver mist in her eyes dissipating silently. She gave the examiner a slight nod, then turned and walked off the testing platform. As she passed the viewing area, she gave Old Master Chu a reassuring smile, as if to say, "Grandpa, don't worry, the best is yet to come." At this moment, the rankings were refreshed again on the large screen in the dome. National Top 1 in Superpower Strength, Yangzhou Examination Area, Gong Yun's 100 points peak gold level, stable SSS level. Top 2 in National Superpower Strength, Yangzhou Examination Area, Xiao Rongyu 99 points peak red level, stable SSS level. Top 3 in National Superpower Strength, Kyoto Examination Area, Yang Yujie 99 points peak red level, stable SSS level. Top 4 in National Superpower Strength, Kyoto Examination Area, Chu Huairou 95 points red level, SSS level stable. As soon as the rankings were updated, cheers erupted from the audience in the Yangzhou Examination Area. 2 out of the top 3 spots. This achievement is enough to make Yangzhou proud in this year's college entrance examination for students with special abilities. Holy crap! Yangzhou has actually surpassed the capital? Am I dreaming? No seats. Yangzhou is really awesome this time. Who would have thought that Kyoto, which had consistently topped the national rankings for supernatural abilities in the college entrance examination, would be dethroned by the young couple from the Xiao family? At the same time, Lu Feng stood on the energy testing platform, his toes unconsciously grinding against the ground, his heart pounding like a rabbit. Having finished last in the previous strength test, he looked at the sparse crowd below the stage, his throat tightening. His everything can be a weapon ability has been awakened for a month, following a previous second awakening. He successfully turned his C-level ability into a D-level 1, and even his instructor advised him not to have too high expectations for the college entrance examination. Lu Feng, the candidate, begin. The examiner's voice was flat, and he tapped his pen on the board, clearly not taking Lu Feng seriously. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and concentrated. The faint energy of heaven and earth within his body flowed slowly, like a thin stream. He tried to extend his thoughts around the energy measuring platform. Scattered on the ground were pebbles, half a broken brick, a few withered grasses, and a plastic bottle left behind by someone. Rise, he murmured, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. The next second, the things on the ground slowly floated up, their movements as sluggish as fallen leaves being blown by the wind. The gravel was still round and blunt, the edges of the bricks were rough, the withered grass hung limply, and the plastic bottle didn't even deform, just swaying and hanging in mid-air. A few mocking laughs came from below the stage. This is supposed to be called a superpower? It doesn't even look as strong as my cat swinging its paw. As expected of a D grade, it can't even sharpen a rock. Lu Feng's cheeks flushed, and he abruptly waved his hand, go. The weapons that Lu Feng had transformed into wobbled and drifted towards the energy measuring crystal. The pebbles hit the crystal with a soft tap, like someone had casually tossed a pebble into the water. The plastic bottle bounced back and rolled to the ground. The crystal surface only showed a very faint gray light, as dim as a cigarette, but that was about to go out. It began to flicker in and out of focus in less than 2 seconds, as if it would disappear completely at any moment. Enough! The examiner raised his hand to signal, his brows furrowed as he looked at the record board. Ability strength, D level. Stability, F level. Overall score, D level, 50 points. Lu Feng's shoulders slumped, and the suspended objects instantly lost their support, crashing back to the ground with a whoosh and shattering into even finer fragments. He walked down from the energy testing platform with his head down, the whispers around him like needles pricking his skin. The dignified eldest son of the Lu family is actually a good-for-nothing. 50 points, D-level ability. The things he conjures are not even as sharp as a kitchen knife. In actual combat, he will only be someone else's punching bag. He will only get beaten up. He clenched his fists, his hands trembling with shame and indignation. As he walked to the corner of the waiting area, his name was squeezed at the very bottom of the newly updated rankings on the big screen. Compared to the dazzling scores on the national top rankings, 50 points is like a glaring joke. So it still doesn't work. Lu Feng picked up the pebbles and squatted down in a deserted corner. He stared at the pebbles he had created on the ground, his eyes welling up with tears. He recalled the days after his awakening, how he would secretly get up in the middle of the night every day. I practiced on a rock for at least a week before I could barely make it float 2 inches. As far as he knew, his father could turn ordinary pebbles into sharp blades in just 5 minutes and precisely control them to kill sparrows flying overhead. Just then, a pair of shiny leather shoes stopped in front of him. Lu Feng looked up and saw Lu Rui bending down to look at him, his eyes filled with gentle encouragement, not mockery. Don't be discouraged, 50 points is not bad. So what if you're a D-rank alien? In actual combat, it's not about who has the higher rank, it's also about brains. As long as you don't give up, there's always a way to overcome difficulties. Standing to the side, Li Di also chimed in, his voice steady and powerful. Even pebbles can break through armor, the key is timing. Lu Feng was stunned, then wiped his face vigorously and stood up. He gazed at the distant arena and clenched his fists. Even if the weapons he conjures aren't very powerful, and even if his superpower is only D-level, he still has to fight it out in real combat. But what Lu Rui said next left him speechless. Fomer, I've already taken care of the third exam for you. You just need to stand on the stage and pretend to exchange a couple of moves. Chapter 92, the practical combat competition begins. Please give it a 5-star review. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Ha? What does this mean? Lu Rui, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, patted his shoulder. You'll know once you get on the field, don't ask any more questions. Although Lu Feng was completely confused and full of doubts, he still nodded and suppressed his questions. At this moment, Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu stood side by side at the edge of the crowd, their eyes fixed on the ranking list on the screen, both with calm expressions. Next up is the practical assessment, Xiao Rongyu said softly, her tone filled with anticipation. I heard that the practical assessment involves randomly matching opponents, and the final ranking will be determined by the results of the battles. Gong Yunze nodded. The rules are simple and straightforward. His gaze swept over the distant arena, where the energy shield had been activated. A pale blue light membrane, like an inverted glass bowl, enveloped the entire arena. No matter who I encounter, I'll just give it my all. Xiao Rongyu smiled, a competitive glint flashing in her eyes. Of course, I can't let my husband leave me too far behind. The two exchanged a smile, their unspoken understanding evident. Meanwhile, at the examination center in Kyoto, Yang Yujia looked at the rankings on the screen, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She was determined to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for those with supernatural abilities. But Gong Yun's sudden emergence stirred up a bittersweet feeling in her heart, a mixture of love and hate. Meanwhile, in an office somewhere in Kyoto, Fu Yonggang answered a phone call, his face grave. Reporting to Director Fu, we found the report on Gong Yun's awakened supernatural abilities. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of hesitation. But the records are very brief, only showing that he awakened his superpower a month ago at Yangzhou No. 1 Middle School, initially identified as innate superpower plus mysterious lightning-type superpower, and there is no further registration information after that. In addition, his family background is also very mysterious, as if he suddenly popped out of a stone. Fu Yong's fingers, which were constantly moving across the table, suddenly stopped. Stop investigating. Even our information network can't uncover his family background. He must be the young master of some hidden family in the Dragon Kingdom. He only awakened his superpower a month ago, yet he already possesses SSS-level gold grade strength and domain superpower. The family behind him must be incredibly powerful. Yes, Director Fu. I understand. I'll have the investigation stopped immediately. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yong walked to the window and looked at Gong Yun's figure on the large screen in the distance with a complicated expression. Regardless of what secrets Gong Yun may hold, the appearance of this young man is destined to stir up a storm in the world of supernatural abilities in the Dragon Kingdom. An hour later, on the competition stages across the country, Fu Yong, displayed on the large screen, picked up the microphone and announced loudly. Next, we will proceed with the final assessment of this year's Superpower College Entrance Examination, a real-world combat showdown. Upon hearing this, all the candidates across the country were greatly encouraged. Everyone knows that the most important part of the college entrance examination is this third real-world test. Fu Yong's magnetic voice continued to echo in the examination room. Now, all candidates, please enter the various simulated combat spaces. Candidates from across the Dragon Kingdom will be randomly matched within 2 hours. You will earn 10 points for each candidate you defeat. There is no upper limit. The top 500 candidates will be admitted to the 4 top superpower universities. Right. If the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, multiple opponents may be teleported. If the team is defeated, the score will be commensurate with the number of opponents. Now, the assessment begins. At the examiner's command, a circular array appeared above all the dueling platforms in the Yangzhou examination hall, flashing with unpredictable white light. This is a spatial teleportation array jointly constructed by numerous 6th-tier spatial ability awakeners and top-tier array masters. At the same time, the energy shield surrounding the arena suddenly shone brightly, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Gong Yunze and Xiao Rongyu walked side by side towards the waiting area, their figures standing out in the crowd. Everyone was eagerly anticipating how these two prodigies, who had taken the top 2 spots in the ability strength test, would demonstrate their prowess in the actual combat assessment. In a corner of the waiting area, Yang Tianjie's eyes were sinister. He stared intently at Gong Yun's retreating figure, his eyes almost slits, and gritted his teeth fiercely, saying, Gong Yunze, you stole my woman and my limelight. Don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. As he spoke, Yang Tianjie pulled out a poisoned hidden weapon from his storage pouch, and then aimed it at Gong Yun's back until Gong Yunze and Xiao Ronyu's figures disappeared from the teleportation array. He feigned throwing the poisoned dart at the air, but didn't actually throw it. Humph, Gong Yunze, you'd better pray that God will protect you, he muttered under his breath, his tone full of resentment. When the white light from the teleportation array dissipated, Yang Yujie was already standing in a simulated space of an abandoned factory. Rusty steel pipes crisscrossed the area, the air thick with the smell of engine oil and dust, and distant alarms crackled with electrical activity, adding to the tension of the timed hunt. She raised her hand to brush away the stray hairs by her ear, the pale red flames swirling around her fingertips flickering silently. This is her SSS-level fire-type ability. The moment the flames come into contact with the air, the surrounding temperature rises sharply. The holographic timer on my wrist is ticking down, 119:58. The more kills you get, the more stable your ranking will be. Yang Yujie pursed her red lips, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. She never hid her desire to be number 1, especially when she saw Gong Yun's name occupying the top spot. What surged in her chest was not only resentment, but also a surge of competitive spirit. Bang! Suddenly, a loud metallic clang came from behind, and a dark figure swept in with a gust of wind. Yang Yujie lightly touched the ground with her toes, her body sliding sideways like a willow catkin to avoid the attack, while simultaneously lashing out 3 fire whips with her backhand. The fire whip drew a dazzling arc in the air, precisely wrapping around the attacker's ankle. The boy, who was skilled in speed-based abilities, was now bound by the fire whip and instantly cried out in pain. A rank fire-type awakened user? The boy tried to break free, but found that the temperature on the fire whip was constantly rising, and the burning sensation spread along his skin. I surrender. Yang Yuje's expression remained unchanged as she abruptly retracted the fire whip. The boy was instantly enveloped in a burst of white light, signaling his elimination, and was teleported out of the formation. She flicked her wrist, the flames receding into her palm, and looked at the newly displayed defeat count, 1, on the holographic panel. She frowned slightly. We need to speed things up. Just then, the sound of tiles breaking came from the roof of the factory building on the left. 3 figures leaped down simultaneously, forming a triangle that surrounded her. The girl in the lead manipulated vines to sprout from the ground, attempting to entwine her legs, while another boy conjured an earthen wall to block her retreat. Finally, a man formed hand seals, and water vapor began to condense in the air, clearly indicating he was a water-based ability user. Yang Yuje from the Kyoto exam area, the vine-covered girl sneered. There are 3 of us, you might as well just admit defeat. Yang Yuje suddenly laughed, a laugh as clear as ice, yet carrying a scorching heat. You? Before she could finish speaking, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from her body. The crimson flames swept out like a tsunami, instantly burning vines to charcoal wherever they passed, causing earthen walls to crack and crumble under the high temperature, and even the water arrows condensed by the water elemental boy evaporated into white mist the moment they came into contact with the flames. Burning heaven raging flames. With a low shout, the air within a 100-meter radius of Yang Yuje began to distort and deform. An invisible domain of flames, like a giant net, firmly locked the 3 examinees within it. Before they could even utter another cry for help, they were completely engulfed by the intense heat within the area, turning into 3 clusters of white light that were then teleported out of the arena. Holographic panel flashing, number of defeats, 4. Chapter 93 Terrifying Eye Technique. Please give it a 5-star review. Yang Yuje took a deep breath. The continuous release of the blazing flame ability brought her a slight dizziness. The blazing flames ability consumes a great deal of mental energy, but she shows no sign of stopping. Gong Yun's image flashed through my mind. That peerless genius who far surpassed him in the first and second exams may have already killed even more opponents by now. Yunza. She gazed at the energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the factory, the crimson flame burning ever brighter in her palm. I really want to spar with you and see just how big the gap is between us. Having said that, her figure transformed into a streak of red light, rushing towards the next battlefield, her thoughts racing. Now it seems that as long as we are not defeated, we can stay in one place and keep waiting for new players to join. This is good, as it saves us time from getting familiar with the terrain. In the shadows of the abandoned factory, the presence of more examinees was drawing near, and Yang Yuje's gaze burned even brighter than the flames she controlled. In this practical assessment where victory is determined by the number of kills, she must be the hunter who stands until the very end. On the other side, when the glow of the teleportation array faded, Chu Huairo found herself in a simulated space of a dense primeval forest. Towering ancient trees provide ample shade, and decaying leaves pile up into a thick layer underfoot, making a soft rustling sound when stepped on. Occasionally, the roars of unknown beasts could be heard from afar, adding a touch of wild danger to this space. She raised her hand and pressed her temples, and a fine silver mist quietly rose in her eyes. This was the initial form of her pupil technique, silver eyes. Silver eyes have many uses, the biggest advantage being their super long-range vision and X-ray vision. It can also slow down the opponent's movements by half. In extreme driving mode, it can even slow them down by 1.5 times. Unlike energy measuring crystals, which can only measure energy intensity, these eyes are her sharpest weapon in actual combat. The timer on her wrist ticked, 119:53. Chu Huairo took a deep breath and stepped lightly into the depths of the dense forest. Click. A soft snapping sound came from 30 meters to the left. Chu Huairo paused, the silver mist in her eyes suddenly solidifying, her gaze instantly piercing through the layers of leaves. Hidden behind the tree was a muscular boy, light brown earth elemental energy surging in his palm. It was coalescing into a sharp-edged earthen cone, its tip firmly locking onto her location. Trying to launch a sneak attack? Chu Huairo's lips curled into a faint smile. In Intong's vision, the trajectory of the opponent's energy flow was as clear as lines marked on paper, and even the muscle contraction of his muscles as he was about to exert force could not be hidden. Just as the boy hurled the dirt cone, Shu Huairou slightly shifted her body, her movements as light as a leaf fluttering in the wind, almost brushing the edge of the cone to avoid it. The earthen spike pierced the tree trunk behind her with a sharp, whistling sound, embedding itself more than 3 inches deep, sending wood chips flying like stars. How is that possible? The boy's eyes widened in shock. He had clearly calculated the angle, how could it have been dodged so easily? Shu Huairou gave him no time to think. As the silver mist swirled, she could already see through his next move the boy wanted to manipulate the ground soil to bind her feet. She lightly touched the pile of decaying leaves with her toes, and in the instant she leaped up using the recoil, the mithril dart in her hand shot out like a cold light. With his first tier, 7th stage cultivation level infused into it, the darts were both fast and accurate. It grazed past the boy's ear and precisely shattered the rock behind him. Amidst the flying pebbles, the boy felt a tingling sensation near his ear. Before he could react, Shu Huairou had already landed beside him. Her hand lightly rested on the boy's shoulder, yet the force carried an irresistible pressure. When you condensed the earthcone just now, you wanted to win in one strike, which instantly consumed 50% of the energy of heaven and earth. Now it's too late to mobilize your defense. Shu Huairou's voice was calm and even, yet it pierced the boy's heart like an ice pick. The boy froze. Under Yin Tongtong's gaze, all his energy weaknesses and defensive vulnerabilities were clearly seen through. After struggling for a while to no avail, he slumped down, saying helplessly, I give up. A flash of white light, and the boy was teleported out of the game. Shu Huairou's holographic panel displayed new data, number of defeats, 1. She didn't linger, the silver mist spread again, and her gaze swept across the surroundings. 50 meters to her right, 2 energies were rapidly approaching each other, and their trajectories suggested they were heading straight for her. A moment later, 2 girls appeared in front of her. One controlled the wind blades, while the other could condense ice arrows. It was clearly a pre-arranged collaboration. Shu Huairou, is it? I've long heard that you've awakened an SSS-level pupil technique. Today, let's see if your eyes are faster, or our attacks are faster. The wind elemental girl sneered and launched the first attack. More than a dozen wind blades, like spinning blades, attacked from different angles, blocking all escape routes. At the same time, the ice elemental girl formed hand seals, and ice spikes instantly condensed on the ground, spreading towards Shu Huairou's ankle. If it were anyone else, they would have been completely overwhelmed by such a pincer attack. But in Shu Huairou's eyes, the rotation trajectory of the wind blades, the spread speed of the ice spikes, and even the gaps in the connection of the 2 girls' energy were all clearly visible. The energy of the wind blades will experience a break at the 7th stage, and there will be a 0.5-second delay when the ice spikes condense to the 3rd step. Shu Huairou calculated rapidly in her mind, her steps like a precise dance, always managing to skillfully avoid all attacks by the slightest margin. Just as the wind elemental girl was about to unleash the next wave of wind blades, and her energy was about to run out. That was the weakest moment in their coordination. Shu Huairou moved. Instead of attacking, she suddenly rushed towards an ancient tree behind the ice-type girl. The ice-type girl subconsciously changed the direction of the ice spikes, but unexpectedly, Shu Huairou misstepped and, using the tree trunk as cover, happened to circle around to the side and behind the wind-type girl. You frantically unleashed a series of wind blades just now, and the energy of heaven and earth within your body is already in disarray. Shu Huairou's voice rang in the wind elemental girl's ear. The girl was terrified and tried to turn around to defend herself, but it was too late. Shu Huairou struck the wind elemental girl in the abdomen with a palm strike. The wind elemental girl let out a muffled groan as the energy of heaven and earth that she had hastily gathered instantly dissipated. Without the support of the wind element, the ice element girl's attacks suddenly became weak and ineffective. Shu Huairou locked onto the trajectory of her condensed ice arrow with his silver mist, easily dodging it before pressing a palm against her back. The energy of heaven and earth within your body has been depleted. If you continue to recklessly release your supernatural abilities, you will overdraw your strength and be unable to participate in the next match. The ice-type girl gritted her teeth, looked at her dissipating energy, and closed her eyes unwillingly. I surrender. 2 beams of white light rose up, and the words, number of defeats, 3, flashed on the panel. Shu Huairou stood there, the silver mist in her eyes gradually fading, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Continuously using the silver eyes to observe the flow of energy in the world consumes far more mental energy than one might imagine. But her eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the value that the energy measuring crystal could not detect was verified in these real battles. She looked up into the depths of the dense forest, where even more energy fluctuations were surging. The real show is just beginning. Shu Huairou murmured to herself, her figure disappearing back into the dense forest, leaving only a single leaf fluttering in the wind. Chapter 94, Paying Out of His Own Way? Please give it a 5-star review. In the VIP box, on a mahogany chair, old Master Chu suddenly loosened his grip on his cane. His hands, which had turned pale from being clenched so tightly with nervousness, were slammed heavily onto the armrest the next second. Good. His loud shout startled Qin Zhenghua, who was sitting next to him, causing his hand holding the teacup to tremble slightly. See that? These are the descendants of the Chu family. Those two little brats tried to attack from both sides just now? Under the watchful eyes of Huairou, their movements were as slow as an old woman embroidering. The holographic screen was replaying a slow-motion video of Chu Huairou circling behind the wind elemental girl. The chaotic energy trajectory of the other party was clearly reflected in the silver mist flowing in his eyes. Grandpa Chu narrowed his eyes, watching his granddaughter's hand lightly rest on his opponent's back, and suddenly burst into laughter. That's how you should fight. No matter how many fancy superpowers you have, they're useless if you don't know their true strength. He said this as if it were addressed to those around him, or perhaps as if he were venting his frustration at the people who had been gossiping during the energy test. The cane thumped on the ground, making several young people in the back row quietly straighten their backs. Qin Zhenghua put down his teacup, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Old Master Chu is truly blessed. Huairou has used her silver eyes to the fullest extent. It's practically a superpower tailor-made for actual combat. Qin Zhenghua, the commander-in-chief of the northern military region standing beside him, picked up the conversation, tapping his finger lightly on the table. Those two girls, one with wind-type speed and the other with ice-type control, had a fairly good teamwork, so they should have won easily. But Huairou could see through their energy flow and movement patterns perfectly. There was no way to win this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Huairou's figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest on the screen. The other people in the VIP box, also watching the big screen, couldn't help but sigh. Now it seems that the value she can bring in actual combat is probably higher than the combined value of 299s. This eye technique is way too overpowered. She can see the enemy move 3 times in a row? It's like she can predict the future. Those who called her mediocre, come and take the blame. Her predictive ability is like a mobile early warning system on the battlefield. No wonder old Master Chu was so angry. The energy testing crystal measures the strength of superpowers, but superpower battles rely on more than just brute force. The roar of the audience rose and fell like waves, with the students in the Kyoto examination area being particularly excited. See that? This is the pride of Kyoto. A boy wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and explained to the person next to him, fire and ice magic may look powerful, but against an awakened user who can see through your weaknesses, they have no chance. A burst of cheers suddenly erupted from the back row. The big screen had switched to the live rankings. Chu Huairou's name is rising at a visible speed, already surpassing several candidates who scored higher than her earlier. At the entrance to the spectator stands, an elderly man with graying temples walked in and suddenly spoke. He was Zhou Mingyuan, the principal of Yida University in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Have you noticed that she always holds back when she makes a move? The palm strike she just delivered to the wind elemental girl was just enough to dissipate the energy, but it didn't damage her fundamentally. Upon hearing this, old Master Chu raised his eyebrows, and his smile widened even further. That's right. We from Huairou are here to take an exam, not to make enemies. Knowing when to stop is the mark of a true gentleman. The words had barely left his mouth when a red light flashed on the screen. Chu Huairou encountered a new opponent, this time a male awakened one who could manipulate metal. With Chu Huairou's silver eyes providing advance observation, she quickly located the boy's attack position and slowly approached from among the giant trees. The instant they met, dozens of steel bars shot towards the giant tree where she was hiding from all directions. The audience fell silent instantly. Even the sound of people chewing popcorn disappeared. Old Master Chu's cane suddenly stopped, and he secretly felt a pang of worry for Chu Huairou. The sharp sound of steel cutting through the air pierced the dense forest, and the silver mist in Chu Huairou's pupils suddenly surged, staining the cold light refracted by the metal with a hazy silver glow. She pushed off the rough bark of the ancient tree, her body gliding backward like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, silver eyes deconstructed the trajectory of the countless steel bars into fine points of light. The rotation frequency of each steel bar, the angle of force applied, and even the strength of the energy injected into it by the operator, all formed a predictable net in her field of vision. Among the 13 steel bars, the energy on the left and right sides is the weakest. As she flew backward, she quickly locked onto the target, and the 3 mithril darts held between her left fingertips were suddenly launched. The dart didn't go straight for the steel bars, but grazed the edges of the 2 metal bars and struck precisely the wrist of the metal manipulator hidden behind the tree canopy. Ugh! The boy groaned, and the steel bar he was controlling suddenly became vulnerable. Seizing this fleeting moment, Chu Huairou slowed the speed of the flying steel beams down by half a beat. His body twisted at an incredible angle, like a fish swimming between 2 intersecting steel bars. Those seemingly impenetrable attacks were nothing more than gaps in the fence in her eyes. As she landed, she rolled to avoid the oncoming torrent of metal. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the boy condensing the metal scraps on the ground into a spiked ball. Trying to use a wide-range attack to block my escape route? Chu Huairou's lips curled into a slight smile, and she suddenly charged towards the spiked ball. A look of wild joy flashed in the boy's eyes, and he hurled the spiked ball. This is exactly the close-quarters combat he wanted. Just before the spiked ball was about to explode, Chu Huairou suddenly leaned down, her silver eyes locking onto the weak spot on the boy's chest where energy was flowing. She didn't use her special abilities, but instead used the momentum to deliver a sweeping kick, accurately striking the outside of her opponent's supporting leg's knee. The boy suddenly lost his balance, and the energy that had gathered into the spiked ball instantly became disordered, causing the suspended iron filings to scatter with a whoosh. Chu Huairou leaned in and lightly tapped his chest acupoint, Tanzhong, with her elbow. Tanzhong was a key point in the energy circulation of superhumans. The boy felt his internal energy dissipate like a burst dam, and his ability to manipulate metal instantly failed. Although your metal ability is strong, there is a 0.5-second gap in the circulation of the energy of heaven and earth in your meridians, which was too obvious when you condensed the spiked ball just now. Her voice carried the crispness of the forest, but to the boy it sounded like thunder. Seeing the other person's arm hanging limply at his sides, Chu Huairou withdrew her elbow. Shall we continue? The boy looked at the scattered iron filings on the ground, then at the lingering silver mist in her eyes, and finally shook his head with a bitter smile. No need, I give up. In the instant the white light flashed, Chu Huairou had already turned around and disappeared back into the shadows of the trees. A holographic panel displays new data, number of defeats, 4. Beads of sweat were sliding down her jawline, leaving a small damp patch on her neck. After continuously pushing his silver eyes to their limits, his mental energy began to send out warning signals. But then, a deafening roar of colliding energy echoed from the depths of the dense forest. Chu Huairou licked her chapped lips, and silver mist once again condensed in her eyes. At that moment, an idea suddenly surfaced in her mind, tinged with anticipation and fighting spirit, and she whispered. Gong Yunze, I really look forward to a contest with you. I want to see what kind of guy you are, that you've managed to make Yang Yujia so infatuated that she's willing to become your concubine. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than a calm yet slightly playful voice teased her. Oh? You just said someone was going to pay you to stay? Chapter 95, defeated in just a few moves? Please give it a 5-star review. Chu Huairou looked toward the source of the sound, activating her silver eyes to scan the person approaching. When she saw the immense energy of heaven and earth contained within the newcomer's body, she was slightly startled. Who is he? The energy of heaven and earth within him is surging like a tsunami? Chu Huairou frantically recalled the talents of the male prodigies from the major families in the capital. She thought for a long time but couldn't think of anyone who could rival the boy in front of her. Thinking of this, an unbelievable thought welled up in Chu Huairou's mind. Could it be that he is Gong Yunze? Thinking of this, Chu Huairou carefully examined Gong Yunze's appearance. 1.8 meters tall, a 4:6 body proportion, and his looks do fit my aesthetic. Wait. What am I thinking? Why do I feel like I'm picking out a future partner? The boy moved closer to Chu Huairou, asking curiously. Little sister, it seems you haven't answered my question yet. The boy gradually emerged from the shadows in the distance, and as the sunlight shone on his handsome face, the newcomer was none other than Gong Yunze. The moment Chu Huairou saw Gong Yunze up close, her pupils contracted instantly. She thought to herself. Oh no. Seeing him up close, he seems even more to my liking. Wait. Chu Huairou. Now is not the time to be a lovesick fool. Then Chu Huairou cleared her throat, her tone firm yet tinged with shyness as she asked. Who are you? Gong Yunze smiled upon hearing this. My name is Gong Yunze, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've always been chivalrous towards women, so if you answer my previous question, I'll give you the chance to admit defeat. Upon hearing Gong Yun's arrogant words, Chu Huairou was instantly enraged, and her eyes flashed with a silver light. Humph. I was just looking forward to a duel with you, but you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Beat me and I'll answer your questions. Before Chu Huairou could finish speaking, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Silver mist churned within his silver eyes, revealing the energy trajectory surrounding Gong Yun's with crystal clarity. 3 mithril darts, each with a sharp whistling sound, flew straight towards Gong Yun's right chest. However, Gong Yun's merely tilted his head slightly, his smile remaining unchanged. It seems this girl is kind-hearted. She didn't attack my heart or other vital parts. Just as the dart was about to hit him, a light gray halo suddenly appeared under his feet, spreading rapidly like ripples on water. Sacred Realm, open. As the halo spread to the dart and to Chu Huairou's feet, Chu Huairou and the 3 darts she threw seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and their power, speed, sharpness, and other attributes suddenly dissipated by more than half. The trajectory of the dart, which could have torn through the air, suddenly became sluggish, its speed reduced by half. The energy veins seen in the silver eyes also became blurred, as if covered by frosted glass. What the hell is this? Chu Huairou was shocked. She felt the flow of energy within her body suddenly slow down, and even her breathing became heavy. The angle of attack that they could easily dodge just moments ago was now too slow to react to. This is my territory. Gong Yunza stepped forward slowly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable, compelling, and moving force. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 clones that looked exactly like him suddenly appeared beside him. The 2 Gong Yunza clones raised their hands at the same time, and energy fluctuations that were exactly the same as the original body gathered in their palms. Although the intensity was slightly less, it was enough to make them look like the real Gong Yunza. Chu Huairou's pupils shrank sharply, and she barely managed to distinguish which one was the real body even with her silver eyes operating at full power. Before she could lock onto her target, the clone on her left had already approached her side, and the palm wind carrying fierce energy of heaven and earth struck her left shoulder. She quickly spun around to dodge, but found that she was much slower than expected. Her shoulder was still grazed, and a numbing sensation spread instantly. Little sister, getting distracted is a big no-no. Gong Yunza's voice came from behind her. She turned around abruptly and saw her main body and the clone on her right attacking from both sides. In the silver eyes, the energy trajectories of the 3 figures intertwined into a net, and the previously clear flaws became blurred and difficult to find. She gritted her teeth and urged her remaining mental energy to try to see through the flaw, but all she felt was a throbbing pain in her temples and her vision going black intermittently. A 50% reduction in all attributes is a fatal blow to Chu Huairou, who relies on her silver eyes' insight and agile movements. She forced back the clone by throwing 2 darts, then turned to create distance, but her feet suddenly faltered. The suppression of the domain was still intensifying. In that instant of hesitation, Gong Yunza appeared behind her like a ghost and struck her waist with a palm. Buzz. Chu Huairou felt the energy of heaven and earth within her body instantly become disordered, the mist in her silver eyes instantly dissipated, and she staggered forward a few steps as if all her strength had been drained, almost falling to the ground. The 3 clones had already retreated to the main body's side, their attack complete. Gong Yunza stood with his hands behind his back, his domain slowly receding, the pale golden halo quietly disappearing. He looked at Chu Huairou's pale face, his tone remaining calm. Now, can you answer my question? Chu Huairou leaned against the tree trunk beside her, panting heavily. She turned around and glared at him, her shock far outweighing her anger. She never imagined that someone could possess both the ability to control a domain and the ability to create clones, and that they could force her into a situation where she had no chance to fight back. The suppressive power of that domain and the coordination of the clones were practically tailor-made to counter awakened individuals like her. You? She gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. What kind of domain was that just now? Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard something interesting. You'll only answer the question if I beat you. I've won now, little sister, it seems you've forgotten the rules? Chu Huairou was speechless, her cheeks flushing red. Just moments ago they were so aggressive, demanding a fight, but now they've lost so decisively. Ironically, his opponent defeated him with an air of effortless ease, displaying the silver eyes he was so proud of. The wind blew through the dense forest, carrying the fragrance of leaves, but it couldn't dispel the frustration in her heart. Looking at Gong Yunza's composed demeanor, she finally whispered. I was just talking nonsense. Gong Yunza looked at her with a half-smile. Just spouting nonsense, saying Yang Yujie is going to pay him to be her mistress? Chu Huairou was speechless, and couldn't help but retort, you clearly heard it, so why do I have to repeat it? You and Yang Yujie must be best friends, right? What's your name? I'm very interested in your special ability. Gong Yunza asked in return. I'm Chu Huiro. Yang Yujie is my best friend. As for superpowers, isn't it a bit impolite to ask about someone's superpowers so openly? Chapter 96 I Admit Defeat? Please give it a 5-star review. There's nothing impolite about it. You can't beat me anyway. Even if I find out about the effects of your powers, the outcome will be the same, won't it? Chu Huiro was so angry that her silver eyes blazed with fury. Don't judge a book by its cover. You'll underestimate me. I may not be as strong as you now, but once my eye technique evolves, you might not be my match. She gazed intently at Gong Yunza, her tone filled with an unyielding stubbornness. But Gong Yunza seemed not to hear him and turned to leave. Gong Yunza! How could you do this? Can't you listen to people properly? Chu Huiro stomped her feet in anger, her voice trembling. Gong Yunza didn't stop walking. His cold voice pierced the forest breeze. I don't want to chat with someone who only knows how to talk to themselves, that's all. I'll let you off the hook because you're Yang Yujie's best friend. You win this round. As soon as he finished speaking, he solemnly declared to the void. I concede. In an instant, Gong Yunza transformed into a beam of white light and teleported away from the forest. Chu Huiro stared in astonishment at Gong Yunza's teleported figure, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. Gong Yunza! How dare you mock me? Chu Huiro stared in the direction where Gong Yunza had disappeared, the anger in her chest like a flame that had been suddenly extinguished, leaving only an empty, burning feeling. She kicked the tree trunk beside her hard, startling a few withered leaves that fell and landed on her slightly trembling shoulder. Who is this person? She muttered under her breath, biting her lip, but the anger in her voice faded, replaced by an inexplicable irritation. The wind that swept up his clothes when he turned around, his proud and upright back as he said, I admit defeat. Even the resolute determination in the instant before disappearing in white light was now swirling in her mind like a revolving lantern. She raised her hand to press her burning cheeks, her silver eyes unconsciously gleaming as if she wanted to see something more clearly through the layers of shadows. I was so angry I was jumping up and down, but why do I keep thinking about his nonchalant attitude? My heart felt like it had been scratched by a feather, both itchy and chaotic. Its domain can suppress all attributes, and it also has a clone technique. She crouched down, her fingertips unconsciously digging into the soil on the ground. The family's supernatural ability manuals never mentioned such a talent. He had already won fair and square, but he insisted on ending it by voluntarily conceding defeat. Is it because I find competing with her boring? Oregon? Is there another reason, or is it really because I'm Yang Yujie's best friend? Chu Huiro suddenly recalled Gong Yunza's handsome profile when he was close to her, and her heart skipped a beat. Chu Huiro, are you crazy? She slapped her forehead hard, her cheeks turning even redder. Why are you thinking about these things? He's just an arrogant and eccentric guy. How can your values be dictated by his looks? Despite saying that, she couldn't help but stand up and take a few steps in the direction where Gong Yunza had disappeared. Silver Eye swept across the woods, as if searching for some trace. There was only a large patch of withered leaves on the ground, which had been covered by Gong Yunza's domain, with a few leaves remaining on them. Chu Huiro picked up a piece, and when her fingertips touched the slightly warm touch, her heart skipped a beat. So mysterious. She clutched the withered leaves in her hand, still complaining, but a hint of anticipation, which she herself didn't even notice, quietly rose in her eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, Chu Huiro suddenly remembered that she was still taking the college entrance examination. She took a deep breath, carefully tucked the withered leaf into her purse, and turned to walk out of the dense forest. They just walked much slower, and after a few steps they couldn't help but look back, as if the white light might suddenly reappear. What she didn't know was that at that moment, deep in the forest canopy, a figure peered through the gaps in the branches at her back, a lewd smile playing on his lips. In the central square of the assessment venue, a huge holographic projection screen is updating the points leaderboard in real time. At this point, the scores of the top 50 on the leaderboard were extremely close. The top-ranked young master of the Huang family possesses ice-type superpowers inherited from his family. With a record of killing 23 examinees, he is currently in first place, which has sparked a lot of discussion among the spectators in the square. Young Master Huang's speed is fast enough. It seems that the top spot is secure this time. Maybe not. I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Young family is also hiding something. Before the discussion had even subsided, the real-time data stream on the right side of the screen suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A name that was originally ranked outside the top 100 suddenly shot up like it had been injected with rocket fuel. Gong Yunza. 40 points. 80 points. 120 points. 180 points. The red score numbers were skyrocketing, jumping by double digits per second. In just 2 minutes, it was like a red lightning bolt slicing through the list, leaping directly from the bottom to the top 5. Who is that? Wow. Dude, did you just wake up? I've never even heard of Gong Yunza. Seriously, buddy? You don't know this year's biggest dark horse? Leilu, who dares not know my brother? I'll kill anyone who does. The gasps of surprise from the crowd in the square had barely begun when the score on the screen continued to skyrocket. When his name broke through the third place, the big screen even flickered for a moment due to data overload. What they didn't know was that Gong Yunza thought fighting one person at a time was too slow, so he simply gathered about 20 people from the sidelines to form a team. He explained to them his idea of monopolizing the enemy's score farming. Since winning as a team earns 1 point for each person defeated, these people are happy to see it happen. Meanwhile, on a virtual beach, a scene that left all the monitoring examiners speechless was unfolding. A pale golden sacred domain emanated from Gong Yunza, spreading outwards like a tide. The 30-odd candidates in the field felt as if the energy of heaven and earth in their bodies had been cut in half, and even the circulation of the energy of heaven and earth had slowed down by half. 2 clones moved through the crowd like ghosts, and wherever their palms swept past, the test badges on the examinees lit up with a white light, symbolizing defeat. There was no bloody fighting, no unnecessary movements. Gong Yunza himself didn't even move an inch, but stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the domain, coldly watching his clone clear out the examinees within the range like harvesting wheat. Those candidates who were originally teaming up to hunt prey could not even muster the thought of resistance under the suppression of the domain, and could only watch helplessly as they were eliminated. 37 candidates were eliminated. 42 people. The scope of the area is still expanding. In the monitoring room, several instructors responsible for taking notes were busy and flustered, their pens leaving messy marks on the paper. As Gong Yunza's domain slowly receded, not a single examinee remained standing in the ruins. The ground was covered with elimination markers flashing red. Meanwhile, the points leaderboard on the holographic screen in the central square took 2 minutes to slowly freeze. First place, Gong Yunza, with 510 points. Second place, Huang Yao, with 180 points. Third place, Yan Yujie, with 170 points. The nearly threefold difference in points is like a towering mountain pressing down on the leaderboard. The once bustling examination halls fell into a deathly silence. Millions of eyes were fixed on that unfamiliar name, and even breathing seemed to stop. It only took 2 minutes to surge to the top spot by a landslide? Poets, sir. This isn't just a monster. It's practically a demon god descended to earth. What kind of demon god is this? How dare you slander my brother? I'll tear your mouth apart. Gong Yunza's fangirls roared angrily. Chapter 97: A sneak attack? The relaxed atmosphere inside the VIP room instantly froze. Old Master Chu's hand, which had just picked up the teacup, suddenly stopped, and he didn't even notice the scalding tea splashing onto the back of his hand. He stared intently at the glaring 510 points on the holographic screen, his silver-white eyebrows furrowed into a knot, muttering to himself. What kind of power is this? Compared to him, the geniuses of the same generation are simply playing house. The look of pride he had just worn over his granddaughter's victory over her opponent was now completely replaced by utter shock. His right hand gripped the cane tightly, and even his breathing became heavy. Qin Zhenghua's movement as he put down the teacup was tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. The seasoned commander-in-chief of the northern military region, a veteran of countless battles, now had a storm raging in his eyes. His fingertips tapped the table unconsciously, but the rhythm had long since become chaotic. 2 minutes, eliminating nearly 50 examinees. This efficiency is like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Give him 10 minutes and he'd wipe out an entire superpowered squad? He turned his head to look at old Master Chu, his tone heavy with disbelief. Elder Chu, you are well informed. This Gong Yunza, just which family's descendant is he? When did such a monster emerge in the capital? Old Master Chu was also completely unaware of this, but as the head of intelligence in the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't lose face, so he casually said. This child's origins are mysterious, and his family background is unfathomable. Knowing too much will not do you any good. Qin Zhenghua looked incredulous. Is it really that terrifying? Even I, the military region commander, can't know about it? Old Master Chu smiled, feeling a little guilty, and managed to brush it off. Zhou Mingyuan, the principal of Yida University in Kyoto, Longhua, pushed up his slipped glasses. Behind the glasses, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the name Gong Yunza on the screen. His hand stroking his beard trembled slightly, and after a long while, he let out a long sigh. Domain suppression, clone harvesting, this combination of abilities is simply a born fighting machine. In my more than 40 years of teaching, I have never seen such a gifted awakened one. A burning glint flashed in his eyes. This child must be admitted to our school. The other people in the private room gasped in astonishment. Some people had their documents scattered all over the floor, while others opened their mouths wide involuntarily, but couldn't utter a single word. We were just discussing who would win the contest between Chu Huairou and Gong Yunza. In the blink of an eye, the name Gong Yunza resounded like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts, completely crushing the previous discussions into dust. At each competition venue, candidates who were in the matching process saw the system rankings. Holy crap! 510 points? Did they rip up the exam hall? A male examinee with dyed green hair jumped up suddenly, his phone falling to the ground in shock. 2 minutes. From outside the top 100 to first place, and leaving the second place more than 300 points behind? Is this even possible? The girl in the Kyoto No. 1 middle school JK uniform covered her mouth, her eyes wide like saucers. Meanwhile, Chu Huairou searched the forest for a long time but couldn't find a single opponent. Normally, the two matches will be generated in a relatively close location one after the other. The first person to arrive simply needs to wait for their opponent. No matter how much Chu Huairou called out, her opponent refused to come out. While Chu Huairou was searching for an opponent. With a loud bang, Chu Huairou was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. At that moment, a boy wearing an invisibility cloak and sporting a lewd grin appeared behind Chu Huairou. This person was none other than Lu Feng, who had always been unable to forget Chu Huairou. Holding the Lu family's prized refining heaven cauldron, Lu Feng looked at the unconscious Chu Huairou with a smug expression. Huairou, I can finally have you. Note, this is not filler text. Although Lu Feng removed his invisibility cloak, he was wearing a mask that resembled a devil, beneath which hid his extremely twisted and evil smile. Lu Feng lightly kicked Chu Huairou's limp calf with the tip of his boot. Seeing that she had no reaction, he squatted down with peace of mind, his fingertips burning with a sickly heat as he caressed her smooth, porcelain-like cheeks. So what if she has silver eyes? So what if she's the eldest daughter of the Chu family? He swallowed hard, a twisted pleasure churning in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Huairou's stunningly beautiful face. Last year at the banquet of the major families in Kyoto, you wouldn't even look me in the eye, but now you're obediently listening to me, aren't you? How should I toy with you, my little beauty? The refining heaven cauldron glowed with a dark red light in his hand, and the taut-eye patterns carved on its body seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the remaining energy fluctuations in the air. This is a unique weapon passed down through the Lu family. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but once inside the refining heaven cauldron, awakened individuals below the 7th rank cannot escape. They are simply destined to be refined into pure energy of heaven and earth. With that sudden, forceful blow, Lu Feng had knocked Chu Huairou unconscious to the ground with just a light toss. Lu Feng was puzzled when he saw the character friend above Chu Huairou's head. But with his mind filled with thoughts of doing bad things, he didn't care about any of that. He carried Chu Huairou and walked into the depths of the dense forest, the edge of his cloak sweeping across the withered branches and leaves, leaving a series of strange marks. He had his eye on Chu Huairou for a long time, ever since he got her jade-white high heels. Lu Feng treated that high heel with almost the same care and attention as Chu Huairou. I occasionally use lubricant to keep it shiny and smooth. The sweet, fragrant scent of Chu Huairou's sweat that emanated from her at that time was extremely stimulating to Lu Feng's central nervous system. Unfortunately, the Chu family was too powerful, and ordinary methods couldn't get close to her. It wasn't until the college entrance examination that he finally got his chance. He had planned everything well in advance. He knew that the secret realm in the superpower college entrance examination was protected by the strongest beings in the Dragon Kingdom. No one other than the examinees is allowed to enter the examination room. Lu Feng recognized this point, which is why he devised this plan. He stole the clan's most precious treasure, the heaven refining cauldron, and admits defeat to everyone he meets, waiting only for the moment when fate arrives. Once I take you to the nearby cave, he licked his chapped lips, his voice growing increasingly excited and morbid. I'll gouge out your silver eyes first, then let you taste what it's like to beg for help. As long as I've had you, my life will be worthwhile." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Huairou on his shoulder suddenly moved. Lu Feng's heart tightened, and he slammed her to the ground, raising the refining heaven cauldron to finish her off. But when he looked down, he saw that Shu Huairou's eyelashes trembled and her silver eyes gleamed slightly in the slits of her eyes. "You?" Lu Feng was shocked. Shu Huairou hadn't actually completely fainted. Although the blow was heavy, it didn't hit any vital organs. While feigning unconsciousness, she had already used her silver eyes to see through the energy flaws in the cauldron. The seemingly intricate patterns of the Tao Tai, a mythical beast, actually conceal a blind spot for energy flow on the inner side of the cauldron's handles. While it cannot destroy it, it can paralyze it for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, with Shu Huairou's cultivation level far exceeding Lu Feng's, it would be enough for her to escape Lu Feng's attack range. "Shameless scoundrel! Take this!" Shu Huairou suddenly opened her eyes, the silver mist exploding in her pupils, and her right hand had somehow grasped 3 mithril darts hidden in her boot. Lu Feng hurriedly raised the cauldron to block, but the dart made a tricky turn in the air and accurately stuck into the gap on the inside of the cauldron's handle. Buzz! The heaven refining cauldron let out a mournful cry, and its red light instantly dimmed. Lu Feng felt a tremendous force rebound from the cauldron, causing his tiger's mouth to split open and him to stagger back 3 steps. Taking advantage of the moment, Shu Huairou flipped herself up, her left leg still a little numb, but she stared intently at the other person. "You think you can trap me with this junk? You bitch!" Lu Feng was both shocked and furious. He manipulated the refining heaven cauldron, transforming it into a black shadow as it hurtled towards him. "You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to drink the penalty cup. Today, I'll make you watch yourself become my woman." The cauldron hurtled towards them with a sharp, piercing sound, but Shu Huairou neither dodged nor avoided it. Her silver eyes dissected its rotating trajectory into countless points of light. Just as the cauldron was about to cover her, she suddenly ducked down and crawled under the cauldron. At the same time, he concentrated the energy of heaven and earth in his palm and struck Lu Feng in the back. Ugh! Lu Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the refining heaven cauldron crashed to the ground with a bang. Shu Huairou lunged forward, about to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Feng. Suddenly, Lu Feng pulled a black sphere from his pocket and slammed it hard into the ground. Bewitching bullet! Thick smoke instantly filled the air, carrying a pungent, numbing odor. Shu Huairou held her breath and stepped back, but suddenly several vines shot out from the thick smoke and wrapped around her ankles like venomous snakes. This is a wood-type ability? Her heart sank. Her silver eyes lost much of their penetrating power in the smoke, and she could only vaguely see Lu Feng's figure swaying in the mist. "That's not all," Lu Feng said with a smug laugh. "I forgot to tell you, I'm a dual-element awakener who has undergone a second awakening." At the same time, the vines tightened, and sharp barbs pierced the flesh. Shu Huairou gritted her teeth and activated her silver eyes. Finally, she saw Lu Feng charging towards her with the heaven refining cauldron in the thin smoke. This time, the cauldron's mouth was aimed at her head. At the critical moment, she suddenly remembered Gong Yun's domain, and the feeling of suppressing all attributes became the key to breaking the deadlock. She suddenly channeled her spiritual power into her pupils, and the silver mist abruptly contracted, causing the heaven refining cauldron to come to a steady stop in front of her. This is Silver Eye's hidden ability Freeze, which can freeze a person or object for a brief moment, but at the cost of severely depleting mental energy. As the silver pupils exerted their freezing effect, the heaven refining cauldron instantly froze in mid-air. Seizing the brief opening, Shu Huairou endured the excruciating pain, tore off the vines, and leaped onto the branches of the giant tree beside her. "Trying to run?" Lu Feng roared as he chased after him. "Lu Feng, do you know what the consequences will be if you use the heaven refining cauldron to ambush a candidate?" Shu Huairou stood on the branch, looking down at him, her voice trembling with weakness, yet carrying an undeniable coldness. "You dare to bring an SSS-level weapon into the examination room without permission? Do you know the consequences?" Lu Feng's face turned pale, then he grinned maliciously. "So what? As long as I have you, what does it matter if I lose everything? Even if you get my body, you'll never get my heart. Ha! I only care about having had it all. Huairou, surrender and become my woman." The previous sneak attack, coupled with the depletion of her silver eyes, had completely drained Shu Huairou's internal energy. Now she can't even walk straight. Her previous confusion has made it impossible for her to speak normally or admit defeat directly. She can only force herself to run away despite her weakened state. If I had known he had such a backup plan, I shouldn't have wasted my breath talking to him in the first place. I should have just admitted defeat. During her escape, she accidentally tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. Her ankle immediately swelled up, making it impossible for her to continue walking. Lu Feng was overjoyed upon seeing this and quickly quickened his pace, soon arriving at Chu Huairou's side. Seeing Chu Huairou's pitiful appearance, Lu Feng felt an intense pleasure and his whole body went numb. Lu Feng was quick and efficient, tearing off most of his clothes in an instant, leaving only a pair of boxer briefs. What do you want to do? Chu Huairou asked in a terrified voice. What are you doing? Didn't I make it very clear before? I want you. To enjoy you. To possess you. Without waiting for a reply, Lu Feng ripped off the devil mask and prepared to kiss Chu Huairou's pink lips. Scumbag! Get away from me! I'd rather die than let you succeed. Chu Huairou planned to sever her own meridians, but she was already so weak that even walking was a problem, let alone severing her own meridians, which was a thankless and exhausting task. Watching Lu Feng approach step by step, Chu Huairou suddenly thought of a proud, solitary figure, and couldn't help but pray in her heart. If only he could come to save me riding on auspicious clouds and wearing golden armor. But at that very moment, a steady voice suddenly came from outside Lin Sen's mist, carrying with it a familiar pale golden energy fluctuation. Hey, I wouldn't even dare to dream of something like this, and you're actually doing it for real? Chu Huairou was startled and abruptly looked up. The mist receded like a tide, and Gong Yunzi stood not far away with his hands behind his back, a pale gray halo slowly spreading beneath his feet. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Lu Feng shouted. Who am I? Gong Yunzi raised an eyebrow. You're here to take the exam, and you're asking me who I am? I'd like to ask you who you are. I am Lu Feng, the eldest son of the Lu family of Kyoto, the #1 family in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Feng said proudly. If you know what's good for you, stand aside and wait. After I'm done, my father will give you a mid-level cadre position. It's just a matter of a word to him. Wow, the #1 family in the Dragon Kingdom? The Lu family of Kyoto? Gong Yunzi clapped his hands, his tone tinged with mockery. My apologies. Lu Feng replied arrogantly with a cold laugh. You know that's good. Can't you see I'm about to have some fun? Get lost. Gong Yunzi feigned doubt. If I leave, what will happen to my exams? An exam? Lu Feng thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Giving up the position of section chief to take an exam? Are you out of your mind? Take this and get out of here. I don't have time to waste with you. As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag filled with first-tier crystal cores from his storage ring and threw it to Gong Yunzi. Gong Yunzi opened the cloth bag and swept it open, then nodded in approval. As expected of the #1 family in the Dragon Kingdom, young Master Lu was truly generous. Are you ever going to shut up? Take what you've got and get out of here. If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll kill your whole family. Gong Yunzi frowned sharply, his tone instantly turning cold. I hate it when people threaten me with my family. If it weren't for the fact that killing is forbidden during exams, you would be a corpse by now. You? Kill me? Lu Feng sneered. I wield an SSS-level weapon. Even if I can't unleash its full power, dealing with a clown like you who's trying to be a hero is still a piece of cake. Oh? So you're finally going to make your move? Gong Yunzi's lips curled into a slight smile. That's right, you've completely enraged me. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity. I was going to let you go after taking care of business, but since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 98 Struggle. Lu Feng formed hand seals, and the heaven-refining cauldron suddenly soared into the air. The Taotai patterns on the cauldron emitted a bloodthirsty red light, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Gong Yunzi. You fool, let me show you the power of the heaven-refining cauldron. Before he finished speaking, the bronze cauldron, which was half the height of a person, had already transformed into a stream of light and smashed towards Gong Yunzi's face with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Chu Huairou watched from the ground, her heart pounding in her chest, her silver eyes filled with anxiety. This was an SSS-level exotic weapon capable of refining a 7th-order awakened being. Gong Yunzi stood still until the mouth of the cauldron was less than 3 feet away from him, when the pale golden domain beneath his feet suddenly expanded. Buzz! Visible energy ripples spread out from the domain, and the refining heaven cauldron seemed to have crashed into an invisible quagmire, its speed suddenly decreasing. Lu Feng's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly activated his inner cultivation technique. No matter how much energy he poured into it, the cauldron remained completely still, and the red light of the Taodai pattern dimmed at a visible speed. This is impossible. Lu Feng's eyes widened in horror. He could clearly feel the energy of the heaven refining cauldron being devoured by that golden domain. Gong Yunzi slowly raised his right hand, and his three clones rushed forward, kicking the refining heaven cauldron back to Lu Feng. Your toy is yours now. The refining heaven cauldron suddenly changed direction and smashed towards Lu Feng at an even faster speed. He hurriedly unleashed his wood-based ability, forming a shield with several thick vines, but it was easily shattered by the cauldron. Puff! The heaven refining cauldron slammed solidly into his chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string into an ancient tree 10 meters away. The tree bark shattered, and blood mixed with bone fragments sprayed out. Gong Yunzi dusted off his sleeves and walked towards Lu Feng, who was slumped on the ground. The latter's sternum had collapsed, and he was barely breathing, yet he still glared at him with resentful eyes. The Lu family will not let you get away with this. Shut up! Gong Yunzi stepped on his wrist, and with a crisp crack, Lu Feng's storage ring fell off. He casually tossed the ring to Chu Huairou. The things inside are his compensation to you. Chu Huairou caught the ring and looked at the dazzling array of high-level crystal cores and exotic weapons inside, her pretty face slightly flushed. She then noticed that Gong Yunzi's domain not only suppressed energy, but also cleansed away the pervasive mist. Sunlight shone through the leaves onto him, giving him an unreal, dazzling brilliance. Lu Feng was in excruciating pain, his whole body convulsing, yet he was still screaming. Gong Yunzi, I'll remember you. Oh. Gong Yunzi bent down and picked up the refining heaven cauldron. He flicked the cauldron lightly with his fingertip, and the bronze cauldron instantly shrank to the size of his palm. He casually stuffed it into his storage ring. As for your family. He looked down at Lu Feng, his eyes indifferent as ice. If they dare to come, I wouldn't mind changing the signboard of the #1 family in the Dragon Kingdom to the #1 joke in the Dragon Kingdom. These words, spoken lightly, sent a jolt through the hearts of both people present. Looking at his tall, straight back, Chu Huairou suddenly felt that the golden armor she had just imagined was completely unnecessary. The young man before me, with his mere integrity, is more powerful than 1,000 troops. Gong Yunzi turned and walked towards Chu Huairou, squatting down to examine her ankle. Can you still walk? A warm breath brushed against her ear, and Chu Huairou's cheeks flushed. She subconsciously nodded and then shook her head. It's a little numb. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her body lighten as Gong Yunzi picked her up in his arms. The girl gasped and hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck. The faint scent of pine filled her nostrils, and her heart pounded like a drum. You. Save time. Gong Yunzi interrupted her, walking steadily towards the edge of the dense forest. Your opponent is me. I can't let you give up here. Chu Huairou buried her face in his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and suddenly remembered the glaring 510 points on the system leaderboard. Just a moment ago I thought he was a formidable rival, but now I'm being protected by him like this. This feeling is both unfamiliar and reassuring. Suddenly, the holographic screen in the VIP box refreshed. Candidate Gong Yunzi eliminated candidate Lu Feng, who possessed an SSS-level weapon and had cheated, earning plus 300 points. Current total score, 810. The teacup in old Master Chu's hand finally shattered with a crack. He stared at the image on the screen of Gong Yunzi holding Chu Huairou, and murmured. This kid, he can actually suppress the heaven refining cauldron with his bare hands. Qin Zhenghua stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Old Master Chu, your granddaughter seems quite well matched with this young man? Old Master Chu blared and puffed out his beard, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? But inexplicably, I felt. That seems to make some sense. The person being discussed was carrying Chu Huairou through the dense forest when the girl suddenly asked softly. Why, did you come here just now? Gong Yunzi paused slightly, looking ahead. At first I just wanted to watch the show, but I didn't expect that kid to be serious, so I came. Chu Huairou pursed her lips and whispered. Well, thank you. As the wind rustled through the treetops, Gong Yunzi whispered. No need for thanks. I won't hold back next time we meet. Chu Huairou rolled her eyes at Gong Yunzi, thinking to herself. Oh, so he's straight. New female companion detected. Please check her out. Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, thinking to himself as he walked. Check out the new female companion. Name, Chu Huairo. Age, 18. Favorability rating, 60-59. Feeling a bit of goodwill towards the host, but thinking the host is alright, though a bit of a chauvinist. Physical fitness, SSS-level. Superpower, SSS-level eye technique. Superpower, silver eyes. Silver eyes grants farsightedness and X-ray vision. It can also slow down an opponent's movements by 1x in your eyes. In extreme mode, it can even slow down by 1.5x. Silver Eye's hidden ability, it can freeze a person or object for a brief moment, but the cost is a severe depletion of mental energy. When Chu Huairo's affinity with the host reaches 80, her special ability can be fused. After reviewing Chu Huairo's basic information, Gong Yunza. After browsing through the beauty shop, I realized that using the healing pills in the system shop to treat Chu Huairo's leg injury was a complete waste of their potential. Thinking it wasn't a serious injury, just as he was about to let Chu Huairo return to her family for treatment, he made a new discovery in a corner of the system shop. This is top-grade healing pill residue, 100 beauty gold. The supreme healing pill is a miraculous medicine that costs 1200. Even the dregs sell for 100 beauty gold, so healing a leg injury is a piece of cake. With this in mind, Gong Yunza directly exchanged the dregs of the top-grade healing pill. He placed Chu Huairo in the shade of a nearby tree and took out the dregs of a top-grade healing pill from his robes, saying, "This can cure your leg injury. It's very effective, so don't take too much at once." Chu Huairo frowned slightly as she looked at the things Gong Yunza handed her. The item handed to me was grayish-black, looking like burnt wood ash. She could hardly believe that this could heal her leg injury, and such a potent one at that. This is medicine dregs? She hesitated before taking it, the instant her fingertips touched it. A faint yet pure energy spread from her fingertips, easing the pain in her ankle. Don't underestimate it. Gong Yunza put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the tree trunk next to him. This is the leftover scrap of something good. It's more than enough to heal your little injury. Chu Huairo was skeptical, but picked up a bit of the medicine dregs and brought it close to her nose to sniff lightly. A faint, bitter medicinal scent wafted into my nostrils, and surprisingly, it invigorated me. Without further hesitation, she followed Gong Yunza's instructions and put a small portion of the dregs into her mouth. The dregs of the medicine melted instantly in his mouth, turning into a warm current that slid down his throat and rushed to his injured ankle. It felt like countless warm little hands were gently massaging my injured muscles and bones. The intense pain subsided at a visible rate, and the swelling also decreased rapidly. After a short while, Chu Huairo tried to move her ankle. It can now move flexibly, and the previous numbness and tingling have completely disappeared. This is amazing. Chu Huairo was both surprised and delighted, and her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked up at Gong Yunza. This effect is several times better than the healing ointment treasured in the family. This is just a scrap? How powerful must the real pill be? Seeing her surprised expression, Gong Yunza's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Alright, get up quickly, don't forget we still have important business to attend to. Chu Huairo stood up, stretched her ankle, and after confirming it was fully recovered, looked at Gong Yunza and said seriously, "Thank you so much this time, and also for this medicine, the dregs." Detected, Chu Huairo's favorability plus 10, current favorability 69. Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system notification, but remained silent. Looking at him like this, Chu Huairo thought to herself, his attitude is still so cold, but he really is a good person. Before Chu Huairo could think further, Gong Yunza got up and prepared to leave again. Seeing this, Chu Huairo's mind raced, and she suddenly spoke to the void. "I surrender." Soon, Chu Huairo was enveloped in a white light and teleported out of the forest. Gong Yunza looked in surprise at the spot where Chu Huairo had disappeared, and smiled faintly. Hee, that's quite unique. At this moment, Lu Rui, sitting in the VIP room, was being scrutinized by a group of top dignitaries from the Dragon Kingdom with strange looks. The air inside the VIP room seemed to freeze, and even the sound of points jumping on the holographic screen sounded particularly jarring. Lu Rui sat upright in a golden Nanmo chair, coughing violently incessantly, seemingly trying to gain the sympathy of the crowd. Grandpa Chu was the first to break the silence, slamming his cane on the ground with a thud, causing a thin crack to appear in the mahogany floor. His silvery eyebrows were furrowed into knots, and a terrifying rage surged in his murky eyes. Lu Rui. Tell me, what kind of mess did your wicked son of yours do in the exam hall? Lu Rui's Adam's apple bobbed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, and, trying to appear calm, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Please calm down, Elder Chu. My son was just confused for a moment. A moment of confusion? Qin Zhenghua slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his military boots slamming heavily on the floor. Using the heaven refining cauldron to ambush the examinees, and then doing those filthy things to the Chu family girl. You call that a moment of folly? I think your Lu family is rotten to the core from top to bottom. Zhou Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Commander Lu, are you aware that the refining heaven cauldron is an SSS-level extraordinary weapon? According to the Ability Users Convention, bringing it into the college entrance examination secret realm without authorization is enough to revoke all of the Lu family's ability registration qualifications. The surrounding dignitaries whispered among themselves, their gazes like needles piercing Lu Rui. No wonder Lu Feng, that good-for-nothing, dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he's relying on his family's SSS-level special weapon. Chu Huaira was the apple of old Master Chu's eye. Now the Lu family has probably completely offended the Chu family. That kid even tried to bribe Gong Yunzi with a mid-level cadre position? I was terrified when I saw it, fearing that Gong Yunzi wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would join him in his corrupt practices. Now that I think about it, the Lu family is a joke. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Rui's forehead. He stood up abruptly, but his back wouldn't straighten. Gentlemen, please be aware. I knew nothing about what this unfilial son Lu Feng had done. He stole the family's treasures and violated the family precepts. I will certainly discipline him properly when I return. Discipline? Old Master Chu sneered, tapping his cane on the ground again. By the time you finish disciplining her, my Huairo's reputation will be ruined. This matter between the Chu family and your Lu family is far from over. Qin Zhenghua pressed on, not to mention he also made outrageous remarks, saying he would kill the whole family. Is this how the Lu family teaches its children? Lu Rui's face turned pale and then read he knew the truth could no longer be concealed. The inclusion of cheating with the SSS-level weapon refining heaven cauldron, acts of violence in the examination room, and threats against others, each of these is enough to cause the Lu family serious trouble. Especially since the Chu family was truly enraged, and the other powerful figures were happy to see the Lu family make a fool of themselves. He was like a fish on a chopping board at this moment. I am willing to compensate the Chu family for their losses. Lu Rui said through gritted teeth. All kinds of rare and precious treasures planted on the Lu family's S-grade ley lines are available for Elder Chu to choose from. Who wants your lousy medicine? Old Master Chu glared, his beard bristling. If it weren't for Brother Yunzi's timely appearance, my precious daughter would have been defiled by that beast. Zhou Mingyuan suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. According to the examination regulations, Lu Feng has been disqualified from the exam and handed over to the education department for punishment. As for the Lu family. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. I suggest that the Lu family be disqualified from participating in the exploration of the 7th-tier powerhouse's ruins 2 months from now, as a form of punishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. 2 months later, during the exploration of the ruins of a 7th-tier powerhouse, Lu Rui paid a heavy price to secure a spot to enter the ruins. If forced to stop, the family's power will shift, and the throne of the number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably be unstable. He wanted to argue, but met Qin Zhenghua's cold gaze. Principal Zhou is right. In addition, the cooperation project between the Northern Military Region and the Lu family should also be re-evaluated. A series of blows left Lu Rui completely slumped in his chair, his expensive silk shirt soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the indifferent or mocking faces around him, he finally understood. The Lu family has truly fallen this time, fallen because of the son they have always indulged. Seeing his distraught appearance, old Master Chu snorted coldly. Go back and tell your old man to keep a good eye on his descendants. From now on, the Chu family's intelligence fees to the Lu family will double. If there is a next time, the Chu family will cut off all intelligence services to the Lu family. After saying that, he didn't look at Lu Rui again and turned to look at the holographic screen. At this moment, Gong Yunzi's score had quietly surpassed 900 points. The red numbers shone brightly on the list, as if silently mocking the Lu family's predicament. The murmurs in the private room gradually subsided, but everyone knew the truth. This incident may change the power dynamics among the 4 major families of Kyoto. Chapter 99 She Got Married? Please give it a 5-star review. just as Gong Yunze was wreaking havoc on all sides. A boy named Huang Ao was also frantically and quickly defeating his opponents. He followed Gong Yunze's example, forming a team of dozens of people, and their points quickly approached the 800 mark. At this moment, in the rest area and audience seating area of the assessment venue, discussions about Huang Ao and Gong Yunze have already exploded, with various opinions surging like boiling water. Huang Ao's points have increased too fast. He's already at 800 points. He's only a little over 100 points behind Gong Yunze. Is he about to catch up? A short-haired girl held up binoculars, her voice filled with amazement. Someone nearby immediately scoffed. Chase? Didn't you see his playing style? It's exactly the same team-up scoring strategy as Gong Yunze. He didn't even change the recruiter's words. That's called imitation, plagiarism, do you understand? What's wrong with imitation? Being able to imitate to this extent is a skill in itself. Huang Ao's supporters immediately retorted. Gong Yunze can eliminate more than 30 people at once, and Huang Ao's move just now also took down more than 20, didn't it? His speed is just as good. Imitation is a skill in itself. Speed? When Gong Yunze was racking up 500 points in 2 minutes, Huang Ao was still leisurely playing one-on-one with someone. Now that he's figured out how to copy homework, he's the one who's amazing? Bullshit. Huang Ao's ice-type ability is much more practical than Gong Yunze's domain. Once frozen, they can't run away. Unlike Gong Yunze's lousy domain, it looks intimidating, but in a head-on collision, it's hard to say who will win. Are you blind? Gong Yunze never really fought once. He just used 2 clones to completely outmaneuver everyone. Huang Ao, on the other hand, had to take action personally every time, consuming more of his power than anyone else. I don't think he can last much longer. I think you've all been scared out of your wits by Gong Yunze. Huang Ao is the eldest son of the Huang family, and he received top-notch training from a young age. In terms of background, he's much stronger than Gong Yunze, who's just a nobody. Foundation? Huang Ao's team was ambushed just now, and it was only thanks to his sister Huang Xiao's help that they were able to get out of trouble. If it were Gong Yunze, would his teammates need to clean up his mess? He just spreads out one domain, and the opponent can't even move. The argument grew louder and louder, attracting even many test takers who were taking a break. Some people were comparing the replays of the two fighters on their phones, while others were arguing endlessly about the rankings of superhumans over the years, until a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly spoke up. Stop arguing, just look at the elimination analysis. Among the candidates eliminated by Gong Yunze, 70% were high-scoring students with scores above 250, while Huang Ao eliminated 80% of them who were weaklings with scores below 200. That's the difference. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over people, and many fell silent instantly. Yes, both Gong Yunze and Huang Ao are trying to rack up points, but Gong Yunze specifically targets the tough opponents, while Huang Ao picks on the easy ones. It's obvious who's stronger. Just then, Huang Ao, deep in the forest, had just finished a chaotic battle and was leaning against a tree wiping his sweat. He looked at the 820 points on the scoreboard, a smug smile playing on his lips. If we win a few more games, we'll completely surpass Gong Yunze. Huang Ao? A clear, melodious female voice sounded from behind him. Huang Ao turned around abruptly, his heart skipping a beat. The girl in front of me had her long hair tied in a neat ponytail, and her eyes and brows held a gentle yet dignified air of aloofness. This person was none other than Xiao Rongyu, the person he cherished most in junior high school. Rongyu? Huang Ao was both surprised and delighted. He quickly stood up straight and subconsciously straightened his clothes. What are you doing here? Why did you leave without a word back then? I made many inquiries and found out that you went back to Yangzhou. Although Yangzhou No. 1 High School is also a top-tier school for people with special abilities, it is still not as good as Kyoto No. 1 High School. Why did you leave? Xiao Rongyu smiled faintly, but her eyes remained calm. I'm also taking the assessment, I just finished 1 round. You look quite different. Really? I don't think so. My goal has never changed. To compete for the top national score, protect my hometown, and safeguard humanity has always been my dream. Huang Ao rubbed his hands together, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of boasting. I'm almost at 900 points now, maybe I can get first place. By the way, how have you been all these years since you left? Xiao Rongyu nodded, her tone calm. It's great. I got married. My husband is a very powerful awakened one. He treats me very well, and I love him very much. Married? Huang Heo's smile froze instantly, as if he had been punched hard. He hurriedly asked. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Who was the other party? His voice suddenly rose, and the surprise in his eyes was replaced by shock and resentment. He had worked so hard for so many years, hoping that one day when he met Xiao Rongyu again, he would be worthy of her, but she was already taken. Xiao Rongyu seemed oblivious to his lapse in composure and said softly. We just got married a month ago. Huang Yao almost ground his teeth to powder, but he still tried his best to control his emotions and asked. You married the young master of that powerful family? Why have I never heard of him before? His name is Gong Yunze, and he's currently ranked number 1 on the Superpower College entrance exam leaderboard. He's much stronger than the young masters from wealthy families. When Gong Yunze was mentioned, Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but smile. Gong Yun Zhe. These 3 words exploded in Huang Yao's ears like 3 thunderclaps. He clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning white, and a surge of anger rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. That guy who always outshone him, that rival he always wanted to surpass, actually married the girl he had cherished in his heart for so many years? What's so great about him? Huang Yao roared, his chest heaving violently. Why should a lowly commoner with no background marry you? Xiao Rongyu frowned, her tone turning colder. Huang Yao, watch your words. Yun Zhe is a good man, I won't marry anyone but him. You've definitely been fooled by his sweet talk. Huang Yao's eyes were bloodshot. Where is he? I'm going to find him. I'll show him that a lowly commoner like him doesn't deserve you. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and rushed into the depths of the dense forest. His ice-type power was frantically gathering in his palm, and the cold air caused the surrounding leaves to be covered with a layer of white frost. Gong Yunze. You just wait, I'm coming to kill you right now. The roar echoed through the forest, carrying a destructive fury. The moment Huang Yao learned that Xiao Rongyu had married Gong Yunze, the composure on his face vanished without a trace. At this moment, all he wanted was to tear Gong Yunze apart with his own hands and take back the top scholar title and Xiao Rongyu that belonged to him. Huang Yao's roar still echoed through the forest when a cold, piercing voice sounded behind him. Where are you going? Xiao Rongyu blocked his way, her black JK skirt, the standard uniform of Yangzhou No. 1 High School, fluttering in the wind, her eyes as calm as a frozen lake. Where are you going? Huang Yao turned around abruptly, his foot slamming heavily onto the ground. His first tier, 9th level ice-type energy exploded, instantly covering the surrounding vegetation with a layer of white frost. I told you. I want that piece of trash Gong Yunze to know that he doesn't deserve to stand beside you at all. He raised his chin, his tone full of arrogance. I am now at the peak of the 9th stage of the first tier, and stepping into the 2nd tier is just a matter of time. That kind of peasant can only kneel on the ground and look up to me for the rest of his life, being trampled into the dust by me. Xiao Rongyu sensed his energy fluctuations at the 9th level of the first rank and couldn't help but smile coldly. Then, with a slight twitch of his fingertips, a faint blue halo suddenly appeared around him. Absolute territory, activate. Huang Yao felt a sudden heaviness all over his body, as if the ice energy within him had been stuffed with cotton, causing its circulation speed to slow down by a quarter. His heart skipped a beat. This is a domain? Wait. This is a 2nd tier, 2nd level heretic? How is this possible? Heh. Even I can't keep up with his cultivation speed, and you, a mere 1st stage 9th level cultivator, dare to challenge Yunze? Xiao Rongyu's voice remained calm, but she took half a step forward, expanding the area of her domain. Huang Yao laughed in extreme anger. So what if he's at tier 2? He must have gotten that from drugs. I, Huang Yao, awakened an SSS-level ice-type ability and steadily cultivated all the way to the peak of tier 1. I'm practically invincible below tier 2. What's so difficult about defeating the drug-addicted trash who's a higher-level opponent? Seeing that Xiao Rongyu was about to make a move, Huang Yao, as a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to challenge someone of a higher level. He then formed hand seals, and several ice arrows shot towards Xiao Rongyu with a sharp whistling sound. The ice crystals condensed on the arrow shafts shimmered with a chilling light. However, as the ice arrow approached the pale blue halo, its speed noticeably slowed down, and the sharpness of the arrow tip was greatly weakened by the domain. Xiao Rongyu dodged to the side, flicked her fingertips, and accurately deflected the oncoming ice arrow. Snap! The ice arrow shattered instantly, scattering ice crystals that melted into fine watermarks on the ground. Huang Ao wanted to attack again, but Xiao Rongyu was already in front of him, her elbow striking his chest with a powerful gust of wind. He hurriedly raised his arm to block, only to feel a seemingly gentle yet irresistible force surge towards him. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He staggered backward, his back slamming heavily against the tree trunk, causing branches and leaves to fall in a rustling sound. Cough! Huang Ao coughed out a breath of cold air, staring at Xiao Rongyu in disbelief. You, how could you be so strong? It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Xiao Rongyu withdrew her hand, her domain slowly dissipating, her tone calm and indifferent. First rank, 9th level, nothing special. These words pierced Huang Ao's pride like a needle, and he sprang to his feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I'm weak? Then Gong Yunza is strong? He just got lucky and awakened his domain in clone. If it weren't for those crooked methods, I could crush him with a single finger. Unorthodox methods? Ha! Xiao Rongyu shook her head slightly, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes, but she chuckled softly. From now on, please put away your confidence. With your level of skill, you think you can cause trouble for Yunza? It seems I was overthinking it. Go find him. Huang Ao's face instantly turned bright red, as if a sore spot had been touched. You're the granddaughter of a war god. I accept that I can't beat you, but you say I can't beat that lowly commoner? That's absolutely impossible. Are you going to admit defeat yourself, or should I send you away? Xiao Rongyu's voice was tinged with impatience. I can walk by myself. Don't bother me. Huang Ao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Gong Yunza is really good at this. He tricked a bunch of people into teaming up to boost his score. Even you are completely infatuated with him. Methods? Xiao Rongyu laughed, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, it was full of sarcasm. Yunza never uses teammates as bait. When he teams up to rack up points, he always charges ahead himself. When he eliminates opponents, he never goes for the kill, and he even leaves them a way out. If it were you, would those 20-odd people you just defeated still be standing? Huang Ao was speechless, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he couldn't utter a word. He certainly didn't hold back. None of the examinees frozen by his ice-type ability managed to leave unharmed. You always think of yourself as a chosen one, but your pride is full of narrow-mindedness and selfishness. Xiao Rongyu's voice turned cold. Yunza never boasts about how strong he is, but within his domain lies confidence and composure. You think you're angry because of me, but actually you're just angry that you're inferior to him, angry that you can never catch up to the person you want to be. Shut up. Huang Ao suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a madman. Where am I inferior to him? I am the eldest son of the Huang family, one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. What is he? He's more talented than you. More humorous. More handsome. More gentle. He won't take his anger out on someone else just because he can't have them. Xiao Rongyu looked at him, the last trace of warmth vanishing from her eyes. Huang Ao, stop living in your own world. So what if you're the eldest son of one of the 4 great families? In my eyes, you're not even worth a single hair on Yunzai's head. After saying that, she turned and left, her beautiful figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Huang Ao stood frozen in place, Xiao Rongyu's words like sharp blades piercing his heart. He stared at the shattered ice crystals on the ground, and then recalled Gong Yunza's perpetually calm and collected face. A sense of defeat he had never experienced before washed over him. I'm not as good as him? How could I be not as good as him? He muttered to himself, his fists clenching tighter and tighter until his palms were almost bleeding. Gong Yunza. I'd like to see what you've got that makes Rongyu, who's always kept so aloof, so devoted to you. The wind in the forest carried a chill, ruffling his disheveled hair, but it couldn't dispel the jealousy and resentment surging in his eyes. I surrender. Huang Ao said with extreme resentment. The moment he finished speaking, a beam of white light enveloped him and teleported Huang Ao out of the arena. Back in the matchmaking area, Huang Ao grew increasingly angry and agitated, so he made a silent decision. He then addressed the proctor in a loud voice. Teacher. I want to activate a special exam. I want a specific opponent. As soon as Huang Ao finished speaking, the matchmaking area fell into a deathly silence. Even the air seemed to freeze. All eyes turned to him, their gazes filled with surprise, admiration, and confusion, but mostly with mockery. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were agape, their faces filled with astonishment, as if they thought, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 100 Special Assessment? Please give it a 5-star review. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were agape, their faces filled with astonishment, as if they thought, "Are you crazy? A special exam? Is he kidding me?" A boy who had just been defeated and injured by Huang Ao suddenly sprang up from his wheelchair. That's a life or death situation where all points are at stake. I've encountered Gong Yunzi once before. He's so strong, he doesn't seem like a student at all. He can instantly kill anyone he faces, but he never injures a vital spot. He has the demeanor of a true master. At this point, he secretly rolled his eyes at Huang Ao and whispered to the people nearby. On the other hand, Huang Ao is simply a piece of scum. Not only did he threaten his teammates to be cannon fodder, but he also used a wide area freezing effect to frostbite dozens of examinees, causing us to be unable to continue the competition. I really hope Gong Yunzi can teach the scoundrel a lesson and give us victims some justice. Upon hearing the candidate's words, the nearby candidates all looked at Huang Ao with disgust at his arrogant and self-important expression. Designated opponent? Anyone with a brain knows who he's going to pick. Is he overconfident or insane? 820 points betting on 1200? Wouldn't second place be better? Why are you deliberately courting disaster? The murmurs in the rest area exploded like a powder keg, creating a deafening roar. Some people think that Huang Ao and Gong Yunzi are evenly matched, and this battle will definitely be very exciting. Some people think this is Huang's eldest son's desperate gamble. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this battle for the championship. Only the top 10 students nationwide can request this special exam. Normally, the top 10 students will give each other face and won't actively choose to take special exams to challenge each other. After all, the candidates who can enter the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom come from wealthy and noble families, and they will not easily become enemies. At this moment, the VIP room was in complete chaos. The dignitaries in the front row began to whisper amongst themselves, and even the usually composed old Master Chu raised an eyebrow. This kid is more courageous than his father, but he's not quite right in the head. Qin Zhenghua stroked his chin thoughtfully. The conditions for activating the special exam are extremely stringent. Once activated, the winner directly gains all of the opponent's points. Is Huang Ao trying to rise to the top in one step, or is he trying to drag Gong Yunzi down with him? The students in the back row had already erupted in chaos, with screams, whistles, and gasps filling the air. Holy crap! Is this really going to be a do-or-die match? This is a million times more exciting than watching Gong Yunzi rack up points. Has Huang Ao gone mad? What does he have to fight Gong Yunzi with? Gong Yunzi has a domain in clones, how can his ice-type ability possibly compete? What if we win the lottery? If Gong Yunzi fails, Huang Ao will instantly become a legend. The allure of instant fame is immense for these geniuses. Godhood my ass. I bet Gong Yunzi will win. I wager 1,000 Dragon Citizens coins. Ha? Why are you betting on Gong Yunzi? I'm betting on Gong Yunzi too. Why even bet on Gong Yunzi? Forget it, I'm not betting. I think Gong Yunzi will win in the end. Just as the entire room was in an uproar, the chief proctor slowly walked up to Huang Ao. He held the assessment manual in his hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over everyone present, and the noise immediately subsided. Candidate Huang Ao. The proctor's voice, calm and authoritative, resounded throughout the room through the loudspeaker. Are you sure you want to start this special exam? I'm sure. Huang Ao's neck stiffened, the bloodshot in his eyes still visible, but his tone was unusually firm. I'm going to start a special exam, and I'll choose my opponent. The examiner nodded, opened the manual, and explained aloud. According to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Special Regulations for the College Entrance Examination for Supernatural Abilities in the Dragon Kingdom, the special examination must meet the following conditions. Candidates must rank in the top 10 of the overall leaderboard. Second, you can only choose candidates ranked higher than yourself for a 1v1 duel. 3. The duel will continue until one side is rendered unable to fight. The winner will inherit all of the loser's assessment points, while the loser's points will be reset to 0. He paused, his gaze falling on Huang Ao, and emphasized his tone. Once confirmed, there is no turning back. Your chosen opponent has the right to refuse the duel, but both parties will have 20% of their current points deducted. Huang Ao, do you wish to continue? Continue. Huang Ao practically roared. I designate Gong Yunzi. Whoosh. These three words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, and the entire venue erupted in a deafening roar. It really is Gong Yunzi. This is insane. 820 points against 1200 plus points. That's practically suicide. Will Gong Yunzi answer? Accepting the offer guarantees a profit, while refusing deducts 20% of your points. If it were me, I'd definitely accept it. Huang Ao has gone all in. If he wins, he'll be at the top. If he loses, he'll have nothing. The murmurs nearly lifted the roof off the matchmaking area. Everyone was staring at Gong Yunzi's name on the holographic screen, waiting to see if this high-stakes duel would come true. Huang Ao stood still, his chest heaving violently, oblivious to the blood seeping from the wound on his palm. He knew he was gambling that Gong Yunzi would accept, gambling that he could create a miracle, and even gambling that Xiao Rongyu would see it. He, Huang Ao, is not the good-for-nothing she described as not even worth a hair on Gong Yunzi's head. The examiner looked at his obsessive profile, shook his head, and picked up the microphone for nationwide broadcasting. Candidate Gong Yunzi, Huang Ao has issued a special exam challenge to you. Do you accept? Please reply within 5 minutes. In an instant, all eyes in the entire testing area were focused on that red name, and the air was filled with tension, anticipation, and excitement. Meanwhile, on a swampy plain, Gong Yunzi had just finished the battle. He had just dusted off the slightly dirty corner of his clothes when he received a notification from the holographic projection. Candidate Huang Ao has issued a 1v1 challenge to you. The winner will receive all of the opponent's points. You may refuse, but refusing will deduct 20% of both of your points. Huang Ao? He chuckled softly, as if he had heard an interesting name. He glanced at the national rankings and understood immediately. So it was the runner-up who challenged this champion. Fine, I'm too lazy to find someone to team up with to grind points. I'll gladly accept your points. He then spoke calmly to the holographic projection, his voice carrying throughout the venue via the loudspeaker. I accept the challenge. 5 words, calm and still, yet they exploded like a thunderbolt on the testing ground. He answered. Gong Yunzi answered. I knew he wouldn't back down. That's a real boss. Huang Ao is doomed this time. Once he witnesses the power of Zacian, he'll regret the decision he made today for the rest of his life. The audience erupted in cheers, with the candidates who had previously bet on Gong Yunzi jumping for joy. Even old Master Chu in the VIP box clapped his hands and laughed. Good. That's got guts. I like this kid. Qin Zhengwei nodded in approval. Knowing it was a fight to the death, they still agreed? That kind of confidence isn't something an ordinary prodigy could have. Zhou Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, his gaze intense. This isn't just confidence, it's absolute self-assurance. 5 minutes later, at the special examination venue, a spacious stone forest square. Huang Ao stood in the center of the square, his body radiating a chilling aura. His ice-type superpowers were operating at their maximum, and a thick layer of ice had already formed on the ground. He stared intently at the entrance, his palms clammy with cold sweat, but forced himself to remain calm and raised his voice. Gong Yunzi. Stop hiding and come out to face your death. Before the words were even finished, a figure appeared at the other end of the square. Before going to the appointment, he specifically asked the examiner, and after learning the importance of this competition, Gong Yunzi especially changed into clean clothes for this duel and applied some mousse to style his hair. He walked with his hands in his pockets, his steps leisurely, as if he were not there for a life or death duel, but for a leisurely stroll. Enough with the nonsense, let's begin, Gong Yunzi said calmly. You're asking for it. Huang Ao was enraged by his nonchalant attitude and waved his hand violently. Dozens of ice spikes shot towards Gong Yunzi with a sharp whistling sound. Let me show you the power of my SSS-level ice-type ability. However, the pale golden halo beneath Gong Yunzi's feet suddenly spread out, instantly enveloping Huang Ao and the ice spikes he released. Sacred domain, open. The ice spike slowed by half the moment it touched the ground, losing all its sharpness, and arced through the air like in slow motion before shattering on the ground with a crack. Huang Ao's smile froze instantly, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. It wasn't the coldness from his ice-based superpowers, but the fear that originated from his very soul. He found that the flow of energy in his body had become extremely sluggish, and even raising his hand was exceptionally difficult. This is impossible. Huang Ao screamed, activating his ability again to try and conjure an ice wall. My ability? How could this be? How is this possible? You actually know the Shao family's domain? Gong Yunzi didn't even look at him, simply standing there with his hands behind his back, the suppressive power of his domain continuously increasing. The ice wall that Huang Ao had condensed began to melt as soon as it took shape, and even the ice beneath his feet was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. No! I don't believe it. Huang Ao, acting like a madman, used all his strength to detonate all the ice energy within his body, attempting to break through the suppression of the domain. With a 50% reduction in all attributes, his burst damage is like a pebble thrown into a lake. Not even a ripple was stirred up. Instead, due to the energy disorder, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward, blood streaming from his mouth, staring at Gong Yunzi in disbelief. You didn't even make a move. That's impossible. I'm a first-tier, 9th-level expert. I'm the eldest son of the Huang family. How could I lose to someone like you? Losing to someone like me, who has no background or connections. Gong Yunzi walked slowly towards him, the suppressive force of his domain growing stronger. Huang Ao felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze, and the energy within his body became completely disordered, making it impossible for him to even stand steadily. He then realized that Xiao Ronyu was right. The difference between him and Gong Yunzi was like heaven and earth. The opponent didn't even need to use clones or any fancy moves. A single domain was enough to completely crush him. Why is this happening? Huang Ao slumped to the ground, his eyes unfocused, muttering to himself, I'm clearly the pride of the Huang family, how come I can't even touch the hem of his clothes? He recalled his pride, his obsession with Xiao Ronyu, and his boastful words just now, and felt utterly ridiculous. It turns out that in the face of absolute power, everything he was so proud of was utterly vulnerable. Gong Yunzi sneered, withdrew his domain, walked up to him, and looked down at him. Shall we continue? Huang Ao suddenly looked up, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but it ultimately turned into despair. Looking into Gong Yunzi's calm and unwavering eyes, he finally realized the reality: he had lost utterly and completely. I don't recognize you at all. Huang Ao suddenly sprang into action, and a dazzling array suddenly appeared beneath Gong Yunzi's feet. In the VIP box, Old Master Chu immediately recognized the origin of the formation and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it! This is an energy binding array. Those caught in this array are completely unable to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth within their bodies. At such close range, I'm afraid young Gong is going to suffer a great loss. The light from the energy binding array instantly engulfed Gong Yunzi. The energy within his body seemed to be firmly locked by invisible shackles, making it impossible for him to even mobilize a trace of the power of the divine domain. A mad thrill flashed in Huang Ao's eyes. He dragged his injured body forward and instantly condensed ice energy, turning it into a sharp ice blade, which he stabbed fiercely into Gong Yunzi's chest. Put! The sound of an ice blade piercing flesh echoed clearly throughout Stone Forest Square. Gong Yunzi swayed, the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, blood spreading from his chest and staining the ground beneath him. Silence, deathly silence. A few seconds later, the audience seats at the assessment venue completely erupted in chaos. How is this possible? Zacian, he was killed in a counterattack? What kind of damn formation is that? Huang Ao is so despicable. He actually used such a dirty trick. Huang Ao, you despicable man. If you're so capable, fight fair and square. What kind of skill is it to use formations to launch a sneak attack? My god. Gong Yunzi, who was completely dominating, was actually defeated? This plot twist is too outrageous. Countless spectators were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing, and the candidates who supported Gong Yunzi had tears in their eyes. He launched into a tirade against Huang Ao, accusing him of using despicable methods. The atmosphere inside the VIP box was equally tense. Old Master Chu suddenly stood up, trembling with anger, and pointed at Huang Ao's figure on the screen, angrily rebuking him. Damn it! Utterly despicable. How could the Huang family produce such a vile and shameless scoundrel? To win with such underhanded means, does he even deserve to be called a prodigy? Xin Jinggua's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. The energy binding array is a forbidden technique, and it shouldn't be present in the assessment area. Where did Huang Ao get this array plate from? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Zhou Mingyuan paused, his hand pushing up his glasses, his eyes filled with regret. What a pity. Gong Yunza's talent is one in a century, and he actually fell victim to such underhanded tactics. In the corner of the private room, an elderly man dressed in yellow smiled faintly, a subtle hint of amusement playing on his lips, and said softly, "Winning is a skill in itself. On the battlefield, there's hardly any fair play. This kid Huang Ao certainly has the ruthlessness of the Huang family." His words drew angry glares from Old Master Chu and the others, but the old man didn't care at all and continued to sip his tea leisurely. Chapter 101: The Duel Begins. Please give it a 5-star review. At Shilin Square, Huang Ao stared blankly at Gong Yunza lying on the ground for a few seconds before bursting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. Gong Yunza. Weren't you so powerful? Weren't you so arrogant? Now you're still dead at my hands." He stepped on Gong Yunza's corpse, his face twisted with pleasure. "You think you're so great? Let me tell you, I, Huang Ao, am the true chosen one of heaven. So what if you have a domain? Without the energy of heaven and earth, you're not even worth a dog. And Xiao Rongyu, didn't you look down on me? Now you see? Gong Yunza is dead. Once I get first place, let's see how you refuse me then." He roared wildly at his surroundings, venting all the resentment and anger that had been building up in his heart, as if he wanted the whole world to know about his victory. Just then, a calm and even voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Are you done talking?" Huang Ao's laughter stopped abruptly, his whole body stiffening as if struck by lightning. That voice, how could this be? He slowly turned his head and saw Gong Yunza standing at the entrance of the square, his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and clean, without a trace of injury. You're not dead?" Huang Ao's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked down at the corpse at his feet and saw that it had instantly turned into specks of golden light and dissipated into the air. "This is a clone?" Huang Ao screamed, a deeper fear engulfing him. "When did you use a clone?" Gong Yunza walked slowly towards him, his eyes indifferent. "From the very beginning, I've been using clones to fight you. Did you really think I would walk right into your trap without any defenses?" He stretched out his hand, his fingertips shimmering with a faint golden light. "That last move was just to let you experience the taste of victory. Now, the game is over." The sacred domain unfolded once more, and this time, without any obstruction, the powerful suppressive force instantly enveloped Huang Ao completely. Huang Ao's already chaotic energy completely spiraled out of control. He was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the stone forest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. I'm not reconciled. You went to great lengths to lure me into your trap, yet you still couldn't harm me in the slightest. What are you so resentful about?" Huang Ao was stunned for a long time, but he couldn't say a word in rebuttal. Upon seeing this, the audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers 100 times louder than before. "Zai Shin! I knew Zai Shin would be alright. That was awesome. That comeback was absolutely brilliant. That idiot Huang Ao was completely fooled." Inside the VIP box, Old Master Chu laughed heartily and slammed his hand on the table. "Good lad. You didn't disappoint me. Your intelligence and skill are simply perfect." Xin Zhenghua also breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Meticulous thinking and composure under pressure, that's what a true top genius should be like. Zhou Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Not only is his strength formidable, but his intellect far surpasses that of ordinary people. This child's future is limitless. The old man in yellow, however, turned ashen-faced and slammed his teacup onto the table, splashing tea everywhere. Meanwhile, in Shilin Square, Gong Yunza glanced indifferently at Huang Ao. "What do you mean, you? Go report to the King of Hell." Huang Ao was shocked upon seeing this and said, "You? What do you want to do? What are you doing? I'll kill you." Gong Yunza channeled all the energy of heaven and earth into his body and unleashed a palm strike. It struck Huang Ao directly on the forehead. Huang Ao frantically raised his hands in front of him, trying to block Gong Yunza's fatal blow. Seeing this, Gong Yunza sneered, "Ha! A futile struggle." However, just as Gong Yunza's blow was about to land on Huang Ao's head, a burst of brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from Huang Ao's forehead. The light acted like a solid barrier, forcefully blocking Gong Yunza's palm strike. A faint image of a jade pendant appeared in the blue light, engraved with an intricate family crest, clearly a protective treasure carefully prepared by the Huang family. Buzz! The moment the palm strike collided with the blue light, the jade pendant's illusory image trembled violently, then emitted a crisp cracking sound before dissipating into countless points of light. But this brief delay ultimately allowed Huang Ao to escape certain death. At the same time, an aged yet majestic voice emanated from the jade pendant fragment, carrying an undeniable pressure. "Stop, brat. Huang Ao is the only direct descendant of my Huang family. If you spare his life, the Huang family is willing to offer 30 million dragon citizen RMB as a reward. Otherwise, my Huang family will use all its strength to fight you to the death." The voice contained powerful spiritual energy, resounding throughout the stone forest square, and even those in the VIP boxes could hear it clearly. The old man in yellow relaxed, then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to reveal his family's trump card too early, but now he could only hope that this deterrent would save Huang Ao's life. Gong Yunzi seemed not to hear him, his eyes remaining cold. He slowly withdrew his hand, looking at Huang Ao, who was still in shock and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His tone was calm but carried a chilling coldness. 30 million high-grade spirit stones? The Huang family's face is far too cheap. Seeing this, Huang Ao struggled and shouted. "Gong Yunzi! My grandfather has spoken, how dare you disobey?" Before he could finish speaking, Gong Yunzi attacked again. This time, he gathered pale golden energy at his fingertips, not attacking vital points, but precisely landing on the meridians of Huang Ao's limbs. Snap! Snap! The sounds of bones shattering and meridians breaking rang out one after another. Huang Ao let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body twisting and rolling on the ground like an eel. He could clearly feel that his proud ice-type superpower was rapidly dissipating, the energy core in his dantian was completely shattered, and his first level, 9th stage cultivation level was disappearing without a trace like the receding tide. Ah! My cultivation! My supernatural abilities! Huang Ao cried, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with despair and fear. "You crippled me? You dared to cripple me in front of my grandfather? You might as well kill me instead of crippling me." Gong Yunzi looked down at him, his eyes completely unmoved. "Kill you? I'd be afraid of dirtying my hands. Besides, the competition only stipulates that you can't kill the examinees, it doesn't say you can't cripple others." He stepped over Huang Ao, who was lying on the ground, ignoring his cries of pain, and walked straight out of the stone forest. Inside the VIP box, the elderly man in yellow robes suddenly stood up, his body radiating a chilling aura that instantly froze the teacups on the table. "Gong Yunzi! You dare to cripple my Huang family's eldest son. I will grind you to dust." Old Master Chu sneered and stood in front of him. "Old Huang, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter the assessment area. Violation will result in being besieged by 4 peak 6th level old guys. Besides, it was your grandson who had the crooked idea first. It's already merciful that Gong didn't take his life. You!" The old man in yellow was so angry that he trembled all over, but he was suppressed by the old man's aura and did not dare to make any rash moves. Qin Zhanghua frowned, thinking to himself. Although Gong Yunzi's actions were ruthless, Huang Ao had already brought this upon himself by using forbidden techniques. However, crippling someone's cultivation has ultimately created a deadly feud with the Huang family. This kid was too impulsive. Zhou Mingyuan adjusted his glasses and said softly. He dared to do this because he was probably already prepared for the Huang family's retaliation. This kid not only has the strength, but also the courage to burn his bridges. In the audience, as they watched Huang Ao slumped on the ground, seemingly insane, a buzz of discussion arose. Zacian just crippled Huang Ao outright? Well done. That's exactly how you deal with a scoundrel like this who resorts to underhanded tactics. But, the Huang family is powerful after all. Isn't he afraid of retaliation for doing this? Afraid? With such extraordinary talent displayed by Zacian, the 4 major academies would probably fight tooth and nail to get him. Why would he be afraid of the Huang family? Gong Yunzi's figure had long since disappeared at the entrance of the stone forest, leaving only Huang Ao's desperate cries and the mess on the ground. His cultivation was destroyed, and what awaited him in the future was not death, but something even more despairing than death itself. Meanwhile, inside the VIP room, the old man surnamed Huang, had a face so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, and his ruthless aura was as if he wanted to devour a living person. His eyes narrowed into 2 cold slits, fixed intently on Huang Ao lying motionless on the ground in the image, the rage surging in his chest almost bursting out of his throat. Aor! Grandpa will avenge you with my own hands. Thinking of this, Huang Ying stood up and angrily left the scene. As soon as he stepped out and closed the soundproof door of the VIP box, Lu Rui, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Huang Ying storm out in a rage, Lu Rui's lips curled into a barely perceptible, calculating smile, which he quickly concealed. He leaned on his cane, his back slightly hunched, and shuffled forward, his face bearing just the right amount of sorrow, before letting out a long sigh. Alas! Young Master Huang possessed SSS-level superpowers and was a promising and brilliant young man, yet his future was ruined by a mere brat. It's truly pitiful and lamentable. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying's already taut nerves snapped instantly, his brows furrowing into a deep, unfathomable frown, his voice as cold as ice in the dead of winter. Patriarch Lu, have you come here specifically to mock me? The sorrow on Lu Rui's face deepened, and he waved his hands repeatedly, his tone urgent and earnest. Brother Huang, what are you saying? How could I mock you at a time like this? My heart is also breaking at the thought of young Master Huang suffering such a misfortune. He sighed heavily, his tone suddenly turning somber, filled with a deep-seated hatred. Moreover, that Gong Yunzi not only harmed young Master Huang, but also seriously injured my son Lu Feng and stole the heaven-refining cauldron, a family heirloom passed down for hundreds of years. Such a blood feud is irreconcilable between us. At this point, a ruthless glint flashed in Lu Rui's eyes. Brother Huang, think about it. This Gong Yunzi is so ruthless at such a young age, and his methods are endless. Now he has humiliated both our families one after another, and the feud is already deadly. If we let him continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Huang Ying's face remained grim, but upon hearing Lu Rui mention his family's plight, his brows relaxed slightly, and he said coldly. So, what does Patriarch Lu mean? Seeing this, Lu Rui was overjoyed, knowing he had a chance. He quickly stepped closer and lowered his voice, saying, Brother Huang, our two families are now in the same boat, both having been humiliated by that Gong Yunzi. In my opinion, why don't we join forces and deal with Gong Yunzi together? At that time, not only will we be able to avenge young Master Huang and my son, but the heaven-refining cauldron of my Lu family will also be returned to its rightful owner. With the combined strength of our two families, even if Gong Yunzi has extraordinary abilities, he will certainly not be able to escape. Huang Ying remained silent, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He naturally understood Lu Rui's meaning, and also knew that it would indeed be difficult for the Huang family to deal with Gong Yunzi, who was now being fought over by the four top academies, on their own. But he also knew that Lu Rui was always shrewd and calculating, and would never do a losing business. Huang Ying glanced coldly at Lu Rui, his tone filled with undisguised sarcasm. Join forces? Patriarch Lu is probably plotting to kill two birds with one stone, using my Huang family to help you take revenge and seize the throne, and then smearing my Huang family with all the blame, isn't he? A wry smile appeared on Lu Rui's face. Brother Huang, now that things have come to this, what other thoughts could I possibly have? I only want revenge, I only want to reclaim the heaven-refining cauldron. As long as we can get rid of Gong Yunzi, my Lu family is willing to pay any price, and cooperating with the Huang family is my sincere wish. He looked directly into Huang Ying's eyes, each word like a heavy hammer striking the heart. Brother Huang, don't you want to avenge your son yourself? Do you want the murderer who killed your grandson to go unpunished and even ride roughshod over your Huang family in the future? This statement, without bias, hit Huang Ying right where it hurts. His aura suddenly became as sharp as a knife, and the killing intent surging in his eyes was almost tangible, as if he was about to devour someone at any moment. Lu Rui knew that his words had worked, so he said no more. He simply watched Huang Ying quietly, waiting for his reply. The air at the entrance of the private room instantly froze, every wisp of wind carrying a suffocating tension. Huang Ying originally planned to secretly plot and assassinate Gong Yunzi without anyone noticing, so that he could both avenge his family and avoid the limelight. However, he was not entirely confident that he could succeed. Now that the Lu family is getting involved, the success rate will be greatly increased, but the risk of the scheme being exposed will also increase exponentially. Once exposed, given Gong Yunzi's astonishing talent and strength, the Huang and Lu families will inevitably bear the eternal infamy of slaughtering a genius of the Dragon Kingdom. At that point, forget about revenge, the entire family will likely face annihilation. How should we make this move? Huang Ying's fingers clenched unconsciously, silently battling with his inner turmoil. After a moment's thought, Huang Ying made up his mind and said, Okay. I agree to your cooperation. But I have one condition. Oh? What are your conditions? Tell me, as long as they're not too outrageous, I'll try my best to agree. Huang Ying nodded upon hearing this, quite satisfied with Lu Rui's sincerity in cooperating. He lowered his voice and said, "We must both kill Gong Yunzi with our own hands at the same time." Chapter 102 Cooperation? Please give it a 5-star review. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui's smile froze, and his fingers gripping his cane tightened involuntarily. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes. Huang Ying is on guard against me. The purpose of having both of them act simultaneously was not only to ensure that they were both stained with blood, but also to prevent him from discarding them afterward and shifting all the blame onto the Huang family. That old bastard, he really hates to the core, and he's suspicious to the core. But this ripple in his eyes only lasted for a moment before being replaced by a deeper earnestness. Lu Rui slowly straightened his slightly hunched back, a look of profound understanding and even a touch of emotion appearing on his face. Brother Huang's consideration is very thorough. That's definitely the right thing to do. This Gong Yunzi has caused both our families to lose face. It is only right that we should end his life with our own hands. Only in this way can we do justice to the deceased young master Huang and to my seriously injured child. He paused, deliberately emphasizing his words. More importantly, this is the fairest way. With both of us fighting side by side, neither of us can escape unscathed. Only in this way can we demonstrate the sincerity of our two families' cooperation. This sounds frank, but it's actually just going with the flow. Lu Rui knew that Huang Ying was afraid he would resort to underhanded tactics, but he was also afraid that Huang Ying would turn on him later. Now that the rule of mutual destruction has been set, he actually felt a little relieved. At least the Huang family is firmly tied to this boat, and it will be difficult for them to back out. But, do I have to do it myself? Lu Rui glanced at Huang Ying's face, which was twisted with anger, and sneered inwardly. The scene will be chaotic at that time, and who can guarantee that everyone will act with restraint? Perhaps we can use Huang Ying to severely injure Gong Yunzi first, and then he can deliver the fatal blow. This would fulfill the agreement to kill each other, while also making the Huang family bear more risk. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Huang Ying took in the fleeting glint of calculation in Lu Rui's eyes and sneered inwardly. He's lived most of his life, what kind of conspiracies and tricks hasn't he seen? Lu Rui's words sounded impressive, but he probably had a lot on his mind. But he didn't care. What he wanted wasn't Lu Rui's sincerity, but an irrevocable promise. It's good that Patriarch Lu understands. Huang Ying's voice was as cold as ice. At that time, no one's hand would be spared. If I find out you've played even the slightest trick. He didn't finish his sentence, but the sudden surge of killing intent emanating from him said it all. It was a ruthlessness born from countless life or death battles, enough to chill anyone to the bone. Lu Rui's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Brother Huang, rest assured. I, Lu Rui, always keep my word. As long as we can kill that Gong Yunzi, I will do it myself. Even if it costs me a great deal, I will not hesitate." He deliberately straightened his back, trying to use his posture to conceal his inner fear. This old man's aura is still intimidating, Lu Rui thought to himself. It seems that the Huang family's foundation is indeed not to be underestimated. If it weren't for a common enemy, he would never want to be enemies with Huang Ying. However, this is also good. The stronger the ally, the greater the chance of defeating Gong Yunzi. It's not too late to settle today's score after we get rid of Gong Yunzi. Huang Ying stared intently at Lu Rui, as if trying to see through his thoughts. After a long pause, he slowly nodded. That would be best. The tension in the air eased slightly, but a sense of undercurrents began to stir. The two exchanged a glance, each harboring unspoken calculations, yet at that moment they reached a strange consensus. "When will we make our move?" Huang Ying asked, his tone filled with an undeniable urgency. Lu Rui pondered for a moment and said, "Gong Yunzi is currently being fought over by the 4 major schools, and he is at the height of his fame, so his defenses must be very tight. Now that our 2 schools have joined forces, all we need to do is change our appearance and wait for the guards around Gong Yunzi to weaken. Then Brother Huang can distract the guards while I capture Gong Yunzi and take him away." The 2 men moved closer, their hushed voices echoing in the doorway of the private room, sometimes punctuated by cold laughter, and at other times turning extremely ruthless. A conspiracy against Gong Yunzi quietly unfolded amidst this cooperation filled with suspicion and hatred. They all thought they were in control of the game, unaware that the chessboard of fate was already filled with unknowns and variables. As soon as Gong Yunzi stepped out of the stone forest dueling arena, a beautiful figure rushed into his arms. This beautiful figure was none other than Xiao Rongyu. "Rongyu, what are you doing here?" Gong Yunza asked in surprise. I'd been looking for you for a long time. If you hadn't participated in the special assessment, I probably wouldn't have met you even after the competition ended. Xiao Rongyu's voice trembled with excitement. Gong Yunza noticed the tear stains on Xiao Rongyu's cheeks that hadn't completely dried. He cupped Xiao Rongyu's delicate face in his hands and gently wiped away her tears with his thumb. Why are you crying? You don't need to get so excited to see me, Gong Yunza teased. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu hugged him even tighter and said, Your clone was just ambushed by Huang Ao, I thought. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza suddenly realized what was going on. He gently patted Xiao Rongyu's head and said softly, I'm sorry to have worried you. The person who can kill your husband hasn't been born yet. Xiao Rongyu burst out laughing at his roguish remark, but her tears flowed even more profusely. She raised her hand and lightly punched his chest. Pa! All you do is talk big. I saw you get ambushed by Huang Ao in the stands just now, my heart was in my throat, and you still dare to joke about me. Her fist landed on Gong Yunza as lightly as a feather, the force of her scolding filled with the joy of something lost and then regained. Gong Yunza took her slightly cool palm in his hand, his smile so gentle it could melt ice. Yes, it's my fault. I'll definitely let you know I'm safe next time, so my Rongyu won't cry again. Xiao Rongyu looked up at him, making the curve of his lips appear exceptionally clear. The fear and worry from just now still lingered in my heart, but now that he was holding my hand and looking at me like this, the unease in my heart melted away like snow melting in the sun. She tiptoed and gently kissed his cheek, her voice barely a whisper, Don't make me worry anymore. In a corner not far away, two figures were standing quietly. Chu Huairou gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, the light in her silver eyes flickering. She had followed the energy fluctuations to check on Gong Yunza, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. The tenderness in his eyes when he looked down, the preciousness in his hand when he held Xiao Rongyu's hand, were like fine needles, pricking her heart and making her feel suffocated. What's with all this lovey-dovey stuff? She muttered under her breath, her tone tinged with a bitterness she herself didn't even realize. Just a short while ago, he was amazed by his strength in defeating Huang Ao, but now all he could think about was his words to Xiao Rongyu, your husband. She knew he was already married, but she just couldn't suppress the feelings she had for him. She abruptly turned her face away, but couldn't help sneaking a peek. The moment Chu Huairou saw Xiao Rongyu tiptoe to kiss him, his heart skipped a beat, followed by an indescribable bittersweet feeling. She always believed that her silver eyes could see through everything. But only now did I realize that some emotions, even silver eyes couldn't understand, such as the bittersweet feeling I was experiencing right now. What's wrong with me? I've fallen for a married man. She then shook her head firmly and said, So what if he's married? The law doesn't prohibit taking a second wife, so there's no such thing as a mistress. As long as I can win his heart, I can be as unrestrained and affectionate in Yunza's arms as she is, right? Yan Yujie stood beside Chu Huairou, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. She knew Gong Yunza earlier than Chu Huairou, and she also hid her unspoken feelings earlier. Looking at the two embracing in the middle of the field, her face was expressionless, but her eyes seemed to be covered with a thin mist. Xiao Rongyu was once her friend, and she should have been happy for her. But when she saw the way Gong Yunza looked at Xiao Rongyu, her heart still felt like it was being squeezed by something, and she felt a dull pain. Let's go. Yang Yujie gently tugged at Chu Huairou's sleeve, her voice a little hoarse. Chu Huairou turned to look at her and found that her eyes were red, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. The two looked at each other and saw a similar sense of loss in each other's eyes. Yan Yujie also sensed something different in Chu Huairou's eyes, and thought to herself. Could it be that Huairou is also? She dared not think too deeply about it, and, holding Chu Huairou's hand, reminded her. Let's focus on the exam first. Chu Huairou pursed her lips, nodded, and ultimately said nothing more, then turned and disappeared into the deeper shadows with Yang Yujie. Behind them came the light-hearted laughter of Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yunza, as clear and crisp as silver bells falling to the ground. Chu Huairou paused, raised her hand to press her burning eyes, and thought to herself. When you like someone, even hearing them laugh with other people makes you feel empty inside. Yang Yujie glanced back at her, sighed softly, and quickened her pace, pulling her along. The sunlight fell perfectly on the two figures embracing, but their shadows were hidden in a forgotten corner, tinged with a subtle, unspoken bitterness. The exam is still ongoing. On the holographic screen at the assessment site, the red score numbers were still jumping rapidly, but the change in the top spot was no longer in suspense. There are only 5 minutes left in the exam. Gong Yunza's name is firmly fixed in first place. His score of 6,660 is dazzling and eye-catching, standing like a solitary peak on the list. The gap between him and the second place is enough to make anyone hesitate. Following closely behind is Xiao Rongyu, whose score of 3,660 points is equally solid. Her teamwork with Gong Yunza after they joined forces was flawless. With their second-tier cultivation, the two made rapid progress in various examination halls, achieving astonishing efficiency. In just half an hour, the points reached a new high. Yang Yujie remains in third place. Although her score of 1680 points has increased compared to before, she is still far behind Xiao Rongyu by a gap of 2,000 points. She stared at the familiar name on the screen, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Chu Huairou, who is in fourth place, has a score of 1520. She stopped trying to catch up and simply dealt with the remaining opponents at her own pace. Silver eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of the rankings, then quickly look away. The mithril darts at her fingertips reflected the glimmer of light in the forest, as if concealing some unspoken secret. The audience had long since gone from initial shock to numbness, only marveling at the number at the top of the list. 6,660 points. Subtracting the 300 bonus points for defeating cheating King Lu Feng and the more than 800 points for courting Death King Huang Yao, he defeated more than 500 people. WDF. You have to understand, everyone has only been awakened for a month now, so the difference in strength is not that big. Therefore, it will actually take a long time to determine a winner in a 1v1. No seats. In a typical 1v1 duel, finding an opponent and ending the fight within 10 minutes is already considered fast. Even if we assume a match lasts 10 minutes, it would take at least 5,000 minutes to defeat more than 500 people. That's nearly 84 hours. Holy crap! That's incredible? I can't believe it. He accomplished in 2 hours what others do in 84 hours. That means he only needs a dozen seconds to find and eliminate a person on average? Is this even human? This title of demon god doesn't seem to be just empty words. Before the man could finish speaking, several girls pounced on him, their faces full of anger, and said, "I said it before. Anyone who dares to call Brother Yunza a demon god again will tear their mouth apart. Ouch. I'll never do it again. Gently. Gently. I can't take it." However, the discussion continued on the side. Xiao Rongyu is quite formidable. In previous years, 3,600 points would have been a sure thing for her to take first place, but this year she can only settle for second. Yang Yujie and Chu Huairou are actually quite strong, but unfortunately they encountered this monster couple. There are only 5 minutes left. It looks like the leaderboard won't change anymore. We can't catch up with this gap at all. Inside the VIP box, old Master Chu looked at his granddaughter, who was in fourth place, then at Gong Yunza, who was at the top of the list. He paused, stroking his beard, and suddenly said to Zhou Mingyuan beside him, "Principal Zhou, what do you think? If this girl teams up with Gong Yunza, how many points could she get?" Zhou Mingyuan smiled and shook his head. "Don't even think about it, Elder Chu. The combination of Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yunza is irreplaceable. I've observed them closely, and it seems that their domains can stack. It's terrifying." But then again, Huairou's 1,200 points were all won in one-on-one duels, which is already quite good. "Well, do you think my granddaughter and Gong Boy look like a married couple?" Old Master Chu, Xu Nantian, asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. He thought to himself, could it be that old Master Chu has taken a liking to Gong Yunza? He's already married to the daughter of the military god. If he were to marry a daughter from the Chu family as well, would old Master Chu be willing to let Huairou be his concubine? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xin Zhenghua took the initiative to start the conversation. Yang Yujie is also a sure thing. 1,600 is a rare talent. In previous years, 1,600 points would have been a sure thing for her to become the top scorer. It's just a pity that this year we have such a freak as Gong Yunza. Yang Han nodded and asked, "Brother Qin, do you think my daughter and Gong Yunza look like a married couple?" As the countdown began, the atmosphere in the entire testing area tensed up once again. Even with the top spot already secured, in the final 5 minutes, some players were still making a last-ditch effort to achieve a higher ranking. Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu had already stopped what they were doing and stood side by side at the top of the dense forest, looking at the countdown flashing on the square in the distance. "What do you want to eat after this?" Gong Yunza asked Xiao Rongyu, turning his head to the side. Xiao Rongyu leaned on his shoulder and nodded with a smile. Let's go eat at that spicy hot pot place at the street corner. It's been so long since I've had it. Good. Their voices were carried by the wind through the woods, mingling with the distant countdown, becoming the gentlest footnote in this tumultuous exam. Chapter 103, College Entrance Exam over, for top universities compete for talent? 5 minutes passed quickly, and with a resounding beat of heavy drums, the superpowered college entrance examination officially came to an end. As the countdown reached 0 in the last second, the numbers on the holographic screen froze completely. The entire testing area erupted in thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, the final standings for the third exam have been released. Final standings for the third round of the Dragon Kingdom's Supernatural Abilities College Entrance Examination. Top 1 Gong Yunza, 6,660 points. Top 2 Xiao Rongyu, 3,660 points. Top 3 Yan Yujie, 1,780 points. Top 4 Chu Huairo, 1,660 points. Last one Huang Ao, 0 points. Cheating candidate, Lu Feng banned from participating in the Supernatural College Entrance Examination for 3 years. On the leaderboard, Gong Yunza's name was being watched intently by tens of thousands of eyes. The score of 6,660 points in the third exam is like a sharp sword, cleaving through the records of previous college entrance examinations and becoming an insurmountable benchmark. Just as Gong Yunza was leading Xiao Rongyu toward the central square, 4 figures suddenly strode out from the VIP passage and blocked his way almost simultaneously. Please wait, Gong. Principal Zhou Mingyuan of Kyoto University spoke first, holding the gold-embossed admission letter in his hands, his eyes behind his glasses shining brightly. Our school is willing to provide you with an exclusive A-grade Earth Vein training hall, equipped with 3 6th-level instructors for one-on-one guidance, and a monthly allowance of 5 million Dragon Citizen coins. Whatever resources you need, the school can provide them. Before he could finish speaking, Professor Sukai from Shanghai International University had already squeezed forward, handing over the university's badge studded with diamonds, and said enthusiastically, "Don't listen to him. Come to Shanghai Supernatural University. Our school will give you a grade A riverside villa, and upon graduation, you'll be guaranteed a job at the Shanghai Supernatural Abilities Bureau, starting as a section chief. You two are far too vulgar." Professor Han Fei of Yangzhou University said slowly, fanning himself with a folding fan. "Student Gong, as long as you and your wife come to Yangzhou Yida University, our school can grant you exclusive access to the Treasure Pavilion, where you can browse all the martial arts manuals. The principal has also promised to personally guide your supernatural ability training every week." At that moment, a woman who looked to be no more than 25 or 26 years old walked slowly over from not far away. This person is none other than Chen Lin, the principal of Wudu Yida University. Compared to other schools, Chen Lin was more direct, stuffing a black and gold token engraved with the words "Special Student" into Gong Yunza's hand. "Come to Fog City University, and whatever you want, as long as Fog City University can provide it, we can give it to you. Including my position as principal." This statement shocked everyone present. Could Principal Chen Lin have gone mad with a genius idea? How can the position of principal be given away so easily? Wow! It seems that Fog City's extraordinary university is truly at its wit's end. In order to recruit a genius student, they've directly appointed someone as the principal. This kind of approach is utterly disgraceful to the reputation of the 4 extraordinary universities. Wudu Yida is not what it used to be. More than 20 years ago, Wudu Yida was incredibly glorious. A genius student suddenly appeared out of nowhere, single-handedly suppressing all the geniuses of Kyoto and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. The sensation at the time was as great as that of Gong Yunza. Oh! I've seen this online too, but that person's identity is mysterious. They used aliases when participating in competitions and exams, and no one knows their real identity to this day. At the same time, Chen Lin lowered her voice and said in a tone that only Gong Yunza could hear. "Your father attended Chongqing University." Gong Yunza tightened his grip on the black and gold token, the sharp edges of the token digging into his palm, causing a slight, sharp pain, but it was nothing compared to the sudden, throbbing pain in his heart. For the first time, a crack appeared on his face, which had maintained an indifferent demeanor in the face of all temptations. Her eyelids drooped slightly, concealing the turbulent emotions surging within her eyes. Father, the man who was just a blurry figure in his memory, whose photograph was never even taken, was actually connected to this school? Gong Yunza took a deep breath and looked up at Chen Lin. The excessively young female principal was calmly looking back at him, her eyes showing no hint of seeking credit or exerting pressure. There was only one certainty: I know you'll care. What did you say? His voice was lower than usual, with a barely perceptible hoarseness. The boy, who had just been indifferent to the competition among the 4 prestigious universities, now had a noticeably changed aura, and even his breathing became slower and more deliberate. Seeing that his attitude had softened, Zhou Mingyuan and the others seemed to have developed a strong interest in Wu Du Yida. They thought it was Chen Lin's comment about giving up the principal's position that had worked, and they hurriedly increased their demands. Gong Kuan. Fog City Extraordinary University is currently at the bottom of the 4 major rankings. Don't be fooled by her. Our Kyoto Extraordinary University is also willing to provide any extraordinary treasure you desire. Gong Yunze ignored them, his gaze fixed on Chen Lin's face, and whispered, "My father?" Chen Lin nodded slowly, her fingertip lightly touching the school badge on her chest. More than 20 years ago, he used the alias Moying and studied at Wudu Yida University for 3 years. If you want to know more, there are things he didn't take with him in the treasure pavilion. Things I didn't take. Gong Yunze repeated these words in a low voice. Over the years, he had been searching for traces of his father, but his father's whereabouts were nowhere to be found, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Now, Chen Lin's words are like a key, unexpectedly unlocking a door that has been sealed for many years. Seeing that Gong Yunze's expression was off, Xiao Rongyu gently tugged at his sleeve, looked up at him, her eyes full of tenderness. Gong Yunze took her hand in his, and the warmth of his palm gradually calmed her sudden agitation. He handed the black gold token back to Chen Lin, not as a refusal, but as a calm remark. I'm not interested in the principal's position, but I want the highest level of access to the treasury, including all the files of Ink Shadow. Chen Lin smiled, took the token, and put it back into his hand, this time with a steady grip. From the moment you stepped into the gates of Fog City University, all of this is yours. Gong Yunze no longer hesitated, turned to face the other 3 principals, and nodded slightly. Thank you all for your kindness, but I have already made my decision. Zhou Mingyuan was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Just because she promised you the position of principal? Do you know that this Fog City Extraordinary University is almost squeezed out of the ranks of the 4 extraordinary universities? It has nothing to do with position. Gong Yunze interrupted him, his tone returning to its usual calm, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. Amidst the uproar, Chen Lin gazed at the boy straight back, a meaningful smile playing on her lips, thinking to herself. Brother Huijin, your son looks just like you and is just as outstanding. Perhaps, this is the cycle of fate. The 4 experts each displayed their unique skills, leaving the surrounding examinees and audience members dumbfounded. My God! This treatment is like they're treating Gong Yunze like a national treasure. Even scions of aristocratic families can't get into the training hall at Kyoto University. Wudu Yida University is even more outrageous. They gave up their principal position for Gong Yunze. Gong Yunze looked at the 4 admission notices in his hand and suddenly smiled. He turned to look at Xiao Rongyu, who blinked and said, I'll listen to you. He then turned to the 4 principals and spoke calmly. Thank you all for your kindness, but I have already made my decision. Zhou Mingyuan's heart tightened. Please speak, Gong. My choice is. Gong Yunze paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 4 people. I choose to go eat spicy hot pot with my wife first. Under the stunned gazes of the 4 top schools' leaders, Gong Yunze laughed. If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day for college application and admission. I need some time to think about it. After all, my wife's opinion is also very important. The room fell silent for a moment, then burst into good-natured laughter. The 4 high-ranking officials from different universities looked at each other and could only shake their heads helplessly in the end. Zhou Mingyuan sighed. Very well, it's good to consider things more carefully. It's a prudent move. The doors of Kyoto University are always open for you. Gong Yunze smiled and nodded, then led Xiao Rongyu through the crowd. Behind him were the unwilling yet helpless gazes of the principals of the 4 different schools, and the thunderous applause that echoed across the square for a long time. Gong Yunze led Xiao Rongyu into a Malatang spicy hot pot restaurant. Upon seeing the 2 enter the shop, a hot pot owner warmly turned on the air conditioning for them and closed the doorway to the entrance. It's a bit hot today, so I'll turn on the air conditioner. I'm planning to leave work early anyway, so closing the door will prevent any more customers from coming and also keep the cool air out. Gong Yunze frowned slightly, glanced at the boss, and noticed that his hands were covered in calluses from holding weapons. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Gong Yunze. The alarm bells in Gong Yunze's mind went off instantly. The boss's seemingly enthusiastic behavior now seemed strange in every way. Leaving get off work early? Closing the door to avoid the cold air? They're clearly trying to cut off their escape route. Boss, my stomach hurts, I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. With that, Gong Yunza pulled Xiao Rongyu away. However, the boss stood in front of Gong Yunza and his companion, showing no intention of making way. Gong Yunza shielded Xiao Rongyu behind him, his voice turning cold. Open the door, we're leaving. The boss's smile vanished instantly, and his eyes turned sinister. Now that we're here, there's no reason for us to leave without eating. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 employees suddenly rushed out from the kitchen and bar. Each of them was burly and held a short blade that gleamed coldly. They instantly blocked the door and the window next to them. Trying to leave? Not so easy. A shop assistant approached with a sinister grin. Gong Yunza, it's time to settle young Master Huang's score. As expected, they're from the Huang family. Gong Yunza's eyes narrowed. He turned and pushed Xiao Rongyu further away, while simultaneously focusing his thoughts on her. System, exchange for a top-grade teleportation scroll. Ding! Successfully redeemed a top-tier gift scroll using 500 points. A barely perceptible golden light landed in Gong Yunza's palm. He quickly handed the scroll to Xiao Rongyu and whispered. Go back and call old Deng to come to the Huang family to rescue me. No! Xiao Rongyu gripped the scroll tightly, her eyes reddening. If we're going to leave, we'll leave together. Listen to me. Gong Yunza pressed her hand down, his tone brooking no argument. Go now. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. When the shop assistants saw him take out the scroll, they immediately panicked. Oh no! He's trying to send that woman away. Activate the formation immediately. One of them suddenly pressed a hidden compartment in the wall, and the floor of the entire hot pot restaurant suddenly lit up with blood-red patterns, an invisible energy shield instantly enveloping the entire area. Too late. Gong Yunza's eyes hardened, and before the shop assistant could stop him, he forcibly grabbed Xiao Rongyu's hand and activated the scroll. A dazzling white light flashed, and Xiao Rongyu's figure vanished instantly in the light. Stop him. We can't let him get away. The lead shop assistant roared and lunged forward, his short blade aimed straight at Gong Yunza's back. Gong Yunza dodged to the side, while simultaneously trying to find a flaw in the formation. However, he found that the energy fluctuations of this teleportation array were unusually familiar, originating from the same source as the energy binding array that Huang Ao had used before, but even more domineering. The crimson patterns on the floor swirled rapidly, and a powerful suction force emanated from beneath their feet. Gong Yunza felt dizzy and his body was uncontrollably drawn into an energy vortex. The Huang family, what cunning! These were his last thoughts before he lost consciousness. When Gong Yunza regained his footing, he found himself in an antique courtyard. He was surrounded by guards dressed in black, each exuding a powerful aura and staring at him with icy eyes. In the very center of the courtyard, Huang Ying, the old man in yellow robes who had been in the VIP box, sat at the stone table, playing with a jade pendant in his hand, which was the same protective magic weapon that Huang Ao had used before. Gong Yunza, I am Huang Ying of the Huang family in the capital. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The old man raised his eyes, his killing intent blazing. You dare to cripple my Huang family's eldest grandson? Today is your death day. Gong Yunza dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his gaze sweeping over the menacing guards around him before finally settling on Huang Ying's face, a cold, sharp smile curving his lips. Old Master Huang is too kind. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at the Huang family of Kyoto for their hospitality by using this method of inviting guests? Huang Ying paused in his fingertips as he fiddled with the jade pendant, and a thin layer of ice instantly froze on its surface. The way to treat guests? I've already given you enough face by not killing you on the spot, since you're a madman who crippled my grandson's cultivation. Face? Gong Yunza sneered and took 2 steps forward. The black-clad guards immediately gripped their weapons, but were stopped by Huang Ying's eyes. He stared directly at Huang Ying and said, when Huang Ao used the energy-binding array to launch a sneak attack in the examination hall, did he not think of giving me any face? When he used his supernatural ability to freeze dozens of examinees, where was the Huang family's face then? So what? Huang Ying slammed his fist on the stone table, shattering the cups and saucers. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere in the actions of my Huang family? Whether it's your turn or not, the facts are right before your eyes. Gong Yunza's tone was calm, but every word was barbed. If you can't handle losing, you resort to dirty tricks. If you're not skilled enough, you take your anger out on others. Even if I don't cripple him, this kind of prodigy will eventually fall into the hands of someone even more ruthless. Speaking of which, I've helped your Huang family clean house ahead of time. Insolence! A chilling aura surged from Huang Ying's body, instantly covering the bluestone paving stones in the courtyard with a layer of ice. You still dare to argue even now? If you cripple your cultivation today and crawl on your knees to kowtow 3 times to my grandson, I might spare your dog's life. Gong Yunze laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Cripple your cultivation? Kneel before Huang Ao? Old Master Huang is probably getting old and his mind is becoming muddled. Do you think you can trap me with these useless trash? Or do you think the Huang family's resources are enough to withstand the consequences of forcing me to my death? So what if I force you to your death? Huang Ying's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A powerless brat, if he dies, he dies. Do you think anyone will stand up for him? Is that so? Gong Yunze raised an eyebrow. So the Huang family is just a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong, only able to ascend to the throne of one of the 4 great families in the Dragon Kingdom by bullying those without power or influence? Besides, how do you know I don't have any backing? Huang Ying's face flushed red, but he had indeed been right all these years as Gong Yunze had said, and for a moment he couldn't refute it. But now that things had come to this, he had no reason to back down, and said coldly. So what? Today you're in the heart of my Huang family's territory, even the Heavenly King himself couldn't save you. Chapter 104 Interrogation. But now that things had come to this, he had no reason to back down, and said coldly. So what? Today you're in the heart of my Huang family's territory, even the Heavenly King himself couldn't save you. Gong Yunze sneered, looking at him with an expression of utter disbelief. May I ask, old man Huang, have you reached the 7th level? Upon hearing Gong Yunze call him old man Huang, Huang Ying's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Upon hearing Gong Yunze mention the 7th rank, his expression showed slight surprise, and he thought to himself in alarm. Why did this kid suddenly ask such a question? Could it be that he has a powerful figure at the 7th rank helping him? But he's just a commoner, where would he know a powerful figure at the 7th rank? Or is this kid deliberately trying to trick me? After much deliberation, Huang Ying did not dare to directly attack Gong Yunze. Just then, a figure burst through the door, his voice hoarse and sickly. Ha ha ha, brother Huang. I didn't expect you to be so reliable, you caught that brat with just a few moves. The visitor was none other than Lu Rui. He saw Gong Yunze tied to the iron frame, walked straight up to him, and said sternly. You little beast. Hand over the heaven refining cauldron. Despite being bound by iron frames, Gong Yunze showed no sign of distress. Instead, he glanced at Lu Rui, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The heaven refining cauldron? It is indeed with me. Lu Rui stepped forward, staring intently at him, and threatened. I know it's on you, so hand it over. That's a priceless heirloom of my Lu family, not something a little beast like you can lay a finger on. Huang Ying stood by, arms crossed, watching silently. He had originally planned to wait for Lu Rui to arrive before using Lu Rui to probe Gong Yunze's background. Now that Lu Rui had taken the initiative, it suited his needs perfectly. Looking at Lu Rui's impatient expression, Gong Yunze slowly said. Heh, you keep calling him a little beast. Your son can't even beat a beast, so isn't he even worse than a beast? And you, the father of a good-for-nothing, must be a good-for-nothing yourself. You. Lu Rui's face turned bright red with anger, and he couldn't help but start coughing violently. Cough cough cough. Gong Yunze, you little beast. You have to pay today, whether you like it or not. As he spoke, Lu Rui raised his hand and transformed the iron chair beside him into 4 long spears, which pierced straight at Gong Yunze's limbs. He had no intention of wasting words with Gong Yunze, he only wanted to snatch back the refining heaven cauldron and torment this brat who had insulted him. Huang Ying sat on the stone chair, picked up his teacup and took a slow sip, his eyes filled with indifferent detachment as if watching a show. In his view, no matter how powerful Gong Yunze was, he was still just a second-tier awakened one and could never survive in Lu Rui's hands. Just as the spear was about to pierce Gong Yunze, a dazzling blue light suddenly flashed from Gong Yunze's waist. It was a token the size of a palm, engraved with intricate fox patterns. It was currently emitting intense spatial energy fluctuations, distorting the surrounding air into ripples. This is a spatial teleportation token? Huang Ying slammed down his teacup, his expression changing drastically. He never imagined that Gong Yunze would possess such a life-saving treasure. Lu Rue's pupils contracted in shock, and he subconsciously accelerated the activation of his superpower, trying to capture Gong Yunza before he could teleport away. But it was too late. The azure light surged instantly, forming a huge cocoon of light that enveloped Gong Yunza. We can't let him get away. Lu Rue roared as he lunged forward, the iron frame instantly transforming into chains that frantically coiled around the cocoon of light. However, it was repelled by the energy barrier on the outer layer of the cocoon of light, leaving not even a speck of iron. Gong Yunza stood in the cocoon of light, looking at the furious Lu Rue and the ashen-faced Huang Ying, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. The Huang family and the Lu family, Gong Yunza, will remember this humiliation. Next time we meet, it won't be so easily forgiven. Before the words were finished, the cocoon of light suddenly contracted, transforming into a streak of blue light that instantly broke through the roof of the courtyard and disappeared into the horizon. No! Lu Rui watched Gong Yunza escape, trembling with rage. He turned and roared at Huang Ying. Huang Ying! Didn't you say he was trapped and couldn't escape? Now he's run away, and we haven't even gotten the refining heaven cauldron back. What are we going to do? Huang Ying's face turned extremely ugly when he heard Lu Rui address him by his name, but he couldn't care less at the moment and said somewhat guiltily. Who would have thought he had such a high-level teleportation token? This kid has more trump cards than we imagined. So what if he has many trump cards? He can run for a while, but he can't run forever. Lu Rui's eyes were sinister. I've already left a tracking mark on the refining heaven cauldron. As long as he still carries the cauldron, I can find him. Huang Ying looked up in the direction where Gong Yunza had disappeared, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. The fox pattern on that token, it looks like the symbol of the Tushan celestial fox. Are you sure you still want to pursue it? Tushan? The clan of the Tushan Empress, who possesses peak 6th order cultivation. Lu Rui was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will retrieve the heaven refining cauldron. So what if it's Tushan? Can it protect even a human? Seeing his stubborn expression, Huang Ying didn't say anything more. He knew in his heart that Lu Rui had been blinded by the power of the heaven refining cauldron, and even if he knew that Gong Yunza had escaped to Tushan, he would never let it go. At this moment, Gong Yunza passed through layers of spatial barriers and landed steadily in a valley shrouded in clouds and mist. Beneath their feet lay lush green grass, surrounded by peach trees in full bloom with pink blossoms, and a faint spiritual aura permeated the air, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Huang family's interrogation room. Not far away by the stream, several white foxes were watching him curiously, their eyes sparkling with intelligence. Gong Yunza touched the teleportation token at his waist, a knowing glint in his eyes. This was a farewell gift from the Queen of Tushan when he left Tushan, saying that it could teleport him back to the sacred land of Tushan in times of crisis. He never expected that it would actually come in handy today. Gong Yunza was taking in the scenery when he suddenly heard light footsteps in a clear, bell-like call. Brother Yunza? He turned around at the sound and saw a white figure dart out of the peach grove. The girl had her hair in pigtails, with 2 tufts of snow-white fox fur on the tips of her ears, and a fluffy tail swaying merrily behind her. It was Tushan Meng. She was still holding half a piece of unfinished peach blossom cake in her hand, her face covered in powder crumbs, and the moment she saw Gong Yunza, her eyes lit up like falling stars. It really is you. Tushan Meng ran up to him, stood on tiptoe, and looked up at him, her tail unconsciously wrapping around his wrist. Why did you suddenly come back to Tushan? Did you miss me? She had barely finished speaking when she noticed the wrinkles in Gong Yunza's clothes and the faint bloodstains on his cuffs. Her face instantly fell, and she said angrily. Did you get into a fight? Who bullied you? Gong Yunza helplessly rubbed her head and gently unwrapped the tail wrapped around her wrist. I encountered a little trouble, but thanks to the token given by Her Majesty the Queen, I was able to escape successfully. Mentioning Tushan Shue, Tushan Meng's ears drooped slightly, and she muttered softly. Mom is so biased. Last time I asked for the teleportation token, she said I was too young to use it, but she gave it to you right away. But then he thought about it again, and realized that Gong Yunza had escaped danger thanks to this token, and his face immediately lit up with a smile. But it's good that I gave it to you. Come on, I'll take you to see your mother. She'll be so happy to know you're here. As she spoke, Tushan Meng grabbed Gong Yunza's hand and ran into the depths of the peach grove. Her palms were soft and carried the fragrance of peach blossoms. Her tail swept across the grass, startling a few resting butterflies. Gong Yunza was pulled along by her, listening to her chatter on about the interesting things that had happened in Tushan recently. For example, which little fox stole honey and got stung all over its face, or which peach grove had the most beautiful blossoms, and would occasionally steal a glance back at him, its eyes filled with undisguised joy. Passing through layers of peach groves, a temple built of white jade gradually comes into view. 2 Fox clan maids dressed in blue stood at the entrance of the temple. Upon seeing Tu Shanmeng, they immediately bowed in greeting. "Princess, is my mother inside?" Tu Shanmeng asked. "The empress is handling affairs in the palace," the maid replied respectfully. Tu Shanmeng nodded and pulled Gong Yunzi towards the temple. The hall was devoid of elaborate decorations, only an ice crystal throne stood in the center, upon which Tu Shanxue sat. Unlike her previous crimson robe, Tu Shanxue wore a moon-white robe that accentuated her slender figure. Her silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and a cinnabar mole adorned her brow. She exuded both the majesty of an empress and a touch of languid charm. Hearing footsteps, Tu Shanxue looked up. When her gaze fell upon Gong Yunzi, the coldness in her eyes instantly melted away, revealing a barely perceptible gentle ripple. "A rare guest indeed. What brings you back to Tushan?" Her voice possessed a unique magnetism, with a slight upward inflection at the end, as if teasing, yet also as if conveying some private emotion. Gong Yunzi looked at her, recalling the intimate scene they had shared in Tushan, and his heart skipped a beat. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the token you gave me last time, Your Majesty. I was indeed in trouble this time, which is why I had no choice but to bother you." "What trouble?" Tu Shanxue stood up and slowly walked down from the throne. Her posture was elegant, each step seeming to tread on the heart's delicate surface. "Who dares to cause you trouble?" Tu Shanmeng, standing to the side, immediately nodded and said angrily, "Mother, it's the Huang and Lu families from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. They tied up Brother Yunzi and tried to steal his things. They're so wicked." Tu Shanxue's eyes turned cold, and a wisp of pale blue energy condensed at her fingertips. "They dare to touch my distinguished guest, they certainly have some nerve." These words were spoken casually, yet they carried an undeniable air of authority, causing the air in the hall to freeze slightly. Gong Yunzi quickly said, "Your Majesty, there's no need to be angry. I've already escaped. I came back this time mainly to avoid the limelight for a while." Tu Shanxue walked up to him, raised her hand to brush away the bloodstains on his sleeve, the warmth of her fingertips seeping through the fabric, carrying a familiar comfort. "You can lay low, but you can't let yourself be wronged. Stay here with me for a while longer this time." Her gaze met Gong Yunzi's, her eyes holding an ambiguous quality that others couldn't decipher. "You stay in Tushan and I'll see who dares to cause trouble here." Tu Shanmeng, watching the interaction between the two, tilted her head and gently wagged her tail. "Mother, why are you so good to Yunzi?" Tu Shanxue glanced back at her daughter, a faint smile playing on her lips. "He's a guest, so of course we have to treat him well." But the tenderness in her eyes went far beyond simply treating a guest. Looking at the mother and daughter in front of him, Gong Yunzi suddenly felt a sense of peace. He knew that with Tu Shan around, the troubles of the Huang and Lu families could be put aside for the time being. However, at this moment, Tu Shanxue frowned slightly. She stared at Gong Yunzi's storage ring and said, "Yunzi, there is an energy line in your storage ring that connects to the outside world. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a tracking mark." Gong Yunzi was startled upon hearing this and quickly took out the heaven refining cauldron. Tu Shanxue gasped in shock, exclaiming in fear, "The heaven refining divine cauldron? How did it end up in your hands? I almost met my end because of this extraordinary treasure back then." After listening to Gong Yunzi's account, Tu Shanxue's fingertips unconsciously condensed and dispersed the energy of heaven and earth. She never expected Huang Ying and Lu Rue to be so audacious, not only openly kidnapping Gong Yunzi but also attempting to kill him and steal his treasure. "I underestimated the arrogance of these families in Kyoto." Tu Shanxue lowered her eyes to look at the refining heaven cauldron held in Gong Yunzi's palm. A faint black mark remained on the Taodai pattern on the cauldron's body, a tracking technique left by Lu Rue. "If this mark isn't removed, they'll find this place sooner or later." As soon as she finished speaking, Tu Shanxue raised her right hand, her fingertips glowing with a soft, pale blue energy of heaven and earth, and gently placed them on the refining heaven cauldron. The energy of heaven and earth seemed to be alive, flowing along the Taodai pattern, and wherever it passed, the black marks melted away as quickly as ice and snow meeting the sun. In an instant, the refining heaven cauldron returned to its original dark red light, leaving no trace of its tracking. Gong Yunzi watched her fluid movements and sighed inwardly. The strength of a 7th-tier heretical sect member is indeed unfathomable. If it were anyone else, it would probably take half a day to remove this mark, but she erased it completely with just a flick of her finger. Tu Shan Meng, who was standing nearby, leaned over and poked the refining heaven cauldron, asking curiously, "Brother Yunza, is this the treasure they're trying to steal? It doesn't look particularly special." "Don't touch it." Gong Yunza gently slapped her hand away. "This cauldron can refine the energy of awakened individuals. It's very dangerous." Tu Shanxue nodded in agreement. "This is an ancient weapon, definitely not something children can play with." She changed the subject and looked at Gong Yunza. "Now that you've come to Tushan, settle down here. With me here, no one will dare to come here and mess with you." But no sooner had she finished speaking than a series of noisy footsteps came from outside the hall, accompanied by Lu Rui's furious roar. "Tu Shan Shui! Come out! Hand over Gong Yunza and the refining heaven cauldron. Otherwise, we will raze Tushan to the ground." Huang Ying, standing to the side, also said arrogantly. "No seats. Hand over Gong Yunza immediately. Otherwise, Tushan will be an enemy of our Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 105 Instantly Killed? Please give it a 5-star review. Tu Shanshue's eyes instantly turned cold, her black hair moved without wind, and the pressure emanating from her body caused the temperature in the hall to drop sharply. It seems some people are used to being arrogant in their own territory, and now that they've come to the Tushan Holy Land, they still haven't restrained themselves, continuing to spout nonsense. "Since you're here, none of you are leaving." She stepped out of the hall first, followed closely by Gong Yunza and Tu Shan Meng. On the open ground outside the temple, Huang Ying and Lu Rui, accompanied by dozens of black-clad guards, each wielding a strange weapon, stood arrogantly. Lu Rui was still holding a tracking compass in his hand. The needle was spinning wildly, but he still couldn't find a clear direction. Judging from his embarrassed expression, he had clearly realized that the mark had been erased and was so anxious that his eyes turned red. "Queen Tu Shan." Lu Rui saw her and immediately stepped forward, pointing at Gong Yunza and roaring. "You helped him erase the mark of my Lu family's heaven refining cauldron? I'm warning you, hand over Gong Yunza and the cauldron right now, or don't blame us for being impolite." Huang Ying, forcing himself to remain calm, said in a deep voice. "Your Majesty, this is a personal matter between us and Gong Yunza. Please do not interfere. Otherwise, if the Huang family and the Lu family join forces, it will not benefit your Tushan. Heh, you two came uninvited and even boasted that you would raze my Tushan to the ground. You're telling me this is a personal grudge? Your Majesty, I was only targeting that little beast Gong Yunza, not." Before Huang Ying could finish speaking, Tu Shanxue sneered and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. The next second, she appeared in front of Huang Ying, her right hand gently gripping his neck. Huang Ying's pupils constricted sharply, and all his supernatural abilities were instantly frozen. Before he could even see Tu Shanshue's movements, a powerful force gripped his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. You dare to touch me? So what if I touch you? So what if I kill you?" Tu Shanshue's voice was as cold as ice. She condensed a wisp of heaven and earth energy at her fingertips and channeled it into Huang Ying's body through his neck. There was a soft click sound. Huang Ying suddenly let out a shrill scream, and the power fluctuations in his body instantly dissipated. He collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. His meridians were instantly shattered by Tu Shanshue's 7th-order heaven and earth energy, and his life's cultivation vanished into nothingness. Having lost his cultivation, Huang Ying was instantly exhausted, like a deflated balloon, and died of old age in a flash. "Brother Huang!" Lu Rui exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this, terrified out of his wits. He thought to himself in alarm. Holy crap! Old Huang, a 6th-tier, 8th-stage cultivator, was instantly killed? Does that mean I'm no match for her either? Could it be that she's already broken through to the 7th tier? Thinking of this, Lu Rui became increasingly alarmed. He stopped in his tracks, which was about to step forward to rescue Huang Ying, and turned to run away. Seeing Lu Rui flee, Tu Shanshue's lips curled into a slight smile, and she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Then, the figure instantly appeared in front of him, its fingertips gently touching his brow. Lu Rui felt the cold spot on his forehead and instantly froze. Thinking he would suffer the same fate as Huang Ying, he was so frightened that his legs went weak and his pants instantly became soaked. After probing for a moment, Tu Shanxue suddenly withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with indifference and mockery. So you were just a sickly, short-lived ghost. Suddenly I don't want to kill you anymore. I plan to imprison you in the Tushan Holy Land and make you watch Gong Yunza rise step by step. Watch him use your Lu family's rare treasure to completely trample your Lu family under his feet. Lu Ruwei was stunned. He had indeed been troubled by old injuries for many years and knew that he was about to die. But upon hearing the following words, Lu Ruwei felt not a trace of shame, but rather as if he had been granted a pardon. He knelt down and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." Although Lu Ruwei was unwilling, his life was not long. But he still wanted to live, to see more of the world, even in a cage. Pa! Tu Shanmeng frowned, dodged to the side in disgust, and her tail stood up straight. Brother Yunza, someone as spineless as this peach blossom pastry in my hand can become a high-ranking official in your Dragon Kingdom? It's such a disgrace to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Gong Yunza shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling on Lu Rui's trembling back. In the Dragon Kingdom, with his cultivation level, he was always the one bullying others. He had never experienced being crushed by a strong person like this before. Now he's just scared out of his wits and doesn't even care about his dignity anymore. In the distant peach grove, the remaining black-clad guards, seeing the situation was dire, prepared to abandon their armor and shields. Tu Shanxue glanced at them, then waved her hand, and the black-clad guards in the distance were all blown into clouds of blood mist. She looked at Lu Ruwei kneeling on the ground, then struck him with a palm, crippling his cultivation. Her eyes were icy. "Take him away and keep a close watch on him. If he dares to escape, kill him on the spot." "Yes," the maid replied. Gong Yunza walked to Tu Shanxue's side, looking at the lingering coldness in her eyes, and said softly, "Thank you." Tu Shanxue turned to look at him, the coldness in her eyes instantly melting away, replaced by a gentle ripple. "I told you, I won't let you suffer any injustice while you're in Tushan." She reached out and brushed the fallen leaves off his shoulder, her movements natural and affectionate. "For the next few days, you can rest and recuperate in Tushan." As she spoke, Tu Shanxue suddenly leaned down and said seductively in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Come to my palace tonight and tell me about your recent affairs." Gong Yunza's ears burned slightly when he heard Tu Shanxue's alluring whisper. When he looked up, he met her eyes, which were filled with tenderness. The coldness in his eyes had long since faded, leaving only an unyielding tenderness. Gong Yunza thought to himself, "It'll probably just be about what happened recently." His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he finally nodded. "Good." Tu Shanmeng, who was standing nearby, didn't hear their whispered conversation. She only saw Gong Yunza's ears turn red as he curiously leaned closer, his tail swishing against his arm. "Brother Yunza, why are you blushing? What did you and Brother Yunza talk about, mother?" Tu Shanxue smiled and ruffled her hair, her fingertips slightly tugging at Gong Yunza's sleeve, her tone teasing. "It's nothing, I just wanted to invite you, Brother Yunza, to try my newly brewed peach blossom wine tonight." "Peach blossom wine?" Tu Shanming's eyes lit up, and she immediately grabbed Tu Shanxue's hand, pleading sweetly, "I want some too. I also want to hear Brother Yunza tell me fairy tales from the Dragon Kingdom." Helpless, Gong Yunza could only follow her lead and tell her about the interesting things that happened in the examination room. For example, Huan Yao imitated his team but chose the wrong opponent. For example, Shu Huairo used her silver eyes to see through the trap. Tu Shanmeng listened with great interest, interrupting him from time to time to ask for details, her tail wagging very frequently. Gong Yunza and Tu Shanmeng walked ahead, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Tu Shan's peach blossom forest. Tu Shanxue followed closely behind the two, watching Gong Yunza patiently explain, her smile growing softer and softer. Occasionally, she would reach out and brush away the peach petals that had fallen on his shoulder, the movement as natural as if she had done it 1,000 times. As the sun set, Tu Shanmeng wanted to take Gong Yunza to see the fluorescent foxes by the stream, but Tu Shanxue stopped her. "Meng, let your brother Yunza go back to his room and rest first. We can play together again tomorrow." "Okay." Tu Shanmeng pouted, but still obediently let go of his hand, not forgetting to remind him before turning away. "Brother Yunza, you mustn't drink secretly. You have to wait for me." Gong Yunza smiled and agreed, watching her skip and hop away before turning to look at Tu Shanxue. She stood in the twilight, a corner of her moon-white robe lifted by the breeze, her silver hair adorned with a few strands of pink peach blossoms, as beautiful as a hazy painting. "Since we've come this far, I'll take you to a special place." Having said that, she led Gong Yunza towards the courtyard behind the temple. Lanterns with a faint glow hung in the peach groves along the way, and the air was filled with the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was elegantly decorated. Several newly planted peach trees stood in front of the window, and a snow-white fox fur made from collected shed fox fur covered the soft couch inside the house. Even the tea set was made of ice jade, exuding a refreshing coolness. This is the courtyard I prepared for you. Rest here for now, and I'll have someone come and call you later. After Tu Shanxue finished speaking, she turned to leave, but her wrist was gently grasped by Gong Yunze. She turned around and met his serious gaze. Swear, thank you for what happened during the day. Tu Shanxue smiled, then gripped his hand tightly in return, the warmth of her fingertips seeping through her skin. You've thanked me for this so many times already. I've told you, you don't need to be so formal with me in Tushan. She gently pulled her hand away from his, but her fingertips lightly scratched his palm, a playful hint of ambiguity in her voice. See you tonight. As night deepened, the lanterns in the peach grove lit up with a warm yellow light. Gong Yunze had just straightened his robes when he heard a maid's voice coming from outside the courtyard. Mr. Gong, the Empress requests your presence in her study. While Gong Yunze was puzzled, the maid led him into Tu Shanxue's bedroom. Tu Shanxue's bedroom was more elegant than when I last visited, clearly having been carefully decorated. Although it lacks elaborate decorations, it is still pleasing to the eye. A huge luminous pearl hangs from the roof, illuminating the interior as bright as day. The air was filled with a rich yet not pungent fragrance of peach blossoms. On the small table beside the soft couch sat a pot of peach blossom wine, 2 jade cups, and a plate of delicate peach blossom cakes. Tu Shanxue was sitting on a soft couch, having changed out of her daytime moon-white robe and into a light pink ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress. Her fox ears drooped gently, making her appear less like an empress and more like a woman with feminine charm. Seeing Gong Yunze enter, she stood up to greet him, naturally taking his arm and leading him to the soft couch. Please sit down. This wine is made by me using peach blossoms I picked this year. Please have a taste. She poured Gong Yunze a glass of wine. The liquid was pale pink and had fine bubbles on it. Gong Yunze took it, and as soon as he brought it close to his nose, he smelled a sweet aroma of wine. It was smooth and mellow on the palate, with a hint of peach blossom sweetness, and the wine flavor was almost imperceptible. How does it taste? Tu Shanxue rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with bright eyes, like a child waiting for praise. It tastes better than any wine I've ever had in China. Gong Yunze nodded and took another sip. The two chatted casually over peach blossom cakes. From recent amusing events in Tushan, to Gong Yunze's experience in the college entrance examination, and then to the conspiracies and schemes of the Lu and Huang families. Actually, I knew you were extraordinary when you collapsed from exhaustion that time. As Tu Shanxue spoke, she leaned slightly against Gong Yunze's shoulder. Your soul aura is very special, very sweet, unlike ordinary humans who have a sour and foul smell. Her hair fell onto Gong Yunze's neck, carrying a faint fragrance. Her breath brushed against his ear, making his heart beat faster. Gong Yunze froze for a moment, but ultimately did not push her away. Instead, he gently adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Gong Yunze asked softly. What are you afraid of? Tu Shanxue looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the light of the luminous pearl, like fallen stars. I am a 7th-level expert. Even if you are a bad person, I can protect myself, protect Tu Shan, and protect you. The last 3 words were spoken very softly, yet they tickled Gong Yunze's heart like a feather. He turned to look at her. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Tu Shanxue's gaze gradually deepened as she slowly moved closer, her lips almost touching his cheek. Just then, the door to the palace was gently pushed open a crack, and a small figure peeked in. This figure was none other than Tu Shan Meng. She was still clutching a piece of unfinished peach blossom pastry in her hand, clearly having sneaked over there. Upon seeing the two people nestled together on the soft couch, Tu Shanming's eyes widened instantly, and the peach blossom pastry in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She froze for a few seconds, then suddenly covered her mouth and gasped softly. Mother! Brother Yunze! What are you doing? Tu Shanxue sat up abruptly, her ear tips slightly red, but she remained calm and beckoned her in. Meng, why did you come over here? Didn't I tell you to go to bed early? Tu Shanmeng picked up the peach blossom pastry from the ground, blew on it, and said. It's still edible in less than 3 seconds. After she finished playing the flute, she walked straight to the soft couch, her eyes darting between the two men, and suddenly clapped her hands as if she had just realized something. I understand. Mother, you're teaching brother Yunze cultivation, just like when he was little. Gong Yunze's ears instantly turned bright red, but Tu Shanxue smiled and reached out to ruffle her daughter's hair. Yes, I'm teaching Yunza martial arts. Little Bai, would you like to learn together? Tu Shanmeng nodded vigorously. I want to. But can I practice with you guys? Won't it affect brother Yunza? Of course. Tu Shanchue grasped her hand, then Gong Yunza's hand, placing them together. Shall we cultivate together? Tu Shanmeng blinked, looked at the three hands clasped together, and suddenly smiled. I read in the picture book that a man and a woman who cultivate together are Taoist partners. So, would the three of us who cultivate together be considered Taoist partners? Upon hearing this, Gong Yunza felt as if a muffled thunderclap had exploded in his heart. Holy crap, the little fox must have sensed something and is pretending to be oblivious, trying to get herself into a relationship with me and Schwer? If that's true, this is absolutely outrageous. What is this? 3 cultivations? And mother and daughter? Even though we're all adults, if this continues, it could easily escalate into something serious. The fragrance of peach blossoms wafted into the room from outside the window, and the soft light of the luminous pearl bathed the three of them. The ambiguous atmosphere transformed into a gentle warmth, which was even more reassuring than before. Looking into Gong Yunza's gentle eyes, Tu Shanchue smiled faintly, thinking to herself. Perhaps, this kind of life isn't so bad. Chapter 106: Leaving Tushan and Choosing a University. Gong Yunza's 3 days in Tushan were a pleasant time, immersed in the fragrance of peach blossoms. Every day at the crack of dawn, Tu Shanmeng would carry freshly baked peach blossom pastries, tiptoeing to knock on his courtyard gate. Her rosy little face was covered in flour, and her tail wagged more temptingly than the pastries in her hands. Brother Yunza! Get up! The fluorescent fox by the stream has had another pair of cubs today, let's go see. Tu Shanchue would hold his hand and stroll through the sea of flowers. With a light touch of her fingertips on the branches, she could coax open the half-open peach blossoms. The pale pink petals would fall on their shoulders, like a layer of snowflakes. She would occasionally teach him the basic techniques of spatial abilities. When their fingertips touched, a cool and refreshing energy of heaven and earth would spread through their palms, always making Gong Yunza's heartbeat a beat slower. Spatial abilities emphasize fusion, requiring one's aura to resonate with the space. Her voice was as light as the wind, sweeter than peach blossom honey as it fell into your ear. In the evening, the three of them would sit together in Gong Yunza's private courtyard. Enjoying exotic fruits unique to Tushan under the setting sun, listening to Tu Shanmeng tell interesting stories about the Fox clan, laughter echoed continuously in the courtyard. But hidden within this lively atmosphere is a regret that Tu Shanchue may not easily perceive. Whenever she wanted to find an opportunity to be alone with Gong Yunza, such as whispering a few more words when handing him peach blossom tea she had personally brewed, or getting a little closer when teaching him her special abilities, she would. Tu Shanmeng would always come over like a clever little fox, either pestering Gong Yunza to play hide-and-seek with her, or pulling Tu Shanchue aside to ask all sorts of questions, instantly dispelling the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Mother, why are you always so close to brother Yunza? That afternoon, Tu Shanchue was brushing petals off Gong Yunza's shoulder when Tu Shanmeng suddenly came over, wagging her tail and asking curiously, do you want to whisper something to brother Yunza? I want to hear it too. Tu Shanchue helplessly ruffled her daughter's hair, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. Why are you asking so many questions, you little kid? Go check if you've washed the spirit fruit you picked. Watching Tu Shanming's retreating figure, Tu Shanchue turned to look at Gong Yunza, her tone tinged with reproach. This girl has become our little shadow. Gong Yunza smiled and nodded, recalling the regret in Tu Shanchue's eyes over the past 3 days, and said softly, it's good to be able to stay with you like this. His words softened Tu Shanchue's eyes, and just as she was about to say something more, a rapid spatial fluctuation suddenly came from afar. It wasn't the aura of the Tushan Fox clan instead, it carried a familiar sharpness. Has someone trespassed on Tushan? Tu Shanchue's expression changed slightly. She took Gong Yunza's hand and quickly walked towards the open space in front of the temple. Tu Shanmeng also followed behind the two, carrying the washed spiritual fruits. In the open space, a man and a woman were standing. The man was dressed in a formal suit and tie, with a resolute face, radiating the aura of a 6th-tier powerhouse. This person was none other than Xiao Rongyu's father, Xiao Li. Xiao Rongyu, standing beside him, wore a light blue floral dress, her long, jet-black hair flowing in the wind, as fresh and refined as a lotus emerging from the water. She clutched a faintly glowing jade pendant tightly in her hand, and her eyes lit up the moment she saw Gong Yunza. Yunza! Xiao Rongyu rushed over, grabbed his arm, her eyes reddening. I finally found you. Are you all right? Gong Yunza was taken aback for a moment, then reacted and gently patted the back of her hand. I'm fine, I'm sorry to have worried you. Shaoli also stepped forward, his gaze falling on Gong Yunza, then sweeping over to Shanxue beside him, his tone carrying a hint of wariness. Yunza, come back to Yangzhou with us. Rongyu is very worried about you. We haven't had a good night's sleep in the 3 days we've been looking for you. Tu Shanxue looked at Shaoli, her spatial energy subtly receding from her fingertips. She had already sent people to ascertain Gong Yunza's basic situation. For her, as the queen of Tushan, it was perfectly normal to find out the truth about her man. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, her tone calm. General Shao, there is no need to be nervous. I have not mistreated Yunza in Tushan. You know me? Shaoli raised an eyebrow. Of course I know, you are Yunza's father-in-law. I often hear him mention you. Tu Shanxue said slowly, her eyes falling on the jade pendant in Xiao Rongyue's hand. It seems you found this place using the fragments of the love jade. Xiao Rongyu nodded and raised the jade pendant in her hand. This is a keepsake between Yunza and me, which can sense each other's location. After Yunza teleported away, I kept looking for you with this, until I sensed a strong fluctuation just now and realized you were here. Tu Shanxue looked at their tightly clasped hands, a fleeting hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Since General Shao has come to fetch you personally, I will not stop him. Yunza, you should go back with them. Gong Yunza looked at Tu Shanxue, then at Xiao Rongyu beside him, a complex feeling rising in his heart. He knew Xiao Rongyu was worried about him, and he also knew that there were things waiting for him in Yangzhou. But seeing the regret in Tu Shanxue's eyes, and the sudden collapse of Tu Shanming's face, she felt a little reluctant. Mother! Tu Shanming tugged at Tu Shanxue's sleeve, her voice tinged with grievance. Could you let brother Yunza stay a few more days? I still have so much to say to him. Tu Shanxue knelt down and gently wiped away the tears from her daughter's eyes. It's all right, Xiaobai. Yunza has his own things to do. He'll come back to see us when he has time, right? She looked at Gong Yunza with anticipation in her eyes. Gong Yunza nodded solemnly and said earnestly, I will come back to Tushan to see you after I have finished dealing with things in Kyoto. Tu Shanmeng then stopped crying and smiled, running over to hug Gong Yunza's arm and saying, Pinky promise. Brother Yunza, you can't lie to me. Gong Yunza smiled and made a pinky promise with her, then looked at Tu Shanxue. Thank you so much for taking care of me these past 3 days. Tu Shanxue nodded, conjuring a cyan token from her fingertip and handing it to him. The previous teleportation token was damaged during your teleportation. This is a newly made one. Teleportation tokens from Tushan are extremely difficult to forge. Do not use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. Gong Yunza took the token and carefully put it away. Seeing this, Shaoli stepped forward and nodded slightly to Tu Shanxue. Thank you very much, Queen Tushan, for taking care of my son-in-law. We'll take our leave now. Wait. Tu Shanmeng suddenly ran back into the courtyard, carrying a basket of peach blossom pastries, and shoved it into Gong Yunza's arms. Brother Yunza, this was made by my mother and me. Take it with you on your journey so you'll often think of my mother and me. The peach blossom pastries still carried a faint warmth, their aroma lingering in the air. Gong Yunza took the basket, a warmth spreading through his heart. Okay, I will. Shaoli turned and left with Xiao Rongyu and Gong Yunza. Tu Shanxue and Tu Shanmeng stood in the open space, watching their figures disappear at the end of the peach grove. Tu Shanmeng was quite disappointed to see this, but she quickly cheered herself up and thought to herself. My mother said that I can leave the mountain once I reach the 5th level, and then I'll go find brother Yunza. Tu Shanxue gazed in the direction where Gong Yunza had disappeared, a hint of melancholy creeping into her eyes as she thought to herself. Yunza, I don't know when I'll see you again after this departure. I truly hope you can stay in Tushan forever. Stay by my side. A gentle breeze rustled through the peach grove, and petals drifted down towards the spot where Gong Yunza had left, carrying with them lingering affection and reluctance to part. When Gong Yunza returned to Yangzhou with Shaoli and Xiao Rongyu, it was the morning after the deadline for submitting college application forms for students with supernatural abilities. Upon entering the Xiao family manor, Shaoli suddenly noticed the college application form on the table, and his expression turned somewhat serious. Yunza, you're finally back. The deadline for college application submissions was 5 p.m. yesterday, and you. Gong Yunza's heart sank. During his 3 days in Tushan, he had only focused on recuperating and had missed the deadline for submitting his college application. Xiao Rongyu also gripped his hand tightly in her anxiety. It's all my fault. I was so busy looking for you that I forgot to help you fill out your college application. It's not your fault. Gong Yunza gently patted the back of her hand and looked at Xiaoli. Old dang, is there any way to salvage this situation now? Xiaoli sighed and shook his head. The college entrance examination application system for superpowered students is directly controlled by the Ministry of Education for superpowered students of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the deadline is reached, no one can modify or fill in the application. In previous years, some candidates missed the deadline due to accidents and had to take the exam again the following year, or choose superpowered related majors at ordinary universities. But with your grades, Yunza, it is not impossible for you to be specially recruited by the 4 major superpowered universities. No sooner had Xiaoli finished speaking than the doorbell of the Xiao family manor was suddenly rung. Butler Zhou Fu rushed over to report. Sir, Principal Zhou of Beijing University of Technology, Principal Wang of Shanghai University of Technology, Principal Wen of Yangzhou University of Technology, and Principal Chen of Chongqing University of Technology have all arrived and say they wish to see the young master. 4 principals came to visit at the same time? Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then realized they must be here about college applications. I knew a genius like Xiao Deng couldn't possibly fail the exam just because he didn't fill out his application. When Gong Yunza followed Xiaoli into the living room, the 4 principals were sitting on the sofa, all looking somewhat anxious. Upon seeing Gong Yunza, Zhou Mingyuan was the first to stand up, tightly grasped Gong Yunza's hand, and said excitedly, Gong, you're finally back. I heard you haven't filled out your college application, but you still haven't decided which university to attend. The admissions director of Shanghai University also quickly stepped forward and handed over a gold-embossed admission letter. Student Gong, it's okay that your application deadline has passed. Our Shanghai Yida University has specially approved a guaranteed admissions spot. As long as you sign, you can become a top student at our university right now and enjoy the highest level of resources and benefits. Yunza, don't listen to him. Principal Wen of Yangzhou University hurriedly interjected, Yunza, your wife Xiao Rongyu is from Yangzhou, so it's much more convenient for her to come to Yangzhou University. We've prepared a cultivation room for you, and I can personally guide you from time to time. Isn't that better than going to other places? Principal Chen Lin of Chongqing University crossed her arms over her 36D breasts, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. The 3 principals, one after another, turned the living room of the Xiao family manor into a bustling marketplace. Fearing that Gong Yunza would be snatched away, Zhou Mingyuan raised the stakes again. Kyoto University of Extraordinary Abilities is close to the Kyoto Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. If you come to our school and want to join the Kyoto Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities in the future, I can help you get a direct recommendation to become the deputy director. What's the Kyoto Supernatural Abilities Bureau compared to that? Principal Wang of Shanghai Supernatural University retorted, our Shanghai Supernatural University has an S-level geomantic vein. If you come to our Shanghai Supernatural University, I'll grant you special permission to cultivate alone in the S-level geomantic vein for 3 hours every month. Xiaoli and Xiao Rongyu stood aside, looking down on the conditions offered by the Shanghai University, thinking to themselves. Our Xiao family's S-grade ley lines are at your disposal, your 3 hours wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap in the ley lines. Shanghai Yida Pass. Watching the 3 usually aloof principals arguing heatedly over how to win over Gong Yunza, Xiaoli, and Xiao Rongyu were both amused and exasperated. Xiao Rongyu quietly tugged at Gong Yunza's sleeve and whispered, Yunza, the conditions they're offering are getting higher and higher. Are you really going to Wudu Yida? Maybe you should reconsider. Gong Yunza looked at the 3 principals arguing fiercely before him, then glanced at Chen Lin, who stood silently to the side. In fact, he already had a plan in mind. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and slowly addressed the 3 chattering individuals. Thank you for your kind offer, 4 principals, but I've decided to join Foggy City University. The strange city of fog? Zhou Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Gong Yunza's hand, his mind racing. Gong, are you crazy? Think about it again. I'll give you the highest level of access to the weapon arsenal at Kyoto University of Abilities, allowing you to freely use any weapon except SSS rank. Also, there aren't enough deputy directors for the Kyoto Bureau of Abilities, so I'll talk to the director and have you appointed as the executive deputy director with real power. Can Fog City University of Abilities offer you that kind of treatment? Principal Wang was so anxious that he paced around the sofa twice, his spittle almost splattering onto the floor. 3 hours isn't enough for an S-grade ley line, is it? I'll grant you a private ley line. You can use it for 12 hours every day. Plus, I'll add 100 third-tier crystal cores and 10 fourth-tier crystal cores every year. In that poor place like Fog City, do you expect us to be miners digging for crystal cores ourselves? Principal Wen held onto Gong Yunza's arm tightly, his tone pleading. Yunza, Yangzhou Yida University will also add another 100 third-tier crystal cores and 10 fourth-tier crystal cores every year. We'll prepare a detached A-grade earth vein villa for you, complete with a private cultivation room and a spiritual spring. If Rongyu wants to transfer schools, I'll give her a special admission spot and put her in the same class as you. You can look after each other. She'll receive the same treatment as you. Seeing that Gong Yunza remained unmoved, Zhou Mingyuan's face darkened, and he suddenly turned his attention to Chen Lin, his tone full of sarcasm. How dare a third-rate university like Chongqing University of Technology, which is on the verge of disappearing from the history of the four great universities of technology, compete with Beijing University of Technology for students? That's absurd. Believe me or not, I'll apply to the central government tomorrow to revoke Chongqing University of Technology's status as one of the four great universities of technology. Chen Lin frowned slightly and said emphatically, Kyoto University is so arrogant. They think they can revoke my status as one of the four most prestigious universities in Chongqing with just one application? You think you can represent the central government? Are you even qualified? Do you deserve it? Zhou Mingyuan was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Humph. I won't stoop to the level of a little brat like you. Chapter 107 I choose, Foggy City Extraordinary University. Chen Lin frowned slightly and said emphatically, Kyoto University is so arrogant. They think they can revoke my status as one of the four most prestigious universities in Chongqing with just one application? You think you can represent the central government? Are you even qualified? Do you deserve it? Zhou Mingyuan was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Humph. I won't stoop to the level of a little brat like you. Principal Wang immediately echoed, his tone equally threatening. I think Principal Zhou is right. Wudu Yida has been weak for a long time. If you choose Wudu Yida, it won't be easy for you to apply for advanced secret realm exploration qualifications or cooperate with other universities in the future. After all, you know how resources are allocated among peers. Wudu Yida's reputation has been getting worse and worse in recent years, and it's not even in the same circle as us. Principal Wen also abandoned his previous earnestness, his tone softening but carrying a sense of pressure. Yunza, your Grandpa Shao and I are old comrades in arms, I can't possibly harm you. Use the connections Yangzhou Yida has locally as you please. I can also mediate your feuds with the Huang and Lu families. But as for Wudu Yida, Principal Chen may be young and promising, but she's still just a fifth-tier girl. What if the Lu and Huang families come to Wudu one day? Do you think Wudu Yida can protect you? The threat in those words couldn't be clearer. If you don't choose them, not only will you lack good resources, but you'll also have no one to help you with any subsequent troubles, and you might even be targeted by your competitors, with no guarantee of your safety. Xiao Li's face instantly turned cold. He was about to retort when Gong Yunza raised his hand to stop him. Gong Yunza looked at the three principals, his expression calm, but his tone carried an undeniable firmness. Thank you for your kind offer, three principals, but I still choose Wudu Yida University. As for connections and troubles, I, Gong Yunza, have always been used to handling my own affairs. I don't need to rely on others. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three principals, a faint smile playing on his lips. Furthermore, I remember that Fog City University has an honorary principal who is at the peak of the 6th rank, right, Principal Chen? Chen Lin, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, her smile deepening. Excellent. I didn't expect you to know about this. Our newly appointed honorary principal is none other than the fire god of the Dragon Kingdom, Flame Dragon Venerable Qin Sang. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the three principals. The name Flame Dragon Venerable Qin Sang was legendary, and the other three principals were greatly shocked upon hearing it. Old Master Qin? Isn't he in Kyoto? How come he's here at Wudu Yida University as its honorary principal? Zhou Mingyuan opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him again, but saw that Gong Yunza had already taken the admission notice from Wudu Yida from Chen Lin and signed his name. I'm sorry, three principals. Gong Yunza returned the signed notice to Chen Lin. If there's an opportunity in the future, perhaps we can still have room for cooperation. The three principals looked at the notice stamped with the seal of Chongqing University, their faces turning pale and then red, and finally they could only sigh in reluctance. Zhou Mingyuan glanced at Gong Yunze one last time, his tone tinged with regret. Yunze, this is my personal contact number. If you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. The doors of Kyoto Yida University will always be open for you. Principal Wang and Principal Wen left their contact information before reluctantly departing. As they reached the door, Principal Wang couldn't help but turn back and whisper to Zhou Mingyuan. This kid will regret it sooner or later. That godforsaken place, Fog City University, can't possibly contain a genius like him. Fine, let him go to Wudu Yida and suffer a bit. Once he hits a wall, he'll naturally turn back, Zhou Mingyuan said confidently. The living room finally quieted down. Chen Lin looked at Gong Yunze and said with a smile. I didn't expect Gong to be so decisive. Gong Yunze nodded, so when can you take me to your so-called treasure pavilion? I want to see the things my father left behind. No rush. He said those things are reserved for the most outstanding students of Wudu Yida. But with your talent, it won't be difficult for you to get that qualification. She walked to the window, gazing at the maple leaves falling in the courtyard, her tone softening. When your father studied at the Wudu Yida University, he was the most outstanding student. The original blueprints and manuscripts of Iwu designs and the theories on Iwu forging and upgrading that he left behind in the treasure pavilion are still the school's most prized possessions. Gong Yunze's voice carried a hint of urgency. My father, what kind of person was he back in the Fog City University? Chen Lin turned to look at him, her eyes now filled with a more serious expression. Your father, Gong Huijin, was a once-in-a-century genius at the Fog City Extraordinary University. He awakened dual abilities in spatial and lightning elements, and had already broken through to the 5th rank upon graduating from the university. He was the most promising young generation to reach the 7th rank back then. Later, he joined the First Awakening Legion, becoming a soldier resisting the alien race. During this time, he accumulated numerous military exploits and became the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command at a young age. But... She paused, her tone turning serious. Later, the Shadowless Demon Emperor, a 7th-tier powerhouse of the Shadow Demon clan, led 1,000,000 Shadow Demon soldiers to invade the Dragon Kingdom, vowing to devour all humans until not a trace remained. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked. And then what happened? Chen Lin continued her narration. Your father, Gong Huijin, was leading the First Awakened Legion of 300,000 men in a fierce battle against the merfolk on the eastern coastline. The Shadow Demon clan took advantage of this lull to launch a surprise attack on the First Awakened Legion from the flank. Even though the First Legion was exceptionally powerful, it was still outnumbered and suffered a crushing defeat, retreating to the demon capital. Damn Shadow Demon clan! How dare they take advantage of our vulnerability to launch a sneak attack? Gong Yunze said angrily. Chen Lin shook her head, her chest heaving violently, and said indignantly. These alien races are so cunning and devoid of any morality, all they see is the desire to kill and their bloodthirsty savagery. What happened to the First Legion after its defeat? Gong Yunze pressed. Later, your father led 30,000 surviving soldiers to defend the city of Modu. Under his brilliant command, these 30,000 soldiers managed to hold off the 1,000,000-strong army of the Shadow Demon clan and the merfolk for 3 days and 3 nights of continuous siege. Finally, they received reinforcements led by the god of war, Xiao Zhantian. Upon hearing the name Xiao Zhantian, Gong Yunze couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. It's Grandpa. He actually went to war with Father. He even saved Father? That's right, but in the end it was your father who saved the god of war. Chen Lin explained in a deep voice. Chen Lin's voice was deep and heavy, as if it had been soaked in ink. Every word carried a profound weight. When the god of war arrived with reinforcements, most of the city walls of the demon capital had already been destroyed. Of the 30,000 soldiers, less than 5,000 remained, all of them wounded, their hands trembling as they held their weapons. Your father, Gong Huijin, was covered in blood, his lightning-type ability was almost exhausted, and his spatial energy was only 30% left, yet he still stood at the front of the city gate, his spear planted in the ground to keep himself from falling. Gong Yunze clenched his fists tightly. He could almost see that scene. Amidst the billowing smoke, the father was covered in blood, with the ruined city and surviving soldiers behind him, and a massive, dark army of foreign invaders before him, yet he remained like an unshakable mountain. Upon seeing this, the god of war immediately ordered an attack to rescue your father and the others. But that shadowless emperor was too cunning. He had anticipated reinforcements and had set up a spatial trap on the god of war's inevitable path. Chen Lin's voice trembled slightly. By the time the god of war reacted, he and his personal guards were already enveloped in shadow energy, and the shadowless emperor's claws were almost touching the god of war's chest. At that time, everyone thought the god of war was doomed. The shadowless emperor was a peak 7th tier shadow demon, so fast he could tear space apart. No one could save the god of war at such close range. Chen Lin paused, her eyes slightly reddening, but at that critical moment, your father made a move. He knew that if the god of war, the great shadowless demon emperor, was successfully ambushed, the people of the demon city would be devoured. He overdrawn his life force to use his spatial abilities, forcibly tearing apart the spatial trap set by the shadowless emperor. He rushed forward like lightning, shoving the god of war aside. But he himself couldn't dodge the shadowless emperor's claws, which carried a shadow poison that could corrode abilities, piercing directly through his heart. Gong Yunzi slowly closed his eyes, tears welling up uncontrollably. He never imagined that his father would die in the clutches of a foreign race while trying to save Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Ronyu quickly stepped forward, gently hugged his arm, and her eyes reddened. Yunzi, don't be too sad, your father is a hero. Chen Lin looked at the emotionally agitated Gong Yunzi and softened her voice even more. When your father fell, he was still clutching the hem of the god of war's robe. He said, defend the Dragon Kingdom, defend the Demon City. He didn't finish his sentence before he breathed his last. The shadowless emperor tried to launch a sneak attack, but was stopped by the enraged god of war. The god of war unleashed unprecedented power, not only leading the remaining forces to defend the demon city, but also cleaving the shadowless demon emperor in two. However, this also inflicted a curse on the god of war on the shadowless demon emperor, leaving him plagued by illness and his health steadily declining. Later, the Kyoto Assembly Hall placed his memorial tablet in the martyr's shrine and posthumously honored your father as the guardian god of war. They intended to announce this to the entire Dragon Kingdom, but your mother refused, saying that your father was used to being low-key and didn't like to be ostentatious. As she spoke, a single, crystal-clear tear involuntarily slid down Chen Lin's cheek. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi suddenly realized what was going on. He finally understood why Xiao Zhantian was willing to risk his life to rebuild his meridians. It turned out that his own father had risked his life to save him. Chen Lin gently wiped away her tears and sighed. Inside the treasure pavilion, besides his manuscripts and drawings, there's also the military uniform he wore back then, still bearing the marks of the shadowless emperor's claws. Gong Yunzi wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse but firm. I want to go to the treasure pavilion. I want to see what my father left behind. Chen Lin nodded. I can give you your father's military uniform first, but the other things were specially reserved as rewards for the best students, so I can't give them to you for now. Gong Yunzi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. So how do I get the rest of the items? In the National College Superpower Competition a year from now, if you can lead your school to the top 3, the prize is yours. Top 3. Old Deng said before that as long as you reach the 3rd rank, you can be among the top. It seems I need to speed up my training. I understand. Gong Yunzi's eyes showed a hint of determination. Since father said he would give the gift to the best student, how can I live up to the title of best without winning the National College Ability Competition? I not only want to get what father gave me, but I also want to finish what he left unfinished. I must kill all those alien races that invaded the Dragon Kingdom and protect the land he risked his life to defend. Looking into the light in his eyes, Chen Lin seemed to see the Gong Huaijin of yesteryear, and nodded with satisfaction. If your father knew you had such ambition, he would be so proud of you. Xiaoli stood to the side, his eyes already red with tears. He had heard of the god of war who protects the country back then, but he never thought that it was Gong Yunzi's father. He stepped forward and patted Gong Yunzi on the shoulder. Yunzi, your father was a benefactor of the Xiao family and a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. I was quite dissatisfied when he helped you rebuild your meridians. Now I feel very ashamed. It's all right, old Deng. I understand how you felt back then. Chen Lin stood to the side, watching this heartwarming scene, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She took out an antique wooden box from her storage ring and gently placed it on the table. This is the military uniform your father wore back then. I brought it with me in advance. You can take it for now, as a keepsake. Gong Yunzi stepped forward and carefully opened the wooden box. The military uniform inside was dark green, and the fabric still had a faint smell of gunpowder. There was a hideous hole in the left chest area, and blackened marks could be seen at the edges, which were the marks left by the shadow toxin. A small 5-pointed star badge was pinned to the collar of the uniform, with the words First Awakening Legion engraved on it. He reached out and gently touched the hole, feeling the rough texture of the fabric under his fingertips, as if he could still feel the warmth his father had left behind. Dad, I will definitely fulfill your wish, protect the Dragon Kingdom, and protect everyone you wanted to protect, he said silently in his heart. Looking at his focused expression, Shenlin said softly. Your enrollment is in a day. I'll send a school car to pick you up. Although the cultivation resources at Fog City University aren't as good as those in Kyoto or Shanghai, its training rooms for space and lightning-based abilities are the most comprehensive among the 4 universities. Your father helped design those training rooms, and the energy circulation frequency inside has been adjusted to the optimal state, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Also, the National College Ability Competition not only tests individual strength, but also values teamwork. Although the overall strength of Wodu University has declined in recent years, there are still a few promising talents. After you enroll, I can help you recruit them into your team. Gong Yunza nodded and noted it down, then hugged the wooden box tightly to his chest. Thank you so much, Principal Chen. After enrolling, I will familiarize myself with the environment of Fog City University as soon as possible and accelerate my cultivation speed. Chapter 108 Onward. The Strange City of Fog. Gong Yunza nodded and noted it down, then hugged the wooden box tightly to his chest. Thank you so much, Principal Chen. After enrolling, I will familiarize myself with the environment of Fog City University as soon as possible and accelerate my cultivation speed. No need to be so polite. Shenlin smiled. Your father did me a favor back then. He was the one who saved me at the gate of Shanghai and hid me using his spatial abilities. That's how I learned the whole story. Gong Yunza nodded, I see. I was going to ask you how you knew so much. Yunza, don't worry, at Wudu Yida, with me backing you up, no one can bully you. Shenlin said with a smile. The setting sun shone through the window, casting a warm golden glow on the wooden box and the military uniform. Gong Yunza held the wooden box, looked at Shaoli and Xiaorongyu, then at Shenlin, his heart filled with strength. He knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. He needs to break through to the 3rd tier, build a team, win the national championship, uncover more about his father's past, and fight against potential alien races. But he is no longer alone. A day later, when the special car from Wodu Yida stopped in front of the Xiao family manor, Gong Yunza put all his luggage into his storage ring, followed by Xiaorongyu, who was traveling light, and Shaoli, who was reluctant to leave. Remember to call home when you get to Chongqing. Shaoli shouted from outside the car window. Tell me if you need anything, and I'll send it to you right away. Okay, Dad. Take care of yourself too. Gong Yunza and Xiaorongyu waved to the window at the same time. The car slowly started and headed towards the foggy city. Gong Yunza leaned against the car window, watching the scenery rushing past outside, then looked down at the wooden box in his arms, his eyes filled with determination. The foggy city, the National College Superpower Competition, his father's past, the threat of alien races, all the challenges await him. But he is not afraid. Because on his shoulders rests his father's expectations, beside him are his closest loved ones, and in his heart burns the flame of protection and inheritance. His journey has only just begun. Foggy City, here I come. Meanwhile, the Lu and Huang families had not heard from Lu Rui and Huang Ying for 4 whole days. Both families dispatched numerous people to search for the missing person, but they found absolutely no clues. Inside the council chamber of the Lu family mansion in Kyoto, a lingering sense of anxiety permeated the air. Lu Guokong, the patriarch of the Lu family, sat in the main seat, his white beard hanging down to his chest, while his fingers repeatedly rubbed together on the armrest. The old patriarch, who had been in charge of the Lu family for decades, now had an unconcealable look of solemnity in his eyes, and even his usually composed demeanor was somewhat disordered. Li De, still no news? Lu Guokong spoke, his voice hoarse, carrying the weight of years, yet also concealing a barely perceptible tremor. Li De, who was bowing low, suddenly looked up, his forehead covered in cold sweat, but dared not make the slightest movement. Master, your subordinate is incompetent. We searched every nook and cranny of the places where you and old Master Huang were last seen, but found no clues. The people we sent to the secret realms around Kyoto and Yangzhou also returned empty-handed. Lu Guokong frowned deeply. Both of them are 6th-tier experts, and Huang Ying is even a 6th-tier, 8th-stage SSS-level ice-type ability user. How could they just disappear into thin air? Standing to the side, Lu Feng's face was pale, his hands were clenched tightly, and his face showed an extremely nervous expression. His father, Lu Rui, went missing, and his grandfather, Lu Guokong, was so anxious that he couldn't eat or sleep. It seemed that all the pressure from the Lu family was on his shoulders. But he was just a newly awakened Tier 1D level ability user, and faced with this situation, he was completely at a loss. Grandpa, could it be that Gong Yunzi did it? My dad and Grandpa Huang hate him to the core, they must be going to get revenge on him. Gong Yunzi? Lu Buokan's eyes darkened. Have you investigated his whereabouts? Li Di quickly replied, I've investigated. Gong Yunzi was in Tushan those few days, and there are people from the Tushan Fox clan who can testify that he never left the Tushan area. Moreover, he is only a second-tier awakened one. Even if he has a trump card, it's impossible for him to deal with two sixth-tier experts, Elder Lu and Old Master Huang, at the same time. Tushan Lu Buokan fell silent, the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the armrest slowing down. The Empress of Tushan's strength is unfathomable. It's said she's already at the peak of the 6th rank. If Ru'er and Huangying really go to Tushan to cause trouble for Gong Yunzi. He didn't say anything more, but the worry in his eyes deepened. Tushan is not the capital. The Tushan Empress is said to be invincible below the 7th rank. She is not someone our Lu family can easily provoke. At the same time, the atmosphere in the study of the Huang family mansion was equally oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Huang Sheng sat behind his desk, his black suit making his face appear even more gloomy. He held a report in his hand, and the words Huangying is missing on the report pierced his heart like needles. Dad, could something have happened to Grandpa? Huang Ao, whose meridians had just been barely restored by a 6th-tier SSS-level healing system, stood weakly to the side and asked, his face even paler than before. Since Huangying disappeared, the entire Huang family has been like a lost leader, with everyone frantically searching for his whereabouts. Huang Sheng glared at him fiercely. What's the panic? Your grandfather is a 6th-tier, 8th-stage SSS-level ice-type expert. There are very few people in the Dragon Kingdom who can hurt him. Maybe he just went into seclusion in some secret realm and forgot to send a message back. Even so, he himself was not entirely sure. He knew Huangying's character best. Even if he was going into seclusion, he would never leave without saying goodbye, much less let the Lu family members disappear with him. At this moment, the study door was pushed open, and a Huang family guard rushed in, holding a secret report in his hand. Patriarch. News has come from the Chu family that they have found that before the old master and Elder Lu disappeared, they went towards Tushan. Tushan? Huang Sheng suddenly stood up, his chair sliding backward a considerable distance. How did the Chu family find out about this? How dare their people go to Tushan to investigate? You're aware of the Chu family's intelligence network. They have spies on the border of Tushan, the guard quickly explained. According to reports from our informants, 4 days ago, 2 auras, suspected to belong to the Huang family head and the Lu family head, entered the Tushan area from the direction of Yangzhou and have not come out since. Moreover, the guards in Tushan have been several times stricter than usual recently, and even those who approach the border are checked for half a day. Huang Sheng's face turned deathly pale instantly. Tushan was heavily guarded, and given that Gong Yunzi was in Tushan at the time, the answer was almost obvious. His father, Huangying, had probably really met his end in Tushan. The Empress of Tushan. He gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, his eyes filled with dread. She actually dared to touch someone from my Huang family. Huang Ao's legs went weak with fear, and he almost fell over. Dad, what do we do now? Should we go to Tushan to demand our people back? Go to Tushan to demand people? Huang Sheng sneered, his tone full of helplessness. The Tushan Empress is at the peak of the 6th rank. Even if our Huang family gives it our all, we might not be able to defeat Tushan. Going there would only be asking for trouble. Huang Sheng slumped back into his chair, rubbing his temples with his fingers. This matter must not be made public. First, send someone to the Chu family to ask if they can find out any more information. Also, keep a close eye on Gong Yunzi's movements. If father really gets into trouble, he will be held accountable sooner or later. Meanwhile, in the intelligence room of the Chu family in Kyoto, Chu Nantian leaned on his cane, looking at the secret report on the table, a faint smile playing on his lips. He said to the guards behind him, leave this information to the Lu and Huang families. Remember, don't say that we investigated it on our own initiative, just say that we learned it by chance. Grandpa, why tell them? The guard asked, puzzled. What if they cause trouble in Tushan and anger the Tushan queen? Wouldn't that implicate our Chu family? Implicated? Chu Nantian laughed. If the Tushan Empress wanted trouble, she would have done it already. We just accidentally leaked the information, both doing the Lu and Huang families a favor and seeing what they would do next. After all, Gong Yunza is someone Huiro has his eye on. Our Chu family needs to know who wants to harm him, right? The guards suddenly realized what was happening and quickly nodded before retreating. Chu Nantian gazed at the night view of Kyoto outside the window, a profound meaning flashing in his eyes. The Lu family, the Huang family, Tushan, Gong Yunza, this game is getting more and more interesting. When the news deliberately leaked by Old Master Chu Nantian reached the Lu family, Lu Guokan was sitting in the council hall in a daze. Upon hearing the news that Lu Rui was captured alive by Tu Shan, and Huang Ying was killed by Tu Shan, he suddenly stood up. Tu Shan. Ruier, how could you be so foolish as to provoke Tu Shan? Li De and Lu Feng were also stunned. They never expected that Lu Rui and Huang Ying would actually go to Tu Shan. Grandpa, what do we do now? Lu Feng was so anxious that tears were almost in his eyes. Are we just going to watch my dad be trapped in Tu Shan? His health wasn't good to begin with, and now he's a prisoner. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. Lu Guokan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his tone was full of helplessness. Since Tu Shan has locked him up, it means they don't want him dead yet. Let's wait and see how the Huang family reacts before making any plans. As night deepened, both of Kyoto's two major families fell into a silent agony. When the news of Huang Ying's death reached Huang Sheng's ears, Huang Sheng felt as if the sky had fallen and the earth had collapsed. The air in the study seemed frozen. Huang Sheng stood frozen in place. The guard's words, Huang Ying was killed by Tu Shan, echoed repeatedly in my ears. Every word felt like an icicle piercing his heart. He abruptly raised his hand to steady himself on the edge of the desk, his fingertips leaving shallow marks on the solid wood surface. Patriarch. The Huang family members all knelt on the ground, their heads bowed even lower, not daring to breathe even a little louder. They could feel the chill emanating from Huang Sheng, as if it could freeze the entire Huang family into an ice cellar. Huang Ao was the first to break down. He was already swaying precariously due to damage to his meridians. Upon hearing the news that Grandpa is dead, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. From childhood to adulthood, her father, Huang Sheng, was always busy with work, and he lacked care and attention for her and those around her. Unable to bear the father's indifference, the mother chose to give up everything. Recently, my father has been taking me to various events frequently. At first, Huang Ao was very happy, thinking that his father had finally changed his mind. But gradually, he noticed that his father would mention to everyone, intentionally or unintentionally, that he had awakened an SSS-level superpower. Only then did he understand what his father meant by concern. It was simply because he had awakened an SSS-level superpower, which became the topic of conversation for him to compare with others. From childhood to adulthood, only his grandfather was willing to spend time with him. Even if he knew this was compensation for his father's failure to raise him, so what? Grandpa was the one who made me laugh, and he was also the one who took care of my emotions. For Huang Ao, Huang Ying was the only family member who truly cared about him. But he never expected that his grandfather would travel all the way to Tushan to avenge him, only to die there in the end. Thinking of this, his knees involuntarily slammed against the tiles with a dull thud. But he seemed oblivious to the pain, bracing himself on the ground with both hands and hoarsely shouting. Impossible. Grandpa is a 6th tier, 8th stage SSS-level ice-type expert. No matter how powerful the Tushan Empress is, how could she dare to kill him? How could she possibly kill him? It must be the Chu family lying to us. They're deliberately stirring things up. As he shouted, he reached out to grab Huang Sheng's trouser leg, tears mixed with cold sweat falling onto Huang Sheng's leather shoes. Dad, let's go to Tushan. Let's fight them to the death. Let's get Grandpa back. Fight to the death? Huang Sheng finally spoke, slowly lowering his head, his eyes bloodshot yet suppressed by a deep-seated fear. What are you going to use to fight? With your body that can't even stand up straight? Or with those elders of our Huang family who haven't even reached the 6th rank? He suddenly kicked Huang Ao away. Huang Ao was already weak, and the kick made him shrink back again and again, crashing into the bookshelf. Several books fell down and hit him. Huang Sheng didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on the direction of Tushan outside the window, as if trying to see through the night to the sacred land of Tushan controlled by the Fox clan. With my father's death, the Huang family's status in the Dragon Kingdom will definitely plummet. No way. There are many people eyeing my position as the director of the Kyoto Supernatural Abilities Bureau. If news of my father's death spreads, I definitely won't be able to hold on to this position. Huang Sheng then ordered his men. Contact the Chu family immediately. No matter the cost, you must keep my father's death a secret. And announce to the public that the Huang family head is in seclusion, preparing to break through to the 7th rank. Huang Sheng paused, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he had swallowed blood. Empress Tushan. Gong Yunza. You've really screwed me over. Once I've recovered from this, I'll raise Tushan to the ground and kill that little beast Gong Yunza. He walked behind his desk, picked up the secret report that read Huang Ying died in Tushan, and ran his fingers over the words Tushan, his fingernails almost tearing the page apart. Dad. Huang Ao slowly got up, his voice much lower, but with a hint of stubbornness. What about Gong Yunza? Grandpa went to Tushan to seek revenge on him. If it weren't for him, Grandpa wouldn't have gotten into any trouble. At this point, Huang Sheng became even more enraged, kicking Huang Ao in the chest again, sending him sprawling, and angrily shouting. You piece of trash. Your family spent so many resources on your cultivation, and in the end you can't even beat someone from humble beginnings. If you hadn't been unable to defeat that Gong Yunza, would your grandfather have gone to Tushan to chase after him? And how could he have died? Your grandfather was killed because of you. If I had known, I would have plastered the wall with your ashes back then. Chapter 109 Abandonment. Huang Ao was kicked so hard that he slammed into the corner of the bookshelf. A sharp pain shot through his back, but this pain was nothing compared to the dense chill that gnawed at his heart. He curled up on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold tiles, and he could clearly feel cold sweat streaming down his temples, mixing with his tears to create a small wet patch on the ground. You're the one who killed your grandfather. If I'd known, I would have plastered the wall for you back then. Huang Sheng's words were like two ice-cold knives, stabbing into his already riddled heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, wanting to shout I didn't, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only make soft sobs. Yes, how can I blame others? It's my own fault. I used a sneak attack but didn't even figure out if it was his clone. Back then, on the Awakening platform at Kyoto No. 1 High School, he was the SSS-level ice-type genius who attracted everyone's attention, while Gong Yunza was just an unknown grassroots awakener. Everyone thought he would win, and even he himself thought that crushing Gong Yunza would be as easy as crushing an ant. But what was the result? His meridians were completely severed by Gong Yunza, and he only managed to have them repaired by a 6th-level healing ability user thanks to Huang Ying's connections, becoming a laughingstock in the entire Kyoto elite circle. Grandpa Huang Ying took Lu Rue to Tushan to settle scores with Gong Yunza in order to stand up for him. If he had been more assertive back then, even if it was just to endure a few more rounds, his grandfather wouldn't have felt he had suffered such a great injustice, and he certainly wouldn't have risked offending Tushan by going to a place that even the Lu family wouldn't dare to easily provoke. Waste Huang Ao repeated these two words unconsciously, his fingers digging into the grout of the floor tiles, his fingernails peeling up and bleeding without him noticing. He remembered when he was little, his grandfather would always hold him on his lap, using an ice-type ability crystal to teach him how to condense cold energy, saying, Ao must surpass Grandpa in the future and become the most powerful person in the Huang family. At that time, he made a solemn promise, believing that he could really become a top superhuman in the Dragon Kingdom, just as his grandfather had said. But what about now? He was defeated by Gong Yunza, which also caused his grandfather to lose his life and even made his father say, I should have wiped you on the wall long ago. Am I really like my father said, someone who shouldn't even be alive in this world? The footsteps in the study gradually faded away, and Huang Sheng went to deal with the matter of blocking the news of his death. No one looked at him anymore, as if he were just an eyesore of trash on the ground. The other members of the Huang family and servants also left, leaving him alone in the large study. Several books that had fallen from the bookshelf and hit him earlier were scattered around him, seemingly mocking his disheveled state. Huang Ao slowly got up from the ground and walked unsteadily to the desk. The secret report was still on his desk. The words Huang Ying died in Tushan almost made his liver and gallbladder tremble. He reached out and picked up the secret report, his fingertips trembling as he traced the words Yellow Eagle over and over again. Suddenly, he burst into a nervous laugh, a high-pitched, thin laugh like that of a night owl being choked. Tushan Gong Yunza, he murmured to himself, his eyes becoming unfocused, sometimes staring at the words on the secret report, sometimes looking out at the dark night sky. Grandpa didn't go to Tushan, he just went into seclusion, right? He said he'd watch me break through to the 3rd tier, he wouldn't lie to me. He walked to the bookshelf and picked up the books that had been knocked over, one by one, but his fingers wouldn't obey him, and he dropped one as soon as he picked it up. After repeating this several times, he suddenly went berserk and swept the books off the shelf onto the floor, the clattering sound particularly jarring in the quiet study. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for blocking my way, he shouted as he swept, his voice trembling with tears, yet also tinged with a strange excitement. Grandpa didn't leave. He's just hiding. You're not allowed to say he's dead. If anyone says he's dead, I'll freeze their bones to pieces. He suddenly raised his hand, trying to gather cold energy, but a sharp pain shot through his damaged meridians, making his vision go black and almost causing him to collapse. He leaned against the bookshelf, panting heavily, looking at his hands, then suddenly fell silent, his eyes staring blankly at his palms. Why can't I even condense any cold energy? He muttered to himself, as if asking the air, I'm an SSS-level awakened one, I should have had a bright future, why did it turn out like this? Why? I don't know how much time passed, but dawn broke. Huang Ao remained motionless, still holding onto the bookshelf. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze was vacant, and he would occasionally laugh out loud, repeating phrases like, Grandpa didn't leave and I'm not a good for nothing. As a servant cautiously entered, intending to tidy up the mess on the floor, Huang Ao suddenly turned his head sharply to look at him, his eyes filled with vigilance and madness. Who are you? Did you come here to tell me that Grandpa is dead? I'm telling you, he's not dead. He's waiting for me in Tushan. I'm going to find him. I'm going to kill Gong Yunza. The servant was startled and quickly took a few steps back, not daring to approach any closer. Looking at Huang Ao's distraught and incoherent state, a chill ran through him. The once proud and dazzling young master of the Huang family seemed to have completely gone mad. At that moment, Huang Shang was still talking to the Chu family in the corridor outside the study, his tone full of urgency and calculation, completely unaware that his harsh words had completely crushed his only son. Inside the study, Huang Ao was still muttering to himself, clutching tightly the secret report that read, Huang Ying died in Tushan. It was like clutching at the last straw, unaware that the straw had already crushed his spirit to pieces. Master, the young master, he smashed all the vases in the study and is hugging a pillar, shouting, Grandpa, come back. We can't stop him no matter what we do. When the servants scrambled into the reception room, Huang Shang was smiling obsequiously at Chu Nantian on the phone. Upon hearing this, the smile on his face did not fade, but his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, as if he were shooing away an annoying flying insect. It's broken, we can just replace it. He apologized to the person on the other end of the phone, his tone still gentle, I'm sorry to have made you laugh, my son has recently encountered some problems in his cultivation and his emotions are unstable. Chu Nantian chuckled on the phone, but a knowing look lingered in his eyes. Director Huang, please don't take it to heart. He's just a young man. But suppressing news of a death is a difficult task. I understand. Huang Shang quickly replied, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hung up the call. The moment he hung up the phone, the temperature on his face plummeted. He turned to look at the trembling servant, his voice as cold as ice. Is he still causing trouble? Yes, the servant swallowed hard, not daring to look up. Young master said he wanted to go find Tushan, to avenge the old patriarch. When we tried to stop him, he banged his head against the wall and he said you were cold-blooded, selfish, and cruel. What? Speak. Huang Shang sneered. Executioner. Huang Shang frowned, and after checking on Huang Ao's condition, a look of disgust and aversion appeared on his face. Now that news of his father's death has leaked, his position as director of the Special Abilities Bureau is in grave danger. If news spreads again that the young master of the Huang family has gone mad, those rivals who are eyeing the Huang family will probably gossip and say that the Huang family's fate is sealed. What use is a madman? Huang Shang's voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable determination. Drag him out. Everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Master, you mean, drag what out? And where to drag it? Take that madman anywhere, the farther the better, don't leave him at the Huang family's. Huang Shang turned around, his eyes completely expressionless, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Just slash his face, don't let anyone recognize him as a member of the Huang family. Throw him into a random teleportation array, it's cheap and effective. It would be best if he were teleported to the deep sea or an ice cave to die. But young master is ill. His meridians haven't healed yet, and his spirits are low. The servant mustered his courage and looked up, only to be met with Huang Shang's icy gaze. The rest of his sentence caught in his throat. What? Huang Shang took 2 steps forward, looking down at him. My Huang family is not a shelter. We don't support idlers, much less good-for-nothings or lunatics. The servant trembled and immediately kowtowed, saying, I wouldn't dare. I'll do it right away. When he stumbled back to the study, Huang Ao was huddled beside the bookshelf, clutching a yellowed old book. That was the introductory book Huang Ying used to teach him to awaken his superpowers. Huang Ying's fingerprints were still on the pages. Seeing someone enter, Huang Ao suddenly raised his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, as if he had grasped at a lifeline. "Is it Grandpa back? Young master, you come with us." The servant dared not look him in the eye and reached out to pull his arm. Huang Ao suddenly shook off the book and hugged it even tighter. "I'm not leaving. I'm waiting for Grandpa. Dad said Grandpa is in seclusion, he'll be back." "Young master. Forgive me." Two burly guards entered and grabbed Huang Ao's arms before he could resist. Huang Ao struggled, his heels scraping against the tiles, and the old book in his arms fell to the ground, its pages scattered everywhere. "Let me go. I'm the young master of the Huang family. How dare you touch me," he roared, his voice hoarse and seemingly about to break. Dad, come out. I know you're outside. Come save me." His shouts echoed through the corridor and reached the entrance to the reception room. Huang Shang was straightening his suit collar, preparing to attend an emergency meeting of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, when he heard the voice. He paused for a moment, but did not turn around. The butler beside him asked cautiously, "Patriarch, are we really going to teleport the young master away? He's still a member of the Huang family. Keeping this piece of trash in the house will only bring shame to me." Huang Shang loosened his tie, his tone indifferent. "By the way, remember to gag him when you send him away, so he doesn't disturb Bruce." The butler felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at his straight back. This new leader is even more ruthless than the old patriarch, Huang Ying. At least the old patriarchs had some humanity, but this patriarch only cared about the Huang family's power, and was even willing to abandon his own son. The sounds of struggle in the study gradually faded away, until only Huang Ao's indistinct cries remained. "Dad, I was wrong, I shouldn't have lost, don't slash my face." After the servants finished slashing Huang Ao's face, they gagged him and secretly dragged him into the Huang family's random teleportation array. The dizzying sensation of spatial distortion washed over his brain like a tidal wave. Huang Ao felt as if his body was being crushed and forcibly pieced back together. The cloth strip blocking his throat was soaked with saliva, making him feel suffocated. As the blue light of the teleportation array exploded before his eyes, the last thing he heard was the servant's indifferent voice. "Random coordinates. Let's go. Hurry back and report. Don't keep the patriarch waiting." The next second, a violent feeling of weightlessness struck him, and he crashed onto the hard ground like a kite with a broken string. His jaw hit the gravel, and the pain made his vision go black. The gag in his mouth finally came loose, and he coughed up blood-tinged saliva. The cold wind, carrying sand and gravel, hit his face. The wound that the servant had cut was still bleeding. The cold wind blew, and the stinging pain instantly awakened his confused consciousness. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Ao propped himself up on the ground and sat up, looking around. What came into view were broken walls and ruins, the gray-brown earthen walls covered with claw marks, and in the distance came the faint roar of beasts, the air filled with a mixture of blood and decay. This isn't Kyoto, nor is it the Huang family's courtyard paved with gold bricks. This is the border of the Dragon Kingdom? He looked down at himself. He was still wearing the same thin pajamas, his bare feet were raw and bleeding from the rubble, and the old book he used to carry was nowhere to be found. The Huang family, his father, his grandfather, fragmented memories suddenly flooded back, the ferocity of Huang Shang's kick, the force with which the guards dragged him, the blue light of the teleportation array, and that sentence, "Keeping this kind of trash in the house will only bring shame to my reputation." "Waste abandoned child," Huang Ao muttered to himself, his fingers digging into the sand beneath him, his fingernails filled with mud and blood. He was once the most dazzling SSS-level genius in Kyoto, the apple of his grandfather's eye. But now, he has become the trash his father threw into the border, and even survival has become a problem. "Awah!" A piercing roar suddenly came from behind the broken wall. Huang Ao looked up abruptly. He saw 3 sandwolves, each about half a person's height, staring at him. Their grayish-yellow fur was stained with dried blood, their fangs were dripping with saliva, and their green eyes were filled with bloodlust. This is the most common alien race on the border of the Dragon Kingdom, the Sand Wolf clan. They are fast, and their teeth can crush steel. Even a second-tier awakened being might not be able to escape unscathed if faced with 3 of them. As for him, his meridians were not yet healed, and he couldn't even gather a trace of cold energy. He could only be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The sandwolves slowly approached, and one of them suddenly pounced, a foul stench wafting towards them. Huang Yao's pupils contracted sharply, but his body was unable to move due to fear and weakness. He could only watch helplessly as those sharp fangs drew ever closer. Chapter 110 First Visit to the Strange University of Fog City, the principal welcomes you? The bus heading to Wudu Yida entered the special transportation teleportation array and soon arrived at the school gate of Wudu Yida. The gate of Chongqing University exudes a rustic charm. Vines climbed all over the bluish-gray stone wall, and the 6 characters Foggy City Superpower University on the stone tablet at the entrance gleamed with a faint energy glow. Gong Yunze stepped off the bus first, followed closely by Xiao Rongyu, who was curiously looking around. When she sensed the abundant energy of heaven and earth around her, she immediately tugged at Gong Yunze's sleeve and exclaimed in a low voice. The energy of heaven and earth here is 10% to 20% more concentrated than in Yangzhou. There must be a high-level ley line beneath the school, otherwise it would be impossible for even the school gate to have such rich spiritual energy. As the two stepped into the school gate, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Gong Yunze? Xiao Rongyu? Gong Yunze turned around and saw Chu Huairou standing under a ginkgo tree not far away. Her silver eyes gleamed faintly in the sunlight. She was wearing a black JK uniform with red trim from the Wudu Yida and was waving to them. When she saw Gong Yunze, the tips of her ears turned slightly red. She walked over quickly, trying to keep her tone calm. You've come to Chongqing University too? What a coincidence. Huairou? What are you doing here? Xiao Rongyu asked in surprise as she stepped forward. I thought you would go to Kyoto University. Didn't Principal Zhou want to recruit you before? Chu Huairou's eyes flickered, and she smoothed a stray hair behind her ear. The teaching style of Kyoto University is not suitable for me. Although the spatial secret realm here at Wudu University is damaged, the remaining spatial energy is purer, which is helpful for my silver eye cultivation. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently swept over Gong Yunze before quickly shifting away, as if afraid of having her little thoughts exposed. Just then, another clear voice broke in. Rongyu. What are you doing at Wudu Yida University? Yan Yujie walked over quickly, her long, flowing hair paired with a black JK uniform with red trim, making her look exceptionally energetic. She glanced at Gong Yunze beside Xiao Rongyu, her gaze lingering on him for a few seconds longer, before continuing. Cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. Although Kyoto University has abundant cultivation resources, over-reliance on external aids is not the right path. Choosing Fog City University is the way that belongs to me. Xiao Rongyu didn't see through their little scheme and simply nodded politely. It's quite a coincidence to meet you all here. From now on, we're classmates, so let's look out for each other. Although Xiao Rongyu was chatting with Yang Yujie and Chu Huairou, Gong Yunze always felt that he was being locked onto by 2 pairs of eyes from time to time. As the 4 were exchanging pleasantries, a gentle voice drifted over. It seems that all the best freshmen in the history of our Fog City University this year have arrived. Principal Chen Lin walked over with a slight smile on her face, followed by 2 boys. She pointed to the 2 people beside her and introduced them to Gong Yunze. This is Lin Mo, a first-tier, 7th-level Wind Elemental Awakener, whose speed can catch up with a second-tier Space Elemental Awakener. This is Zhao Lei, a first-tier, 7th-level Earth Elemental Awakener, whose defense is comparable to a second-tier Crystal Core Armor. From now on, they will be your roommates. The 6 of you will form a team to prepare for the National College Ability Competition. Lin Mo, with his cheerful personality, immediately stepped forward and patted Gong Yunze on the shoulder. Zai Xin. I've heard so much about you. From now on, we're roommates. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll do anything. Zhao Lei, on the other hand, remained calm and simply nodded to Gong Yunze. Hey Zai Ge. Please give me your guidance, me too. Gong Yunze responded with a smile, and was about to speak when Chen Lin looked at Xiao Rongyu and the other 2. The girls' dormitory has been arranged. Xiao Rongyu, Chu Huairou, and Yang Yujie, the 3 of you will live in the same room in Yushio Building, which is right across from the boys' dormitory. The environment is quite nice, with a private cultivation balcony. That's wonderful. Yan Yujie happily took Chu Huairou and Xiao Rongyu's hands. From now on, we can cultivate together and eat in the cafeteria together. Chu Huairou smiled and nodded, still glancing at Gong Yunze from time to time, a hint of expectation hidden in her eyes. Xiao Rongyu's smile seemed somewhat forced. She had assumed that Chongqing University had prepared a private apartment for her and Gong Yunze, but she ended up living in a dormitory instead. This disappointed her somewhat, but it was the place Gong Yunza had chosen, so she had no complaints, since they could meet every day anyway. Chen Lin had actually considered giving Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu a separate villa, but later gave up on the idea. It's not that Chongqing University can't afford the cost of villa is simply a drop in the ocean for a top-tier university like Chongqing University. However, this would inevitably reduce the interaction between Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu and other classmates. This is not what Chen Lin wanted to see. Gong Yunza, as a leading figure who needs to represent the school in the National College Superpower Competition. It is essential to understand the situation of all participating team members and to frequently communicate and build rapport with them. This is the only way to maximize team cohesion. Afterwards, Chen Lin arranged for the student council members to take Gong Yunza, Lin Mo, and Zhao Lei to the boys' dormitory, while Xiao Rongyu and the other two went to the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory room had a warm, cozy atmosphere with its pale pink walls. 3 large beds with desks underneath were placed against the walls. The room connects to a large balcony. The balcony, measuring 300 square meters, is 5 times larger than the room. The decor is also very elegant, looking like a high-end private wine-tasting banquet venue, a place where only formal attire is required to attend. Furthermore, the balcony can be opened and closed freely, allowing users to choose between an open-air mode or a closed mode. Not only that, Xiao Rongyu also sensed that the energy of heaven and earth was most concentrated in this room of the dormitory building, and thought to herself, the density of this energy is even greater than that of the S-grade earth vein at home. It seems that the school has specially transferred some of the earth vein's energy to our balcony cultivation room. As soon as Xiao Rongyu put down her luggage, Yang Yujie sat down at the desk, pretending to tidy up her belongings, and asked casually, Rongyu, you've been with Gong Yunza for so long, what does he usually like? Besides cultivation, does he have any hobbies? Xiao Rongyu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, besides cultivating, he also makes some novel little gadgets for me. As she spoke, Xiao Rongyu took off the rather plain blue striped hair clip from her head, and said with a slight smile, he made this hair clip for me by hand. I thought it was a bit ugly at first, but after using it for a while, I got used to it and wear it every day when I go out. Yang Yujie's gaze was instantly drawn to the blue striped hair clip, and she leaned closer to examine it closely. The hair clip was made of a metal sheet with a light blue sheen. The edges were not polished to a particularly smooth finish, and you could still see a few shallow hand-pressed marks. It was not exactly delicate, and even a bit clumsy, but it exuded an indescribable seriousness. Did he break this by hand? Yang Yujie raised an eyebrow, her tone revealing a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. I thought he was preoccupied with cultivation, but I didn't expect him to have the leisure to make such a little thing. Xiao Rongyu smiled and nodded, her fingertips gently stroking the surface of the hair clip, a soft, gentle smile spreading across her eyes. That's right. The first time he made one, he didn't control his strength well and broke several metal pieces. He even cut his finger on the edge and hid it from me. Later, he secretly practiced in the dormitory for several days before he finally made one like this. He still insisted that he made it casually and was just wearing it for fun. As she spoke, she held the hair clip up to the light, revealing faint fingerprints on the metal plate. He said he found this metal piece at a flea market, saying the color matched my usual dresses. I laughed at him for his bad taste, saying the blue was too dark, but now I wear it every day, and when I take it off, I feel like something's missing. Shu Huiro, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but lean in. Her silver eyes blinked gently, her gaze falling on the slightly irregular curve of the hair clip, and she whispered, to be able to bend a hard metal sheet so perfectly to fit the curve of the scalp, he must have tried many times. He seems carefree, but I didn't expect him to be so meticulous. There's something even more interesting. Xiao Rongyu seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, then pulled a small wooden box, about the size of her palm, from the side pocket of her backpack. The box was made of mahogany, with rounded edges and a crooked rune character carved on the lid, the strokes of which were also a bit crooked. He made this too. Xiao Rongyu opened the box, which was full of dried peach petals. He brought back a bag of peach blossoms from Tushan, saying he wanted to make a peach blossom scented box for me. But when he was carving the inscription, he carved my name like this. As she spoke, Xiao Rongyu showed the two girls the side of the wooden box with the inscription. Looking at the crooked handwriting, Yang Yujie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, the characters you carved aren't even as good as the ones I wrote in elementary school. Only you wouldn't mind. But as she laughed, her voice softened, and she gently touched the edge of the wooden box with her fingertips. However, it feels more heartwarming than those diamond-encrusted boxes I bought in the store. Shu Huiro smiled too, her fingertips slightly tracing the wood grain of the box, and said softly, I really envy Rongyu for having such a devoted husband. When he does these things, he must be thinking of you the whole time. Xiao Rongyu blushed slightly, took back the wooden box, and put it back into her storage ring. He's just not good with words, he can't say nice things, he only knows how to use these clumsy methods. There was a hint of reproach in her words, but the smile in her eyes was undeniable. Those seemingly rough handicrafts concealed the most straightforward tenderness. Yang Yujie didn't say anything more, but just lowered her head and pretended to tidy up her things, but her tidying movements paused several times. Shu Huiro also turned around, picked up the book on the table again, but her gaze didn't fall on the pages. She was secretly thinking to herself, if one day, he would make me such a clumsy little trinket. To be honest, I'm really envious, and also jealous of Xiao Rongyu. How did she manage to find such an outstanding man like Gong Yunze? In terms of looks and talent, I, Shu Huiro, am no less than you, Xiao Rongyu. Fortunately, I'm now by his side, and I just hope he'll glance at me. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the blue hairclip on Xiao Rongyu's head. The casual conversation in the dorm continued, but it was only about Gong Yunze's handmade trinkets. Like a small pebble, it quietly landed in the hearts of Yang Yujie and Shu Huiro, rippling out in circles of delicate waves. In room 609 of Qingsong Building, sunlight streamed through the window and onto the floor, casting 3 shadows. Just as Gong Yunze finished tidying up his desk, Lin Mo eagerly came over, holding a notebook filled with all sorts of data about the college entrance exam for people with superpowers. Zai Xin. Let me tell you, your total score of 6,860 in the college entrance examination directly surpassed the previous record by almost 4,000 points. After the exam, I watched your college entrance examination recording repeatedly. When I saw you defeat Huang Ao, the prodigy of Kyoto, with one punch, I slapped my thigh and shouted holy crap. As Lin Mo spoke, he excitedly turned to a page in his notebook and pointed to the words on it. Look, I even analyzed your battle videos frame by frame, and your domain ability is simply insanely powerful. If I were your opponent, I probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of you. I want to know what your secret to success is? Zhao Lei also came over, holding a cup of freshly boiled water, and handed it to Gong Yunze, his tone filled with simple admiration. Brother Zai, I passed by the superpower training institution back home yesterday, and the teacher even used your combat video as teaching material. He said your control over your superpowers is more stable than a third-tier awakened one. I was thinking then that if I could team up with a strong person like you, I would definitely learn a lot. I never expected that we would not only be classmates, but also roommates. Gong Yunze took the water glass, smiled and shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. First of all, it's the advantage of cultivation level, and secondly, it's about figuring out the opponent's attack rhythm. Although Huang Ao's ice-type ability is strong, his attack rhythm is regular. As long as you seize the gap, you can find the weakness. And my domain can help me find the enemy's weakness very well. Isn't that an exaggeration? Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Let me tell you, we wind-type ability users are all about rhythm. I practiced Wind Blade Barrage for a whole month. Rhythm is the hardest thing to control, let alone finding someone else's rhythm. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, his tone serious. Brother Zai, I used to panic when I teamed up with others to fight in the secret realm and encountered a first-tier peak beast. But when I saw you during the college entrance exam, you were able to deal with so many candidates so calmly. I really need to learn from you. In future team competitions, you tell me how to play, and I'll defend accordingly. I definitely won't hold you back. Looking at their sincere expressions, Gong Yunze felt a warmth in his heart. He put down his water glass and looked at Lin Mo and Zhao Lei. Team matches are all about teamwork, not just one person being good enough. Lin Mo, your speed is great, your scouting and raiding are advantages. Zhao Lei, your solid defense buys us time to deal damage. With more practice together, we're sure to achieve great results. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with an alarming light. Zai Xin. You're absolutely right. From today onwards, I, Lin Mo, will follow you. You're my big brother. If you ever need anything, I, Lin Mo, will be the first to step up. Whether it's fighting in a secret realm or arguing with someone, I, Fengren, will definitely be there first. Chapter 111 Jealousy? Zhao Lei immediately stood up straight and looked solemnly at Gong Yunze. Brother Zai, I'll acknowledge you as my big brother too. I, Zhao Lei, don't have any other skills, but I'm tough and good at defending myself. If anyone dares to cause you trouble in the future, they'll have to get past me first. Even a second-tier ability user would have to put in some effort to break through my Earth-type rock armor. Gong Yunza paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, from now on we're brothers, let's work hard together and strive to win the National College Superpower Competition. Okay. Lin Mo and Zhao Lei replied in unison, their faces full of excitement. Lin Mo was about to say something more when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. It was a message from the student union reminding them to have dinner together in a private room on the third floor of the cafeteria at 6 p.m., saying that there was something important to announce. After reading the message, he clapped his hands. Zaishan, Lei Zi, Principal Chen is treating us to dinner tonight. He said it's a welcome back dinner for our core team members. We have to perform well and not let our big brother down. Zhao Lei nodded quickly and began tidying up the things on the table. I'm going to change into my training clothes. I need to look more presentable. Gong Yunza watched the two busy figures, and a smile appeared on his lips. Gong Yunza had just straightened his collar when he heard Lin Mo's voice calling from outside the door. Brother Zay. Rongyu and the others are waiting for us downstairs. He hurried downstairs and saw Xiao Rongyu, Chu Huairou, and Yang Yujie already waiting under the ginkgo tree at the entrance of Qingsong Tower. Xiao Rongyu wore a light blue dress and carried a simple canvas bag in both hands, looking gentle and elegant. Chu Huairou had changed into a white lace-trimmed dress and was talking to Xiao Rongyu with her head down. Yang Yujie crossed her arms and wore a short black dress with a neat slit on the side of the skirt, which just revealed her slender calves. When she saw Gong Yunza, she pretended not to care, but actually quietly took 2 steps toward him. Just as Gong Yunza was about to join Xiao Rongyu and the other two with his 2 young admirers, he heard hushed whispers coming from not far away. Several passing boys were standing downstairs at the dormitory building, their eyes fixed on Xiao Rongyu and her 2 companions, their voices filled with amazement. Holy crap, those 3 girls must be freshmen? They're so beautiful. The one on the left in the blue dress, her smile is so lovely, like the girl next door. A boy wearing glasses pushed up his glasses, staring intently at Xiao Rongyu. What do you know? The one in the white dress in the middle is absolutely stunning. Her eyes are so special, like they're glowing, and she has the aura of a fairy, another tall boy retorted. I think the one in the black dress on the right is more stunning. So chic and beautiful, and that waist is so slim it makes me want to. Before he could finish speaking, someone next to him nudged his arm. Stop staring, can't you see they're about to leave? As the group was discussing, 3 boys dressed in third-year university uniforms suddenly walked towards Xiao Rongyu and her 2 companions. The boy in the lead had curly hair and was toying with a second-tier crystal core in his hand. He walked straight up to Xiao Rongyu, his tone somewhat flippant. Hey beautiful, are you a freshman? I'm Li Jia, a junior and a member of the student union. Where are you headed? Would you like me to show you around campus? Xiao Rongyu's smile faded, she took half a step back and spoke in a distant tone. No need, we're waiting for someone. Seeing this, the boy next to Chu Huairou immediately moved closer and handed her a bottle of sweetened water he had just bought. Hey junior, my name is Wang Hao, I'm also a junior. Your eyes are really special, is it some kind of special ability? Want to exchange contact information? I can help you with any cultivation-related questions in the future. Chu Huairou looked up at him, her silver eyes devoid of warmth, and gently shook her head. No need, thank you. The last boy stopped Yang Yujie, raising an eyebrow and saying. Hey, your dress is really eye-catching. Where did you buy it? My sister likes this style too, could you recommend a place? And could we add each other on WeChat? Yang Yujie crossed her arms and her eyes turned cold. Not interested. The 3 boys were surprised to be rejected so coldly, and their smiles froze. Li Jia frowned, his tone becoming more serious. 3 junior girls, I'm only talking to you out of respect, don't push your luck. Before he could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from behind him. They're not interested in you, don't you understand? Everyone turned around and saw Gong Yunza walking quickly towards them, with Lin Mo and Zhao Lei following behind him. Gong Yunza walked to Xiao Rongyu's side, naturally took the canvas bag from her hand, and coldly swept his eyes over the 3 third-year male students. Get out of the way. When Li Jia saw Gong Yunza, he was taken aback for a moment, then recognized him. The record holder who scored 6,860 points on the college entrance exam, Zaishan, has recently been all over the internet in freshman groups at Chongqing University and even across the country. His expression changed, but he still forced a smile. Who are you? Why don't you greet your senior? What business is it of yours? They're all my people. Gong Yunza's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Mo also stepped forward, his wind-type ability aura dissipating slightly. When my brother Zay speaks, you'd better listen to him. Don't go looking for trouble. The three boys exchanged glances, feeling the subtle pressure emanating from Gong Yunza. They recalled his achievements in the college entrance examination and, seeing the crowd of onlookers slowly gathering around them, finally chickened out. Lisha gritted his teeth, said nothing more, and left dejectedly with the other two boys. Before leaving, he turned back and glared fiercely at Gong Yunza, memorizing the name in his heart. The boys who had been gossiping around quickly dispersed, whispering amongst themselves. So it's Zayshin's girlfriend group. No wonder they're so elegant. Those three senior students are way too presumptuous, daring to make a move on Zayshin's woman. Damn! These three girls are absolutely gorgeous. Each one of them is a stunning beauty that could topple kingdoms. I wish I were Zayshin. Ugh! Damn it! I hate people with such talent. Xiao Rongyu looked at Gong Yunza, a smile appearing in her eyes. You've come at the right time. Let's hurry up and go, so Principal Chen doesn't have to wait. Shu Huairao nodded, her gaze lingering on Gong Yunza for a moment before she looked away. Yan Yujie gave a soft snort, but quietly moved closer to Gong Yunza, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Luckily you arrived just in time, otherwise I would have taught them a lesson with my fire fist. Gong Yunza smiled, picked up his canvas bag, and walked towards the cafeteria with the others. Not far away, Li Jia and his two companions were hiding behind a tree, staring at Gong Yunza's retreating figure with eyes full of resentment. Remember this freshman named Gong Yunza? When young Master Huang is successfully elected student council president, I'll take good care of him and his girlfriends. On their way to the cafeteria, Gong Yunza and his group of 6 attracted 200% attention wherever they went. Not only did some people turn around, but many others were so amazed after seeing it once that they turned back for several more glances. Lin Mo leaned closer and whispered smugly in Gong Yunza's ear. Brother Zay, our team is so good looking. They'll be a sight to behold in Chongqing. Zhao Lei also smilingly. I just saw the other freshmen looking at us, they probably recognized Brother Zay. The 6 of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the cafeteria, attracting the attention of many freshmen along the way. Gong Yunza's college entrance examination record, Shu Huairo's silver eyes, and Yang Yujie's fire-type talent have long been hot topics among the freshmen of Wudu University. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, student union members were already waiting at the entrance of a private room. Pushing open the door to the private room, you'll find the decor elegant and sophisticated. The window seats offer a view of the ginkgo grove on campus, and the table is set with tableware characteristic of Chongqing, along with a pitcher of chilled cola in the center. The student council member said Principal Chen has an important meeting to attend, so he told us to order first and eat by ourselves. Xiao Rongyu picked up the menu and turned to ask everyone, the sour fish soup in Wudu is very famous, would you like to order one? Yes. Lin Mo was the first to raise his hand. I've heard that the sour fish soup in Chongqing is delicious. And a spicy chicken dish with cola would be amazing. Zhao Lei nodded, I want to eat that steamed pork with rice flour, it looks delicious. Shu Huairao said softly, let's order some cabbage to cut through the richness. Yang Yujie then pointed to the crispy pork on the menu. This looks good, let's try it. Gong Yunza took the menu, added a dish of sweet fermented rice balls that Xiao Rongyu liked, and then handed it to the waiter. Soon, all the dishes were served. Lin Mo unscrewed a bottle of cola, and with a pop, some bubbles splashed onto his hand. He wiped it off nonchalantly and poured a full glass for everyone. Let's not drink alcohol, let's toast with cola. I wish our team will win the national championship in the future. Cheers! The 6 raised their glasses, the cola glasses clinking together with a crisp sound, the bubbles churning inside, much like the impending storm. Xiao Rongyu picked up a piece of sour fish soup and gave it to Gong Yunza. This fish is very tender, be careful of the bones. Shu Huairao also placed a piece of seasonal vegetables on Xiao Rongyu's plate, her silver eyes filled with gentleness. Yan Yujie then casually pushed the crispy pork towards Gong Yunza, saying, this is pretty delicious too, everyone should try it. After several rounds of meals, the dishes on the table were almost empty, and most of the cola had been drunk. Chen Lin finally pushed open the door and came in, followed by Li Jia, a member of the student union. Seeing that the 6 people had finished their meal, Li Jia's mouth almost split into a wide grin, and he thought to himself, ha ha ha. You fell for my trap, didn't you? The principal invited you to dinner and you dared not wait for her. Now, the principal must be very disappointed in you. Your standing in her eyes will definitely plummet. How about that? This is what happens when you offend me, Li Jie. However, Chen Lin's gaze swept over the empty plates and several empty bottles of cola on the table. Instead of showing the slightest dissatisfaction, he walked forward with a smile and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems you enjoyed your meal. Did you like the food at the school cafeteria?" Li Jie followed behind, his smug expression instantly freezing. This isn't what I expected. The principal is usually so strict. I thought he'd get angry because they didn't wait for the teachers to start eating, but instead he was all smiles? What's going on? He clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment, but he could only grit his teeth and stand aside, pretending to be obedient. Lin Mo, still chewing the last bite of crispy pork, nodded quickly upon hearing Chen Lin's words. It's so delicious. I even drank 2 bowls of the sour fish soup. The spicy chicken is spicy enough too, and it's perfect with cola. Zhao Lei chuckledly, the steamed pork with rice flour was so delicious, I even ate 3 extra bowls of rice. Chen Lin was amused by their appearance, turned to look at Gong Yunze, and asked specifically. Yunze, what do you think? Is there anything you wanted to eat but didn't order? If it's not enough, we'll order some more dishes. Gong Yunze put down his chopsticks, smiled, and shook his head. That's enough, it tastes great, especially the sweet stuffed glutinous rice balls, they're just right for my taste. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared in Xiao Rongyu's eyes. That sweet fermented rice ball dish was added by Gong Yunze because she mentioned that she liked it. Xu Huairou added softly. Cabbage is refreshing and helps to cut through the greasiness. Eating some after eating spicy food will help to neutralize the spiciness. Yang Yujie pointed to the empty plate. The crispy pork is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. We can order it again next time. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Li Jie behind her and said, Li Jie, go to the kitchen and tell them to bring us another pitcher of Coke, and also bring up the osmanthus cake that I asked them to save, as a dessert for everyone. Ha? Okay. Li Jie hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, turning to walk towards the kitchen, his mind filled with doubt. Has Principal Chan lost her mind? How can she tolerate such disrespect? How come I never noticed before? She expects me to serve them tea and water? What kind of joke is this? Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to obey the principal's orders. He had intended to tamper with the osmanthus cake, but then he remembered that the principal might eat it too, so he had to abandon the idea. Gong Yunze. You just wait. I'll find a chance to scheme against you sooner or later. When Li Jie returned with osmanthus cake and a new can of cola, Chen Lin was already seated in an empty seat, chatting with Gong Yunze and the others about previous national college student ability competitions. She picked up a piece of her specially made osmanthus cake and handed it to Xiao Rongyu. This is a secret recipe osmanthus cake from a time-honored brand in Chongqing. Only 10 servings are available each day. I specially asked Officer Li to buy it for me today. This osmanthus cake is sweet but not cloying. You should try it. He then handed a piece to Xu Huairou, Yang Yujie, Lin Mo, and Zhao Lei, and finally picked up a large piece and handed it to Gong Yunze. You should try it too, to replenish your energy. After you finish eating, I still need to talk to you about the student council elections. Li Jie stood to the side, watching the group naturally accept the osmanthus cakes, chatting and laughing, and felt even more uneasy. He had intended to falsely relay Principal Chen's words to annoy Gong Yunze and his group, but unexpectedly, they even got to eat the dessert he had queued for 5 hours for. It seemed that the principal's relationship with them had become closer. He quietly retreated to a corner, thinking to himself. Damn it! I got up super early to buy osmanthus cake, and I didn't eat a single bite myself, they ate it all. What kind of nonsense is this? Chapter 112 How dare you hit on my woman? Gong Yunze took a bite of the osmanthus cake, and the sweet osmanthus fragrance spread in his mouth. Paired with the iced cola, it was exceptionally refreshing. He looked at Chen Lin, knowing that the real business was about to begin, so he put down the pastries and his expression gradually became serious. Chen Lin also stopped smiling and slowly began to speak. I invited you here today not only to welcome you and give you a warm welcome, but also to tell you something important, which is about the election of the student council president at Wudu Yida University. The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Chen Lin continued. You may not know this, but since its founding, Wudu Yida University has implemented a student self-governance system. As a result, the student council has enormous power. From small things like adjusting the menu in the cafeteria and allocating training rooms, to big things like selecting places for exploring secret realms and choosing team members for the university competition, the student council is in charge of everything. And the student council president is the head of all students in the school. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the nominal king of the school. He even has the right to have an equal dialogue with me. Gong Yunza raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the student council president to wield so much power. Lin Mo and Zhao Lei also widened their eyes, clearly surprised as well. Xiao Rongyu and the other two women glanced at Gong Yunza, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. In this leadership reshuffle, there is a strong candidate named Huang Xian. Chen Lin's gaze fell on Gong Yunza, her tone becoming more serious. Although he is a member of a collateral branch of the Huang family in Kyoto, he has also awakened an SSS-level ice-type ability. He is currently a junior in college, and his cultivation level has reached the second tier, 9th stage. He is only one step away from the third tier and is the number one seed for this election. More importantly, he is Huang Ao's cousin. Gong Yunza's eyes instantly turned cold. The Huang family, it's the Huang family again. He crippled Huang Ao. Huang Ying also suffered a setback in Tushan, and now the Huang family has produced Huang Xian, who is even eyeing the student council president position. I know about your feud with the Huang family, Chen Lin sighed. If Huang Xian becomes the student council president, your days at Wudu Yida University will be anything but easy. He'll give you the worst training room, the most dangerous spot in the secret realm, and might even sabotage you in the university competition. I'm the principal, and I can help you deal with the obvious troubles, but it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Only when you take power yourself can you truly protect yourself and your team. But there's never been a first-year student as student council president in the school, right? Xiao Rongyu asked worriedly. Huang Xian is a senior student, and his network of connections on campus is definitely more extensive than ours, who are newcomers. As for Yunze, precedents are meant to be broken. Chen Lin interrupted her, her eyes resolute. Gong Yunze, you have the ability. A college entrance exam record of 6,860 points, and a team composed of Lin Mo, Zhou Lei, Xu Huairou, and Yang Yujie. As long as you're willing to participate, I'll use the principal's authority to secure your eligibility. The election competition is in a week. Whichever six-person team remains unchallenged on the stage for 10 minutes will be the new student council president. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo became excited and immediately slammed his fist on the table, saying, Brother Zhe, go for it. With your strength, are you afraid of that Huang Xian? Zhao Lei also stood up. That's right. Brother Zhe, you can focus on dealing with Huang Xian, leave the rest of the trash to us. Xu Huairou looked at Gong Yunze and said softly, Gong Yunze, I will also do my best to help you. Yang Yujie also put away her arrogance and spoke seriously. Yes. We are all your help. Xiao Rongyu grasped Gong Yunze's hand, her eyes full of support. Yunze, I believe in you. No matter what decision you make, I will be by your side. Looking at the determined eyes of the people around him, Gong Yunze's hesitation gradually dissipated. He picked up the Coke in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. The stimulating sensation of the bubbles spread in his throat, but it only made him more awake. Okay, I'm running for office. He put down his cup, his eyes sharp as knives. Huang Xian wants to be the president, wants to cause me trouble? Let him try. My gun isn't going to be any less effective. Chen Lin looked at him and smiled with relief. Good. I'm relieved to hear that. Over the next week, you two should work together well. I'll have someone give you Huang Xian's combat data, and we'll strive to win the martial arts tournament. The night outside the window was getting darker, but the lights inside the private room were very bright. The six men raised their glasses again, the clinking of their Coke glasses carrying a more resolute tone this time. The leadership transition competition a week later is not only about the power of the student council president. More importantly, it's all for establishing a foothold in the foggy city, for their shared future. Inside the council chamber of the Huang family mansion in Kyoto, Huang Shang's face was ashen. Gong Yunze. Huang Shang slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with gritted teeth and hatred. My father, a 6th-level 8th-stage cultivator, died in Tushan because of you. My Huang family will make you pay for this debt in blood. He turned and walked to the window, gazing at the Kyoto nightscape, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Men, prepare the carriage. I'm going to Kyoto University myself to kidnap that little bastard Gong Yunza. I want him to know just how serious the consequences are for killing someone from my Huang family. Half an hour later, Huang Shang, accompanied by 10 Huang family guards, stormed into the capital city of Yida with great momentum. When Principal Zhou Mingyuan arrived, Huang Shang was standing in front of the teaching building, his ice-type superpower already condensing into cold air, freezing the surrounding grass and trees with frost. Huang Shang. How dare you make a move at Yida University in Kyoto? Zhou Mingyuan's face darkened, and he stepped forward to stop him. Huang Shang sneered, completely disregarding Zhou Mingyuan. Principal Zhou, I'm looking for Gong Yunza, and this has nothing to do with your Kyoto University. If you know what's good for you, hand him over, or don't blame me for making trouble for your entire university. Gong Yunza didn't even come to Kyoto University. Zhou Mingyuan frowned, his tone serious. He rejected my offer and went to Wudu University. If you want to find him, go to Wudu, don't cause trouble at Kyoto University. What did you say? Huang Shang's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected to be disappointed. He really went to Wudu Yida? I have no reason to lie to you. Zhou Mingyuan sneered. If you don't believe me, you can check the admission list. But I'm warning you, although Wudu University is not as good as Kyoto University, Principal Chen Lin is not someone to be trifled with. If you dare to cause trouble in Wudu, you'll bear the consequences. Ha! Chen Lin? Just a fifth-tier yellow-haired girl, do you think I'm afraid of her? That's a huge joke. Huang Shang's expression was arrogant and disdainful. Zhou Mingyuan sneered, and out of consideration for his past acquaintance with old Master Huang Ying, kindly reminded him. Chen Lin is already a fifth-tier alien king at such a young age. May I ask how strong Patriarch Huang was when he was her age? Huang Shang was startled upon hearing this. That's right. When I was in my 20s, I had only just entered the 4th rank, but Chen Lin has already reached the 5th rank of the extraordinary king realm. Thinking of this, Huang Shang calmed down a little, but still said unwillingly. Elder Zhou. I was rash and offended you before. Are you implying that Chen Lin's family is extraordinary? Zhou Mingyuan didn't say a word, but his silence was like a heavy hammer blow to Huang Shang's chest. Thank you so much for your guidance, Mr. Zhou. If it weren't for your advice, I might have run into a brick wall. Zhou Mingyuan nodded and waved his hand, saying, All right, hurry up and take your men and leave. Huang Shang clenched his fist, a chill gathering and dissipating in his palm. He knew Zhou Mingyuan hadn't lied to him. He simply couldn't swallow his anger. Finally, he glared fiercely in the direction of the Misty City, and gritted his teeth, saying, Let's go. Let's go back to the Huang family first. Upon returning to the Huang family home, Huang Shang immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. After the call connected, a steady voice came through. Uncle, is there something you need? Huang Xian, it's me. Huang Shang's voice was low, but carried an undeniable command as he asked. You're cultivating at the Foggy City University. Didn't that top scorer in the college entrance exam, Gong Yunza, go to your school? Huang Xian on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then laughed. Uncle, you're really well informed. That's right, that damned Gong Yunza not only came, but he's also planning to run for student council president and steal my position. Steal a position? Huang Shang sneered. A piece of trash who just entered the 2nd tier, does he even deserve it? Huang Xian, I don't care what methods you use, in the election competition a week later, you must take down the student council president. Not only take him down, but you must also ruin Gong Yunza's reputation. It would be best if you just beat him to death on stage. Huang Xian's voice turned serious. Uncle, don't worry, I never intended for him to have an easy time. But, why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? Your grandfather is dead. Huang Shang's voice carried a hint of coldness. His death in Tushan is inextricably linked to Gong Yunza. This kid must die. But the Huang family of Wudu doesn't have many connections, so it's inconvenient to take action openly. Therefore, I can only ask you for help. After a pause, Huang Shang continued. You need to get the power of student council president first. When that happens, give him the worst training room, the most dangerous secret realm spot, and anything that can trip him up. Make sure he can't move an inch in Fog City University. After a pause, Huang Shang's tone became even more despicable. Also, Xiao Rongyu, the school beauty who's with Gong Yunza. If you can get your hands on her, it'll be revenge for your grandfather. Then, making Gong Yunza watch his woman with someone else will be worse than killing him. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian's eyes lit up instantly. He had just heard from his lackey Lija that Gong Yunza had 3 stunningly beautiful girls around him. He had previously regretted not having the chance to meet her, and was still hesitant about whether to make a move. But now, with his uncle's order, his resolve was strengthened. He quickly replied with a smile. "Uncle, don't worry. I'll definitely handle this well." Huang Shang nodded in satisfaction and said, "Great. After this is done, you can move directly to Kyoto after graduation, and I'll arrange a huge mansion for you in a grade A ley line." "Thank you so much, uncle," Huang Xian said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Huang Xian immediately dialed Lija's mobile number. At this moment, Lija was sitting in his dormitory, looking at the text message from Chen Lin telling him to continue queuing up to buy osmanthus cake every morning, feeling extremely resentful. When he received Huang Xian's call, he immediately perked up. He quickly answered the phone, smiling apologetically. "Young Master Huang. You wanted to see me about something?" Lija's voice was obsequious. "Lija, is Wang Hao with you?" Huang Xian's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Come to my villa. I have something important to tell you, about Gong Yunza." Upon hearing that it was about Gong Yunza, Lija immediately sat up straight and tentatively asked, somewhat nervously, "What does young Master Huang want with Gong Yunza? Did he offend you, young Master Huang?" "Enough with the nonsense, get over here now, you'll see when you get here." Half an hour later, Lija and Wang Hao stood at the entrance of Huang Xian's large villa. Just as they were about to ring the doorbell, they heard a conversation coming from the second floor of the villa. "Young Master Huang, aren't you still waiting for someone? Let's wait until they leave before we take our time playing." "It's okay. They won't be that fast. Let's have one round first, and then continue playing after they leave." "Okay, I'm going to take a shower." Upon hearing this, Lija immediately snapped to attention and turned to Wang Hao, saying, "Wang Hao, did we come at the wrong time?" "Hiss, if we're only starting now, it'll probably take at least half an hour. Shall we go to the superpower supermarket and come back?" "Become." Just as Li Jia and Wang Hao finished their discussion and were about to head towards the superpowered supermarket, good news came from the second floor. "Young Master Huang. I love you so much." "Oh. Very good. They should be here soon. Wait for me on the second floor, we'll fight again in a bit." Li Jia and Wang Hao, standing at the villa's entrance, froze, their faces filled with astonishment. "That's it?" Wang Hao asked incredulously. "But, maybe it's not what we think, yes. It can't be like that." I don't think that's the case. But I really can't think of anything else that could be." Thinking of this, Li Jia heard footsteps approaching from inside the villa. He immediately felt a pang of anxiety and pulled Wang Hao behind a large tree to hide. Wang Hao looked completely bewildered and asked Li Jia in confusion, "Jia, what's wrong with you?" Li Jia shook his head and said helplessly, How, don't ask so many questions. Let's pretend we just arrived and don't know anything." Wang Hao suddenly realized and nodded, saying, "Yes. We just arrived." Suddenly, Li Jia's phone rang. Looking down, he saw that the caller was Huang Xian. "Li Jia, why are you guys so slow? Do you expect me to wait for you?" Li Jia quickly smiled and said, "We just arrived. We're right at your doorstep." Huang Xian glanced at the monitor and nodded. "You guys know what's good for you. The password is 88. Enter the password yourselves." Chapter 113 Conspiracy? The Battle for the Presidency. Dear readers, I've crammed 3,000 words into the previous chapter. Soon, Li Jia and Wang Hao entered Huang Xian's 3-story luxury villa. Li Jia was very astute. Knowing that Huang Xian wanted to find Gong Yunza, he printed out Gong Yunza's basic information beforehand, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Huang Xian looked at the information about Gong Yunza that Li Jia had compiled in his hand, his face full of disdain. "A lowly commoner like him deserves all this personal attention from my uncle? So what if he gets the top score in the college entrance exam? So what if he breaks the national college entrance exam record? In the end, he's just a rookie awakener who's barely reached the second tier. He thinks he can compete with me for student council president? Utterly laughable. Young Master Huang, you mean we should make a move during the leadership transition competition?" Lijia's eyes lit up. I've been wanting to teach this kid a lesson for ages. He taunted me downstairs at the dorm, and I haven't even settled the score with him yet. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. That's right. Young Master Huang, we can arrange for a rotation of people to wear down Gong Yun's team's superpowers. I know a few skilled juniors who, although they have no grudge against Gong Yunza, will definitely be willing to help as long as the benefits are right. Huang Xian sneered and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The gauntlet battle is just an appetizer. My Huang family recently acquired a formation from somewhere called the Energy Binding Formation. Once activated, anyone within it cannot use any superpowers. However, it needs to be set up in advance. As a student council member, you have the opportunity to set it up beforehand. During the duel, we'll completely seal off his superpowers. He won't even have a chance to fight back. Okay. Leave it to me. Lixia quickly replied, what about Xiao Rongyu and the other two? Them? Huang Xian's lips curled into a lewd smile. Once I get the power of student council president, I'll use the team assessment as an excuse to assign the three of them to our group and give them the most dangerous secret missions. When they encounter danger and have nowhere else to go but to beg for our help, in the face of life and death, won't we be able to do whatever we want? Then we'll each take one and take turns. Lixia and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. The three huddled together, lowering their voices, continuing to plot more underhanded schemes against Gong Yunza and the three women. The lights in the large villa were unusually dim, making their faces appear particularly ferocious. Meanwhile, in room 302 of Qingsong Building, Gong Yunza, Lin Mo, and Zhao Lei were studying Huang Xian's combat data. Xiao Rongyu, Zhu Huairou, and Yang Yuji also sat to the side, analyzing Huang Xian's weaknesses and ice-type abilities. Unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy against them had already quietly begun. Time flies. The vast open-air arena in Fog City was cleaned up a week ago and surrounded by a specially made energy barrier that can withstand the impact of supernatural abilities below the 4th rank. The sidelines were already packed with students, with people even clinging to the railings of the stands. A cacophony of voices rose and fell like waves. Everyone is looking forward to this unprecedented leadership transition competition and to the ultimate showdown between Gong Yunza and Huang Xian. Just as everyone was discussing, former Student Council President Lin Zhou slowly walked onto the martial arts arena. He was wearing a dark blue Student Council uniform, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Holding a microphone, his voice amplified throughout the venue. Dear students, Chongqing University has always been rooted in student self-governance. The Student Council President is not only a symbol of power, but also a bearer of responsibility. For the past 2 years, I have been fortunate to lead the Student Council. Now that my term has ended, I hope the new president can lead everyone to take Chongqing University to new heights. Without further ado, I wish all the contestants the best of luck in showcasing their skills and style. After a brief speech, Lin Zhou stepped down from the stage, and Principal Chen Lin immediately stepped forward. She wore an elegant black bodycon dress, exuding a powerful and confident aura. Holding a list of candidates in her hand, her gaze swept across the room, her voice clear and powerful. Thank you, Lin Zhou, for your hard work in developing Chongqing University. Let's give Lin Zhou a warm round of applause. After a round of enthusiastic applause, Chen Lin continued. The rules for this year's Student Council President election competition remain unchanged from previous years. Teams of 6 will defend their positions, and the captain of the team that survives to the end will become the new Student Council President. She paused, then raised her hand to signal the staff to show the list of participating teams. A total of 8 teams are participating this time, including 2 popular teams. One is the Frost team led by Huang Xian, a third-year student. All members are mid to high-level second-tier ability users. The other is the Cloud team led by Gong Yunza, a first-year student. Although they are a freshman team, their strength should not be underestimated. Next, the competition will officially begin. First, the team defending the title in the first round will be determined by drawing lots. Student union staff pushed the lottery box forward, and team leaders took turns drawing lots. Gong Yunza walked to the lottery box, casually pulled out a slip of paper, unfolded it, and saw that it read number 1 defender. Upon seeing the words on the lottery slip, Gong Yunza immediately felt a headache coming on. The reason is simple: if they defend their title right from the start, it means they have to play all the matches to finally win. This would first present the problem of physical exhaustion, and secondly, the problem of combat casualties. If any team member is physically exhausted or injured, the entire team may lose the championship. Gong Yunza couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, lamenting his bad luck. However, when the student council staff saw that Dao Ganjians had drawn number 1 to defend the title, they smiled slightly, looking as if they had succeeded in their scheme. Seeing that Gong Yunza drew the number 1 defending champions ticket, no one blamed him. Brothers A, we're the first to defend our title. Lin Mo leaned over, rubbing his hands excitedly. It'll be perfect for showing them how powerful we are. Zhao Lei clenched his fist, the aura of earth-based supernatural power surging slightly in his palm, ready to fight at any moment. Xiao Ronyu handed Gong Yunza a bottle of energy drink. Don't worry, we're all here. Chu Huairao nodded, her silver eyes lighting up slightly as she began observing the participating teams on the sidelines, searching for potential opponents. Yang Yujie then flexed her wrists, the heat of her fire-type ability flickering at her fingertips, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Huang Shen stood not far away and saw that Gong Yunza had drawn the first round to defend his title. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Li Jia, who was next to him, leaned closer and whispered. Young Master Huang, shall we proceed according to plan? Should we go first and wear down their superpowers? Huang Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with malice. No rush. We're the 8th pick, no need to steal the spotlight. Let the other teams test the waters first, see what they have to offer. Once they've exhausted their resources, we'll go in and take them down in one fell swoop. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Young Master Huang is right. Let those cannon fodder go first, and we'll reap the benefits. Soon, Gong Yunza led the 6 members of the Lingyun team, the number 1 defending team, onto the stage. Gong Yunza stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Number 1 defending the arena, the Lingyun team is here. Who dares to challenge us? No sooner had the words been spoken than a 6-person team called the Breaking Clouds team jumped onto the arena. This team was originally named the Fierce Tigers, but it was changed to the Breaking Clouds team 5 minutes before the match in order to annoy Gong Yunza. The captain of the Breaking Clouds team is a 2nd-tier, 4th-stage Earth-type ability user. He is burly and wields a giant axe. Our Breaking Clouds team is here to give you a piece of our minds. Freshmen dare to participate in the election competition? Absolutely absurd. Boss, stop wasting your breath on them. Watch me beat them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Lin Mo immediately stepped forward, unleashing his wind-based superpowers, instantly making him incredibly agile. You think you're worthy to fight our brothers, eh? Enough talk. Attack! The captain of the Breaking Clouds team roared, raising his giant axe and hacking at Lin Mo. Seeing this, Zhao Lei immediately stepped forward, unleashing his earth elemental power. Instantly, an earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the giant axe's attack. The captain of the Breaking Clouds team was startled, thinking to himself. How is this possible? This kid is only at the 7th level of the 1st tier, how could he possibly withstand my attack? Xiao Rongyu stood in the back row, her absolute territory fully activated. Soon, everyone on the opposing team was covered by Xiao Rongyu's absolute domain. All of their attributes instantly decreased by 25%. Realizing that a quarter of his power had been cut, the captain of the Breaking Clouds team was shocked and thought to himself. A direct reduction of all attributes? What kind of freaks are these? No wonder young Master Huang asked me to weaken them. Their strength is not to be underestimated. But even with a 25% reduction in all my attributes, you are still no match for me. Chu Huairo's silver eyes were fixed on the movements of the Breaking Clouds team members, and she softly reminded them. That bespectacled guy on the left with the wind element is about to ambush Zhao Lei. Gong Yunza had already sensed something was amiss, and his clone was already protecting Zhao Lei from behind, forcing back the wind-type ability user who was launching a sneak attack with just one kick. Yang Yujie also took the opportunity to launch an attack, condensing her fire-type ability into a fireball and smashing it towards the members of the Breaking Clouds team. Although it was Lingyun team's first real battle, their teamwork was exceptionally smooth. Lin Mo was responsible for surprise attacks and harassment, Zhao Lei was responsible for defense and damage mitigation, Gong Yunza and his wife and Yang Yujie were responsible for the main attack, and Chu Huairao was responsible for detection and early warning. In less than 3 minutes, the Breaking Clouds team was forced into a complete retreat. Captain Poyan was forced to the edge of the arena by Gong Yunza's 2 clones and was beaten without any ability to fight back. We surrender! We surrender, the captain of the Broken Clouds team shouted hurriedly, leading his team members to jump off the stage in a sorry state. Cheers erupted from the audience, with many freshmen shouting, Go Lingyun team! Zacian is awesome! The Lingyun team is the pride of the freshmen. Go! Take down those arrogant upperclassmen. Let them know that we freshmen are not to be trifled with. Gong Yunza, I love you. I want to have 10 monkeys for you. Huang Xian's expression darkened, and Li Jia whispered to himself. Young Master Huang, their teamwork is better than we expected. What if they gain a high morale that could be disadvantageous to us? Should we make a move beforehand? Huang Xian shook his head, looking completely unperturbed, and said, let's wait a bit longer. There's still plenty of time for the challenge. Let's see if any other teams dare to take on the challenge. The cheers for the Broken Clouds team's humiliating exit hadn't even faded when another team, the Gale team, leaped onto the stage. This team is mainly composed of Wind-type ability users. The captain is a second-tier, fourth-stage Wind-type awakened user, wielding 2 Wind Blade daggers, his eyes full of provocation. Gong Yunza, don't think you're so great just because you beat the Breaking Clouds team. Our Gale team is specifically designed to counter Speed-type teams. Today, we'll show you what true Wind-type power is. The moment the words left his mouth, the members of the Gale team simultaneously activated their superpowers. 6 Wind Blades shot towards the Lingyun team simultaneously, their speed so fast they almost formed a line. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately activated his wind-based ability, his figure transforming into a blur as he not only dodged the wind blades but also circled behind the Gale team, unleashing several wind blades in retaliation. A bunch of low-level wind-type users with S-class abilities dare to call themselves the counter to speed-type teams? Catch up with me first. Although Lin Mo was only at the 7th stage of the first tier, his SSS-level wind-type ability greatly enhanced his speed. His movement speed was even faster than that of the captain of the Gale team, a second-tier, 4th-stage fighter. Zhao Lei then erected an earthen wall again, protecting Xiao Rongyu and Chu Huairou behind him. At the same time, his earth-based superpower spread, and sharp earth spikes rose from the arena floor, forcing the members of the Gale team to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Rongyu's absolute domain was unleashed once again, and all the attributes of the Gale team members instantly dropped by 25%. The wind blades that were originally as fast as lightning were noticeably slower. The third one from the right, the wind blade contains a nerve-paralyzing toxin. Chu Huairou's silver eyes accurately detected the anomaly and immediately gave a warning. Gong Yun's eyes sharpened, and he thrust out his tiger bone fang spear, firmly blocking the poison wind blade. Immediately afterwards, his clones moved out simultaneously, while his main body entangled the captain of the Gale team. The 3 clones then launched attacks on the other team members one by one. The cold light emanating from the spatial blade made the members of the Gale team dare not approach. Yan Yujie seized the opportunity and condensed her fire-type ability into a fire tornado, trapping 2 members of the Gale team inside. The high temperature of the flames made their wind-type abilities sluggish. In just 2 minutes, the Gale team was completely overwhelmed, and their captain was even kicked off the stage by Gong Yun's clone. For the next hour, the Lingyun team played like they were on steroids. They faced off against 5 teams in a row, including Rock Team, Shadow Team, and Thunder Team. Facing the Rock Team, known for its defense, Gong Yunza used space folding to bypass the earthen wall, catching them off guard. Facing the Shadow Team, who excel at ambushes, Chu Huairou's silver eyes locked onto them the entire time, rendering their invisibility spells useless. Facing the Thunder Team, whose core strength lies in lightning-based abilities, Yan Yujie's fire-based abilities resonated with the lightning, creating a lightning-fire resonance that allowed her to use the opponent's force against them, deflecting their attacks back. In every battle, the Lingyun team fought cleanly and decisively, with the shortest taking only 2.5 minutes and the longest no more than 3 minutes. Not only were no team members injured, but even the consumption of their special abilities was controlled perfectly. The cheers from the audience grew louder and louder. The senior students, who were initially skeptical of the new team, now had to admit that the Lingyun team's strength far exceeded their expectations. Many people held up signs that Red Zaishin and Lingyun team will win, and their voices became hoarse from shouting. Huang Xian stood in the VIP area of the stands, his face growing increasingly grim, his hands gripping the VIP stand railing tightly. Li Jia and Wang Hao stood beside him, not daring to breathe. They originally thought that the other teams could at least deplete half of Lingyun's team's supernatural abilities. Unexpectedly, the Lingyun team swept through the enemy lines without showing any signs of fatigue. Young Master Huang, are these even freshmen? Li Jia finally couldn't help but speak, his voice filled with anxiety. They're practically monsters. Can we really defeat them? Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Jia, don't panic. Have you forgotten the energy binding array we set up on the arena yesterday? As long as we activate the array, they'll be completely at our mercy. Huang Xian took a deep breath, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He originally intended to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, but now it seems he has to deal with Gong Yunzi personally. He looked up at the arena. The Lingyun team had just defeated the 6th team, and Gong Yunzi stood in the center, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire arena, as if to say, "Who else? Let's go, it's our turn." Huang Xian sneered, straightened his collar, and walked towards the arena. "Since they want to win, then we'll shatter their illusions with our own hands. Not only will we defeat the student council president, but we'll also let Gong Yunzi know just how terrible the consequences will be for those who oppose the Huang family." Li Zhe and Wang Hao immediately followed, and the other members of the Frost team also stood up, all 6 of them simultaneously unleashing their mid to high level tier 2 supernatural abilities. The energies of ice, water, and earth intertwined, forming a chilling pressure that instantly drowned out the cheers from the audience. On the arena, Gong Yunzi's eyes sharpened instantly when he saw Huang Xian and the others approaching. He knew that the real adversary had finally arrived. Chapter 114: The Battle for the Guild Leader, the Final Showdown. The moment the 6 members of the Frost team stepped onto the arena, the air in the arena seemed to freeze. The spectators in the stands clenched their fists, their murmurs filled with tension. Someone stared at Huang Xian's 2nd tier, 9th stage ice-type aura and muttered to themselves. The Lingyun team probably can't hold out against Huang Xian's Frost team. Many freshmen, clutching light sticks that read Zacian will win, retorted unwillingly. Just now, Gong Yunzi led the Lingyun team to several easy victories. Even against senior Huang Xian, they must still have some trump cards up their sleeves. That's right. We believe in Zacian. Go Zacian! If he wins this match and becomes the student council president, he'll be remembered in school history, and our freshmen will also have a piece of that glory. Principal Chen Lin, in the VIP viewing area, sat up straight, her gaze fixed on the ring, thinking to herself. Yunzi, you absolutely must withstand the pressure. Although Huang Xian is only at the 2nd tier, 9th level, with your abilities, you still have a chance to defeat him. Gong Yunzi, why don't you just admit defeat? That way you can avoid physical pain. Don't waste your time. Huang Xian stood on the opposite side of the arena, the chilling aura of his ice-type ability condensing in his palms, ice crystals dancing gracefully within them. You've only managed to hold out this long by luck, running into nothing but trash. Today I'll show you that peak 2nd tier strength and the student council president position aren't something you freshmen can mess with. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Xian suddenly waved his hand, and 5 ice spikes shot out from the arena floor, heading straight for Gong Yunzi's face. The ice spikes were so fast that many spectators in the stands gasped in surprise. Holy crap! Those ice spikes are so fast. Zacian, dodge quickly. This Huang Xian is really underhanded. His cultivation is clearly several minor realms higher than Zacian's, yet he still resorts to a sneak attack? Strike first, or suffer the consequences. This is an age-old truth. Zacian is still too young. Wow! That's senior in front. You're the only one who can describe a sneak attack in such a refreshing and elegant way. Heh, the winner takes all, the loser is nothing. What does a sneak attack matter as long as you can win? Do you think the alien race will talk about morality with you? You're still too naive, the senior retorted. The freshman was speechless. The senior's words sounded very reasonable, and he didn't know how to refute them for a moment. But Gong Yunzi stood still, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Heh, a sneak attack? You probably have a 2nd tier, 9th stage cultivation level all in mind. Just as the ice spikes were about to touch him, a pale golden halo suddenly spread rapidly from his feet. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Rongyu reacted extremely quickly. A blue halo also emanated from her body, and the 2 halos intertwined and merged in the air, forming a dual domain that covered the entire arena. The divine domain and absolute domain overlap, within which the soaring cloud team's all attributes are increased by 300%. The frost team's all attributes are reduced by 75%. What? Huang Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and the ice spikes that had been unstoppable slowed down instantly, with the chill at their tips even beginning to dissipate. He could clearly feel that the ice-type superpowers in his body were running sluggishly, and even the speed at which he raised his hand was much slower. The professors, teachers, and students from No. 1 high school in the stands erupted in an uproar. What are those? 2 domains? Could they even overlap? My God! Did you see that? Huang Xian's ice spike speed decreased by more than half in an instant. The Lingyun team is really good at hiding their strength. Their trump card is incredibly powerful. Even with the ice spikes slowed by 75%, they move like tortoises in Gong Yun's eyes. He easily dodged the attack with a simple sidestep. Before Huang Xian could react, Gong Yun's figure suddenly split into four. The two spirit clones possessed 60% of the strength of the original body. They charged at the other two members of the Frost team. Its true form revealed a tiger bone fang spear, its tip gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Huang Xian. "Stop him!" Huang Xian roared. Li Jie immediately activated his wind-based ability, attempting to circle around behind Gong Yunzi and launch a sneak attack, but was blocked by an even faster afterimage. The afterimage was none other than Lin Mo. The first tier, 7th stage SSS-level wind-type superpower is fully unleashed. He suddenly realized that his speed was 3 times faster than usual. The wind blades that used to strike once per second have now become 3 strikes per second. With this in mind, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades, raining down on Li Jie and the others. "Trying to ambush my brothers, eh? You'll have to get past me first." Zhao Lei activated his Earth-type ability on the spot, and his SSS-level rock armor covered his entire body, transforming into a thick Earth shield that blocked Wang Hao's fierce Earth-type attack. Wang Hao's Earth spikes struck Zhao Lei's rock armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. Zhao Lei grunted and unleashed a ground-binding spell with his backhand, binding the ankles of both men. "If you want to mess with Brother Zhe, you'll have to break my defenses first." Yan Yujie stood at the edge of the domain, crimson flames gathering in her palm. A cone-shaped stream of flames, 1 meter in diameter, hurtled towards the last second tier, 3rd stage water-type member of the Frost team. The moment the flames touched the ground, a wave of heat spread out. The water elemental team member instantly turned pale, his breathing became rapid, and he couldn't even muster his water elemental abilities. "What kind of fire is this? Why is it so hot?" Even worse, the flames splashed onto the corner of his clothes and instantly ignited and burned. The flames spread extremely quickly. The water-type awakener was so nervous that they even forgot they were a water-type awakener and jumped off the stage to forfeit, leaving the audience in astonishment. Huang Xian's ice-type energy is rapidly accumulating. He's about to unleash a powerful attack. He's condensing an ice prison cage, and his target is most likely Rongyu. Chu Huairou's silver eyes suddenly lit up, slowing Huang Xian's movements down by 1.5 times, clearly capturing the abnormal fluctuations of ice-type energy in his palm, and immediately shouted a warning. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi whirled around, his tiger bone fang spear slashing towards Huang Xian. The gun instantly unleashed the pressure of a 5th-tier alien king, causing the Frost team members on the arena to tremble violently and their movements to become completely distorted. Huang Xian's ultimate ability, Ice Prison Cage, was only halfway formed when he was shaken by the pressure, causing him to lose his composure and his ice energy to become chaotic. "Impossible! How could you possibly unleash such a powerful pressure?" Huang Xian's face turned pale. He tried to retreat, but found that a shadow clone of Gong Yunzi had already circled behind him, wielding a tiger bone fang spear and slashing towards his back. At this critical moment, Huang Xian suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "Gong Yunzi, did you think I was unprepared? Activate the energy beam array." Suddenly, pale blue runes lit up the arena floor, and an energy barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the entire arena. It was the energy binding array that Wang Hao had mentioned earlier. The moment the formation was activated, Gong Yunzi's superpowers suddenly became extremely sluggish, his spirit clones even gradually became transparent, and the range of his sacred domain was instantly compressed by half. "Ha ha ha! Gong Yunzi, once you're hit by my energy array, your superpowers will soon dissipate completely. Let's see how arrogant you can be then." Huang Xian laughed triumphantly, his ice-type power reforming, and he said with a ferocious expression, "Today I will not only win, I will also cripple you. I'll show you the consequences of going against the Huang family." The freshmen in the stands who supported Gong Yunzi panicked instantly upon seeing this. "It's over. It's an energy binding array. Zacian's powers have been restricted. Huang Xian is too despicable. Not only did he launch a sneak attack, but he also set up an energy binding array beforehand. The Lingyun team is probably going to suffer a defeat." Xiao Rongyu's face turned pale. She wanted to increase the output of her absolute domain, but found that her energy binding array domain ability was being suppressed. Chu Huairou's silver eyes also began to burn, and the exertion from slowing down Huang Xian's movements was increasing. Although Lin Mo and Zhao Lei were still putting up a fight, they were gradually losing ground. Just when everyone thought Lingyun team was going to lose, Gong Yunzi suddenly smiled. All right, it was indeed my carelessness. I should have realized that you also had this formation. Huang Xian let out a cold laugh. Heh, regretting it now? Too late. I've also set up a soundproof array outside the energy binding array. Even if you scream your lungs out, the teacher won't hear you shouting that you're admitting defeat. Oh? Really? That's great. Gong Yunza's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Seeing that Gong Yunza still had the mind to laugh, Huang Xian shook his head and snorted coldly. Humph. You ignorant wretch. Watch how I kill you next. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Xian, frantically gathering energy, unleashed a small iceberg with a single palm strike. It hurtled towards Gong Yunza with its piercing chill. The group of freshmen who had been cheering in the stands fell completely silent at this moment. Some people clenched their fists, extremely angry. Some freshmen turned their heads away, unable to bear watching what was about to happen, and some girls even had tears in their eyes. Many people muttered. How so? This isn't fair. Still can't do it. Brother Zay. Be careful. Lin Mo roared, desperately trying to activate his wind elemental power to rush forward and shield Gong Yunza. The suppression of the energy array made it difficult for his wind blades to even condense, and they dissipated into the air after flying only half a meter. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his knees slamming heavily onto the ring, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he still struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with despair. Damn this formation. It's suppressing my supernatural abilities. Zhao Lei also gave it his all, using his earth elemental power to condense a thick shield in his palm, trying to block Gong Yunza. However, his strength as a first-tier, 8th-stage cultivator was reduced to only 30% under the energy binding array, and the earth shield began to crack as soon as he raised it. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms, but he still couldn't stop the cracks spreading across the shield. Brother Zay, I can't hold on anymore. His voice was filled with an unprecedented helplessness. This boy, who had always been proud of his defensive abilities, felt a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. Xiao Ronyu stood still, her azure domain flickering. Her absolute domain was compressed by the energy binding array to only cover herself, making it difficult to even maintain her own attributes, let alone weaken Huang Xian. She watched the iceberg hurtling towards Gong Yunza, wanting to rush towards it but being stopped by an invisible force, only able to shout in vain. Yunza! Get out of the way! Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She hated that her powers weren't strong enough, hated that she couldn't help. Chu Huairo's silver eyes were bloodshot. Forcibly slowing Huang Xian's movements by 1.5 times made her eyes feel like they were on fire. She could clearly see the trajectory of every icicle on the iceberg and calculate the time it would fall, yet she couldn't translate this information into any practical help. Her silver eyes can only assist in combat and have no offensive capabilities themselves. Even moving becomes difficult within the energy binding array. She covered her eyes, which felt like they'd been sprayed with pepper spray, her voice trembling. Yunza! Southeast of the energy binding array. Before she could finish speaking, a sharp pain choked her back. Chu Huairo covered her eyes with her delicate hands, tears mixed with blood flowing from between her fingers. Yang Yujia's red hair had lost its usual flamboyance, and the flames in her palm had shrunk into a small ball of fire, as if they might be extinguished at any moment. Looking at Huang Xian's smug face and at Gong Yunza's figure shrouded in ice, she trembled with anger, but could only futilely push the flames towards the iceberg. Bastard! Huang Xian, you bastard! If you're so capable, don't use formations. Fight us fair and square. However, her voice was blocked by both the energy binding array and the soundproof array, and could not even reach the edge of the arena, turning into a weak sob. The atmosphere in the stands was incredibly tense. The freshmen who supported the Lingyun team lowered their heads. No one shouted Zacian will win anymore, only occasional sighs could be heard. Several girls glared at Huang Xian on stage, their shoulders trembling with anger, muttering complaints under their breath. This is despicable. This isn't a martial arts competition at all. But no one dared to rush forward to protest. Huang Xian was not only a second-tier 9th Dan, but also likely the future student council president. In this school where the student council president is the center of attention, ordinary students simply can't afford to offend him. Principal Chen Lin sat in the VIP stands, her face ashen. She had noticed the anomaly of the energy binding array long ago and could guess that there was a soundproof array inside, but the rules of the competition stipulated. The battles in the arena are to be resolved by the participating teams themselves. Unless a life-threatening situation arises, the referee may not intervene. She could only stare intently at Gong Yunzi, praying silently. Please, whatever happens, please, he thought to himself, if Huang Xian dares to use his full power, I'll rush in and break the formation immediately. Huang Xian looked at the 5 desperate people on the arena, then at Gong Yunzi, who was shrouded in ice, and his smile became even more ferocious. Gong Yunzi, are you feeling the despair? This is what happens when you oppose the Huang family. You think you're so great just because you won a few matches? In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant that I can crush at any moment. He raised his hand and conjured several more ice spikes, which he then shot towards Lin Mo and Zhao Lei. And you bunch of worthless cowards, I'll take care of you all today. I'll show you the price for offending me, Huang Xian. The ice spikes flew towards Lin Mo and Zhao Lei. The two had no strength left to resist and could only close their eyes, waiting to be hit by the ice spikes. Xiao Rongyu and Chu Huairou wanted to help, but they were suppressed by the energy binding array and unable to move. The spectators in the stands also closed their eyes, and some even covered their ears, not wanting to see or hear the images and sounds of their injuries. Just when everyone thought tragedy was about to strike, Gong Yunzi, shrouded in ice, suddenly spoke in a calm yet powerful voice. Huang Xian, aren't you getting a little too excited? Opening champagne at the halfway point is a huge no-no. Chapter 115 Reversing Adversity, Breaking the Formation. Huang Xian, aren't you getting a little too excited? Opening champagne at the halfway point is a huge no-no. Before the words were even finished, the sky above the arena suddenly darkened. The once clear sky was rapidly gathering dark clouds. Purple lightning surged within the inky clouds, streaks of electricity crackling and hissing as they crisscrossed them. Even the energy barriers surrounding the arena rippled with barely perceptible electric currents. This is not a small-scale fluctuation caused by supernatural power, but a strange phenomenon caused by the activation of the Purple Heaven Thunder Body. What is that? Many sharp-eyed students in the stands suddenly opened their eyes, pointed at the sky, and their voices trembled. It's a celestial phenomenon. My grandfather told me that, besides awakening, fully activating unparalleled superpowers will also resonate with the energy of heaven and earth. My God! Judging from this, it must be an unparalleled lightning-type ability. Counting his clone and domain abilities, Zaishan, he actually possesses 3 types of abilities simultaneously? My God! 3 types of superpowers? I've never heard of such a thing. Before the gasps had even subsided, Gong Yunzi on the arena had already changed his appearance. A faint purple halo first emanated from his body. Immediately afterwards, countless streaks of purple-gold lightning burst forth from his body. Like vines, they wrapped around his limbs and spread along the shaft of the tiger bonefang spear. The tip of the spear instantly burst out with dazzling lightning, illuminating the small iceberg that enveloped him. Amidst the lightning, Gong Yunzi's black hair moved without wind, and beneath the wisps of hair on his forehead, his eyes were sharp as knives. The pressure emanating from him was no longer the intensity one would expect from a second-tier awakened being. Instead, it carried the weight of a 5th-tier alien king, mixed with the domineering power of lightning, instantly overwhelming Huang Xian's icy aura. What kind of superpower is this? Huang Xian's smile froze instantly, his pupils contracted sharply, and as he stared at the lightning surrounding Gong Yunzi, his body trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. You're just a lowly commoner, how could you possibly awaken such a level of superpower? Just as Huang Xian lost his composure, Chu Huairou suddenly roared with all her might. Gong Yunzi. The weakness of the energy binding array is in the southeast corner of the arena. The rune is a light blue triangular mark. Her silver pupils were swollen like walnuts, and blood vessels filled the whites of her eyes, yet she stared intently at the array's core, accurately reporting its location. She had just endured the pain and used her silver eyes to slow down the entire arena, finally finding the flaw in the energy binding array. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunzi's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and pointed towards the southeast corner. The purple lightning around him instantly converged into a lightning pillar as thick as a water bucket. With a deafening roar, it slashed straight towards the core of the energy binding array. This lightning bolt wasn't a chaotic attack, it was a precise, pinpoint strike. The moment the purplish gold lightning touched the pale blue triangular rune, the array's core instantly erupted with a blinding blue light. Immediately afterwards, the runes of the entire energy array began to flash wildly, like wires that had been burned out. The pale blue array, centered on the shattered triangular rune, rapidly cracked open with spiderweb-like fissures. No! My energy binding array! Huang Xian roared like a madman, trying to shatter the ice-type ability organization's energy binding array. But as soon as he raised his hand, he was blasted back 3 steps by the lightning emanating from Gong Yunza. His ice-type ability was shattered by the lightning as soon as it was formed, and a burning pain came from his palm. Bang! With a deafening roar, the energy binding array's barrier shattered completely. Pale blue runes scattered like broken glass, instantly vanishing into thin air. The supernatural abilities of the other 5 members of the Lingyun team, who had been suppressed by the energy binding array, instantly resumed flowing. Lin Mo suddenly felt the abundance of wind energy within his body, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Zhao Lei's rock armor covered his entire body again, blocking the ice spikes that were about to hit him. The ice spikes struck the armor and instantly turned into ice shards. The raging flames in Yan Yujia's palm reignited, the crimson flames crackling with lightning, even more intense than before. How is this possible? My energy beam array is driven by a third-order crystal core, how could it be shattered by a single bolt of lightning? Huang Xian slumped on the arena, watching Gong Yunza walk towards him step by step, his eyes filled with fear and resentment, muttering impossible as if trying to numb himself. Seeing this, the audience in the stands went completely wild. The previous despair was completely swept away by this sudden reversal. Some people suddenly stood up and waved banners, some pounded on the railings and shouted God Zay, and some even hugged each other and cried with excitement. The more oppressive the energy binding array had been to them, the more intense the cheers erupting now for Gong Yunza breaking through it. One lightning bolt shatters the formation. That was so cool. No wonder he's the god of Zay. Simply activating his superpower caused a celestial phenomenon. Zayshin is truly defying the heavens. Wasn't Huang Xian so arrogant before? Now why is he acting like a stray dog? Try barking again, will you? Principal Chan Lin suddenly stood up in the VIP stands, her hands gripping the railing, her eyes filled with shock and relief. She thought she knew all of Gong Yunza's trump cards, but she never expected that Gong Yunza's purple heaven thunder body would bring her an even bigger surprise. She looked at Gong Yunza, who was enveloped in lightning on the arena, and couldn't help but smile. Brother Huijin, your son Yunza might be even more amazing than you were back then. Truly, like father, like son. Gong Yunza walked up to Huang Xian, the tip of his tiger bone fang spear pressed against Huang Xian's chest, purple gold lightning crackling at the tip, threatening to pierce his heart at any moment. He looked down at Huang Xian, who was slumped on the ground, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Huang Xian, you just said you were going to cripple me? You wanted me to know the consequences of opposing the Huang family. Huang Xian stared at the lightning flash at the tip of the spear, his body trembling like a leaf. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced only by fear. No. I won't dare again. Gong Yunza, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll never dare to oppose you again. What a load of rubbish, the Huang family. I'm just a branch of the Huang family, acting on the orders of Patriarch Huang Shang. I'm a victim too. Gong Yunza ignored his pleas for mercy and turned to look at Li Zhao and Wang Hao. The two were trying to sneak off the stage, but were stopped by Lin Mo's wind blades and Zhao Lei's earth binding technique, and could only stand there with pale faces. You two, are you trying to escape too? Gong Yunza's voice boomed with the force of thunder, startling the two men so much that they fell to their knees with a thud, crying out repeatedly. Zay, brother Zay. We surrender. Please let us go. At this moment, Gong Yunza's 3 spiritual clones condensed again, their bodies also wreathed in pale purple lightning, standing in the 3 corners of the arena, forming an encirclement with his main body. Looking at Huang Xian, Li Zhao, and Wang Hao, who were constantly begging for mercy, Gong Yunza said coldly. Huang Xian, thank you for your soundproofing array. Now, it's time to say goodbye to your cultivation path. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yunza and his 3 clones, each wielding a tiger bone and fang spear, slowly walked towards the 3 men. Huang Xian, Li Zhe, and Wang Hao originally wanted to resist. However, they were so controlled by Gong Yunza and Xiao Rongyu's domain that they couldn't even move their legs. They could only watch helplessly as Gong Yunza shattered all 3 of their meridians. Seeing this, Chen Lin did not intervene. She knew that Huang Xian and the other 2 had brought this upon themselves, no wonder Gong Yunza was so ruthless. After crippling 3 people, Gong Yunza, holding the tiger bone fang spear, swept his gaze across the entire arena, his voice carrying through the lingering lightning. Anyone else who dares to challenge me? Bring it on. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. No one in the room, including sophomores and juniors, dared to respond. The extraordinary phenomena triggered by the purple heaven thunder body, the domineering power of shattering the formation with a single bolt of lightning, and Huang Xian's current disheveled state have completely shocked everyone present. This freshman is no lucky ant. He is not a superhuman, but a true powerhouse possessing 3 top-tier supernatural abilities, capable of invoking extraordinary phenomena in heaven and earth. He is the pinnacle of combat power in the Misty City. 3 seconds later, deafening cheers erupted again, more intense than ever before. A group of freshmen in the stands rushed into the stadium holding a banner that read "Zacian will win." Xiao Rongyu ran over and hugged Gong Yunza's arm tightly, her tears still wet on her face, but her smile was radiant. Chu Huiro covered her silver eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Lin Mo and Zhao Lei originally wanted to jump on Gong Yunza to celebrate, but seeing that Xiao Rongyu was already hanging on Gong Yunza, they could only excitedly shout from the side. "Zij is awesome." When Huang Xian and the others were dragged off the stage by the student council staff, they were completely disoriented, staring blankly at the sky. He never understood how his carefully arranged energy binding array could be so easily broken by a single bolt of lightning. How could that freshman he considered an ant have defeated him so easily? The setting sun pierced through the lingering clouds and shone on the arena, gilding the lightning around Gong Yunza with a golden edge. Principal Chen Lin stepped forward, picked up the microphone, and her voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. "I hereby announce that the Ling Yun team has won the Student Council President election. Freshman Gong Yunza has been elected as the new Student Council President of Wodu Yida University." Applause and cheers resounded throughout the stadium once again, echoing the lingering lightning in the sky. "I really thought Huang Xian was going to make a comeback, but I didn't expect him to pull off such a huge mistake. Holy crap! A freshman as Student Council President. This is absolutely unprecedented. Zacian has made history. This is unprecedented, and probably will never be repeated. Holy crap, Zacian's play was absolutely amazing. Poet, hold on. President Gong is awesome. President Gong. President Gong. President Gong." Amid cheers from the entire school, Chen Lin personally went on stage to present Gong Yunza with a black and gold badge symbolizing his position as president of the Fog City Student Union. The students privately call this black and gold badge the king's emblem. It signifies the emblem of a king. "Yunza, congratulations," Chen Lin said with a smile. "Thank you, Principal." When Chen Lin pinned the black and gold royal emblem to Gong Yunza's chest, the sunlight happened to pierce through the clouds, reflecting a dazzling light on the emblem. This light, along with the faint purple lightning that lingered around him, created an indescribable sense of majesty. The cheers from the audience reached another climax, with even the previously neutral senior students unable to resist applauding. At this moment, Gong Yunza broke the convention that freshmen cannot be the president with his absolute strength, and completely conquered all the teachers and students of Wodu Yida. "President Gong, say a few words to everyone." Someone shouted from below the stage, and soon more and more people echoed it. "Yes. Zacian, say something. We want to hear the new chairman's plans." Gong Yunza raised his hand and pressed down, and the noisy arena instantly quieted down. He gripped the tiger bone Fong gun, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed students below the stage. He simply raised one finger and said in a calm tone, "During my term, I will lead Fog City Superpower University to sweep away its past decline, win the National College Superpower Competition, and restore Fog City Superpower University to its throne as the #1 superpower university in the Dragon Kingdom." When Gong Yunza finished speaking, the arena fell into a deathly silence for a second. No one expected that this freshman, who had just been elected president, would open his mouth with the bold statement of winning the national championship and reclaiming the throne of the #1 university in the Dragon Kingdom. It's worth noting that Fog City Supernatural University hasn't placed in the top 3 of the National College Supernatural Ability Competition for almost 10 years. The title of a #1 Extraordinary Academy in the Dragon Kingdom was already passed to Kyoto Extraordinary Academy 20 years ago. Such a goal seems like a pipe dream to outsiders. But the deathly silence was shattered in the next second by a thunderous cheer. "Holy crap! National champion! Zacian's goal is just too inspiring. Back to being #1 in the Dragon Kingdom. I've been waiting to hear this for 2 whole years. Follow Zacian. Even if we don't win the championship, we'll show other schools how powerful Wodu Yida is." The students who were sitting all stood up in a flash, and the freshmen held up the banner that read "Zacian will win" high above their heads. Some boys excitedly waved their school uniform jackets, and several senior students even jumped onto the bleachers railing, raising their arms and shouting, "President Gong is awesome! Woo-do Yida is awesome! President Gong is awesome! Woo-do Yida, rise up!" Many senior students had reservations about Gong Yunza becoming the student council president. But at this moment, they were all completely ignited by this bold statement, transforming into a raging fighting spirit that boiled over the arena. At the very front of the crowd, several newly enrolled students, their eyes red with tears, clenched their fists and encouraged each other. "Did you hear that? Our goal is the national championship. To become the #1 extraordinary talent in the Dragon Kingdom. We must train hard and strive to keep up with Zacian's pace so as not to hold him back." Chapter 116, the #1 extraordinary being in the Dragon Kingdom? In the middle of the stands, the previously neutral senior students completely sided with Gong Yunza. Someone patted the shoulder of the person next to them and said, "This kid has the spirit of the legendary Gong Huaijin. He might actually succeed." Even the senior students who had been secretly gossiping about how arrogant the freshman Gong Yunza was, now shut their mouths, their eyes filled with infectious excitement. Such bold words are not arrogance, but a belief that can ignite passion. The teachers on the judges' panel couldn't sit still any longer. Professor Zhang Xuedong, who teaches wind-based supernatural abilities, slammed his hand on the table and excitedly said to the teacher beside him, "Excellent! What a wonderful return to the top of the Dragon Kingdom! I've been teaching for 25 years, and I've been hoping for a student to say that." Teacher Li from the Department of Civil Engineering also had tears in her eyes, and her voice trembled. "We've been so frustrated with Chongqing University all these years. Beijing University, Shanghai University, and Yangzhou University have always been one step ahead of us. We hope that Gong Yunza can bring some pride to Chongqing University this year." Several young teachers even stood up and applauded, their applause louder than the students' cheers. Principal Chen Lin, in the VIP area, gripped her skirt tightly with both hands, tears welling in her eyes. Looking at Gong Yunza on the stage, surrounded by lightning and cheers, she seemed to see the spirited Gong Huaijin of yesteryear. When Gong Huaijin enrolled, he declared at a school assembly, "We must ensure that Chongqing University forever stands at the pinnacle of China." Today, his son has not only inherited his talent, but also his ambition. Chen Lin took a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions, but still couldn't help but say to her secretary general Liang beside her, "Look, Huaijin's son really hasn't disappointed." Gong Yunza looked at the excited crowd below the stage, a determined smile appearing on his lips. He raised his hand again, and the cheers in the arena gradually subsided, with everyone's attention returning to him. At this moment, he is no longer simply the god of the swamp, but a leader capable of leading the Misty City to its peak. To achieve this goal, I can't do it alone. Gong Yunza's voice remained calm, yet it possessed a power that pierced the heart. Starting tomorrow, the Student Council will open the training camp registration channel. There are no restrictions on grade or ability type. As long as you have the strength and fighting spirit, you can register. I will have the school open a high-level ley line cultivation room. Earth vein cultivation chamber? The god of the lake is going to open the earth vein cultivation chamber? This used to be a place only student council members were allowed to enter. This is such amazing treatment. I'm going to sign up first thing tomorrow morning. Even if I'm just a substitute, I'm willing. Count me in. Me too. The cheers erupted again, even louder than before. Principal Chen Lin stepped forward, picked up the microphone, and her voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. President Gong's promise is the school's promise. From today onwards, all resources of Wodu Yida University will be tilted towards the training team. I, Chen Lin, hereby guarantee that as long as it brings glory to the school, whether it's cultivation resources or exotic weapon equipment, the school will provide full support. For a time, the Fog City was bustling with noise. Initially, most people were not optimistic about Gong Yunza, a freshman. But it wasn't until Gong Yunza pulled off a stunning comeback, completely defeating Huang Xian, who was previously considered the strongest student in the school. Everyone's opinion of Gong Yunza has completely changed. This freshman is terrifying. He's absolutely incredible. Even Huang Xian isn't a match for him. With Gong Yunza now in our Misty City, it's absolutely not a dream for us to re-enter the top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom. Top 3? Didn't you hear what our President Gong said? His goal is to make Wudu Alien University the #1 alien university in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Yang family of Kyoto, Inside Yang Wei's study, Yang Wei was loudly plotting with Xiao Li's younger brother, Xiao Su. Brother Xiao, your elder brother is riding high these days. Not only has he reached the 6th level, but the central government has also recently appointed him as a standing committee member of the Kyoto Assembly Hall. He's enjoying immense prestige. Xiao Su's lips twitched, and he thought to himself with a forced smile. I tripped him up so many times. I never expected that he would break through to the 6th rank so soon after I left the Xiao family. Why was Su born if Li was already here? Thinking of this, Xiao Su sighed deeply. Sigh. I really am not as good as my elder brother. Then he changed the subject. How are the preparations for Eagle's Beak Cliff going? Yang Wei stood up from the leather recliner and said confidently. Don't worry, I've already made preparations at Eagle's Beak Cliff. I'm just waiting for you to lure Xiao Li in there, and I guarantee he'll die 1,000 deaths. That's excellent, but swords have no eyes, and I'm worried I might be accidentally injured by someone Brother Yang arranged. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm and composed. Brother Xiao, you're overthinking it. We've cooperated for many years. Yang, would never do something so treacherous. Xiao Su had only meant it as a joke, but he keenly sensed a slight unease in Yang Wei. Even this slight hesitation caused Xiao Su's heart to pound, and he couldn't help but start thinking more. I know Yang Wei's ruthlessness better than anyone after working with him for so many years. If he really manages to kill both me and Xiao Li with one stone, then the Xiao family's assets will inevitably be seized by the Yang family, and I will become the Xiao family's eternal sinner. Thinking of this, Xiao Su felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Sigh. Now that I'm on this pirate ship, there's no way I can get out unscathed so easily. No. I need to make preparations early, so that I can protect myself if Yang Wei goes back on his word. Lost in thought, Xiao Su was suddenly patted on the shoulder by Yang Wei's outstretched hand. Brother Xiao, don't overthink it. The position of head of the Xiao family is definitely yours. Hearing Yang Wei's grandiose promise, Xiao Su's lips twitched, and he thought to himself. With every word he uttered, I felt myself getting closer to death. Perhaps I should have just stayed in the Xiao family and been a carefree second master. Wouldn't that have been quite pleasant? The moment Yang Wei patted Xiao Su on the shoulder, he felt an immense, hidden force that was far beyond what he could withstand. He forced a smile, but a flash of fear crossed his eyes. Yang Wei's momentary stiffness and the words "I would never do anything so treacherous" felt like a thorn in his heart. He knew Yang Wei all too well, this second master of the Yang family in the capital. Back then, in order to seize a crystal core or vein near Kyoto, they even plotted to eliminate allies they had cooperated with for decades. Now he felt he was nothing more than a pawn in Zhao's scheme to seize the Xiao family's power, and that once the pawn was no longer useful, his fate would only be worse. Brother Yang is right, Xiao Su lowered his eyes, concealing the unease within, but his fingers secretly touched his sleeve. Hidden there was a miniature communicator, his only way to secretly contact the old subordinates of the Xiao family. I just haven't done this kind of thing in so long, I can't help but feel a little flustered. Looking at him like this, Yang Wei's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer. He released his grip, turned and walked back to the leather recliner, picked up the purple clay teapot on the table, slowly poured himself a cup of tea, but in his mind he was already calculating. Panic? Panic is the best way to control things. That fool Xiao Su was blinded by the position of the Xiao family's leader. He's even forgotten the principle of discarding a bow after the birds are all gone. Once we lure Xiao Li to Eagle's Beak Cliff, the 30-pound 5th-tier crystal core buried at the bottom of the cliff will explode, and the two Xiao brothers will surely die. At that time, the Xiao family will be leaderless, and then I can intervene under the pretext of helping the Xiao family stabilize the situation. Those crystal mines, the supernatural ability workshops, and the supernatural weapon blueprints left by the god of war hidden in the Xiao family's secret chamber will all become the Yang family's possessions, right? What's the panic? Yang Wei took a sip of tea, his tone deliberately reassuring. With Xiao Li dead, everything in the Xiao family will be yours. At that time, you will be the undisputed head of the Xiao family, and who would dare to disrespect you? As he spoke, he subtly shifted the subject, seemingly unintentionally mentioning. By the way, I heard that Xiao Li's daughter, Xiao Rongyu, married a guy named Gong Yunza? That guy is just a peasant. Is he even worthy of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? When Xiao Rongyu was mentioned, Xiao Su's eyes flickered. His niece was exceptionally beautiful, gentle yet resilient, and was Xiao Li's darling. But at that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of the position of family head, so he only replied casually. Sigh. My father and Rongyu were both very satisfied with that kid. My brother was initially against it, but later, for some reason, he also strongly supported it, even going so far as to kick me out of the Xiao family because of that kid. Xiao Su recounted his painful experiences, but he didn't see the greed that flashed in Yang Wei's eyes when he heard the name Xiao Rongyu. That was a month ago, in the freshman database of Kyoto University, when Yang Wei first saw Xiao Rongyu's photo. The girl, dressed in a light blue dress, stood under the maple tree and smiled. The radiance in her eyes seemed to glow, more captivating than any socialite he had ever seen. At that moment, he had a wicked thought. However, at that time, the god of war was still alive, and Xiaoli not only held a large army but also enjoyed the deep trust of the central government, so he dared not act rashly. Now that the god of war has passed away, Xiaoli is about to die at Eagle Beak Cliff, and Xiao Su will not live long either. Without a backer, Xiao Rongyu is no match for him. Thinking of this, Yang Wei's desires grew wildly like vines. Once I destroy the Xiao family, I'll get my hands on Xiao Rongyu. Then I'll lock her up in the Bronze Sparrow Terrace behind the Yang family's mountain, and we'll revel together every night. As for that Gong Yunza, he's just a clown who hasn't grown up yet. Any third-tier assassin can take care of him. That way, I can satisfy my own desires and also avenge my son Yang Tianjie. Brother Yang is right, Xiao Su's voice pulled Yang Wei back to reality. Xiao Su clenched his fist, the hesitation in his eyes gradually replaced by jealousy and ambition. Why has Xiaoli held the position of family head for so long? Why was he able to break through to the 6th rank and become a standing committee member? All of this should have been mine. He recalled that when he was a child, his father would always say, Xiaoli is steady and reliable, suitable to be the head of the family. Thinking back to when Xiaoli took over the Xiao family after he came of age, he expanded the business threefold in just a few years. When people think of this central government appointment, everyone is congratulating Xiaoli, and no one remembers him as second master. Jealousy spread through my heart like poisonous weeds, overpowering my fear of Yang Wei. So what if Yang Wei is ambitious? As long as he sets up a hidden teleportation array at the designated location beforehand, and then lures Xiaoli to the designated location. Then he could use Yang Wei to kill Xiaoli and escape unscathed. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel that he was simply a genius. If he successfully escapes, gains real power in the Xiao family, and unites with other forces that are dependent on the Xiao family, he may well be able to contend with Yang Wei. Xiao Su had already drawn up a perfect blueprint in his mind. Now all he needed to do was wait. They awaited Yang Wei's intervention to assign Xiaoli to the eastern coastal region to fight against the merfolk. At that time, he only needs to go with Xiaoli under the pretext of assisting in the battle, and he can carry out his plan with Yang Wei. The two then plotted for another half hour, finalizing everything from the location of the mineral veins along the eastern coast to the detonation time of the 5th order crystal core, and how to fabricate evidence of the merfolk attack. Xiao Su became increasingly excited as they talked, as if the position of family head was already within his grasp. Before leaving, he tightly grasped Yang Wei's hand. Brother Yang, after this is done, I'll give you 30% of the Xiao family's mines. Of course, of course. Yang Wei's inward sneer deepened, but he feigned a reassured expression and nodded. I'm relieved to hear that. But speaking of which, where is Xiao Rongyu now? After all, she's the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. If something happens to Xiaoli, we have to take care of her safety too. Xiao Su didn't think much of it and answered casually. Xiaoli said in the family group chat that she went to Wudu Yida with that Gong Yunza, and Xiaoli even supported her. How foolish of him. The Fog City is extraordinary? A surge of greed flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. His hand holding the teacup paused for a moment, then he asked casually. That place is very remote. It would be difficult to handle if something happened there. How about I send someone to protect her secretly? Xiao Su couldn't discern the sinister intent in those words. He only thought Yang Wei was trying to curry favor, and quickly nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, brother Yang. But that girl is stubborn, so the people you send shouldn't be too conspicuous, lest they arouse her suspicion. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yang Wei smiled and agreed, but in his heart he was already making plans. The distance between Wudu and the capital is far, which makes it convenient for him to act. Once he's dealt with Xiaoli and Xiao Su, he'll send a third-tier assassin to Wudu to kidnap Xiao Rongyu and take her back to the Yang family, locking her up in the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. As for Gong Yunza, a second-tier student, it's perfectly fitting that he died in the Beast Tide. No one will even bother to investigate. Yang Wei smiled and agreed, watching Xiao Su leave the study. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. You think you can get rid of me with just 30%? I want it all. He immediately picked up the encrypted communicator on the table and dialed his trusted confidant, Black Crow. The call was answered quickly, and the person on the other end said respectfully, "Second Master. What are your orders?" "First, investigate Xiao Rongyu's whereabouts in Wudu, find out her daily routine, and prepare the people to invite her back to the Yang family. Remember, don't hurt her face. Second, add another 10 caddies of 6th order energy crystal cores to Eagle Beak Cliff to ensure that Xiao Li and Xiao Su are blown to pieces as soon as they get there, leaving not even bones behind. Third, send a 3rd-tier assassin to Fog City and find an opportunity to accidentally kill Gong Yunza. Remember to do it cleanly." "Yes, Second Master." Chapter 117 Reinforcements or Trap? Xiao Li faces crisis? The Xiao family of Yangzhou. Just then, Xiao Li returned to the Xiao family from Kyoto. He had barely sat down when his cell phone rang in his pocket. They really never give us a moment's peace. Xiao Li felt a little helpless. He glanced at his phone. It was an unknown number calling, but he still answered the phone, his tone serious. "Hello? Who is this?" "Master Xiao, you really have a bad memory. We just met at the Kyoto Grand Hall not long ago, and you can't even recognize my voice?" Xiao Li racked his brains, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He asked tentatively, as if suddenly realizing something. "You are Commander Lin Ran?" "It is indeed I." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's voice instantly softened, even becoming somewhat respectful. "May I ask what urgent matter Commander Lin wishes to discuss with me?" Lin Ran sighed on the other end of the phone, his tone instantly turning serious, carrying a sense of urgency. "Xiao Li, I'm calling you here because of urgent military business. Something's happened on the eastern coastal defense line." Xiao Li was slightly startled upon hearing this and quickly asked, "Commander Lin, what exactly is going on?" Old Master Lin Ran sighed deeply. "A few days ago, the merfolk suddenly regrouped and, led by their Tide King, launched a massive attack on our crystal core mine defenses. The garrison held out for 3 days and 3 nights, but now they've suffered nearly half their casualties. 3 mine tunnels have been breached, and even the surrounding towns have been massacred. Commander Yang Han has already led reinforcements, but they haven't been able to reverse the tide. If reinforcements aren't sent soon, not only will the mines be lost, but millions of people along the coast will also suffer." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's relaxed body tensed instantly, and his fingers unconsciously gripped the corner of the table. He was well aware of the importance of the mineral veins along the eastern coast, as it was one of the main production areas of supernatural energy crystals in the Dragon Kingdom. If it falls into the hands of the merfolk, the supply of all the superpowered forces in the country will be affected, not to mention the safety of the coastal residents. He immediately stood up, reached for the dark military jacket on the back of the chair, and said without the slightest hesitation, "Commander Lin, rest assured. I will assemble the troops now and depart from Yangzhou in half an hour. We will definitely arrive at the front line within 2 days." "Good. As expected of the Xiao family. They have guts." Lin Ran's voice held a hint of satisfaction, then he added, "I've already had the General Staff send you the frontline defense map, the merfolk's combat strength analysis, and the Tide King's information to your military email. That Tide King just broke through to the peak of the 6th tier, and his water-based abilities can summon a 100-meter-high tsunami. But its gill scales are thin, and fire and lightning abilities can severely damage it. The weaknesses of the other mermaids are similar, so you must study them carefully on your way. Also, this mermaid attack is too unusual, as if they are deliberately searching for something deep in the mine. After you arrive, in addition to guarding the defense line, pay close attention to any anomalies in the mine tunnels." "Understood." Xiao Li replied, then inquired about the shortage of supplies at the front and the situation of the wounded before hanging up the phone. He had just put down his phone when he shouted loudly towards the door, "Pass on my orders. All members of the Xiao family with 2nd tier or higher ability power, assemble at the training ground within 5 minutes. Guard squad. Immediately notify all combat units to assemble within 1 hour. Logistics department, prepare crystal core supplies, healing pills, and defensive fortification materials immediately, the more the better." The guards outside rushed off at the sound of the command. Xiao Li quickly walked to his desk, turned on his computer, and a document from the General Staff Department soon appeared on the screen. In the satellite image, countless red dots merfolk are clustered around the coastal mines, while the blue dots human troops on the defensive line are almost gone. The golden dot marked Tide King is constantly radiating water-like energy outwards, and the note next to it reads, "It will launch 2 tsunami attacks every day at noon and midnight. Defenses need to be reinforced in advance. Peak of the 6th tier. Xiao Li frowned, his finger swiping across the mind map on the screen as he quickly calculated his tactics. Just then, the phone rang again. The caller ID showed Xiao Su. Xiao Li answered the phone, his voice tinged with urgency. I'm going to the eastern coast to reinforce the merfolk. Speak quickly. Upon hearing the words eastern coastal area, Xiao Su on the other end of the phone flashed a hint of wild joy in his eyes, but deliberately feigned a worried tone. Brother! The coast is so dangerous right now, how can you go yourself? Why don't I go instead? Although I'm not as strong as you, I can still manage to allocate supplies and reassure the people. I can't let you take the risk. Xiao Li was completely oblivious to his younger brother's thoughts. He only felt a warmth rising in his heart, thinking that Xiao Su had finally learned to consider the bigger picture, but he still refused. No need. The situation is urgent, and I must oversee it personally. You stay at the Xiao family's residence, keep an eye on the family's assets, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Xiao Su cursed inwardly for being ungrateful, but continued to feign pitifulness. Big brother, I know I made mistakes before, but I also want to do my part for the Xiao family. How about I go with you? I can help you out and ease your burden a bit. Please say yes. Xiao Li hesitated for a moment. Indeed, the front line not only needs combat personnel, but also people to allocate supplies and care for the wounded. Although Xiao Su was not very strong, he was quite skilled at handling these miscellaneous tasks. He thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. All right, pack your things, we'll set off together in half an hour. Remember, once we get to the front lines, you're not allowed to act on your own, you must follow my orders. Okay. I'll get ready right away. Xiao Su quickly agreed, and after hanging up the phone, the worry on his face instantly turned into a sinister look. He immediately sent Yang Wei an encrypted message. The fish is in the net, the plan can be moved up. See you in Eagle's Beak Mine in 2 days. The windows of the sanatorium at Wudu Yida were open, and the autumn breeze, carrying the fragrance of ginkgo leaves, drifted in and landed on the back of Chu Huairo's hand, which was resting on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath them. The whites of her eyes, which had been bloodshot from overuse of her silver pupils, had now mostly returned to their original white color. After Zhang Chufeng, a teacher from the therapeutic department, finished bandaging Chu Huairo's eyes, he got up and left, smiling as he said before departing. Don't worry, Huairo. Your eyes are just overdrawn. Fortunately, your foundation hasn't been damaged. Rest for a few days and don't force your pupil technique. You'll recover quickly. Xiao Rongyu sat on a chair by the bed, holding a warm towel in her hand, and gently placed it on Chu Huairo's forehead, her tone full of concern. Did you hear that? Teacher Zhang said you need to rest properly. You were the same before, knowing full well that using silver eyes too much would damage your eyes, but you still insisted on helping Yunza find the flaws in the energy binding array. Chu Huairo's lips curled into a faint smile, her voice soft and slightly weak. The situation was urgent at the time, I didn't have time to think about such things. Besides, if I can help Yunza become the president, then the president will have to look after me at school. As she spoke, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she glanced furtively at Gong Yunza standing by the window. He was holding his phone, seemingly discussing training team matters with someone. His profile looked exceptionally composed in the sunlight, making her heart beat a little faster. Just then, Xiao Rongyu's phone rang, and Principal Chen's name appeared on the screen. She answered quickly, her tone respectful. Principal, you wanted to see me? Chen Lin's voice on the other end of the phone was gentle but tinged with urgency. Rongyu, come to my office now. It's about the position of vice president of the student council. Yunza recommended you to me before. With your second place in the college entrance examination for your special abilities and your status as Gong Yunza's wife, this position is rightfully yours. Xiao Rongyu glanced at Chu Huairo, somewhat hesitant. But Principal, Huairo still needs someone to take care of her. Let Yunza stay with you for now. I have some things to discuss with you about the training camp. Please come over as soon as possible, Chen Lin said before hanging up the phone. Xiao Rongyu put down her phone and said softly to Chu Huairo. Huairo, the principal needs to see me urgently, so I have to go first. Don't worry, I'll have Yunza stay and take care of you. You can tell him anything. Then he turned to Gong Yunza and instructed, Yunza, keep a close eye on Huairo, make sure she doesn't move around too much, and remember to remind her to use the special superpower eye drops on time. Gong Yunza put away his phone and nodded, don't worry, I will take good care of her. Xiao Rongyu gave Chu Huairou a few more instructions before hurriedly leaving the sanatorium. After Xiao Rongyu left, the ward fell silent instantly, with only the rustling of ginkgo leaves in the wind outside the window. Chu Huairou lay on the hospital bed, her fingers secretly clenching the blanket. She felt both nervous and expectant. She never thought she would be alone with Gong Yunze in this way. She paused for a moment, then feigned some helplessness and gently reached for the water glass on the bedside table. Yunze, I want some water. My eyes are bandaged and I can't reach the cup. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze immediately came over, picked up a water glass, poured warm water, and handed it to her. Be careful, it's hot. Chu Huairou took the water glass, and her fingertips accidentally touched his hand. The warm touch made her cheeks flush slightly. She took a sip of water, mustered her courage again, and whispered to Gong Yunze. It's a bit stuffy in the sanatorium. I want to go out for some fresh air, but I'm afraid I won't be able to walk steadily. As she spoke, she slightly raised her hand, as if seeking support. Without thinking much, Gong Yunze naturally reached out and took her arm. Let me help you go for a walk outside. The ginkgo leaves have turned yellow, they look quite beautiful. Chu Huairou was delighted and gently placed her hand on his palm. His palms were large and warm, with distinct knuckles, and when he held her hand, the pressure was just right, so that she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She deliberately slowed her pace, pretending to be unsteady on her feet and needing to rely on him. The two of them held hands and walked slowly along the ginkgo-lined path outside the sanatorium. The setting sun shone through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, casting a soft golden glow on their clasped hands. Chu Huairou secretly opened her eyes a crack and looked at Gong Yunze beside her. Her heart was beating faster and faster. She wished time could stop at this moment and she could just keep walking with him forever. Gong Yunze, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of probing. Do you think my help this time was useful? Gong Yunze nodded, his tone sincere. Of course it's useful. If you hadn't found the flaw in the energy binding array, I wouldn't have been able to break it so quickly. Your silver eyes are amazing, we'll need your help more in the future training camps. Hearing his approval, Chu Huairou smiled even more sweetly. Just as she was about to say something more, she heard a somewhat hurried voice behind her. Gong Yunze. Chu Huairou. What are you doing here? The two turned around and saw Yang Yujie holding a medicine bottle in her hand, walking quickly towards them. She had originally heard that Chu Huairou had injured her eyes, so she specially concocted a batch of eye-brightening pills and sent them over. But when I arrived at the sanatorium, I couldn't find anyone. I followed the path to find them. Surprisingly, Chu Huairou and Gong Yunze were seen holding hands, standing under a ginkgo tree, with the glow of the setting sun surrounding them, creating an exceptionally ambiguous atmosphere. Yang Yujie's face instantly darkened, and the medicine bottle in her hand cracked as she gripped it. She knew beforehand that Chu Huairou liked Gong Yunze, but she never expected that Chu Huairou would take advantage of her injured eye to show weakness and even hold hands with Gong Yunze. A sudden surge of inexplicable jealousy welled up inside her, causing her to raise her voice involuntarily. Gong Yunze saw her, slowly released Chu Huairou's hand, and explained. Huairou's eyes are still not better, and she wanted to come out for some fresh air, so I helped her walk around for a bit. Chu Huairou also put away her previous dependence and said calmly. Yujie, you've arrived. Yan Yujie took a deep breath, suppressing the jealousy in her heart. She knew that being jealous was useless. If Chu Huairou could take the initiative to get close to Gong Yunze, why couldn't she? She used to think that taking the initiative would make her seem unreserved. But now it seems that if we hesitate any longer, Gong Yunze might be beaten to it again. With this in mind, she stepped forward, handed the medicine bottle to Chu Huairou, and her tone returned to its usual straightforwardness. This is a pill I made to improve eyesight. It's good for your eyes recovery. Remember to take it on time. Then he turned to Gong Yunze and said. I've selected the fire-type members for the training team for you. I'll send you the list later. Gong Yunze paused for a moment, then nodded, thank you, Yujie. Yan Yujie looked at him, a proud yet determined smile curving her lips. Chu Huairou could get close to him by showing weakness, and she could attract him with her strength and initiative. It's fine that Xiao Rongyu has already married Yunze, but the position of second wife must be mine. No one can take my place. Yang Yujie thought to herself. As the sun gradually sets, ginkgo leaves gently fall in the wind. Chu Huairou felt a slight tightness in her heart as she listened to Yang Yujie's undisguised initiative. Gong Yunze, oblivious to the undercurrent between the two girls, was still preoccupied with the training camp. Yang Yuje, however, had already silently planned her next step. She wanted Gong Yunze to know that she could not only help him in battle, but also be an asset to his cultivation. She, Yang Yuje, was no less capable than anyone else. Hearing the firmness in Yang Yuje's words, Chu Huairo's fingers curled up slightly, and the sweet feeling that had just risen in her heart was instantly replaced by unease. She subconsciously leaned closer to Gong Yunze and whispered, "I was walking too fast just now, and I think I twisted my ankle, it hurts a bit." As she spoke, she slightly furrowed her brows, pretending to stumble, and then casually placed her hand back on Gong Yunze's arm. She didn't want Yang Yuje to ruin her hard-won opportunity to be alone with him. Gong Yunze immediately looked down at her ankle, his tone concerned. "Would you like to find a place to sit for a while? I'll go and call the nurse in the sanatorium to come and take a look." No need, Chu Huairo quickly pulled him back, her voice softening. "It's just a slight sprain, I'll be fine after a rest. There's a stone bench up ahead, shall we sit there?" As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Yang Yuje out of the corner of her eye, a hint of provocation in her eyes. "Even if you take the initiative, Gong Yunze is still concerned about me right now." Yang Yuje saw this and felt a surge of jealousy, but she didn't show it again. She stepped forward and walked towards the stone bench first. "I'll go check if there's any dust on the stone bench." As he spoke, he took out a tissue from his pocket and carefully wiped the surface of the stone bench. His movements were swift and decisive, yet they carried a hint of deliberate goodwill. Gong Yunze helped Chu Huairo to the stone bench and helped her sit down slowly. He then squatted down to check her ankle. Chu Huairo panicked and quickly pulled her foot back. "No need to look, I'm really fine, I just don't want to stand for too long." She hadn't actually sprained her ankle, she just wanted to keep Gong Yunze around a little longer, as it would be embarrassing if she were found out. Yang Yuje, who was sitting to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Yunze, when I was reviewing the replay of our match just now, I noticed that our teamwork seems to be a bit off. We're free in the training room tomorrow morning, would you like to practice together?" Upon hearing this, Chu Huairo's expression changed slightly, and she thought to herself, Yang Yuje is deliberately looking for an opportunity to be alone with Gong Yunze. So she immediately replied, "If we're going to train together, my silver eyes can help too. I can help you adjust your attack rhythm. Once my eyes are healed, the three of us can train together, the results will definitely be better." Gong Yunze didn't catch the rivalry in their conversation, he simply thought the suggestion was good and nodded in agreement. "Great. Once Huairo's eyes have recovered, I'll invite Rongyu along, and we'll have a 4-person cultivation session." Chapter 118 Dual Cultivation? Quadruple Cultivation? Gong Yunze didn't catch the rivalry in their conversation, he simply thought the suggestion was good and nodded in agreement. "Great. Once Huairo's eyes have recovered, I'll invite Rongyu along, and we'll have a 4-person cultivation session." As soon as Gong Yunze said this, the air around the stone bench instantly became quieter. When Gong Yunze said this, it sounded strangely hot to Chu Huairo and Yang Yuje. Chu Huairo's body, which had been tense, stiffened instantly. Her eyes were lowered, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. 4 cultivations? And Xiao Rongyu too? It was clearly a normal team training session, but hearing it from Gong Yunze's mouth, and imagining the 4 of them together, watching him intently up close, made her heart race. She secretly gripped the hem of her skirt, but pretended to remain calm. Yes, adding Rongyu would be even better, this way the training efficiency would be higher." Despite saying that, her ears were already bright red, and her voice was softer than usual, carrying a hint of shyness. Yang Yuje's reaction was more direct than Chu Huairo's. Her hands, which were originally resting on her knees, seemed to be at a loss for what to do. She looked up, wanting to retort, "Training is training, why talk about 4 disciplines?" Seeing Gong Yunze's serious expression, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. He clearly just thinks teamwork is important, he's definitely overthinking it. But the more she thought about it, the hotter her face became. Her ears, hidden beneath her red hair, were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She quickly turned her head away, pretending to look into the distance, but her voice was unnaturally stiff. Adding croaker would be good." After speaking, she subconsciously smoothed a stray hair behind her ear, trying to hide her panic, thinking to herself, "When did I become so easily shy? It's just 4 people training together, why am I so nervous? That damn Gong Yunze, talking nonsense about 4 people cultivating together." Gong Yunze was completely oblivious to the strange behavior between the two and was still enthusiastically making plans. "Then I'll talk to Rongyu tomorrow and ask her to share her experience of dual cultivation with you." Dual cultivation? Chu Huairou was shocked. Is this something I should be listening to? The more earnestly he spoke, the hotter Chu Huairou and Yang Yujia's cheeks became. Chu Huairou leaned against the stone bench, pretending to fumble around to tidy her clothes, but actually trying to calm her racing heart. It was a perfectly normal training arrangement, but the thought of being in the training room with Gong Yunzi, Yang Yujia, and Xiao Rongyu, and being in close contact with them, made her very nervous, and she even became careful with her breathing. Yang Yujia took a deep breath, forcing herself to turn her head, but dared not look directly into Gong Yunzi's eyes, only staring at his shoes. Okay, by the way, I haven't finished sending out the training team roster yet. I'll send it to you when I get back, and you can see if there are any adjustments needed. She tried to distract herself by talking about serious matters, but the heat in her cheeks just wouldn't go down. Chu Huairou secretly raised her eyes and glanced at Gong Yunzi through the gap in the gauze, then quickly lowered her head again. Yang Yujia would occasionally touch her cheek with her fingertips, trying to calm herself down. Gong Yunzi was still talking non-stop about the training plan, completely unaware of the little actions of the two girls next to him. He gazed at the distant cultivation building, his eyes filled with anticipation. Once we've perfected our teamwork, the championship of the National College Superpower Competition will be within our grasp. Then, our Fog City Superpower University will be able to reclaim its position as the #1 superpower university in the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Huairou and Yang Yujia only regained their composure after hearing the word champion. Chu Huairou nodded, yes, I will recover my eyes as soon as possible and help you analyze the opponent's tactics. Yang Yujia also put away her shyness, and her eyes became firm. Don't worry, I will refine the best pills and I will never hold you back. Although the embarrassment in their hearts had not completely dissipated, the two of them temporarily suppressed their romantic feelings when they thought about helping Gong Yunzi achieve his goal. As the sun gradually set, Gong Yunzi helped Chu Huairou stand up, while Yang Yujia followed beside her. The three of them walked towards the sanatorium. Attention, host. To avoid disturbing your battle, the system has activated a Do Not Disturb mode. Your accumulated beauty gold has reached 106,000. Please visit the beauty shop to view available redeemable items. Attention, host. To avoid disturbing your battle, the system has activated a Do Not Disturb mode. Your accumulated beauty gold has reached 106,000. Please visit the beauty shop to view available redeemable items. Gong Yunzi had just helped Chu Huairou to the door of the sanatorium when a mechanical system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. He paused slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. After all, Chu Huairou and Yang Yujia were still around, so he couldn't reveal the existence of the system in front of them. Huairou, you go back to your room and rest first. I'll go and explain the precautions to the nurses in the sanatorium, and also take care of some student council matters. Gong Yunzi released Chu Huairou's hand as he did so, speaking naturally. Yujia, please accompany Huairou inside first. I'll be right back. Although Yang Yujia was a little puzzled by his sudden mention of urgent news, she didn't ask any further questions and simply nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Chu Huairou didn't notice anything unusual, and only whispered a few words of advice. Don't overwork yourself, get some rest. After the two entered the sanatorium, Gong Yunzi quickly walked to a quiet room at the end of the corridor. After locking the door and drawing the curtains, he leaned against the window and silently recited in his mind. Open the beauty shop. The next second, a pale blue virtual screen unfolded before his eyes, clearly displaying Gold for beauty, 106,000. Below are various items categorized and listed, each labeled with its effects and the amount of red beauty gold required. Gong Yunzi's gaze quickly swept over the item list, thinking to himself. The training camp is about to begin, so I need to get Huairou's eyes treated as soon as possible, otherwise I won't be able to keep up with everyone else. Thinking of this, Gong Yunzi immediately said to the system. System, do you have any items that can cure overuse of eye techniques? Soon, the system found an item in the beauty shop. Gong Yunzi immediately spotted the system's eye treatment item, Supreme Spiritual Eye Dew. The icon for Premium Spiritual Eye Dew is a bottle of liquid with a faint purple glow, and the description reads: contains the essence of the 1,000-year-old spirit rhinoceros grass, which can restore all problems of pupil-type ability users. After use, it can also improve all pupil abilities by 10%. It requires 6,000 red beauty gold. This top-grade spiritual eye dew is perfect for Huairou. Gong Yunzi bought the item without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have spent 6,000 beauty gold to obtain a bottle of Supreme Spiritual Eye Dew. Gong Yunze continued scrolling down and came across another special area, host procurement area. When Gong Yunze saw the host's purchasing area, he paused for 2 seconds. Wasn't it said that you could only buy things for your confidant? With this host purchasing area, doesn't that mean I can buy things myself using confidant gold? Thinking of this, Gong Yunze excitedly opened the host's purchasing section. The system's online store, with its dazzling array of products, presented a stark contrast to his host's purchasing area. There was only one item available for purchase. Gong Yunze was speechless, but he still clicked on the item to take a look. Flame Marrow Cauldron Pattern, a talisman with crimson patterns, on which is noted. Can be attached to the surface of the alchemy cauldron to increase the success rate of alchemy by 5% and shorten the alchemy time by 5%. An SSS-level extraordinary weapon, the Heaven Refining Cauldron, has been detected in the host's inventory. This rune provides an additional 20% bonus to all attributes, increasing the success rate of alchemy by 25% and reducing alchemy time by 25%. Requires 20,000 beauty gold. Gong Yunze said without hesitation. Buy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Flame Marrow Cauldron pattern by consuming 20,000 beauty gold. Do you wish to fuse it directly with the Heaven Refining Cauldron? Such a good thing? Gong Yunze exclaimed with delight. Absolutely. Integrate it immediately. Soon, Gong Yunze's Refining Heaven Cauldron flew out of his storage ring, and the Flame Marrow Cauldron pattern instantly resonated with it. Immediately, the Refining Heaven Cauldron spun rapidly in the air above the room, and the Flame Marrow Cauldron pattern also swirled around it. After a period of slow integration, the system issued another notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your SSS-level extraordinary weapon, the Heaven Refining Cauldron, to an SSS-level extraordinary weapon. After purchasing the two items, Gong Yunze still had 80,000 gold coins left, so he naturally wanted to choose a prop for Xiao Rongyu. After browsing them all for a while, Gong Yunze suddenly saw an item called Domain Random Empowerment Holy Water. Gong Yunze clicked on the product description, which stated, Random Domain Enhancing Holy Water can randomly grant additional domain effects to domain type ability awakeners. Gong Yunze took one look and immediately became interested. If Rongyu drinks this holy water, I wonder if my abilities will also increase? Thinking of this, Gong Yunze glanced at the price of the holy water. Randomly empowered holy water for specific domains requires 60,000 beauty gold. What the hell? Why is it so expensive? System. Come out and take your punishment. Do you know how hard it is for me to earn this beauty gold? Please remain calm, host. Xiao Rongyu's superpower is now bound to you. Any future enhancements to her power will be returned to you in double the amount. Oops. I spoke a little loudly just now, please forgive me, system. I must redeem it. Now. Immediately. Redeem it right now. Gong Yunze said awkwardly. Congratulations, host. You have spent 60,000 beauty gold to obtain one bottle of Random Domain Empowerment Holy Water. After completing the exchange, Gong Yunze looked at the remaining 20,000 red beauty gold and thought. Rongyu, Chu Huairo, and I all bought things, is it really okay not to buy anything for Yang Yujie? With this in mind, Gong Yunze entered the beauty mall again. Gong Yunze stared at the remaining 20,000 red beauty gold, his finger lightly sliding across the virtual screen, pondering in his mind. Yang Yujie has an SSS-level fire-type ability and is also skilled in alchemy. We need to find an item that can enhance both her fire-type strength and her alchemy ability. The item list on the screen scrolled rapidly, from Burning Skyfire Seed to Blazing Bracers. Either the effects are too exaggerated and the price is outrageously high, directly increasing the power of fire-type attacks by 500%, requiring 500,000 gold coins, or it has nothing to do with alchemy. Gong Yunze stopped scrolling when he found an inconspicuous item under the fire-type exclusive category, the Crimson Flame Pattern Jade Pendant. Click to view details, and a light red item description pops up. Crimson Flame Pattern Jade Pendant contains naturally formed crimson flame crystals from deep within a volcano. Its ornate design allows it to be worn around the neck. Basic effect: increases the damage of fire-type ability users by 10%, reduces ability consumption by 10%, and prevents fire energy backlash, suitable for prolonged alchemy or continuous use of fire-type skills. Additional effects: increases flame temperature stability during alchemy, reducing the chance of the furnace exploding by 5%. Fire-based skills used in combat inflict a minor burn effect, dealing true damage to enemies for 3 seconds, approximately 1% of the enemy's total health per second. Required beauty gold, 20,000. Gong Yunza's eyes lit up. This is perfect. A 10% increase in flame purity is just right. It can help her improve her combat power, assist in alchemy, and prevent her strength from suddenly dropping. It perfectly meets the requirements. Without the slightest hesitation, he clicked exchange. This is it. Exchange for the Crimson Flame Pattern Jade Pendant. Congratulations, host. You have spent 20,000 beauty gold to obtain one Crimson Flame Pattern Jade Pendant. The item has been automatically stored in your storage ring and can be retrieved at any time. The balance of his red beauty gold on the virtual screen instantly dropped to 0. Gong Yunza looked at the remaining amount, smiled, and shook his head. Sometimes I really suspect the system is rigging my system every time I spend money. I'm completely drained, leaving nothing behind. He put away the light screen and took out 3 items from his storage ring. The items included the Supreme Spiritual I Do, shimmering with a pale purple light, the Domain Random Empowerment Holy Water, in a small transparent bottle, and a Crimson Flame Pattern Jade Pendant, engraved with delicate flame patterns. I'll give Huiro the lump of tears later, just say it was from the school. I'll give the holy water to Rongyu tomorrow when I see her. As for this jade pendant, that's a bit difficult to give. I can't exactly say I found it myself. Gong Yunza mentally prepared his explanation, put the props away, straightened his collar, opened the door, and walked towards the sanatorium. In the sanatorium, Yang Yujie was sitting beside Chu Huiro's bed, tucking her in and whispering about the details of tomorrow's training. Hearing the door open, they both looked up and saw Gong Yunza walk in. Yang Yujie stood up. Is everything settled? Yes, it's a small matter for the student council, it'll be taken care of quickly. Gong Yunza walked over, took out the top-grade spirit rhinoceros I Do from his pocket, and handed it to Chu Huiro. This is a pupil technique repair agent that the school gave you. It's specifically for those who overuse their pupil techniques. Just drop it into your eyes, and it will be very helpful for your eye recovery. Chu Huiro took the crystal bottle, her fingertips touching its cool surface and feeling the gentle energy flowing within. A warmth welled up in her eyes. Thank you for making this special trip. After exchanging pleasantries, Gong Yunza and Yang Yujie left the ward. After Gong Yunza and Yang Yujie left, only Chu Huiro remained in the sanatorium. She sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the crystal bottle containing the finest spiritual I Do, and examined it closely. The faint purple glow emanating from the bottle transmitted a gentle touch through her fingertips, bringing a subtle sense of comfort to her slightly sore eyes. The school's pupil technique repair serum actually has such obvious energy fluctuations? Chapter 119 Assassination. Gong Yunza, in danger. Chu Huiro was somewhat curious, as she had previously used many potions to treat eye technique fatigue. Either the effects are slow, or they only have a slight soothing effect. Never before have I felt the gentle permeation of energy before even using it. She carefully unscrewed the cap of the crystal bottle, and a refreshing herbal scent instantly filled the air. It smells like the scent of angelica in a forest after the rain, fresh with a touch of warmth. Chu Huiro tilted her head slightly and dripped the pale purple liquid from the bottle into her eyes. As soon as the liquid touched the eyeball, it turned into a cool, warm current that spread along the meridians around the eyes. The soreness and stinging sensation caused by overuse of Eentong disappeared instantly, and even the fatigue deep in my eyes seemed to be gently soothed by this warm current. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the changes in them. The silver eye's supernatural power, which had become sluggish due to energy depletion, began to flow slowly at this moment, like a clear spring being poured into a dried-up riverbed. About half a minute later, Chu Huiro slowly opened her eyes. The whites of her eyes, which had been bloodshot, had become pure white and bright. The light in his silver eyes was clearer than before he was injured, even faintly tinged with a pale purple halo. His vision was also much clearer than before. He could even see the veins on the ginkgo leaves 100 meters away from the window. This is too amazing. Chu Huiro raised her hand in surprise and touched her eyes. She felt no discomfort at all, on the contrary, she felt her entire eye area become lighter. She subconsciously activated her silver eyes, and the slow motion effect, which normally required a great deal of supernatural power to activate, was now activated effortlessly. The furnishings in the treatment room, the water glasses on the table, and even the dust floating in the air were all presented in clear slow motion, and the duration was twice as long as before. Not only has it recovered, but Silver Eye's abilities have also been enhanced. Chu Huiro looked at her eyes reflected in the glass window. The light in her silver pupils was bright but not dazzling, full of surprise. When did the school get such a powerful healing agent? Gong Yunza brought the potion back. Could it be that he went to the school specifically to apply for this potion for me? Thinking of this, Chu Huairo's cheeks flushed slightly, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She carefully put the empty crystal bottle into the bedside table drawer, as if treasuring a precious gift. At this moment, she no longer felt tired, her eyes were full of anticipation. Tomorrow I can train with Gong Yunze, and I won't have to hold everyone back because of my eye problem. Moonlight streamed in through the window, falling on Chu Huairo's face and making the light in her silver eyes shine even brighter. She leaned against the headboard, a faint smile on her lips. My mind is already racing with ideas on how to use the enhanced silver eyes during tomorrow's training to help the team better adjust their coordination rhythm. On the other side, Gong Yunze, who had just left the sanatorium, was still thinking about how to give Yang Yujie the jade pendant. He never expected that the effects of the supreme spiritual I do would be so immediate. System notification: Chu Huairo's favorability has increased. Name: Chu Huairo Hongyan. Age: 18. Rank: First Tier Awakening Realm, Stage 8. Favorability: 90. Want to have a deeper conversation with the host. Gong Yunze never expected that this small bottle of repairing agent would not only heal Chu Huairo's eyes but also deepen her affection for him. Gong Yunze and Yang Yujie were walking back to their dormitory. He turned to Yang Yujie, took out a crimson flame pattern jade pendant from his storage ring, and handed it to her. This is a jade pendant I obtained by chance. I had it appraised by a weapon refiner. This jade pendant can enhance the power of fire-type abilities and can be used for alchemy and combat. Yang Yujie looked at the jade pendant carved with flame patterns, reached out and took it. The moment her fingertips touched the jade pendant, she felt a gentle fire energy spread from her fingertips, making the raging fire energy within her body much calmer. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This jade pendant, it can actually increase the purity of flames. Yes, it can also reduce the consumption of supernatural power, which is quite helpful for your alchemy. Gong Yunze nodded with a smile, deliberately not mentioning the true source of the item. Yang Yujie clutched the jade pendant, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. The shyness that arose from the 4 repairs had long since dissipated, replaced by a love for the props and a hint of barely perceptible joy. Clutching the crimson flame pattern jade pendant in her hand, Yang Yujie couldn't help but ask. Yunze, has Rongyu prepared anything similar for her? Of course, I'll give it to her during training tomorrow. It's an item to enhance her domain, Gong Yunze replied with a smile, not elaborating on the specific effects of the holy water, wanting to leave Xiao Rongyu with a surprise. Yang Yujie nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a little disappointed. It's a good thing he didn't forget Rongyu, otherwise it would seem a bit odd for him to be holding the jade pendant alone. But I probably would have been happier if he had only given it to me. The two walked side by side on the quiet cement road. The autumn evening breeze blew in through the window, carrying the fragrance of ginkgo leaves, which landed on the jade pendant in their hands, making the gentle fire energy even clearer. Yang Yujie looked down at the flame patterns on the jade pendant, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Meanwhile, Gong Yunze was filled with anticipation. I wonder what new domain effects Rongyu will unlock tomorrow after using the holy water, and what kind of double feedback it will bring me. The area of the Fog City is ridiculously large, about 10 times the size of the Forbidden City. For ease of access, the school has installed teleportation arrays not far from each building. However, Gong Yunze and Yang Yujie walked for half an hour but still couldn't reach the teleportation array. With this in mind, Gong Yunze marked a spot on an ancient ginkgo tree that required 3 people to encircle. 5 minutes later, the two passed the ancient ginkgo tree that took 3 people to encircle. Now it's back in the middle of the road, just 10 meters away, and the crooked scar on the tree bark is exactly the same as I remember it. This is no coincidence. Something's wrong. He spoke in a deep voice, a faint golden aura emanating from his body, his sacred domain silently unfolding. The energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 40 meters instantly became active, which also made the faint sense of distortion in the air impossible to hide. Yang Yujie gripped the crimson flame pattern jade pendant tightly. The gentle fire energy on the pendant suddenly became restless, as if resisting the erosion of some unknown force. Just then, a sharp, sinister laugh echoed from high above, like shards of glass scraping against metal. Ha ha! You finally figured it out. Before I came, my employer specifically told me that you were very difficult to deal with, but it seems you're not so bad after all. 2 dark figures emerged from the void and landed steadily on the roadblock opposite Gong Yunze. Both wore black iron masks, revealing only a pair of cold, gleaming eyes. The man on the left is tall and thin, with dark silver vine patterns embroidered on the hem of his black robe, and pale purple mist swirling around his fingertips. He is none other than the third-tier assassin who casts illusions. The man on the right was short and stout, wearing brass gauntlets with densely engraved yellowish-brown runes on their surface. His bare forearms had bulging veins that gave them a rock-like texture. "Who sent you?" Gong Yunza asked. "Please. We are the most professional assassins, how could we possibly tell you that the Yang family hired us to kill you?" the short, fat assassin replied. The tall, thin assassin slapped the short, fat man on the back of the head and said, "Are you an idiot? You've already sued them. I'm speechless with frustration having a teammate like this." "The Yang family?" Gong Yunza's eyes turned cold. He quietly activated his purple heaven thunder body, his body crackling with subtle purple lightning. The energy of heaven and earth in the air was drawn into his body by his passive ability spiritual affinity, flowing in at a speed far exceeding that of others of the same level. He shielded Yang Yujie behind him, the tiger bone fang spear already in his hand. The moment the spear appeared, it exuded the pressure of a fifth-level alien king, forcing the tall, thin assassin to involuntarily take a half-step back. Yang Yujie's emotional state has been detected. Her favorability rating has increased to 90. Bonus reward, 1,500 gold coins. Moved, Yang Yujie gently pressed down Gong Yunza's hand that was protecting her and stepped forward, coldly saying, "How dare you? I am the eldest daughter of Yang Han, the head of the Yang family. Since you have been sent by the Yang family, I hereby order you to cancel your mission as the eldest daughter of the Yang family." The tall, thin assassin sneered. "Ha ha. We've seen plenty of people like this pretending to be employers. They're all liars. We absolutely will not believe them." The short, stout man echoed. "No seats. This girl, if you know what's good for you, stand to the side. Our target is this brat." The short, stout assassin spoke in a deep, gruff voice, slamming his brass gauntlets into the ground. The cement on the road instantly solidified into spikes, several of which pierced towards Gong Yunza. The tall, thin assassin seized the opportunity to raise his hand, and the pale purple mist transformed into countless fine threads that wrapped around Yang Yujie's ankles, clearly intending to subdue her first. "Don't even think about it." Yang Yujie activated the crimson flame pattern jade pendant, and fire energy transformed into a shield in front of Gong Yunza. Unexpectedly, the purple mist could penetrate the flames and reach straight for his face. Upon seeing this, Gong Yunza instantly activated his shadow clone ability, creating 3 clones identical to him, each wielding a tiger bone and fang spear. They attacked the 2 assassins separately, while the main body turned to protect Yang Yujie, the tip of the spear flashing a cold light as it severed the entangling purple mist. But in that instant, the short, stout assassin vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Yang Yujie. The brass gauntlets, imbued with the heavy force of earth elemental power, slammed into her back. Yang Yujie didn't even have time to let out a muffled groan before her body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The crimson jade pendant flew from her hand, striking the tree trunk with a crisp sound. She herself crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her breath instantly weakening. She had been severely injured in an instant. "You jie!" Gong Yunza exclaimed in surprise, unleashing the full power of his purple heaven thunder body. Purple lightning spread along the tiger bone fang spear, and the spear tip emitted a blinding light. Taking advantage of the situation, the tall, thin assassin activated an illusion technique, instantly distorting the surrounding scenery. Countless dark figures surged in from all directions, attempting to interfere with Gong Yunza's judgment. "A mere trick." Gong Yunza sneered, and the light of his divine domain suddenly intensified. The 2 assassins he had locked onto with his lord's mark within the domain instantly had all their attributes reduced by 50%. The tall, thin assassin's illusion immediately cracked, and the short, fat assassin's punching speed also slowed down. Gong Yunza no longer held back. His spirit clone and main body worked in perfect harmony, wielding 4 spears like silver snakes, their sharp tips even tearing through the air, forcing the 2 assassins to retreat repeatedly. The short, stout assassin, unwilling to give up, slammed his fists into the ground, trying to summon an earthen wall to trap Gong Yunza, but he hadn't expected Gong Yunza's gun speed to be so astonishing. The speed boost from the purple heaven thunder body, combined with the 200% all-attribute increase from the divine domain, made his movements far exceed the expected level of a second-tier, first-stage fighter. The tiger bone fang spear pierced through the earthen wall, its tip grazing the short, stout assassin's shoulder, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. The runes on the brass gauntlets instantly dimmed. Seeing his companion injured, the tall, thin assassin hurriedly activated his purple mist to try and entangle Gong Yunzi, but one of his clones pierced through the mist with a spear, the tip pointing directly at his face. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but the main body took the opportunity to get close. The pressure of the 5th-level alien king erupted again, making his whole body stiff. This is impossible. How can a second-tier awakened possess such a powerful weapon and strength comparable to a third-tier cultivator? A ruthless glint flashed in Gong Yunzi's eyes. Purple lightning gathered at the tip of his spear, and he plunged it fiercely into the chest of the tall, thin assassin. The pale purple mist vanished instantly, and the assassin groaned before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, the remaining short, stout assassin dared not linger and turned to flee, but was blocked by Gong Yunzi's spirit clone. Gong Yunzi, wielding the tiger bone fang spear, approached step by step, his body crackling with purple lightning. "You hurt my people and you think you can just leave?" He raised his hand and summoned the heaven-refining cauldron. The pressure of the SSS-level exotic weapon made the short, fat assassin's legs go weak. "Yama! Gong gong!" The short, fat assassin let out a desperate wail before he died. The cauldron spun, emitting exceptionally scorching flames that completely burned away the earth elemental energy surrounding the short, stout assassin. Gong Yunzi stopped wasting words and thrust out the tiger bone fang spear. The spear tip easily pierced the assassin's heart, pinning him to the ground. After taking down the two assassins, Gong Yunzi disregarded everything else and rushed to Yang Yuji's side, embracing her in his arms. He checked Yang Yuji's breathing and, feeling a faint breath, breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then took out healing pills from his storage space and carefully fed them to her. Looking at Yang Yuji, who was pale in his arms, Gong Yunzi's eyes turned extremely cold. "Excellent. Very good. The Yang family of Kyoto. I will surely destroy them." As soon as the tall, thin killer's body lost its last bit of warmth, the distorted scene around him began to peel away like shattered glass. The once familiar cement road in the foggy city was gradually replaced by damp soil and withered yellow leaves. The fragrance of ginkgo leaves in the air had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the unique smell of humus and the earthy smell of grass and trees unique to the dense forest. The illusion finally shattered completely, and Gong Yunzi appeared in a remote, dense forest 5 kilometers outside the school with the seriously injured Yang Yuji. Yang Yuji, still breathing weakly in his arms, had dirt still on her pale cheeks and the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth that made Gong Yunzi's heart tighten. He dared not delay for a moment, and immediately focused his mind on communicating with the system. A light blue virtual panel instantly appeared in front of him, and his fingertips slid rapidly across the screen, heading straight for the beauty mall section. The shop list was filled with all kinds of pills and rare treasures, but Gong Yunzi's eyes were precisely locked on the top item, the Supreme Healing Pill. The icon for the elixir glowed with a lustrous, milky white light, and below it was a clear description. It can quickly repair injuries to people below the 6th level. The lower the cultivation level, the better the effect. It requires 1200 red beauty gold. This is it. Gong Yunzi clicked to buy without any hesitation. Chapter 120, Favorability Increase? A golden light flashed across the virtual panel, and a warm pill appeared out of thin air in his palm. The surface of the pill was covered with delicate patterns, and even before getting close, a sweet medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing Yang Yuji in his arms to unconsciously furrow her brows, her breathing seemingly becoming a little more even. Gong Yunzi carefully lifted Yang Yuji's chin, gently placed the top-grade healing pill into her mouth, and then took out warm water from his storage ring, feeding it to her little by little. The pill had been ingested for only a short while when a faint white halo emanated from Yang Yuji's body. Her previously weak aura quickly returned, her pale cheeks gradually regained color, and the rise and fall of her chest became more powerful. After about a minute, Yang Yuji's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. At first, her eyes were somewhat confused, but after recognizing that the person holding her was Gong Yunzi, all the grievances and lingering fear instantly welled up in her heart. She suddenly reached out and hugged Gong Yunzi's neck tightly, burying her face in his shoulder, her voice hoarse from just waking up and choked with uncontrollable sobs. "Yunzi. I thought I'd never see you again." Warm tears soaked through Gong Yunzi's collar as he gently patted Yang Yuji's back, his voice extremely soft. "Don't be afraid, it's all over now. I'm here, no one can hurt you anymore. Congratulations, host, for raising Yang Yuji's favorability to 100. Reward, 5,000 beauty gold." Just as the two were embracing tenderly, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly came from the sky above the dense forest, followed by a majestic female voice. "Who is fighting here within the vast territory of the Misty City? Gong Yunze looked up and saw a figure dressed in a business-style pencil skirt, black stockings, and red-soled high heels walking through the air. It was Principal Chen Lin of Wudu Yida University. Principal Chen Lin landed in front of the two, about to ask about the battle. Their gazes, however, fell precisely on Gong Yunze and Yang Yujie, who were tightly embracing each other. Yang Yujie was still nestled on Gong Yunze's shoulder, and Gong Yunze's hand was still protecting her back. Their intimate posture made the air seem to quiet down a bit. Principal Chen Lin coughed twice, deliberately clearing her throat, breaking the atmosphere. Yunze, Yujie, why don't you tell me what exactly happened here? Upon hearing the principal's voice, Yang Yujie realized that her posture was somewhat inappropriate. She hurriedly straightened up from Gong Yunze's embrace, her cheeks instantly turning bright red, and she avoided looking at Principal Chen Lin. Gong Yunze then stood up, carrying Yang Yujie, his expression returning to calm. He concisely recounted to Principal Chen Lin the events of the Young family's assassin attack, his being trapped in the illusion, and his eventual counterattack against the assassins. As soon as Gong Yunze finished speaking, Principal Chen Lin's expression froze instantly. Her previously calm eyes were filled with shock. She subconsciously raised her hand to adjust her glasses, her voice tinged with disbelief. What did you say? The Young family sent a third-tier assassin to commit crimes at Fog City University? And they even located you precisely and used illusion magic to trap you in the dense forest outside the campus? It's worth noting that the security system of Chongqing Yida is among the best in China. Not only is there a protective array set up by a 7th-tier heterodox sect, but entering and leaving the school requires triple identity verification. Ordinary awakened individuals are not allowed to bring weapons into the school, and even getting within 100 meters of the school gate requires strict inspection. But these two third-tier assassins not only successfully infiltrated the campus, they were also able to use illusions to remain undetected. Finally, transferring the people off campus is a blatant provocation against the security system of Chongqing University. Principal Chen Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Her gaze swept over the remaining purple mist and cement splinters on the ground, and her tone became serious. Yunze, take me to see the assassin's body and the traces of the battle on campus. Gong Yunze, carrying Yang Yujie, led Principal Chen Lin steadily toward the two corpses not far away. Yang Yujie leaned against Gong Yunze's chest. Her face was still a little pale, but she was fine. Even as he looked at the corpse on the ground, a lingering fear remained in his eyes. When Principal Chen Lin walked to the body of the tall, thin killer, squatted down, and gently lifted the black iron mask, her pupils suddenly contracted. She gasped, her fingers trembling slightly. Isn't this Xiao Tang, who graduated a couple of years ago? He majored in illusion magic and had pretty good grades back then. How did he become a professional assassin? She quickly walked to the short, stout assassin, lifted her mask, and her expression grew even more grave after seeing his face clearly. And him? Chen Lei. He was a classmate of Zhao Tang, an Earth-type ability awakener, and was ranked at the high level of the 2nd tier when he graduated. How did he break through to the 3rd tier in just 2 years and even get involved in murder and robbery? Principal Chen Lin stood up, her brows furrowed, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings, her tone filled with regret and vigilance. No wonder they were able to get through the school's security checks and inspections. They probably sneaked in under the guise of visiting their alma mater. Although graduating students also need to register when returning to school, it's much easier than for people from outside the school. They must have taken advantage of this and set up illusion arrays on campus in advance to make it so easy for them to succeed. She raised her hand to rub her temples, looked at Gong Yunze and Yang Yujie, and spoke with a hint of apology. It was a lapse in the school's security measures that led to your perilous situation. Upon returning, I will immediately convene a school affairs meeting to strengthen the checks on returning graduating students. We must not only verify their identities but also their occupations. We must never allow this to happen again. Gong Yunze held Yang Yujie and nodded gently. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. It's good that the principal takes this seriously. Luckily, I reacted in time this time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, since the Yang family dared to make such a blatant move at Wudu Yida, I'm afraid they will have more to do later. Principal Chen Lin's eyes darkened, and she exuded the pressure of a high-level awakened being. Don't worry, Fog City University will never allow outsiders to bully our students. If the Yang family dares to attack again, I will personally deal with them. First, send Yujie back to the sanatorium to rest and recuperate. Leave the rest to me. Chen Lin and Gong Yunze took Yang Yujie back to the sanatorium, where her bed was next to Chu Huairou. Hearing the noise by the hospital bed, Chu Huairou turned her head and saw Gong Yunzi carrying the pale-faced Yang Yujie as they approached. Her previously smiling face instantly tightened, and she tried to sit up, gripping the bed railing, her voice filled with anxiety. Yujie! What happened to you? Why is there blood on your face? Who did this? Gong Yunzi gently placed Yang Yujie on the hospital bed beside him. Yang Yujie was about to speak when she couldn't help coughing twice, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Chu Huairou's heart clenched at the sight, and she immediately got out of bed to find a doctor for Yang Yujie. I'll go call the nurse. No, I'll go find Teacher Zhang. His healing ability is the most powerful, he can definitely heal you. Don't panic, Huairou, I'm fine. Yang Yujie quickly grabbed her hand, her voice still a little weak, but she forced a smile. Yunzi has given me healing pills, and I'm much better now, just a little weak. Chu Huairou stopped walking, but still looked at Yang Yujie with unease. He then turned to look at Gong Yunzi, his gaze sweeping over his collar and cuffs, not even missing his fingers, his tone tinged with urgency. And you? Yunzi, are you hurt? What exactly happened? How did Yujie get injured like this out of nowhere? She remembered that Gong Yunzi and Yang Yujie were fine when they left, but how could they have turned into this state in just over an hour? She was worried and confused, and her eyes even reddened slightly. Seeing her nervous expression, Gong Yunzi felt a warmth in his heart and gently shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry. I just encountered assassins sent by the Yang family. Yujie was injured while protecting me from an attack, but the assassins have been dealt with. With the principal's intervention, I believe no one will cause trouble again. He didn't go into the details of the battle, afraid of frightening Chu Huairou, whose eyes had just recovered, and only briefly mentioned it. Principal Chen Lin stood to the side, watching the concern between the two girls, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. She waited for them to finish speaking before speaking. Yujie needs to rest well. Huairou, your eyes have just recovered, so don't get too excited. Yunzi, come out with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Gong Yunzi nodded and gave Chu Huairou a few more instructions: take good care of Yujie, and send me a message anytime if anything happens, before following Chen Lin out of the sanatorium. The two walked to the window at the end of the corridor. The autumn wind ruffled Chen Lin's hair, and the gentleness on her face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Yunzi, the Yang family dared to make a move at Wudu Yida this time, which clearly shows they don't take the school seriously. They will definitely have more to do. How do you plan to handle this? Gong Yunzi's eyes turned cold, and his fists clenched involuntarily. The Yang family hurt Yujie and even tried to kill me. I will definitely settle this score. However, I don't want to trouble the school or involve others. I want to handle this matter myself. He already had a plan in mind. Once Yang Yujie recovered, he would lead his team to improve their strength, and once he was powerful enough, he would find an opportunity to go to the Yang family in Kyoto and seek justice. Chen Lin gently shook her head, her gaze towards him carrying a hint of meaning. It's good that you have this intention, but the Yang family has been entrenched in Kyoto for many years. Not only does the clan have many 5th-tier awakened individuals, but there is also a 6th-tier peak patriarch in charge. Although you are quite strong now, it is still too risky to fight against the Yang family on your own. Gong Yunzi was taken aback. He knew the Yang family was powerful, but he hadn't expected them to have a peak 6th-tier expert. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chen Lin continue. The Yang family openly sent assassins to infiltrate and commit crimes in Wudu Yida. This is a very serious matter. I will have my Chen family behind me handle this. If you want to deal with the Yang family yourself, I can guarantee they won't dare to touch you. You just need to focus on becoming stronger. The Chen family? Gong Yunzi looked at Chen Lin with a puzzled expression. He had always thought Chen Lin was just the principal of Wudu University and had never heard of her having a family background. Chen Lin turned around, her gaze fixed on the distant teaching building, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy. It's normal that you don't know the Chen family. The Chen family is a reclusive family in the Dragon Kingdom, having thrived there for almost 1,000 years. The family has always kept a low profile, avoiding worldly disputes, but they absolutely will not tolerate outsiders bullying members of the Chen family. You are a student I value, as is Yu Jia. The Yang family's actions against you are a slap in the face to the Chen family. Gong Yunzi was utterly shocked. A hidden family? 1,000-year-old tradition? He had only ever seen such a concept in novels before. He never imagined it actually existed in reality. He opened his mouth, but it took him a long time to find his voice. Principal, is your family that powerful? Not top tier, but certainly not comparable to the Yang family. Chen Lin's tone was calm, yet exuded confidence. Our clan currently has a 7th tier, 5th stage Grand Elder who is over 200 years old, with unfathomable strength. The current clan leader is my father, whose cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th tier, only one step away from the 7th. As long as I send a message back to the Chen family, the Yang family won't dare to harbor any further thoughts towards you. Otherwise, the Chen family wouldn't mind losing a so-called powerful family in the capital. 7th rank, 5th stage? Peak 6th rank? Gong Yunzi gasped. He was only at the 2nd stage, not even at the 3rd stage. The 7th stage was simply out of reach for him. Looking at Chen Lin, he suddenly understood why she could become the principal of Wudu Yida University at only the 5th level, and why Principal Chen Lin could always calmly deal with various crises. It turned out that she had such a powerful family backing her. You don't need to be so surprised. Chen Lin looked at him and couldn't help but smile. There are still a few reclusive families in China, but they are all very low-key. But is it really worth it for the Chen family to become enemies with the Yang family for my sake? Gong Yunzi asked, voicing his doubts. The Chen family is willing to help you for 2 reasons. First, you are a student of Wudu Yida University. Second, I believe in your potential. Your future achievements will be no less than my father's, and may even surpass the Supreme Elder, allowing you to glimpse the mysteries of the 8th Order realm. Gong Yunzi felt both surprised and touched. He hadn't expected that Principal Chen Lin would not only be willing to help him, but also value him so much. He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly to Chen Lin. Thank you, Principal, and thank you to the Chen family. Gong Yunzi will remember this kindness and will definitely repay it in the future. No need for repayment. Chen Lin waved her hand, her tone returning to its usual gentleness. You just need to focus on your cultivation and lead Wudu Yida to win the national championship in the future, so that Wudu Yida can regain its position as the number 1 Yida. Alright, go back and check on Yujie and Huairo. I will handle the Yang family's affairs, so you don't need to worry about them anymore. Gong Yunzi nodded, watching Chen Lin's departing figure, his heart filled with gratitude. He originally thought he would have to face the threat from the Yang family alone, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and he not only resolved the crisis but also learned such a shocking secret. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and turned to walk back to the treatment room. The most important thing right now is to let Yang Yujie recover properly. As for the rest, we can talk about it after the training camp ends. The sanatorium was quiet. Yang Yujie leaned against the headboard. Thanks to the pills given to her by Gong Yunzi, she has now recovered to about 70–80%. She watched Chu Huairo tidy the blankets for her, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke softly. Huairo, just now in the dense forest, I almost. Chapter 121: A Threatening Visit. The Yang family is in turmoil. Yesterday, the author added the missing 10,000 words. If you don't understand it, you can refer to the previous 1 or 2 chapters. Chu Huairo paused, looked up at her, her eyes filled with worry. What exactly happened? Tell me, don't keep it to yourself. Yang Yujie took a deep breath and slowly recounted the scene. Those 2 assassins were sent by the Yang family. One knew illusion magic, and the other had exceptionally strong earth-based abilities. At first, I tried to use the Crimson Flame Jade Pendant to block them, but the purple mist was completely ineffective. Before I could even react, the short, stout assassin had circled behind me and punched me in the back. As she said this, she couldn't help but grip the bedsheet tightly, her voice tinged with lingering fear. My mind went blank for a second. I thought I was going to die, but then Yunzi rushed over, used his clone to block the assassins, and even held me in his arms to feed me healing pills. Mentioning Gong Yunzi, Yang Yujie's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes softened. He was extremely anxious at the time, his entire body crackling with purple lightning, even unleashing the pressure of a 5th-tier exotic weapon. Those 2 assassins were no match for him. Later, when the principal arrived, he held me tightly, afraid I would get hurt again. Chu Huairo listened quietly, feeling both worried for Yang Yujie and a bittersweet feeling that she couldn't quite explain. Although she didn't see the scene, she could imagine Gong Yunzi's nervousness, a look she had never seen before, a look that belonged only to Yang Yujie. Just then, Yang Yujie suddenly sat up straight, her eyes becoming unusually serious as she looked directly at Chu Huairo. Huairo, I think I might have fallen for Gong Yunzi. Not the kind of liking between friends, but the kind of liking where I want to be with him and marry him in the future. These words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly freezing Chu Huairou in place. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to say it. She also liked Gong Yunzi. She had already fallen for him during the college entrance exam using supernatural abilities. But she never dared to say it aloud, she could only keep it to herself. Seeing her flustered state, Yang Yujie continued. I know you're interested in him too. I noticed it a long time ago from the way you always sneakily glance at him. You don't need to hide or be embarrassed. There's nothing shameful about liking someone. I just want to know, what are you really thinking? Chu Huairou's cheeks flushed red, her fingers gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and she avoided looking at Yang Yujie. She was both anxious and flustered. When she heard Yang Yujie say, I want to marry Gong Yunzi, it was like being pricked by a needle. She blurted out. I like him too. After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look Yang Yujie in the eye again. The sanatorium fell silent instantly. Even the sound of the wind outside seemed to disappear, leaving only the two people slightly rapid breathing. Seeing her shy and nervous expression, Yang Yujie felt a sense of relief. She had long guessed Chu Huairou's thoughts, and now that they had talked it out, there was no need for them to test each other or be wary of each other anymore. This honesty, however, made things a little awkward between the two of them, since they were friends but had both fallen for the same man. After a long while, Yang Yujie finally spoke softly, her tone softening. I know this is awkward, since we're friends. But I don't want to ruin things with you just because I like someone, and I especially dislike this sneaky feeling. Chu Huairou slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance, yet also with determination. I don't want to, but I really like him, and I can't pretend I don't. The two looked at each other and saw the same feelings and helplessness in each other's eyes. They both knew that falling for the same person would inevitably lead to conflict and competition, but they didn't want to lose their friendship. Forget it, Yang Yujie broke the silence first, leaning back against the headboard. There's no use talking about this now. We don't even know what Yunzi is thinking. Besides, I'm injured now, and Huairou, your eyes have just recovered. Let's focus on getting better first. Chu Huairou nodded and gave a soft She picked up the water glass next to her again, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Yang Yujie. You've just been injured, drink more water. Yang Yujie took the water glass and sipped it. The two of them tacitly stopped talking about Gong Yunzi, but they both knew that their feelings would not disappear because of silence. The atmosphere in the sanatorium was still somewhat awkward, but there was more of an unspoken calm. They were still friends, but in the future, they would have to face one more problem: the dilemma of liking Gong Yunzi. The setting sun outside the window shone through the window onto the hospital bed, as if silently witnessing this newly honest yet uncertain emotion. Gong Yunzi had just reached the door of the sanatorium and hadn't even had a chance to push it open when he heard Yang Yujie's somewhat serious voice coming from inside. I like Gong Yunzi. I like him so much that I want to be with him and marry him in the future. His hand froze on the doorknob, his whole body stiffening instantly, even his breathing subconsciously becoming softer. He originally intended to come in to check on Yang Yujie's recovery and to tell them that the Chen family would handle the Yang family's affairs, but he didn't expect to hear such a direct confession. Immediately afterwards, Chu Huairou's voice, tinged with urgency and panic, came from inside the room. I like him too. Gong Yunzi's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by something, leaving him both shocked and bewildered. He knew Yang Yujie was straightforward, but he never expected her to confess her feelings so directly. And Chu Huairou, who was always shy and would blush even when talking to him, had also admitted to liking him? These two unexpected expressions of affection left him completely at a loss, unsure of how to respond. He leaned against the doorframe and could clearly hear the silence in the room, as well as the slightly rapid breathing of the two people. He could even picture Chu Huairou blushing and looking down, too embarrassed to look at anyone, and he could also imagine that Yang Yujie, though straightforward, might also feel a little awkward at this moment. To go in or not to go in? Gong Yunzi was torn between the two options. If you were to push the door open now, the already delicate atmosphere in the room would instantly freeze, and the awkwardness would probably spill out of the sanatorium window. His fingers tightened slightly on the doorknob, his mind a jumbled mess. On one side is Yang Yujie, straightforward and frank, who has just experienced life and death. On one side is the shy and sensitive Chu Huairou, who silently hides her feelings. The two girls have made their true feelings clear, but he can't even think of a proper response. Saying thank you is too light, and saying sorry is too cold. If you lean towards either one, it's like pouring cold water on their burning hearts. He could even imagine that once he went in, Chu Huairou would immediately blush and lower her head, clutching the hem of her clothes, while Yang Yujie would try to appear calm but her eyes would be filled with tension. This sudden honesty was like two gentle dilemmas. He was afraid of saying the wrong thing and hurting someone, and even more afraid that his hesitation would cause a rift in the friendship. If he doesn't go in, he's already been standing here listening for a long time. If he turns around and leaves, it will be even harder to explain if they find out. Besides, he wants to tell them about the Yang family and put their minds at ease. He peeked through the crack in the door and saw Chu Huairou sitting by Yang Yujie's bedside, holding an apple but not bothering to peel it. Her eyes were darting around. Yang Yujie leaned against the headboard, holding a water glass in her hand, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Neither of them spoke, and an obvious awkwardness filled the air. Gong Yunza gently bit his lower lip, his fingers unconsciously gripping the doorknob. He thought about it and decided not to go in yet, but to wait until they calmed down a bit. After all, going in now would only escalate the awkwardness. Why don't we go to the convenience store downstairs and buy some fruit and snacks first, then come back later and tell them about the Yang family's situation to change the subject? He took 2 steps back quietly, trying not to make a sound, and turned to walk towards the elevator. But the turmoil in his heart lingered, unable to subside. Yang Yujie's straightforwardness and Chu Huairou's shyness. 2 heavy sentiments settled in his heart, making him realize for the first time that it turns out there was such an outstanding girl right beside him, quietly hiding her feelings for him and her daily care and concern, silently watching over him. Meanwhile, Chu Huairou and Yang Yujie, who were in the sanatorium, were unaware that Gong Yunza had overheard their conversation at the door. After a moment of silence, Chu Huairou spoke softly. Let me get you a glass of water." Yang Yujie nodded, watching her get up and walk towards the water dispenser, and sighed softly in her heart. This affection, perhaps from the very beginning, was destined to carry a touch of helplessness and awkwardness. In front of the gate of the Yang family in Kyoto, Chen Lin's black trenchcoat was lifted by a corner by the cold autumn wind, but it did not affect the fierce aura she exuded. The guards at the gate were about to step forward to stop her, but after just one glance from her, they instinctively stopped in their tracks. That was the unique aura of a high-level awakened being, carrying an undeniable deterrent power. Inform Yang Han that the reclusive Chen family, including their eldest daughter Chen Lin, has important matters to discuss. Chen Lin's voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the mansion, and even the paulownia leaves in the courtyard seemed to be shaken and fell down. Before long, Yang Han came out to greet him personally. He wore a 5th-tier beast robe, a polite smile plastered on his face, but his heart was filled with doubt. Why would the reclusive Chen family suddenly come to the Yang family alone? The 2 families have never had any dealings before. Could it be that the Chen family wants to cooperate with the Yang family? "Miss Chen, it's an honor to have you here. Please come in, there's some warm tea in the study." Yang Han stepped aside to lead the way, his tone warm, but a hint of wariness was hidden in his eyes. Upon entering the study, Chen Lin, without waiting for Yang Han to offer her a seat, sat directly on the mahogany sofa. Her sharp gaze swept over the furnishings in the room, and she got straight to the point. "Patriarch Yang, I have come today only for the matter of Gong Yunza." "Gong Yunza?" Yang Han's hand holding the teacup froze in mid-air, his smile instantly turning to blankness. "Miss Chen, I don't understand what you're saying. Gong Yunza is the son-in-law of the Shao family in Yangzhou, right? My Yang family has never had any dealings with him, so how could we be involved with him?" He was genuinely baffled. Chen Lin suddenly brought up this name. Could there be some misunderstanding? "Never met?" Chen Lin sneered, taking out a stack of bound documents from her storage ring. With a loud thud, the paper was slammed onto the coffee table in front of Yang Han. The sound of the paper hitting the tabletop was particularly jarring in the quiet study. The Yang family's secret account transferred 500,000 to the Shadow Assassin organization, with the target clearly listed as Gong Yunza, and the operation taking place in the dense forest outside the Fog City University. The Yang family patriarch, is this considered a complete lack of contact? Yang Han's face instantly darkened, and he hurriedly picked up the documents to look through them. The bank seal on the transfer records, the assassin organization's receipts, and even the reconnaissance photos taken before the operation, everything was crystal clear, especially the payment account. That was a secret account used only by core members of the Yang family. Even he himself had to sign it before he could use it. That's impossible. Yang Han's hands trembled uncontrollably as his fingertips traced the account information, his brows furrowing in a frown. "No one but me and the clan elders can use this account without permission. How could this be?" Before he could finish speaking, his gaze fell on the section for the employee's signature. His pupils contracted sharply, and he almost caught his breath. The words Yang Wei were written on the paper. Yang Wei is his younger brother. Relying on his brother's indulgence, he usually acts tyrannically within the clan, but he doesn't dare to use the secret account, let alone hire assassins. Yang Han felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and he slammed his fist on the coffee table, splashing most of the tea in his cup. Someone! Bring Yang Wei here. Immediately. Right now. The guards outside the study dared not delay and quickly obeyed the order. Yang Han turned around and looked at Chen Lin, his tone tinged with urgency and apology. Miss Chen, I truly know nothing about this. That scoundrel Yang Wei must have secretly misappropriated the account privileges. I will definitely investigate and give you and Gong Yunza an explanation. Only now did he understand why Chen Lin had been so firm. If the Yang family were truly framed for hiring assassins to harm students, forget about offending the Fog City supernatural powers, even the Dragon Kingdom Supernatural Abilities Association probably won't let the Yang family off the hook. Not to mention the reclusive family background that Chen Lin just mentioned, the Yang family is simply not someone to mess with. Not long after, Yang Wei was escorted in by 2 guards. Seeing Yang Han's ashen face and Chen Lin's icy gaze, his expression froze, and he struggled to shout. Big brother! Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything wrong. Didn't do anything wrong? Yang Han threw the documents at Yang Wei's feet, his voice filled with anger. Look at this. Misappropriating secret accounts and hiring assassins to deal with Gong Yunza, are you trying to destroy the entire Yang family? Yang Wei looked down at the signature on the document, his face instantly turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Big brother, I just can't stand it. That Gong Yunza beat my son Yang Tianjia into a cripple. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. What did I do wrong? Teach him a lesson? Chen Lin stood up, walked up to Yang Wei, looked down at him, and said in an icy tone, teach him a lesson with assassins? Is this how the Yang family of Kyoto operates? Yang Wei was so intimidated by her aura that he dared not raise his head, his whole body trembling, yet he defiantly retorted. Gong Yunza harmed my son, should I, as his father, just swallow my anger? What wrong have I done? What's wrong with that? If you dare to touch even a hair on the head of the person my Chen family wants to protect, it's a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire clan. Chen Lin responded with a cold laugh. Yang Han looked at Chen Lin's forced smile, then at his younger brother's pathetic state, and felt so angry he almost fainted. He gritted his teeth and said, You wretched creature! From this day forward, your clan membership is revoked, all your property is confiscated, and you are to get out of the capital immediately. If you dare to set foot in the Yang family again, I'll break your legs. After speaking, he turned to look at Chen Lin, his tone sincere. Miss Chen, this matter stems from our Yang family's lax discipline. I have already dealt with Yang Wei. From now on, no one in the Yang family will dare to target Gong Yunza again. If he encounters any trouble again, just let me know, and I will do everything in my power to help him. Chen Lin nodded, seeing Yang Han's resolute attitude. I hope the Yang family head will keep his word. Although the Chen family lives in seclusion, they are still protective of their own. Gong Yunza is a student I value. If this happens again, the Yang family of Kyoto will be expelled from the Dragon Kingdom. Her words were light and casual, yet they carried an undeniable air of authority. Yang Han nodded hurriedly in agreement and personally escorted Chen Lin out of the mansion. Only after watching her car disappear around the street corner did he breathe a sigh of relief, turn around and return to the mansion. Facing Yang Wei's direction, he was once again overcome with anger. This wretched child almost brought the Yang family to utter ruin. Chapter 122. The plan is ahead of schedule. Shaoli, danger. Yang Han's tense back relaxed slightly, but the stiffness from when he clenched his fist still lingered on his fingertips. Before he could recover, a venomous voice suddenly came from behind him, piercing straight into his eardrums. Big brother, this girl is so arrogant just because her family has some connections. So what if they're a reclusive family? Once our Yang family becomes powerful, I'll wipe out the Chen family. Yang Han suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Wei, who was still lying on the ground. At this moment, Yang Wei's face no longer showed any trace of the fear he had just displayed. The paleness faded somewhat, replaced by eyes filled with resentment and hostility. A twisted smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if Chen Lin's intimidation and his own severe punishment were merely temporary restraint in his eyes. Destroy the Chen family? Yang Han trembled with rage, took a step forward, and kicked Yang Wei hard in the chest. The latter cried out in pain, curled up on the ground, but still held his neck straight, his eyes full of defiance. "Brother, why are you afraid of her? Our Yang family is a prominent family in the capital. Why should we put up with a woman's temper? It's just that brat Gong Yunza." "Shut up!" Yang Han interrupted him sharply, his voice hoarse with anger. "What do you think the Chen family is? A reclusive family with a 1,000-year-old heritage. Its foundation is unfathomable. If anyone from the Chen family heard what you just said, not only you, but the entire Yang family would be buried with you." He pointed at Yang Wei's nose, his finger trembling uncontrollably. "You embezzled secret accounts and hired assassins, committing a grave offense. I spared your life, only stripping you of your identity and confiscating your assets, out of consideration for our brotherhood. Not only do you show no remorse, but you also dare to utter such arrogant words? Do you really think the Yang family is invincible in the Dragon Kingdom?" Yang Wei was kicked and his blood was churning, but he still muttered defiantly. "But Tianjie, he was beaten into a cripple by Gong Yunza. Are we just going to let this go like this? I'm his father, I can't watch him suffer." "Feeling wronged?" Yang sneered, his eyes filled with disappointment. Tianjie provoked trouble and injured someone first. He deserved to be retaliated against by Gong Yunza. Instead of disciplining your son properly, you resorted to assassination. Is that a justifiable act? It's foolish. You're pushing the entire Yang family to the opposite side of morality. You're pushing the Yang family into a fire pit." He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, his tone icy cold and devoid of any warmth. "I initially spared your life out of brotherhood. But in your current state, if you were allowed to stay in Kyoto, who knows what even bigger trouble you might cause." Having said that, Yang Han looked at the guard beside him, his voice resolute. "Drag him away and send him out of the capital immediately. Remember, from today onwards, Yang Wei is no longer a member of the Yang family. If he dares to mention the name Yang even once outside, or if he harbors any ill intentions towards Gong Yunza or the Chun family, cripple his superpowers and turn him into a complete cripple." The guards didn't dare to delay and immediately stepped forward to support Yang Wei, who was still struggling. The latter twisted its body and roared. "Big brother! You can't do this to me. I'm your own brother. The Yang family can't do without me. I won't accept this. I won't accept this." But his roars eventually faded into the depths of the courtyard as his footsteps receded into the distance. Yang Han stood there, looking at the empty courtyard, feeling utterly exhausted. The chilly autumn wind swirled sycamore leaves onto his shoulders, but he was oblivious, muttering to himself. "Away, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Chen family has too much power. If I don't sacrifice you, the Yang family will be destroyed in my hands." He looked up in the direction Chen Lin had left, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Today's events may seem like the Yang family has quelled the storm, but he knows in his heart that this is only a temporary letting go by the Chen family. From now on, the Yang family will not only have to avoid Gong Yunza, but also be constantly wary of the Chen family's existence. A reclusive family. Yang Han sighed softly, turned and went back to his residence, thinking to himself. The skies over Kyoto are likely to become increasingly turbulent due to the emergence of these reclusive families. If the Yang family wants to stand firm amidst these storms, they must be even more cautious and cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. The cold wind swirled with withered leaves, slamming them hard against Yang Wei's face, as if mocking his current disheveled state. When he was dragged and thrown out of the Yang family's gate by the guards, his only remaining personal cell phone hadn't been taken away. This was because Yang Han considered the last bit of brotherhood and didn't let him completely become a beggar on the streets. Yang Wei staggered and grabbed the corner of the wall, watching the vermilion gate of the Yang family slowly close before his eyes. That door, once his reliance on his domineering ways, has now become a cold barrier that completely isolates him. He gripped his phone so tightly his knuckles turned white, and his teeth clenched so hard they clicked. "Chen Lin. Gong Yunza. Yang Han. You just wait." But after the anger subsided, reason quickly returned. He was well aware of his current situation. Without the Yang family's identity and supernatural resources, let alone seeking revenge against the Chun family, it would be difficult for him to even gain a foothold on the streets of Kyoto. Thinking of Chen Lin's cold gaze and the intimidating power of the hidden family, Yang Wei couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously extinguish the idea of directly causing trouble for Gong Yunza. The Chen family is protecting him if they can't do it openly, what about secretly? Yang Wei squatted in the corner, running his hands through his messy hair, deep in thought. With members of the Chen family watching over Gong Yunza, and guards from Wodu Yidat at the school, making it virtually impossible to touch him. Just when he was about to despair, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: Eagle Beak Cliff, Xiaosu. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with malice. Oh right. Xiaosu doesn't know I was kicked out of the Yang family. Yang Wei was so excited that he was trembling all over. He took out his phone, and his fingertips were shaking as he swiped across the screen. As long as he contacts Xiaosu now and lets the plan proceed as scheduled, even if he can't kill Gong Yunzi, killing his father-in-law Xiaoli will make Gong Yunzi suffer terribly. He could vent his anger, use Xiaosu to get things done, and remain uninvolved. It was a double win. Gong Yunzi, aren't you so powerful? Aren't you protected by the Chen family? Wait until your father-in-law dies, then I'll see if you can still laugh. Yang Wei muttered viciously to himself in a low voice, and then dialed Xiaosu's number. The busy tone of the phone call was like a death knell. With each ring, Yang Wei's heart beat a fraction faster. Only when the other party answered hello and Xiaosu's obsequious voice came through the receiver did Yang Wei breathe a slight sigh of relief. He immediately adopted a completely different tone, deliberately maintaining the dignity of a core member of the Yang family. Xiaosu, it's me, Yang Wei. Brother Yang Wei. Why did you suddenly call me? Has the plan changed? Xiaosu's voice was full of flattery. He was unaware of Yang Wei's situation and assumed that the other party was calling to explain the details. Yang Wei gripped his phone tightly, suppressing the panic in his heart, and said in a deep voice, I've agreed to the plan we discussed earlier. Is everything ready on your end? The traps at Eagle's Beak Cliff, and the props for faking the scene make sure nothing goes wrong. Don't worry. Everything is ready. I've found the corpses of 10 peak level 5th tier beasts. I'll just dump them at the scene, and I guarantee no one will notice anything amiss. Xiaosu patted his chest and assured him, it's just. Brother Yang Wei, is there anything wrong with the Yang family? What if they investigate later in the capital? I'll handle things here in Kyoto, you don't need to worry about it. I'll take care of anything that happens. Just go for it. After it's done, you'll be the head of the Xiao family. He knew this in his heart, but he had to keep Xiaosu calm. Once Xiaoli is dead, even if Xiaosu discovers he has been deceived, he will be in a difficult position. After killing Xiaoli, the head of the Xiao family, Xiaosu had to flee and had no time to settle accounts with him. Xiaosu on the other end of the receiver didn't ask any more questions and quickly replied. All right. Brother Yang Wei, don't worry, I'll definitely handle it perfectly. 3 days from now, I guarantee Xiaoli will die at Eagle's Beak Cliff. Very good. Yang Wei's lips curled into a cruel smile. Remember, don't let anything go wrong. I'll contact you after it's done. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wei stared at the blacked-out phone screen and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the deserted alley, sounding particularly eerie. The cold wind blew again, stirring up the withered leaves on the ground, but it couldn't dispel the malice in his eyes. He could almost see Xiaoli lying in a pool of blood, and Gong Yunzi's pained expression after learning the bad news. Just you wait. Gong Yunzi, this is only the beginning. Yang Wei stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, his eyes filled with frantic anticipation. The wheels rolled over the makeshift road strewn with gravel, kicking up clouds of dust. The convoy of military vehicles from the 386th Division, resembling a long steel dragon, finally arrived at the outskirts of Xiaomining City on the evening of the third day. Xiaoli pushed open the car door, and a biting sea breeze carrying a faint smell of blood rushed towards him. He instinctively gripped the supernatural longsword at his waist, his gaze sweeping across the road ahead. Xiaomining City, once an important energy base on the eastern coast. At this moment, the city wall is mottled, and many places are blackened by seawater. Dried dark red marks can be vaguely seen on the city wall, which are bloodstains left by the battle between the superhumans and the alien race. Commander Xiao. You finally arrived. An officer covered in mud and with a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his left arm strode forward to greet him. It was Zhao Gang, the deputy division commander of the garrison in Xiaoquang City. His face was etched with exhaustion, and the dark circles under his eyes were so deep they looked like ink had been applied. His eyes reddened the moment he saw Xiaoli. If you had arrived any later, we in the 181st Division were afraid we really wouldn't have been able to hold out. Xiaoli patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder, his tone solemn. How's the situation? How fierce is the merfolk's offensive? The merfolk have been attacking non-stop for the past 3 days. Zhao Gang led Xiaoli into the city, his voice filled with anxiety. They not only have high-ranking mermaid warriors charging head-on, but they also send low-ranking mermaids to flank an ambush from behind through the underwater tunnels. Our defenses have been breached in 3 places. The 181st Division, led by Deputy Division Commander Li Qingmian, was originally there to provide support, but now, their casualty rate has exceeded 60%. Yesterday, Division Commander Li himself was cut on the right leg by the bone spikes of the mermaids while covering the retreat of the wounded. As they spoke, the two passed through a makeshift camp for wounded soldiers. Many superhumans lay on makeshift stretchers, some with broken arms, others with blood-soaked bandages wrapped around their chests, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with the stench of blood. Xiao Li paused, his brows furrowing even more as he looked at the pale yet resolute faces of the young warriors. The superpowered legion was the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's defense against alien races. But now, even an elite division like the 181st Division is in such a state, which shows just how critical the situation in Xiaoquang City has become. "Where is Commander Yang Han?" Xiao Li asked. "He went back to Kyoto to seek help," Zhao Gang replied. "How is it? How many reinforcements has Kyoto sent?" Xiao Li asked with concern. He was very concerned about the issue of reinforcements. After all, although the 386th Division was a powerful force. However, the soldiers were exhausted after the long march, and without follow-up support, they alone could not hold Xiaoquang City for long. Upon hearing the words "request for help," Zhao Gang's face instantly darkened, and he sighed. "Commander Xiao, don't you know? Commander Li contacted Commander Yang Han yesterday, and Kyoto has already rejected the request for assistance." "What? Kyoto rejected them?" Xiao Li stopped abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. "Why? Xia Mining City is the gateway to the eastern coast. Once it falls, the merfolk can easily advance along the coastline, and the impact won't be limited to just one city. Sai, it's because other alien races have also made their move." Zhao Gang rubbed his throbbing temples and explained in a heavy tone. Since the merfolk began harassing the eastern border, the werewolves in the north and the stone demons in the west have also been making moves, launching attacks on various borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Now almost all the superpowered legions have been sent to defend various fronts, and Kyoto simply cannot spare any manpower to support us. Division Commander Yang Han spent 2 days in Kyoto, but in the end, he could only return empty-handed. It is said that he is now heading to other military regions to see if he can borrow some manpower. Xiao Li fell silent. He looked up at the distant coastline, where he could vaguely see black waves surging on the sea, the direction where the merfolk were gathering. He knew in his heart that Zhao Gang was not lying. Now that the Dragon Kingdom was besieged on all sides and each military region was too busy to take care of itself, Xia Mining City was probably really going to be isolated and helpless. "Commander Xiao, look." Zhao Gang looked at Xiao Li, his eyes filled with a mixture of expectation and despair. Xiao Li took a deep breath, suppressing the heaviness in his heart, and turned to look at the soldiers of the 386th Division who were disembarking and assembling behind him. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable force. "Deputy Division Commander Zhao, please pass the order. The 386th Division will rest for half an hour. After half an hour, they will immediately take over the defense line from the 181st Division. Tell all soldiers that Xiaoquang City cannot be lost. Our compatriots are behind us. Even without reinforcements, we must hold this place." "Yes, sir." Zhao Gang stood up straight and gave a standard military salute, his previously tired eyes regaining their fighting spirit. Xiao Li walked to the city wall, looked at the surging sea, and gently stroked the patterns on the hilt of his sword with his fingertips. He thought of his daughter, Xiao Rongyu, who was far away in the foggy city of Yida, and his son-in-law, Gong Yunzi. If Xiaoquang City falls, the flames of war will eventually spread to the inland areas, and they will also be threatened. "No matter what, we must hold on." Xiao Li muttered to himself, his tone resolute. The sea breeze lifted the corner of his coat, making it flutter loudly. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, even more black waves were gathering, and an even more ferocious attack was about to begin. Chapter 123, Border Region War Situation in Crisis? Social Recruitment Notice. Inside the Kyoto City Hall, the warm yellow crystal chandelier could not dispel the somber atmosphere that filled the room. Dozens of officials in formal attire sat around a long conference table. On the map of the Dragon Kingdom's borders spread out on the table, the eastern, northern, and western border lines were covered with dense red markings. That was a disaster area ravaged by foreign invasions. Behind every red dot lay the casualties of soldiers and the crisis facing the city. The merfolk are pressing closer and closer to Xia Mining City in the east. The 386th Division just arrived to provide support, and now the werewolves in the north have broken through 3 lines of defense, even destroying most of the Huluan military region's grain reserves. A white-haired official slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with anxiety. The Western Stone Demon Clan went even further, directly blocking the teleportation channel to the west with giant rocks, so supplies from the inland can't be transported in at all. But right now, none of the major military regions have enough manpower, another official retorted with a frown. The southern military region has to guard against the Poison Ivy clan in the miasma forest, and the central military region has to guard the gateway to Kyoto. We can't just transfer the Kyoto guard out, can we? Who will guarantee the safety of Kyoto then? Discussions arose one after another, with some suggesting seeking help from reclusive families, but this was immediately rejected. Hidden families have never interfered in worldly disputes, so why would they easily send troops? Some suggested temporarily abandoning remote defensive lines and consolidating forces to defend core cities, but this drew widespread opposition. Abandoning our defenses means handing over our compatriots to foreign invaders. How can we face the people living on the border? Just as everyone was arguing and the situation was almost at a stalemate. The young official sitting in the corner suddenly stood up, clutching a thick document in his hand, his voice clear and bright. Sirs, since active duty soldiers cannot be mobilized, why not recruit superhumans from society? The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. All eyes were on him. Some people frowned, some looked puzzled, and some looked thoughtful. Recruiting people with supernatural abilities? An older official adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The social superhumans are a mixed bag, with varying levels of skill, and most haven't received formal training. How can they possibly fight against alien races? What if something goes wrong? Who will take responsibility? The problem you mentioned does exist, but we can develop screening criteria. The young official strode to the map and pointed to the red markers on it. First, recruit only awakened ones of Tier 2 or higher to ensure basic combat strength. Second, conduct background checks in conjunction with the Supernatural Abilities Association to exclude those with criminal records. Finally, have retired high-ranking officers lead 3 days of training, teaching only basic teamwork and the weaknesses of alien races, which is sufficient to deal with harassment from low-level alien forces. He paused, then added. More importantly, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have always had a strong sense of national pride. A few years ago, when the western border was harassed by the Sandworm clan, many people with special abilities spontaneously formed teams to provide support, although it wasn't a large-scale operation at the time. Now, we are recruiting under the official name, offering generous benefits, such as priority allocation of special ability resources after the war, extra points for children's school admission, and a one-time subsidy of 100,000 dragon coins. Coupled with the call to protect the country, we are sure to attract a large number of people to sign up. 100,000 dragon coins? And we'll have to prioritize resource allocation? That's no cheap, someone raised a concern. Compared to the losses from losing the border, what does this cost? The young official said firmly. If Xia Mining City falls, half of the energy supply to the eastern coast will be cut off. If the Huluan defense line collapses, the granary of the north will be gone. Recruiting people with special abilities can not only solve the immediate crisis, but also allow the people to participate in defending their homeland. It's a win-win situation. Everyone fell silent, their gazes all turning to the highest-ranking leader of the Kyoto Assembly Hall, seated in the main seat. Wang Guohuai. Wang Guohuai tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondered for a moment, then looked up at everyone. I think this suggestion is feasible. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The border situation is urgent now, and we can no longer stick to the old ways. Following this comrade's suggestion, we should immediately work with the Superpower Association, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Education to formulate a detailed plan. Tomorrow morning, we will set up recruitment points in superpower centers in major cities across the country, and publish recruitment announcements through television and the internet, emphasizing the unity of family and country, so that all superpowered individuals know that defending the border is defending their families. Commander, who will command the recruited superhumans? Someone asked. The auxiliary forces will be temporarily incorporated into the border military regions and uniformly deployed by the military regions. However, a separate Civil Defense Special Ability Battalion will be set up, with a dedicated liaison officer assigned to ensure smooth command and avoid conflicts with active duty soldiers. Wang Guohuai stood up and his gaze swept across the entire room. My lords, the Dragon Kingdom has stood strong for 1,000 years not because of any single army, but because of the united efforts of all our compatriots. Now, at this crucial moment, we must put aside our concerns and unite all forces that can be united. With Commander Wang's decisive decision, the heavy atmosphere in the room finally dissipated, replaced by a sense of urgency and anticipation. The officials all stood up and began to get busy. Some contacted the Superpowers Association to finalize the selection criteria, some applied to the Ministry of Finance for recruitment funds, and others were busy drafting recruitment announcements. Footsteps and phone calls filled the great hall of the people, but the previous chaos was replaced by a sense of dynamism. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell upon the land of the Dragon Kingdom, the announcement recruiting individuals with special abilities to support the border had already spread throughout the country. Whether it was at the entrance of a superpower center in a bustling city or in front of a bulletin board in a remote town, crowds of people stopped to watch. Anyone above level 2 can register? And they're even giving away 100,000 dragon coins? My brother's AB rank. A second-tier lightning-type awakened being. I'm calling him right now. Xia Mining City is on the verge of collapse. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, how can we stand by and watch foreign invaders bully us on our doorstep? Amid the discussions, more and more people with superpowers headed towards the recruitment point. Some were filled with enthusiasm, some were determined to serve their country, and others wanted to prove themselves through this opportunity. The queue grew longer and longer, stretching from one end of the street to the other. Red recruitment flags fluttered in the wind, like clusters of burning flames, igniting the fighting spirit of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shaoli, far away in Xiaoquang City, received news from Kyoto about recruiting people with special abilities. He was standing on the city wall, having just repelled a fierce attack from the merfolk with his soldiers. His grip on the phone tightened slightly, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. With the support of these individuals with special abilities, perhaps Xia Mining City can truly be defended. The sea breeze was still biting, but it no longer seemed so piercing. Shaoli turned around and looked at the soldiers of the 386th Division who were gathering behind him, his voice even more resolute than before. Brothers, good news from Kyoto. Superpowered individuals from all over the country are rushing here. If we hold on for a few more days, reinforcements will arrive. We will definitely hold Xia Mining City. For a moment, the cheers of the warriors rang out on the city wall, a stark contrast to the roars of the merfolk on the distant sea. Within the Dragon Kingdom, recruitment orders swept through every city and every corner like a spring breeze, but they also brought forth vastly different aspects of human nature. Outside the temporary recruitment centers in various places, lines of people waiting to enlist in the army stretched from the first light of dawn until dusk. 23-year-old Lin Xiaoman clutched her supernatural ability level assessment certificate. He is a second-tier awakened plant expert who graduated a year ago and previously worked part-time at a flower shop. The moment I saw the recruitment notice, I pulled out the certificate that had been lying at the bottom of the box. My parents are back in our hometown in the east. If Xiaoquang City falls, the war will reach them. He spoke to the people in front of him in line, his eyes filled with determination. Even if I can't be a key player, it's enough to contribute my small part to the country. The team was mostly made up of young people like him. Some carried backpacks, others held photos of their families. The discussion wasn't about the 100,000 dragon coin subsidy, but rather the simple wish to guard the border and protect their families. Meanwhile, in a high-end villa district in Kyoto, Huang Sheng sat in the living room, his brow furrowed as he watched the recruitment announcements scrolling on the television. The butler handed him a glass of red wine, which he took, sipping it with disdain. Second tier and above? Ha, what's the difference between that and sending ordinary people to their deaths? The merfolk's bone spikes are so sharp they can crush awakened beings of the same level, and the werewolf's claws can tear apart metal-type shields. They'd be cannon fodder on the front lines. Huang Shang turned off the television, got up and went to his study, where he instructed the servants. Lock all the doors and windows, and don't go out recently, so you don't get tricked into signing up. Such scenes are constantly playing out across the Dragon Kingdom. Some people filled out forms with great enthusiasm at the recruitment booths, while others quietly turned off the news about the recruitment notice behind their curtains at home. The owner of the small town's general store locked his shop, slung his strange weapon over his shoulder, and headed to the recruitment center, declaring, "If I can't defend the border, my shop will go out of business." A senior executive at a company in a big city had his assistant turn down all recruitment offers, using excuses like, "The company can't do without me." But their passion ultimately overcame their hesitation. By evening, when the statistical data from all recruitment sites across the country was compiled and sent to the Kyoto Assembly Hall, even Commander Wang Wuhui couldn't help but show a look of surprise. In just one day, 600,000 qualified superhumans were recruited. Among them, there are 80,000 third-tier awakeners, and even more than 10,000 fourth-tier high-level awakeners who have volunteered to serve as training instructors or team leaders. 600,000. This is the power of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. An official slammed his fist on the table excitedly. We were worried that we wouldn't be able to recruit enough people, but now it seems that our worries were unnecessary. Looking at the ever-increasing numbers on the report, Wang Guowai's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Immediately arrange teleportation arrays to send them to various border military districts in batches. Remember, prioritize the needs of critical areas like Xia Mining City and the Huluan defense line. Training must keep pace. We can't let them go full of enthusiasm only to get injured due to lack of preparation. On the night the order was issued, dozens of large teleportation arrays across the country were activated simultaneously. A pale blue light enveloped the densely packed superhumans, who, carrying uniformly issued equipment packs, entered the teleportation array in an orderly fashion under the guidance of officers. Standing inside the teleportation array, Lin Xiaoman looked at the unfamiliar yet equally determined faces around him and suddenly felt less nervous. He knew he wasn't fighting alone. Those fourth-tier awakened individuals who had volunteered had already boarded the military vehicles bound for Xia Mining City. They will arrive at the border ahead of time as an advance team to assist the military region in developing training plans. At the temporary training ground in Xia Mining City, Shelley looked at the first batch of 50,000 superhumans who arrived via the teleportation array, and his eyes welled up with tears. Among these people were white-collar workers, factory workers, and small vendors, dressed in all sorts of clothes, yet all sharing the same fighting spirit. He stepped onto the platform, his voice amplified by his supernatural ability, resounding throughout the entire arena. Welcome everyone to the team defending the border. Over the next 3 days, we will teach you how to evade attacks from alien races, how to cooperate with your comrades, and how to use defensive equipment. I can't guarantee that the training won't be tough, nor can I guarantee that there won't be dangers on the front lines, but I can guarantee that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to defend Xia Mining City and the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Some people raised their weapons, while others shouted slogans like, "Defend the Dragon Kingdom." Like a stone thrown into still water, it created ripples far and wide, with more and more people shouting, "Defend our homeland! Defend our homeland! Defend our homeland!" Soon, the entire training ground was filled with shouts of, "Defend our homeland!" The sea breeze blew sand and dust, but it couldn't disperse this gathered power. 600,000 people with superpowers are like 600,000 sparks. They are being sent to various border regions of the Dragon Kingdom. After training, they will go to the battlefield and use their blood to build a new line of defense for the Dragon Kingdom's borders. On the training ground of the large city of Wudu, 50 trainees are conducting tactical drills around a simulated battlefield. Sweat streamed down their faces, splashing onto the ground and creating tiny water stains. The light from the clash of supernatural abilities rose and fell in the center of the training field. This is the first day of the training camp, with 50 people selected from thousands of students across the school. Everyone was determined to be one of the 10 finalists in the National College Ability Competition. Gong Yunza stood on the viewing platform, holding the training team's roster in his hand, and lightly marked several names with the tip of his pen. He had just finalized the training plan for the next day, intending to focus on honing the team's collaborative combat capabilities, when he saw members of the student council running over breathlessly, clutching an urgent newsletter in their hands. President! Urgent news from Kyoto. A student council member rushed over, his voice filled with anxiety. The borders of the Dragon Kingdom are in dire straits. The East, North, and West are all under attack by alien races. The 386th Division has been transferred to Xia Mining City on the eastern coast as reinforcement. The 386th Division? Gong Yunza's heart sank. He immediately thought of Xiao Rongyu's father, Xiaoli, who was the commander of the 386th Division. Without thinking further, he turned around and quickly walked down from the viewing platform, heading towards the training team's rest area. Xiao Rongyu was sitting under the shade of a tree, handing bottled water to her teammates during training. Seeing Gong Yunza rushing over, he quickly stood up. "Yunza, what's wrong? Has the training plan been adjusted?" "It's not about training." Gong Yunza pulled her to a quiet spot, his voice lowered, but his worry was undeniable. News has come from Kyoto that the border is being harassed by foreign tribes, and Old Deng's 386th Division has been transferred to Xia Mining City as reinforcement. Chapter 124 Gong Yunza's request. "Father, how is he now?" How critical is the situation in Xiaoquang City? Xiao Rongyu grabbed Gong Yun's arm, her voice trembling. She never expected to suddenly receive news that her father was going to the front lines, let alone know that the situation on the border had reached the point where the main force needed to be mobilized. Gong Yunza quickly turned to look at the student council members, his tone urgent. Did the message mention the current situation in Xia Mining City? How fierce is the merfolk's offensive? Will the defense line be able to hold after the 386th Division arrives? The student council member swallowed hard, quickly flipped through the news articles in his hand, and spoke with a strained voice. The news says, the merfolk launched a large-scale attack this time, not only sending a large number of 3rd and 4th tier merfolk warriors in a frontal assault, but also sending low-tier merfolk to flank an attack from behind via the underwater tunnels. 3 breaches have already been made in the walls of Xia Mining City. The 181st Division, which was previously stationed there, suffered over 60% casualties, and its deputy commander was wounded. The 386th Division arrived the day before yesterday evening and immediately joined the battle, temporarily stabilizing the defensive line. However, the merfolk's attacks haven't stopped, and it's uncertain whether they can hold out. Casualties exceed 60%? The city walls have been breached? Xiao Rongyu's face turned deathly pale, her expression filled with extreme worry. My dad went straight to the battlefield as soon as he arrived, without even having time to rest. Isn't that too rushed? Gong Yunza held her hand tightly, trying to comfort her with his warmth, but his heart was also heavy. Although Shaoli had just advanced to the 6th rank, he was facing a constant stream of merfolk, as well as a merfolk leader with peak 6th rank cultivation. In addition, the battlefield environment was harsh, making it dangerous at every turn. He suppressed his worries and said to the student council members, "Go back first and continue to closely monitor the situation. Notify me immediately of any new developments in Xia Mining City." The student council members nodded and left in a hurry. The shouts from the training field still echoed, but they could no longer dispel the gloom in their hearts. Xiao Rongyu leaned on Gong Yunza's shoulder, her voice choked with sobs. "Yunza, I'm so worried about my dad. I want to call him, but I'm afraid he'll be distracted in the battle, and what if something happens to him?" Gong Yunza gently patted her back, his gaze fixed on the east, his tone firm. "Let us wait and see what happens. If we don't hear any good news from my father-in-law by tomorrow, we'll try to contact him again. And don't forget, Kyoto has already recruited 600,000 superhumans. The first batch should have already arrived in Xia Mining City. With reinforcements, the pressure on my father-in-law and his team will be much less." He paused, then added. "Furthermore, what we can do now is to complete the training camp well. If more manpower is needed at the border later, we superhumans can step in immediately. My father-in-law is a soldier, and he definitely hopes that we can become stronger, both to win glory for the country in the national competition and to protect our homeland in critical moments." Xiao Rongyu slowly raised her head, wiped away her tears, and looked at Gong Yunza's firm eyes. The panic in her heart gradually subsided. She nodded, her voice slightly hoarse but exceptionally firm. "You're right. I need to train hard and improve my skills so that if I ever have to go to Xia Mining City to provide support, I can help ease some of the pressure on my dad." Seeing her regain her spirits, Gong Yunza felt a slight sense of relief. He pulled her to sit down in the shade of a tree, took out a tissue from his pocket, and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Let's work together. Whether it's intensive training or dealing with the border crisis, we'll face it together. My father-in-law is already a 6th tier awakened, he'll definitely return safely." The two sat side by side, both gazing into the distance. The sounds of supernatural abilities clashing on the training field were still loud, but they had taken on a different meaning. Their training is no longer just for a single match, it's about being able to protect those they care about and safeguard this land that is under threat when needed. Gong Yunza silently planned in his mind that after the training camp ended tomorrow, he would have a talk with Principal Qin Lin. Let's see if the Foggy City can do anything for the border region. Even providing some logistical support would be an extra layer of protection for the soldiers in Xia Mining City. The next morning, before the training camp at Wudu Yida even started, Gong Yunza found Principal Qin Lin's office ahead of time. He stood at the door, took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and gently knocked. "Come in." Principal Qin Lin's voice came from inside, as calm and steady as ever. Gong Yunza pushed open the door and entered, seeing Chen Lin frowning at a document, with several briefings on the border situation on the table. He stepped forward and got straight to the point. "Principal Chen, I'd like to talk to you about the border of Xiaoquang City." Chen Lin looked up, put down her pen, and gestured for him to sit down. I know what you're trying to say. News came from Kyoto last night that the merfolk offensive in Xiaoquang City has intensified. The first batch of recruited social superhumans has arrived, but they are still in training and cannot be deployed to the battlefield for the time being. Do you want the school to provide support to the border? Gong Yunze was somewhat surprised by the principal's good information network, and then nodded. Yes. My father-in-law, Commander Shaoli, is on the front lines in Xiaoquang City. The situation is critical right now. I'd like to ask if the school can do anything, even just provide some logistical support, such as healing pills, defensive items, or have students from the healing department help treat the wounded. Chen Lin pondered for a moment, then lightly tapped her fingers on the table. I've already considered what you've said. The alchemy department at the school started working overtime yesterday to refine healing pills and energy-gathering pills, and we expect to have a batch ready by noon today. I will arrange for someone to send them to Xia Mining City via the teleportation array. In addition, Professor Zhang Chufeng and more than a dozen other teachers from the healing department have volunteered to go to the front lines to provide support, and I have approved their application. They will depart this afternoon. She paused, then added. Also, there are some ancient books about the weaknesses of alien races in the school's library. I've already had them sorted out. You can take them back and show them to the training team members. This will help them understand the alien races and prepare them for possible support in the future. Upon hearing this, Gong Yunze breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up to express his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. With this support, the soldiers of Xia Mining City will definitely have more protection. No need to thank me. When one is in trouble, help comes from all sides. This is what Fog City Yida should do. Chen Lin waved her hand, her eyes full of determination. The borders of the Dragon Kingdom need everyone's protection, and as a place for cultivating superhumans, the school cannot stand idly by. Your training team must also train hard. Perhaps in the future, you too will become a force supporting the border. Gong Yunze was about to continue speaking when Chen Lin spoke first. Yunze, I know your true purpose in coming here, but the situation on the Dragon Kingdom's border isn't so bad that students need to be sent to the battlefield. So you just need to focus on improving your strength. Leave the rest to the superpowered army. Gong Yunze hesitated for a moment, then thanked the principal and left the principal's office. He carried the organized ancient books of foreign tribes and strode towards the training ground. By this time, the training team members had arrived one after another. Xiao Ronyu was standing in the corner, talking to Chu Huairou and Yang Yujie, all three of them with worried expressions on their faces. Seeing Gong Yunze approach, Xiao Ronyu immediately went to greet him. How is it? Gong Yunze smiled and nodded, holding up the ancient book in his hand. The alchemy department is refining healing pills, and teacher Zhang Chufeng is going to the front lines to provide support this afternoon. In addition, the principal gave us this information about the weaknesses of the alien races, so we can add a simulated alien combat exercise to our training today. Their words drew a crowd of training team members, and someone asked, President, does Xiaquanqing really need our help? If so, we're ready to go anytime. Yes. Although we are students, we are also superhumans of the Dragon Kingdom, and it's our duty to protect the border. Even if we can't go to the front lines, we can still refine more pills and make more tools to help in any way we can. Seeing the team members' high spirits, Gong Yunze was deeply moved. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Thank you all for your kind words. Right now, our most important task is to train hard and improve our skills. The principal said that we might become part of the border support force in the future, so only by being strong enough now can we avoid holding back on the front lines. The team members nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Everyone took the next training session even more seriously than before. During simulated alien combat training, the team's coordination became increasingly seamless. Around noon, the first batch of healing pills and energy-gathering pills refined by the alchemy department arrived. Gong Yunze and Xiao Ronyu personally delivered the pills to the teleportation array. Watching the staff pack the pills into specially made boxes and send them to Xia Mining City via the teleportation array, Xiao Ronyu's eyes were full of anticipation. I hope these pills can help my dad and the soldiers on the front lines. Gong Yunze gently took her hand. Yes, we will. We are all working hard for the border, and Xia Mining City will definitely be defended. As the sun set and the training camp ended, Gong Yunze, holding an ancient book, sat under a ginkgo tree with Xiao Ronyu, Chu Huairou, and Yang Yujie. They flipped through ancient books, discussed the weaknesses of the merfolk, and occasionally talked about the battle situation in Xiaoquang City. Meanwhile, on the sea surface of Xiaoquang City, black waves surged endlessly, and the roars of the merfolk pierced through the sea breeze, causing the city walls to tremble slightly. Xiaoli stood atop the highest point of the city wall, veins bulging on his hand gripping his supernatural longsword, his gaze fixed intently on the sea. The merfolk are exceptionally frenzied today. Not only are there countless low-level merfolk charging forward, but also more than a dozen powerful auras rising from the waves. Those are 4th and 5th tier merfolk generals. Commander! The southern defense line has been attacked. A 5th tier mermaid general has broken through the defensive line, came the soldier's anxious roar through the communicator. Brothers, we can't hold on anymore. The same goes for the east. 3 4th tier mermaids have torn open a gap in the city wall and are rushing into the city. Xiao Li's face darkened, and he abruptly turned to look south. The defensive array there had dimmed, and several cyan water-based energy pillars shot into the sky, accompanied by the screams of soldiers. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted into the communicator. All units, hold your positions. I'm going to reinforce the south. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Li unleashed the aura of a 6th tier awakened being and rushed towards the south gate, which had already been broken through. When Xiao Li arrived at the south gate, a massive, 5th tier mermaid general was wielding bone spikes, each attack capable of taking the life of a soldier. 2 4th tier mermaids were also tearing at the defensive fortifications, and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. Evil creature! Xiao Li roared, and his strange weapon longsword gathered a dazzling golden light. He leaped into the air, and the blade cut straight towards the head of the 5th tier mermaid general with the force of breaking through the wind. The merman general reacted extremely quickly, swinging his bone spikes to block. With a loud clang, sparks flew as metal clashed, and the merman general was forced back 3 steps, a deep crack appearing on his bone spikes. Upon seeing this, the surrounding soldiers were instantly invigorated and raised their weapons to fight back. Xiao Li gave the merman general no chance to catch his breath. He lightly touched the ground with his feet and his figure moved behind him like a ghost. He swept his long sword horizontally and accurately cut into the gap between the scales on the merman general's neck, which was the weak point of the merman race. The 5th tier mermaid general let out a shrill roar, blood gushing from his wound, and his water-based powers instantly went out of control. Xiao Li seized the opportunity, his longsword once again gathering light, piercing straight into the merman general's heart. After dealing with the 5th tier general, he turned to face the 2 4th tier mermaids. In the blink of an eye, within half a minute, the 2 4th tier mermaids lay motionless in pools of blood. The merfolk general is dead. Hold the south. I'm going to reinforce the east. Yes. We will never retreat. Xiao Li shouted to the soldiers, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. At this moment, the situation on the eastern defense line became even more critical. 3 4th tier mermaids have stormed into the city and are destroying the makeshift medical station. The healing medics are powerless to fight back and can only scatter and hide. As soon as Xiao Li appeared, he saw a 4th tier mermaid waving its claws at a medic. His eyes turned cold, and the long sword flew out of his hand, piercing the mermaid's throat with precision. Upon seeing this, the other 2 4th tier mermaids immediately pounced on Xiao Li, unleashing a torrent of water-based supernatural abilities. Instead of retreating, Xiao Li advanced, taking the mermaids' attacks head-on with his bare hands and forcefully blocking their supernatural attacks. At the same time, he swiftly moved forward, engaging 2 mermaids in close combat. His movements were as fast as lightning, and every strike hit the mermaids' weak points. The sounds of scales shattering and the mermaids' screams were endless. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the last 5th tier mermaid fell to the ground. Xiao Li's military overcoat was stained red with blood, and his face was also splattered with blood. His breathing was slightly disordered, but his eyes remained firm. He picked up the long sword from the ground and turned to look at the soldiers and medics inside the city. It's all right, the defense is held. Just then, another disturbance was heard on the sea. Xiao Li looked up and saw that the merfolk army was slowly retreating. Clearly, without the command of 4th and 5th tier generals, the lower tier mermaids have lost their fighting spirit. Upon seeing this, the soldiers raised their weapons and cheered, their shouts echoing across the Xia mining city, drowning out the howling sea breeze. Xiao Li walked to the edge of the city wall, watched the merfolk army gradually retreat, and breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a gigantic figure appeared on the sea. Upon seeing this, Xiao Li's pupils constricted sharply. This aura, could it be the peak 6th tier, the Tide Emperor? Chapter 125, Crisis Strikes Again. When that enormous figure slowly rose from beneath the sea, the air in the entire Xia mining city seemed to freeze. The Tide King is 3 times larger than the previous 5th-tier mermaid general. The dark blue scales gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen in the setting sun, each scale adorned with pale blue water ripples that flowed slowly with its breath. 2 translucent horns sprout from either side of its head, their tips adorned with tiny icicles. Its scarlet eyes are like abysses. It swept coldly across the city walls of Xiaoquang City without making any move, yet it carried an oppressive aura that was suffocating. That was the aura unique to a peak 6th-tier ability user, 2 whole minor realms higher than Xiaoli's early 6th-tier ability user. It did not participate in the attack, but simply stopped 100 meters away from the sea surface, its huge tail fin gently slapping the waves, and the splashing water landed on the low-level mermaids. But this simple action instantly ignited the merfolk soldiers who had already begun their retreat. The low-ranking mermaids, who had previously hesitated, now seemed to have been injected with a powerful stimulant. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they roared as they turned and charged towards the city wall once more. Their speed is nearly twice as fast as before, and the bone spikes that could previously be easily blocked by soldiers can now penetrate ordinary alloy shields. Previously, the 2nd-tier water-based ability could only cause minor injuries to 3rd-tier awakened individuals. Now, the water arrows it can condense can even penetrate the defenses of 3rd-tier awakened individuals. Even more terrifying, these merfolk suddenly became fearless. Even when pierced by soldiers' weapons, they would still do their utmost to drive bone spikes into the cracks in the city wall, paving the way for their companions who followed. Damn it! Their combat strength has suddenly increased by at least half. The soldier on the east side of the city wall cried out in alarm. He had just blocked an attack from one mermaid when he was slashed on the arm by a bone spike from another mermaid, and blood instantly stained his sleeve. The medics rushed forward to bandage him, but were forced to retreat by the sudden attack of the mermaid. Standing at the highest point of the city wall, Xiaoli felt the faint but powerful pressure emanating from the Tide Emperor, and his hand gripping the long sword tightened once more. He could clearly sense that the Tide King hadn't released any special abilities or given any commands. Its mere presence was like a buff to the merfolk soldiers. This kind of suppression, which originates from bloodline and class, is more terrifying than any superpower attack. Attention all units. Contract your defensive lines, and prioritize the protection of medical stations and ammunition depots. Xiaoli shouted into the communicator, his voice carrying a barely perceptible urgency. Everyone take energy-gathering pills to stabilize your abilities. Healing ability users, concentrate at the rear of the defensive line and be ready to provide support at any time. The soldiers immediately carried out the order, taking out the energy-gathering pills sent by the Misty City from their backpacks and stuffing them into their mouths. The pills melted instantly upon entering their mouths, and the gentle energy flowed throughout their bodies in a flash, relieving the fatigue from the previous battle and allowing them to barely withstand the fierce attacks of the merfolk. Even so, facing the maddened mermaids, the defensive line was being gradually compressed. The mermaids had breached a new gap in the eastern city wall. 3 soldiers, in an attempt to plug the gap, used their bodies to block the mermaids' bone spikes and fell into a pool of blood. As Xiaoli watched this scene, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that as long as the Tide King was still overseeing the battle on the sea, the merfolk would continue their relentless attacks. If this continues, even with energy-gathering pills and healing pills, the soldiers' stamina and supernatural abilities will eventually be exhausted. Deputy Division Commander Zhao. You temporarily take over the defense line. I'll go and see if I can force Tide King to retreat. After speaking into the communicator, Xiaoli leaped off the city wall without waiting for a response, his body radiating a blue aura as he charged straight towards the Tide Emperor. But just as he approached within 50 meters of the sea, the Tide King gently raised its head, and an invisible wall of water suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoli. Xiaoli swung his sword, and the golden sword energy struck the water wall, only creating a ripple, without leaving even a crack. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force came from the water wall, forcing Xiaoli back more than 10 meters. He felt a tightness in his chest and almost vomited blood. It didn't take me seriously at all. Xiaoli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. The Tide King's strength far exceeded his expectations. The opponent's casual defense was enough to block his full force attack. The Tide King looked at Xiaoli, who had been forced back, his scarlet eyes devoid of any emotion. He gently slapped his tail fin again, and a giant wave rose from the sea, pushing the mermaids at the forefront toward the city wall. The defenses, which were almost stabilized, are once again in crisis. Chapter 126 The New Recruit Corps. Requesting Battle. Helpless, Xiaoli had no choice but to retreat back to the city wall. Looking at the merfolk attacking below, he felt a sense of worry for the first time. If the Tide King continues to oversee the battle here, even with subsequent support from other superhumans, how long can Xiaoquang City's defenses hold out? At this moment, beneath the walls of Xiaomine City, the healing pills sent by Wu Du Yida were taking effect. A soldier whose shoulder was pierced by a water arrow took a pill, and the bleeding from the wound quickly stopped. Although he could not continue fighting, he relieved the burden on the medical station. But everyone knows that this is only a temporary relief. As long as the Tide King is still around, the real crisis has only just begun. Standing by the city wall, Xiaoli gazed at the enormous figure on the distant sea, took a deep breath, and spoke again into the communicator, his voice filled with unprecedented determination. Notify all troops to prepare for a protracted battle. Even if it means fighting to the last man, we must hold Xiaomine City. The rumbling from the northern city wall grew closer. Just as Xiaoli retreated back to the defensive line, he saw an emergency message coming through his communicator. The alloy city gates there had been riddled with holes by the bone spikes of the merfolk. Hundreds of soldiers braced themselves against the city gate, their arm veins bulging, but they still couldn't stop the merfolk outside from pounding on the gate, and the gaps in the gate were widening little by little. Commander! The north side can't hold on. The city gates are about to fall. The voice on the communicator was choked with sobs. Our energy reserves are almost depleted. Just as Xiaoli was about to order the deployment of the reserve and guard teams, a series of orderly footsteps suddenly came from behind him. He looked back and saw 50,000 new recruits with supernatural abilities who had just arrived in Xiaoquang City and hadn't even completed 3 days of basic training. They were standing neatly under the city walls, holding their temporarily issued supernatural weapons, led by thousands of 4th-level instructors. The leading 4th-tier lightning elemental instructor, his face resolute, gave Xiaoli a somewhat imperfect military salute. Commander Xiao. The new recruit corps requests permission to join the battle. No. You haven't completed your training and aren't real soldiers. I can't let you die in vain. You must immediately evacuate the city's residents and leave with them. Seeing that Xiaoli refused, the instructor continued. Commander, we have completed the evacuation of the civilians. Although we are not yet fully trained, we are also superhumans of the Dragon Kingdom, and we cannot stand by and watch the city walls be breached by the foreign race. We must let those foreign races know the fighting spirit of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The new recruits raised their weapons and shouted in unison. Please grant us permission, Commander. We must defend Xiaomine City. Not an inch of Dragon Kingdom's land will be yielded. Their voices were still a little raw, but incredibly firm. Many of their hands were trembling slightly with nervousness, but not one of them backed down. Looking at these young faces, Xiaoli felt a pang of emotion. They should have been learning combat skills on the training ground, but now they had to face the fangs of the merfolk. His heart clenched, and after a moment's hesitation, he heard a cracking sound coming from the north city gate. The city gate was about to break. Okay. Xiaoli gritted his teeth and shouted at them. Everyone, listen to my command. 4th-level instructors, lead 10 groups and flank the city walls from both sides, focusing your attacks on the mermaid's eyes and the gaps in their scales. Recruits, follow behind your instructors and do not charge alone. Remember, only those who survive can defend the city. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, turning and rushing toward the north city wall. But they still underestimated the madness of the merfolk. Upon arriving at the northern city wall, they encountered a new wave of attacks from the merfolk. Thousands of 3rd-tier mermaids led the charge, followed by hundreds of 4th-tier mermaids. Their bone spikes were still stained with the blood of the soldiers who had fought them, and they roared as they pounced. The 4th-level instructors immediately unleashed their powers, with the lightning-type instructor summoning an electric net to trap the mermaids in the front row. The earth element instructor built an earthen wall to block the mermaid's impact, while the fire element instructor spewed flames to scorch the mermaid's scales. The new recruits also unleashed their superpowers, and although their movements were clumsy, they were able to cooperate with difficulty. However, there were too many mermaids, and with the Tide King's buff, their combat power far exceeded their usual level. A 4th-tier mermaid suddenly broke through the electric fence, its bone spikes piercing straight at a young recruit. He was a newly graduated plant-based ability user. Before he could even unleash his defensive vines, a bone spur pierced his chest, and blood instantly stained the medals of honor on his chest. Watch out! Upon seeing this, the lightning instructor next to him immediately turned around and released a lightning arrow, which struck the mermaid's eye. The mermaid roared in pain, but then swung a bone spike, piercing the instructor's shoulder. The instructor endured the pain, gripped the bone spur, gathered lightning in his other hand, and slammed it down on the mermaid's head, perishing together with her. The battle suddenly turned into a one-sided massacre. Because the recruits lacked combat experience and didn't know how to dodge the mermaid's attacks. Although the fourth-level instructors were not weak in combat, they had to be distracted protecting the new recruits and were quickly surrounded. In just a quarter of an hour, or one charge by the merfolk, the area beneath the northern city wall was piled high with the corpses of human soldiers. Blood flowed down the city wall from both new recruits and instructors, forming streams on the ground and staining the beach red. Xiaoli stood at the highest point of the city wall, watching this tragic scene with bloodshot eyes. He saw a young recruit shield his wounded comrade from the mermaid's bone spikes with his own body, shouting "Defend Xia Mining City," before dying. I witnessed an Earth Elemental instructor, in his final moments, erect an earthen wall to block the onslaught of dozens of mermaids, only to be pierced through the back by one of them. Seeing that the originally orderly group of 50,000 new recruits and thousands of instructors had now been reduced to less than half, yet they were still struggling to hold on, many of them had lost their weapons and were fighting the mermaids with their fists and teeth. Ah! Xiaoli let out a suppressed roar, leaped off the city wall, and his golden blade energy swept across, instantly killing 3 mermaids who were besieging the new recruits. He rushed to the side of a wounded 4th-level instructor, shielding him from the mermaid's attack, only to see that the instructor's abdomen had been pierced by a bone spike, and he was barely breathing. Commander! I didn't disgrace China, did I? Xiaoli's eyes welled up with tears. He nodded, his voice hoarse. No. You're all amazing. He looked up at the sea, where the Tide King remained, its scarlet eyes coldly watching everything, as if enjoying a farce. Xiaoli's heart was filled with self-blame and heartache. If he hadn't sent these untrained recruits to the battlefield. If Kyoto's support could have arrived a little faster. If he had been a little stronger, there wouldn't have been so many sacrifices. Everyone retreat. Retreat to the second line of defense inside the city. Xiaoli shouted into the communicator, his voice filled with unprecedented exhaustion. Medics! Immediately to the north city wall, save as many as you can. Upon hearing the order, the remaining recruits and instructors helped each other back. Their faces were covered in blood and dirt, and although their eyes were filled with fear, not one of them flinched and simply followed the group in retreat. Standing beneath the north city wall, Xiaoli watched as the merfolk occupied it, and for the first time, he felt despair. 50,000 new recruits and several thousand 4th-rank instructors, with nearly half killed or wounded. This was the most devastating loss the 386th Division had suffered since arriving in Xia Mining City. He took out his communicator and dialed a number in Kyoto, his voice trembling. Commander Wang. Xia Mining City is about to collapse, requesting reinforcements, immediate reinforcements. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Wang Guohuai's heavy voice. Xiaoli, hold on for 3 more days. The second batch of social superhumans is already on their way, and there's also support from hidden families. They'll definitely arrive in 3 days. 3 days. Xiaoli hung up the phone, looked at the soldiers of the second line of defense in the city and the remaining recruits, and took a deep breath. He wiped the blood from his face, raised his long sword, and shouted at the crowd. Soldiers! We have no way to retreat. Behind us are our compatriots, our home. Even if only one person remains, we will hold Xia Mining City until reinforcements arrive. The remaining people responded in unison, their voices weak but firm. In a secluded corner of Xia Mining City, Xiaosu observed the battlefield through binoculars, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He watched Xiaoli, covered in blood, wrestling with the mermaids, and saw the second line of defense teetering on the brink of collapse. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Xiaoli, you can hold on, but your soldiers can't. Nearly half of the 50,000 new recruits are dead or wounded, and the rest are mostly cripples. I'll see how you survive these 3 days. He took out his phone and dialed Yang Wei's number, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Brother Yang Wei, Xiaoquang City is about to fall. Xiaoli's men are almost at their limit. Once the merfolk break through the defenses and Xiaoli dies, everything the Xiao family owns will be mine. At that time, I'll avenge you and deal with Gong Yunzi. Yang Wei, on the other end of the phone, became excited upon hearing this. Good. Good. Xiaosu, you must keep a close eye on things, and make sure nothing goes wrong. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiaosu hung up the phone, looked back at the battlefield, his eyes filled with madness. Xiaoli, your death is imminent. Chapter 127 Mermaid Transformation and Infiltrating the Military? Beneath the earthen walls of Xia Mining City's second line of defense lay countless human and merfolk corpses. A soldier with a severed left arm leaned against a corner of the wall, gripping a dagger-like weapon in his remaining right hand. He stared intently at the merman charging towards the defensive line in the distance. His lips were cracked and bleeding, yet his eyes remained open. He feared that if he fell asleep, he would never wake up again and would never see the day when the defense line was held. Xiao Ligang had just finished inspecting the western defense line and returned to the central command post. He saw that the medical station was crowded with wounded soldiers, and the medics were busy bandaging the wounded. Many people could only grit their teeth and endure the pain because they did not have enough healing pills. He was about to have someone take inventory of the remaining medicines when a familiar teleportation array light suddenly appeared in the distance. In the pale blue halo, Zhang Chufeng led the medical team from the Misty City Extraordinary University, pushing boxes full of healing pills as they walked briskly. "Commander Xiao! We're here!" Zhang Chufeng took off his dusty mask, his face showing fatigue but still full of energy. "This is the second batch of healing pills that the school has just refined, totaling 20,000 pills. There are also 54th to 5th tier healing type awakened individuals here specifically to help treat the wounded." The medical team students immediately sprang into action, some feeding medicine to the wounded, others unleashing healing powers. Pale green light shone around the medical station, as if adding a touch of life to this blood-red battlefield. The one-armed soldier who had been leaning against the wall had experienced significant pain relief after taking a new healing pill. He smiled gratefully at Zhang Chufeng. "Thank you. With you all here, we can hold on a little longer." Seeing this, Xiao Li's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and he grasped Zhang Chufeng's hand. "Teacher Zhang, thank you so much for risking your lives to come here. Otherwise, our medical support would really have collapsed. It's all as it should be." Zhang Chufeng waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, his tone grave. "We heard about the new recruit corps on the way. Commander Xiao, during these 3 days of reinforcements arriving, we will do our best to help you with logistics and medical care." With the support of the medical team led by Zhang Chufeng, the soldiers' morale has clearly rebounded. Xiao Li immediately summoned the remaining ability users and reiterated the weaknesses of merfolk that he had compiled from ancient texts. Fire-type ability users, gather together and focus on burning the gaps in the mermaid scale soundwave ability users, follow behind and use high-frequency sound waves to disrupt their movements. Remember, don't engage them in direct combat, use their weaknesses to fight a guerrilla war. The soldiers immediately obeyed the order. A squad of 20 fire elemental ability users breathed flames at the mermaids approaching the defensive line. The golden flames landed on the mermaid's scales, instantly burning them and causing them to scream in pain. The 5 sonic ability users released high-frequency sound waves, which made the mermaids noticeably sluggish, and some even began to kill each other. This counterattack successfully repelled the small-scale charge of the mermaids and even killed more than a dozen 4th-tier mermaids. But just then, an explosion suddenly came from the east side. The armory next to the medical station was detonated. Thick smoke billowed from the armory, and the energy-gathering pills and energy bombs stored inside were instantly reduced to ashes. "What's going on?" Xiao Li turned around abruptly, his hand gripping the long sword tightening instantly, and he instinctively rushed towards the energy explosives depot. Zhang Chufeng immediately instructed the students to keep an eye on the wounded and followed closely behind. By the time they arrived, the corrugated iron roof of the energy explosives depot had already been blown off. The energy-gathering pills and explosive bombs stored inside were all burned, and the black ash swirled in the wind, landing on the faces of the surrounding soldiers. Several soldiers guarding the ammunition depot lay on the ground with obvious puncture wounds in their chests, their blood staining the ground beneath them. "Who did this?" Xiao Li roared, then knelt down to examine the soldiers' wounds. His brows furrowed more and more, and faint water-based energy fluctuations lingered at the edges of the wound, unlike what one would expect from a human with superpowers. Just then, the 4th-tier Earth Elemental instructor in charge of patrolling the west side rushed over, his voice urgent. "Commander! We just found a deserter outside the western defensive line. After warning him 3 times, we executed him on the spot. When we got closer, we found the soldier's body. Something's wrong. Please come and take a look." Xiao Li followed him to the west corner of the wall, where he saw a person lying on the ground wearing the uniform of a soldier from the 386th Division. The person had an ordinary face and at first glance looked no different from an ordinary soldier. But when the instructor lifted his sleeve, Xiao Li's pupils instantly contracted. On the inside of the man's arm remained several small, bluish-black scales, still wreathed in lingering water-based energy, a characteristic of the merfolk. It's a humanoid merfolk. Zhang Chufeng crouched down, gathering a faint healing power at his fingertips. The moment he touched the scales, the power was instantly absorbed. High-ranking mermaids have the talent to transform into human form, and can imitate the appearance and aura of humans, making them very difficult to detect when they infiltrate a camp. Xiao Li's face darkened completely, and he slammed his fist against the wall. No wonder the energy explosives depot was bombed, it was premeditated. They first sent shapeshifters to infiltrate the camp and sabotage our supplies, then launched a full-scale attack. Upon hearing the words transformed mermaid, the surrounding soldiers' faces showed expressions of fear. The fact that they hadn't even detected the enemy infiltrating the camp meant that every moment from now on could hold hidden dangers. No one knows if their comrades might suddenly turn into merfolk and launch an attack. Everyone, listen up. Xiao Li shouted into the communicator, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Immediately check the arms and necks of your comrades. Anyone with scales remaining or abnormal water-based energy, take them into custody immediately. All units must increase their vigilance, especially supply depots and medical stations. Multiple high-level ability users must be assigned to guard them. After the order was given, the soldiers immediately sprang into action, checking each other's health, making the already tense atmosphere even more solemn. A young recruit, while inspecting his comrade, noticed tiny scales on the back of his neck. Startled, he immediately recoiled and raised his weapon. You're a mermaid? Upon seeing this, the man immediately revealed a ferocious expression. His skin instantly covered in bluish-black scales, and his hands transformed into sharp bone spikes as he lunged at the recruit. The fourth-level instructor next to him reacted very quickly, immediately releasing his Earth-type ability to build an earthen wall to block the attack. Then he condensed Earth spikes and pierced the heart of the transformed mermaid. There's more! Just as Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief, another soldier shouted from the east side. Another transformed mermaid had been discovered. Although he was quickly killed, a soldier was seriously injured. Zhang Chufeng immediately led the medical team to treat the wound. Looking at the deep, bone spur-covered wound on the soldier's arm, his brow furrowed. Although these mutated mermaids are not as strong as fourth-tier fighters, their stealth is too good. If this continues, the soldiers will become more and more panicked, and the defensive line will collapse sooner or later. Xiao Li remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sea. The Tide King was still there, its scarlet eyes seemingly fixed on the chaos of the camp, as if enjoying the fear of its prey. He took out his communicator and dialed the number in Kyoto again, but only got a busy signal. Damn it! The signal's been jammed, clearly the work of the merfolk. Looks like we'll have to rely on ourselves to get through these 3 days. Xiao Li put away the communicator, his voice hoarse but firm. Teacher Zhang, please keep a close eye on the wounded. Everyone else, continue to reinforce the defenses. Even if some merfolk manage to infiltrate, we must hold this place. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices weary but still firm. They began reinforcing the earthen walls with soil, rocks, and discarded weapons, and deployed water energy detectors around the defensive line. It was modified by Zhang Chufeng from the medical team's equipment. Although it was rudimentary, it could detect abnormal water energy in the vicinity. Human water systems would not be triggered, so that the merfolk could be detected immediately when they approached or infiltrated the defense line. In a secluded corner deep within the camp, Xiaosu watched all this through a crack, a complex expression on his face. He initially thought the merfolk would only launch a direct attack, but he hadn't expected the shapeshifters to have a treacherous plot. Although this disrupted his plans, it also made Xiaoquang City's defenses more vulnerable. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. These merfolk could devour Xiao Li alive. Even if Xiao Li manages to repel the merfolk, he has already laid a trap at Eagle's Beak Cliff, just waiting for Xiao Li to walk right into it. He wanted to wait a little longer, for a better opportunity, to watch Xiao Li fall completely. Even if Xiao Li is killed by the merfolk, I still have to maintain good relations with the Huang family. Otherwise, even if I rise to power, it will be difficult for me to gain a foothold in the Xiao family. The wind on the sea grew stronger, carrying the roars of the merfolk as it swept across Xiaoquang City's second line of defense. The soldiers gripped their weapons, watching everyone around them warily, even their breathing became cautious. For the next 3 days, they not only had to face the fierce attacks of the merfolk, but also had to guard against enemies lurking around them. This battle to defend the city was far more difficult than they had imagined. Chapter 128 Night Raid. In the darkness of night, only the emergency lights on the fortifications cast a faint glow over Xia Mining City. While the merfolk lay low for the night, the soldiers continued to reinforce their defenses. They knew that the more fortified their defenses, the more time they would have to deal with the merfolk at dawn. The sea breeze, carrying the smells of blood and burnt food, felt like tiny knives against our faces. Many soldiers were dozing against the earthen walls. They still gripped their weapons tightly, not daring to sleep too soundly, fearing that the merfolk might launch a surprise attack at any moment. Beep beep beep. The water system energy detector on the west side suddenly sounded an urgent alarm, and the pale red warning light was particularly glaring in the night. The soldier on guard instantly snapped to attention, gripping his weapon tightly, his face filled with alertness. Something's wrong. Abnormal water system energy. The surrounding soldiers immediately swarmed around, and the 4th-tier Earth Elemental instructor placed his hand on the testing device, his expression changing drastically. 50 meters away. The energy intensity isn't high, it should be a transformed mermaid. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the corner of the wall and ran wildly toward the detector. It was the merman disguised as a soldier, and it clearly wanted to destroy the detector under the cover of night. Stop it! Shaoli had just come out of the command post when he saw this and immediately swung his long sword. The golden blade energy grazed the black shadow's shoulder, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Startled, the shadowy figure instantly revealed its true form. The bluish-black scales gleamed coldly under the light, and its hands transformed into bone spikes as it turned and pounced on the nearest recruit. Watch out! The one-armed soldier roared and rushed forward, using his only remaining right hand to tightly grab the mermaid's leg. The mermaid, in pain, retaliated by stabbing him in the back with a bone spike, instantly soaking his military uniform with blood. The fire-type soldiers nearby seized the opportunity to spew flames, causing the mermaid's scales to crackle and pop. The other soldiers swarmed forward and hacked the mermaid to death with their blades. The one-armed soldier lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he smiled as he looked at Shaoli. Commander! I didn't disgrace the 368th Division, did I? Zhang Chufeng rushed over immediately and unleashed his healing power. A pale green light enveloped his wounds, but it could only barely stop the bleeding. The wound was too deep, and the soldier was already weak, so even healing abilities couldn't restore him quickly. Hold on. Shaoli squatted down, gripped his hand tightly, and his eyes were red. He knew that such sacrifices would continue, but they had no way out. In the shadows, Xiaosu watched the scene, a sinister glint in his eyes. He had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to secretly sabotage the detection device on the west side. Without the detection device, more mutated mermaids could infiltrate the camp and break through the defenses more quickly. Unexpectedly, the guards were so vigilant that they were spotted by the patrol before they could even get close, and had to retreat to their hiding place in a sorry state. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle a detector. Xiaosu cursed under his breath, but dared not act rashly. He took out a signal device from his pocket, which Yang Wei had given him before, saying that he could contact the Yang family in case of danger or special circumstances. After hesitating for a moment, he put away the signal device. Wait a little longer, wait until the merfolk launch their all-out attack, and Shaoli is too busy to take care of himself, then I can make my move. Just then, a muffled roar suddenly came from the sea. The Tide King had finally made a new move. Its massive tail fin slammed heavily against the sea, and from the resulting giant waves, swarms of mermaids charged toward the defensive line. Among them were dozens of 4th-tier mermaid generals, clearly preparing to launch a night raid. Everyone on alert. Merfolk night attack. Shaoli shouted into the communicator, his voice piercing the night. The soldiers immediately took their positions. The Earth-type soldiers reinforced the earthen walls, covering them with spikes, while the sonic soldiers released high-frequency sound waves to disrupt the mermaids' charging rhythm. The merfolk charged in like a tidal wave. Many merfolk charged through the firewall, their scales burned, yet they still roared and lunged at the soldiers. A young sonic soldier, pierced through the chest by a mermaid bone spike, maintained his sonic attack until his dying breath, buying time for his comrades. Zhang Chufeng led the healing team, moving back and forth behind the defensive line. His healing abilities were almost exhausted, and his arms were trembling, but he still didn't stop. The battle lasted all night, and the merfolk only slowly retreated when the first rays of sunlight touched the sea, leaving behind corpses scattered everywhere. The defenders collapsed to the ground, many of them fainting. They had been fighting continuously for over 10 hours, their supernatural abilities were exhausted, and their physical strength had reached its limit. Shaoli stood on the earthen wall, gazing at the Tide Emperor still anchored on the distant sea, his heart heavy. He counted the number of people. In the battle last night, more than 2,000 soldiers were killed. Most of the remaining soldiers were wounded, and they had very few energy pills left. They could only rely on a small number of healing pills to survive. 2 more days, just 2 more days. Shaoli murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the east, the direction of Kyoto, the direction from which reinforcements were coming. He didn't know if he would receive any more aid, but he still held on to that hope. Zhang Chufeng walked up to him and handed him a bottle of water. "Commander Xiao, have some water first. The medical team still has one last batch of healing abilities that can help the seriously wounded regain some combat strength." Shaoli took the water, but didn't drink it. Instead, he handed it to the wounded soldier next to him. "Let the brothers drink first. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have made it this far." The wounded soldier took the water, sipped it slowly, and said with a smile, "Commander Xiao, don't worry. As long as I have a breath left, I'll fight the merfolk to the bitter end." Chapter 128: The Tide Prince's Provocation. The midday sun was scorching, falling on the battlefield of Xiaoquang City, and the ground was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The defenders had just finished eating half a hard, dry biscuit and hadn't even had a chance to replenish their powers when a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sea. The Tide King appeared on the sea surface, its huge tail fins slapping the surface once more. Its bluish-black scales gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and a cruel smile seemed to curl at the corner of its mouth. "Oh no! The merfolk are attacking again." Shaoli suddenly stood up, his hand gripping the long sword tightening instantly. Just as he was about to order the reinforcement of the northern defenses, he heard a loud boom. The earthen wall on the east side was actually washed away by the giant waves stirred up by the Tide Emperor's water-based superpower. This time, the merfolk no longer besieged the enemy, but instead launched a fierce attack from the east. Dozens of fourth-tier mermaids roared as they charged into the defensive line, stepping on the rubble, followed by a dense swarm of lower-tier mermaids, surging forward like a tidal wave. "Hold the east side." Shaoli gave the order, and at the same time, he quickly arrived at the gap on the east side. He swung his sword horizontally, and the golden blade energy instantly killed 8 fourth-tier mermaids charging at the forefront. But more mermaids rushed forward, stepping over the corpses of their companions. Some even used bone spikes to tightly bind his long sword, preventing him from drawing his sword to fight back. Shaoli's situation was rather awkward, like a human being covered in cockroaches. You could easily crush them, but they just kept crawling all over you. "Commander! We're here to help you." A dozen fourth-level instructors led a legion of 20,000 new recruits and soldiers immediately rushed over. The instructors sparred with the fourth-tier mermaids, while the new recruits were locked in combat with the lower-tier mermaids. The earth element instructors built a temporary earthen wall to block the mermaids, while the lightning element instructors summoned an electric net to trap the mermaids in the back row. However, there were too many mermaids, and the earthen walls were washed away as soon as they were built, and the electric fence was quickly filled with the flesh and blood of the mermaids. Despite their best efforts, the soldiers, exhausted from continuous combat, were gradually forced back by the merfolk, and the eastern defense line was on the verge of complete collapse. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a water column tens of meters high rose from the sea surface, and a figure slowly emerged from it. It was a mermaid with a more slender body than an ordinary fourth-order mermaid, with silver-blue scales that shimmered with light, a pale blue horn on its head, and a spear made of solidified ice in its hand. It was the son of the Tide Emperor, the Tide Prince. "Human, how dare you harm my people? Today, you will pay for this in blood." The Tide Prince's voice carried the chilling quality unique to water-based powers. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his ice spear, and a huge water dragon rose from the sea, baring its fangs and lunging toward Shaoli. Shaoli's pupils contracted, and he immediately gathered all his supernatural abilities. The golden light on his longsword surged, and he slashed fiercely at the water dragon. With a deafening clang, the water dragon was cleaved in two, but the splashing water instantly condensed into countless ice spikes that shot toward Shaoli. He dodged to the side, but was still cut on the arm by an ice spike, and blood seeped out instantly, which was particularly glaring in the sunlight. Seeing this, Prince Tide smirked and swung his ice spear once more. The sea suddenly boiled, and countless ice spikes rose from the surface, shooting towards the defenders inside the defensive line. "Watch out!" Shaoli shouted, but it was too late to protect everyone. Several recruits were pierced through the chest by icicles and fell into pools of blood. Zhang Chufeng immediately led the medical team over and used his healing abilities to stop the bleeding of the wounded. However, the Tide Prince's water-based abilities were too fierce, with wave after wave of ice shards attacking. The medical team could only barely protect the seriously wounded and was unable to support the front line at all. Looking at the soldiers falling around him, Shaoli felt a surge of helplessness. Prince Tide is at the peak of the 5th rank, and his mastery of water-based abilities is unparalleled. Although he was a 6th-order awakener, continuous battles had already depleted most of his abilities, and he was now being suppressed by Prince Tide and forced to retreat. "Human, is this all you've got?" Prince Tide mocked, his ice spear suddenly transforming into a water whip that wrapped around Shaoli's ankle, violently pulling him toward the sea. Shaoli was in excruciating pain from the water whip, but he gripped his long sword tightly and took the opportunity to unleash a burst of sword energy towards Prince Tide. However, Prince Tide easily dodged to the side and manipulated the seawater to form a water shield, blocking Shaoli's subsequent attacks. Shaoli was shocked to see his attack easily neutralized by the Tide Prince. This Merman Prince's aura is only at the peak of the 5th rank, yet he actually possesses strength comparable to mine. Upon seeing this, the Merman soldiers all wore expressions of mockery. "Humans are nothing special. They can't even defeat our prince, let alone our Tide Emperor. Heh, if it weren't for Lord Tide King's disdain for interfering, they would have been crushed to dust long ago." "This can't go on." Shaoli gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. He knew that if this dragged on any longer, the eastern defense line would fall completely, and he would have no choice but to use his trump card, the absolute territory. While domain skills are powerful, they also consume a great deal of one's supernatural abilities. Therefore, Shaoli has been conserving his strength to ensure that he can deal with the Tide Emperor with all his might. He had originally planned to use his domain ability during his final battle with the Tide Emperor, but the current situation left him no room to hold back. Absolute territory activate. Chapter 129 Isolated and Helpless. He had originally planned to use his domain ability during his final battle with the Tide Emperor, but the current situation left him no room to hold back. Absolute territory activate. The moment he finished speaking, a halo of azure light suddenly appeared around Shaoli, rapidly expanding into a circular area centered on him. Within the domain, cyan light flowed. Shaoli's speed, strength, and superpower intensity instantly doubled. His originally exhausted body seemed to be injected with new power, and his hand holding the long sword no longer trembled. However, the Tide Prince, who was inside the domain, suddenly changed his expression. He could clearly feel that his water-based abilities had been weakened by a quarter, his speed and strength had also decreased significantly, and even his movements to manipulate seawater had become sluggish. "What kind of weird superpower is this?" Prince Tide cried out in surprise and hurriedly tried to leave the domain, but how could Shaoli give him the chance? He flashed and instantly appeared behind Prince Tide, his long sword gathering a dazzling golden light, slashing towards Prince Tide's left arm with the force of a whirlwind. "No!" Prince Tide hurriedly turned around and used his ice spear to block, but he was already too slow to keep up with Shaoli. With a crack, the ice spear was cleaved in two by the long sword. Golden blade energy followed, slashing down and instantly severing the Tide Prince's left arm, which gushed out blood, staining the surrounding seawater red. "Your Highness!" The Merman general on the sea cried out in alarm, and his attack instantly stopped. Prince Tide, clutching his wound with fear in his eyes, turned and fled toward Emperor Tide, not even daring to turn back to pick up his left arm that had fallen to the ground. When the merfolk saw their prince defeated, the army retreated with Prince Tide, even abandoning the city walls of Xiaoquang City that they had already occupied. Seeing that Prince Chaoshi had fled, Shaoli only chased him for 100 meters before giving up. Firstly, it's wise not to pursue a defeated enemy. Secondly, he worried that chasing the Tide Prince would anger the Tide Emperor. His current task is to hold out until reinforcements arrive. There's no need to create unnecessary complications. With this in mind, Shaoli turned and returned to the second line of defense in Xiao Mining City. "We won! The division commander won!" The defenders were stunned for a moment, then burst into deafening cheers. The soldiers celebrated wildly, waving their arms excitedly and shouting. "That was awesome! The division commander's move was absolutely brilliant." The previous fatigue and fear seemed to be completely dispelled by this victory. The soldiers raised their strange weapons and roared at the merfolk on the sea, startling the merfolk forces into hesitating to launch an attack. Shaoli withdrew his absolute domain, and the azure aura gradually dissipated. He staggered and almost fell. "Having exhausted too much of my power by activating my domain at full strength, I now feel dizzy and my vision is going black." Zheng Chufeng immediately rushed over, grabbed his arm, and used his healing power to restore him. "Commander Shao, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Shaoli waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the Tide Emperor on the sea. The Tide King stared intently at him, his face ashen, his silver blue scales trembling slightly with rage, his massive tail fin slapping the surface of the sea, creating huge waves, but he showed no intention of making a move himself. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of doubt arose in his heart. The Tide Emperor is at the peak of the 6th rank. If it were to take action personally, I would be no match for it. So why is it just watching and not making a move? Is there some reason why it can't act? Is it wary of the support from the capital, or does it have other concerns? Just as Xiaoli was pondering, the Tide Emperor suddenly let out an angry roar and turned to sink into the sea. The defenders cheered again, but Xiaoli's brow remained furrowed. He knew that the Tide Emperor would not give up easily, and this retreat might just be preparation for an even fiercer attack next time. Teacher Zhang, please help me take stock of the wounded and the remaining supplies so that the soldiers can replenish their energy as soon as possible. Xiaoli took a deep breath, his voice tinged with weariness yet still firm. The Tide King hasn't made a move, which means it still has reservations. We must seize this opportunity to quickly strengthen our defenses and prepare for the next battle. Zhang Chufeng nodded and immediately turned to make the arrangements. Although the defenders were exhausted, they knew that time was of the essence. They sat down on the ground and took the last of their energy-gathering pills. Some were even checking each other's bodies to guard against a sneak attack from the transformed mermaids. Seeing that all the merfolk had left, Xiaoli immediately gave the order to the messenger. Pass on my order, all soldiers must immediately return to the walls of Xiaoquang City and construct defensive fortifications. The setting sun painted the walls of Xiaoquang City a warm red, but it could not dispel the grim atmosphere of the battlefield. Upon receiving Xiaoli's order, the soldiers immediately dragged their weary bodies into action. At this moment, the earth and metal element soldiers were constantly using their supernatural abilities to restore and reinforce the damaged city walls, forming a line to prepare for a possible night attack. Xiaoli leaned on his long sword and slowly patrolled along the defensive line. His steps were somewhat unsteady, and the wound on his left arm was still throbbing, but he would stop at each place to examine it carefully. If we compact the earthen walls here more thoroughly and mix in some supernatural stone powder, they can withstand the impact of water-based supernatural abilities. The energy explosives need to be planted in advance. If the merfolk come again, just blow them up. His voice was hoarse, but it carried an undeniable power, giving the soldiers confidence. When they arrived at the medical station, Zhang Chufeng was reporting to Xiaoli with a list in hand. We have 8,000 healing pills left and only 3,000 energy-gathering pills left, which is only enough to support half of our forces. There are 2,210 seriously wounded soldiers, most of whom will be able to recover their basic combat strength by tomorrow. The lightly wounded soldiers are already able to help carry supplies. He paused, then added, the communicator had a weak signal just now, and it seems to be able to receive Kyoto's frequency band. I'll have the communications officer try adjusting it again, maybe we can get in touch with Kyoto. Xiaoli's eyes lit up. Good. We must get it working as soon as possible. Once we can contact Kyoto, we'll know where the reinforcements are, and the morale of our soldiers will be boosted again. He knew that what the defending troops lacked most at this moment was not only supplies, but also the hope of successfully defending the city. Knowing that reinforcements were on their way, they could hold on more firmly. In a secluded corner deep within the camp, Xiaosu was clutching his phone, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He had just witnessed Xiaoli activating Absolute Domain to sever the Tide Prince's arm, and he had seen the defending troops reinforcing their lines with high morale. His anxiety grew heavier and heavier. I never expected Xiaoli to be this strong. If we wait any longer, and reinforcements arrive, we'll have to take matters into our own hands. He peered towards the defensive line and saw Xiaoli moving stones with the soldiers. His jealousy and malice nearly overflowed. Xiaoli, so what if you're a good fighter? Eagle Beak Cliff is your burial ground. As night fell, the communications soldier suddenly ran over, his face beaming with excitement. Commander! We've made contact with Kyoto. Really? Xiaoli turned around abruptly, grabbed the communications soldier's arm, his eyes filled with disbelief. After confirming that the communications soldier nodded, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The huge weight that had been pressing on his heart for days was finally half lifted. He immediately replied into the communicator. I am Xiaoli, commander of the 368th Division. Requesting your instructions, sir. The calm yet cold voice of Chen Shu, chief of the general staff of the Kyoto Assembly Hall, came through the communicator. The voice was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the hope that had just ignited in Xiaoli's heart. Comrade Xiaoli, I know Xiaoquang City is in dire straits, but the werewolf tribe in the north has broken through the Huluan defense line and is approaching the main granary of the Northern Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Stone Demon tribe in the west has blasted open a portal and is advancing towards the capital. The situation in these two areas is even more critical than in the east. All reinforcements have been deployed to support them. Xiaoquang City has no reinforcements at the moment. Chapter 130 Hope ignites in desperate circumstances. Xiao Li's hand gripping the communicator tightened suddenly, and he even paused for a moment. No reinforcements? What about the reinforcements that were supposed to arrive within 3 days? That batch of reinforcements has been urgently transferred to the Huluan defense zone, and besides, didn't we send you 50,000 new recruits before? The chief of the general staff's voice carried a hint of helplessness, yet it also revealed an undeniable firmness. Headquarters orders that Xia Mining City must hold out for at least a week. If the merfolk break through the eastern defense line, more than a dozen coastal cities will suffer. This is a death order. Failure to hold will result in court-martial. Can. Before Xiao Li could finish speaking, the communication was interrupted again. Military law enforcement. Xiao Li murmured, repeating these 4 words. He felt his vision go black and the world spin. The communicator in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The exhaustion from previous battles, the pain from wounds, the sacrifice of soldiers, all the pressure exploded at this moment. He staggered back 2 steps, barely managing to stand by leaning against the cold earthen wall. Cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking the collar of his blood-stained military uniform. His world collapsed. Xiaoquangqing is now out of ammunition and food, with less than 40% of its soldiers remaining, and all of them are wounded. Let alone holding out for a week, it's hard to say whether they can even survive tonight's night attack. But the orders from headquarters felt like a massive boulder, suffocating him. If we can't hold it, we'll face military law, but where is the hope of holding it? Commander! Are you all right? The communications soldier next to him quickly picked up the communicator and, seeing Xiao Li's pale face, asked worriedly. Xiao Li waved his hand and replied in a hoarse voice. It's all right. You can go downstairs first, let me have some peace and quiet. The communications soldier hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Xiao Li leaned against the wall, gazing at the dark sea in the distance, his eyes filled with despair. He remembered the new recruits who had sacrificed their lives, the resolute gaze of the soldier with the missing arm, and the exhaustion of Zhang Chufeng and his medical team when they arrived. He couldn't let everyone's sacrifices go to waste, but without reinforcements, how could he defend the city? After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Li took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his face, bent down to pick up the communicator, and staggered toward the medical station. He knew that now was not the time to collapse even if the sky fell, he had to hold on. He is the backbone of Xia Mining City, the hope of all soldiers. Inside the medical station, Zhang Chufeng was bandaging the wounds of a seriously injured soldier. Seeing Xiao Li enter, he quickened his pace, and after finishing bandaging the wound, he hurried to greet him. Commander Xiao, what's the news from Kyoto? When will reinforcements arrive? Xiao Li avoided his gaze, led him to a secluded corner, and after a moment of silence, spoke with difficulty. Teacher Zhang, the reinforcements have been transferred. The werewolves in the north and the stone demons in the west are launching even fiercer attacks. Headquarters has ordered us to hold out for at least a week. If we can't hold, we'll face court-martial. Zhang Chufeng's smile froze instantly, and the bandage in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. No reinforcements? We have to hold out for another week? But we are now. Before he could finish speaking, he already knew the predicament of Xiaoquang City. There were only 8,000 healing pills left, less than 3,000 energy-gathering pills, the soldiers were exhausted, and the merfolk could come again at any time. It would be difficult to even last a day, let alone a week. I know it's difficult, Xiao Li raised his head, his eyes filled with exhaustion and guilt. Teacher Zhang, you are not soldiers and have no obligation to defend the city. If Xia Mining City is really breached, you should take the medical team and leave through the secret teleportation array in the back mountain. Don't go down with us. Commander Xiao. Zhang Chufeng suddenly raised his voice, his tone tinged with anger. What are you saying? The medical team came to Xia Mining City not to enjoy themselves, but to save lives. The soldiers are fighting desperately on the front lines, how can we be deserters? Even if Xia Mining City falls, we will stay with the soldiers and save as many lives as we can. Even if we die, our medical team will never retreat a single step. He paused, his tone softening, but still firm. I will send the students back to Wudu Yida University and tell Principal Chen about the situation in Xiaoquangcheng. Wudu Yida University will not abandon us, and we will not leave. Rest assured, as long as we have a breath left, the medical team will stay here. Xiaoli looked into Zhang Chufeng's determined eyes, and his own eyes welled up with tears. He thought Zhang Chufeng would hesitate or be afraid, but he didn't expect him to be so resolute. Yes, in Xiaoquang City, there are not only soldiers who hold their ground, but also healers who fight side by side. They are all heroes. Okay. Xiaoli nodded heavily, his voice choked with emotion. Then let's hold on together. Zhang Chufeng immediately sent someone to find the fastest wind elemental student and had him return to Fog City via a temporary teleportation array to inform Chen Lin of the critical situation in Xia Mining City. The students dared not delay and set off overnight, arriving at Chongqing University the next morning. When Chen Lin received the news, a faculty and staff meeting was being held. Upon hearing that Xia Mining City has no reinforcements and must hold out for a week, as it has run out of ammunition and food, his face instantly darkened. She immediately ended the meeting and addressed all the faculty and staff present in a loud voice. Xia Mining City is in grave danger. Commander Xiaoli and his soldiers are fighting desperately on the front lines. We, the Fog City University, cannot stand idly by. We are now mobilizing all faculty and staff. The alchemy department will immediately work overtime to refine healing pills and energy-gathering pills, the weapon forging department will rush to produce defensive items, and the combat department teachers will prepare to form a reinforcement team. We must do everything in our power to support Xia Mining City. Principal, let's all go, someone shouted immediately from below the stage, and all the faculty and staff responded without hesitation. The news quickly reached the training team, where Gong Yunze was leading his team in simulated combat against an alien race. Upon hearing that Xia Mining City has no reinforcements and Commander Xiaoli is trapped, the training immediately stopped. Xiao Rongyu said worriedly, Yunze, father is in trouble, I want to go and help him. Of course. Rongyu, don't worry, I'll go talk to Principal Chen about this right now. Yan Yujie and Chu Huairo both expressed their willingness to follow Gong Yunze to Xia Mining City to provide support. Gong Yunze gave the two of them a grateful look, then quickly went to the principal's office to find Chen Lin. Principal Chen, I want to go to Xia Mining City. Commander Xiao is my father-in-law, Rongyu's father. He's surrounded, I can't just stand by and watch him die. Looking into Gong Yunze's determined eyes, and recalling how he had previously taken the initiative to consider the border situation, Chen Lin nodded. All right. But remember, your mission isn't to fight head-on, it's to assist Commander Xiao in defense. Make sure you protect yourselves. You'll then join the combat instructors team to support Xia Mining City.